In a magnificent building on the dock, nobles in gorgeous clothes entered and took their seats in an orderly manner. Due to the unrest on the border, the kingdom selects 10 outstanding sons from the nobles' second sons every 3 years and grants them the title of pioneer. Today is the day of the kingdom's selection, and our protagonist Alan is among the nobles. Alan was born into a barren family. Despite his noble status, his daily life was not much better than that of ordinary people. In addition to having enough food to eat, as the second son, Alan has been responsible for almost all the chores in the castle for 3 years. Alan often complained that some people traveled through time and space to become powerful figures, while he was just a servant here. Yes, Alan was not originally from this world. He was in a car accident and fainted. When he opened his eyes, he came to this world. Like all the other protagonists, Alan also obtained a golden finger when he traveled here, called the All Things Point Strengthening System. But after 3 years, Alan still didn't understand the function of the system of strengthening all things, which resulted in him being no different from an ordinary person. Now 3 years have passed. Alan has just turned 16 and is only 1 month away from turning 17 and becoming an adult. According to the traditions of this world, adult men must start living independently, and at this time, their parents will either arrange it for them or they will be kicked out of the house. Alan was well aware of his family's situation. He knew that his mother's daily cold words meant that he would be kicked out of the house when he came of age. Therefore, Alan went to participate in the kingdom's largest event to see if there was a chance to obtain the pioneering order and be granted by the king. At this moment, a man slowly came to Alan. It turned out to be the civil official of St. Bit City. Although he has no territory, he holds the title of honorary viscount and is in charge of the civil affairs of the city of St. Bit. Are you Alan? The second son of Baron Gale? The civil official asked. Yes, Alan replied respectfully. Congratulations, the second son of the Gale family. According to past practice, the second sons who want to participate in the challenge have to go through a fierce competition for a spot. But this year, the great nobles unanimously decided to give a chance to the second son of a lesser noble. Luckily, this opportunity fell on you. The corners of Alan's mouth twitched unconsciously. Looking at the civil affairs officer's undisguised smile, his expression instantly turned ugly. Your Excellency, Civil Administrator, although I haven't attended an aristocratic academy and don't have much knowledge, I'm not stupid. Do you think that everyone is afraid to compete for this opportunity because they are afraid of death, but they gave me this spot? Do you really think this is lucky? This selection competition, held every 3 years, is no joke. It's a test of the kingdom's true talent. It tests the courage and wisdom of the second son. Therefore, the kingdom will imprison monsters, alien races, and dark creatures on floating islands on the sea, and the second sons will need to challenge these creatures after obtaining a place on the field. As long as you can kill the creatures on the floating island, you will be considered successful and will automatically obtain this year's development order. At this moment, on the harbor's azure sea, a floating island was secured by iron chains. A thick, black aura of death permeated the air, and waves of terrifying roars echoed. This is also the reason why the noble heirs who competed for the quota in previous years chose to remain silent out of fear. Dark creatures are definitely the most difficult enemies to deal with. The dead energy within their range alone is enough to overwhelm even the weakest of ordinary people. The kingdom stipulates that the selection of floating islands is random and no buys are allowed. The island can only be replaced if someone fails, otherwise all the second sons of the nobles will be deemed to have automatically given up this place. The 10 places available every 3 years cannot be missed easily. This is why the great nobles are reluctant to give up the places, but they also don't want their offspring to be injured or eliminated. In the end, the nobles found a shortcut. They decided to let an honest man take on this responsibility. As the honest candidate, Alan, as expected, became the scapegoat in everyone's eyes. So, are you going or not? The civil officer looked at Alan with an indifferent expression. No. Alan shook his head without hesitation. His eyes were fixed on the black fog on the floating island. He saw 10 red blood bars. This was the ability of his system. Dark creature, first order skeleton soldier, constitution, weak, strength, 0.5, agility, 0.5, intelligence, 0.1. Alan was aware of his physical condition. He had no ability to defeat the skeleton soldiers, and if he was unlucky, he would be infected by the death energy and become sick. It was really not worth it. Second son of the Gale family, are you sure? Doing this may affect your family's tax revenue. The civil official sneered. You're almost an adult, aren't you? Won't your parents blame you then? The civil administrator's threat was direct, his tone imbued with aristocratic superiority. Alan's face turned ashen. In a month, he would be kicked out of the house and left to fend for himself. He had planned to take some money with him when he left home, but if his parents knew that he had offended the civil affairs officer, he might not be able to get even the last bit of resources. Alan gritted his teeth and decided, "Okay, I'll go, but I have one request. Give me a gold coin. I don't have any fighting spirit, but if I'm infected by death energy, at least I can be cured." The civil officer looked at Alan in surprise. He didn't expect that this kid not only dared to resist, but also dared to put forward conditions. He really didn't seem like the second son of a minor noble. 10 silver coins. Boy, if you refuse again, just wait. Deal, give me the money first. Alan interrupted the civil officer without hesitation. The civil officer was stunned for a moment, then ordered the guard next to him to take out 10 silver coins and hand them to Alan. Alan took the silver coins and carefully put them in his arms. Then Alan asked the soldier for a bow and arrow. Holding the longbow, Alan, wearing a slightly loose silk dress, stood on the dock. When the civil officer announced Alan's name, the audience erupted in boos. With that, the challenge officially began. 2 guards turned the winch and lowered the drawbridge. "Good luck, kid." The guard smiled playfully and pushed Alan onto the drawbridge. Alan, swallowing his saliva and with trembling legs, stood on the suspension bridge, listening to the roar not far away, feeling extremely regretful. But in the end, Alan gritted his teeth and stepped onto the floating island filled with death. When he came into contact with the death, he couldn't help but shudder. A biting cold penetrated his silk dress and linen undershirt, and the icy feeling was like countless insects trying to burrow into his body. At the same time, a faint scent of blood filled the air, striking his nose. Ding! Energy points plus 0.1, plus 0.1, plus 0.1. What's going on? The energy points are actually moving. Alan asked in surprise. This system has not responded for 3 years. The system for strengthening all things has other reactions for the first time, except for the reaction when it is just bound and the display of the wild monster's health bar. As time went by, the energy point value 1 appeared on the system panel, and the enhancement button finally lit up. At the same time, he discovered that although the deathly aura around him was still thick, its corrosive power had disappeared, and it seemed that it would no longer continue to penetrate into his body. Ding! The current number of energy points detected can enhance the item. Aging standard longbow. You can choose to enhance the following aspects: firing speed, bow strength, and critical damage. Well, a wooden bow can actually be enhanced in so many aspects. Alan was surprised, but the more powerful the system was, the happier he felt. He didn't have time to think about it. The most important thing right now was to resolve the crisis. Alan chose to increase the strength of the bow and increase its firing speed, which was what he needed most. Ding! Consume a little energy point. Successfully strengthen the aging standard longbow. Aging standard longbow. Special. Reduce the required pulling force by 50%. Hiss, strong enough. A gleam of light flashed in Alan's eyes. When he pulled the bowstring, he clearly felt that the pulling force was reduced a lot. Raising his eyes, Alan looked at the skeleton soldiers that were gradually gathering. There were quite a few of them. If it were anyone else, even if they were knights with extraordinary fighting spirit, they would only be able to see clearly within a distance of 5 or 6 meters after being shrouded in this deathly black fog. But Alan could clearly see the health bar and position of the skeleton soldiers through the system. Since the system gave him such an opportunity, he would definitely not miss it. He had to get this pioneering order. With a whoosh, an arrow pierced through the black fog and accurately hit the head of a skeleton soldier 10 meters away. Ding! Energy point plus 1. Hiss, it turns out that you can only get energy points by killing monsters. Alan's eyes suddenly lit up and his face flushed with excitement. Alan took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement in his heart, pulled the bowstring again, and prepared to meet the next challenge. Time passed little by little, and the descendants of the great nobles waited for the result with great anticipation, but their fathers frowned. Their eyesight was extremely sharp, and they soon noticed that the roaring on the island was gradually decreasing. The roaring on the island seems to be less. Haha, father, is that kid dead? 3 minutes have passed, and he hasn't even jumped into the sea. It's unbelievable. The noble nodded in agreement. At this moment, everyone was astonished to find that the dead air on the floating island began to gradually dissipate. As the dead air dissipated, the scene of the floating island gradually became clearer. The originally fierce battle scene disappeared, replaced by Alan standing in the center of the island, and scattered on the ground were piles of skulls and bones. At this time, the civil affairs officer of St. Bit City was stunned for a moment, and when his eyes met Alan's, he reacted. The plan that originally thought to let Alan take the blame was successfully reversed by the second son of the small noble family, who won the pioneering order. The expressions of the other noble heirs instantly became extremely exciting, while the common people and serfs below the noble platform burst into cheers. I declare that Alan Gale has succeeded in this challenge and won the last pioneering order spot this year. The civil affairs officer read out the result. As the civil officer announced the results, Alan became the focus of everyone's attention. Although there were admiration, envy, jealousy, and disdain in the eyes of those around him, Alan didn't care. He already had his own territory and system, and the future world would be created by him. However, the moment he opened the development order, Alan's face suddenly darkened. The area he was exploring turned out to be the Death Sand Sea, and he had just heard the sons of the great nobles excitedly talking about the harvest plains they would be getting. Alan looked at the words Death Sand Sea on the development order, his heart filled with complicated emotions. The Death Sand Sea is a ghost place full of alien races and dark creatures, and it also holds great malice towards the Falcon Kingdom. At this moment, those noble descendants who were originally envious, jealous, and resentful of Alan also smiled with gloating when they saw Alan's pioneering order. "Boy, are you okay?" Alan stood silently in the carriage parking area following the crowd, his brows furrowed, and suddenly someone patted his shoulder. To Alan's surprise, all the visitors were civil officials from St. Bit City. Alan instantly became alert. "Boy, don't look at me with such a defensive attitude. I apologize to you. With your intelligence, you should understand that I'm not targeting you. Indeed, I am just the most unlucky one among the poor ones. If I am not here today, someone else will be." Of course, this didn't mean Alan would choose to forgive this guy. Forgive, that was what God should do. Alan could only fight back. "Hey kid, let me introduce myself. My name is Frank. Officer Frank. What do you want to talk to me about?" "Nothing. I just forgot to tell you that besides the pioneering order, there are a few other gifts from the king for winning the challenge." Alan looked behind Frank, his eyes suddenly lighting up. A full-grown, unskilled horse was worth at least 1 gold coin, which could buy 3 of them with serfs. There was also a new leather armor, a new standard long sword, and a small round iron shield. As the second son of a noble family, Alan had access to these things on a daily basis, but it was very difficult for him to possess them himself. Not to mention horses, leather armor, long swords, and round shields are also very valuable in this medieval world where supplies are scarce. Take Alan's cheap father's territory for example. The number of soldiers who could equip all 3 of these was no more than 50. This was a baron, and the size of his territory was equivalent to a township in his previous life. "Kid, I have confidence in you. Work hard." Frank patted Alan's shoulder again and left. Faced with such an old fox, Alan could only admit defeat for the time being. After all, the opponent's methods and scheming made it difficult for him to deal with it for a while. He can be a threat one moment and come to guide you like a warm elder the next. This ability to switch faces is something that most people may never master in their entire lives. Alan's long sword and leather armor shield were already stuck on the saddle. The longbow given to him by Civil Officer Frank was slung across his back, and there was a letter in his arms. Alan skillfully mounted his horse and prepared to set off. The Gale Barony was 100 miles away from St. Bit City, and it would take a day and a half to travel by carriage. Originally, Alan had to wait for his half-brother and 2 family guards before he could take the carriage home, but now, he had his own horse. This horse had been transferred from the city guards, and its temper had been smoothed over. Alan gently pulled the reins, and the horse began to gallop towards the nearby Luss Road. 10 energy points. It seems that the only way to gain energy points is to kill these extraordinary creatures. No wonder all the previous attempts were ineffective. It would have been nice to have discovered it sooner, but even if I had known, as my second son, my father obviously wouldn't have taken me to kill monsters and level up. Besides, Gale territory is located in the heart of the kingdom. Where can we find dark creatures unless it is a Warcraft? Then it is almost. Ding! According to the energy points, it is found that the body can be strengthened. Host: Alan Gale. Constitution, weak. Optional enhancements: Constitution, Strength, Agility, Intelligence, Charisma. Alan couldn't wait to open the system. This system is indeed very practical. With just a thought, everything within his sight can be strengthened. Even his own body can be strengthened. This is the so-called point-adding system for everything. If Alan wants to strengthen the stones on the roadside, he can do so as long as he has energy points. However, he was certainly not stupid. After thinking for a moment, Alan decided to strengthen the energy points to his physique. I hope that the improvement of my physical fitness can solve the problem of my original weakness and inability to cultivate fighting spirit. In addition to aristocratic status, Fighting spirit is the most important means to change destiny and status. If the two can complement each other, then Alan will be more at ease. The original owner was born prematurely and her body was always weak and unable to learn fighting spirit. Ding. Host, are you sure you want to use 10 energy points to strengthen your physique? Sure, Alan said without hesitation. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Your physique has been strengthened successfully. Host, Alan Gale. Constitution, normal. Strength, 2.7. Agility, 1.5. Intelligence, 1.6. Charm, 2.3. Haha, it really works. Alan was extremely happy after seeing the data fed back by the system. He swung the cross sword at his waist. Alan had previously found it difficult to swing this two-handed sword, which weighed 2 or 3 kilograms, but now, even with one hand, he felt no discomfort. In addition to the improvement in his physical condition, Alan also felt refreshed, and the fatigue he had just felt disappeared without a trace, as if he could easily run 10 miles with a horse on his back. However, this was clearly just an illusion, a perception error. If he truly wanted to run 10 miles carrying a horse, he would have to cultivate a dochi seed. Thinking of this, Alan immediately tried to circulate his fighting spirit. As he shouted softly, a faint red light flashed across Alan's palm. Haha, I succeeded. I can finally practice fighting spirit. Huh. Alan laughed. He was extremely excited at this moment. The castle of the Gale family is located on the high ground on the banks of the Mira River, with no hills around it. For defense, there is a moat around the castle that is 10 meters wide and 5 meters deep. The castle walls were 10 meters high, with no gardens or magnificent domes, just a solid fortress built of bluestone. Compared to the castles of the great nobles, it seemed rather shabby. However, this castle was the undisputed symbol of power within a 30-mile radius. Outside the castle, on the road leading to Wheatfield Town, a knight, covered in dust, galloped towards them. The sound of horse hooves alerted the guards, who immediately dropped their stakes and placed their hands on their sword hilts. However, as the knights approached, the guards froze. Master Alan? Alan slowed down his horse, dismounted gracefully, and handed the reins to the guard. Help me feed the horse. After saying this, he walked across the drawbridge and entered the castle. In the castle's vestibule, a maid was cleaning the windows. Seeing Alan coming, she immediately greeted him. Master Alan. The maid's tone was respectful, but with a hint of doubt. Master Alan seems a little different today. Alan said nothing more and continued to walk towards the living room. At this time, Mrs. Mary was lying on the sofa, her long brown hair loose, and her purple silk dress draped lightly, showing her figure perfectly. Alan had to admit that although Lady Mary was mean to him, her appearance did give her the capital to prevent her father from interfering. He did not stop and continued to walk into the living room. Mrs. Mary's personal maid also looked at Alan at this time, with some disdain in her eyes. Although the maid was indifferent to Alan, her figure and temperament were comparable to those of Lady Mary. Alan knew that this maid was also an important member of the family, and both her father and Lady Mary's son coveted her. Chapter 4. Extorting a dividend. As soon as Alan entered the room, Lady Mary sat up lazily, with a hint of impatience in her eyes. Her original, elegant temperament was instantly broken by Alan's appearance. Why are you back so soon? She asked lazily, her tone devoid of concern. Madam Mary, it doesn't seem to make any difference whether I return early or late for the ceremony, right? Alan deliberately avoided the main point with a hint of provocation. Lady Mary nodded, her face calm, but she instructed coldly. Since you're back, go clean up the horse manure in the stable. It's been piling up for several days, and it's almost suffocating. Alan's face suddenly darkened, and anger rose in his heart, but he held it back and just looked at Lady Mary with a provocative look. Lady Mary frowned and instinctively tilted her body downward, sensing that Alan's gaze was no longer as innocent as before. Why? You're not going. Lady Mary finally spoke coldly, a hint of disdain in her voice. Do you think your independence is growing stronger as the day of your departure approaches? Alan smiled lightly and retracted his gaze, his tone revealing a hint of challenge. Madam Mary, indeed, I feel my wings have grown stronger. This time I met a nobleman in St. Bit City. He is willing to hire me to manage his estate, and I am leaving today. You? To manage the manor? Lady Mary raised an eyebrow, a hint of suspicion in her tone. She finally understood that there was a reason for Alan's change. But what was the point of managing the manor? She just thought it would save her trouble. Since you want to go, then go ahead, she replied indifferently. Alan, however, did not leave immediately. Instead, with a sinister smile, he said, Madam Mary, I will go later, but I remember my father told me that he would give me 10 gold coins as compensation when I leave. Huh. Madame Mary slapped the armrest of the sofa, a flash of anger in her eyes. 10 gold coins, are you dreaming? When did your father tell me that? How come I didn't know? In this world, a single gold coin was worth the equivalent of 10,000 yuan in the previous life, while the annual income of an average baron was only 70 or 80 gold coins. Lady Mary couldn't imagine that taking 10 gold coins from her would be harder than killing her. My father told me this after dinner half a month ago. That's why I promised not to compete with Nick for Cassie Farm. Alan said lightly, with a hint of disdain in his words. Cassie Farm was originally a reward for his father's military exploits, a piece of land that, though barren, was enough for Alan to be knighted. Although Alan was the second son, his age and powerful background gave him a natural advantage in the fight for this land. Madame Mary sneered. With your ability, you think you can be canonized? You should practice your fighting spirit first. Alan ignored her sarcasm and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Fighting spirit, I will be able to practice it soon, he said lightly. Then, a red light suddenly flashed in the living room. Although it was extremely weak, it was enough to startle both Lady Mary and the cold and beautiful maid. How could you? Lady Mary looked at Alan in shock. Nothing is impossible, Madame Mary. As for why you didn't know, do you think that the noble recruited me to manage the manor just because he had a fancy for me? Alan smiled slightly, with a hint of provocation in his tone. Also, the reason I didn't fight for the Cassie Farm is because that noble is a viscount, and I think that has more prospects. If you can't meet my conditions, considering your attitude towards me over the years, I don't rule out waiting for father to return to discuss it. At this time, Alan's father was away fighting, taking his eldest son and 200 soldiers to the British earldom to quell a rebellion. Alan knew that his father would be back around this time. If you don't agree, wait until your father comes back. Alan looked at Madame Mary with a provocative smile. Madame Mary's face instantly turned gloomy, and finally she gritted her teeth and said, 3 gold coins at most. 10 gold coins, not one less. Alan responded uncompromisingly. Fine, 5 gold coins, I won't add any more. Lady Mary was clearly furious. Then 8 gold coins, plus Thomas the valet. Alan continued negotiating. Lady Mary's eyes widened, clearly surprised that Alan would actually ask for Thomas. Thomas was a domestic servant and one of the candidates she had arranged for future housekeepers. 4 gold coins, plus Thomas. Lady Mary gritted her teeth, clearly feeling a bit put off. What? You've reduced it? Alan raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. This is the final condition. Otherwise, wait for your father to come back. Lady Mary seemed somewhat helpless. Alan was actually quite satisfied. Conventionally, getting a few dozen silver coins from this deal would have been quite good, and Lady Mary's concession was the limit. Suddenly, his eyes swept over Caroline, the cold and beautiful maid beside Lady Mary. If Lady Mary can't satisfy me, then I still want Thomas and Caroline. Alan's tone was relaxed, but with an obvious threat. Madame Mary's expression suddenly changed. You're crazy. Caroline's expression changed drastically as she glared at Alan. You're dreaming. I'm Madame's personal maid. Alan smiled slightly and turned his gaze to Lady Mary. Madam, Caroline is indeed too beautiful. It is not safe for her to stay in the castle. As you know, my father has some problems, and Nick has begun to have feelings for Caroline. Mrs. Mary was silent for a moment, with a hint of hesitation in her eyes. I promise you, for gold coins, Thomas and Caroline. But you promise not to ask the family for any help in the future, especially money. No problem, deal. If you are worried, I can write a letter of guarantee. Alan said contentedly. Chapter 5 Lilia. Until Alan went to the bathroom to wash up, the personal maid Caroline was still sitting in a corner of the living room sobbing. The floor was covered with crystal tears, and she looked so pitiful that it made people feel soft at heart. However, no one knew what Lady Mary said to her, but she soon suppressed her emotions and withdrew her tears. Then, Lady Mary turned around and fetched the indentures of Caroline and Thomas. Both of them were extraordinary, not just ordinary servants picked from the serfs. Ordinary servants only needed to sign a contract for a few years, but personal maids were different. They knew too many secrets. They had to sign a lifelong contract. Although they would receive their salary and could occasionally go home, their fate was in the hands of the nobles. The same was true for Thomas. He was a candidate for the future castle steward, so his status was naturally high. Being such a trusted figure, his usual treatment was certainly not bad. After washing up, Alan put on his ancestral silk dress again, not disliking it at all. When he emerged from the bathroom, Lady Mary had already sent a servant to deliver 4 gold coins and 2 contracts. She also reminded him that the other 2, taken away, were already waiting in the vestibule. The message was clear: pack up and get out of here. Alan didn't hesitate and immediately began packing his simple luggage. He had to leave quickly. If he delayed any longer, Nick and the guards who had gone to St. Peter's with him would come back, and then his lies would be exposed. He had little property and only a few sets of worn linen shirts. This silk dress was given to her on short notice just to show off when she went out. As for her personal belongings, she had almost nothing except a silver bracelet left by her mother. Knock, knock, knock. Just as he was about to finish, there was a sudden knock on the door. "I'll be right there." Alan thought it was a servant urging him to leave quickly, but the door was gently pushed open, and a thin figure quietly walked in. Alan was stunned, and the emotions that had been suppressed surged again. "Lilia? Why are you here?" Lilia was Lady Mary's biological daughter, but she was born to a previous husband. Her father was the eldest son of a Viscount family, but he died early on the battlefield. The most ironic thing was that before he could inherit the title, his family property was completely divided up by his two younger brothers. Lady Mary did not insist, and simply remarried to find another way out, which was not uncommon in the aristocratic circle anyway. Lilia could have stayed with the Viscount family, but without her father, she became a thorn in their side. Lady Mary, still harboring a shred of maternal love, brought her to their current castle. Alan's cheap stepfather didn't care for this burden and allowed her to stay in the city. Compared to Alan's situation, Lilia was actually doing quite well. At least she wasn't being oppressed by Lady Mary. Besides doing odd jobs, she had everything she needed for food and clothing. Although Alan's life was tough, he never took it out on the little girl. When he saw her crying secretly as a child, he would often tell her stories to comfort her, and they had some affection for each other. Over the years, Lilia had also secretly given him a lot of meat to eat. Lilia was a little thin, and although she was 13 years old, she looked like she was about 10. But she inherited her mother's beauty, with fair skin and delicate features, and at first glance, she was a beauty. Now she stood at the door, head bowed, silent, twisting the corner of her clothes in a daze. Alan sighed. He understood. The girl was there to say goodbye, reluctant to let him go. After all, in this cold castle, no one would truly care about her. Nick, that second-generation rich kid, couldn't even take care of her. She was thankful he didn't bully her. Lady Mary's thoughts were all on Nick, and her own daughter had long been marginalized. Alan was the only one who cared about her. But now that he was leaving, the child might not even have anyone to talk to. "Lilia, come here." Alan stood up and pulled her to sit on the bed. As soon as she sat down, the girl buried her face in his chest, tears quietly dripping down. "Guess what I brought you this time?" He tried to cheer her up. As she spoke, she pulled out 2 storybooks she'd bought in town, rare spiritual entertainment in this world. These were stories about knights and princesses, the kind young girls loved. Each was 7 or 8 pages long, made of parchment, and not cheap. Normally, Lilia's eyes would have lit up, and she would have jumped for joy. But today, she didn't even glance at him, and only whispered, "Alan, can you not leave?" This made Alan feel a little choked up. He said softly, "I don't want to leave either, but I have a new opportunity. This is my only hope of turning things around. But don't worry, I promise you, as long as I can stand firm, I will come back to pick you up." Lilia said nothing. At her young age, she naturally didn't understand what opportunity meant. She just felt that Alan was going to abandon her. Alan couldn't bear it and added, "I'll tell you a secret. Actually, I'm already a lord. As long as I can make it through this, I'll have my own castle and serfs in the future, and you can come live with me. I'll arrange the most beautiful room for you and buy you storybooks every day." The girl looked up, a glint in her eyes. You didn't lie to me? I never lied to you, right? I will let you live in my castle in 2 or 3 winters at most. Well, Lilia nodded slightly and finally smiled. She was still too young, too isolated from the world, and had no idea of the future. She actually believed everything Alan said. But Alan himself was unsure. That sea of death was not a place that anyone could escape. It was filled with chaos and danger. If he hadn't been desperate, he wouldn't have set foot in that place. He stuffed the storybook into Lilia's arms and continued to sort out the rest of his clothes. Lilia also quietly helped, folding his clothes neatly one by one. Her movements were so skillful that it was heartbreaking, as if she had long been accustomed to taking care of others. Alan had lived for more than 30 years in his previous life and had never learned to fold clothes so neatly. Chapter 6. Bad news, Lilia, take care of yourself. Alan whispered before leaving. It was late spring, early summer, the sun was not strong, and the breeze was gentle. He led Thomas and Caroline away from the castle. Looking back, the towering castle had shrunk to the size of a fist, yet his mind still clung to the figure weeping secretly behind the small window. He didn't know if he could fulfill his promise, but at least he had secured a chance for her. Before leaving, he specifically gave 2 gold coins to his butler, old John, and asked him to take Lilia to the Noble Academy for enrollment. The annual tuition at the academy was 2 gold coins, enough for her to study for a year. In the past, Lady Mary was reluctant to spend the money, so Nick was called back after only 1 year. Alan and Lilia could only read with the help of old John's private instruction, which allowed them to barely comprehend the text. Lilia, in particular, knew very few words, spoke softly, and had little confidence. Alan knew that if she wanted to marry a better-off husband, even a year of study would improve her chances. That way, even if something happened to him in the future, at least he would have paved a way for her. As for whether old John might embezzle money, Alan wasn't worried at all. The old butler had served the Gale family for 3 generations without a single mistake, making him a trustworthy figure. Furthermore, he had no children, so even if he embezzled money, he wouldn't have anywhere to spend it. As the castle receded behind them, Thomas kept looking back, a hint of reluctance in his eyes. As a candidate for the future butler, he never imagined that one day he would be taken away by Alan and leave this place forever. And the person who took him away was actually this young man who had always been inconspicuous. Strange, why does Master Alan seem so different today? He wondered. Thomas had entered the castle at the age of 16 and had been there for 9 years, taking care of Alan since he was a child. At that time, Alan was weak and often unable to do the work, so he would always take time out to help. In my memory, Alan has always been cowardly and timid, afraid to look people in the eye. Although he had changed somewhat after a serious illness 3 years ago, the word heroic had never been associated with him. Thomas, are you reluctant to leave this place? Alan noticed his expression and asked casually. No, it's just that this has changed too quickly, Thomas replied, his head bowed. The distinction between superior and inferior was ingrained in him. Compared to Caroline's fluctuating emotions, he remained calmer, though he still felt a little uneasy. After all, his family is still in the castle, and everyone is looking forward to him becoming the butler. Alan saw his dilemma and patted him on the shoulder. Thomas, I know this disrupts your plans. But as long as you follow me, your future achievements will be no less than they are now. Thomas had always taken good care of Alan over the past few years, so Alan naturally considered him one of his own. Meanwhile, Caroline lowered her head, her eyes still red. Although she was sharp-tongued and prone to scorn, she was essentially a woman of conscience. When Lady Mary was angry, she had found an excuse to send someone away, a gesture of help to Alan. Unfortunately, her long tenure as a personal maid, coupled with her considerable beauty, had fostered a certain amount of pride and vanity. Even if she occasionally helped, she always acted like, you have to thank me. However, Alan actually liked this kind of tsundere attitude and even wanted to. Well, he actually hoped that she would not continue to be trapped in this environment. Half a day after Alan left, a dusty carriage arrived at the castle. Inside sat 2 guards and a young man, none other than Nick, who had returned from St. Peter's. He had originally intended to just stroll around the city and give Alan a scare, but instead, he'd heard startling news from the port. Alan had unexpectedly won the challenge and become a pioneer lord. He'd initially thought it was a coincidence, but the more he listened, the more it seemed to ring true, even mentioning Alan Gale by name. By the time he arrived at the dock, the man was gone, so he had to rush back at lightning speed. Master Nick, don't worry about me. Where's my mother? Nick jumped off the carriage and rushed into the inner castle to look for her. Nick, where have you been? You didn't even come back for lunch. Lady Mary came out of the living room with a gloomy face. Mom, where's Alan? Where did he go? Nick asked anxiously. He's gone, Lady Mary said with a sharp tone. Did you know? He won the Second Son Challenge, got the pioneering order, and also got a war horse and a long sword. I don't care, I want that horse. He has become a lord, so he must have enough horses, right, Mom? Give it to me, what did you say? Lady Mary was stunned and her face turned pale instantly. You said he won the challenge? How is that possible? She grabbed her son's shoulders, her voice changing. Mom, you hurt me. But this is a rumor spread throughout St. Bit City. Everyone knows it's Alan Gale. How dare that boy lie to me? Mrs. Mary was furious and her hands became even stronger. I didn't lie to you. Let go, it hurts. Nick was almost in tears. No wonder he insisted on taking Thomas and Caroline with him before he left, and even took 4 gold coins from me, she suddenly realized. What? Even Caroline was taken away? Mom, how could you agree to that? Nick was completely dumbfounded. Half a month later, Alan and his 3 companions arrived in Shabak City, on the southern border. Standing outside the civil affairs office, he took out his letter of introduction and walked straight in. Although he had heard of the dangers of the Death Sand Sea, he still wanted to understand more before actually setting foot there. Are you Alan Gale? The pioneer lord. Civilian officer Rock, who was in charge of the reception, looked up at Alan in surprise. Yes, Uncle Rock. Uncle Frank asked me to come to you, and said you could help me, Alan said with sincerity and respect. Rock nodded. Since Frank introduced you, of course I'll take care of you. But to be honest, if it were 2 years ago, even if we were to open up new land, it wouldn't be too dangerous. But now, I advise you to change areas. Even if it costs a little, it's better than taking risks. Alan's expression changed slightly, and he whispered, I've thought about it, but I'm the second son of the family, and winning the pioneering order has already consumed too many resources. This is the only way out. Rock was silent for a moment, then sighed. Then I'll tell you everything. The Death Sand Sea, to put it simply, is a vast and dangerous desert area, comparable in size to an entire kingdom. It borders 3 countries, and is also home to forests and grasslands, making it an extremely harsh living environment. The sources of danger were countless, including magical beasts, dark creatures, human forces, and alien tribes. However, the most terrifying were precisely the refugee tribes that had survived the Sea of Sand. They live around the oasis, have no laws to speak of, and rely on fists to speak. Over the years, these tribes have developed various forces, from small villages to large tribes that control large areas of the oasis. Alan, listen to me. Ordinary forces are easy to deal with, but you must be careful of the agents sent by the other 2 kingdoms. In order to control the desert, all 3 of them sent their own forces in. But 2 years ago, our Falcon Kingdom's agents were wiped out overnight. Since then, our kingdom has completely lost its presence in this sea of sand. And I also heard that those 2 kingdoms secretly issued a bounty. Anyone who finds our kingdom's troops and provides clues will be rewarded with 1 gold coin, and a head will be rewarded up to 10 gold coins. And you, there is no doubt that you are on their bounty list. 10 gold coins. Alan's expression finally showed obvious fluctuations. Chapter 7. Drive Caroline away? A single gold coin, for an ordinary person, could completely change their fate. It was almost equivalent to the 10,000 yuan household of the 1980s and 1990s, enough to lift a serf family out of poverty and into prosperity. 10 gold coins was enough to make a poor person risk his life, even if it meant risking his life. That's right. That's why I suggest you find another place to explore. Rock looked at Alan with a hint of pity in his tone. Alan nodded slightly, but his expression was firm. Uncle Rock, I know your good intentions, but I have no choice. I have to take this chance. Since you've made up your mind, I can only wish you good luck, kid. Rock patted his shoulder and spoke earnestly. After finding out the news, Alan didn't stay long. He took out 2 silver coins to express his gratitude. However, Rock declined the offer, and Alan didn't insist. However, he knew in his heart that Rock had a good impression of him. The identity of Shabak City's civil administrator would be very useful in the future, so Alan naturally had to establish good relationships in advance. Master Alan, you're out. Thomas and Caroline were still standing at the door. Thomas remained respectful as always, while Caroline pouted, still looking impatient. She muttered something about hot and hungry under her breath, not loud, but not concealing it. Let's go. Let's find a place to have lunch. He had a basic understanding of the situation in the Death Sand Sea, and now it was time to find a way to open it up. If he were to move to another area, he could post a recruitment notice along the way, revealing his identity as a pioneer lord and attracting some free people to join. After all, the first 3 years of tax exemption, rations, and rent exemption were a godsend for serfs. But Alan didn't do that for a simple reason. He was poor. Although he had 2 gold coins, he couldn't even support a few families. How could he dare to advertise his recruitment? So he planned to recruit more people in Shabak City. After all, there were many people here who knew desert life. Picking a few families willing to fight with him was better than bringing a bunch of encumbrances with him. He had originally planned to carefully select a dozen or so households, starting with a farm, and then slowly expand after accumulating experience. But after hearing Rock's warning, he realized that this plan might not work. If he really tried to recruit people in the city in a high-profile manner, he would probably be killed before he even entered the desert. The 10 gold coins reward was no mere talk. Thinking about it now, he really regretted not picking up a few more households along the way. Full of thoughts, he took 2 servants into a roadside inn, intending to eat while thinking about the solution. The inn was not big and the environment was not good, but at least it was clean and there were a few skinned hairs hanging on the wall. Remembering that he had been eating hard black bread and bitter bacon for the past few days, he decided to improve his diet. "Excuse me, what would you like to order?" The shop owner greeted him enthusiastically. "How much is a rabbit?" 20 copper coins, cooking for free. "Then give me 1, stew half and roast half. Be quick." The boss was overjoyed when he heard this, and immediately turned around and started working. At this time, Alan suddenly heard a cold snort in his ear. A nobleman eating at a street stall? How shameful. Caroline covered her mouth and nose, her eyes filled with disgust. She covered it tightly with a silk scarf, as if afraid of contaminating her breath. Alan sighed and didn't care. He guessed correctly that day. Lady Mary had probably told her something before she left. She had come with a mission. Although she'd agreed to go along, she hadn't been in a good mood the entire way. She looked reluctant to do anything, and her attitude was appalling. But Alan wasn't in a hurry to deal with her. The most important thing right now was to survive and gain a foothold. Caroline, we're on the road, so we don't mind eating anywhere. Besides, this rabbit meat is fresh, so it's fine. Thomas saw the tense atmosphere and hurried to smooth things over. Caroline rolled her eyes, but didn't say anything else. Suddenly, Alan noticed that 5 people at the neighboring table had been secretly looking over here. He instinctively raised his head and glanced. 4 of them were wearing coarse cloth shirts, and only one was wearing a worn silk dress. The dress had long faded, even more antique than the one heirloom he was wearing. These people weren't looking at him, but at Caroline with intense gazes. Although she had been traveling extensively for the past few days, her fair skin and elegant demeanor made it clear she wasn't from an ordinary background. In a marginal city like Shabak, women like this were extremely rare. The men seemed to sense Alan's attention and immediately averted their gaze. However, Alan's enhanced hearing still managed to pick up some key words from their whispered conversation. Beautiful, valuable, only 5 of us. He looks like a noble, what a shame. Alan narrowed his eyes, his guard rising, but there was no need to act yet. At this moment, the stewed rabbit meat was served, its aroma wafting through his nose. Alan didn't care, grabbing his knife and fork and digging in with gusto. Thomas and Caroline stood by, waiting, very politely. When Alan finished, he waved his hand for them to join him. Thomas immediately bowed, then carefully moved the remaining rabbit to the next table, and the 2 of them began to eat. To accommodate them, Alan had already cut up the rabbit meat. Although the 2 of them ate the leftovers, the quantity and quality were not bad. This stuff is so disgusting, I can't even swallow it. Caroline started complaining again after just 2 bites. Alan frowned at this, but he didn't seem to mind it, and yet Caroline started throwing a tantrum again. The stall owner's face turned green, and he stood in the corner, bewildered. Alan suddenly looked at the people at the next table, and an idea popped into his mind. Perhaps these guys can be of use. He raised the corner of his mouth and slammed the table. Bang! Caroline, do you still know who you are? You are my servant, and I, the young master, haven't said anything, but you are the first to find fault? If you don't want to follow me, then leave now. Here's your contract. Take it and get out. Caroline was stunned. She had indeed been grumbling the entire way, holding back her anger. She had a problem with Alan because he had forced her away from the lady. She had originally planned to serve the lady for 10 years, waiting for the lady to find her a nobleman to marry so that she could become a noblewoman. But now, she felt her future was ruined, and she had to live with a failed second son. In fact, Lady Mary had long told her to feign obedience, looking for an opportunity to steal the contract and run back. So she had been rude throughout the journey, hoping to force Alan to ask for his departure. Unexpectedly, this moment would actually come. At first, she felt a little aggrieved, but after seeing the contract actually appear in her hands, she was completely thrilled. Master Alan, are you serious? Her eyes lit up, and even her voice trembled. Here go. Alan waved his hand impatiently. Fearing he might change his mind, she quickly put the contract away, lifted her skirt, and ran down the street without a glance back. Thank you, master. She bowed before leaving, looking like she had found a treasure. Chapter 8. Not the Wrong Road, Master. Thomas was still holding half a piece of leftover roasted rabbit in his hand. He was a little confused after seeing the scene just now. But Alan waved his hand. Don't plead for her. She has shown me no respect for more than 10 days. I have had enough. Thomas opened his mouth, but in the end, nothing came out. But when his eyes fell on the direction Caroline left, there was still a hint of worry in his expression. Caroline had always been with Lady Mary, and had been spoiled since she was a child. She had no idea of the risks outside. Especially in this borderland, a woman of her beauty traveling alone would be a walking target. Having been raised from serfs, he knew all too well the darkness outside. Thus, of the original 3-person team, only 2 remained on the journey. At this moment, the 5 people at the previous table also stood up, pretending to be passers-by, pulling the carriage and slowly heading in the direction Caroline had left. Alan glanced at them and found that their broth was not yet finished, and a smile quietly curled up at the corner of his mouth. He didn't rush to leave, but sat back down, patiently waiting for Thomas to finish his meal. Caroline trotted all the way until she was out of the gates of Shabak City, finally stopping. She clutched her contract tightly in her hand, still immersed in the excitement of being free. But as she stood at the end of this unfamiliar road, her joy was quickly replaced by unease. The journey back to Gaelic territory would take at least 2 weeks. Alone, and as a woman, this journey would be far from easy and potentially fraught with danger. Not to mention, she knew she was pretty, and the chances of getting into trouble on the street were only going to increase. What should I do now? She felt around her waist. Luckily, she had a few silver coins, enough for the journey. But she also knew that returning home alone was almost impossible. At this moment, a gentle male voice came from behind her. "Miss, please make way." She quickly stepped aside and turned around to see a middle-aged man in a slightly worn silk dress pulling a carriage past. There were several servants accompanying them, and they looked like the leader of a caravan. "Thank you for making way, beautiful lady," the man said politely, bowing slightly, his manners very appropriate. Caroline's eyes lit up, and she immediately had an idea. "Sir, where are you going?" The man smiled and replied, "We just purchased some goods from Shabak and are planning to send them back to the northern part of the kingdom." North. She was delighted. Shabak was in the south, and Gaeland was in the heart of the kingdom, so they were in the same direction. Even if they weren't going to the same place, as long as they could get away from the border, she would be much safer. "Sir, I'm also heading to the northern part of the kingdom. I wonder if I could come with you? I'm willing to pay 50 copper coins as a reward." The man looked her up and down and nodded gently. "Miss, you don't look like a bad person. Come with us." "Thank you so much." Caroline was overjoyed. Although she was somewhat wary, she had no better solution. Furthermore, since she had encountered this on her own and hadn't gone to the city to seek help, the risk was relatively low. Afterwards, she followed this good caravan northward. The middle-aged man even kindly let her sit down at the side of the carriage to rest. Caroline sighed inwardly. What good luck! She glanced back in the direction of Shabak, and the last of her worries faded. She was in such a hurry to leave because she was afraid Alan would change his mind and come back to take her back. As they headed north, the number of people gradually thinned out. Just as she relaxed her guard, the carriage suddenly veered off the main road and turned onto a weed-covered path. This side road was deserted and quiet, with only the sound of horse hooves and rolling wheels. Caroline's heart tightened, and she felt something was wrong. "Mr. Lanka, are we going the wrong way?" "To go north, just follow the main road." The middle-aged man, also known as Lanka, suddenly stopped and smiled meaningfully. "That's right, miss. If we keep going straight, we will reach the Death Sand Sea." "Death Sand Sea? Didn't we agree to go north?" I'm not going. I'm going on my own." Her voice trembled. Her intuition told her something was wrong. But now, she was surrounded by 5 people, with no chance of escape. "Haha, little beauty, it's too late now." Lanka chuckled sinisterly and called on his men to act. Several men rushed over, skillfully tying her up and gag her with a cloth. "What are you doing?" "I'm a servant of the Gale family, belonging to Lady Mary." She struggled desperately, her voice slurred. "The Gale family? That's perfect. My status is valuable, and I'm beautiful. I can fetch a good price." Lanka grinned. He didn't move her immediately. Instead, he ordered the straw bags on the carriage to be emptied and Caroline stuffed inside. He then pressed other bags on top, completely hiding her. "Let's go. We're lucky today. We can exchange dozens of silver coins." The carriage started up again, gradually disappearing into the path leading deep into the desert. "Master, why are we going back again?" 10 kilometers away from Lanka and his group, Alan and Thomas were also heading north along the main road. Thomas was puzzled. After all, they had just walked this road that morning, and now they were turning back, which was really strange. He had originally thought that Alan was going to the manor to work as a steward, but why did it feel like this destination was getting further and further away? "Let's go," Alan replied simply. Thomas didn't dare ask any more questions. Although he was puzzled, he chose to remain silent. At this moment, Alan's attention was not on the road at all, but on the system panel in front of him. On the map on his panel, 6 small dots moved slowly. 5 of them were deep red, and one was a mixture of yellow and red. This was the system's detection function, which could display the terrain and distribution of living creatures within a 10-kilometer radius. It can not only identify people, but also animals, monsters, and even the degree of hostility. Green represents friendliness, yellow represents neutrality, and red represents hostility. The darker the color, the stronger the hostility, and mixed colors indicate a complex attitude. This precise marking allowed Alan to clearly see his surroundings. This function didn't require energy points. Just like the dark creature's health bar he'd seen last time, it was a passive aid from the system. And this time, the cluster of dots on the map clearly represented Caroline and her group. Chapter 9. It seems like we've stumbled on a point of no return. Alan had noticed something was amiss with those people when they were at the roadside stall. Although they were dressed like nobles escorting goods with servants, they had made a big mistake. Nobles never ate at the same table with servants. Just like what he had just done, a table could seat 4 or 5 people, but Thomas and Caroline could only stand. This was not because he was harsh on his subordinates, but because of the laws of the nobility. Nobles could be willful, but servants could not. Nobles were bound by their class, and servants who dared to cross the line would be punished, regardless of the reason. If another noble reported them to the civil affairs office, the consequences would be serious, even life-threatening. Ordinary people naturally couldn't understand such things, and would have ducked their heads and shied away from the sight of nobles. Therefore, Alan deduced that there must be something fishy about those people. Furthermore, the men pretending to be nobles had been secretly observing Caroline, but their gazes weren't one of admiration. They were filled with lust, like looking at merchandise. This immediately reminded him of a piece of news Rock had mentioned earlier, the slave trade in the Death Sand Sea. A light bulb went off in Alan's head, and he immediately thought of using this opportunity to plan the beginning of his own path to becoming a lord. So, he deliberately let Caroline leave, not only to use her as bait, but also to use her to train the maid. Fortunately, Caroline was indeed kidnapped by the 5 men. Alan watched them eat the rabbit while still glancing at Caroline, secretly feeling relieved. These guys left even faster than expected. I hope you won't let me down, Alan muttered to himself, leaning on the map as he led Thomas into the desert. Yellow sand filled the air, stretching endlessly before them, and the scorching heat from the sun was almost suffocating. If it weren't for the 6 figures ahead, Alan would have worried about whether he could make it out of the desert alive. The horse was almost exhausted under the scorching sun, so Alan had to dismount and walk. After all, the horse was worth a gold coin, and losing it was painful. He hadn't imagined that Caroline and the 5 men's lair was so far away. 5 days had passed, and they still hadn't reached their destination, and their water supply was almost empty. Alan thought to himself that if the water supply ran out, he would have to start early. At that moment, Alan's system map finally shifted. First, the outline of a basin appeared, followed by a small settlement within it. There were only a dozen or so houses in the settlement, and it was there that the 5 men had led Caroline. We're finally here. Alan's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately perked up. There are 52 of us in total. This doesn't look like a typical bandit den, but probably a regular gathering place. Half an hour later, on a sand dune, Alan and Thomas lay prone on the sand, quietly observing the front. A little over 200 meters away was the gathering place of the 5 people who had kidnapped Caroline. The gathering place was indeed small, with a dozen dilapidated houses scattered throughout. The houses looked to have been in disrepair for a long time and could barely provide shelter from the wind and rain. At that moment, quite a few people, men, women, young and old, gathered in the open space of the gathering place. Some were chopping wood and cooking, while others were barbecuing. Meanwhile, the 5 men who had kidnapped Caroline were comfortably reclining on stone benches, enjoying the villagers' hospitality. Alan noticed that although the people in the gathering place were busy, everyone looked at the 5 people with fear. Alan saw from the system map that the 5 guys were still crimson, obviously hostile. The other villagers were all yellow, indicating that they had no hostility towards Alan and were neutral. This meant that this place was not a bandit den, and Alan could occupy it as long as he got rid of those 5 guys. Thus, Alan made up his mind. This piece of land before him would be his starting point. Although it was not possible to openly expand the territory, it was possible to hide his identity first, quietly occupy a piece of land, and then declare his identity officially after gaining power. For Alan, the difference between the two wasn't significant. As long as he declared himself a lord within 3 years, the kingdom would assess his territory and population. Of course, the biggest obstacle was his lack of official pioneer lord status, which made it difficult for him to attract liberal democratic activists to join. But thinking about the surrounding desert, Alan felt that there was no big problem for the time being. Then, he turned his gaze to the south, where there was also a gathering place, about a mile away from here. These gathering places are not uncommon in the Sand Sea, and they are entirely determined by the location of the water source. This area may have been a lake in the past, and the underground water source was more abundant than other places, which is why the gathering place exists. However, Alan couldn't confirm whether these gathering places were connected. He would find out after he occupied the current location. "What are we doing here?" Thomas finally asked, a hint of panic in his voice. He lay on the sand, looking extremely nervous, not daring to speak loudly. After several days of deep desert exploration, and now secretly observing from outside the village, he had a strong feeling that this was not a simple matter. "Thomas, Do you want to be the butler? Alan suddenly turned his head, a cunning glint in his eyes. Huh? Of course I do. Thomas answered frankly. That's right, follow me. After dark, I'll take over this place, and then you'll be the butler here. Master, I do want to be a butler, but not here. This is the Death Sand Sea. You just want to be it. Okay, shut up. This is the master's order. Thomas completely collapsed, feeling in his heart that he might have embarked on a road of no return. As night fell, a bonfire was lit at the gathering place. Lanka and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief and celebrated today's harvest. They sat around the bonfire, eating barbecue, drinking bitter rum, and laughing constantly. Boss, why are you so happy today? Is it because of that chick? A younger brother asked mischievously. Lanka slapped the younger brother on the head. You f***ing knew and you still dared to say that. Hey, boss, we're just enjoying the moment. Don't worry. Wait until she gets to Red Wolf City, then we'll enjoy it. Lanka continued to laugh. Okay, boss. The others laughed together, the atmosphere extremely cheerful. Chapter 10. I want the camp, and I want your life too. With a creaking sound, the wooden door slowly opened, and Caroline trembled all over. She looked at Lanka, who walked into the house in horror, and the fear in her heart swallowed her whole like a tide. She had already heard clearly what these people were talking about these days. They planned to sell her to human traffickers after they had enough fun with her. And that meant that she would be sold to the slave market and become a commodity that could be picked by anyone. She thought of the women in the slave market, stripped naked and lined up, subject to commentary and bidding. She felt a chill all over her body, as if she had been thrown into an ice cellar. You don't come over here. Her voice trembled, and she shrank into the corner. Tsk tisk, it's truly a gift from the gods. Lanka admired her as they walked. Such fair skin, such a delicate face, much better than those in Red Wolf City. That little nobleman was willing to drive you away. He really doesn't know what's good. Don't come near me. I'll give you money, and I still have 5 silver coins. Caroline pleaded tearfully, her voice nearly breaking. Silver coins? Lanka chuckled. Girl, a beauty like you could easily be exchanged for a whole gold coin in Red Wolf City. And considering your identity, the price I can ask for will be even higher. He added, before I enjoy you, I have to take a bath. Gifts from the gods must be treated with care. After that, Lanka turned and walked into the cubicle, and soon the sound of water was heard. Hearing these noises, Caroline's face paled even further, and the last bit of hope in her eyes vanished completely. She had thought she could hold on for a while, but she discovered that Lanka was only trying to make her cleaner. At this moment, she felt only despair. She even had thoughts of wanting to die, but unfortunately, her hands and feet were tied too tightly, and she was powerless to resist. At this moment, she regretted it immensely. She shouldn't have left Alan so impulsively. Even if she had to stay by his side as a maid for the rest of her life, it would at least be better than being treated like a commodity like now. Alan, will he know I've been kidnapped? Will he come to save me? As soon as this thought came to her mind, Caroline herself smiled bitterly. She knew the odds were incredibly low. She'd left without warning, and Alan probably hadn't even known which way she'd gone. Furthermore, her attitude before leaving was so awful, Alan probably didn't even bother to think about her. Perhaps this was a punishment from the gods for her disrespect. But Caroline didn't know that the miracle she almost didn't dare to hope for was actually happening quietly. At this moment, Alan rebuked Thomas, who wanted to stop him, checked his equipment, and put on his leather armor. With his longbow on his back and his sword at his waist, he confirmed that everything was correct and then quietly crept towards the camp under the cover of night. At this moment, most of the villagers had fallen asleep, and only the 5 kidnappers were still chatting around the campfire. Alan slowly approached until he was less than 50 meters from the campfire. He crouched down gently. The buildings in the settlement were sparsely distributed, giving him a wide field of vision. He took a breath, slowly drew his bow, and aimed. What do you think? Can Boss Lanka keep fighting all night tonight? Oh my, such a beautiful girl. Just looking at her makes people crazy. I can play with her for 10 days. Haha, maybe the boss will be reluctant to let her go. Before he could finish his words, an arrow pierced the air. The guy who laughed the most was shot in the neck. His body stiffened, and then he fell to the ground with a thump, twitching as if he were doing a weird dance. The remaining men froze for a split second before they could react. A second arrow blasted down like lightning, this time piercing another man's throat. Blood spurted out, and he collapsed to the ground, motionless. The remaining 2 finally realized what was happening, their spirits trembling as they trembled in fear, looking towards the direction of the arrow. Alan stood in the darkness, longbow in hand, his eyes cold, like a grim reaper from hell. Enemy attack, run. These 2, usually predators of the weak, had never experienced violence before. In a moment of panic, they lost their way and tumbled into the darkness, fleeing for their lives. They didn't even draw their weapons, just ran with all their might. Unfortunately, no matter how fast they were, they couldn't outrun Alan's arrows. Although he hadn't been a soldier in his previous life, archery had been a long-held hobby of his, and his skills were undeniable. Whoosh! Another arrow shot out. One of them fell to the ground. Though not dead, he was hit in the calf and limped, still struggling to escape. Alan took a deep breath, took steady aim, and pierced the other man's back with his second arrow. This time, the man never got up again, falling to the ground motionless. The other man had barely taken a few steps when Alan, not letting him go, shot him down with an arrow. In a matter of seconds, all four were dead. The arrows rained down like lightning, the killing intent like a knife. A flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from within the house. "What's going on?" Lanka, upon hearing the noise, stormed out of the house. But the next moment, his pupils shrank sharply. The ground before him was littered with corpses, and the stench of blood filled his nostrils. He froze. Who are you?" He shrunk back into the door, his tone filled with fear. "The one who wants to kill you," Alan whispered back, drawing his bow again. The arrow shot out, but was blocked by the door with a dull do sound. Lanka, startled, simply locked the door and retreated back inside. Alan sheathed his bow, drew his sword, and quickly rushed to push the door, only to find it locked. "Hey, man, I don't know who you are, but we can talk." Lanka's voice trembled from within the house. "I, Lanka, always speak the truth. If you want this camp, I'll give it to you." He had already determined that the person who came was a ruthless person who wanted to seize the territory of the Sand Sea. After all, such things were common in the Death Sand Sea, but their place was too poor and no one came to seize it in the past. But the murderous young man before him was clearly not the same person he used to be. Lanka tried to stabilize the situation while frantically searching for a way to escape. But Alan sneered, his voice laced with ruthlessness. "I want the camp, and your life, too." As he finished speaking, he began banging on the door. Chapter 11. Being a Knowing Ghost. Feeling the impact, Lanka's face turned pale. He held the iron axe tightly in his hand and confirmed again that the door was bolted shut before he felt relieved. "Listen up, you damn bastard. I know the people from the neighboring camps. They'll definitely come over to help when they hear the noise. You won't even have a chance to leave by then. I advise you to get out of my gathering place immediately." Since peace cannot be negotiated, the only option is to make threats. What Lanka didn't expect was that after he finished speaking, the sound of the door suddenly stopped, and the outside fell into silence. Was he scared away? After waiting for more than 20 seconds, there was still no sound from outside, and time seemed to have stopped. Of course, Lanka will definitely not be fooled by such tricks. Regardless of whether the other party leaves or not, he will not go out before dawn. He leaned his head against the door, trying to listen more carefully to the movements outside. Just as he leaned his head against the door, Alan, who was standing motionless outside the door, smiled and then slowly raised his right arm. With a bang, an arm directly blasted through the wooden door, and the fist hit Lanka's cheek accurately. Lanka felt as if his head was hit by a stone hammer, and his mind went blank. With a snap, his cheekbone shattered, and he fell to the ground in a dizzy state. At this time, Alan leaned his arm against the hole and slowly removed the wooden bolt from behind the door. With a creak, the door opened. What Lanka saw was a slightly thin figure. He was drowsy but had no intention of resisting, only fear in his eyes. Anyone who can break down a door with one punch is already an inhuman being, or at least a knight with the title of fighting spirit. "Hey man, please spare me. I'll give you the camp and the beautiful woman in my house. I promise you'll be satisfied. Please spare me. I told you, I want the camp, and I want your life too. Besides, that woman is not yours. She was originally my servant." Lanka's expression froze, and he could vaguely recognize the thin-looking noble boy in front of him wearing an old silk dress. "It's you." Puff. A cold light flashed by. "I robbed your camp and made you a fool. That's even." Caroline could hear the noise outside clearly. She was surprised to find that the voice outside was very familiar, as if it was Master Alan. But how could Master Alan know that she was kidnapped here and come to rescue her? Moreover, even if Alan really came, could he defeat those 5 people? Following Lanka's scream, there was no movement outside the house. Caroline curled up in the dark corner. A moment later, a figure appeared at the bedroom door again. What excited her was that this figure was really her unbelievable Master Alan. The slightly thin boy was wearing a brand new leather armor. The long sword in his hand was still dripping with blood, and there was a coldness between his eyebrows and eyes, just like a cold and invincible knight. Is this real? But am I dreaming? Caroline felt a little unconfident because the only thing she was familiar with about the boy in front of her was his face, while his expression and temperament were completely different from what she remembered. Master, Master Allen, Caroline called out tentatively. The young man saw her clearly and frowned. Why is it you? Faced with questioning, Caroline burst into tears of joy because she was finally sure that the young man in front of her was her Master Allen. Allen took 2 steps forward and cut the hemp rope with his sword. Caroline, who was freed from her restraints, could no longer suppress her excitement and stood up and rushed towards Allen. Master Allen. No matter how proud and arrogant Caroline is, she is still just a woman after all. What she experienced today was like a trip through hell. At this moment, she just wanted to hug the person she was most familiar with and vent her feelings. What surprised Caroline was that when Allen opened his arms to embrace her, he hid aside in disgust. Let's talk it over. Why are you here? Allen said with disgust. Aye. Caroline felt a huge sense of grievance in her heart that she couldn't vent, and she couldn't even speak. Master, are you okay, Master? At this moment, Thomas rushed into the house with a broken wooden stick as thick as his wrist in his hand. I'm fine. Thomas. That's great. It's God's blessing. Hey, Caroline. Thomas widened his eyes. Thomas. Caroline finally stopped crying. Allen didn't prepare to explain, but just said, Thomas, didn't I ask you to watch the horses? Why did you come in? Master, I just saw someone on the sand dunes running towards a gathering place not far away, so I hurried to tell you to leave. Thomas then remembered the important matter. Master Allen, let's go. This is the Death Sand Sea. The people gathered here are extremely vicious and almost like bandits. Allen laughed. Thomas, have you ever seen bandits cowering in their rooms after being attacked? Thomas was speechless. Although the current situation was indeed different from the rumors, it did not mean that there was no danger. Okay, Thomas, I'll take care of the safety issues, but there's something I need you to do right now. Are you sure? I attacked your gathering place alone and killed several of Lunka's lackeys. Sir Val Ironhide, I'm sure I heard a loud boar-like wail coming from the open field. Then, looking through the window, I saw several of Lunka's men lying on the ground. I was so frightened I didn't dare delay, and came to inform you immediately. Then let's go take a look. Logically speaking, bandits shouldn't look down on a gathering place like ours, unless those guys in Lanka provoked them themselves. Boss Val, why don't we wait for the other people gathered there? There are only a dozen of us. It's too dangerous to go over there. Don't be afraid, guys. We're just going to go over and take a look. If we really want to take action, we'll have to wait for other helpers to arrive. Okay, Boss Val. Soon, Val Ironhide brought more than 10 of his subordinates to the area where Old Joe was gathering. In order to avoid being exposed, Val Ironbard crouched down and moved cautiously towards the gathering place. But he didn't know that the whereabouts of more than 10 of them had been seen by Allen from the moment they walked out of the camp. It wasn't long before Val Ironhide and the others finally reached the edge of the gathering place, where they could see the situation in the open space clearly with the help of the moonlight. The situation they saw made them gasp. At this moment, Lanka was hanging in the air with his neck tied on a wooden pole in the open space. Under the pole were his 4 subordinates. Chapter 12. The Dust Settles. Everyone, are you here to help Lanka? Just as Val Ironhide and the others were shocked, a cold voice suddenly rang out from their ears. Val Ironhide and the others froze and looked to the side, only to see a young man wearing leather armor and holding a long sword slowly walking out from the shadows. Several people suddenly felt a chill all over their bodies. Although there were many deaths, they also had the advantage in numbers. But this situation still made them subconsciously feel a little terrified. Don't get me wrong, man. We have nothing to do with Lanka. He offended you and was killed. He deserved it. We are just here to take a look. So you are not here to avenge Lanka? Allen's tone slowed down slightly. Yeah, we're definitely not here for Lanka's revenge, man. Okay. Allen nodded and slowly put away his sword. Val Ironhide and the others looked at each other. Are you putting away your swords now? Either he is a fool or he is very confident. The other party is obviously not a fool, so it can only be the latter. But it was better this way. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Hey buddy, let me introduce myself. My name is Val Ironhide, the leader of a settlement not far away. I just heard from the people at Old Joe's settlement that there was an attack there, so we came over to take a look. But, buddy, don't misunderstand me. We used to be very familiar with the leader of this gathering place, Old Joe, and we agreed to an offensive and defensive alliance. Of course, Old Joe was killed by his adopted son, Lanka, a year ago. After that, if it weren't for the fact that Lanka was Old Joe's adopted son, we would have even wanted to avenge Old Joe. So I killed Lanka, and you have no objection? Allen didn't expect that he could pick the right one so accurately. This really saved him a lot of trouble. Of course, He was able to stay here and wait for Val Ironhide and his group to arrive, all thanks to the map. The small dots of these people shown on the map just now are yellow with a slight red color, which means that they will not become mortal enemies with us, and at most they are just on guard. We have absolutely no objection. We are just curious about how Lanka managed to offend His Excellency. Although he is a villain, he has a very clear vision. He kidnapped a friend of mine. Oh, that's really damn it. Everyone was gloating. They didn't expect that Lanka would make mistakes. Since there is nothing else, you can leave, because this gathering place will belong to me from now on. I believe you will not have any objection, right? Alan stared at the few people again. The men exchanged glances and shook their heads. Of course not. The rules of the Death Sand Sea dictate that whoever captures the gathering place owns it. Since we killed Lanka, it's only right that we become the leader of Old Joe's gathering place. Very good, then let me introduce myself. My name is Alan Gale. Don't worry, I only dealt with Lanka because he did something too bad. Actually, I'm an easygoing person. I think we can become good neighbors in the future. Alan was very satisfied. Okay, man, we won't bother you anymore. Val Ironhide and others didn't stay any longer, said goodbye, and quickly left the gathering place. Val Ironhide, are we really going to let him take over Old Joe's gathering place like this? What else? He killed all 5 of Lanka's guys, and didn't you see his leather armor and long sword? Do you want to go up and see how powerful he is? Also, I'm pretty sure this guy comes from a noble family. Noble descendants all know swordsmanship. He's not from our Sand Sea. Nonsense. Aside from his weapons and equipment, his skin is as fair as a noble lady's. He must have just arrived in the Death Sand Sea, and Lanka and the others love to go to Shabak City to do bad things. He's probably from the Falcon Kingdom. A noble from the Falcon Kingdom? Could he be a pioneer lord? Everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. It's possible he's from a noble family, but he's probably not a pioneer lord. Have you ever seen a lord fight alone? Everyone nodded in disappointment, thinking it made sense. A few years ago, a group of lords from the Falcon Kingdom came here with great fanfare, each of them bringing with them at least several hundred or even thousands of men. When they arrived, these pioneering lords looked down on the dilapidated settlements like theirs and went directly to occupy the towns with oases deeper in the area. The final result was that they were driven out of the desert in disgrace. Okay, now that he's occupied the Old Joe gathering place, he'll be our neighbor from now on. Don't provoke him. He's the one who killed 5 Lankans, so he's definitely not someone to be messed with. I'll discuss this with the leaders of the other gathering places tomorrow to see how to deal with it. Master Alan, are you okay? Thomas and Caroline ran out from the corner. They all looked at him with surprise. If it was said that Alan had only vaguely made them feel more confident in the past 2 days, he was definitely a completely different person tonight. If they hadn't been together for so many years and were not sure that the person in front of them was the real Alan, they would really suspect that their young master had been replaced. Alan ignored Thomas and Caroline because it was really inexplicable. Fortunately, I am far away from the castle now, so there is no need for me to explain anything. After waving at the 2 of them, Alan looked at the person who had not left more than 10 meters away. It was this person who had informed Val Ironhide and others before. Of course, from the color of his dots, Alan could tell that he was not in the same group as Lanka. The reason I went to report and call for help was because I was worried about the safety of the camp. What's your name? Alan spoke just as the guy was trembling all over at his gaze. Boss, my name is Megan Sandworm. Megan Sandworm? That last name is really common. Alan kept a straight face. What's your relationship with Lanka? Do you have any objection to me killing him? I have absolutely no objection, boss. Lanka, that villain, has done all kinds of bad things and often beats and scolds us. We would be very happy if you killed him. We would have absolutely no objection. Megan Sandworm shook his head like a rattle. You heard what I said just now. From now on, this gathering place belongs to me, Alan Gale. Now, go to every household and inform them to rest assured. From now on, I will protect this place. Do you understand? I understand. Megan Sandworm nodded quickly. By the way, don't call me boss from now on. Call me Master Alan. Yes, Master Alan. Immediately, Megan Sandworm began to speak from house to house in the gathering place, finally making all the residents in the gathering place feel at ease. For them, it doesn't matter who becomes the boss here. The important thing is to keep them alive. Come on, Thomas. I know you have a lot of questions. Let's go inside and I'll tell you. Thomas will be the steward of his territory from now on and is currently the only reliable candidate. Therefore, Alan was not going to hide many things from him. Now that everything has settled, it is time to clear up his doubts. Caroline saw that Alan had never paid any attention to her from beginning to end, and the grievance in her heart surged out again. But in the end, she pursed her lips and followed Alan and Thomas without saying a word. After entering the house, Alan glanced at Caroline, but did not drive her away. He took out the pioneering order and told Thomas his identity as the Pioneer Lord. Master Alan, you are a Pioneer Lord. Thomas trembled and widened his eyes as he looked at the parchment scroll with the kingdom's seal. There was disbelief and excitement in his eyes. I originally thought that if I followed Alan, I would miss out on the position of housekeeper. But now that Alan has the status of a Pioneer Lord, doesn't that mean the position of steward is inappropriate? Caroline beside her also widened her eyes, her beautiful eyes full of astonishment. This piece of parchment is the pass to the noble family. That's right, Thomas. This is why I occupied this gathering place. I told you before that once we take over this gathering place, your position as steward will be secure. Chapter 13, Caroline's Punishment. Thomas's excitement was slightly dampened by the latter sentence. Master Alan, isn't this too dangerous? How about we change places? Thomas had no complaints about following Alan now, but if they were in this sea of death, the danger would be too high. Thomas, if I had a choice, I would naturally choose another territory, but the location specified in the development order is in the Death Sand Sea. And in the Death Sand Sea, where do you think there's any place that's not dangerous? Are you scared? No, Master Alan. If I follow you, I will swear allegiance to you until death. This is what Butler John taught me. Although his expression was a little helpless, there was stubbornness and persistence in Thomas's eyes. Very good, Thomas. I was not wrong about you. Alan was very satisfied, which is why Thomas was chosen. In addition to wanting to promote him, Thomas's character is very reliable, and he is not someone who changes his attitude according to the situation. After all, he was one of the candidates for the butler, and was also examined when Alan's cheap father selected him. Alan then told Thomas the news he had received from Rock. Thomas reacted quickly. Master Alan, are you planning to hide your identity first and develop your territory here as an ordinary outsider? Once you become stronger, you can declare yourself a pioneering lord. That's right. Master Alan, your idea is indeed very good, but the only difficulty is recruiting serfs. After all, without the status of a lord, and coupled with the barrenness and danger of the desert sea, no serf will choose to voluntarily surrender. Serfs are not a problem. As long as we develop well, it will be no problem whether we let them surrender voluntarily or by slaves. Alan was not worried. In fact, he had another idea. That is, there are so many forces of all sizes in this Death Sand Sea, and fists are king. As long as we can make the big fish eat the small fish, why worry about the lack of population? The only thing you need to worry about is whether you are strong enough. Master Alan, I'll go get the horses and belongings first. Thomas discovered that his young master now had a plan and was very opinionated, so he had no good suggestions. Go. With Thomas's departure, only Caroline and Alan were left in the room. Alan didn't say anything, and the whole room fell into silence. Caroline finally couldn't help but look at Alan with grievance. Master Alan. Don't call me Master Alan. We are no longer related. Caroline choked suddenly, and the big tears finally couldn't stop dripping down. Master Alan, Caroline knows she's wrong. You don't have to admit your mistake. Let me put it this way. I'll find time in 2 days to have Thomas take you to Shabak City. You can then continue back to Gale territory. Master Alan, Caroline really knows she's wrong. I don't want to leave. Caroline was anxious and knelt on the ground. If it were before, she really wanted to leave. After all, following Alan was far from her dream. But after experiencing the Lanka incident, she had a shadow in her heart. Even if she arrived in Shabak City, she did not dare to return alone. In addition, Master Alan actually became a pioneer lord. There were no other maids around Master Alan now. If I stay, won't I become the only maid? Maybe, later I can. Of course, even if this doesn't work, he should at least find a time when he is 100% sure it is safe to leave. In addition, Alan appeared in the bedroom like a knight and rescued himself. Caroline no longer rejects Master Alan. Even when I think about my previous willful behavior, I still feel guilty. With all these reasons combined, Caroline gave up the idea of leaving. This effect is quite good. Looking at Caroline admitting her mistake with tears in her eyes, Alan had already expected this. Although Caroline stayed for a certain purpose, Alan didn't mind. The world is bustling with people, and everyone is intertwined because of interests. Moreover, as long as this arrogant maid stayed by his side, Alan was confident that he could conquer her and make her obedient. Caroline, I have already returned your servant contract to you. You can leave whenever you want and come back whenever you want. Who do you think I am, young master? Caroline immediately handed over the servant's contract and said, Master, Caroline knows I was wrong. I just thought that there was no one else to take care of you recently, so I wanted to stay and continue to take care of you. If Master Alan has other servants in the future, then Master can let Caroline go, and then I will leave. Alan knew that the time was almost right, and only one final blow was left. After thinking for a moment, he said, "You can stay if you want. I do lack manpower to take care of me now, but servants who make mistakes must be punished." Master Alan, Caroline is willing to accept punishment. Caroline's heart suddenly became excited. Master Alan actually spoke. In that case, then stand up and bend down. Caroline stood up in confusion, then bent down as Alan instructed. Then, before she could react, there was a snap, and she suddenly felt a burning sensation coming from the fullness behind her. "Master Alan, what are you doing?" Caroline's face flushed, and she covered her buttocks, looking at Alan with shame and anger. "Punishment." Alan had an indifferent look and his eyes were extremely clear. "But isn't the punishment a cane on the back?" Caroline said angrily. She had originally thought that the punishment would be a whipping on the back with a bamboo stick or a wooden cane. This is also the custom in the castle. It won't hurt anyone, but it can teach the servants a lesson. Who would have thought that Alan would be punished like this? This is clearly taking advantage of me. But Alan's eyes were clear at this moment, which made her feel a little suspicious, and she dared not to conclude. "Sorry, I don't have a cane, so I just used my hands. Also, although the cane can't hurt anyone, it will hurt for a day or two. How will you serve me then? Of course, if you don't want to accept this punishment, you can choose to leave," Alan said as if it was a matter of course. Caroline was speechless. Was she still thinking about herself? "Okay, Caroline, I'm tired too. If that's okay with you, I'll lay out the blankets for the night when Thomas gets back." After saying that, Alan calmly walked out of the house, but when he reached the door, his voice was heard again. "Of course, the punishment isn't over yet. According to the rules, the lightest punishment is 10 strokes. But, before Caroline could respond, Alan disappeared at the bedroom door. "There's going to be a next time. Just think of it as being gored by a wild boar. Arrogant maid? Look at my PUA skills. Sooner or later, I'll be able to teach you to be a whimpering maid." After Alan left, his indifferent expression immediately disappeared, replaced by a comfortable smile and aftertaste. What does it mean that since ancient times, true love cannot be retained, and only routines can win people's hearts? That's it. Chapter 14, Gathering Crisis. Because it was getting late and for safety reasons, the master and his 2 servants stayed in the same room tonight. Alan slept on the bed, Caroline slept on the floor in the bedroom, and Thomas slept on the floor in the outer room. The next morning, when Alan woke up, the bed on the bedroom floor was gone. As soon as he got up and tidied his clothes, Caroline came to the bedroom with a basin of water. Seeing that Alan had gotten up, Caroline's pretty face flushed with embarrassment. "Morning, Master Alan." "Good morning to you too. Where's Thomas?" "Master, Thomas is in the open space. He has gathered all the villagers in the gathering place to wait for you." "Okay." Alan nodded, walked to the wooden table and prepared to take the towel and the copper basin to wash, because this towel was his, and the clean water was obviously prepared for him. Caroline stopped him and pursed her red lips. "Master, let Caroline take care of you with things like washing up." As she spoke, Caroline's slender, smooth hands had already immersed themselves in the clear water. She then took out the towel, wrung it dry, and handed it to Alan. It has been 3 years since the time travel, and this is the first time that Alan has enjoyed such service. After taking the dry towel and washing her face, Caroline took the towel back. Just as Alan was about to leave the bedroom, Caroline called out to him again, "Master Alan." "Anything else?" Alan asked doubtfully. Caroline pursed her lips and lowered her head. "Your punishment." Caroline had figured it out and accepted the first punishment anyway. If I refuse later, the first punishment will be in vain. So he simply let Alan finish the punishment quickly, and he really just thought of it as being hit a few more times by the wild boar. "Yeah, I almost forgot." Alan nodded and asked Caroline to pose. With a snap, the waves surged, which made Alan feel terrified. Caroline's posture remained the same, but Alan was not ready to fight anymore. "Okay, the rest will wait until tomorrow." But he still didn't give Caroline a chance to speak, leaving her angry and annoyed. When they arrived at the open space, there were already more than 50 people gathered there. Thomas saw Alan coming and trotted forward to report what he had learned. The settlement has a population of 49 people, comprising 11 households, including men, women, young, and old. This is also a common situation in small settlements. In the Death Sand Sea, what limits the population is not only food, but also water. This settlement relies on a single well for water, so the population cannot grow larger. Thomas originally wanted Alan to give him a lecture, to comfort him and establish his authority at the same time. But when Alan saw that they were naked, pale, and thin, with only numbness and fear in their eyes, he rejected it outright. Having lived 2 lives, he knew very well that the common people in these troubled times were actually the easiest to control, because their only requirement is to survive. They will support whoever can provide them with food to eat and prevent them from starving to death. On the contrary, empty talk, empty promises and ideals are completely useless. Therefore, as long as you can prevent them from starving to death, there is no need to worry about them rebelling. If we can do better, we can keep them well fed and clothed without starving them to death, and we can also gain their loyalty. After letting the numb villagers remember the face of him, the future owner of the gathering place, Alan did not delay and let these people start working. There are 2 kinds of labor that people rely on to make a living in the gathering place on weekdays. One is picking red dates in the gathering place, and the other is picking up iron pieces. Fire date, a tree-borne fruit similar to the green date in the previous life, is a unique specialty of the Death Sand Sea. As for the iron pieces, it is said that a devastating war took place in the Death Sand Sea in ancient times, resulting in a large number of weapon fragments left here. The people in the Death Sand Sea make a living by picking up these iron pieces and selling them. As for growing other crops like wheat and tomatoes, that is not possible, at least not in small settlements. Led by Megan Sandworm and the villagers, Alan arrived at the edge of the gathering place and saw the fire date tree. The fire date tree is very tall. The main stem of each date is more than 10 centimeters thick and about 10 meters high, and is full of red and yellow fruits. There are a total of 5 jujube trees in the gathering place. It is said that jujubes can be picked in all seasons except winter. About 100 fire dates ripen every day. Each ripe fire date can be sold for a copper coin. Such a high price? Why not plant more? Alan was a little surprised. 5 copper coins could buy about a piece of black bread, enough to feed a family of 4. In other words, 1 jujube tree can support 2 families. Even if we exclude the winter, it shouldn't be so difficult. Master Alan, you will know if you follow me to the yard, said Megan Sandworm. Such an important fire date tree is naturally surrounded by a wall. Following the Megan Sandworm into the yard, Alan knew what was going on. I saw that the soil in the yard was black, not the yellowish-brown color in the desert. The soil needed is different? Alan didn't know this before. That's right, Master Alan. If you want to grow crops in the Death Sand Sea, you must use soil from outside because the soil in the Death Sand Sea is poisonous. Otherwise, crops won't grow at all. And all this soil comes from the fertile lands of various kingdoms. 1 pound of soil costs 10 copper coins, which is equivalent to 10 fired dates. Can soil be sold at such a high price? By this calculation, 100 kilograms of soil would be 10 silver coins, and 1,000 kilograms would be 1 gold coin. Human flesh is not worth this much, right? Wouldn't the merchants who resell soil make a fortune? You have to know that if you want to cover an area of 1 square meter, you will need at least 30 to 50 kilograms of it. This is still a shallow laying, and you can plant some plants with short roots. If it is a large jujube tree, 1 meter deep is probably enough, and the area needs to be at least 3 square meters, so 1 tree will consume several hundred kilograms. Of course, although this industry is extremely profitable, it is definitely monopolized by some powerful forces. After all, there is a lot of soil in the Death Sand Sea. To be able to sell it at such a high premium, apart from the cost, the majority of the money must be from the monopoly. And it is not something he can covet at the moment. Master Alan, besides that, the fire date trees are very water-consuming. All the well water we use every day is used to irrigate them, and we can only drink muddy water. The amount of well water in the settlement area has been reduced by half compared to 2 years ago. I'm afraid it will run dry in a few years. Megan Sandworm's face showed worry and sadness. Without water, this land would be unsuitable for survival. The villagers have to find a new place to live. However, all the water sources in the Death Sand Sea are owned by others, so it is definitely not easy to find a suitable place to live. Thomas on the side also frowned. Our young master has just taken over and is preparing to develop it. This is definitely not good news. Alan did not speak, but walked to a corner of the courtyard. The only well in the gathering place is also in this small courtyard. Looking into the well, it is 15 meters deep and 1 meter wide at the mouth, and the well walls are made of folded and reinforced stones. At this time, the water in the well was at most about 1 meter deep, which was indeed not much. Ding, energy points plus 0.1. Huh, Alan was stunned. Before he could even start to worry about the well, a warning sound suddenly appeared. After looking at the panel, I found that my energy value, which had originally reached the bottom, had actually increased by 0.1. So, where did this come from? And I didn't do anything? Alan was a little confused. Chapter 15, Planting to the Ends of the Earth. Ding, energy points plus 0.1. Here it comes again. Just when Alan was wondering why this energy point came out, the system voice came again. He quickly looked around and finally locked onto a village woman who had already started working nearby. How many fire dates did you pick just now? Faced with the sudden question, several village women were startled, but still answered truthfully. Master Alan, I picked a fire date. I picked one too. Among the 5 or 6 village women, 2 spoke timidly. That's right. Alan suddenly became excited. If my guess is correct, the 2 energy points come from picking crops. As for judging whether it is accurate or not, that is also easy. Pick another one and see, just one will do. After receiving the order, a village woman happened to see a ripe fire date and picked it up immediately. Ding, energy points plus 0.1. I'm rich. Now there is no doubt about it. He found another way to obtain energy points besides killing monsters. Although the number of energy points obtained is very low, it is stable. In addition, as long as he plants a large number in the future and produces 1,000 or 10,000 pieces a day, that would be an extremely impressive number. Of course, why he failed to generate energy points when picking fruits in the territory in the past, but instead appeared in this gathering place. Could it be due to the plant species? At this moment, Alan glanced at the reduced map on the panel, and he immediately understood the next moment. At this moment on the map, the area where Lao Qiao gathered has changed color. A light green color covers the gathering area. Name, Lao Qiao Gathering Place, editable. Belongs to Alan Gale, host. Population, 53. Strength level, weak. Note, within the host control range, any output can increase energy points. Such a good thing actually happened. System, I want to apologize to you. I called you a loser so many times in the past 3 years. I misunderstood you. Alan sincerely apologized to the system that had been wronged for 3 years. It turns out that it's not the system that's wrong, but that I'm too weak. If he had a territory when he traveled through time, he would have soared to the sky long ago. After shutting down the system, Alan asked several village women to continue picking jujubes. And at this moment, he already had an idea about the future development of the territory. That is farming, farming, farming. Even if it is a desert, he will plant the fields to the ends of the earth. Ding, a power-up item has been found. Arid land polluted by chaotic elements. This land was once corroded by various elements, causing it to contain chaotic elements and unable to grow any crops. Options available for enhancement. Removes chaotic elemental pollution and restores moisture. Each time, each square requires 1 energy point for strengthening. Ding, a power-up item has been found. Fertile black soil. This black soil has medium fertility and suffers from slight water loss. Options available. Enhance fertility and water retention. Each cubic meter requires 1 energy point. Sure enough, the land in the Sand Sea Desert has really been corroded. Because he had energy points again, Alan's strengthening system became effective again. Although there are not enough points to strengthen it, it can still be observed. When he looked at the yellow dry soil, the conclusion given by the system was consistent with what Megan Sandworm said. The purchased black soil was fine. Of course, Alan is currently reluctant to spend energy points to directly strengthen the contaminated soil. To restore the land to a state suitable for cultivation, you need to first remove the chaotic element pollution and then restore its fertility. This requires 2 energy points, and that's only for 1 square meter. 1 acre of land is 666 square meters, which requires more than 1,300 square meters. With so many energy points, Alan might as well add them to himself, and then make money to buy expensive soil with gold coins. Of course, money can be used to support the soil, but water cannot be used to support the soil. At that moment, Alan looked directly at the well. A well nearing depletion. Water depth, 0.9 meters. Water production, 0.9 cubic meters per day. This well will dry up in a year. Enhanced options, increase water output, without compromising service life, extend well life, and enhance water quality. Each enhancement requires 10 energy points. I only have 1 year to live. This was something Alan hadn't expected, and it was even more serious than what Megan said. Fortunately, well enhancement is different from land enhancement. As long as a well has sufficient water, it can be used by hundreds of households. Now he can pick hundreds of jujubes from the 5 fire date trees every day, which means 10 energy points a day. He can strengthen himself tonight. Master Alan, Val Ironhide, the leader of the Ironhide gathering place next door, is outside the gathering place and said he wants to see you. Outside the gathering place, Val Ironhide was waiting. A head of dry, messy, and dusty hair, and a white man with noticeably red skin burned by the scorching sun for a long time, a typical redneck. The linen gown was washed white, but it had no patches or holes, which was the difference between him and ordinary villagers. Val Ironhide was also studying Alan. Last night, he also failed to see clearly the murderer who killed 5 people from Lanka by himself. Only then did he realize how young the other person was, with a handsome but slightly thin face. He was completely incomparable to the cold-hearted murderer from last night. Val Ironhide didn't dare to look any longer, and immediately expressed his purpose and invited Alan to go to the place where iron pieces were picked up. Because the areas for picking up iron pieces are divided, so that he won't go to the wrong area and get into disputes with other gathering places. Alan accepted it with pleasure, as he just happened to need to rely on Val Ironhide to understand the surrounding situation. Taking the bran bread brought by Caroline, Alan led the villagers on a journey to pick up iron pieces. On the way, from Val Ironhide, Alan finally got a detailed understanding of every aspect of the surrounding area. The largest force in their area is the Red Wolf Gang, which is entrenched in Red Wolf City. Below the Red Wolf Gang are some specialized gangs or larger gathering places. The weakest ones are these small gatherings, with numbers ranging from dozens to hundreds. Normally, the Red Wolf Gang and the bandits would not bother them because they were too poor. Moreover, the Red Wolf Gang also needs these poor guys to help them make money. Although the Red Wolf Gang does not collect taxes, the iron pieces they pick up must be sold to the Red Wolf Gang or its designated forces. If these iron sheets were sold in the outside kingdom, they would cost about 15 copper coins per pound, but they only sold them for 5 copper coins. Of course, the Red Wolf Gang did not do nothing. They helped them drive away the dark creatures. Because the places with iron pieces are basically areas where dark creatures live. In short, these small gathering places don't need to worry about the gangs or the Red Wolf Gang causing trouble for them, unless they are too wealthy and are targeted, or they take the initiative to provoke them. What they really need to guard against are other gathering places at the same lower level. Because there are no laws in the Death Desert, what matters is fists. Whoever has the bigger fist has the truth. Just like after Alan solved Lanka's problem, no one would stand up for Lanka. If someone kills Alan in the future, no one will stand up for him. Of course, the Lao Chao gathering place had an alliance with the Iron Plate gathering place and several other gathering places before. To put it bluntly, it means uniting together to avoid being bullied. Now that Lanka has been dealt with, Val Ironhide should also be thinking of pulling Alan in. After all, Alan is quite capable, and being able to get him to join would be a great help. But now everyone doesn't know each other well, and Val Ironhide's visit this morning was probably intended to build closer relationships. At the same time, I also want to determine Alan's true origins. Chapter 16 Black Nest City. After spending nearly half an hour, everyone finally arrived at their destination. The area where the iron pieces were excavated was the ruins of a huge city. It is said that in ancient times, this was the capital of a kingdom with a population of at least 5 or 6 million. In addition to the huge city in the center, there are 8 acropolis around it. Val Ironhide and others called the royal capital the Black Nest, which means the nest of dark creatures. It is an extremely dangerous place where mid- and high-level dark creatures appear. The area they excavated was one of the acropolis of Black Nest, called the Death Knight Ruins, because someone had previously seen a terrifying Death Knight appear in the ruins of the acropolis. At this moment, the Death Knight Ruins have already attracted a group of ragged men. Alan's attention was immediately drawn to the thick aura of death in the center of the ruins. The thick, deathly aura may represent danger to others, but to Alan, it represents an endless source of energy. Alan, this is your first time in the Death Sand Sea, so you might not be used to it. But don't worry, the area filled with deathly aura is located inside the city, and our picking up area is outside the city, so there won't be too much danger. Val Ironhide thought Alan was worried about the dark creatures and immediately tried to comfort him. Alan didn't explain and was taken to the outer city. Alan, this is the alleyway where Old Joe gathers, and that side belongs to me. You can't dig beyond this range. The villagers in your gathering place know this. Otherwise, it will easily cause trouble. Of course, if others invade your territory, you can also come to us, so that you won't be bullied by other gathering places. Good. Alan's territory is an alley, only 300 or 400 meters long. At this moment, the villagers belonging to him had already started digging with wooden hoes and shovels. There is a hole next to it that was dug a few days ago, about 2 meters deep. As for why the iron sheet was buried so deep, Alan only just understood. Before, he just thought that people picked up iron pieces just like picking up garbage on the ground. But Val told him that there couldn't be any iron pieces on the surface to pick up, and even if there were, it wouldn't be their turn. After all, the people who picked up iron pieces in this Black Nest area have existed for hundreds or thousands of years, and by now, I'm afraid not even a hair is left. The reason why there are still iron pieces to be picked up after so many years is thanks to the dark creatures. It is said that this Black Nest city and the surrounding acropolis are connected to hell, and dark creatures continuously emerge from there. Fortunately, dark creatures must live in the black fog of death. If they leave the black fog of death, they will die on their own within a few days. Therefore, although these dark creatures are terrifying, it is not easy for them to erode the entire world. First, they need to expand the range of the death energy, which means continuously using corpses to produce death energy. Although it is unknown where the dark creatures got so many dead bodies, they really did it. A dark creature nest breaks out almost every month. During the outbreak of the dark creature tide, all dark creatures were mobilized to bury corpses underground around the range of death energy. If these corpses are not cleaned up for a long time, a black fog of death will slowly form. Therefore, every time a tide of dark creatures breaks out, all major forces will take action to eliminate the increasing number of dark creatures. The corpses left underground were left to the poor laborers in these gathering places. All we need to do is dig out the corpses and expose them to the sun, and they will lose their effectiveness. The benefits they can gain are the equipment and weapons found on these corpses. Of course, weapons and equipment are just nice words. These corpses, without exception, have experienced the erosion of hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. Therefore, only fragments of the so-called weapons and equipment remain, and coins and the like have never been seen before. The only hope is that some of the iron sheets may be made of special materials, which are more valuable than ordinary iron sheets. But the probability of this happening is very small, just like picking up a coin on the street. Alan, I'm going to go now. See you later, man. See you later, Val Ironhide. After saying hello, Val Ironp went to the street that belonged to him. Val Ironhide, that's the guy who attacked old Joe's gathering place last night. Why does he look so weak? Could he be wrong? Peter Njofin, I just saw the bodies of those guys from Lanka hanging on a wooden pole. If you don't believe me, you can go and see. Also, I advise you not to provoke him. I think you would have wet your pants if you saw him looking so ferocious last night. Val Ironhide warned. Okay, man, I definitely won't mess with him. He killed Lanka, and I didn't even have time to vent my anger. His name is Alan Gale, and he's from the Falcon Kingdom. I'm going to gather everyone together tonight and invite him to get to know each other. From the Falcon Kingdom? Could he be a noble? If he's a pioneer lord. Have you ever seen a noble come to the Death Sand Sea alone? Even if he comes from a noble family, he's definitely a second-born noble who can't make it. So forget about the bonus. Besides, we're from the Falcon Kingdom. Have you had your conscience eaten by the Black Skull for thinking of this? Well, I'm just thinking about it. Even if he really is, I won't report him. Ever since the Falcon Kingdom's forces were driven away 2 years ago, we've been badly bullied by those guys. If there really is a lord of the Falcon Kingdom who can protect us, I would love it. Okay, that's it. Bring some goodies tonight. I'll introduce you to him. He's quite capable. With him joining us, we'll have even stronger self-defense capabilities in the future. Seeing Val Ironhide leave, several men and women began to greet him and looked at him from time to time while talking. Alan did not care and began to pay attention to the villagers digging in his gathering place. With a bang, a villager soon dug out the harvest, and several people quickly dragged out a body from the ditch. The remains had decayed to the point that only a black skeleton remained, and only a few tattered strips of cloth remained on the body. And from this rag, the villagers immediately picked off 2 pieces. Alan saw this and found that they were indeed metal fragments, which should be fragments of the armor that the corpse was wearing. The iron sheets are not seriously corroded, and are indeed very good raw materials after being recycled, which is more efficient than smelting from original ore. Of course, such iron sheets are not so easy to dig. A total of 35 people came to Alan's gathering place, and they could dig about 10 kilograms a day. 5 copper coins per pound means earning more than 50 copper coins a day. It was a job we had to do completely out of necessity. We were lucky to be able to dig up a body so quickly. But at this moment, Alan suddenly thought of something and quickly opened his system panel map. Chapter 17, Alan's Treasure House. Sure enough, could these bright spots represent metal pieces? Alan's system mini-map can be zoomed in and out, just like the online game map in his previous life. When zoomed out, the map's maximum display range is 10 miles, but many details will be omitted. After zooming in, the smallest display area of the map is 100 meters around. At this level, even basketball-sized rocks can be clearly displayed. At this moment, when Alan enlarged the map to the maximum, some changes did appear on the map. Alan had seen on the map before that there seemed to be some barely detectable white spots in the city. Alan didn't pay much attention to it at that time, but when the map was enlarged, he found that these bright spots were metal sheets. Of course, even at this level, 1 or 2 pieces of iron cannot be clearly displayed. At least only where there are large areas of concentrated iron will light spots appear on the map. After realizing the usefulness of the system, Alan's heart began to beat fast. Others rely on luck to dig out iron pieces, but he can accurately locate his subordinates. It is easy to dig a pit that is more than 2 meters deep, but the problem is that this 2-meter deep pit has to be extended for hundreds of meters, which is definitely a huge project. Especially when these villagers are not well fed, it is a complete waste of energy. If he could accurately locate the area with the most iron pieces and eliminate the area with only 1 or 2 iron pieces, it would not only save manpower and material resources, but also increase income. Stop digging for now, go over there. Alan did not delay and immediately called out to the dozen or so villagers in front of him. Although the villagers didn't understand, they still followed Alan's instructions and went directly to the base of a ruined wall. Then, Alan watched them digging with grunts. When they had barely dug half a meter deep when they suddenly heard a sound of metal collision in the pit. "Ah, I found it. I found it even at such a shallow depth." Several villagers hurriedly continued digging, and soon rotten remains were dug out. The villagers found 5 or 6 pieces of iron on the rotten corpse. "There's more underneath. Dig quickly." Before a few people could get excited about their find, several other villagers discovered that there were corpses underneath, and they started digging again. Not surprisingly, the second corpse was dug out again. In addition to removing 3 or 4 pieces of iron from the remains, a small piece of iron sword fragment was found next to him. "Master Alan, there are nearly 1 kilogram of iron pieces in these 2 remains. We are so lucky. This must be the extra ones deliberately hidden by the dark creatures. After all, this place is too secluded." Megan Sandworm seemed a little excited. If it weren't for Alan's order, they would never choose to dig at the base of the wall. After all, there are often stones at the base of the wall, which not only makes digging difficult, but also easily damages the tools. Although iron is not expensive in the Death Sand Sea, it is a considerable expense to ask a blacksmith to help forge it. Therefore, the majority of digging tools in most settlements are still made of wood. "Keep digging. I've always had good luck. I'll definitely provide you with a good meal in the future." Alan nodded with satisfaction. If nothing else, he was now 100% sure that his small map could detect the extent of the buried iron pieces. Afterwards, Alan went to find 2 other groups of villagers and assign them areas for excavation. This time, Alan did not directly locate the target, but instead drew a large circle. After all, if you can accurately locate something once, you can just attribute it to luck. But if you can accurately locate something every time, that would be too much. Expand the scope. Even if others have doubts, they can only be skeptical. "Thomas, I'll leave this place to you. I'm going to go look around somewhere else." After assigning positions to his subordinates, Alan handed over the supervision to Thomas. After all, he was obsessed with energy points. Leaving his own territory and approaching the inner city, Alan discovered that there were indeed forces entrenched in every street around him. Moreover, the strength of these forces follows specific rules, that is, wide streets are occupied by forces with more people. The small streets and alleys are occupied by smaller groups, like Alan and his group. However, as we got closer to the inner city, the number of entrenched forces decreased. The main reason is that the closer to the inner city, the more frequent the activities of dark creatures. Unless there are no more iron pieces to dig on the periphery, people in the gathering place are reluctant to get close to the inner city. Unless they are a stronger team with enough manpower to protect their safety, they will choose areas close to the inner city. Alan passed through several streets with a population of 200 to 300 people. This force was equivalent to the gathering place of 4 or 5 old Joes. After all, the closer you are to the inner city, the more iron pieces are buried underground, and the gains are proportional to the efforts. When those people saw Alan appear, the guards in charge immediately stared at him fiercely. Fortunately, Alan was just passing by and did not stay, so these people did not bother him. Roar! Just when Alan had been walking for more than 20 minutes and was still hundreds of meters away from the inner city wall, a low roar suddenly came from the front. Looking up, I saw a skeleton that exuded deathly energy and had wisps of green soul fire coming out of its head. "The food is served." Alan immediately became alert and tightened his grip on the iron axe. This iron axe was confiscated from Lanka. It is about 1 meter long, and the axe head weighs more than 1 kilogram. Although it is more difficult to wield than a longsword, the longsword is actually a consumable item. Alan was reluctant to use it to deal with low-level monsters like skeletons. As for the longbow, arrows also cost money, so the sturdy and durable axe is undoubtedly the best way to kill low-level monsters. The skeleton apparently discovered Alan and let out a demonstrative roar. He walked out of the ruined building on the side of the road and rushed towards Alan with a thigh bone that he had obtained from somewhere in his hand. Although the speed was slow, it was accompanied by the sound of bones cracking which was really creepy. Just as the skeleton rushed towards Alan, Alan raised his axe and swung it down hard. 80. With a bang, the skull exploded, and the soul fire inside was extinguished like a candle in the wind. Ding, energy point, +1. The system prompt sound followed closely. Alan's face lit up with joy. Great. From now on, I'll take care of this Death Knight ruin. Roar. Just when Alan was feeling happy, 2 more side dishes were delivered to his door. You came just in time. With the motivation of energy points, Alan was not afraid at all. He immediately stepped forward with an axe in hand. With 2 more bangs, the 2 skeleton soldiers fell to the ground again. Those skeleton soldiers hiding in the aura of death can only be Alan's meal, not to mention those who are basking in the sun. It's like a pawn crossing a river, never to return. Next, Alan stopped moving forward and prepared to sweep the area first. About half an hour later, 20 energy points arrived. You can choose to enhance physique, strength, agility, intelligence, charm. Each enhancement requires 10 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Your physical fitness has been successfully strengthened. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Your physical fitness has been successfully strengthened. When the energy points for killing monsters accumulated to 20, Alan did not hesitate and started to improve his physical fitness. With 2 physical enhancements, his physical strength has also been greatly improved. Host, Alan Gale. Physique, strong. Strength, 4.2. Agility, 1.9. Intelligence, 1.8. Charm, 2.4. Special, Bronze Junior Knight, 3 out of 10. Although the 2 subsequent enhancements were not as powerful as the first one. But this is normal. After all, the enhancement cannot be doubled all the time. In that case, Alan only needs to kill dozens of skeletons to have the power comparable to that of a bronze beginner knight. How could such a good thing happen? Of course, this is not really slow. After only 3 physical enhancements, he went from a weak 0.8 to a strong 4.2, which is equivalent to the exercise growth of others for half a year or even a year. With the treasure trove of the Death Knight ruins, Alan is confident that he can achieve a breakthrough of 10 points in strength within a month. Oh my god, isn't this faster than successfully condensing my Do-Chi seed? Chapter 18 Darkhound. Alan originally estimated that it would take at least 3 or 4 months for him to successfully condense the Fighting Spirit seed. But now his strength is 10 points, and he only needs less than a month, which means it is definitely faster than condensing the Do-Chi seed. Of course, the increase in physical fitness also means that the speed of absorbing Fighting Spirit will be faster, and the original 3 or 4 months will be shortened accordingly. As long as I can become stronger. After thinking for a moment, Alan withdrew his thoughts. He didn't mind whether it was pure physical strength or extraordinary fighting spirit. So, Alan was ready to continue moving forward. But just as Alan was about to search for ordinary skeleton soldiers, he suddenly felt an unnatural feeling in his heart, and Alan stopped. Well, this doesn't feel good. I've met a powerful guy. As his intelligence improved, his sixth sense also became stronger. Alan knew that he must have encountered someone who could pose a threat to him. Alan zoomed in on the map and found a red dot hidden in the ruins more than 100 meters away. After closing the map, Alan looked at it again carefully. Level 1 Darkhound. Strength, 3.3. Agility, 2.0. Intelligence, 0.3. This agility is even higher than mine. It was the first time that Alan encountered such a powerful dark creature. Fortunately, he has a system. If he is approached without noticing, even with his current strength, he would not be able to escape. After all, his agility was 2.0, and he didn't wear leather armor to keep a low profile, so the danger level of a sneak attack was still very high. As for why the Darkhound's health bar was not displayed immediately, this is because the creature's health bar will not automatically appear when Alan is unconscious. Otherwise, the health bar of any living creature would be automatically displayed, which would bring trouble to Alan instead of convenience. No one wants to walk on the street surrounded by dense characters and green bars. After discovering the Darkhound, Alan was not ready to retreat. He put away the axe in his hand, drew out his sword instead, and then continued to move forward as if nothing had happened. Seeing him approach, the Darkhound arched its back slightly and raised its limbs slightly from its prone position. Finally, when Alan approached within 3 meters, the Darkhound suddenly exerted force with its limbs and leaped out from the ruins like a cheetah. The bloody mouth opened, revealing the dark red fangs. "I've been waiting for you," Alan sneered, leaning back suddenly and raising the sword in his hand straight up. With a puff, the Darkhound directly collided with the long sword, and its lower abdomen was directly scratched by the tip of the sword. Oh! The Darkhound howled in pain, rolled several times after landing, and finally stopped after hitting the corner of the wall. However, the dark hound did not die. Instead, it turned its head and bared its teeth at Alan, staring at him with its blood-red eyes without pupils. Not dead yet. Alan felt a toothache. The dark hound's abdomen had been completely split open, and a large amount of black and brown internal organs were dragging on the ground. But it didn't look like it had been seriously injured. Roar! The dark hound bared its teeth for a moment, then exerted force on its limbs again and pounced towards Alan with its bloody mouth open. Alan quickly dodged to the side and chopped down the dark hound's neck with the sword in his hand. There was another puff sound, and a huge dog head flew straight into the sky. With a thud, the dark hound finally became obedient. Ding! Energy point +1. Damn, it's still a little bit? Alan was so angry that his nose was crooked. Each skeleton soldier killed by an axe is worth 1 energy point, and this dark hound is also worth 1 energy point. Is there still law? Is there still law? Roar, roar, roar. However, before Alan could calm down, his expression suddenly changed. 4 or 5 roars were heard not far away, and at the same time, the map showed 4 or 5 red dots moving rapidly. With such a fast speed, there is no need to think too much. It is definitely not a skeleton soldier. Alan didn't hesitate at all and ran towards the outside of the city. After running for 5 minutes and making sure that the red dot was no longer chasing him, Alan stopped. No wonder they say dark creatures are dangerous. It turns out they are talking about these guys. Alan put away his sword, and he didn't dare to underestimate the dark creatures anymore. Of course, no matter how dangerous it is, it can't stop him from earning energy points. One day, he would even clear the Black Nest. After continuing to move forward, Alan soon reached the edge of the outer city. At this moment, he suddenly stopped, because he found that the bright spots on the streets next to him on the map seemed a little different. In the white light, there was actually an extremely faint green light. Baby! Alan was a little surprised, and immediately walked towards the area where the green light was. However, this street was not Alan's territory, and his intrusion immediately attracted the attention of 7 or 8 rednecks on the street. These 7 or 8 people were obviously the owners of this street. They had not worked before, and were supervising the villagers' work with wooden sticks in their hands. Seeing Alan passing by without any scruples and finally stopping in front of a ruin, he immediately gave up. Holding wooden sticks, several people surrounded Alan. Hey, man, didn't anyone tell you this is our place? When Alan heard this, he realized that he had indeed walked into someone else's territory. However, he looked at them and said with a smile, "Are you talking to me? It's true that no one told me, but now I know. But what does it matter? What did you say?" Several people immediately showed anger. Hey man, say it again. The redneck, who was the most burly among them, pinched the wooden stick in his hand and raised it directly in front of Alan. Several others also approached Alan with vicious expressions on their faces. Boy, get out of here right now, or you'll be dead today. Alan grabbed the stick that was about to hit the other man in the face and said, You want to fight? Come on, let me see what you bullies are capable of. The strong man pulled the wooden stick in his hand with an angry look on his face, but found that it did not move at all, and he was immediately furious. What are you still standing there for? Get him! Immediately, a group of big men rushed towards Alan with sticks and fists. Alan sneered, exerted force with his arms, and pulled the stick towards him. The strong man was caught off guard and was pulled over suddenly. Alan raised his left foot and kicked forward. With a scream, the burly red-necked man was thrown flying, and he rolled on the ground, holding his stomach and screaming. The other big men were stunned for a moment, but Alan did not stop. He approached quickly, knocked one man down with a left punch, and sent another flying with a right shoulder kick. When there was no one blocking his way, Alan took 2 steps forward and then turned around again. After all, he was surrounded just now. Although he was confident that he would not suffer any loss, he was still bound to be hit by a few sticks when he was surrounded. Now that he broke out, he would not be injured. Damn bastards. Seeing that 3 of his men had fallen down in an instant and were now lying on the ground wailing like slaughtered pigs, he became so angry that he started cursing. But the bodies were very honest, and each of them stopped moving forward with a wooden stick in hand. Dare to scold me? Alan's face turned cold, and he immediately took a step forward. Stop, stop, stop. Man, you are so awesome. We admit defeat. We will give you this place, and we won't fight anymore. Seeing Alan charging forward with all his strength, the guy was startled and quickly took 2 steps back to stop. They also knew that they had hit a wall today, and that they could only scare the people in ordinary gathering places. The strange boy in front of them was so powerful that they definitely couldn't afford to provoke him. The situation of the 3 companions on the ground was also obvious. The worst hit were those who were hit by punches and shoulders. One of them had a deformed jaw, and the other probably had 1 or 2 broken ribs. If the fighting continues, they will all be disabled, and they have no money for medical treatment. So, there are pieces of iron everywhere, but there is only one life. At worst, they can just go and rob someone else's. This piece of land was snatched away last month anyway. As they spoke, they helped their 3 companions up and told the villagers to leave. Before leaving, I threw away the iron pieces that had not been installed in time. Hey, Redneck dropped some gold coins, not bad. Alan walked over with a smile. Although it was only about 2 or 3 pounds, it was still a trophy after all. As for whether it was a good idea to occupy the street like this, Alan didn't even consider it. If he was still a weakling just now, he would probably have been beaten to death. This is the Death Sand Sea. Even if your fist is so big, why not use it? Should we reason with them? Chapter 19 Mithril Dagger. Master Alan. A complete dagger was found. Megan Sandworm stared and presented a dagger to Alan. Alan took the dagger and found that it was intact, without any trace of rust on the blade or the handle. This is the green that you just saw on the map. Excellent dagger. A trace amount of mithril is added to the dagger, which can keep it rust-free for thousands of years. Sharpness, 1.5. Toughness, 1.5. Options to enhance. Sharpness, toughness. Required energy points, 10. The system gives the detailed information of the dagger. Apparently, this was the rare and well-preserved weapon that Val Ironhide had mentioned before. If you sell a dagger like this, it would cost at least 5 silver coins. Val Ironhide had once dug up a shiny piece of iron. It was only 5 centimeters long and was a broken sword tip. And thanks to the iron tip of the sword, Val got the price of 1 silver coin. This is also the reason why he changed his last name to Tiepi, hoping to gain good luck. Of course, nothing good ever happened to Val Ironhide again. The villagers worked until dusk. At night, this place becomes the territory of dark creatures, monsters, and wild beasts. 2-legged animals without claws and fangs are their preferred targets. Val Ironhide. Hey, Alan, how are you doing today? Not bad. Haha, that's good. I was worried that you couldn't adapt to the heat of the Death Sand Sea. Let's go, buddy. If we're too late, those monsters will come out. Val Ironhide organized the team and immediately returned to the gathering place with Alan. On the way, he remembered the party he was going to have tonight and immediately said to Alan, Hey, buddy, after you go back and settle the villagers, come directly to my camp. There's a party tonight. Don't worry, they're just the leaders of several nearby settlements. They're all very nice people. We've been together for several years, and this is how we've avoided being bullied. I'll introduce them to you so that everyone can help you out if you need help in the future. No problem. Alan did not refuse. Haha, then it's settled. However, next time we get together, we all need to bring something to eat. We can't eat for free. And today is your first time attending, so we're treating you. This is the character of the old rednecks. They will speak directly about their interests and will not be shy or feel that there is anything wrong. After 3 years in this world, Alan has gotten used to it. Of course, don't think that they are sincere people. The old rednecks are also very cunning when they scheme against others. He's even better at that aristocratic self-cultivation than any Oscar-winning actor in his previous life. However, that was in the aristocratic circle. At the lower level, it is still different. When we returned to the gathering place, the village women and children who stayed behind had already prepared dinner. Their dinner was simple, just a small piece of black bread and some sand mushrooms grown under the jujube tree. Sand mushrooms, fungi, are one of the most important sources of vitamins for people in the Sand Sea. Villagers only need to find wood from the wild where sand mushrooms grew in the past and throw it under the fire date tree, and they will grow naturally. There is no need to water it deliberately. When watering the fire date tree, the water will be automatically absorbed by the sand mushrooms. If there are no sand mushrooms, another way for villagers to supplement vitamins is to eat jujube leaves. However, the leaves of the fire jujube tree taste bitter, so people don't eat them much unless there is a food shortage. Master Alan. Seeing Alan return, Caroline Mary brought him clean water and a towel. Well, how's the situation at the gathering place today? Alan was very satisfied with the performance of Maid Caroline today. With me here, everything in the territory will be fine. I supervised the village women picking the fire dates first, and we got a total of 109. After collecting the fire dates, I took them to clean up the house. The adults, and we will have a clean house to stay in tonight. As she spoke, Caroline handed Alan a bulging linen bag, which contained the jujubes picked today. Please help me collect these fire dates. From now on, besides taking care of me, you must also keep an eye on the output of the territory. This matter is very important. Only by entrusting it to you can I feel at ease and avoid it from being embezzled by others. The iron sheets and fire dates from the gathering place are not sent out for sale every day. After all, The journey is long and dangerous. So basically I go there once a week or so. During this period, the preservation of jujube and iron sheets is naturally very important. Alan was not just saying this. Compared to Thomas, Caroline's abilities were no less. Not only can she read and do math, but she is also very bold and serious. If we give these goods to her for safekeeping, we can be sure they won't get lost. Thomas, on the other hand, can go to the Death Knight ruins to supervise the villagers' work. Hearing Alan's high praise, Caroline looked at him curiously. She wondered if Alan was fooling her. Why, you don't want to? Of course I am willing, but am I really that capable in your eyes? I can do it. Of course I can. He nodded with a clear conscience. After washing up and returning the towel to Caroline, Alan and the other two weighed the iron harvest they had obtained today. The most primitive and simple balance scale was used. It was not accurate, but it was pretty close. In the end, the harvest of iron sheets dug today reached more than 50 kilograms. Oh my God, so many. Megan Sandworm and several villagers who were helping with the transportation were stunned. Although they felt that today's harvest would be good when they came back, they did not expect it to quadruple. 50 kilograms of iron sheets are equivalent to more than 250 copper coins. Excluding the income from the jujubes, it is already equivalent to the income of 2 days in the past. Haha, it seems I'm lucky. Alan knew it well and simply attributed it to luck. Naturally, the villagers didn't think much about it and regarded it as good luck brought by their new leader. Of course, this is obviously too little for Alan. Therefore, he must increase production in the next few days so that he can speed up his farming. Guys, let me formally introduce you to this warrior who defeated the villain Lanka last night. His name is Alan Gale, and he will be our partner from now on. Next to the campfire in the center of the Ironbark camp, Val Ironbark spitted and pointed at Alan, introducing him to everyone. Opposite Alan, there were 2 men and 2 women, all of whom were leaders of the gathering place, and they were looking at him carefully. Alan was also observing the opposite side. He really didn't expect that there were 2 women among the leaders of the gathering place. It's not that I look down on women, but in this sea of death, it's not easy for men to survive, and it's even harder for women, not to mention being able to control a gathering place. Chapter 20 Thug Boy. Hello guys. Everyone was equally enthusiastic. A burly man on the far left stood up first. Hello, my name is Willen Hart. I'm glad you're joining us. Your record of defeating Lanka impressed me, but you seem a little thin. If you have time in the future, you can come and work out with me. I promise to train you into a strong man like me, so that all women will be unable to take their eyes off you. Alan, don't trust Willen. He's been picking up pieces of iron in the Death Sand Sea. It's not a big gathering place. He's exercising every day. He works so hard and spends all his money just to fill his stomach. It's not worth it at all. Also, women avoid him when they see him, for fear of being crushed to death by him. If you don't believe me, ask Leona Goldfish yourself. A thin man with neatly combed hair, standing next to Willen Hall, stood up and refuted Willen. Apart from his hair, the skinny man was wearing a patched silk gown. This is a rare sight in gathering places. By the way, let me introduce myself. My name is Peter Cowdong. Alan, nice to meet you. Peter Bulldong, are you looking for a beating? I practice and exercise every day, so what? Last time, those guys from Baru bothered you. I beat them away with a few punches. Otherwise, you would have been beaten into a pig's head by them. Besides, you have the nerve to say that to me. The water in the Death Sand Sea is so scarce, and you still use it to wash your hair every day. Do you really think you are a noble? After the 2 men finished their introductions, it was the turn of the 2 women. The blonde woman next to Peter Dung stood up with a seductive smile on her sexy red lips. She did not speak immediately, but walked around the campfire and came to Alan. Before Alan could react, she lifted her hair, bent down, and kissed Alan on the cheek. I, Leona Goldfish, heard that you hung that Lanka guy on a wooden pole as a flag. I can only say that you did a great job. If you have time, you can come to my gathering place, and I will definitely treat you well then. Leona Goldfish threw another coquettish glance, then gracefully returned to her original position. Alan was stunned and exclaimed, "Wow! My family, I am so disappointed. A time traveler like me was unexpectedly attacked by a blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreign horse. Big horse, do you know the consequences of doing this?" Haha, Alan, you have to be careful. Leona Goldfish has set her sights on you. With her charm, I'm afraid few people can escape. No one seemed surprised by Leona's behavior, but instead laughed at Alan's reaction. Leona Goldfish does have a good figure. She should be older than Caroline and younger than Lady Mary, about 24 or 25 years old. At this age, she has grown up completely. The neckline of her linen dress is a little low. When she stands up, her white buns dazzle Alan's titanium eyes. Now, with kisses and flirtatious glances, Alan felt like asking if the final invitation would be genuine and what kind of entertainment method would be used. Alan, nice to meet you. You can call me Evelyn Flowers. Compared to Leona Goldfish, the last brown-haired woman seemed much more reserved. She just said her name and sat down again. Alan looked at her, but the woman turned her head away and didn't look at him. At this time, Valtapai had already handed over a wooden cup filled with low-quality rum, which tasted a bit sour. Welcome to us, my friend. Welcome to this damn sea of death, filled with chaos and fear. I wish you a bright future. Alan accepted it graciously and raised his glass as well. Thank you for your enthusiasm. It made me feel warm. I hope we all have a bright future. Cheers. At this time, Willen and Peter stopped arguing and raised their wooden cups to toast with everyone. After gulping down the sour and bitter rum in 2 gulps, Val Ironhide cut a large piece of rabbit meat for Alan. Try this. Leona Goldfish brought it back. You're really lucky, man. Leona doesn't always bring back meat. They prepared a lot of food tonight, including rum, half a roasted rabbit, mushroom soup, broccoli, black bread, etc., which was definitely a rich feast in this sea of death. Then I won't be polite. Alan followed the local customs and grabbed the rabbit leg and took a bite. The rabbit meat tasted crispy and delicious, and was even better than the one cooked by the stall owner in Shabak City. Man, this rabbit meat is delicious. It's better than the ones sold at the stalls in Shabak City. Alan did not hesitate to praise. Hee, handsome boy Alan, you have such a sweet mouth. It's worth it that I endured the smoke and roasting for so long. I'm really happy to get your praise. Leona Goldfish smiled like a flower when she heard this, and the waves in front of her began to surge again. Ms. Leona Goldfish, with all due respect, may I ask why you are so outstanding? Not only are you the leader of the gathering place, but you're also such a great cook. Val Taipian and his companions immediately put on strange smiles. Leona Goldfish's smile remained undimmed. I usually lead a group of good sisters to provide some services at the dancer camp in Gerbil Town. I also provide them with some food, so my cooking skills are not bad. This? Alan was stunned. Alan naturally knew what this so-called service was. I never thought that Leona, who is so passionate and has the temperament of an aristocratic lady, would work in that line of work. Alan subconsciously touched his cheek and felt that the kiss was no longer sweet. Alan, don't worry, Leona Goldfish is not what you think. She is just providing food for the guests. Val Ironhide could naturally see Alan's embarrassment and explained in a low voice. Alan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Next, the dinner continued and the atmosphere began to become lively. Everyone ate and drank while chatting, and Alan learned a lot of interesting things about the gathering place. At this time, after Willen Hart finished a glass of rum, he suddenly remembered an interesting story he had just heard today. Guys, let me tell you something strange that happened today. What's so special about this today? Haven't you been digging iron sheets all day? Asked Peter Cowdum. That's what I heard on the way back to the gathering place in the evening. You know Sith shit. Of course we know. The street that guy occupied this month is not far from us. It seems to be nearby. Everyone nodded except Alan. Hey, did you know that those guys from Sith shit got beaten up today? Not only were they beaten up, but even the street they occupied was robbed. Not only was he beaten, but his territory was also taken away. Absolutely ruthless. Who did it? Could it be Moral Ponytail and the others? Sis Dog's Hit and the others are not easy to deal with. It's not worth it to seize their territory. Everyone became excited. Willen shook his head. If they were robbed by those guys from Moral, it wouldn't be surprising. After all, their strength is about the same. According to Sith Dog's Hit himself, there was only one person who robbed them, a very young thug. That guy was very aggressive. He broke into their street alone and beat them up without saying a word. Oh my God, is this true? One person beat up 8 of them. And this is a slum here. Everyone's expression was very interesting, and they felt it was a bit ridiculous. It's not that there aren't powerful characters who can fight 8 at once, but that characters like that have nothing better to do and would only come to places like this to grab territory. That's iron, not silver or gold, man. Chapter 21, 3 Views Destroyed. It's absolutely true. I saw with my own eyes that Sith Dog's Hit was being supported by someone while walking. He lifted up his clothes to show me the scar. It was a footprint on his stomach. His belly was all bruised and purple, and it was a complete shape. TSK, it hurts just looking at it. Willen Hall put his hands on his stomach and gestured the size of the footprint. Also, one of his men had a face as swollen as a piece of black bread, and another had 2 broken ribs. Hiss, there is such a vicious thug. Everyone was horrified. It's not that he hasn't seen dead people before, but he kicked people to the point where they couldn't walk on their own without using any weapons, and even broke their bones. This is definitely a very cruel move. As everyone gasped, Alan's expression turned strange. If I heard correctly, this vicious thug should be him, right? So what should we do next? Will the thugs come and cause trouble for us? Peter Cow Dung and Val Ironhide looked worried, as Sith Dogshit's territory was very close to them, and his strength was not weak either. If they were robbed, then we must be careful too. I hope we don't encounter such bad luck, but we have to be on guard. Willin, why don't you come and guard our place tomorrow? If that thug really comes to our territory, let's see if we can scare him away. Of course, if we can't scare them away, we will have to admit defeat immediately. I don't want my ribs to be broken. Val Ironhide began to think of a countermeasure. Hey guys, Alan finally couldn't help it. What's wrong, Alan? Then is Sith Dogshit's territory just across the street from me? If so, you don't need to worry, because the thug boy Sith Dogshit is talking about should be me. Pointing at himself, Alan looked a little embarrassed. You? Everyone was stunned. Their first reaction was one of disbelief. Alan, are you sure? This is not a joke. It will get you into trouble. Peter Cow Dung, with greasy hair, said with a serious look on his face. I'm not kidding. There were 8 of them in total, and they were much bigger and stronger than the average villager. Some of them liked to wield wooden sticks. I injured 3 of them, and the others surrendered. Well, then it's true. This time, everyone no longer had any doubts. Even the number of Sith dogs hit and others matched, which meant that Alan had really seen them. At that moment, everyone around the campfire stared at Alan with burning eyes. No prejudice, no blame, only excitement and happiness. People were even too lazy to ask the reason for the beating and territorial grabbing. This is the Death Sansi, man. The bigger the fist, the more justice it is. Man, how did you do it? First you raided and took care of Lanka and his men, and now you beat up Sith Dogshit and his men. Sith Dogshit and his men are not Lanka. They are very strong. Will asked Alan curiously, because he thought he couldn't do these things, but Alan's thin body did it. I heard that those guys from Lanka were shot to death with arrows. This can be attributed to Alan's good archery skills and sneak attacks. But you can beat up Sith Dogshit and his men with your bare hands, and in broad daylight. Alan had anticipated such a question, so he rolled up his sleeves and showed everyone his newly revealed biceps. Don't look at me being skinny, but this is all muscle. Besides, I've been trained in combat techniques for several years. Have you been trained in combat skills? Alan, were you a guard before? That's impossible. You are too young. Are you a descendant of a noble family? Leona Goldfish returned to the gathering place in the evening and immediately asked curiously. When they heard this question, everyone else stared at Alan, very curious about his background. The only one who was a little worried was Val Ironhide, because the noble status of the Falcon Kingdom was not a glorious thing in the Death Sansi. Although he had speculated before, he didn't dare to verify it. It would be bad if Alan got angry and turned against me because of this issue. Alan smiled knowingly. Even if these people didn't ask tonight, he needed to find a way to tell his origins. Because only by confessing one's origins and gaining their trust can one avoid flaws and troubles in the future. Alan's smile gradually faded, revealing a hint of melancholy and bitterness. He sighed. Actually, I don't want to answer this question. It's not that I want to hide anything. It's just that this touches on the past that I have been avoiding. Leona Goldfish didn't expect this to happen and immediately said apologetically, Alan, although I don't know what happened, it must have been a very painful experience for you. I apologize to you. Let's change the subject. No, I'm very happy to make friends with so many of you today. Now that it's mentioned, why not let me make a clean break with the past? Alan waved his hand, then looked up at the moonlit night sky at a 45-degree angle, with melancholy, sadness, and nostalgia. I am not a descendant of aristocracy. I am just from an ordinary commoner family. The reason why I have such abilities now and why I came to this sea of death is all because of a beautiful woman. Starting with the beautiful woman, everyone was shocked. From Alan's melancholy expression, they speculated that there must have been a thrilling love-hate, ethical and moral entanglement. The facts are just as they thought. I once loved a woman who said I was the most handsome man in the world. I kept that innocence for her and closed the door to loving others. It was this woman whom I loved so deeply who turned me into the dumbest man in the world. I take everything she says seriously. She said she loves my lips the most. My demands are not high. Treat me as well as before. But one day she said the same words and hugged someone else. It's not a choking singing, but a soulful narration. The clearing grew quiet, with only the crackling of the burning campfire as the sound could be heard. Alan didn't reveal much information, but they could already imagine a story about a pure boy who fell in love, was determined to do so, but was betrayed in the end. Leona was more emotional, with slightly red eyes as she looked at Alan in a daze. Evelyn also looked at Alan curiously from time to time, with pity in her eyes. Man, We can feel your sadness. Please forget her. Since she chose to hurt you, it means she doesn't love you. Val Ironhide stood up for Alan, patted Alan's shoulder to comfort him, and filled his glass with rum. As a woman, Leona had a different opinion. Alan, that woman must have loved you before. Even though she betrayed you later, you should still fight for your rights. You and her have a better emotional foundation, and your advantages are much greater than those who come in later. If you give up so easily, it will only benefit others. Thank you for your comfort, guys. I actually tried to do it, but was blocked by her family. It was because of her family's pressure that I had to travel to the Death Sand Sea to seek a glimmer of survival. So that's the case. Alan, could it be that the noble lady you're in love with is a descendant of the Earl's family? Everyone can already imagine that Alan must have met and fallen in love with the noble lady as a commoner, but in the end, because of his status and class, he was driven away and coerced by the noble lady's family. The only one who could force him into the Sea of Death was probably a great noble. Although minor nobles are also formidable, their influence is mostly limited to their territories. Yes, she's from the Earl's family. Alan nodded. She's really good to me. Her guards taught me archery and fighting skills. She also gave me my silk dress and horse. Alan, I take back what I just said. A noble lady from an Earl's family, whose father and mother are commoners, will never be able to resist. It's right for you to escape to the Death Sand Sea. Leona Goldfish sighed with pity. No, it's not that her parents object to our relationship. Could it be his brothers or sisters? They're pretty much the same. Neither. It's her husband, the Count. Puff. Everyone almost choked to death on the rum in their mouths and looked at Alan's sad expression for a long time without saying a word. Chapter 22 Miracle. Guys, thank you for sympathizing with my experience, but I'm much better now. As I just said, I want to make a clean break with the past and live a good life in the Death Sand Sea from now on. You don't have to worry about me. Can you relate? No, man. We absolutely won't. Although Alan's sad past almost destroyed everyone's three views. But everyone finally knew Alan's identity and background, and they believed it completely. The party doesn't end until all the food is gone, and here, waste is shameful. Handsome Alan, have you had enough to drink tonight? If not, you can come to my camp. I still have rum there. When everyone was about to part, Leona Goldfish cast a coquettish glance at Alan again and emphasized the word warmth. Alan knew that he was being targeted. However, it was only the second day and the situation had not yet improved, so Alan reluctantly refused. No, maybe next time, Leona. Okay, see you another day, handsome boy. Although Leona felt a little regretful, she didn't force it. She waved her hand and left. Man, how could you be so stupid? You didn't realize that you missed such a good opportunity. This is what many people dream of. Leona is not a casual person. Val Ironhide immediately expressed regret when he saw Leona leaving. Val Ironhide. There will be opportunities in the future. Alan smiled slightly and said goodbye to Val. Ding, consuming 10 energy points to enhance water output successfully. A well nearing exhaustion. Water depth, 0.9 meters. Water production, 2.9 cubic meters per day. This well will dry up in a year. Enhanced options, increase water output without compromising service life, extend well life, and enhance water quality. Standing in the fire date garden in the dark, Alan spent the 10 energy points contributed by the 100 fire dates on the well. The water output has increased by 2 cubic meters. Not bad. 1 cubic meter of water equals 1,000 liters. A person's drinking water intake is about 4 liters, and in the desert it is almost double that. There are a total of 52 people in the gathering place, and they need to consume about 450 liters of water every day. In addition to the water used for watering the jujubes, livestock, and cooking, at least 1,200 liters of water are consumed. However, the wells only produced 0.9 cubic meters of water in the past. No wonder the villagers could only drink muddy water in the end. But it's different from now on. It now becomes 2.9 cubic meters, or 2,900 liters, which can satisfy double the food intake. Of course, Alan would not waste the extra water. The day after tomorrow would be the day to sell iron sheets and jujubes. When he got the soil, he would immediately plant more jujube trees. The water crisis was temporarily resolved, and Alan pretended to return to the open space. At this moment, torches were lit at the door of his house, and Caroline and Thomas were squatting on the steps. Obviously, these two servants were not hired in vain and were quite responsible. Master, you're back. Well, you guys should go to bed too. It's getting late. Master, I'll go back first. Thomas retreated respectfully. Caroline didn't leave because in addition to helping Alan wash and undress, she also slept in the same room with Alan at night. Don't get me wrong, Caroline sleeps in the outer room, which already has a bed, so she doesn't need to sleep on the floor. The reason for this arrangement is not only to make it easier to take care of Alan, but also to avoid accidents. The Death Sand Sea is very dangerous. Given her appearance, we should be careful unless the gathering place has defense forces in the future. After helping Alan wash up, Caroline prepared to hang up Alan's linen gown. Suddenly, Caroline sniffed the linen gown and looked at Alan suspiciously. What's wrong? If it smells like sweat, just wash it off. It smells like a woman, Master Alan. Are you really just having a simple party tonight? Caroline asked. Wow, is your nose so pointed? Leona just let a few golden hairs rest on her shoulders for a moment. Of course it's just a simple gathering. There's just a female leader at the nearby gathering place. No, why should I explain to you? Caroline, please recognize your identity. You are just a maid. Alan said unhappily. I just think that the young master is still young and should focus on developing his territory. Besides, there are no good women in this Death Sand Sea. Caroline secretly curled her lips, then hung up her gown and quickly returned to the outer room. Alan shook his head. It was obvious that the road to training was long and arduous. The next morning, Alan was woken up from his sleep. The feeling of being forced to turn on the computer made him very uncomfortable, and he immediately stood up and went to the door. What's all the arguing about? Thomas just happened to be coming hurriedly from the direction of the fire date garden, with a look of joy on his face. Master Alan, a miracle has occurred? Alan's mind moved, and he said calmly, What miracle? Master Alan, this morning, the villagers went to fetch water as usual and found that the water in the well had increased several times over. If this can be maintained, the settlement will no longer be short of water. Oh, there is such a thing. Alan showed his surprise, and then pretended to go to the fire date garden. Haha, it seems I'm lucky. Sir, this is not just good luck, but God is blessing you, Thomas said with a big smile on his face. The way the surrounding villagers looked at Alan had also changed. Yesterday they were just afraid of him, but now they had more respect for him. After all, both the increase in iron sheet production and the sudden increase in water resources occurred immediately after Alan appeared. Maybe it's God who has allowed me to lead this gathering place towards a better future. By the way, while everyone is here, I have one more announcement to make. That is, the gathering place will no longer be called the Old Joe Gathering Place, but it was renamed Babylon. Babylon, one of the 7 wonders of the past. Alan named the gathering place after it, implying that he also wanted to build a miracle in this sea of death. He wanted to build a strong, prosperous, and stable territory. For the Death Sand Sea, if Alan could really do this, it would indeed be a miracle. And he has a golden finger, and he has the ability to create miracles. After washing up with Caroline's help and undergoing a routine training, Alan rushed to the Death Knight ruins while chewing on bran bread. Val Ironbark had just sent someone over, but Alan still needed to wash up, so he simply let Val Ironbark go first. More than half an hour later, Alan arrived at the destination with his men, and people in other gathering places were already working hard. Alan asked his subordinates to dig at the designated location yesterday, while he walked towards Val Ironhide to say hello. Coincidentally, when Alan arrived, Peter Dung was also there. Hey guys, good morning. Alan greeted. Good morning to you, Alan. What's wrong? What were you talking about just now? I seem to hear words like our territory was robbed and our villagers were robbed. Is someone trying to provoke us? Alan asked curiously. Alan, it's not us. It's the people from the Nissan gathering place on the next street. Their territory was robbed this morning, and more than 20 villagers were taken away. Val Ironbark explained immediately. Chapter 23 Boy, you are dead. So this is what happened. The street next to them was occupied by a nearby gathering place called Nissan 2 days ago. But this morning, when Val and others arrived, they heard the sound of fighting coming from the street next door. Out of curiosity, the 2 men hurried over carefully and saw Mauer Ponytail beating up Nissan Tawa and several of his subordinates. Moral Ponytail is quite strong. Even Sith Dog's Hit, who was beaten up by Alan, cannot compare to them. The strength of the Nissan gathering place is similar to that of Val's individual gathering places. Given the huge difference between the two, there was no doubt that the Nissan gathering place was defeated and the territory was taken away by Mauer and his gang. Originally, this was a common occurrence and there was nothing much to say. But the problem is that this time Moral not only took away the land, but also took away 20 strong villagers from Nissan Tawa. Robbery of villagers was not common in the past. After all, it was really unethical. If you take away someone's territory, they can still work as laborers for a powerful force. The harvest will be less, but they can still survive. But if you take away their strong villagers, you are abandoning their roots, and the hatred will be huge. In fact, you might as well just occupy their gathering place. Of course, Even if Mauer and his group went too far, they had the bigger fists, so Nissan Taohua and his group could only accept it. So, Moral Ponytail and his group are next door to us? Yes, Alan, but don't worry, man. They also know about the situation of our Wei Tiepi alliance. Moral Ponytail should not dare to provoke us. Besides, you are here now. If he dares to cause trouble, we can beat him up. Val waved his hand to comfort him. He thought Alan was worried about his safety. As for the Wei Tiepi alliance, it is the name of their alliance. After all, if they encounter foreign affairs, they will go to several gathering places together, so it is definitely inappropriate to use the names of their respective gathering places. Yeah, Alan nodded, and they continued chatting for a while before going their separate ways. Alan returned to his 2 streets and arranged more than a dozen villagers to the Iron Rich or area. He then found a deserted place and sat down. It is indeed important to gain experience by killing monsters, but cultivating fighting spirit is equally important. After adapting yesterday, Alan has set a schedule for his future. Practice fighting spirit in the morning, kill monsters to gain experience in the afternoon, and if necessary, go to the streets of other gathering places to expand your territory. And Alan had just decided that he would take over Moria Ponytail Street this evening. How can I allow others to sleep soundly beside my bed? I am the Desert Tiger, and how dare a small mole like him show up? Look how the thug boy pushed him back. He practiced until noon, and then ate some bran bread and bacon to fill his stomach. After giving instructions to Thomas, Alan set out on his monster-killing journey. Today's route was the same as yesterday's. After about 20 minutes, Alan arrived at yesterday's area. After learning the lesson from the Dark Hound, Alan became much more cautious and would open the system map every few minutes to check the surrounding situation. After wandering around for more than an hour, Alan harvested 7 or 8 skulls, but this speed was slower than yesterday. Alan wondered if he had cleared out all the dark and dead skulls in the area yesterday and hadn't had time to replenish them. Just as I was thinking about it, I suddenly heard a few dogs barking and roaring in the distance. Alan opened the map and saw several red dots moving quickly towards this area. Without thinking too much, he immediately began to move his position. It's not that I'm afraid of the Dark Hound, but even if I kill it, it will only give me a few energy points. It's totally not worth it to fight them here now. It's better to change areas and continue to spawn skulls. Once their strength is improved, Alan will definitely make them pay. Along the edge of the inner city, Alan kept going to the right. Sure enough, I found that there were more skulls in other areas than in the area just now. Looks like I'll have to learn to herd livestock from now on. I need to give each area a few days to rest and recuperate. Thinking this way, Alan had unknowingly moved forward for more than 2 hours. The harvest was also quite fruitful. All in all, I gained a total of 31 energy points in one afternoon, which was 1/3 more than yesterday. Seeing that it was almost evening and that it was almost time for the day, Alan simply started to strengthen his physical fitness. Dang, 30 energy points consumed to strengthen the physique successfully. Host, Alan Gale. Physique, strong. Strength, 5.0. Agility, 2.2. Intelligence, 1.9. Charm, 2.4. Special, Bronze Junior Knight, 3 out of 10. Although 30 energy points only increased strength by 0.8, this was completely within Alan's expectations. Feeling a strength 5 times that of an ordinary person, Alan was overflowing with confidence. Combined with his agility, which has reached 2.2, Alan is now confident that he can kill a Dark Hound with just a few punches. Whistling, Alan started walking back, ready to deal with Mauer Ponytail and his gang of moles. Soon, back near the street, Alan stepped into the street that Moral Ponytail had just occupied this morning. As soon as he got closer, Alan saw an unbearable scene. But I saw 4 burly old rednecks pulling a ragged woman. The woman was at least 30 years old and of average appearance, but she was pinned to the ground by 4 men who were trying hard to lift her linen skirt. The woman kept struggling and calling for help. 2 or 3 meters away from her, there was a villager who was also in tattered clothes lying on the ground, wailing and begging. Bang, bang, bang. This is truly magnificent. How could you, gentlemen, have such a profound sense of refinement to actually perform an erotic drama on the streets of Death Knight City? Alan clapped his hands and walked straight over. Upon hearing this, the 4 rednecks immediately stopped what they were doing and turned to look over. When they saw that it was a kid who hadn't even grown all his hair, they immediately showed vicious expressions. Are you looking for death, kid? I advise you to get off this street right now, and I can pretend nothing happened. No, just pretend I don't exist. I just want to enjoy your wonderful performance. Alan smiled and stopped 5 meters away. At this moment, several people realized that Alan did not break in accidentally, so they let go of the half-naked woman under them and stood side by side opposite Alan. Hey man, Which gathering place are you from? Don't you know the rules here? Get out of here right now before I lose my temper. What a pity that such a good show can't be finished. Let's get down to business. Who among you is Moral Ponytail? Alan looked them up and down. Although the 4 people in front of him are few in number, they are indeed stronger than Sith Dog's hit yesterday. Yesterday's Sith shit force was only 1.4, and the rest were basically around 1.2. The 4 people in front of him all exceeded 1.4, and the leader, Moral Ponytail, even reached a strength of 1.7. It's me, kid. Which gathering place are you from? You'd better tell me the reason why you're here, otherwise you can't leave today. Moral Ponytail was already showing his anger. If Alan's confidence at the moment hadn't seemed a little weird, he would have beaten this kid to death long ago. My name is Alan Gale, and I live on the street next to you. I came here today to take over this territory. Now do you want to get out of here peacefully, or do you want me to beat you until you beg for mercy and leave? Alan Gale? From next door? The 4 of them looked at each other. Obviously none of them had heard of Alan. However, since they are not a big force, they will definitely not let Alan go. After all, this kid came to them on his own initiative. Boy, you're dead, you know that? I'm not only going to beat you up, I'm also going to fuck you so hard that you can't even walk. Chapter 24. You are grabbing territory too fast. Alan frowned, his eyes full of disgust and disdain. In their previous life, Redneck and Big Black liked to pick up soaps and would drill into any hole they saw. They didn't expect that after they traveled through time, soap didn't even exist in this world, but the hobby of picking up soaps appeared first. Go on, beat him up. While Alan was stunned, Moral Ponytail waved his hand at his 3 subordinates, and the 4 of them surrounded Alan at the same time. Alan didn't delay and went forward with a grin. The speed of 2.2 made him move as fast as a rabbit. To the astonishment of Moral Moeba and others, he kicked out and kicked Moral Moeba directly on the chest. With a whoosh, Moral Ponytail, whose strength reached 1.7, flew out directly. Yesterday, Alan showed mercy when dealing with Sith Dog's hit. After all, there was no grudge between the 2 sides. But today, these rednecks really disgusted him. It's fine if they have their own fetishes and Alan doesn't discriminate, but they actually dared to spank him. If this guy doesn't let them know why the flowers are so red, what's the use of his fist as big as a casserole? Moral Ponytail was kicked more than 2 meters away by Alan's full-strength attack. After falling heavily to the ground, he immediately lay on the ground with his head tilted and became motionless. When the other 3 guys saw this, their faces turned green with fright. But Alan hadn't vented his anger yet, so it was impossible for him to stop. Then the fist suddenly started to punch out, hitting the guy on the left directly on the cheek. With a click and the sound of broken bones, the guy fell straight to the ground. Before he could fall to the ground, he was knocked unconscious by Alan's right hook. When the other 2 saw this, they immediately got furious and turned around to retreat. Alan stepped forward and threw 2 more punches, and both guys were hit in the face and fell to the ground. However, Alan realized that too much force might kill someone, so the 2 guys behind him did not faint, but their heads were dizzy and it was difficult for them to get up. In just a few seconds, after taking care of the 5 guys, Alan patted his sleeves and then slowly walked towards Moral Ponytail. At this moment, the villagers working around stopped what they were doing and looked at Alan in horror. The woman who had just been bullied by several people was hugging the fallen villager and looking at Alan with some fear. Alan ignored them for the time being and walked up to Moral Ponytail, only to find that this guy had not yet woken up. He grabbed his collar and slapped him several times. Moral Ponytail was forced to start up by Alan. Maurer was still a little confused after being forced to turn on the computer. When he saw Alan in front of him, anger suddenly surged in his eyes. You son of a bitch, how dare you hit me? But before he could finish his words, Alan slapped him again. Fuck you, why are you so foul-mouthed? Swear, I told you to swear. Pa. Woo-woo. I don't dare anymore. Please, man, I won't dare to do it again. Please spare me. Maurer suffered another series of blows and finally realized the reality. He immediately whimpered and wailed and begged for mercy. You have to beg for mercy. In addition to the severe pain in his chest from broken ribs, he felt like his mouth and face were no longer his own. My mouth is full of stuff. If this continued, he was really worried that he would be beaten to death by this thug. Do you know how to beg for mercy now? Alan shook his red palms, finally venting the anger in his heart. I was wrong. Man, I know I was wrong. Please be magnanimous and forgive me this time. Moral Ponytail was very sensible. He nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice and kept begging for mercy. As he spoke, broken teeth mixed with blood kept falling to the ground. If I had known this earlier, why would I have been so stubborn? I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Get out of here now, right now, and don't show up around here again, or I'll beat you up every time I see you. I'm leaving, man. I'm leaving right now. Mauer felt as if he had been pardoned when he heard this. He quickly stood up despite the pain and wanted to escape. Wait, take these pieces of trash with you. It's too late to leave. Yes, yes. Mauer quickly walked to the two subordinates who were lying on the ground pretending to be dead and kicked each of them. After the two men stood up, they dragged the guy who was hit by the right hook away, fearing that the thug Alan would go back on his word. Alan. Just as Mauer Ponytail and others limped away, two figures appeared at the corner not far away. They were Val Ironhide and Peter Cowdong. Obviously, the two of them also heard Mora's shrill wail just now. Hi guys. Alan greeted warmly. Alan, why are you here? What was that scream just now? Oh, it's Mauer Ponytail and his guys. I beat them up, and this territory is mine from now on. Alan said bluntly. Good fellow. Val Ironhide and Peter Cowdong exclaimed. Alan, man, you're really fast at grabbing territory. Yesterday, it was Sith shit, and today it's another street. But man, you're not hurt, are you? The territory that Mauer Ponytail and others had just snatched from the Nissan gathering place in the morning was snatched away by Alan in the blink of an eye. The two felt that the kingdom's conquest of cities should not be as fast as his. It's okay, my palms are just a little red. Alan waved his hand. The two men were silent, shocked by Alan's powerful martial arts, but he had the strength, so there was nothing wrong with him robbing a few more streets. After greeting Val Ironhide and the other two, Alan looked at the 20 or so villagers around him who were trembling with fear on their faces. Sure enough, these villagers were all snatched away by Moral Moeba from the Nissan gathering place. The same thing happened to the woman who was just bullied. Her husband was beaten up for trying to stop her. I'm giving you a chance to choose. Do you want to return to the Nissan gathering place, or choose to stay with me? Boss Alan, we want to follow you. To Alan's surprise, all the villagers chose to stay. Val Ironhide said with a smile, Don't be surprised, Alan. The Nissan gathering couldn't protect them, but you were able to snatch them back from Moral. It's normal for them to choose to follow a powerful leader like you. After a pause, Val remembered something. But man, are you sure you want to take them? I remember that your old Joe's gathering place doesn't have enough water to feed so many people. Val Ironhide, my gathering place has been renamed. It will be called the Babylon Gathering Place from now on. Also, we don't have to worry about the water supply anymore. Maybe it's the good luck I brought. This morning, a miracle occurred at my gathering place. The water level, which was less than 1 meter, reached over 3 meters overnight. Really? Is there such a thing? Val Ironhide and Peter Cowdong looked incredulous. I've always heard that the amount of water in a well becomes less as you use it, so how could it suddenly become more? Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, you can come and see it tonight. Alan nodded with a smile. Hey guys, it's not that we don't believe it. It's just that this news is too shocking. If it really happens, it's no different from a miracle. In this way, Alan accepted these 21 villagers. After all, as long as there is enough water, he doesn't mind having a few more laborers. As dusk approached, Alan returned to the gathering place with today's harvest and manpower. And Val and Peter actually followed Alan to where he was gathering. The two wanted to see a miracle no matter what. When they arrived at the well and looked at the water which was still 2 meters deep, they also shouted miracle and cast envious glances at Alan. Although their well's water output is better than Alan's, it is only about 1.5 meters per day, which is barely enough. But Alan's current water output is enough to double the population of the settlement. Alan, let's go back first. Remember to get up early and get ready tomorrow. Let's go to Gerbil Town together. No problem, buddy. Alan nodded. Chapter 25, Brutal Gerbil. After Val Ironhide and the other two left, Alan took his men to count today's harvest. After doing the math, the villagers were in an uproar again, because today they harvested a total of 110 kilograms of iron sheets. Of course, this also includes the harvest from 1 day's work of the 20 people at the Nissan gathering place. When Mauer and his companions left, they wished their parents had given them 2 more legs, and naturally they did not dare to expect to take away the iron pieces they had dug out. It was almost 10 kilograms, but it was all saved by Alan. But no matter what, the harvest of the Babylonian gathering place today is already 8 or 9 times that of the past. As for the fire dates, the output is very stable, 108 pieces, 1 more than yesterday. Sandrat Town, the only town within a radius of 50 miles where supplies can be purchased, is about 20 kilometers away from the Babylon gathering place. In the past life, 20 kilometers could be covered with just 1 step on the accelerator, but in this backward world, it took the members of the Wei Tiepi Alliance a full 3 hours. There were 2 horse-drawn carriages in the group, a dozen villagers carrying goods, and a dozen young and strong men, with a total number of more than 40 people. Although there were prying eyes along the way, Fortunately, we were outnumbered, and everything was peaceful. In the distance, a large area of green shade appeared in front of him, which was the first time Alan saw it since entering the desert sea. That is Gerbil Town, with a permanent population of about 3,000 and a clear water lake of half an acre in size. Relying on this clear water lake, the town of Sandrat not only has a large area of fire date trees planted, but also has wheat fields that ordinary settlements dare not even think of. Oh my God, they're even growing wheat. How enviable. Alan felt that this was what a territory should look like, not only with a sufficient population, but also with fertile land. Compared with Gerbil Town, my own Babylon is a complete beggar's den. At that moment, Alan began to think about how it would be if he could occupy this place someday. As for your own development, I also need to develop myself, but I am a pioneer lord. Farming is to accumulate strength, and development is also the main theme. As the saying goes, a man cannot become rich without unexpected wealth, and a horse cannot become fat without night grass. Alan felt that these gathering places growing on the sand sea were his windfall. H.U. Inside a log fortress at the end of Red Wolf Town, when Alan secretly made a small wish, Harris Gerbil suddenly sneezed and felt an inexplicable chill on his back. Harris Gerbil, the master of Gerbil Town, is not only greedy and lustful, but also cruel and tyrannical. He once massacred at least 10 disobedient settlements. However, he is a bronze knight, so no one around here dares to mess with him. Alan, this is your first time in Gerbil Town. Remember not to provoke the town guards. They are wicked as hell. It will be troublesome if they target you. I understand, Val Ironhide. Alan nodded. Now he is only suitable for fighting the monsters in the novice village, and he has to wait for a while before fighting the boss. Soon, Alan also witnessed the tyranny of Harris Gerbil. More than a mile away from Gerbil Town, upright wooden poles began to appear on both sides of the road. Without exception, there were corpses hanging on these wooden poles. According to rough statistics, the number of bodies reached hundreds. These corpses were both new and old, and the freshest one was definitely no more than a week old. What's even more outrageous is that among these corpses there are men, women, young and old. Alan frowned and glanced at the corpses that were obviously only 5 or 6 years old. He was disgusted by Harris Gerbil's cruel behavior. Val Ironhide and the others seemed to have gotten used to it and remained silent, just quickening their pace. After crossing the wooden road, the town gate was right in front of us. Several guards in worn leather armor looked at the passing villagers and teams like hungry wolves. If they see some convoys or villagers carrying more goods, they will immediately stop and search them, and then take the opportunity to seize some of the goods. In response, the villagers did not dare to resist at all, because if they were not careful they would be beaten and kicked. Val Ironhide exchanged a glance with everyone, took out 20 fire dates, and quickly handed them over. The guard from Gerbil Town accepted them, and then ignored him and his group. Bah! These maggots in the sand sea only know how to take advantage of us poor inhabitants. Willenhall spat fiercely as he walked away from the town entrance. Keep your voice down, buddy. 20 fire dates for a convenience is already a good deal. Val Ironbard pulled Willenhart. Although the town of Gerbil is not big, it is quite prosperous because hundreds of nearby gathering places need to come here to trade. There is everything here, from daily necessities to taverns and brothels. It can be said that although it is small, it has everything. Leona also does business in the small town on weekdays and only returns to the gathering place once every 3 days. The YTP Alliance walked forward for 5 or 6 minutes and soon turned into a small walled courtyard. This is the usual shipping channel of the YTP Alliance, Ross Purchasing House. At this moment, the courtyard was crowded with many ragged villagers from the gathering place, and the surrounding walls were piled with goods, making the entire courtyard seem crowded and narrow, and it was even difficult to step in. Guys, hurry up and get in line. Val Ironhide called for everyone to join the queue in the courtyard. There were only 2 queues in the courtyard, one of which had obviously fewer people, but the members of the YTP Alliance chose the side with more people. Alan was about to ask in confusion when Val Ironbark explained, "Hey, that's the cooperative gathering place of the Ross Purchasing Company. Each gathering place has more than 300 people and can bring in at least 500 kilograms of ironbark every week. As partners, they have shorter queues and pay a higher price, 1 copper coin more for every 10 kilograms of iron sheet. There's actually such a thing." Alan felt that his interest was instantly gone, as the garbage collectors were divided into different levels. Wouldn't that mean I've lost 10 copper coins on the iron piece I brought today? This weighs 2 kilograms. How much sweat must the villagers have shed? Of course, the most important thing is that the efficiency is extremely high, and it only takes 3 to 5 minutes to get a seat. I ended up waiting in line for more than half an hour. Val Ironhide. Can the number of people required to join a fixed cooperation be lower? That shouldn't be possible. Without that many people, we can't dig up more than 500 kilograms. Val Ironhide. It's your turn. Are you still weighing yourself? You're dawdling. Don't you see there are people queuing up behind you? If the boss finds out, he'll think I'm slacking off. I'll make you pay. At this time, a manager in the front waved at Val impatiently. Okay, Manager Jock, sorry, I'll be there right away. Val Ironpi immediately showed a flattering smile and hurriedly led his team over. Jock wasn't really angry. He was quite familiar with Val Ironpi. He glanced at the goods brought by everyone and said, Wow, it seems that the harvest this week is not bad. It's okay, mainly because no one comes to cause trouble. Then let's get started. Xiao Ku waved his hand, and several of his subordinates began to help everyone weigh and count the number of fire dates. Soon, the harvests of all the members of the Will Alliance were basically weighed, and each of them was given a wooden plaque with the quantity engraved on it. Val Iron Skin and the others had similar harvests, about 100 kilograms of iron skin and 600 or 700 fire dates. Why hasn't this cargo been weighed yet? At this time, Jock caught a glimpse of another carriage in the team. Manager Jock, let me introduce you to our new partner in the White Pea Alliance. His name is Alan Gale, and he now owns the Old Joe Gathering Place. Jock looked at Alan in surprise. Where are those bastards from Lanka? Val Ironhide. Could this kid be your illegitimate child? Did you kill Lanka and give the gathering place to him? Manager Xiao Ku, we didn't touch Lanka. It was Lanka, that bastard, who provoked Alan. Alan dealt with him, and he did it all by himself. You're not bragging, are you? With such a frail body, you can take out Lanka and his men by yourself? But it seems that Lanka and his men are not only scum, but also idiots. I didn't ask how Alan dealt with Lanka, but it was obvious that no one thought Alan did it with his fists. Then he stopped talking. In this sea of death, there were many cunning and cruel people. Killing people did not necessarily require using fists, so Alan was not that special. But after hearing his subordinates weigh the number of Alan's iron sheets, Jock frowned. You two idiots, don't you want to do this anymore? 210 kilograms of iron sheets is equivalent to 2 weeks' supply. Did you use your pig brains to weigh it? Jock naturally knew the details of the Old Joe Gathering Place. 100 kilograms of iron sheet is already the limit, and now it has weighed 200 kilograms. It goes without saying that there is a problem. Manager, we've weighed it twice and the weight is correct. But we don't know what's inside the sack, said the two subordinates aggrievedly. Jock's face darkened and he walked to the balance scale expressionlessly. He looked at the weights on the scale and found that the weight was indeed correct. However, his expression became even colder. Chapter 26, Wei Luan's White Moonlight. Val Ironhide, you all know the rules here. I need to open the sack and check it now. Do you have any objection? Jock's tone became unfriendly. Val Ironhide and the others were also a little stunned, and they looked at Alan nervously, as if asking for advice. Apparently, they also thought it was abnormal that Alan could produce 200 kilograms of iron sheets. If Alan really dared to fool Rosk Acquisition Bank, he would be in big trouble. Few of those who can do acquisition business are simple people. Dealing with these low-level people is easier than drinking water. Alan was very calm and took 2 steps forward. Manager Xiao Ku, the goods are sold to you. If you want to inspect them, of course there's no problem. Jock looked at Alan suspiciously. The young man was too calm. He waved to his subordinates, and the 2 men who were weighing immediately stepped forward and untied the linen bags. With a loud crash, all 4 bags of iron sheets were poured out. The situation is clear at a glance. The goods are genuine and there are no stones or other heavy objects mixed in. At this moment, everyone in the field was surprised, including Wei Tiepi and his group. Jock's expression also relaxed. Dude, don't take what just happened to heart. I was just being responsible to the boss. Your gains are indeed beyond my expectations. Of course, I understand. That's good, but man, is this really a week's harvest? I know exactly how much goods were at Old Joe's Gathering Place before. Of course I am. I can only say that the gods have always been very kind to me, so I have gained a lot. Jock disagreed. In this sea of death, there is only the god of death. There is the god of luck. This is a place abandoned by the gods. Butler Jock, that's not absolute. Alan smiled slightly, then took out the mithril dagger from his arms. Oh, by the way, I have a small gain that I'm ready to sell. Butler Jock, help me see how much it's worth. A complete mithril dagger? You dug it out. Manager Jock's eyes were full of surprise. Yes, so the gods might have really followed me to the sea of death. This time Jock didn't argue, but took the dagger and examined it carefully. It is indeed a style that can only be dug out from the sand sea. How many silver coins do you want for it? With Val and others around, Jock obviously couldn't cheat Alan. 10 silver coins. Alan is very good at bargaining. 3 silver coins. The same weight of mithril fragments is only worth 2 silver coins. The extra one is because it's intact. 8 pieces, as you said, they're complete. If you sell them at your acquisition agency, you might be able to fetch a higher price. Jock frowned. For at most. Although it's mixed with mithril, the proportion is very limited. A truly valuable rare item will not only contain mithril, but also have inscriptions. In that case, 20 silver coins would be no problem. But this one of yours is only worth this much. Okay, 5 silver coins. If it's any lower, I'll keep it for myself. After all, Val said that it's harder to find a piece of iron made of mithril than a copper coin, and it's still intact. Deal. Jock thought for a moment and agreed. He registered 5 silver coins again and gave Alan a wooden sign. Take these vouchers and go inside to ask our boss for the money. Thank you very much. By the way, Manager Chiao Ku, if I want to become a permanent partner of the acquisition company, is that possible? Jock looked at Alan again, but smiled and shook his head. Lucky boy, I know you should have some skills, but considering the situation at Old Joe's gathering place, whether it's the number of people or the number of iron pieces, you can't do it. It's absolutely impossible. Besides, this is not something I can decide on. I need to ask our boss. Of course, I advise you not to do this. Our boss has a bad temper. Every day there are people like you who try to take advantage of us. In the end, they angered our boss and were all thrown out. Val Ironhide nodded in agreement, saying that he had indeed seen someone being thrown out of the acquisition office by Rosk. Alan nodded silently and could only leave with the wooden sign. Dude, you've only been in the Sand Sea for 2 days, and you've actually found a mithril weapon. And the most important thing is, you actually hid it from us. Walking towards the end of the courtyard, Val, Willen, and others expressed their dissatisfaction to Alan again. Guys, I wanted to tell you this yesterday, but then I had a fight with Mauer Ponytail and a few other guys, and I forgot about it. Alan spread his hands. Okay, in that case, we forgive you. But Alan, you are too lucky. You got 5 silver coins at once. I suggest you change your name to Alan Dagger. Val and the others didn't really want to hold him accountable. After Alan gave the explanation, they stopped pestering him. I think it sounds better to be called Alan Silver Coin. Everyone walked into a large wooden house and still had to line up to receive money. There were 4 people from the acquiring company standing around to maintain order, obviously worried about the safety of the funds. Hey, it's Tizia. Willenhart suddenly exclaimed, his eyes almost shining. Hey, Tizia, who is she? Alan was a little curious. Willen immediately pulled Alan out of the team to avoid being blocked in front. Then, next to the counter in front, a girl about 15 or 16 years old came into view. The girl was concentrating on reading a book with her head down. That's Tizia, Rosk's daughter. So that's how it is. Alan finally figured it out. It was obvious that Weirin had met his white moonlight. However, this Tizia does look good, with golden princess wavy hair and skin that is rare in the Death Sand Sea, white and smooth. Her sapphire eyes were full of spirit, and her delicate facial features were matched with a silk long dress that only aristocratic lady could wear. In this sea of death, she was like a phoenix landing in a chicken coop. Weirin, I advise you to be practical. Do you think you are worthy of her? Rosk has spread the word that his daughter will marry a noble of the kingdom and will not live in the Death Sand Sea. Even Harris Gerbil was rejected. Val Ironbard pulled Willen back and reminded him in a low voice. I didn't say anything, man. I just admire you. Willen said stubbornly, but his lonely expression betrayed him. Alan shook his head. The acquisition business was a business where there were powerful people behind it. At the very least, they could connect with a big shot in Red Wolf City. Because iron is definitely a strategic material. It is more important than the fire dates and black soil that are simply used to make money. It is conceivable that Rosk's daughter is not someone that an ordinary gathering place leader can covet. The fact that even the owner of this gerbil town could be rejected is enough to explain it. Not long after, it was finally Alan and the others' turn. It turned out that Alan thought that it would be Rosk himself who would give the money, so he wondered whether he should try to inquire about cooperation. But then he found out that the person in charge of distributing the money was just a guy in his 30s, so Alan's idea fell through. At this age, it is obviously not Rosk himself. Ms. Tizia, here we need 31 whole silver coins. When it was Alan's turn, the guy who was handing out the money looked at Tizia on the side, because he only had copper coins on hand, no silver coins. Okay, Tizia took the wooden sign and looked at it, then opened the drawer beside her and took out 31 silver coins. Then, the guy in charge of distributing money handed Alan 31 silver coins and more than 50 copper coins. Let's go. After confirming that there was no problem with the coins, Val on the side called out to Alan. Alan nodded and was about to walk towards the door, but suddenly he caught a glimpse of what Tizia was reading, a personal biography. He suddenly stopped in his tracks, thinking, Ms. Tizia, this book, the autobiography of the Black Widow, is not suitable for a beautiful young lady like you. Chapter 27. Don't just be ruthless. Ms. Tizia, this book, the autobiography of the Black Widow, is not suitable for a beautiful young lady like you. Huh. Hearing the questioning voice that broke into her ears, Tizia instinctively frowned, and a hint of displeasure appeared on her face. But when she looked up and saw Alan's appearance clearly, her displeasure immediately disappeared, and her pretty face turned slightly red. It can be said that Alan's charm value of 2.4 is not exaggerated. Before the girl could question him, Alan added, the Black Widow's real name is Lady Messeri Aka, and she's the honorary Viscount of the Falcon Kingdom. She's had 5 husbands, but they all ended in divorce. She felt she'd seen through men's hypocrisy and heartlessness, and she spent the rest of her life living alone. Although Mrs. Messerly represents a model of female independence in the kingdom, and many of the things described in the book are very reasonable, this cannot cover up her failure in managing her marriage, and it also indirectly shows that she is a failed woman. And you, my beautiful lady, are at the age of blooming flowers. Love and the future are still full of hope and light. If you continue reading this book, it will likely cast a shadow on your pure heart, which is not a good thing for you. Have you read this book too? Then what do you think I should read? Tizia looked at the young man in front of her curiously. She was indeed surprised by the other person's appearance and temperament. Although he was wearing a linen gown, it was washed very cleanly. His fair skin and confident eyes were rare in the Death Sand Sea. The other party also revealed Mrs. Messerly's real name, and it was obvious that she had read this book that only women would pursue. This was even more incredible, considering that there were very few people in the Death Sand Sea who could even read. Beautiful lady, I think you're perfect for The Adventures of Princess Adela, The Wilderness, Alice's Journey to the Center of the Earth. These books not only record the beautiful scenery of the vast continent, but also convey messages of beautiful love. They'll perfectly satisfy your yearning and expectation for love. Tizia listened very carefully, constantly repeating the names of the books that Alan mentioned, and even wrote them down. After she finished writing down the names in her elegant handwriting, she looked up again. If I'm not mistaken, most of the book titles you mentioned are probably for girls. How do you know so much? Do you usually like reading these love stories? Looking at the curiosity and weirdness in those blue eyes, Alan knew he had to explain. It is unacceptable in this alien world that a grown man is beaten by a sissy. My favorite books are Knight Aaron the Iron Man, Conquering the Other Side, The Legend of Archduke Edward, which are full of iron blood and passion. Of course, if a man only knows how to be ruthless and cruel, then he's not perfect. So, in order to make myself brave and have a delicate heart, I chose to read a few biographies of women or love books. After all, I also look forward to having a sincere and heartwarming relationship with this beautiful girl in the future. Alan's eyes were full of beautiful fantasies, which surprised Tizia. At this time, Mr. Alan bowed and said, I'm sorry, beautiful lady, to disturb your reading. I really couldn't bear to see you being poisoned. Now I have to go. After saying that, Alan turned and left. Tizia was unable to see through this tactic of playing hard to get, so she naturally took the bait. Hey, wait a minute. Beautiful lady, do you have anything else to say? Alan turned around in confusion. You are a very knowledgeable and interesting person. Can I know your name? It's my pleasure. My name is Alan Gale. Alan Gale. Tizia muttered Alan's name silently. Coupled with the noble etiquette that Alan had developed since childhood in an aristocratic family, she became even more curious. This should be a noble surname, right? How did you end up in the Death Sand Sea? Alan slowly shook his head, a hint of loneliness on his face as he said, That's all in the past, beautiful lady. I'm now just the leader of a small settlement in the Death Sand Sea. Seeing Alan's loneliness, Tizia felt a tightness in her heart for no reason. Such a talented and insightful noble heir should have a bright future. But he ended up in the Sea of Death and could only make a living by picking up iron sheets. It was obvious that something sad happened in his past that made people cry. If you need any help in the future, you can come to me. I will stay in Gerbil Town for half a year. Finally getting this promise, Alan cheered in his heart. His face showed hesitation and embarrassment. What difficulties do you really have? Alan's expression was just right, and he seemed to have learned the basics of aristocratic self-cultivation. Tizia immediately noticed the problem. My beautiful lady, I do have a problem. I shouldn't have mentioned it to you. After all, this is our first meeting, and it would be rude. However, this concerns the livelihoods of over 70 villagers in my gathering place, so please don't blame me for being shameless. It's okay, Alan, just tell me. If I can help, I will definitely help you. Tizia empathized with Alan's shame and comforted him very considerately. Alan took a deep breath and said, "It's like this, Miss Tizia. I heard that your father's acquisition company will designate some powerful gathering places as partners. As long as we can bring in enough iron sheets every week, the price will increase slightly. I actually want to ask your father if he can give my gathering place such a cooperation opportunity. Of course, my settlement has a population of only 70 people, which certainly doesn't meet your father's cooperation requirements. But the amount of iron fragments we can excavate is guaranteed to meet the requirements. Now that your father is not here, the courage I just mustered has disappeared again." After hearing this, Tizia breathed a sigh of relief. "So that's what it is. Fortunately, my father is not here, otherwise you would have been thrown out. How about this? I'll have someone add you in." As she spoke, Tizia instructed the guy next to her to help with the registration. The clerk looked embarrassed. "Miss, this matter requires the decision of the boss, and there are only 70 people in his gathering place. The difference is too big." Upon hearing this, Tizia's originally gentle and warm face suddenly turned unhappy. "Don't I have the final say? I'm your boss's daughter. I'm just registering." Alan said that his gathering place can bring a certain number of iron pieces. "If it's really not enough, you don't have to give more copper coins." "Okay, miss, all right." This guy obviously didn't dare to offend his boss's daughter and was finally forced by Tizia to take out the cooperation registration account book and a contract. Chapter 28. How about I try it too? "Alan, this is the cooperation contract. Take it." After registering the information about the Babylon gathering place and Alan Gale, Tizia handed the parchment signed with her name and handprint to Alan. "Thank you so much, Miss Tizia. Your kindness makes me feel unprecedented warmth." Alan took the parchment scroll with gratitude. "It's okay, Alan. I hope you can always keep a motivated heart and believe that things will get better in the future." Tizia was very happy. In addition to Alan's gratitude, she felt that she had done something very meaningful and saved an outstanding young man in trouble. "Alan, hurry up. Rosk is back." At this moment, Val suddenly stepped forward and whispered in Alan's ear. Alan's heart tightened. "Beautiful and kind Miss Tizia, the return journey is a bit urgent. I need to leave first. I will always remember your kindness." "Well, go ahead." Tizia nodded seriously. Walking quickly to the door, Alan saw a burly middle-aged man with a murderous look coming towards him. He was accompanied by 4 or 5 strong subordinates, all of whom were wearing leather armor and had long swords on their waists. After so many days in the gathering place, Alan had only seen such equipment at the entrance of the town just now. "This is Rosk," Val Ironhide reminded. Alan nodded, his face expression unchanged, but he quickened his pace. Rosk's temperament was exactly the same as that of the gang boss in his previous life. Of course, Alan also had a question. That is, how did Rosk give birth to such a lovely and gentle daughter? "Huh, man, what did you just do? If Rosk knew that you were talking to her daughter, we would be in big trouble. Rosk keeps a close eye on her only daughter, and anyone who dares to get close will be thrown out." After leaving the acquisition bank, Val Ironpi breathed a sigh of relief. Just now they were all standing at the door, and they only saw Alan and Tizia talking, but they didn't know what they were doing specifically. Willenhart on the side looked at Alan like a resentful young wife. Alan smiled and took out the parchment contract. "Don't get me wrong, I just want this. I want to ask Miss Tizia to give me a chance to cooperate." "Oh my God, she actually gave it to you? Man, how did you do that? Also, you are so brave." Several people immediately widened their eyes. "Miss Tizia is a kind girl. Willenhart, you didn't misjudge her. I simply expressed a little about the hardships of the gathering place, and she gave me the contract. It's such a good thing, should I give it a try?" After being praised by Alan, Willenhart's resentment disappeared immediately, and instead he looked radiant and eager to try. Of course, it is not clear whether he went there to talk to Tizia or for cooperation. "If you want Rosk to break your neck, then you can go in and try now." Val Ironhide poured a bucket of cold water on him, and then said to everyone, "Okay, guys, now that the goods have been sold, it's time for private time. We'll meet here in an hour. Remember, hide your money well, don't let it get robbed." "Okay, Evelyn Flowers and I are going to buy some black bread. Peter Cowdung, do you want to join us?" Willenhart spoke first. "You guys go first. I'm going to the pub to have a few drinks. We have plenty of time anyway." Peter Nyofen shook his head and refused. Val Ironhide was a little suspicious. "Peter Cowdung, you won't go to the dancing girl's house again, will you? I gave false testimony for you last time, and your wife believed it." "Hey man, I said I'd change my ways. I won't go to any dancing houses anymore. I just want to go to the bar and have a few rum punches." "Okay, then I'll accompany Alan to buy black soil. See you later." "Tizia, are you tired?" "Thank you, dear, for helping father take care of the business." Rosk stepped into the wooden house, and his expression of keeping strangers away immediately changed into a flattering smile. Father, I'm not tired. Tijia's expression was a little unnatural. I just felt the hardship that Alan was going through, and I felt so sympathetic that I helped him. But when I really saw my father, I couldn't help but feel a little guilty. At this moment, a subordinate beside him quickly came to Ross's side and said, "Boss, just now." Although he didn't dare to stop his young lady's actions just now, he definitely needed to report it to avoid taking the blame. Ross's smile suddenly stopped and turned into anger. Then he thought that he would scare his daughter, so he suppressed his anger. "Dear, did something happen here just now that your father doesn't know about?" "Nothing. I just helped my father reach a cooperation." Tizia forced a smile. The flesh on Rosk's face trembled, but he still pretended to be calm. "Really? Was that person just now your classmate at the Red Wolf City Noble Academy?" "Yes. No, this is the first time we meet." Being stared at by her father, Tizia didn't dare to lie, and it was not appropriate for her to lie. Rosk finally couldn't suppress his anger anymore. He turned around and said with gritted teeth in his eyes, "Go and bring that kid back to me now." "Yes, boss." "Father, you are not allowed to do this." Tizia suddenly panicked and took 2 steps forward to block everyone. "Tizia, you've been deceived, do you know that? You're so naive. How could you possibly understand the shamelessness of these lowly people?" Tizia's daughter is too naive to realize the problem, but Rosk has been struggling in this sea of death for more than 10 years, so how could he not understand it? He didn't care about a cooperation contract. What he really cared about was that someone had eaten the giant gentian and dared to deceive his daughter. He didn't lie, my daughter knows it very well. Unexpectedly, Tizia was very determined. Rosk became even angrier. "Whether it's true or not, we'll know once I catch him." "Tizia, don't stop me." "No. Father, I've already done what I've done. If you continue like this, I won't be going to the kingdom in 6 months. I'm going to stay in the sea of sand for the rest of my life." "You?" Rosk was furious and subconsciously raised his arm slightly. However, Tizia, who seemed weak and quiet in the past, was very firm at this moment, holding her delicate chin high and not giving in at all. After all, she was his own daughter. Rosk was furious but didn't dare to do anything. He could only grit his teeth and admit it. "Okay, just assume that you haven't been deceived, but there will be no more. He won't lie to me." Tizia was still stubborn, but her eyes became a little glistening. "Hey, dear, father is just afraid that you are too naive and will be deceived by others." Rosk, who was not afraid of anyone even in Red Wolf City, finally gave in when he saw his daughter crying and hurried forward to comfort her. However, Tizia pursed her lips and turned her head away. "Dear, father knows he is wrong. I won't look for him anymore, okay?" Rosk licked his face and continued to comfort and please. His action made everyone around him look away. "Don't look at this too much, or you might get into trouble. I want to read books. I want to read the adventures of Princess Adela, the wilderness, and Alice's journey to the center of the earth." Chapter 29. This wave is a sure win. Why did the price go up? Manager Courtney, 13 copper coins per kilogram. That's too expensive. Yes, it has increased by 3 copper coins all at once. If we buy 10 kilograms, won't we need to spend an extra 30 copper coins? This is the price right now. The Sand Sea has been unstable lately, making it difficult and dangerous for caravans to travel. If you want it, take it. If you don't want it, forget it. But I'm telling you, the price might go up soon. The same small courtyard facing the street is the only shop selling black soil in Gerbil Town. As Alan thought, the business of black soil was a monopoly. There was only one store in the entire town, and it was backed by the Gerbil Town. As soon as he stepped into the door, he heard the noise inside. After careful analysis, I realized that the price of soil can also increase. Several residents in the gathering place, wearing linen gowns, looked embarrassed. But the redneck manager in charge of the sale had an attitude that if you don't want to buy it, you can just get out. The reason for the price increase is very simple. It is nothing more than the infestation of bandits on the Sand Sea trade routes, which has increased material costs and risks. As for whether it is true or not, only God knows. Anyway, the trade routes in the desert have never been truly safe. Manager Courtney, can't you really sell it at the original price? Several residents continued to beg, trying to persuade Courtney. Courtney curled her lips and waved her hands impatiently. Black soil can't be less than a copper. If you think it's too expensive, choose the one over there. Courtney pointed to an inconspicuous corner of the yard, where there was a pile of yellow-brown soil with a few short grasses growing on it. It was obvious that it had been stored there for some time. Several residents in the gathering area turned pale. Manager Courtney, that soil is mixed with loess. It's impossible to grow fire date trees. This news has spread. It would have been fine if she hadn't said anything, but once she did, Courtney got furious. If you can't grow jujube trees, you can grow tomatoes and broccoli. They're 3 copper coins a pound. What else do you want? Do you want me to find some dragon manure to add to your mix? Okay, do you guys want more? If not, then leave immediately and don't disturb my rest anymore. Courtney made a sour face and prepared to lie back in the chair beside her. Exclusive transactions are so tough. Alan, this is so unlucky that the price has gone up. Would such a situation occur in the past? It's rare, but it does appear occasionally. As for whether the reason is true or not, that's unclear. Alan, you know we have never left the scope of Red Wolf City. Why don't we come back next time? Such a high price is really not worth it, man. Alan frowned slightly. He was now waiting for the fire date tree to produce energy points, which was the most important purpose of this trip. He would definitely be reluctant to let him wait any longer. Alan glanced at the black soil that filled half the yard. Fertile black soil. This black soil has moderate fertility and moderate water loss. Options available. Enhance fertility and water retention. Each cubic meter requires 1 energy point for each enhancement. Although the price has increased, the quality of the black soil is fine. Alan originally planned to purchase 1,000 kilograms with a budget of 1 gold coin. Now it requires an additional premium of 30 silver coins, which is indeed a bit of a loss. At this moment, Alan subconsciously glanced at the pile of yellow-brown soil in the corner. When he saw it, Alan exclaimed in surprise. Barren black soil. This black soil is mixed with 2/3 of contaminated loess, resulting in nutrient deficiency and high water loss. Options available for enhancement. Enhance fertility and water retention. Each cube requires 1 energy point for each enhancement. Oh my god, is this even possible? Is there a bug in the system? Alan rubbed his eyes and almost jumped up with excitement. Previously, it was suggested that simply purifying the pollution in the Death Sand Sea yellow mud would require 1 energy point. The yellow mud after removing the pollution is obviously the poorest type. If you want to grow fire dates, you probably need to add some energy to strengthen its fertility. But now, by mixing the black soil and loess, we can skip the pollution removal process and directly save 1 energy point. Doesn't this mean that in the future, if Alan buys 1 cubic meter of black soil, he can get 3 cubic meters of arable land, which directly saves a lot of gold coins and energy points? This wave is a sure win. To ensure everything is safe, I simply walk towards the yellow mud in the corner. Ding! Consuming 1 energy point to strengthen the barren black soil successfully. Fertile black soil. This black soil has moderate fertility and moderate water loss. Options available. Enhance fertility and water retention. Each cubic meter requires 1 energy point for each enhancement. It's done. This time, Alan was 100% sure of the feasibility. Alan, this low-quality soil is really useless. It doesn't have enough nutrients. It's a low-quality product that Courtney deliberately mixed to cheat people. Many buyers came to us asking for an explanation after they discovered that it was impossible to grow fire dates. Just so you know, this is the property of Sand Rat Town, and those villagers can only blame themselves for their bad luck. Val Ironhide quickly reminded in a low voice. Val Ironhide, I understand. In fact, in addition to growing jujube trees, I also want to grow some vegetables, and this loess is cheap and good, so it's very cost-effective. Alan responded loudly. Courtney had noticed the 2 people approaching the yellow mud a long time ago, and when she heard Alan's words, her eyes suddenly lit up. Young man, you have good taste. This soil is perfect for growing vegetables. 3 copper coins per pound. How much do you need? Last time, because he sold the inferior soil privately, Courtney was severely punished by his boss, so he had 3 months' salary deducted as compensation to his boss. This has always been Courtney's concern. He has always wanted to sell this low-quality soil to make a profit. But Huang Mi's affair was almost known to everyone, and he never had the opportunity. Now that she finally saw someone who was interested in buying, Redneck Courtney actually showed rare enthusiasm. Manager Courtney, 3 copper coins per pound is a bit expensive. Can you make it cheaper? Because I want to buy them all. Alan knew the reason for Courtney's attitude. Buy them all. Courtney became even more excited, but the low price made him hesitate. Look here, buddy, if you really buy them all, I'll give you the change later. Alan shook his head. Manager Courtney, how about this? In addition to this yellow mud, I'd like to buy 300 kilograms of black soil later. How about selling it at the original price? Courtney frowned, feeling that something was amiss. However, remembering that the loess was his and the black soil was his, he gritted his teeth and said, All right, but you have to buy all the loess. I remind you, this yellow mud weighs at least 1,000 kilograms. No problem. Alan nodded. This. Val Ironbark was a little stunned. Courtney could agree to this. What's the difference between this and giving away 300 kilograms of yellow mud for free? How could Harris be willing to let you come and see this shop? Isn't he afraid of losing everything? Of course, he didn't expect that Alan was actually going to buy so much soil, most of which was yellow mud. Even if he got some bargains, the rest would be wasted. Chapter 30, I like the ownerless one the most. Regardless of what Val thought, Courtney was afraid that Alan would go back on his word, so he immediately asked his subordinates to start weighing the goods and then loading them onto the carriage brought by Alan and the others. Hey, buddy, this is 1,328 kilograms of yellow mud, worth 39 silver coins and 68 copper coins. I'll give you a discount of 8 copper coins. This is 300 kilograms of black soil, worth 30 silver coins, for a total of 69 silver coins and 60 copper coins. No problem, but Courtney, I also want to buy a few fire date trees. Haha, of course you can, young man. You are a straightforward person. Courtney, like customers like you the most. Come on, I will take you to see the fire date tree. After solving the worry in his heart, redneck Courtney's attitude became better. We came to a small courtyard next door where there were many jujube trees. However, contrary to Alan's expectations, these fire date tree seedlings were surprisingly young. The oldest was 5 years old and about 1 meter tall. They had already produced fruits, but very few of them. The smaller ones are 1 to 3 years old, half a meter to 1 meter high, and you have to wait 2 or 3 years to bear fruit. The price is not cheap either. It costs 5 silver coins for 1 year, and the price increases gradually upwards. 5 years will require 25 silver coins, and 2 silver coins are equivalent to the price of a strong slave. Courtney, don't you have any older vintages? Of course there are some, but they are not for sale. A fire date tree of that age can produce dozens or even hundreds of copper coins every day. How can I possibly sell them? Of course, the most important thing is that the older the tree is, the lower the survival rate of transplantation is, and few people are willing to buy it. Courtney explained because she was in a good mood. Alan was even more speechless. In the end, Alan chose to buy 4 5-year-old jujube tree seedlings. Although there were fewer fruits, they still produced immediately. At the moment, Alan spent a total of 1 gold coin, 69 silver coins, and 60 copper coins on the loess, black soil, and fire date trees. This was equivalent to spending almost all the money he brought from Gale territory. After all, she gave 2 of the 4 gold coins to Lilia. Fortunately, the 31 silver coins from the sale of the iron sheets were still there, enough to purchase the supplies needed for the gathering place. With 2 carriages, Alan and Val Ironhide left the business. Redneck Courtney was uncharacteristically enthusiastic in seeing them off. Man, you don't look very happy. Val Ironhide noticed Alan's abnormality. Can you be happy? Originally, he wanted to rely on fire dates to obtain stable energy points, but now there is no place to buy large and mature fire dates, so Alan's hope has been greatly reduced. By the time these 5-year-old saplings grow up, the daylilies will be old. Val, do you know where else they sell mature fire date trees? The kind we have at our gathering place. Alan is not afraid of the higher price. He just wants to become stronger as soon as possible. Oh my god, man, you are still thinking about buying big fire date trees? You have already bought 4, and you also want to grow vegetables. Even if your well water source is more abundant, it is not unlimited. Val Iron Skin couldn't understand. In this sea of death, who would plant trees? If you work hard to grow the crops, but the gathering place is taken away by others, then all the crops will be taken away by others. At least their gathering place was the one they had snatched from others before. Listen to me, buddy. In our Death Sand Sea, the most serious job is still picking up metal pieces. With your ability, you don't have to worry about your territory being taken away. You can do this for the rest of your life. My goodness, is this your ideal? Seeing Alan's expression, Val Ironhide knew that his dissuasion was ineffective and finally answered seriously. Okay, Alan, then I will tell you how to get a mature fire date tree, but it is very dangerous, so don't try it. I won't talk about robbing other gathering places. Not only is it dangerous, but some gathering places may not even have the food. Besides this method, we can go to the wild and dig up those wild fire date trees. In our Death Sand Sea, the oases occupied by humans are very limited, mainly distributed along the dry riverbeds. The other oases are occupied by wild beasts, magical beasts, and alien races. In these oases, there are often wild fire date trees. Oh, Alan's originally dim eyes suddenly brightened. He likes things that are ownerless the most. Is there such an oasis near where we gather? There should be, but it's really dangerous, man. I know you're very strong. Don't worry, Val Ironhide. If I can't take it, I won't take any risks. Can you tell me where I can find such an oasis? Well, some hunters should be most familiar with such oases. They hunt in wild oases all year round. You can ask Leona to help you find out. Those hunters often patronize the dancer's courtyard. The dancer camp is a general term for the copper-selling dens in Gerbil Town. The camp is located on the edge of the town, with a large open space surrounded by simple wooden fences. Taverns, brothels, and other entertainment venues are all gathered here. Because people's purpose of going here is very clear, the entire camp is simply called the dancer camp. Leona and others work in the dancer's courtyard inside the camp, and the big money sponsor behind them is Harris from Gerbil Town. The women work their butts off, but in the end, Gerbil Town gets the lion's share. Their only contribution is to help solve the problem when someone dares to default on their debts or cause trouble in the camp. Alan has no prejudice against this profession, especially in this medieval background world. He can only say that these are also miserable people. It is said that Leona's previous husband was the leader of their gathering place, but later they encountered a dark magic tide, and more than 30 men in the entire gathering place were unable to escape and all died. Having lost their main source of labor, one can imagine how difficult it is for these widows to survive. At first they also tried picking up pieces of iron. But women are too weak and are often bullied by people from other gathering places, which leads many women to be unable to bear it and do this kind of work. Needless to say, this kind of work is easier and safer than making money by digging iron. As the news spread, more and more people joined. Of course, problems will naturally arise over time. Many scumbags and villains don't pay them after having fun, and even set their sights on their hard-earned money. After encountering such things many times, these women finally turned to Leona for help. Although Leona didn't like them doing such work, she obviously couldn't stop them for the sake of survival. After learning about their plight, she thought of a way out for them, which was to take the initiative to go to Gerbil Town to ask for asylum. Although they had the idea, no woman dared to go to the tyrannical Harris Gerbil. In the end, the women begged Leona again. What followed was that Leona really helped them meet Harris Gerbil, and they negotiated a 20-80 split from Harris Gerbil, 20 for the women and 80 for Gerbil Town. From then on, Leona no longer picked up iron pieces and was solely responsible for the dancer's courtyard. In addition to handling various affairs, I also help with cooking. After hearing this, Alan was very curious. Considering Leona's appearance and figure, it would be like throwing a meat bun at a dog if he went there. But Val Ironhide said that Leona had hidden a sharp piece of iron with her at the time, as if she was ready to commit suicide at any time. In short, Leona walked out of Harris's camp safely. While Alan admired Leona's courage, he also felt that her credibility was still very high. In this sea of death, as long as you have money, you can get any woman you want, even across races. If the money is high, even the elves would dare to get it. Therefore, the dancer camp proposed by Leona obviously made Harris see the prospects, and he was not obsessed with it. This also indirectly shows that although Harris is cruel, his IQ is not low. When you step into the dancer camp, you will find it is crowded with people, just as crowded as the main street in a small town. Val Ironhide had already told Alan the area where Leona and the others were, so he went directly to the courtyard in the center of the Silver Land where the most people came in and out. Chapter 31, Am I Very Capable? After entering the courtyard, you can see many men and women. The man had a lewd and impatient look on his face, while the woman was dressed lightly and gaudily. Seeing Alan stepping into the courtyard, the women's eyes lit up, and they immediately stepped forward. Licking her soft red lips, she said softly, "Dear guest, what kind of service would you like? We are all professionals, and we guarantee you will like it. I'm here to see Leona. I'm her friend." "Ah, are you looking for Boss Leona?" Disappointment and regret were visibly reflected on the faces of several women. Of course, their masturbation didn't stop. A woman with a bulging chest pulled Alan's arm and rested it on her chest. "Handsome boy, what are you doing with our boss? Are you his man? We've never seen you before." "Yeah, our boss hasn't touched a man in 5 or 6 years. I didn't expect him to secretly find someone so young behind our backs. Wow, my God, your chest is so firm." The other women did not let Alan go either. Not only did they stick to him, but they also touched him all over. Not only did they pinch his chest, but some of them even started to make moves on his lower body. Hey, madam, where are you putting your hands? I can't let you bully little Alan anymore. What are you doing?" Just when little Alan was about to be killed, a light shout finally stopped the chaotic scene. "Boss, this handsome young man said he wanted to see you. Since you are here, let's go." Several women were frightened and scattered in a hurry. "Alan, why are you here?" The person who came was naturally Leona. Leona was still wearing a linen dress today, but she wore an apron over the linen dress and tied a piece of cloth in her hair. Although it was the lowest-end version of the maid outfit, it made Alan's eyes light up. The clothes were not important. What was important was the blonde, blue-eyed, and charming maid. This damn Western European country made style. Come in, there are too many people outside. Leona noticed the light in Alan's eyes, straightened her proud features, and greeted him with a smile. Following Leona into the cabin, I discovered that her workplace was actually a kitchen. The kitchen was very spacious, with 2 stoves alone. Something was stewing or roasting on both stoves. The rich aroma of meat made Alan swallow his saliva. Leona poured a glass of water and invited Alan to sit down. After Alan sat down on the chair, Leona said quietly, "I thought someone like you, who came from an upright noble family, would never come to a place like this." There was a strong sense of resentment in the words, which even a hard-of-hearing person with 10 years of training could hear. Alan pretended not to hear. "Leona, I came here this time because I need your help with something." Leona became even more resentful. "I thought you were just here to see me, but I didn't expect you to take advantage of me." Of course, Leona also knew that Alan's arrival must be for some important matter. The conversation changed, and she put away her previous charming look and said seriously, "Tell me, Alan, what's the matter?" "Wow, this woman changes so quickly. I want to find some fire date trees in the wild, so I hope you can help me find out where they are." "Fire date tree?" Leona frowned slightly. "Alan, that's very dangerous." "I know this. I'm just here to inquire. I don't necessarily have to go look for it." Alan nodded. Hearing this, Leona's expression became charming again, and then she suddenly bent forward and said, "Alan, I can help you find out, but you must know the rules of the Death Sand Sea. Everything has a price. So, what are you going to give me in exchange?" Leona's face got closer and closer, so close that both of them could clearly feel each other's breath. Moreover, when I looked down, a deep ravine appeared before my eyes. "I can spend money. I'm not short of money. So what are your conditions?" Alan thought that Leona would say that she needed little Alan the next moment. But Leona suddenly stood up the next moment, leaving only a faint body fragrance lingering on Alan's nose. "I haven't thought about it yet. I'll tell you when I do." Leona raised the corners of her mouth and smiled charmingly. "Playing hard to get? This?" Alan was the least fearful, and he retorted with a smile, "If it threatens my life. Well, if I still have some dignity, then I may not agree." Leona rolled her eyes at Alan and then went to the stove in front. After a while, a bowl of broth was poured from the pot on the stove and handed to Alan. "Is this okay?" Alan was a little surprised. It was obvious that the broth was prepared for guests. "This is for the captain of the Gerbil Town Guards. He's a terrible guy, and he won't notice if you take a little broth away. Just enjoy your meal." After saying that, Leona lifted the clay pot and walked out of the kitchen, swaying her plump buttocks. Alan naturally didn't hesitate and started to eat with relish. And Leona's rabbit stew is indeed delicious. It would be great if she could be hired as a full-time chef in the future. Not long after, Leona came back and actually brought news to Alan. So fast, Alan was a little surprised by the speed. He hadn't finished drinking the broth yet. Leona's eyes were as charming as silk, and she pursed her red lips. "Am I very capable?" "Hey, is this the second woman asking me this question?" Alan looked at the fruitful results and said without hesitation, "Capable. Indeed capable. You're so sweet-talking. My gathering place is usually frequented by many hunters. I just asked casually, and you found out." The hunter said he had discovered 3 wild oases with fire date trees. However, all 3 places are quite dangerous. They are occupied by wild beasts, and even magical beasts often appear. One of them is southeast of our gathering place, and the other 2 are southwest. Alan noted the direction and said goodbye to Leona. "Hey, Peter Cowdung." Just as he stepped out of the courtyard, Alan suddenly realized that the person walking out side by side with him was actually Peter Cowdung. "Didn't you go to the pub to drink?" Buddy Alan, why are you here to this, that? The pub is out of wine, so I came here. Don't tell anyone." Peter Njofin was also frightened and tried to explain to Alan while suppressing his embarrassment. This excuse is just fooling people. If a pub can't even sell out the cheapest rum, why should it be open? "Hey, buddy, I'm not a talkative person. Let's go together." Of course, whether it was true or not, Alan would not interfere. "Huh, man, you're such a nice guy, but do you like it here too? We can go together next time." He found the agreed location to meet Val Ironhide, who had already helped Alan purchase the supplies needed for the gathering place. Then, the group returned while it was still early. When they arrived at the gathering place, it was almost dusk and the team digging iron sheets returned under the leadership of Thomas. Today's harvest was not as much as the previous 2 days, only more than 80 kilograms. Obviously, without Alan's guidance, the digging efficiency dropped a lot. Chapter 32. Choose the right path. The next morning, after Caroline walked out of the house with a blush on her face and her hands covering her buttocks, Alan gathered 10 young and strong villagers and went to the date garden. The great cause of farming obviously cannot be delayed. As for the next location for planting the fire date tree, Alan does not plan to place it near the well. According to his plan, the water in this well will overflow in the future. In this case, sufficient lake area must be reserved. Fortunately, the thing that this Death Sand Sea lacks the least is land, so Alan changed the new address of the fire date, planting to a location 200 meters away from the well. After giving instructions on choosing a location, digging a hole, and filling the hole, Alan didn't stay any longer. After all, such a large project would take at least 1 or 2 days, and he had more important things to do. Just leave this to Caroline, and there won't be any problems. After taking the food and the remaining iron digging team, Alan went directly to the Death Knight ruins. After arriving at the ruins, Alan personally demarcated the area and handed over the management matters to Thomas. Then he rode his horse towards the southeast. According to the information Leona had obtained, the southeast oasis was the closest and safest of the 3 oases, so Alan planned to go to this oasis to try his hand first. After walking for about an hour, an oasis finally appeared in front of Alan. This oasis is not small in size, and should be even larger than Gerbil Town. The plants in the oasis all grow around the pond of more than 100 square meters. As for why such a good oasis has not been occupied by anyone, there is an explanation. One is that the gathering places of human beings are all lived along dry river channels, because these river channels are flat and the feet are covered with hard lusgobi, which is more suitable for walking and will not get lost. Once you deviate from the riverbed, you'll be surrounded by yellow sand, and if you get lost for a moment, you'll probably get lost in the river. If Alan did not have a small map, he would not dare to step into the desert alone to look for. The second reason is that these oases far away from the river have become habitats or supply points for wild beasts and monsters because there has been no human activity for a long time. According to the hunter, the oasis that Alan arrived at was inhabited by a pack of wolves for a long time, and magical beasts would appear from time to time. The hunter was unlucky when he encountered this before. Only 2 of the 5 people in the team escaped death, and the bodies of the other 3 were not even found. Alan looked at the display on the map and found that there were at least 20 large animals in the oasis. There are 6 dots gathered together, which are probably the wolf pack that the hunter mentioned. In this gathering place, as long as there are no magical beasts, these wolves are the biggest threat. To be careful, Alan moved closer to a distance of 100 meters and began to check the health bars one by one. Desert Wolf King. Strength, 1.4. Agility, 1.6. Intelligence, 0.6. Ordinary Desert Wolf. Strength, 1.1. Agility, 1.3. Intelligence, 0.3. Desert Fox. Large Gerbil. Fire Jujube Tree. There is a discovery. When Alan confirmed the ownership of the dots in the oasis bushes one by one, he unexpectedly bumped into a fire date tree. This made Alan smile immediately. Because this fire date tree is really big, it is certainly not inferior to the old trees in the Babylonian settlement. It seems that my choice is correct. Alan deducted 666 from himself. This trip saved him at least 1 or 2 gold coins. Of course, Alan felt that there must be more than one fire date tree in this forest, so he continued to explore carefully. After more than half an hour of exploration, Alan finally visited the oasis forest as big as Gerbil Town. And the harvest is naturally very good. 2 fully mature large fire date trees reached a height of 10 meters. There are 3 jujube trees of different sizes, about 1 year old, 3 years old, and 5 or 6 years old respectively. Don't think it's too few. In fact, the fact that there are 5 jujube trees in such a small oasis is completely beyond Alan's expectations. The reason is very simple. Even if hunters find a large fire date tree, they may not dare to stay for long to dig it. After all, there is a group of desert wolves here. But if these hunters see those small plants, they will obviously not let them go. After all, the cheapest one is worth 5 silver coins. The reason why Alan was able to discover it was because he was very skilled and courageous. Now that he had confirmed the situation of the oasis and the fire date trees, Alan simply started to head back with the 2 young fire date trees that he had dug out. As for the other 3 larger ones, he needed to call for help. As for the pack of wolves, he would deal with them once more manpower arrived. Because the smell of blood can easily attract more carnivores. It takes 3 hours to go back and forth. If the smell of blood attracts monsters, it will be difficult to deal with. Although Alan's strength is not weak, it is still very difficult for him to deal with monsters before he truly becomes a titled knight. Because Warcraft has thick skin and flesh, great strength, and many even have special skills. What? Man, you really went looking for it. Although he knew yesterday that Alan had already heard the news, Val Ironhide still felt that Alan might give up this option. After all, it was too dangerous. But unexpectedly, before noon, Alan had already finished exploring the oasis. That's right, Val, look at my harvest, it's pretty good, right? Alan unloaded 2 fire date tree seedlings from the horse. Val Ironhide opened his mouth, not really sure how to respond. Although he was envious, he knew the risks were extremely high. But then again, Alan only had to go around and find these 2 fire date tree seedlings, which were worth at least 15 silver coins. There are 40 or 50 of them, and they can't earn this much even if they work hard for a week. Okay, man, you've successfully convinced me, so I'll go with you. Val Ironhide finally gave in and immediately prepared to call his subordinates. Val, you don't need to call anyone. Just take the carriage and come with me. I will take my own people. Alan had no intention of delaying the work of Val Ironhide and others. After all, they make a living by digging iron sheets. Then I'll go get Peter Cowdung too. Then, Alan selected 20 people and took 2 carriages to the oasis again. Another hour later, everyone arrived at the sand dunes hundreds of meters away from the oasis. After putting on leather armor with the help of the villagers, Alan gestured to Val Ironhide and the others to wait. Man, this is too risky. How about we go together? They are a group of wild wolves. Val Ironhide said worriedly. No need, just a few wolves. Alan was very confident. He confirmed again that the leather armor was locked tightly and walked towards the oasis with the longbow in hand. It's a pity that I have stopped recommending it. You guys should catch up and read it, at least until Tuesday, because Tuesday is the critical day. Chapter 33 The Fire Jujube Tree is in hand. Roar, roar, roar. Alan's previous intrusion had actually attracted the attention of the wild wolf. After all, the smell of humans is not too unfamiliar to the wild wolves. When Alan showed up without concealing his movements this time, the wild wolves in the oasis immediately roared in warning. Unfortunately, Alan remained unmoved and continued to bang hard on the tree beside him. After a while, the sound of sparse branches and leaves shaking could be heard from the surrounding bushes. Although Alan did not see the figure of the wild wolf with his naked eyes, on the small map, the wild wolf had surrounded him in a fan shape. There were 2 on his left and right sides, and 3 in front of him. Alan simply adjusted the blood bar, and then slowly raised the longbow. With a whoosh, the arrow shot into the bushes. Puff! A wailing sound immediately came from the bushes. Roar! The wolves didn't expect that they would be harmed by the humans in front of them while hiding in the bushes. When the Wolf King saw this, instead of being afraid, he became aroused. This area is their territory, so they will naturally not be polite to Alan, the intruder. Following its roar, the wild wolves on both sides and beside him quickly jumped out from the bushes, baring their fangs and rushing towards Alan. Good job. Seeing this, Alan quickly threw the longbow aside and then clenched his fists. Oh my God, can Alan handle 5 wild wolves? The people more than 500 meters away clearly saw the wolves rushing out of the bushes, and their heartbeats immediately quickened. Anyone who has lived in the desert for a long time knows how powerful the wild wolf is. In a one-on-one situation, no one can win. What's more, we are now facing a pack of wolves. There shouldn't be any problem. Although Val Ironhide was also worried, he still felt that since Alan was so confident, he should have a way to deal with it. As they spoke, the battle ahead had already begun. 5 wild wolves had rushed to Alan from 3 directions and were 5 meters away. The next moment, they were ready to pounce. Alan finally moved at this moment, rushing forward and quickly heading towards the wild wolf in front of him. Roar! Seeing this, the wild wolf didn't show any mercy and flew towards Alan's neck with its fangs and bloody mouth opened. Go! As it flew in the air, Alan's strong arm suddenly exerted force and swung out a right hook. These wild wolves had no idea what they were encountering. Alan's agility of 2.2 makes his burst speed faster than these wild wolves. So even if the wild wolf pounced first, Alan's hook punch still arrived easily first. With a bang, Alan's fist hit the wild wolf's head hard. Snap! The moment the wild wolf was hit on the head, a sound of bone breaking was heard. The wild wolf's body immediately deviated from its predetermined route and flew to the side. With a thud, he hit the ground hard and his body kept twitching, and he couldn't get up no matter what. If these wild wolves had higher intelligence, they would probably gasp in shock. Unfortunately, their intelligence was not that high, and the wild wolves on both sides did not stop attacking. He rushed towards Alan with his bloody mouth open. Alan immediately took 2 steps forward and turned around, raising his fists and punching left and right again. Bang, bang, bang. With a dull sound, the gray wolves were no match for Alan's punch and were knocked to the ground with 1 punch each. Roar! Just as Alan dealt with the wild wolves on both sides, A low roar suddenly came from behind him. "I'm waiting for you." It was this group of wild wolf kings who wanted to take the opportunity to attack Alan. This beast has a higher IQ than ordinary wild wolves and is also more cunning. Seeing that Alan had his back to it, it took advantage of Alan's carelessness and tried to launch a sneak attack. Unfortunately, Alan was also trying to lure it into the trap to prevent it from escaping and leaving behind trouble. After all, wolves, no matter their species, are very vengeful. At this moment, the wild wolf king had already pounced into the air, with its bloody mouth heading towards the back of Alan's neck. Alan quickly took a step to the side and avoided the attack. Before the wild wolf king could react from his shock, Alan grabbed its tail and pulled it back, then threw a right hook at the retreating wild wolf king. Bang! A woo! The wild wolf king was hit hard by a fist and whimpered in pain. However, this wild wolf king is worthy of being a king. Not only is his body a size larger than other wild wolves, but his ability to withstand blows is also quite strong. This powerful punch failed to knock it down. The wild wolf king, in pain, quickly stood up and tried to escape into the distance. Want to escape? Alan had expected this. He suddenly pushed out his legs and kicked the wild wolf on the buttocks in one leap. With a bang, the wild wolf was kicked and stumbled to the ground. Before he could struggle to get up, Alan had already come close to him. Bang, bang, bang. Next, Alan held down the crown of the wild wolf and punched it 3 times in a row. The wild wolf king, who was still struggling violently, finally relaxed and fell limply to the mud. Phew, done. After confirming that the wild wolf king was not faking his death, Alan finally breathed a sigh of relief and clapped his hands. He also discovered that he did not receive any energy point rewards for killing these beasts. It seems that as he speculated, it is possible only by killing dark creatures or monsters. The wild wolf was dealt with, the crisis in the oasis was lifted, and other large animals would not actively attack people. Without further ado, Alan waved directly towards the distance. Soon, Val Ironhide and his group hurried over with their carriage. "Oh my God, Alan, you actually killed 6 wild wolves with your fists. Hey man, how on earth did you do it? You have such terrifying strength in your skinny body. Even if Wei Luan is so strong, he probably can't kill a wild wolf with his bare hands, right?" Val Ironhide and Peter Cowdung looked at the dead wolf on the ground, then looked at Alan, their eyes as if they were looking at a primitive monster. "I told you, I've practiced before. Okay, time is running out. We have to hurry and get this done." Alan didn't care about his strength being seen by everyone. This world has extraordinary power. A bronze junior knight starts with 10 points of strength. So, although I am a little more conspicuous now, I am not at risk of being taken away for dissection. After hearing what Alan said, Val and the others knew that the important matter was dealt with, so they immediately followed Alan to the side of several fire date trees. Looking at the 2 tall fire date trees, Val Ironskin and Peter Cowdung were full of envy. "Hey, you're going to make a fortune this time. This big fire date tree is worth at least 1 gold coin even if you just sell it." Peter Cowdung, "It's worth at least 2 gold coins, and the success rate after transplanting the tree is less than half. Of course, even so, those small towns and big cities will scramble for it. After all, they love to plant fire date trees the most. Of course, you have to be careful when selling. Those guys are very unscrupulous and might rob each other." Val Ironbard reminded. "I'm not going to sell it. I'll grow it myself." Alan nodded. "This is safer. After all, those guys rarely come to our remote little gathering place," said Val Ironhide. Not long after, the 3 fire date trees were dug out and loaded onto the carriage. "Let's go." With the fire tree in hand and the body of the wild wolf carried by the villagers, Alan and his group set out on their journey home. Chapter 34, Bigger Appetite Than Mine. Although the sand was difficult to walk on, because there was strength in numbers, they arrived at the Babylon gathering place after an hour and a half. Of course, the convoy deliberately bypassed the Death Knight ruins. Although the success rate of transplanting fire jujube trees is not high, it is rare for large forces to come and rob fire jujube trees. But it's always better to be low-key. If there are too few jujube trees, people may not look down on them, but if there are too many, that may not be the case. Alan's strength is still too low. Once he breaks through and becomes a bronze knight, he basically won't have to worry about the covetousness of gangs and small-town forces. Master Alan, you bought so many fire date trees again, and they're so big." The maid sat in the shade at the foot of the fire date garden wall, diligently supervising the villagers' work. When she saw the 6 fire date trees that Alan had brought back, a look of surprise appeared on her pretty face. Obviously, Caroline also knew that these were money trees. The more fire date trees there were, the faster the territory developed and the higher their status would be. "I didn't buy it. I dug it up in the wild. There are some out in the wild. Master, why don't you dig a few more? If you plant a few hundred, or even 1,000, wouldn't that make more money than Gale County? Caroline's eyes sparkled, almost reflecting $2 signs. Alan was so confused that he felt the maid's appetite was even bigger than his, and she even thought he didn't dig enough. Hundreds, or even thousands of plants. You're really imagining it. If it were really that easy to dig, we wouldn't have a chance, Caroline. This is what I got after killing 6 wild wolves. Ah, wild wolf. Master, you are not hurt, right? Caroline's attention was diverted in an instant, and she walked forward to look at Alan with a nervous face. This made Alan feel much better. The maid was greedy for money, but it was obvious that he was more important. It's okay, Caroline. A few wild wolves are no match for me. How's the mud business going? That's good. Master, you can continue looking for the fire date tree in the future. Alan, the yellow soil has been filled according to the plan. Now the villagers are mixing black soil and yellow soil in a ratio of 2 to 1. We just need to mix it and fill it into the pit, and it will be done. It will be completed around tomorrow evening. After walking around Alan and finding that Alan was indeed not injured, Caroline answered the business. Then let's plant these fire date trees first. Alan began to call on the villagers to plant trees. We brought back more than 1,300 kilograms of yellow mud yesterday. Saplings 5 years old or younger do not need much soil. About 1 square meter is enough. And 1 square meter consumes about 100 kilograms. In this way, after planting a total of 7 small jujube tree seedlings, there will still be about 600 kilograms of yellow mud left. These 600 kilograms can just fill up 6 square meters and be used to plant 2 large jujube trees. Before long, a total of 9 fire date trees were planted. To be on the safe side, Alan checked the condition of several fire date trees. Soon, he discovered that there was something unusual about the tip of one of the big fire date trees. The fire jujube tree is losing its vitality. Age, 19 years. Status, due to external factors, the vitality of the fire date tree is being lost. It will wither and die in 1 month at the latest. Enhancement option, prevent activity loss and improve tree quality. Each enhancement requires 1 energy point. No wonder, even though we know that every small settlement has a few fire date trees, no major forces have come to grab them. This 50% transplant survival rate, if they really did it, would definitely be killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. What a fool's wit. Alan was amazed. Fortunately, the system was powerful enough. Naturally, he did not hesitate and directly chose to strengthen it. Fire jujube tree. Age, 19 years. Status, normal. Strengthen options to improve tree quality. Each enhancement requires 1 energy point. Done. Alan was very satisfied. From now on, he will dig the jujubes that others cannot dig. He grows the fire dates that others can't grow. After making sure that the fire date trees were safe, Alan returned to the Death Knight ruins with 20 selected villagers. After all, the matter of digging iron sheets cannot be neglected. I have just obtained a cooperation contract from Rocks. If I lose 500 kilograms every week, I will have to lose money. After arranging for the villagers to resume digging, Alan saw that there was still some time, so he naturally went to play with more than 10 skulls. That night, Alan came to the well again. A well nearing exhaustion. Water depth, 0.9 meters. Water production, 2.9 cubic meters per day. This well will dry up in a year. Enhanced options, increase water output, without compromising service life, extend well life, and enhance water quality. Each enhancement requires 10 energy points. Ding. Consuming 10 energy points to successfully extend the life of the well. Ding. Consuming 10 energy points to increase water output successfully. Well, water depth, 1.5 meters. Water production, 4.9 cubic meters per day. This well will dry up in 5 years. Finally, no annoying prefix. Perfect. Clapping his hands, Alan walked towards the cabin with satisfaction. The next morning, Alan was once again forced to turn on his phone by the noise in the territory. Miscalculated. Alan slapped his head. Today he finally understood why the territory was so noisy so early in the morning. The villagers must have noticed the miracle of the well again. Sure enough, a moment later, Thomas came outside excitedly. Master Alan, a miracle has happened again. The water output of the well has increased again. Oh, Alan was speechless, but he pretended to be surprised on his face. Then he pretended to go to the well and looked at the water level, which had risen to 6 meters, pretending to be happy. Master, this is really God's blessing. Megan Sandworm and the others said that they have only heard that the amount of water in a well will become less as it is used, but it has never been said that the amount will increase. Moreover, it has increased twice. Thomas was beaming with joy. Caroline's eyes also lit up. Master, now that the water in the well has increased so much, can I take a bath every day? Alan didn't answer, but just rolled his eyes, meaning to let the excessive maid experience it herself. Thomas, this is indeed a blessing from the gods. However, remember to tell the villagers about this matter. It must be kept secret, okay? If it attracts the attention of others, it will be very dangerous. Yes, sir, I will warn the villagers later. Thomas agreed. Okay, then if this miracle of the well happens again, don't make such a fuss. I want to sleep until I wake up naturally. Do you understand? Understood, master. After eating the broth, taking lunch, and making waves with the maid's buttocks, Alan led a group of villagers to the ruins of death. After arriving at the ruins, the first thing he did was to give the processed wolf meat to Val Ironhide and Peter Cowdung. Alan, is this too much? Looking at the half-wolf's body in their hands, Val and Peter were both shocked. Although they thought that Alan would give them some benefits, it was too much. Guys, you both deserve this. After all, I might need your help in the future. Also, I will send some to Willen and the others later, but the quantity will be smaller. Alan patted the two on the shoulders. Hey man, meeting you is the luckiest thing that has happened to us recently. The two men stopped refusing and put away the wolf meat with joy on their faces. Such a large piece of wolf meat is enough for them to eat frugally for a month. Chapter 35 Dark Creatures Riot. Today, Alan did not go to the oasis in the southwest to play jungle, because it was said to be more dangerous there. It was out of the novice area and was considered a low-level jungle area. So Alan planned to brush the energy point copy for a few days first, improve his strength, and ensure that everything is safe. Alan spent the next few days practicing and brushing points. The energy points gained every day are about 24 or 25 points, and the planted jujube trees have begun to produce due to daily watering. Although the current production speed is still relatively slow, we can already produce 150 fire dates a day. This means that Alan can earn 15 points every day just by lying down. Host, Alan Gale. Constitution, strong. Strength, 6.8. Agility, 2.5. Intelligence, 2.0. Charm, 2.5. Special, Bronze Junior Knight 5 out of 10. Not bad, not bad. After consuming reinforcement points once again, Alan was very satisfied with his progress. In 5 days, the strength increased from 5.0 to 6.8. If that were the case, it would be equivalent to having an extraordinary physical body. In fact, with his agility now, 10 strong men are no match for him. After all, the normal strength of ordinary people is 1, while the stronger ones are only around 1.4. It's time to deal with those damn dark hounds. Alan speculated that those dark hounds should be responsible for patrolling, because as long as Alan stayed on the edge of the inner city for a while longer and made a little noise, a group of dark hounds would soon come over. This immediately shattered Alan's idea of walking into the dark and dead air and feasting on it. Now he estimated that he had enough strength to deal with it, so he naturally would not delay. He has been coveting the dark death energy for a long time. Roar, roar, roar. Just as Alan finished his thought, bursts of roaring and barking came from not far away. The food is served. Alan's eyes lit up. He saw from the map that there were 7 dark hounds in the group. He found an alley that could block the rear and left and right sides, and immediately waited with a long axe in hand. A moment later, 7 dark hounds appeared in sight. Roar, roar, roar. Perhaps relying on their large numbers, the dark hounds were not as cautious as they were that day. After seeing Alan's figure, they immediately surrounded him, and their scarlet mouths kept dripping with saliva. Come on, you disgusting little bastards. Yes, that's you. Stop showing your teeth and let me cleanse you so you don't feel inferior because of your appearance. Perhaps they understood Alan's ridicule, but the dark hounds could no longer hold back, and the 2 hounds in the front took the lead in attacking. Alan today is completely different from before. He doesn't need to dodge. He swings the axe weighing more than 10 pounds with great force, attacking left and right. The axe flashed with a cold light, and with 2 pew-pew sounds, the 2 dark hounds' heads exploded and fell to the ground in front of Alan's heels. Roar. The IQ of low-level dark creatures is worrying, and the subsequent dark hounds have no fear at all. This would have been an advantage at other times, but now it has become a disadvantage. As they continued to advance, wailing and sobbing sounds were heard from the alley. Done, call it a day. When everything calmed down, Alan put the axe on the ground, wiped it clean, clapped his hands and walked out of the alley excitedly. Darkness and death, here I come. Alan rushed straight towards the thick, deathly aura more than 100 meters away. Ding. Energy points plus 0.1, plus 0.1, plus 0.1. Haha, so cool. The Death Knight ruins and the Jungle Treasure House are as good as they say. I really want to live in this treasure house forever. In the thick, dark, deathly atmosphere, Alan's laughter resounded for hundreds of meters. In just 3 minutes, the energy points surged by 50 points, which was not much harder than drinking water. 70, 100, 130, 160, 200. While Alan was tirelessly and greedily absorbing the energy of death in the core of the inner city of the Death Knight ruins. This place is also shrouded in darkness and death. A Death Knight wearing armor, with a double-edged axe weighing hundreds of pounds at his feet, his skin was black and gray, and he was sleeping like a sculpture. Suddenly, his hand moved. The movement of his fingers seemed to be a precursor. A few seconds later, the Death Knight's eyes suddenly opened, reflecting a red light. The light penetrated the black fog, as if surveying something. Finally, his sight stopped in the direction of Alan. The Death Knight suddenly stood up from the stone throne, immediately attracting the attention of several knights who were also riding on their warhorses and looked like statues. These knights have one thing in common. There is nothing above their necks, no heads. It is said that they are called headless knights and are subordinates of the Death Knight. Unless one day they can advance to become Death Knights, then they can restore their memories and reattach their heads. The Death Knight said nothing more and pointed his finger in Alan's direction. At this time, the headless knights seemed to have received an order and turned their horses' heads. The warhorse under him was covered with iron scales, its eyes were red, and it turned its body and neighed to the sky, with gusts of deathly air spewing out of its nose. Roar! Following the dark warhorse's long neigh, all the dark creatures in the Death Knight ruins stopped wandering unconsciously and looked up in the direction where the sound came from. Roar! At this time, several long roars were heard. All the dark creatures seemed to have received some stimulation or command. They became anxious and violent. Not only did they roar in unison, but they also rushed towards the edge of the city where there was no death. Oh my God, what's going on? Alan also heard the roar and shuddered. Moreover, he could see from the map that densely packed dark creatures were beginning to riot and run wildly. The dark creatures that were originally quiet 200 or 300 meters away from him also rushed towards his outer direction. Alan didn't dare to delay, and immediately took a step and started to run away. It was true that he could kill one cute skeleton with one punch, but now they came in such dense numbers that it was really nerve-wracking. The dark creatures were very fast. When Alan had only run a few dozen meters, he noticed the barking of hounds behind him. Turning his head, he saw 5 or 6 dark hounds chasing him, and they also brought with them a large group of looming scary guys. Second level ghoul. Strength, 7.0. Agility, 2.3. Intelligence, 0.4. Level 3 Scavenger Python. Strength, 13. Agility, 2.5. Intelligence, 0.5. Damn, why did they start a riot? Could it be that I caused it? Alan is not stupid either. In the past, the riots of dark creatures were either on the day of the blood moon or caused by someone provoking the terrifying monsters. This unprovoked riot was most likely caused by the fact that they sensed his absorption of the dark death energy. Next, he ran without caring about anything. Fortunately, after he had been running wildly for more than 10 minutes, perhaps because the dark creatures were not used to the scorching sun, they stopped and began to slowly retreat. The same was true for those terrifying second and third level guys. Phew. Fortunately, it's just a riot, not the real legendary dark tide, otherwise it would be troublesome. However, this incident also taught me that I shouldn't inhale death energy carelessly. I can't inhale that much at once. The feeling of falling into a treasure trove was really sour and refreshing, so Alan naturally didn't want to give it up. However, he also learned his lesson. He should not be so reckless in the future and should proceed step by step. Seeing today's harvest, Alan's mood returned to a good state. Just in that moment, he gained more than 230 energy points. This trip is equivalent to 10 days harvest. Ding! Consuming 200 energy points to strengthen your physique successfully. Host, Alan Gale. Constitution, strong. Strength, 8.2. Agility, 2.7. Intelligence, 2.2. Charm, 2.5. Special, Bronze Junior Knight 5 out of 10. Haha, so sour and refreshing. Extraordinary physique, just around the corner. After completing the reinforcement, Alan began to prepare to return. His current strength should be enough for him to explore the remaining oases. Huh? Why is there a woman crying? Just as Alan was about to take a step, he heard a faint scream. Alan opened it immediately and found that in the ruins of hundreds of meters, there were several dark creatures surrounding a human. Although he didn't want to meddle in other people's business, Alan changed his direction when he thought that he was the one who caused the riot today. A moment later, Alan saw 7 or 8 dark hounds forcing a woman onto a broken wall more than 2 meters high. The wall was so steep that the dark hound couldn't climb over it for a while. However, the woman on the broken wall was trembling with fear, curled up with her legs hugged, and kept throwing stones to drive away the dark hound. What surprised Alan even more was that the woman was Evelyn Flowers. Chapter 36 Catwoman and the Nun. Evelyn Flowers? AI. Alan, hurry up, there are a lot of dark hounds here. Evelyn Flowers was delighted to see Alan at first, but then she immediately waved her hand anxiously and asked him to leave. Evelyn Flowers had no idea how powerful Alan was. Of course, this is normal. Alan is now familiar with the leaders of several other gathering places, but he has not had much contact with Evelyn Huaduo except for the last gathering. And Val Ironhide also warned Alan to keep his distance from Evelyn Flower as much as possible. At the time, Alan thought that Evelyn Flowers was a cannibal, but later he realized that her husband was a troublemaker. Evelyn's husband is not usually in the gathering place, but is developing in Red Wolf City. According to his own publicity when he came back, he said that he had joined a gang and seemed to have a bright future. Evelyn stayed in the gathering place, leading the villagers to dig iron pieces from the ruins on weekdays. Originally, this should have been a good thing for the Wei Tiepi alliance. After all, if her husband really had a promising future, everyone might be able to rely on him. But the problem is that Evelyn's husband has psychological problems and is always suspicious. Whenever anyone gets close to Evelyn, her husband will suspect that the two are having an affair. Even people like Val Ironhide were suspected. There had been some unpleasantness over this before. If it weren't for Evelyn's father, Val Ironhide and the others would have kicked him out of the alliance long ago. Of course, Evelyn Flowers herself is easier to get along with. Looking at Evelyn's anxious look, Alan waved his hand, then rolled up his sleeves to reveal his strong forearms. Just a few dark hounds. I'll take care of them quickly. As he said that, Alan picked up the axe and walked forward. Several dark hounds also noticed this fearless two-legged beast and were equally happy. They immediately changed their targets and pounced on Alan with their teeth bared. Alan, be careful. They are really dangerous. Evelyn almost jumped up in anxiety. But before she could finish her words, she was stunned by the battle situation ahead. Alan swung the axe weighing more than 10 pounds in a round shape, and he didn't need a second blow to deal with the dark hound. Every time I pounced on one, I knocked it down. It was easier than chopping wood. Oh whoa, oh whoa. With wailing and whimpering, all 8 dark hounds fell to the ground in less than a minute. Evelyn was stunned. He had never seen anyone fight so calmly and freely. It was no different from dancing. Evelyn, are you okay? While Evelyn was stunned, Alan had already reached the corner below her. Looking at that handsome and confident smile, Evelyn actually felt her heart beating faster. Of course, Evelyn is not Leona, and she doesn't have such a cheerful personality, so that trace of unrealistic charm was extinguished in an instant. I'm fine, Alan. Thank you. You're really amazing. You were able to kill so many dark hounds. Alan nodded and said, like I said, I have practiced this, but Ms. Evelyn, you should get down first. This looks quite dangerous. The wall was actually very thin, and Evelyn had to squat on it to keep her balance. Alan was really worried that she would fall down accidentally, and it was a shame that she was able to climb up just now. Sorry, Alan, I can't get down. Evelyn was embarrassed, and her face turned red. If you don't mind, you can jump down and I will catch you. Or you can fall down on your stomach, and I will hold you back. Alan looked calm. Although she was not afraid of her husband, she did not want to get into trouble. Then I'll leave it to you. Evelyn knew that there was no better way at the moment, and she could only follow Alan's method. I'll climb down the wall. Alan, please hold me back. No problem, don't worry. Alan took 2 steps forward and came to the base of the wall. Then Evelyn began to turn around. When she finished turning, she supported herself on the wall with her hands and carefully leaned down with her feet suspended in the air. But she still overestimated her ability. As soon as she extended her foot, her body lost its balance. With a scream, Evelyn felt herself falling towards the ground at a very fast speed. Just when she felt her heart was about to stop, her body suddenly paused, and she felt like she had fallen into a strong embrace. Evelyn opened her eyes, but it was Alan who was looking at her with a smile. Are you okay? No, it's okay. Thank you, Alan. Evelyn's originally pale face instantly turned rosy again. It's okay, then I'll let you go. The amazing elasticity of the flesh in his palm frightened Alan a little. Okay. Evelyn also felt the heat in her buttocks, and her heartbeat, which had originally calmed down, accelerated again. She subconsciously tightened her legs. Fortunately, Alan was very gentlemanly at this moment and helped him land safely. Thank you, Alan. If it weren't for you today, I really don't know what I would do. After landing, Evelyn didn't dare to look at Alan, and her voice seemed weak. Alan shook his head. It had been more than 3 years since he traveled through time. He had met many women. Even if they were not as unrestrained as Leona, he had seen many maids making dirty jokes behind his back. But there was no one like Evelyn. Evelyn Huadua, why are you here? This place should be close to the inner city. Alan was a little curious. He had just been running all the way to avoid the dark creatures. In order to avoid leading the dark creatures to the area where the villagers were densely populated, he ran diagonally and used the ruins to shake off the dark creatures. But even so, it is still an area close to the inner city, and only some large gathering places will dig iron sheets here. Logically, Yvonne should not be here. Is he here to meet his lover? Contrasting character? It's really possible. Even though Evelyn was dressed conservatively the few times we met, her collar covered her neck. But it was impossible to hide her voluptuous figure, especially with that push just now. Alan knew that she was very well endowed. According to the previous life, this person is good at giving birth, and she can give birth to a son. As for her face, it also scored high, except that it was a little rough due to long-term labor and lack of care. Of course, this is more authentic and has a more authentic Western European rural style. What about Leona? Let's put it this way. Leona is more suitable to play the wildcat girl, while Evelyn is more suitable to play the nun. The two have different styles. Of course, Alan soon realized that he was assuming evil of others. The location where we gathered to dig the iron pieces is nearby. I don't know what happened just now, but a lot of dark creatures suddenly ran out of the inner city. Because I was the slowest runner, these dark hounds kept chasing me. I had no choice but to climb up this wall. I thought I was going to die here. Luckily you showed up, Alan. You guys are digging iron sheets here? Alan was a little surprised. If it were him, he would not let the villagers get so close for the time being. After all, there are skeleton soldiers wandering around here at any time. It was Dandy. He chose the address at the beginning of the month. He said there were a lot of iron pieces here, and I had to bring people to dig here. By the way, Dandy is my husband. Evelyn explained to Alan. You? Alan was speechless. She originally thought that since Dandy was so suspicious, he must love Evelyn very much. But now it seems that it is probably just a simple possessive desire. Everett. Just then, they heard shouting. The voices belonged to Val Ironhide, Velan, and others. Chapter 37 Death Oasis. Hey, Alan, you're here too? No wonder you weren't here when I went to look for you just now. At Evelyn's call, Val Ironhide and the others came running over. There were about 30 or 40 people in the group who had obviously received the news and came to rescue. I was just nearby and saw Yvonne in distress, so I helped rescue her. Alan pointed to the corpse of the dark hound not far away. Val Ironhide and the others only then noticed the dark hounds all over the ground, and their eyes widened. So many. Did you kill them all by yourself, Alan? Willen took 2 steps forward and saw that all the dark hounds were wounded by the axe. His expression was extremely interesting. He looked at his thick forearm, then ran to Alan, pulled up Alan's forearm, and raised his hand to stroke it. Ahem, man, what are you doing? Alan immediately retracted his hand. Alan, how did you do it? Your forearm is only half as thick as mine, yet you can kill the dark hound with just 1 axe. Wei Luan had a sad face, thinking that all his training was in vain. Wyron, can you compare with Alan? He was trained in a noble family. Besides, the key point is that he has 7 or 8 dark hounds. Val cursed angrily. Then he looked at Alan and Evelyn and said, I'm glad you're all okay. We were all shocked when we heard the report from the villagers just now. Evelyn, you really should have a talk with your damn dandy husband. You're lucky to have met Alan this time. If you were unlucky. Val Ironhide said no more, because he knew that it was obviously useless to say more. In the past, when Evelyn's father, the leader of their gathering place, was around, Dandy behaved very well. That's why her father married Evelyn to him. But unexpectedly, after Evelyn's father died, that guy's true nature was revealed. Not only did he beat and scold Evelyn, he also ran away to Red Wolf City. Not only does he take away all the money that the gathering place had accumulated with great difficulty every time he came back, but it is also unclear whether his claim of joining a gang in Red Wolf City is true or not. After all, if you really join a gang, it should be easy to make money, so why would you need these small things in the gathering place? Because of the riot, everyone naturally did not dare to continue digging today. Anyway, it was almost evening, so they packed up and started their return journey. On the way, Alan gave the 2 extra pieces of wolf meat he brought to Willen Hart and Evelyn Flower. Warren smiled so hard at the sudden benefit that it reached his heels. Meat is also very scarce for the people living in the gathering place. Although Evelyn Flowers didn't show much expression on the surface, one could see gratitude towards Alan in her eyes. After returning to the gathering place, Alan took advantage of the night and spent 30 energy points to strengthen the well 3 times. Well, water depth, 3.1 meters. Water production, 10.9 cubic meters per day. This well will dry up in 5 years. Very good, very good. The current water output is more than enough for irrigation and use, and it's also sufficient for future population expansion. Looking at the entry for the well, Alan was very satisfied. The reason for strengthening the well again was not only to make a concerted effort, but also to make the villagers think it was the same miracle and not be too surprised. Another thing is that Alan is thinking about expanding his population. There are too few people in the gathering place, and it is not enough to plant fire date trees and dig iron sheets. Of course, where to recruit people is something that still needs to be considered. Alan was not going to move to a gathering place that was too close. As the saying goes, a rabbit doesn't eat grass near its burrow, which is one of the reasons why he has a good relationship with Val Ironhide and others. By keeping these gathering places there, I can hide in the city and avoid a lot of trouble. The next day, 20 miles to the southeast, Alan lay on a sand dune, overlooking the oasis ahead. Today he was finally ready to go hunting in the wild. In front of us are the 2 oases that the hunter mentioned. Because the 2 oases are close to each other, they are connected together. From a distance, it looks like a large gourd-shaped oasis, covering an area of about 10 acres. According to intelligence, these 2 oases are smaller and safer. Apart from wild beasts and the occasional magical beast, there is nothing else to pay attention to. But the large oasis in the back, covering an area of about 6 or 7 acres, is called the Death Green Land by hunters. The reason is unknown, but it is known that many hunters disappear for no reason after entering large oases. Over time, hunters no longer dared to go deep into the area and only dared to hunt in this small oasis of about 3 acres. Alan was observing the situation of the 2 oases from the small map at this moment, and he found something strange. That is, the number of animals in the small oasis is obviously larger, while the number of animals in the large oasis covering 5 or 6 acres is scarce. This is obviously unreasonable. Logically speaking, the larger the oasis, the more food there must be. There is no reason for animals to squeeze into a small place. However, the small map only provides so much information, and Alan needs to get closer and use the health bar function to detect the details. So, Alan pulled the horse to the edge of the small oasis. After observing for a week and finding no danger around, Alan hung the horse under a small tree. Then, he began to explore the oasis with the help of the small map and health bar display. Soon, Alan explored this small oasis thoroughly. Fortunately, there were no monsters in the small oasis. Apart from a few wild wolves, there were other herbivorous animals of all sizes. Of course, this is also normal. On the edge of the desert, because the oases are relatively small, Warcraft will often change locations. It's not that it's bored, but it's like grazing, and it won't eat all the animals in an oasis at once. Otherwise, if these animals are not given time to reproduce and become extinct, these monsters will naturally not be able to survive. Eat 2-legged beasts? That's possible, but if the 2-legged beasts eat too much, they will attract more powerful 2-legged beasts. So Warcraft is still very smart. It's okay to hunt for a bite occasionally, but if it really hunts 2-legged beasts for a long time, it will definitely not live long. The small oasis was confirmed to pose no major threat, and Alan also discovered 7 fire date trees. Among them, there is 1 big fire date tree, and the rest are less than 10 years old. Not very satisfied with this harvest, Alan's heart was also on the large gathering place not far away. We still have to give it a try. With the cooperation of the mini-map and entries, Alan was not really discouraged. Soon, he stepped into a large oasis. As soon as he entered the oasis, Alan felt that the surroundings were much cooler and quieter, and even the birdsong became less frequent. If you say there is no problem here, Alan will never believe it even if you kill him. The fact that it is shady is easier to explain. This large oasis area is dangerous, so there is less human damage and the vegetation is more lush. But the absence of even the chirping of birds was somewhat disconcerting. And in Alan's field of vision, there were no threatening animals for the time being. However, they discovered 2 large fire date trees, and this discovery prompted Alan to go deeper. Wait, something seems to be staring at me, and the map also shows that there are large living creatures nearby. So where exactly are they? Alan suddenly stopped and felt a chill on his back, because the small map showed that there was a living creature just dozens of meters ahead of him. But Alan climbed on a tree trunk and observed for a long time, but he didn't find any animals at all, and even the health bar system found nothing. Chapter 38. Being hunted by others. The title has been changed. Don't lose it. This is too weird. Faced with this situation, Even the brave Alan couldn't help but feel like retreating. He believed that it was definitely not a problem with the mini-map or health bar, but that he had overlooked something. So Alan climbed down the tree trunk and prepared to take a detour to other places. Rustle. But just as Alan stepped on the ground and was about to leave, there was a sudden movement beside him, as if a poisonous snake was crawling past. Alan immediately activated the health bar, but still got nothing. He was a little skeptical and threw the axe forward. Crash! Crash! This throw was like poking a hornet's nest. There was a sudden rustling sound in front, and the branches and leaves shook. Damn it, it's finally exposed. Alan was delighted and quickly drew out his sword. Normally, he was reluctant to use his sword, but at the moment, he didn't care about much. Then he rushed forward to see what this hidden thing was that could cause the system to fail. But when Alan walked through the bushes that blocked his view in front of him, he was stunned. The source of the rustling sound in front was actually several vine-like paper strips. One of the branches, as thick as a forearm, happened to be split in half by the giant axe and nailed to the ground. Originally, this was nothing unusual, but the problem was that the branch was actually moving. It was struggling hard to break free from the axe. In addition, there were two other vines as thick as fingers wrapped around the axe, trying to drag it away. Magic plant. Magical plants, like magical beasts, are also extraordinary beings. However, most magical plants are not harmful, but are extremely precious medicinal herbs. The vines that are moving now are obviously not good people. It is probably because of them that this oasis has become an oasis of death. So it was you guys who nearly scared me half to death. Now that he knew what it was, Alan was no longer afraid. Especially this magic plant. As long as the target is confirmed, it is easy to guard against, because the opponent cannot move like a monster, at least the low-level magic plant cannot. Without saying a word, Alan raised his sword and took 2 steps forward. Then there were 3 rustling sounds of breaking through the air, and the 3 twisting vines broke. Feeling hurt, the remaining vines retreated into the bushes in panic like frightened mice. Alan did not chase after them, but instead locked onto the direction of the vines' escape and opened the health bar to identify them one by one. Magical plant, level 1 carnivorous green vine. Year, 30. Number of vines, 6. Attack range, 50-meter radius centered on the rhizome. Sure enough, Alan soon reaped the rewards. No wonder the mini-map clearly showed that there were living creatures, but the health bar could not detect them. That's because the carnivorous green vines were lying on the ground, and Alan's search focus was on the ground. In addition, there were other vegetation interference around them, so he ignored them. Now that he was 100% sure of the other party, Alan put away the axe. He was not planning to deal with this carnivorous green vine for the time being, because as long as you don't break into its ambush circle, there will be no problem with safety. Besides, Alan is alone at the moment, so there is no need to take the risk to solve it. Alan then continued to search in the oasis forest, exploring one by one according to the red dots marked. In the end, it was discovered that most of the more than 10 red dots were carnivorous green vines, and the rest were some ordinary beasts that were unaware of the danger. From then on, the secret of Death Oasis was completely revealed by Alan. What made him even more excited was that he found more than 30 fire date trees in this oasis. Among them, 15 are over 5 years old, and 5 are fully mature. The rest are less than 5 years old and cannot bear fruit yet. Awesome. If every oasis in the future is this exciting, I'll be rich. Alan's current situation really proves that high risk often means high rewards. If this place had not become a forbidden zone of death, there would obviously not be so many fire date trees. They would probably have been taken away by hunters long ago. Although they didn't dare to attack the big fire date tree because it was too dangerous and time-consuming and labor-intensive, they could definitely dig up the fire date tree seedlings. Due to the dangers in this large oasis, all the fire date trees have never been dug up, which is why there are so many of them. Alan also decided not to dig up the jujube trees within this area that were less than 5 years old for the time being. If you dig it up and water it every day, it is better to let it continue to grow here for 2 years and then collect it when it bears fruit. 22 plants in total. This is a pretty good harvest. When I get back, I'll go find Leona and ask her to help me find out more about the oasis. Thinking of this, Alan retreated to the edge of the oasis, ready to go back and call for help. However, when Alan arrived at the place where he parked his horse, he was stunned. What fack? Where's my horse? Alan was so confused that he lost his horse while playing in the jungle. He had clearly tied the horse's reins very tightly. Was it eaten by a wild beast? But there was no blood around, no signs of struggle or fighting, so it could obviously be ruled out. Wait, are these footprints? Alan's face suddenly turned dark. A series of human shoe prints that did not belong to him was enough to explain the problem. He came to the jungle to play jungle, but was played jungle by others. Without saying a word, Alan immediately opened the small map. The next moment, 5 or 6 miles southeast of the small map, a green dot and 8 moving red dots attracted his attention. You even dare to steal my horse. Alan gritted his teeth. He never expected to encounter such a thing in this desolate desert. Although he was angry, Alan could only grit his teeth and chase quickly under the scorching sun. All the supplies are on the war horses. The return journey is 20 miles. It will be very difficult if we don't get the horses back. This chase took more than an hour. The map showed that the group of guys finally led his horses into a small gathering place 10 miles away from Hulu Oasis. When he arrived at the door of the gathering place, Alan was already exhausted and his mouth was dry. After confirming that the warhorse was still in the gathering place, Alan walked directly towards the entrance of the gathering place. Hey kid, where are you from? This is the Danny gathering place. Did you come to the wrong place? Strangers are not welcome here. His arrival immediately attracted the attention of several rednecks at the entrance of the gathering place. The 3 men immediately stood up from the entrance alley and issued a warning in a harsh tone. Alan was also in a bad mood. Bring my horse out. Someone here stole my horse. Man, do you want to die? Please stop talking nonsense here. We in the Danny gathering place have always made a living by digging iron sheets. We definitely don't have your horse. Go find it somewhere else. The 3 men became more alert, and one of them retreated into the alley without a trace and ran to inform the enemy. Seeing the reactions and actions of several people, Alan already knew that these people were also insiders and might even be participants. Outside the Calabash Oasis, there's a bay horse. Don't try to fool me anymore. Before I lose my temper, you'd better hand the horse over to me intact, or the consequences will be very serious. Hearing the words, Gourd Oasis, the expressions in their eyes immediately turned cold. Boy, I'll say it one last time. Your horse is not here. Now, immediately. Right now? Get out of the Danny gathering place. Otherwise, we will destroy you. Threatening, the 2 men stepped forward and surrounded Alan, one of them reaching out and pushing Alan's shoulder. Chapter 39, Why are the flowers so red? He stole his horse and even attacked him. Alan had never seen anyone so arrogant, so naturally he would not tolerate it. He stretched out his left hand suddenly and firmly grasped the wrist that was about to push his shoulder. Redneck was startled and found that his arm seemed to be fixed in an iron clamp. He tried to pull it out, but it didn't move at all. Alan smiled at him. Then his expression suddenly turned cold. You stole my horse and you dared to take the initiative. Haven't you seen why flowers are so red? Before old Redneck could figure out what the flowers are red or not meant, Alan had already raised his right fist and hit old Redneck in the face at an extremely fast speed. With a thud, blood spurted from Lao Hong's neck and nose. His head became dizzy, and his body subconsciously fell backwards. But Alan didn't let him go. He pulled hard with his left hand, and the red neck that was leaning back was pulled back. Bang, bang, bang. In a flash, Alan blew out 4 or 5 big nose bags, hitting old Redneck so hard that his ears buzzed and 4 or 5 teeth popped out of his mouth. Bang. After one last slap, Alan finally released old Red's wrist. The old man's neck lost its restraint, and his body spun around like a kite with a broken string before finally landing on the ground. With a thud, he lay on the ground and began to twitch slightly, doing the breakdance of a man who had not eaten enough. The other old redneck was stunned and looked at Alan with wide eyes, as if he was a monster. When he saw Alan turn his gaze towards him, the old redneck immediately raised his hands to his chest and shook them. No, man, Alan stepped forward, grabbed his collar, and gave him 4 or 5 slaps in the face without giving him a chance to beg for mercy. Lao Hong's neck was beaten so hard that his eyes were full of stars, and his hands hung down weakly. Fortunately, Alan knew that his current strength was such that he could kill someone with just one punch, especially these malnourished residents of the settlement. Even though the old redneck's eyes were full of stars, he didn't faint yet. Do you know where my horse is now? I know. Stop hitting me, boss. If you hit me again, I'll die. How could the old redneck dare to lie? He immediately begged for mercy and confessed weakly. You're really asking for trouble. Take me to find the horse now. Alan then loosened old Red's collar and let him lead the way. Okay, boss, come with me. Old redneck shrank back, covering his red and hot face with his hands, and walked towards the gathering place. Soon, under the leadership of the old redneck, Alan came to the central open space of the gathering place. Just at this moment, 6 people rushed out from the alley ahead, each holding a wooden stick, an iron axe, and other weapons in their hands. The old redneck who had just run to report the news was one of them. He was stunned when he saw Alan and his beaten companions. He pointed at Alan and said, Boss, This is the guy who said his horse was lost. Seeing this, the old redneck, whose face was swollen like a steamed bun, also took the opportunity to rush forward and shouted loudly, "Boss Danny, help. This kid hurt me and Bomi." Alan ignored the fleeing old redneck and slowly approached the group of people in front. Seeing this, the people in front raised their weapons. Danny, the most burly one, shouted, "You bitch, boy, how dare you cause trouble in my Danny gathering place and hurt my people? Are you looking for death? Old redneck, I advise you to keep your mouth shut. And you'd better send my horses out immediately so that I can be gentler. If you keep making noise, I'll make you lie down for months. I don't have any horses of yours here, but boy, you're causing trouble on my Danny's territory today. You can't leave now, go up and beat him." How could Danny give up the fat meat that he had already got? Moreover, this kid actually dared to break into the gathering place and injured his people. There is no way to end this peacefully today. With a roar, Danny raised the axe in his hand and rushed towards Alan with his 5 younger brothers. "Then serve the food. I'll stuff your heads back into your assholes." Alan stopped talking, took out the axe stuck in his waist, and then rushed forward a few steps quickly. Seeing this, Nadani quickly raised the axe in his hand and chopped it down fiercely at Alan. "Go to hell." But just as he finished speaking, he found that Alan came up from behind, swung the axe in his hand, and chopped it directly on his axe with just a casual swing. With a clang, the axe handle in Danny's hand vibrated violently, his palm felt numb, and the entire axe flew out of his hand. Danny widened his eyes, looking at the seemingly thin young man in front of him in horror. He couldn't believe how the young man could wield the same axe so easily and quickly. Alan, however, sneered and raised his right fist, punching Danny hard. With a dull thud, Danny was hit directly in the chest by the hammer. There were a few crisp sounds of bones breaking, and Danny flew backwards with a scream, knocking over the 2 younger brothers behind him before stopping. Alan didn't stop moving, and began to move quickly among his standing brothers. He punched left and right, and dull thuds were immediately heard in the field. All of these old rednecks were knocked to the ground by Alan with one move, lying on the ground wailing in pain and unable to get up. The 2 subordinates who had just been knocked down by Danny originally wanted to stand up and deal with Alan. Seeing that his other companions were knocked to the ground in an instant, and each of them was in great pain, he was so scared that he dropped the wooden stick in his hand in an instant, and then lay back on the ground quietly, shivering. Alan ignored the 2 guys and stepped forward to step on Danny's chest. "Have you slept enough?" "Oh, it hurts, spare us, man. We know we're wrong. Please forgive us and don't hit us anymore." When Danny saw Alan coming, he was about to close his eyes and pretend to be dead, but after being stepped on by Alan, he immediately revived in pain, screaming and begging for mercy from Alan. "Now you feel the pain. Why were you so arrogant just now? I just like the unruly look of you rednecks. Why don't you keep scolding me?" It was not so easy for Alan to stop, so he ran for more than 10 miles in the scorching sun, almost getting sunburned, and he was still swearing afterwards. "If we don't punish these old rednecks now, will there still be law in the Sea of Death? Will there still be laws? How to improve overall quality? How to create a civilized home? Woo woo woo, boss, I'm calling you boss, okay? The horse is in the hut at the back. I'll give it back to you right away. Please don't step on it anymore. If you do, I'm really going to die." Lao Hong almost suffocated from the injury to his neck. Although it was only a broken rib, it still hurt. The guy in front of me is simply a monster. Although there is no light of fighting spirit, the power he exerts is the same as that of a super knight. If you had told me you were so powerful, I would never have dared to steal your horse. I won't accept dirty little brothers like you. Go and get my horse." Alan snorted coldly, then pointed at the little brother who was lying behind Danny pretending to be dead. "Yes, I'll go right away." Upon hearing this, the redneck jumped up immediately as if he had been pardoned and quickly went towards the small house at the back. After the little brother left, Alan looked at Danny again. "Now let's play a game. I ask questions and you answer them. Do you understand? Old servant, what do you want to ask? If we answer honestly, will you let us go?" Bang. "I'm the one asking the questions and you answer them. Not you asking me the questions and I answer them. Do you understand?" "Wow, I understand." Chapter 40, I found the owner and gave it back to him. "How did you find me?" "Hey, man, this is a complete misunderstanding. We didn't mean to target you. We were just heading to the oasis to resupply water and happened to find the horses tied to a tree, so we stole them while no one was around." Danny's face was full of grievance, and he was regretting it so much now. "I just thought I was lucky enough to pick up a horse for free. It was a gift from God. But now I realize that this was a trap set by the god of death, which attracted this thug. Second question, how long have you been doing this?" Danny hesitated for a moment. Bang. "Oh, come on, man. We've only been doing this for a little over a month, and we've been successful 7 or 8 times. We've also stolen linen, wheat, iron sheets, a carriage, and a camel. Bang. You stole a lot of stuff, but it's only been a month? Do you think I'm easy to fool? Alan didn't believe it. Wow, seriously, man, we swear to God, it's only been over a month. We usually make a living by picking up iron pieces. If we didn't need to prepare some funds to escape from the gathering place, we wouldn't do such a thing. Danny cried. He was beaten for telling the truth. Is there any law? Okay, even if you didn't lie, can you tell me what happened when you escaped from the gathering place? Alan was a little curious. Old Redneck was frightened by the beating and explained quickly, and Alan soon understood the details of the situation. Danny is the leader of the settlement. His life was originally pretty good. After all, he controlled 30 or 40 villagers. But starting this year, their wells began to dry up. 2 months ago, the daily water storage level dropped to less than half a meter. With so little water, it is not even enough for food and drink, and even the only 2 jujube trees in the village have withered. Danny knew that this gathering place would be destroyed soon, and by then there would be no muddy water to drink. He began to think of a way out, wanting to get some funds and then run away to Red Wolf City to develop. But without unexpected wealth, you naturally cannot get rich. So he thought of stealing from a caravan. Although the Death Sand Sea is dry, due to its geographical location and the production of iron sheets, there are many caravans here, both large and small. So they went to Red Wolf City and waited for their chance, specifically targeting those small caravans that were undermanned. They would select their targets, and, while the small caravans were unloading or trading, they would deliberately fight in front to create chaos and attract attention. When the caravan members were attracted to watch the show, some of them would steal from the back. Unexpectedly, this trick worked surprisingly well, and everyone loved to watch the fun. In just 1 month, it succeeded 7 or 8 times. In addition to low-value items such as linen and wheat, they even got an empty carriage and a camel. Man, I promise that everything I said is true, otherwise I hope God will punish me. Danny's face was full of sincerity. At this time, the younger brother who was previously assigned by Alan to lead the horse returned. Not only did they bring Alan's horse, but they also brought a camel. When Danny saw this, his expression suddenly changed, and he looked at his younger brother as if he wanted to eat him alive. Bang! What's that look? Is this the camel you stole? Alan slapped him in the face without hesitation, then looked at the camel with interest. It was the first time that Alan saw a camel after entering the desert. Compared to horses, camels are the most suitable for desert transportation. They are not only heat-resistant and drought-resistant, but also have good load-bearing capacity. Horses can be used in battle, but they are not very useful for transportation. Yes, we just stole it back. We met your horse on the way back after getting it. Danny Redneck felt more sad than if his mother had died. After all, camels are more valuable than horses in the desert, worth at least 5 gold coins. As long as the camel is still there, it's not too bad. But given the current situation, there is a high probability that the thug in front of him will not let Loatawa go. Sure enough, Alan smiled and said, "Very good. Now I will keep this camel. If I find the owner later, I will return it to him. Do you have any objections? Return it to the owner? Even we can't find him. How can you?" "No opinion. Of course no opinion. Man, you are a good man." Danny felt his conscience was tormenting him. Very good. Now there is only one last thing left to do. Alan stood up suddenly, and several people were startled, thinking that Alan was going to kill people to silence them. Fortunately, Alan was just giving orders. "You 3, immediately go to where the iron pieces were being excavated and call back all the villagers." Since the water well in this gathering place is about to dry up, Alan has something to think about. His territory is short of population now, so it's just right to take the villagers in this gathering place away. It is more than 20 kilometers away from Babylon, which is far enough and not considered a distant place. While the 3 younger brothers were gathering the villagers, Alan went to the date tree where the gathering place was. Sure enough, I found that the well was dry, with only yellow muddy water left. The 2 jujube trees next to it were also withered, with leaves and fruits falling to the ground. Only a few yellow leaves were still hanging stubbornly, but they couldn't hold on for long. Just when Alan was secretly thinking it was a pity, the system suddenly gave a reminder. The Withering Fire Date Tree. Year, 8 years. Status, extremely dehydrated. Enhancement option, improve water shortage. This enhancement option requires 1 energy point. The Withering Fire Date Tree. Year, 2015. Status, extremely dehydrated. Enhancement option, improve water shortage. This enhancement option requires 1 energy point. Huh, is this possible? Alan was stunned. He didn't expect that he could still be saved like this. One is an 8-year-old plant, and the other is a 15-year-old plant. It only costs 2 energy points, which is totally free. Alan didn't hesitate at all and directly output 2 energy points. Ding, consuming a little energy to improve water shortage successfully. Ding, consuming a little energy to improve water shortage successfully. It is visible to the naked eye that the last few drooping yellow leaves hanging on the branches are beginning to become firm and also to show greenness. Alan was very happy to get 2 more jujube trees. It was worth losing the horse this time. I hope there will be such good things in the future. Not long after, the 3 younger brothers who went to call the villagers returned, bringing back more than 30 villagers who were pale and thin. Alan was very satisfied and nodded to the guys. Very good. The work is done. You can go now. Danny's eyes widened, his mouth opened, and he felt a little reluctant. What's wrong? Are you addicted to being beaten? Alan glared. No, let's go now, right away. Danny waved his hands repeatedly. If he continued to fight, he would really die. Moreover, the wells in his gathering place were almost dry, so there was no point in staying. Anyway, I originally wanted to make money and leave the villagers behind. The only thing that made him uncomfortable was that the camel was worth a lot of money. Chapter 41. You will be locked up and digging iron sheets. After Danny and his friends left, Alan didn't delay and directly informed the villagers of the situation. These villagers have become numb and have no objections to this. They just hide their heads and pray that the new leader can let them survive. Alan ordered the villagers to start packing up their belongings, and at the same time dug up the 2 jujube trees next to the well and even dug away the black soil. The black soil in these gathering places is different from the wild soil in the oasis. The wild soil also needs to be strengthened to remove toxins. Alan had already confirmed this. The reason why the fire jujube tree can grow naturally is that the fire jujube tree in the wild has stronger vitality. After everything was done, Alan led everyone on their return journey, with 1 horse and 1 camel each carrying a fire date tree. As for Hulu Oasis, I can only come back tomorrow. We spent a lot of time exploring the oasis today, and we were delayed for a long time in this Danny gathering place. It was already dark. It took 2.5 hours for Alan and his team to arrive at the Babylon gathering place. As soon as I got closer, I heard shouting and noise in the darkness ahead. Suddenly, many people rushed out of the Babylon camp. Val Ironhide held a torch in one hand and a stick in the other. Who are you? This is the territory of the Ironhide Alliance. Strangers are not welcome here. Leave here immediately, or we will not be polite. After he shouted, Willenhart next to him also stood in front and showed off his strong body. The villagers in the Danny gathering place were frightened when they heard this, and they all stopped and looked back. Alan, who was originally lying on a branch of the jujube tree that drooped to the ground, stood up helplessly upon seeing this. Don't be nervous, guys. It's me, Alan. Alan. Val Ironhide and the others were stunned. Hey, man, why are you back so late? It was already dusk, but Alan had not returned yet, and Val and the others began to worry. After all, everyone has heard about the Gourd Oasis. That is the famous death oasis nearby. Even experienced hunters may not be able to come back after going there. So, everyone gathered at the gathering place in Babylon and waited. Just now, they heard the villagers report that a group of people were approaching the Babylon gathering place, and they thought they were coming to seize territory. Haha, guys, something happened that delayed me. I'm so sorry for making you worry. Alan led his team to the front quickly. At this time, everyone also saw the camel, the jujube tree, and more than 30 villagers. Alan, these people are. Guys, these are the people from the gathering place I met in the direction of Calabash Oasis. The wells in their gathering place dried up, and I couldn't bear to see them become homeless, so I brought them back. Alan, is that true? What about the camel, the soil, and the jujube tree? Everyone remained skeptical. Isn't it said that the water source has dried up? How can we afford to raise camels? This is worth several gold coins. This camel, that's another story, guys. I'll tell you after I settle the villagers. Afterwards, Alan brought a total of 37 villagers into the gathering place and handed them over to Thomas and Caroline. Alan then began to tell the story of how he lost his horse and how he found it. I can actually encounter such a good thing. Val, why don't you lend me the horse tomorrow and let me try it out? I'll see if I can get a benefit like Alan. Willenhart was envious when he heard it. This loss of a horse not only yielded a camel, but also more than 30 villagers and a reward of jujube trees. Anyone would be impressed. Val Ironhide rolled his eyes and said unhappily, Willenhart, my request isn't high. As long as you can beat up Maurice Ponytail and the others again, I'll be willing to lend you my horse. Willen's face turned red and white several times, and he finally said dejectedly, forget it. If it was just Maurice Ponytail by himself, I could still give it a try, but with all his henchmen, I can't beat him. That's right, buddy. Alan was able to get this harvest because of his ability. We can't envy him. Didn't you hear that there were 7 or 8 horse thieves? If it were you, I guarantee that not only would your horse be lost, but you would also be locked up and forced to dig iron sheets. Val Ironhide laughed. After confirming that Alan was safe, Val Ironhide and the others did not stay any longer and said goodbye to Alan. At this moment, Evelyn Flowers fell far behind the crowd and suddenly stuffed something towards Alan. Alan opened it and saw that it was a linen shirt. Alan, thank you for saving me that day and for giving me the wolf meat. I don't have anything better to thank you with. This is the linen shirt I made. I hope you don't mind. I didn't see you this morning, so I'm giving it to you now. Thank you very much. Alan estimated that if he didn't accept it, Evelyn Huaduo would probably be even more uneasy, so he didn't speculate at the moment. Then I'm leaving. After saying that, Evelyn Flower took a few quick steps and chased after Val Ironbark and his group. In the darkness, a blush appeared on her face, but fortunately, it was dark and no one else saw it. Alan picked up the linen shirt and tried it on himself. It fit him quite well. The next morning, Master. Oh, I almost forgot. Alan had just finished washing up and was about to go out when he was stopped by Caroline. Caroline gave him a resentful look when she heard that, and she had already bent over and raised her hips to get ready. With a snap, under the rolling waves, Alan felt his palm and nodded with satisfaction. Caroline, you've been getting better and better lately. After saying that, he left with satisfaction in Caroline's embarrassed and annoyed eyes. After Alan left, Caroline bit her red lips shyly. Am I being too mean? I have to remind myself of the punishment we agreed on every day. Probably not. I'm just trying to follow the rules. By the way, how many times have you been punished by the young master? I seem to have forgotten. Never mind. Alan did not immediately set out for Calabash Oasis, but instead arrived at the Death Ruins. Because of the delay yesterday, he even missed the important task of killing dark creatures, so he must make up for it today. In addition, he also needs to replan the area where the villagers are digging. After all, the output of iron sheets is related to revenue, so he cannot be careless. Only with funds can we truly start building territory and developing power. After arranging the digging area for the villagers, Alan went directly to the old place. In his opinion, the skull was definitely a good treasure. Not only were there a large number of them, but they would appear again tomorrow after being destroyed today. More importantly, each one was worth a few energy points, so he could definitely make money. After dealing with 4 or 5 wandering skeletons, Alan approached the edge of the dark death. Huh, you haven't fully recovered yet. But when Alan saw the area that he had absorbed that day, he was a little surprised. The original boundary of this dark, deathly aura was quite clear, with the inner city in a circular shape. But at this time, there was a gap on this circular border of death, about several hundred square meters. Apparently, Alan inhaled too hard that day, causing the dead air here to not recover until now. Well, we must understand sustainable development. In that case, let's go to the side and breathe in the air today. As long as we circle around the edge of the dead air and breathe in it every day, we will be able to return to the smooth edge in time. Alan did it right away and immediately came to the dark and dead air at the edge of the gap. Chapter 42, Protection Against Theft and Alan. Energy plus 0.1, plus 0.1, plus 0.1. With the sound of prompts, Alan felt himself surrounded by happiness again. In just a few minutes, more than 100 energy points were obtained. Just as Alan was struggling over whether to continue, roars were heard again in the inner city shrouded in deathly aura. Alan suddenly woke up and realized that the time was almost up, so he decided to run away as the best strategy. But today, Alan's escape became much more relaxed. Before the Dark Hounds could track him, he had already disappeared. Having lost their target, these dark creatures, like that day, only ran to the edge of the death energy area and searched for a while before sinking back into the death energy. Done, heading to Calabash Oasis. After confirming that everything was safe and sound with the small map, Alan set out on his journey to Calabash Oasis in a good mood. While Alan was humming a tune and rushing to Calabash Oasis with dozens of people, many leaders of the gathering places near the inner city of the Death Knight ruins were furious. Damn it, what's going on with these dark creatures? Why have they been rioting for 2 consecutive days? Yeah, how are we supposed to dig up the iron sheets? Damn it, didn't the riots usually only happen at the end of the month? That riot was to bury the bodies, but what were these 2 riots for? There was nothing. They just wandered around, bit a few people and left. These damn dark creatures, are they going to let us live? But despite the curses, those affected were almost all people from large settlements. With the loss of 1 or 2 people, many settlements could only wait until the dark creatures calmed down and started digging again. After arriving at the Hulu Oasis, they first got rid of the wild wolves that could pose a threat, and then began digging from a small area of safe oasis. After all the fire date trees in the small oasis were dug up, Alan personally led more than 10 people into the large-scale death oasis. However, with the small map and yesterday's field survey, there were no surprises even during the excavation here. It took more than 2 hours to dig out a total of 22 marked fire jujube trees, of which 6 were mature, 12 were more than 5 years old, and the remaining 4 were less than 5 years old. Strength lies in numbers. Small things are carried by people, and large things are pulled by horse-drawn carts or carried by camels. With the efforts of more than 30 people, 2 carriages, and a camel, Alan finally brought the fire date trees back safely to the Babylon gathering place. After another round of busy work, all the jujube trees were planted before dark. Since then, the number of fire date trees in Alan's gathering place has increased by 35 in just 1 week. Among them, there are 12 mature fire date trees that can produce fruit, 17 that are over 5 years old, and the remaining 6 that do not produce fruit. With such a large number of fire dates, the output has become very considerable. When all the transplanted jujube trees have adapted, the mature jujube trees will produce about 20 fire jujubes per day, and the 5-year-old ones will produce 3 to 5. In total, there are at least 300 fire dates every day, which is equivalent to 30 energy points. Good. We have to buy some more black soil tomorrow. The last batch we bought has run out. After bribing the guards of Sandwolf Town with more than 20 fire dates again, Alan and his party went directly to the Rosk purchasing house. This time, because he had the cooperation contract in his hand, Alan had changed his position in the queue. But at this moment, there was only one gathering place in front of him, and it would probably take less than 3 minutes for it to be his turn. As for Val Irampi and others, they were still lined up at the gate of the courtyard. "Boss, the guy you asked us to pay attention to is here." While Alan was waiting, Rosk, who was sitting in the cabin, also received the news immediately. Upon hearing this, Tizia beside him immediately shifted her attention from the book. "Father." Rosk, with his face full of flesh, gritted his teeth, but suppressed his anger. "Is he here? Has his iron sheet been weighed?" "Boss, not yet, but it will be soon." "All right, report back as soon as the weighing is complete. Also, have Jock check the weight of the iron pieces belonging to that kid's other companions. If he's really cheating, I'll make him know the consequences of deceiving Tizia." Upon hearing this, Tizia also became nervous. Although she argued with her father that day, she also knew that what her father said was possible. "Yes, boss." Immediately, 2 big men in leather armor walked out of the wooden house and came near Alan. Alan also immediately noticed the 2 people who were eyeing him covetously. However, seeing that they were just standing there, Alan breathed a sigh of relief, and his heart, which had been slightly hanging in the air, completely settled down. 930 kilograms of iron sheets, and 1,385 fire dates. Soon, the goods brought by Alan were weighed. The 2 leather-armored men standing nearby both showed surprise. Grateful, Alan took the wooden sign with a smile, a total of 60 silver coins and 35 copper coins. The income is not much, but with the increase in manpower now, the output of the date trees has returned to normal, and the income will definitely double from next month. Boss, that kid brought a total of 930 kilograms of iron sheets and 1,385 fire dates this time. Rosk was stunned. So many? Where are his companions? Boss, several of his companions are still waiting in line, but Jock asked, and the weight of the iron sheet is about the same as last week. How is this possible? Rosk obviously didn't believe it. The number of people is directly proportional to the amount of iron sheets produced. Even if they were luckier, there wouldn't be that many more. Father, he didn't lie to me, so you have to fulfill the promise you made to me and don't bother him again. Tizia was surprisingly happy. Alan took out so many pieces of iron, which meant that he didn't lie to her. Okay, Tizia, stop reading and go back to the house with your father. Rosk was very depressed that he couldn't deal with the boy, but he would not go back on his promise to his daughter. Of course, he now strictly forbids his daughter from meeting that damn boy again. Although Tizia was unwilling, she had to listen to her father. Alan had no idea that Rosk was guarding against him like a wolf. He only knew that his future partners were secure. After receiving the silver coins and informing Val Ironhide and others, he went to the black soil shop. It was still the not-so-bright manager Cornet from last time, lying leisurely on the recliner. There were no other residents gathered in the courtyard. Cornet is in charge. It's you, Alan, right? You're not here to remove the yellow mud, are you? Let me tell you. Sir, please don't misunderstand me. I'm not here to return the yellow mud. I'm very satisfied with it. I'm planning to purchase more this time. Oh, Cornet breathed a sigh of relief. Being addressed as sir also made him feel flattered. Hey, buddy, I told you last time that I really like customers like you. Tell me, what do you want to buy this time? Black soil. I wonder if the price of black soil has returned to normal now. It's not going to come back, but it's increased by a penny. Cornet shook his head. Chapter 43 Rednecks are always cheating. It's going up again? That's right, man, I said it last time. The business world has been in turmoil recently. To tell you the truth, this time our prices have increased along with those of Red Wolf City. We are definitely not cheating. Coaster nodded. Alan frowned slightly. Although the extra price was not much, he still felt uncomfortable having to pay. Suddenly, he looked around and confirmed that there was no one else. So he went to his carriage and took out the 5 pounds of wolf meat that he had originally intended to give to Leona. Sir Coster, we caught a wild wolf in the oasis a few days ago. I brought my men to take care of it and got a lot of meat. Thinking of the care that Manager Coster showed me when I bought black soil last time, I brought 5 pounds of it for Manager Coster to try. Ah, this is a bit embarrassing, isn't it? Coster looked at the smoked wolf meat. His eyes suddenly widened, and he said it was not good, but his hands were ready to move. Mr. Coster, you are a big shot in Sandwolf Town. In my eyes, Alan, you are a big shot. You took good care of me last time. If you don't accept this little token of your gratitude, I will feel a little uneasy. Alan said sincerely. My friend Alan, I was right about you. You are indeed different from other people in the gathering place. I, Coaster, will definitely make you my friend. The smart Coaster had never enjoyed such flattery. Boss Harris's subordinates are also divided into different levels. He only got this job because his sister was one of Harris's lovers, and it was a job without any power. As a result, not to mention Boss Harris's other subordinates, even the residents of the small town disliked him behind his back. At this moment, Coster felt that he had finally found a rare friend who respected him. After accepting Alan's benefit, Coaster was very tactful and whispered, Alan, how much black soil are you going to buy this time? 500 kilograms, but the price is so expensive now. I'm a little reluctant to buy it. Alan hesitated. 500 kilograms? Alan, I'll have someone weigh it for you right away. The price is 10 copper coins per kilogram. Alan was startled and asked worriedly, Is this okay? Sir Coster, will this cause you any trouble? It's no trouble, don't worry, Alan. The whole yard is filled with black soil. Boss Harris doesn't know which black soil is sold at a higher price. Of course, you must not tell it outside, otherwise I will be in trouble. Coster patted his chest. Thank you very much, Mr. Coster. You are such a kind and noble person. Alan was delighted. 5 pounds of wolf meat cost about 60 or 70 copper coins, but it directly saved him more than 10 silver coins. This deal was a big profit for him. Alan has decided that Coaster's intelligence must be managed well in the future. Not only is it to buy black soil at a low price, but it can also be used as a hidden chess piece buried next to Harris. After getting 500 kilograms of black soil, Alan rushed to the dancer camp again. As soon as I arrived at the gate of the courtyard, I ran into Leona. Alan, are you here just to see me this time, or are you here to get some information again? Of course I came to see you, and to get some information, Alan said confidently. Leona rolled her eyes. You said you came to see me, but you didn't even give me a gift. Speaking of gifts, I actually brought some this time. Where is it? Leona asked immediately with anticipation. I just gave it to Coaster at the black soil shop. Alan answered honestly. Leona's breath stagnated, and anger immediately rose on her pretty face. Alan, you didn't give me a gift, but you teased me. Leona, I did bring 5 pounds of smoked wolf meat to give to you this time, but for some reason, I couldn't give it to Coster first. But don't worry, I'll make it up to you when we get back. Double the amount, okay? Really? Leona looked Alan up and down, trying to tell whether it was true or not. I reveal to the gods, it is truer than pearls. Okay, you're fine. Wait for me for a moment. I'll go to town to buy some ingredients and be back soon. Alan responded and watched Leona leave with her voluptuous figure swaying. However, he did not enter the dancer's courtyard immediately, mainly because he was worried that little Alan would be bullied, so he simply waited outside the courtyard for Leona to return. Just when he was bored, Alan caught a glimpse of an archery stall in an open space not far away. 1 copper coin for 1 arrow, and if you hit the target, you get a prize. Alan looked at the prize. Hit the bullseye once, and you get an apple. Hit it twice, and you get a gerbil. Hit it 3 times, and you get a rabbit. Alan immediately became interested. The target was only 40 meters away. At such a distance, and it was a stationary target, he was very confident. Especially now that his physical condition has been improved in all aspects. His archery skills have reached a higher level. Hey, buddy, do you want to try? If you hit the target, You can take the prize immediately. The stall owner was an old redneck. When he saw Alan approaching, he greeted him enthusiastically. Okay, 3. Alan handed over 3 copper coins. Old redneck took the money and enthusiastically handed over a longbow and 3 arrows. Alan did not delay. After taking it, he went to the shooting position and drew his bow and arrow in one go. With a whoosh, the arrow shot out. DRO. There was a crisp sound from the target, and the arrow had embedded in the target. Oh my God, there is definitely something fishy going on. That old redneck is so dishonest. Alan was shocked. Although the arrow hit the target, it was as far away from the center of the bull's eye as a palm's length. Old redneck was also shocked at this moment, because his arrow was specially made, and he couldn't see anything when shooting close. But when the distance reaches 30 meters, the arrow will automatically deflect. It would be considered a superb skill if 1 out of 10 arrows could hit the target. I didn't expect that this young man in front of me could hit the target with the first arrow. Luck. Old redneck stared at Alan nervously. After knowing that there was a shady deal, Alan was not prepared to return the money. He immediately drew his bow and arrow, and there was another whoosh and click sound. This time the arrow was less than 2 fingers away from the target. Shaking his head, Alan continued to shoot the 3rd arrow. DRO. This time, the arrow finally hit the center of the bullseye steadily. Putting down the longbow, Alan looked at the old redneck and said, "Give me a reward." Okay, sir." Old redneck hurriedly took out a big red apple from the basket beside him. He breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Alan take the apple and leave. An apple costs 3 copper coins, which is neither a loss nor a profit. If the other party continues to buy arrows and shoot, then I will suffer a great loss. Let me try it too. At this time, a person walked out from the crowd who had just been standing aside watching. Okay, sir. Old redneck smiled happily when he saw that another sucker had come. This time, the guest took the 3 arrows and drew his bow with the same confidence. Whoosh. Huh? This is impossible. How come I didn't even hit the target? I clearly aimed at it. The solemn bullseye that the customer expected did not appear, and his expression froze. Guest, it's normal to make mistakes occasionally. Maybe you will hit the target with the next 2 arrows. The redneck boss was already accustomed to it, and immediately stepped forward to comfort him. I'm a hunter. How could I make a mistake? I even hit that kid just now. Although he said so, the guest drew his bow and arrow again. With a whoosh, the arrow still failed to hit the target. Suddenly, the guest's face turned red with anger, and there was another whoosh, and the result was no surprise. There is definitely something fishy going on. You must have tampered with this arrow. None of the 3 arrows hit the target, and the customer was fed up and realized the problem. Customer, you can eat bread carelessly, but you can't say anything carelessly. I, Old Carrie, have been setting up this stall for 2 years, and my son is a guard in Gerbil Town. Would I do such a thing? Guest. Chapter 44. Why leave? Hey, Alan, why don't you go in? I thought that was interesting, so I stayed for a while. Not long after, Leona returned with a basket filled with purchased cooking ingredients. Alan, you didn't go to play, did you? Old Carrie is a scammer, and no one can win a prize from him. Leona asked quickly. Alan pulled an apple from his sleeve and said, Here, I'll give it to you, Leona. It'll be the interest on the gift. Leona was surprised. You actually won a prize? That's right, 3 copper coins for an apple. Not a bad deal, right? Natasha accepted the apple calmly and said with a sweet smile, Not bad, Alan. You are probably one of the few who can get a reward from Old Carrie. Come on, follow me in. When they entered the dancer's courtyard, they saw the same erotic and messy scene as last time. When the women saw Alan, they obviously still remembered him and immediately flirted with him. Fortunately, with Leona there to calm down, no one dared to get close and attack. Please sit down for a while. I'll cook the food that the guests need. Leona brought Alan a small bowl of fried beans, and then turned her back to him and started working on the stove. It was not known whether it was intentional or unintentional, but when she bent down, the graceful hip line was repeatedly displayed in front of Alan. Alan ate beans and watched the show openly. After about 10 minutes, Leona finally finished her work, served Alan a bowl of broth, and delivered the meal to the guest before she stopped. Tell me, handsome Alan, what's the matter with you coming to my place this time? As for exploring oases, I want to know more about oases. Alan did not hide it. I heard the day before yesterday that you had gained something from exploring those oases. Are you planning to explore more? Leona was a little surprised. She took 2 steps forward and suddenly leaned close to Alan's face. But I haven't even used my last promise yet. What are you going to exchange with me this time? Leona stretched out her slender white hand, placed it on Alan's shoulder, then slowly lowered it to touch Alan's heart. Alan's breathing began to quicken. You're playing with fire. So, Alan grabbed Leona's wrist, stretched out his right hand, and and Leona was pulled over without any preparation. She sat sideways on Alan's legs with a scream. I wonder what conditions the beautiful lady Leona wants this time. A blush appeared on Leona's face, and her breathing became faster, as if infected. But she didn't struggle, and said with a seductive look, I want. Boss Leona. Sorry to bother you. But at this moment, a woman in light clothes hurried to the door. Seeing this, Leona quickly stood up, rolled her eyes at Alan, and then asked the newcomer, What's wrong, Danica? Boss, there's this jerk who's refusing to pay because Lucy's service was bad, and he's already arguing with her. Okay, I got it. I'll be there right away. Leona nodded. Alan, wait a moment. I'll go take a look and ask for some information for you. Leona said as she headed out the door. Do you need my help? Alan asked casually, as he had helped him twice after all. No need, it's just a small matter. If I really can't solve it, I will find the guards in Gerbil Town. It would be a waste if they took away so much commission. Leona waved her hand without even turning her head. In fact, it was indeed a small matter. Leona returned within 10 minutes and had already found out the news about the oasis. This time, we got information about 5 oases, but they were a little far away, with the closest one being only 40 or 50 miles away. It is said that there is a large oasis in it, which is as big as 2 or 3 small towns. Alan, the hunters said that these oases are farther away from the gathering place, so they are more dangerous. If you really want to explore, you must be careful. I understand. Thank you, Leona. Are you going to thank me like you did just now? I feel like I'm at a greater disadvantage. I thought you'd like it. Leona rolled her eyes again and didn't respond. I heard from a merchant a few days ago that there seemed to be wandering beastmen on the trade routes in the Red Wolf City area recently. I don't know if they will wander into Sandrat Town. You should be careful. By the way, let the others in the Villain Alliance know. Orcs, behemoths, beastmen, or orcs. The orcs can be divided into several types. The purest ones are the green-skinned orcs with facial features similar to humans in the previous life of World of Warcraft. They call themselves behemoth orcs. They have a developed civilization system and strong strength. They have established their own country and can pose a great threat to the survival of the human race. Next are the dog-headed people and pig-headed people. These intelligent creatures that can walk upright, but have the big heads of various beasts, are called beastmen. Finally, there are the orcs, a combination of humans and pure orcs. Their strength varies, and their appearance varies, some beautiful and some ugly. The most famous ones are cat-eared girls and bunny girls. Humans collectively refer to these 3 as beast tribes. Of course, the behemoths disagreed with this because they looked down on other beastmen and orcs and felt that this was an insult to them. It seems to be beastmen. It is said that they have attacked several caravans and caused considerable damage. Okay, Leona, I'll tell Val Ironhide and the others. After that, Alan didn't stay long, mainly because Leona didn't mention whether she liked little Alan as a reward. After meeting up with Val Ironhide and the others, the group started their return journey. The next day, Alan and 80 villagers arrived at the Death Knight ruins, ready to start a beautiful day. However, as soon as they arrived, they saw Wei Tiepi and his group gathered together. Guys, what happened? Why aren't you going to work? Alan walked forward curiously. Val Ironhide and his men surrounded him as if they had found their backbone. Alan, you're finally here. Something big has happened. Big thing? What big thing? Alan, 2 guys claiming to be from the Nuka settlement just gave us an ultimatum, demanding that we stop digging up iron sheets on this street starting tomorrow, because these streets will now belong to them. Of course, besides us, many small gathering places nearby have received warnings. Seizing territory? And a large area at that. Is the Nuka gathering place a gang? So rampant. Alan found it strange. He had not yet planned to seize all the surrounding areas, but he did not expect that someone would seize it first. It's not a gang, it's a medium-sized gathering place. It's said to have over 500 people, and they're very powerful. With so many people, why are they coming to these outer alleys instead of guarding the streets near the inner city? It seems that because of the restlessness of the dark creatures 2 days ago, they lost some manpower. They are worried that there might be chaos in the inner city in the near future, so they simply decided to dig outside our area for a while. Also, I heard that it's not just the Nuka gathering place, but other large gathering places have also done this, temporarily staying away from the inner city. Oh my God, it turns out that he is the culprit. Alan's expression immediately became strange. Chapter 45. If we take over this territory today, I will treat you to meat. Alan, what I've discussed with Willen, Peter, and the others is that we should temporarily hand over the street. The Nuka gathering place doesn't like this place anyway, so they'll leave sooner or later. During this time, we can go and help those large gathering places. Although 30% of our daily harvest will be taken away, at least we won't starve to death, and we don't have to worry about safety, said Val Ironskin. Alan shook his head. Leave? Why should we leave? If they dare to come, we will punish them and let them know how powerful our Iron Skin Alliance is. Man, this time is different from before. Although those guys like Moral Ponytail were strong before, they were nothing in front of these people gathered here. Those who can become leaders of medium-sized settlements are all very powerful. Really? Then how strong can their leader be? Is he worthy of the title of knight? Alan asked. My friend Alan, you don't need to be a knight of the title. You can already build a large gathering place, just like Harris in Gerbil Town. However, even if the leaders of these medium-sized settlements are not titled knights, their strength is really strong. For just a few days, there's no need for us to take risks. This isn't cowardice, but a wise choice. Alan, you've been in contact with nobles, so you should know something about this. They also have personnel who are responsible for combat. Buddy, you can beat 5 or 8 people by yourself, but can you beat 20 or 30 people? Val Ironhide knew that Alan was quite strong, but in his opinion, it was not worth it. It's no problem if you don't have a titled knight. As for the thugs, I have a good way to deal with them. Don't worry, guys. Just wait and see how I drive them away tomorrow. Alan waved his hand. What kind of wise choice is that? It has to be made when facing a truly strong person. Now Alan is confident that he can deal with all rednecks below the title of knight. Besides, he suddenly felt that this might be a good opportunity. Faced with those small settlements, Alan really couldn't bear to rob them by force. After all, they were already pitiful enough. But now that the people from the Nuka gathering place have accomplished this, Alan can take the gathering place back from them, so he won't have to worry about anything psychologically. Perfect. Such a happy decision. Val Ironhide and the others looked at Alan, who was inexplicably in a good mood, with worried expressions on their faces. After discussing things, Alan practiced his fighting spirit for a whole morning, and in the afternoon, he went to the inner city to kill monsters. After killing more than 10 skulls, he plunged into the dark death. After extracting more than 90 energy points from the dead air, the moment he heard the roar, Alan started to run away contentedly. Ding! Consuming 110 energy points to strengthen your physique successfully. Host, Alan Gale. Constitution, strong. Strength, 8.8. Agility, 2.9. Intelligence, 2.2. Charm, 2.5. Special, Bronze Junior Knight 6 out of 10. Great. In another 3 to 5 days we'll be able to reach 10. Looking at his new enhanced data, Alan was very satisfied. Then it circled the area, attracting 5 or 6 dark hounds. But Alan was not trying to gain points, but to capture them alive. Unfortunately, the dark hounds were very stubborn, and it was difficult to capture them alive. In the end, Alan only managed to catch 2 alive, some of which were missing limbs. The others were killed by him during the capture process. After finishing everything, Alan put the 2 dark hounds into a linen bag and took them to the ruined house near his street. He didn't even open the sack, but just threw it in. For safety, he even found a few big rocks to press it down tightly. Humming a ballad, he returned to his territory. It was already dusk, and Alan called on all the villagers to happily return to the gathering place. Today's iron sheet output is very good, reaching 200 kilograms. This is the benefit brought by having more people. Of course, compared with the funds needed for territory development, it is still a drop in the bucket. 200 kilograms of iron sheets are equivalent to 1 silver coin and 20 copper coins, and this is the price of the cooperative dealer. Adding to this the daily supply of about 200 dates, the Babylonian gathering place had only 1 silver coin and more than 200 copper coins. Even within the kingdom, it is not enough for a noble to have a sip of wine, not even enough for a sip. Once we have conquered the territory, we must find a way to increase production. Have you finished everything I asked you to do yesterday? Don't worry, boss. I sent someone to notify those small gathering places yesterday. I believe that after receiving the warning, no one who is not afraid of death will dare to stay. Then let's go. Nuka Mane nodded with satisfaction, stepped on his men's backs to get on the carriage, and with a command, the 400 men behind him headed towards the ruins of the Death Knights. I have to say that this medium-sized gathering place does have some class. When the leader traveled, he not only had a carriage, but also had 30 subordinates on both sides holding axes or sticks. In Nuka's opinion, he is actually no different from the nobles in the kingdom. Soon, a large group of people arrived at the north of the Death Knight ruins. When the team arrived, they found that the streets planned yesterday were no longer occupied by the people from the small gathering places. Afterwards, Nuka arranged for the villagers to start digging. But just when Nuka Mood reached the edge of the Death Knight ruins, he suddenly saw 70 or 80 ragged villagers working hard in the street ahead. Nuka Mane frowned. Neo, what's going on over there? Didn't you say everyone has been notified? Neo was also surprised and quickly explained, "Boss, I did send someone to notify them yesterday. Don't worry, I'll go over and drive these guys away right away." Neo then ordered 5 thugs to head towards the street ahead. Megan Sandworm is working hard, and now with a new leader, life is getting better and better. With more iron sheets produced, each family gets more food and can drink as much water as they want. For Megan Sandworm, such a life was something he had never dared to imagine before. There was a sudden bang, and Megan Sandworm suddenly felt a burning sensation on his back. He wailed and turned his head to look, only to see a ferocious-looking strong man looking at him with anger on his face. "You bitches, didn't you hear the warning from our Nuka gathering place yesterday? How dare you still dig? Don't you want to live? Call your leader out immediately, or you'll be in trouble." Megan Sandworm was startled. Seeing that the other side was tall and numerous, he did not dare to resist at all. The other villagers also stopped and ran hurriedly towards Master Allen. Neo was not in a hurry when he saw this, and walked slowly into the alley. "Hey, Allen, they are really here. You should think about it again. They have more than 30 professional thugs. The people from the Wei Tiepi Alliance did not arrange any work for the villagers today, but still came here. After all, Allen is also one of them. If I don't even have the courage to follow him, I will not be able to face Allen in the future. Guys, trust me, didn't you notice I came over an hour early today? I'm prepared. Once we take over this territory today, I'll treat you to meat." He waved his hand and walked towards the retreating villagers. Chapter 46, that was his lost youth. "Master Allen, there's a villain over there who calls himself Nuka's gathering place. He whipped me and forbade us to continue digging iron sheets." Megan Sandworm came to Allen, crying and snotting, and began to complain. "Go to Caroline's place later tonight and get a bowl of broth as compensation for the beating you received. Go dig somewhere else first." "Thank you, Master Allen." Megan Sandworm felt no more pain instantly, and his face was filled with smiles. "If I could drink broth every day, I would be willing to be whipped." When Allen arrived near where Megan Sandworm was working, he saw 5 old rednecks with murderous looks on their faces. "Boy, are you such a leader?" Neo looked Allen up and down with a hostile look on his face. "Yes, it's me. You are the people from the Nuka gathering place." Allen came closer with a faint smile. It has to be said that medium-sized gathering places do have their merits. These few people are much stronger than the small gathering place in terms of physique and strength. For example, the leader in front of us has a strength of 2.5, and he can easily fight 3 people alone by relying on strength alone. The strength of the people behind him who were holding axes or sticks also reached more than 1.5. "You know we are from the Nuka gathering place? Does that mean you received a warning yesterday?" Neo's face darkened. He originally thought that his subordinates were lazy and missed it, but he didn't expect that the other party had left it out on purpose. "You little son of a bitch, do you know that the boss blamed me because of you? Boy, take your people and get out of here right now. If you're even a minute late, I'll tear your head off and kick it like a ball." "Really? Then I won't leave. I want to see how you twist my head off and kick it like a ball." Allen was unmoved, but looked very interested. "Fuck, do you think I'm kidding you?" Neo glared at Allen with his red neck and grabbed his collar. Allen didn't dodge or evade, allowing the other party to grab his collar. After grabbing his collar, Neo wanted to lift him up in the air, but when he lifted him up, he found that this boy was heavier than an iron tower and did not move at all. Allen saw this, and his face was full of contempt. "With such little strength, you dare to say that you can twist my head off and kick it like a ball? Have you not eaten, you big fool?" It is not very harmful, but it is extremely insulting. Several subordinates were watching him. How could old redneck Neo possibly endure it? "Bitch, I'm going to kill you." If the gentle approach didn't work, then it was obvious that he would use force. Neo, in a rage, raised his strong arm and punched Allen in the face with his fist as big as a casserole. "Allen!" Val Ironhide and the others cried out in surprise and immediately rushed forward. But before he took 2 steps, his figure stopped again. Allen just casually raised his hand to block his face and firmly caught Neo's fist in his hand. How is this possible? Neo Redneck was stunned at this moment. "I used all my strength in this punch, and if I hadn't been careful, the kid would have fainted on the spot. But now his full strength attack was easily caught by the opponent. You only have this little strength, and you want to kill me?" Allen's smile finally changed, becoming full of murderous intent. Seeing this, Neo Redneck shuddered for no reason. "Dude, you change your face just like that. Are you from a circus?" Neo began to struggle and tried to pull himself away, but he found that his fist was being held by the other party, as if by an iron clamp, and he couldn't pull it out at all. Neo watched helplessly as the opposite right arm swung, and then the fist as big as a casserole hit his face. The fist was so fast that Neo only had time to see the shadow. With a thud, he felt a severe dizziness in his head, which reminded him of the feeling of being kicked in the face by a mare at sunset when he was a child. That was his lost youth. Damn rednecks. Trying to steal my territory, huh? Boom. Hit my villagers, huh? Boom. You want to tear my head off and kick it like a ball, right? Boom. You're full of foul language, aren't you? Boom. Every time Alan spoke, he punched Neo in the rednecked face. Originally, with his punching power, one punch could knock Neo to the ground, but Neo's arm was pulled, so even though the old redneck fainted, he was hit by a few more punches and couldn't even beg for mercy. Oh my God, is he so cruel and violent? The 5 thugs behind Neo were stunned. When he saw that even though Neo was unconscious, the other party still punched him without holding back, he trembled all over. You guys come together? With a whoosh, before Alan could finish his words, the old redneck turned around and ran without hesitation. Boss, help! Captain Neo has been beaten. Several old rednecks ran while shouting for help towards Nuka, Maine, who was more than 100 meters away. You run pretty fast. Alan was stunned, but didn't care. He left Neo there like a dead dog, then picked up 2 linen bags from the ruins not far away, and then walked towards Nuka's large army in front. Val Ironhide and his companions stared blankly at Neo, who was lying on the ground with blood all over his face, and looked at each other in bewilderment. They knew that Alan was strong, but they didn't expect him to be this strong. Neo could probably take on 3 Willen Hearts alone, but he couldn't even withstand a single punch from Alan. Should we go over and take a look? Evelyn Huaduo asked everyone in a low voice. Although she was a woman, she did not make excuses to avoid him today. Leona Goldfish was not there because she didn't know what was happening here. We must go, let's go. At that moment, everyone from the Wei Tiepi Alliance followed. What? Neo got beaten? You losers, you can't even handle such a small thing. How many people are there on the other side? Hearing his subordinates' panicked calls for help, Nuka Main's face turned very ugly. If this gets out, the reputation of the Nuka gathering place will be ruined. Boss, it was just one man, and he knocked Captain Neo unconscious with just one punch. What? Just one person? And he knocked Neo out with just one punch. This time, Nuka Main became serious. If the other party has more than 10 people, it would be easier to deal with. But he was able to knock Neo out by himself, so it was obvious that he was quite strong. Strange, a small gathering place has people like this? But, you're unlucky to have met me, Nuka Main. All of you, follow me. Nuka gave an order to his 30 subordinates, and personally led the team towards Alan's direction. Soon, the 2 sides met at the entrance of the alley. You are the one who injured my subordinates? Nuka Main looked Alan up and down. Yes, you are Nuka. Alan also looked at the other party, feeling slightly surprised. This Nuka actually reached a strength of 4.8. It can be said that this is the strongest person Alan has seen since entering the Death Sand Sea. Chapter 47, New Weapons. I'm Nuka Main. Which gathering place are you from, kid? And where's Neo? I'm from the Babylonian gathering place, just a small gathering place. As for Neo, if you're talking about that big guy who looks strong but is useless, I've beaten him to death. He's on the ground over there. Alan pointed to the alley. Nuka Main's breath stagnated, his face gloomy. Boy, you've gotten into trouble that you shouldn't have gotten into. Alan smiled slightly and shook his head. No, it's not me who is in trouble, but you guys, you are in big trouble. Of course, I'm a peace-loving person. Since we're all residents of the gathering place, I'll give you a chance. Take your people away from these northern ruins immediately. I can guarantee your safety. Nuka Main was stunned, as if he had seen a fool. Boy, are you kidding me? Look at these subordinates of mine. They can kill you with one punch each. Alan curled his lips. There are only 20 of us, Nuka. I'm asking you, are you leaving now? If you don't, you're dead. Nuka, with his red neck, really felt like he was talking to a psychopath, so he stopped talking nonsense. Kid, I'm not going to waste my words on you anymore. I'm going to twist your neck off and kick it like a ball. Wow. It turns out that the top leads the bottom and everyone else follows the same catchphrase? I'm not kidding you, Nuka. I'll beat you so badly that even your mother won't recognize you. Nuka Main Redneck's anger finally reached its peak under Alan's provocation. He tensed his muscles and took his battle axe from his subordinates. When Alan saw his battle axe, his eyes lit up. The axe handle is about 1 meter long, and the arc-shaped blade is more than 20 centimeters wide. The fine workmanship means there is not even a single dent on the axe blade. It is obvious that this is a precision weapon produced by the kingdom, a standard battle axe, specially used by the kingdom's elite infantry. Although such a battle axe would be heavier, its lethality would increase rapidly, especially the wide and thick blade, which can inflict longer wounds on the enemy. Unlike the axe in Alan's hand, the axe blade is only as wide as a palm, and it will only make a hole when it hits the prey, and it may even get embedded in the prey and be difficult to pull out. Of course, the axe also has its advantages, that is, it does not require much strength, while the standard battle axe in the army can only be used by strongmen. Fortunately, Alan's current strength is a perfect match for this long axe. Not bad, not bad. Now I have a decent weapon. Alan was very satisfied and hooked his finger at the other side. Come on, Nuka, stop being a sissy. When it comes to talking nonsense, Nuka Main is already inferior. So he waved his hand and shouted at his 30 subordinates. Go. Kill this kid. After all, he was the boss of a medium-sized settlement, so he didn't need to show up in a fight immediately. Instead, he learned bad things from the nobles. Yes, boss. The 30 thugs were numerous and powerful, and were not afraid of Alan at all. They rushed towards Alan with wooden sticks and long axes in hand. Nuka sneered. 30 people, even a bronze-level knight would not dare to stop them. Alan calmly picked up the sack at his feet and loosened the rope. Then, Alan threw the sack forward with force, and it landed accurately among the crowd of thugs. What the hell? The thugs were stunned when they saw the fallen sacks were still moving. While they were stunned, the dark hound that had been locked up all night finally started to move, and the next moment a black shadow jumped out of the sack. Dark hound. The thug closest to him originally wanted to use the wooden stick in his hand to pry open the sack, but when the dark hound appeared, it was like seeing a ghost, and he was so scared that he stuttered. The dark hound was not just named for nothing. After being beaten up by Alan yesterday, its anger was at its highest at this moment. Seeing so many two-legged beasts around, it roared and pounced on the people around it without hesitation. Even though one of his front legs was broken, it did not affect his movements at all. With a roar, the nearest old redneck thug was in trouble and was bitten hard on the arm by the dark hound. Help! Damn it, it's the dark hound. The redneck suddenly cried out in pain, but the other companions around him didn't dare to step forward to help, and all stayed away. At this moment, another sack hit the crowd. Roar! The second dark hound also rushed out and immediately launched an attack nearby. Damn it, there's more here, run. If they were facing their own kind, even if Alan had 20 or 30 subordinates, perhaps these thugs from the Nuka gathering place would hold out. After all, since he can be reused by Nuka, he is obviously not a piece of trash. But when faced with dark creatures, people are naturally afraid. At this moment, even if everyone rushed forward, they could easily deal with the two broken dark hounds. But they didn't do that. Instead, they exploded and fled in all directions. Damn it, are you a devil? You actually put the dark hound into a bag. Seeing that his subordinates had finished before they even started, Nuka's neck was shaking with anger. This was obviously the first time that the old redneck had seen such a lack of martial ethics. Of course, it may also be that no one dares to use these dark hounds as tools like Alan did. Even Nuka usually kept his distance from the inner city. Hehe, you should be thankful. I just wanted to scare these guys. Otherwise, if I caught 10 or 8 of them, I would make sure that none of you would be left alive. Alan stepped forward with a smile. Next, you can finally get your new weapon. Boy, you will regret this. Nuka gritted his teeth, knowing that he was about to make his debut. He immediately grasped the battle axe and rushed towards Alan with great momentum. Go to hell. The two sides approached within 3 meters. Old Redneck took the initiative and rushed forward with the battle axe raised high in his hand. As the battle axe flew through the air with a whistling sound, Val Ironhide and others behind were frightened. I've heard that the leaders of medium-sized settlements are all powerful figures. Sure enough, even the swing of their axes makes a sound. The explosive force was so strong that even Wei Luan trembled. Alan, man, be careful. Alan naturally had no time to answer. In order not to damage his weapon, he did not choose to confront it head-on, but dodged the blow with a sideways move. Then, when Nuka Main was stunned, he raised his hand and firmly grasped Old Redneck's wrist. What a fast speed. Nuka Main was stunned. The opponent's speed was surprisingly so fast. Of course, there was more to surprise him. The moment he grabbed Nuka's wrist, Alan exerted force suddenly. With a cry of "ah," Lao Hong's neck could not bear the pain, and the battle axe loosened and fell to the ground. Chapter 48 New Territory Acquired. As the weapon fell, before Nuka Main could come to his senses, Alan punched him in the side of his waist. Nuka Main Old Redneck cried out in pain again and curled up like a shrimp. Grabbing territory, huh? Bring your little brothers to beat me up, right? You're going to tear my head off too, right? Kick it like a ball, right? Bang, bang, bang. Alan's old routine. After getting hold of the redneck, he naturally starts to attack. The fist as big as a casserole was hitting Nuka like crazy, as if it was free. I have to say that having a strength of 4.8, even if it is nothing compared to Alan, His ability to withstand blows is still very strong. Even after being hit so many times by Alan, Nuka still hasn't fainted. Val Ironhide and others who were not far away were stunned. Alan's strength refreshed their cognition time and time again. This is the leader of a medium-sized settlement. In front of Alan, he didn't even have a chance to fight back. Man, how did you do that? Are you a humanoid dragon? Can you tell me how much strength you have yet to show? After receiving countless punches, Nuka's neck became unbearable and he immediately begged for mercy from Alan. Hey, buddy, I was wrong. Stop it. You win. I admit defeat. Please let me go. We'll leave immediately, and we won't mess with you again. Now you know you're leaving? Why didn't you listen when I was talking to you nicely just now? Where's your wilderness nobility? What about your rebelliousness? Bang, bang, bang. There was no way Alan could let these old rednecks off so easily. If we don't keep them under control, they will definitely rebel in the future. Of course, Alan also knew that killing could eliminate future troubles. However, he is still in a dormant period and will not kill anyone if he can avoid it. After all, killing everyone you see can easily cause a backlash from other gathering places. Of course, Alan has been lenient with these rednecks for a long time because of the small map. As long as it is not indicated by the red dot, Alan will spare their lives. After another round of casserole punches, Nuka's neck was almost suffocated by the beating, and then Alan grabbed his collar and said, "Let me ask you, are you convinced now?" "I give in, boss. You are the boss. I really give in. Will you bear a grudge against me and come to trouble me later?" "No, boss. I swear to God, I will never dare to mess with you again. Boss, please forgive me." Nuka Mane was really scared. The opponent clearly didn't look strong, but his strength was truly terrifying. He used to be a battle axeman in the kingdom's army, and he had greater strength than those around him since he was a child. If it weren't for the crime he committed, he might have become a captain or a centurion. Unexpectedly, he encountered a humanoid monster today. Nuka was really afraid of being beaten to death by the monster. As for revenge or something, go fucking here. Isn't it comfortable enough to just guard your own gathering place? We must not get along with such thugs. Very good. I hope you can remember your oath. Otherwise, I will be happy to send you to see the god and confess your sins to him in person. Also, remember my name, Alan Gale, from the Babylonian gathering place of the White Pea Alliance. If you see me next time, it's best to take a detour, otherwise I will beat you up every time I see you. Do you understand? Alan was very satisfied with Nuka Mane's answer, because the yellow shown on the small map was mixed with a few green dots, which showed Nuka Old Redneck's attitude towards him. That is neutrality with a little fear, but no hostility or murderous intent. Understood, Boss Alan. I promise to stay far away from you and never come here again. Now take your people and get out quickly. Yes, boss. Nuka nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice, as if he had been granted amnesty. Did you hear that? Boss Alan said, "Everyone, get out of this area." After saying this, Nuka Old Redneck prepared to bend down to pick up the tomahawk on the ground. Huh? What? You lost the fight and still want to steal my battle axe? Alan glared. Nuka's neck suddenly felt uncomfortable, but he still said with a flattering face, "Boss, it's a misunderstanding. I just wanted to pick it up and give it back to you." That's more like it. Old Redneck stood up and took the tomahawk without bothering him again. Then Nuka turned around and left with a sad face. Just as he reached the carriage, Alan's voice came again. "The carriage is mine too." Nuka's neck stiffened, and he felt like bursting into tears, but he still said, "Yes, Boss Alan. Everything is up to you." After saying that, Nuka walked away with a sad look on his face. After confirming Nuka's attitude towards him again, Alan finally smiled. Not bad, not bad. This time, the redneck monster dropped an item worth more than 1 gold coin. I hope to get more in the future. Alan waved the battle axe in his hand and felt even happier. Guys, how about it? I said it's okay, right? After playing with the battle axe for a while, he happily came to the group of Waitiepi. Man, you actually did it and defeated a medium-sized gathering place. You are really amazing. Yes, if this matter gets out, who will dare to bully our YTP alliance in the future? Val Ironhide and the others finally recovered from their shock and were all extremely excited. Alan's victory will also directly benefit them. After all, with such a strong man around, other gathering places would have to think twice before bullying them. Haha, it's nothing. Life will be better in the future. Come on, accompany me to inspect the new territory first. I'll treat you to barbecue tonight. This time, the Nuka settlement issued warnings to a total of 12 small settlements, including 8 alleys and 4 streets. It almost covers the entire territory outside the northern part of the Death Knight ruins. At this point, all the people in Nuka had evacuated, leaving only empty streets and ruins. My friend, this is such a big site. You can dig wherever you want in the future. I'm afraid it will take more than a month to dig it all. This is really a blessing. The manpower investment for the 12 streets would require at least 400 to 500 people, while the population of Alan's current gathering place is less than 100 people. This also deducts the women and children who are responsible for taking care of the gathering place. In this case, even if we take turns digging for a month, we still won't be able to finish digging the land. Val and others were naturally full of envy about this. Alan is just short of manpower now. As long as we have more manpower, we can directly build medium-sized gathering places. Haha, I have Nuka Main to thank for this. Alan was also very happy. He had only been in this Death Sand Sea for less than a month, and now he had conquered such a large territory. It felt like this was the kingdom I had built, even though it was just ruins. Regarding the shortage of manpower, he did have an idea, which was to hire other small settlements to do the digging and take a commission himself. As for why not rob from the Nuka gathering place? Do you really think those are still his villagers? They already believe in Gale. They are just temporarily keeping him as a support. In addition, today's battle with the Nuka gathering place also made Alan ready to put an important matter on the agenda, that is, to form his own guard team. After all, we can't just rely on throwing dark creatures every time we encounter a medium or large gathering place, right? That's too lowbrow. Chapter 49, I want to see it when I have the chance. In the gathering place of Babylon, the bonfire was crackling, and the barbecue weighing more than 10 pounds was oozing with fat under the charcoal fire. Val, Willen, and Peter have all arrived. Although it was Alan who invited them to dinner, none of them came empty-handed. They brought enough mushrooms, rum, and black bread. Alan, this is my wife Mesa. Peter Nyofen introduced her to Alan immediately after arriving. Mesa has an ordinary appearance, but her physique is unusually strong, a typical Aunt Susan. It was beyond Alan's expectation that Peter Cowdung's wife would have such a physique, just like a mouse falling in love with a cat. However, Mrs. Mesa spoke softly, smiling and greeting Alan. Hello, Alan. Hello, Mrs. Mesa. I often hear Peter mention you, saying that he has a beautiful and gentle wife. Now it seems that Peter did not lie. Mrs. Mesa is obviously a virtuous and considerate wife. Alan smeared honey on his lips and raised his hand to greet. Aunt Susan couldn't resist such compliments. Mesa was filled with surprise and said, Thank you for the compliment, Alan. I've heard from Peter a long time ago that a very good leader has come to the Old Joe gathering place. He is not only wise, but also very friendly. I saw him today, and he is indeed so handsome. Peter Cowdung on the side gave Alan a thumbs up. Very loyal, good buddy. With this pleasant opening, the atmosphere of the party was naturally relaxed and pleasant. However, as time passed, when the barbecue was cooked, everyone discovered that Evelyn, who had been scheduled to meet up in the afternoon, had not arrived. Leona didn't come because she didn't return to the gathering place, but Evelyn broke her promise. Could it be that something delayed him? Val asked. Let me go and take a look. Mrs. Mesa stood up enthusiastically. Then Mrs. Mesa left, and Alan and the others started drinking first. Guys, do you know where to find a slave trader around here? Slave traders? Man, the small towns and gathering places near us are not their target customers. Only the big guys in the city can afford to buy slaves. Alan, why are you asking this? Val Ironbard was curious. I'm quite interested. I'm looking to see if there are any suitable slaves. I'm planning to buy 1 or 2. Alan wants to buy some slave guards who know combat skills. Before, the original body was weak and had no chance to learn how to use weapons properly, so naturally there was no skill to speak of. Therefore, even if there are young and strong people in your gathering place, at least the leader must understand combat skills. Alan felt that he had to buy this slave. Then we can only go to Red Wolf City. It's the only place we've heard of where slaves are bought and sold. But man, you don't want to buy beautiful women, do you? Peter Nyofen looked at Alan with an ambiguous look. Alan rolled his eyes and said, Man, you're dancing on the edge of a knife. Not only does he like to talk nonsense, he also often goes to the dancer's courtyard. If Mesa knew about this, with Mrs. Mesa's physique, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to withstand a punch. Aunt Susan's fighting ability is world famous, so I think her fighting ability in the other world will not be bad either. Alan, if you want to buy a woman, I think you can buy a half-orc, such as the rabbit people and the fox people. I heard that these 2 races are the most popular. Unexpectedly, Will and Hart joined the group, chat seriously. Is this still the same muscular straight man with a red neck? I didn't expect that he actually likes this kind of tune. However, the side also shows that maybe the bunny-eared girl is really good. Be sure to see it if you get the chance. Guys, don't overthink it. I simply want to buy a slave who used to be a guard, and then buy him back to form a guard team. You saw it too. When I dealt with Nuka Main today, I only managed to disperse his subordinates through stratagem. I want to avoid such embarrassing situations in the future. Guards? Alan, really? Your idea is really great. Yes, if we can train a 20-man guard team, then we won't have to worry about any medium-sized gathering place in this dead wasteland. Upon hearing Alan's true thoughts, everyone in Val cheered. Of course, they thought that the guards were just thugs like the ones in the Nuka gathering place, but they didn't know that Alan was preparing to form an iron-blooded army that could stir up bloody storms. After continuing to chat for a while, Mrs. Mesa returned. However, Mrs. Mesa also looked anxious when she didn't see Evelyn. Peter Cowdung quickly asked, "What's wrong?" "Misha, it's Dandy. Evelyn Flower's husband is back, and he's beating Evelyn up really hard." "Dandy beat up Evelyn? What did that bastard do for that?" Everyone in the Wei Tiepi alliance frowned. "I don't know the details. I just heard that Dandy seemed to suspect Evelyn of having a lover again." Mrs. Mesa sighed. "This bastard, Evelyn works so hard every day to dig iron sheets with the villagers in the Death Knight ruins. Last time, he was almost killed by the Dark Hound. He is enjoying himself in Red Wolf City, but now he comes back and suspects Evelyn of doing those things. He is a scum." Val Ironhide spat, and the others were also indignant. "Peter, why don't you go and take a look? Dandy is fighting very fiercely. I'm worried that he will hurt Evelyn." Mrs. Bobby was kind-hearted and begged Peter. Originally, Wei Tiepi and his men were reluctant to get involved in such matters. After all, Dandy was a mad dog who would bite anyone he caught. Several people were not afraid of his suspicion, but it was still disgusting if the dirty water was really thrown on them. "Why don't we go and take a look, guys?" Peter looked at everyone inquiringly. "Then let's go and take a look. No matter what, Evelyn is also one of us." Wei Tiepi. Val Tiepi sighed. Alan had no objection to this, so everyone in the Wei Tiepi alliance stopped their dinner and rushed to the Evelyn gathering place. The gathering place of Evelyn was more than 2 miles away from Babylon, so the group simply took a carriage to go there. When we arrived outside the gathering place, we could hear quarreling from afar. "You shameless bitch, you're looking for other men behind my back. I'll beat you to death." "I didn't, Dandy. You can hit me, but you can't slander me." "No? Then let me ask you, where does this wolf meat come from?" "Like I said, it was given to us by the new leader of Old Joe's gathering place. Val Ironhide, Peter Cowdung, and the others all have it." "Humph, who knows if what you said is true or not? Such a big piece of meat is worth at least dozens of copper coins. If you have no relationship with him, would he give it to you? This is the Death Sand Sea. Why didn't anyone give me wolf meat?" Along with the quarrel, there were sounds of beating and scolding from time to time, which made everyone in the Wei Tiepi alliance frown. Chapter 50. Lighting a lantern in the toilet. Alan frowned. He was the one who delivered the wolf meat. So many days had passed, but he didn't expect that such a bad thing would happen again. "Alan, that's just how Dandy is. Don't take it personally. He's just a suspicious bastard." Hearing that the quarrel was probably caused by the wolf meat sent by Alan, Val immediately spoke to comfort them. "That's right, Alan. Last time, Dandy suspected me just because I asked someone to help Evelyn repair a few wooden hose. He is such a bastard." Peter Neofin also echoed. "Guys, I understand." Alan nodded. As a time traveler, he has seen all kinds of strange things, so he naturally would not be affected by such a small thing. Soon, everyone arrived at the gathering place. Just as I arrived at the door of Evelyn's house, I heard the quarrel inside change direction. "I'm asking you, you bitch, why is your harvest so small this week? According to the iron sheet production near the inner city, you should be able to harvest at least 20 kilograms a day, but now you only have 600 copper coins. I've already explained that we encountered a riot of dark creatures this week, and we had to return to the outskirts to dig." "Dark creatures rioting? Then why didn't they bite you to death? Did you hide the money or give it to your lover?" "Dandy, you're going too far." Hearing Dandy's vicious words, Val Ironhide stepped into the house first with a gloomy face. Inside the house, Evelyn's hair was disheveled, there were red palm prints on her face, and blood was hanging from the corners of her mouth. Beside her, a man of medium build, wearing a tattered silk dress and with a gloomy and angry face, glared at the people who suddenly broke in. "What are you doing here? This is a private matter between Evelyn and me. It has nothing to do with you. Get out of here." "Dandy, Evelyn is a member of our YTP alliance after all, so of course we have to come and take a look. Besides, it was because of your greed that Evelyn was almost killed by the Dark Hound. Did you know that?" Although Val Ironhide was very reluctant, he was ready to make adjustments since he was already here. But people like Dandy were clearly unreasonable. "Isn't she still alive? You came at the perfect time. I heard a new leader has arrived at the Old Joe gathering place. He gave Evelyn a 5-pound piece of wolf meat. I wonder if that damned guy is planning on taking Evelyn's life." "Dandy, that's enough. All of us in the Wei Tiepi alliance have received that wolf meat. Peter and I each got 20 kilograms. Alan was just being kind. If you don't want it, you can return it to Alan, but don't slander him. Valtiepi also looked angry. Humph, everyone has some. You still have 20 pounds? Do you think I'm stupid? How much meat does a wolf have? Is that guy a god? He actually gave away so much meat for free. I have to say that Dandy is no longer just a suspicious person, he is a complete mad dog. For such a person, even if you explain it very clearly, he will still have a perfect dead end to stick to. Val Ironhide was really worried that Dandy had angered Alan. It's not that they were afraid that Dandy would be beaten, but they were wary of Dandy's gangster background, as he said it himself. Those guys, for their gathering place, are as oppressive as Halls in Gerbil Town. Fortunately, they looked at Alan and found that his expression did not change at all. Of course, Alan's expression didn't change. He had no interest in such a mad dog. But Alan didn't want to get involved in this mess. But things are so strange, trouble always comes to him. At this moment, Dandy also noticed Alan's new face. Then he was attracted by the linen gown on Alan at first sight. Suddenly, the look directed at Alan became extremely fierce. Are you the new leader of the old Joe gathering place? I had deliberately stood at the back of the crowd, but this guy actually came to me. Yes, it's me. You bitch. You're still saying you two aren't having an affair. This linen gown of his is the one you made for him a while ago, and now he's wearing it. Alan frowned. Caroline helped him choose his clothes every day, but he didn't expect that he would be wearing the one given by Evelyn at this moment. This dress was given to me by Evelyn to thank me for saving her from the Dark Hound and giving her wolf meat. As a man, I advise you to care more about your wife. Alan said calmly. He did not have the worries of Val Ironhide and others. Damn it, you dare to teach me a lesson? I haven't settled the score with you yet. Do you know who I am? Dandy glared at Alan fiercely. I don't need to know who you are, but I advise you to keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, I only know that you will definitely regret it. Alan sneered. Will I regret this? Boy, I'm from the Scorpion Brotherhood of Red Wolf City. Killing you is easier than crushing an ant. This matter is not over today, kid. Since you played with my wife, I'll give you a chance. Just pay 10 silver coins, and I'll let you go this time. Otherwise, you're dead. Alan smiled. Good job. This old redneck completely refreshed his 3 views. If the other party said something about beating him up, Alan thought it would be a reasonable plot. But the first thing he asked for was money as compensation. What does this redneck think of his wife? Of course, this also confirmed his previous speculation that this guy didn't love Evelyn, but was just exploiting her and was possessive of her. Enough. Dandy, what do you take me for? Evelyn finally couldn't stand it anymore. Val Ironhide and the others also angrily rebuked. Dandy, that's enough. All of us in the Ironhide Alliance know what kind of person Alan is. He's not the kind of person you say he is. Val Ironhide, do you want to make an enemy of me? Do you believe that I will return to Red Wolf City immediately and lead the Scorpion Gang to wipe out your gathering place? Val Ironhide and his companions were immediately furious, but they really couldn't say anything harsh. Seeing this, Dandy became more and more rampant. He took 2 steps forward triumphantly and walked towards Alan. Seeing this, Evelyn immediately chased forward and stood in front of Alan. Dandy, what do you want to do? I told you, I have nothing to do with Alan. Don't slander Alan. He is a good man. Haha. You bitch, now you're exposed. Get out of here, you can't let him have fun for nothing. If you don't hand over 10 silver coins today, I won't let him go. Dandy became crazy, and seeing Evelyn still blocking the way, he raised his hand again and slapped her hard. Bang. However, when his palm was about to slap Evelyn in the face, a hand held him firmly. Alan sighed. He didn't want to get involved in such trouble, but this guy was trying to find death by looking for shit. There was nothing he could do. Chapter 51 The Tacit Understanding Between Master and Servant. Boy, you dare to stop me? Feeling his arms restrained, Dandy glared at Alan fiercely. The redneck didn't know that he had gotten into trouble. Alan was also straightforward. He walked past Evelyn Flowers and passed by with a big bag. Not only will I stop you, I'll also beat you up. Bang. A crisp sound was heard. Dandy's ears buzzed, and he looked at Alan in disbelief. Boy, you're in trouble. I'm from the Scorpion Brotherhood. Bang. In trouble. Bang. The Scorpion Brotherhood? Boy, let me go immediately, otherwise I will kill you and raise your gathering place to the ground. Bang. Calling someone to kill me. Bang. You're also going to level my gathering place? Bang bang bang. Who gave you the courage? Fish Leong. Bang bang bang. Next, the sound of big bangs continued in the small house. Dandy, who had been holding his neck stiff and looking arrogant, was finally confused. His lips were no longer tough, his eyes were blurred, and blood and broken teeth were flying everywhere. Stop hitting me, woo-woo. If you hit me again, I'm going to die. Bang bang bang. Now you're scared to death? Where's your arrogance? Where's your gangster temperament? Those who were often beaten by Alan knew that once Alan started to fight, it was difficult to stop until he explained the reason clearly. In this way, Dandy endured dozens of slaps, and the only difference was that he was breathing in more than out. Only then did Alan stop what he was doing. While Alan was beating Dandy, both Evelyn and the people in the White Pea Alliance watched helplessly, showing no signs of being ready to help. Alan threw the paralyzed Dandy to the ground, then waved to Val Ironhide. "Val, please bring a basin of water." "Okay, man." Soon, clean water was obtained, and Alan took it and poured it directly on Dandy's red-necked face. With a wow, Dandy, who had been like a dead fish, immediately became lively. Alan slowly squatted in front of Dandy. Dandy's pupils suddenly shrank, his eyes were full of fear, and he immediately stood up and moved back. "Stop hitting me. I know I was wrong. Boss, I'll give Evelyn to you. You can do whatever you want of me, but don't hit me again. If you hit me again, I'll die." Huh. Alan really wanted to accept Dandy's courtesy. Unfortunately, Dandy has no say in this matter. Looking at the bruised and swollen red neck, Alan ignored his plea for mercy and looked at Evelyn Flowers. According to his habit, although he had shown mercy to other rednecks before, it was to keep a low profile and avoid killing too many people and making too much noise that would be known to large gathering places or Gerbil Town. But for this Dandy redneck, Alan thinks the dead redneck is the best. Of course, all of this requires Evelyn Huaduo to make her own choice. After all, this is also her husband. "Evelyn, do you think we should kill him, or what?" Evelyn hesitated for a moment. "Evelyn, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. I promise that I will never come to you again. I am willing to divorce you, Evelyn. Since I have been your husband for so many years, please forgive me this time." Dandy's redneck seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw, and he kept begging Evelyn for mercy. Evelyn was a woman after all, and she didn't have the same insight as Alan. After begging for mercy and assurances, she actually didn't choose to kill Dandy. "Ai, Alan, why don't you spare his life, but never let him return to my gathering place again?" Alan frowned slightly, thinking that such a guy might be unwilling to accept it, but Evelyn had made the decision, so he had nothing to say. "Okay, since Evelyn has made her decision, I'll let you go this time. Now get out of here. If I ever see you again or hear you bullying Evelyn, I'll twist your head off and shove it up your asshole. Do you understand?" "I understand, boss, I understand. Get out of here right now." Alan raised his arm and pointed outside the door. "Yes, boss, I'm getting out now, right now." Dandy struggled to his feet as if he had been pardoned. After confirming that Alan really had no intention of stopping him, he covered his swollen face and left in a flash. As Dandy left, the room immediately became quiet. Alan clapped his hands and looked at Evelyn Flower. "Evelyn, although Dandy has been driven away now, I think it's hard to say what he promised just now. You should be careful in the future. Actually, I've wanted to leave him for a long time, but he always threatens me. If I don't obey, he will bring people to kill everyone in the gathering place. I wanted to kill him just now, but I couldn't say it. I'm sorry, Alan." Evelyn lowered her head in guilt, with blood still hanging from the corner of her mouth, looking a little miserable. What else could Alan say? A woman like Evelyn was born with this kind of personality. She couldn't be called a saint, but she was indeed cowardly. So it is really difficult for her to have the heart to kill someone. Otherwise, she would have cut off Dandy's head in the wild many years ago. Alan shook his head and said nothing more. He was 90% certain that Dandy's gangster background was fake. How many gang members are so poor that they always come back to the small gathering place to extort and plunder? Therefore, even if Dandy were alive, there would be no need to worry about retaliation. After that, there was nothing left for Alan and the others, so they simply said goodbye and left. "Thank you, Alan." Watching Alan and the others walk out of the room, Evelyn came to the door and thanked Alan solemnly. Alan waved his hand and left in the carriage. Although there was a small incident, everyone continued to eat barbecue after returning. After all, waste is shameful. "Master Alan, have you forgotten something again? Look at my memory." Alan touched his head apologetically, and then came behind Caroline, who was already posing. With a snap, the waves surged. "Caroline, if I'm not back before dark, you should lock the door yourself." "Yes, Master Alan." Caroline's cheeks were still slightly flushed, but the shyness and anger of the past were completely gone. A month has passed, and Alan's punishment should have ended long ago. But Alan never said the punishment was over, so Caroline never asked when it would be over. Anyway, if Alan forgets one day, the sensible maid will remind him herself, fulfilling her servant's duty. And Alan felt that this was a tacit understanding between himself and his servants. For this reason, when he was punishing, his strength had been reduced, but in order to make this leniency less obvious, he allowed the servant to become arrogant because of his favor. Alan would pause for a second after clapping to show his seriousness. Alas, I am such a difficult master to find, even with a lantern. With a sigh, Alan soon arrived at the Death Knight ruins. Alan is preparing to travel far today to explore the oases whose locations he just discovered. But before that, he needed to make arrangements for the villagers and also prepare to collect some energy points before leaving. Just as Val said yesterday, with a total of 15 streets, his manpower was still too few. He used a small map to arrange 3 days of work areas for his villagers, but in the end, only 4 streets were used up and the rest were left empty. After I finish gaining energy points, I'll have to ask Val and the others to help me promote the product. Chapter 52 Famous? The process of earning energy points was uneventful. After gaining a total of 100 energy points, Alan stopped. Host, Alan Gale. Powerful. Strength, 9.0. Agility, 2.9. Intelligence, 2.2. Charm, 2.5. Special, Bronze Junior Knight 6 out of 10. After his strength increased by 2 points, Alan headed towards his own territory with satisfaction. However, just as he reached the edge of his new territory, he stopped. Because he found a group of more than 30 old rednecks digging iron sheets on his land. Alan immediately walked over, and the group of old rednecks were shocked when they saw him. He immediately packed up his tools and started to leave. Alan followed closely, and after a few steps, he was more than 20 meters away from them. Hey, man, can you please stop following us? We have no ill intentions. Let's leave now. A middle-aged man walked out from the group of rednecks, looked at Alan warily, and pleaded with Alan kindly. Which gathering place are you from? Alan did not respond, but continued to ask. Man, we are just poor people from a small settlement. We have only been digging here for a short time. Let's go now. The redneck in the middle continued to explain and beg. People from the small gathering place? Do you know that this place has become my territory? Faced with the question, the middle-aged rednecked man showed a trace of fear on his face and looked at Alan again. You are Boss Alan from Babylon? Huh? Have you heard of me? Alan asked curiously. I've heard they beat up Sis Dog's Hit and Moria Ponytail, and yesterday they even drove the Nuka settlement away. Boss, please spare us. We'll return the iron slabs to you and promise we won't do it again. We're just poor residents of the settlement, and we wouldn't dare invade your territory. As he said that, the middle-aged redneck hurriedly asked all the villagers to throw the iron pieces on the ground and looked at Alan with a pale, pitiful, and helpless face. The shadow of a man, the name of a tree, the news that Alan beat up a group of leaders of the gathering place had already spread. Of course, it was the Thug Boys' rampage at the Nuka medium-sized gathering yesterday that really set off the Thug Boys' deeds. Now everyone knows that there is a ruthless man on the northern outskirts of the Death Knight ruins. He can beat down an entire medium-sized gathering place by himself, and his attacks are extremely ruthless. It was only after they received the news that they secretly came to dig out the iron pieces with a chance of recovery, because they thought that the Thug Boy might not be able to occupy so many gathering places by himself. Alan smacked his lips. He never expected that he would become famous. Looking at the pitiful 1 or 2 pounds of iron flakes, Alan said, I won't confiscate the iron flakes, but do you want to continue digging for iron flakes here in the future? Boss Alan, how much commission do you need? The middle-aged redneck was very savvy and understood that there was no such thing as getting something for free in this world. How much commission do other gathering places take from you? Val had mentioned it before, saying that the harvest was between 30% and 40%. Boss Alan, those gathering places used to charge us 40% commission, but recently due to the riots of dark creatures, the commission has reached 50%. But we really can't make a penny with such commission, and we can only barely avoid starving to death. The middle-aged redneck answered truthfully. 50%. Alan was still a little surprised. No wonder these rednecks would take the risk to come to his territory to dig. So, from now on, you can dig on this street, and I'll only take 20%. 20%? Really, Boss Alan? The middle-aged redneck was a little unbelievable. That's right, 20%. Also, I still need at least 4 or 5 small gathering places to excavate. If you know any, you can call them over. Suddenly, the middle-aged redneck became excited. Thank you, Boss Alan. You are so generous. All right, I'll plan a few areas for you. Go dig there. I'll have someone come over to meet you later. From now on, the daily commission will be settled at dusk. Do you understand? Boss Alan, we understand. Don't worry, I will never dare to hide the iron pieces. Besides, I will inform the leaders of the gathering places I know later. I think they are very willing to work with you, Boss Alan. The middle-aged redneck looked like he had seen a living Buddha and wanted to kneel down on the spot. Okay. But from now on, please change the way you address me. Call me Master Alan. I don't like the title of boss. Yes, Master Allen. The issue of the excavation commission was easily resolved. Allen returned to the outskirts, told Thomas about the matter, and set out on a journey to explore the oasis with his camel. The nearest oasis explored this time was about 40 or 50 kilometers away, so it took Allen half a day to arrive. The area of this first oasis is not large, only about 1 acre. Observation revealed that apart from some hares, gerbils, and birds, there were no sand wolves. Allen went in and searched directly, and finally found 2 jujube trees that were less than 2 years old. This result was better than Allen expected. An oasis like this, free of danger, is obviously a favorite place for hunters, and both mature and young plants have been clearly plundered. These 2 plants were lucky enough to survive until Allen arrived because they were hiding in the weeds. After digging up and packing the 2 seedlings, Allen immediately rushed to the next oasis more than 30 miles away. In this way, in the next 2 days, Allen was either exploring the oasis or traveling, and he explored 4 oases in total. The harvest was quite bountiful, because there were 2 oases with an area of more than 5 acres, both of which were inhabited by carnivorous beasts such as wild wolves. This caused hunters to be afraid to explore the oasis in depth, so most of the fire date trees in the oasis survived. And Allen's harvest at this time was a total of 35 fire date trees, of which 23 were less than 5 years old, 5 were less than 10 years old, and 7 were fully grown. However, due to the load-bearing problem, Allen has not dug up most of the fire date trees for the time being. He has to wait until all the explorations are completed before going back to ask people to take them away. That afternoon, Allen finally arrived at the last stop of this exploration, a huge oasis covering an area of more than 10 acres. When we climbed over the sand dunes in front of us, we saw the lush green forests and green land. If such an oasis and forest were not too far away from the road and located in the vast sea of sand, it would definitely have been occupied by a large settlement. Huh? Why are there so many rednecks? However, just as Allen was about to seize the time to explore before dark, he suddenly discovered that there were quite a few people in the oasis. Those figures should belong to 2 groups, who were confronting each other at the moment. There were more than 20 people on each side of the confrontation, but one side included the elderly, children, women, and children, while the other side was composed solely of young and strong people. Allen thought for a moment, then simply went around to the side and sneaked into the forest quietly. Then he approached the 2 groups of people who were confronting each other in the forest. Chapter 53, Eliminating the Roots. Boss Dudley, please let us go. We have handed over everything. We really don't have anything hidden. Who knows, what if you really hid it? Boss Dudley, we swear to the gods that we only got 2 monster cubs. We guarantee there are no more. If we lie, may the gods punish us. Mori, this is the Sea of Death, a place forsaken by the gods. Your oath is useless, but... Dudley chuckled. However, now I have some faith that you haven't hidden anything. Mori was delighted. Boss Dudley, can you let us go? We promise not to let this news leak out. Dudley shook his head again. Let you go? Mori, this isn't your first day in the Death Sand Sea. How could you ask such a naive question? Don't you know that only the dead can keep secrets? Dudley, you were never going to let us go from the beginning. Mori's face turned pale. That's right. These 2 monster cubs are so powerful that even a large gathering place would be tempted. To prevent the news from leaking out, we can only let you suffer a little more. You shameless and despicable gangsters, you will definitely go to hell. Even if we die today, we will fight you to the death. Haha, hunting wild animals might be of some use to you hunters, but when it comes to killing people, we, the Venom Fong Brotherhood, are the most professional. Dudley grinned and waved his hand at his men. Kill all these guys. Except for the women, leave no one alive. Yes, boss. The next moment, a fierce battle broke out between the 2 sides. At this point, Allen had understood something. One of the 2 parties is a hunter group and the other is a gang. The hunter group must have obtained the Warcraft cub by accident, but the news leaked to the Venom Fong Brotherhood, who found out and took it away. And Warcraft cubs, no matter what species, are all worth a lot of money. This led to the Fong Brotherhood preparing to kill people to silence them after obtaining the Warcraft cubs. At the moment, although the 2 sides have similar manpower, the hunters have only 4 or 5 young and strong men, and the rest are women and children, while the other side is full of ruthless bandits. The battle situation is self-evident. After a while, 2 hunters were injured, and the rest were at the end of their strength. Oh God, please bring down divine punishment and send these damned bandits and demons to hell. After being chopped to the ground, Hunter Mori prayed to the gods. Dudley jokingly said, God, in this sea of death, we, the venomous Fong Brotherhood, are the gods, the gods of death who send people to hell. And, Mori, just because of your prayer, I will take good care of your wife later. You devil, you will be punished by God. Mori's eyes turned red with anger. You bitch, you actually dare to curse our boss. Watch me send you to death first. Upon hearing this, the bandit rushed towards Mori with a mace in his hand. Go to hell. The bandit came close to Mori, aimed at his head, and raised the mace high. Mori, father, a middle-aged woman and a child nearby saw it, and screamed and cried. Whoosh. Puff. But just as the bandit's mace was about to fall, a sharp scream was heard, and then a black light passed through the bandit's neck, bringing out a cloud of blood mist. With a thud, and a brief moment of stiffness, the bandit fell to the ground with his hands covering his neck and his eyes wide open. Huh. Dudley was stunned. Whoosh. Puff. Another arrow flew out from the bushes and killed another bandit. Damn it. There are enemies in the jungle. Rush in. This time, Dudley finally reacted. He raised the wooden shield to block his chest and called out to his men. Dudley was also quite fierce. After giving the orders, he took the lead and rushed into the jungle with his men. Whoosh whoosh. However, they were more than 20 meters away from the jungle. During this process, 3 arrows were shot out rapidly, knocking down 3 bandits again. You bitch, bastard, let me find you and I will kill you with my sword. Dudley gritted his teeth in pain. These brothers were all good fighters who had participated in many robberies, but he didn't expect that they would die in such a sneak attack. Filled with anger, Dudley finally rushed into the woods and immediately saw a young man holding a longbow. Damn kid, are you the one looking for death? Dudley was stunned for a moment when he saw that the kid hadn't even grown all his hair. Then he became even angrier. Old redneck, don't worry, I will send you to meet them right away. The person who took action was naturally Alan. Alan threw the longbow aside and drew the battle axe from his waist. You bitch, I'm going to make you pay the price today. Come on, don't kill him outright. I'm going to save some of it and torture him to death. Yes, boss. Immediately, 10 people including Dudley rushed towards Alan, holding weapons such as axes, hatchets, and maces covered with iron nails. However, these rednecks had no idea what kind of thugs they were facing. Alan had seen their strength before, and the average bandit only had a strength of about 1.6. Only Dudley has a strength of 3.5. Alan originally thought that the bandits should be quite strong, but he didn't expect that they were slightly weaker than Nanuka. Of course, when you think about the fact that this guy has a boss above him, he can only be considered a small leader, so such strength is understandable. In addition to strength, the biggest characteristic of a gang should be greed and lack of bottom line. Alan had no intention of holding back against these guys. He rushed forward rapidly, and before the bandit in front could react, the battle axe had already chopped down. A cold light flashed by, and puff, a blood mist splashed in the sunlight. With his battle axe swinging nonstop and relying on his 9.0 strength and 2.9 agility, these bandits were no match for Alan. You, who are you? The last little brother who rushed forward also fell down. Dudley's red neck and forehead were covered with cold sweat, and his eyes were full of fear. Me? Just a kind-hearted person who happened to pass by. Alan walked forward slowly with a battle axe in his hand. You, don't come over here, man. How about letting me go? If you're willing to let me go, I can give you money. How about 50 silver coins? Alan said nothing, still approaching with the battle axe in hand. 1 gold coin. No, 1 gold coin and 50 silver coins. This is all my savings. And I promise I won't dare to seek revenge on you afterwards. How about this? Buddy, if you kill me, not only will you not get these gold and silver coins, but Boss Venom Fong will also avenge me. Seeing that Alan did not respond, Dudley continued to increase the stakes. Finally, Alan shook his head and said, for guys like you, I always cut the grass and root it out. As for your boss, I will send him to reunite with you. Chapter 54, Venomous Fong Gang. Cut the weeds at their roots. Dudley was stunned for a moment before he understood what was said. With despair in his eyes, he said fiercely, I will fight you to the death. Old Redneck launched a desperate counterattack, protecting his chest with a wooden shield in his left hand and slashing at Alan with a long-handled hatchet in his right hand. Alan swung the battle axe slowly and steadily. With a bang, the long-handled hatchet was chopped away, and then the wooden shield was broken. Puff! The battle axe was free from obstruction and hit Dudley's chest. With a strength of 9.0, the wooden shield is no different from a piece of paper in front of Alan. Dudley lowered his head in pain and looked at the huge gaping hole in his chest. Watching the blood oozing out like a fountain, Dudley turned around with difficulty and staggered out of the woods. Seeing this, Alan did not stop him or finish him off, but just followed closely with his battle axe in hand. Soon, Dudley stumbled out of the forest, and his appearance instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. Boss, the remaining bandits were about to kill the hunters, but when they saw their boss suddenly walk out of the forest covered in blood, they all widened their eyes in horror. At this time, Alan also walked out of the forest. You? Who are you? Several younger brothers were shocked and began to retreat, with no intention of stepping forward to protect Dudley. They were just bandits, not assassins. More than a dozen brothers and their leader were killed together, so they naturally knew the seriousness of the situation. Just a kind person passing by. Alan smiled. But the bandits just looked at each other and turned around and ran away the next moment. Hey, don't you want your boss anymore? Alan really didn't expect these rednecks to be so decisive. Alan took 2 steps and came to the group of hunters, then picked up a hunter's longbow. Whoosh whoosh. Arrows shot out like a continuous stream, accompanied by screams one after another, and the only 4 or 5 remaining bandits all fell to the ground. Done. After confirming that there were no more survivors on the field and Dudley had fallen in a pool of blood, Alan finally put away his long axe. Then, he turned and looked at the stunned hunters. Is everything all right? Maury and the others reacted and kowtowed to Alan. Thank you for saving us, sir. Thank you, sir. The women, with tears still hanging from their eyes, also brought their children to kowtow to Alan in gratitude. Thank you for saving my life. Get up. I'm not an adult. You can call me Alan Gale. I just happened to pass by, and when I heard that these people were gangsters, I took action to solve them. Of course, I just heard you mention the monster cubs in your conversation. Can you tell me the details? According to the old redneck's rules, there is no need to beat around the bush when the strength is equal or one side has the advantage. Maury and the others were not surprised and told Alan the story honestly. Half a month ago, while hunting, they accidentally discovered 2 baby ground spiny lizards in a large oasis more than 100 miles away. This is rare because after the cubs are born, the mother ground spiny lizard will stay together until the cubs can walk, and then go out to find food together. Therefore, it can be inferred that the female ground lizard must have encountered an accident. She was either killed by other magical beasts or hunted by humans or other races. But no matter what, these 2 ground spiny lizard cubs that have not yet opened their eyes are definitely worth a lot of money. So the hunters brought it back and prepared to sell it. But who would have thought that after returning home and before finding a buyer, a companion revealed the matter to the dancers in the brothel after drinking. Then the members of the Venom Fong Brotherhood came and took away the young ground lizards. I originally thought that the matter was over, but who knew that the venomous Fong Brotherhood would come to the door again in the middle of the night? Maury and the others knew that something bad might happen, so they fled under the cover of darkness before the other party got close. After a chase and escape, the 2 were eventually caught up by each other in this oasis, and then the scene just now happened. Boss Alan, is there anything you need us to do? Maury asked Alan. Alan knew that the ground lizard was a low-level magical beast. However, don't underestimate low-level warcraft. Even the most common warcraft wolf can fight against a bronze-level knight. The ground thorn lizard is even more powerful. When it grows up, its body length can reach 8 meters and its height can reach 1.5 meters. Its body is covered with a hard carapace, and it can also release ground thorn skills. It can be said that the title knight would rather face 2 warcraft wolves than encounter an adult ground lizard. Its cubs are very valuable. If they are tamed properly, they can be raised as war beasts. Tell me where this Venom Fong camp is and how many people are there in the entire gang. Boss Alan, the Venom Fong camp is located in an oasis over 50 miles away. There are probably 40 or 50 people, including these people. Dudley, who you killed, is their second in command. They also have a chieftain named Ezra Venom Fong. Is that Ezra Fong a titled knight? It shouldn't be, Boss Alan. Are the 2 spiny lizard cubs still in their camp? Boss Alan, I heard that Ezra Venom Fong planned to keep the 2 ground spiny lizards for himself and not sell them. Alan understood. No wonder he wanted to kill them all. Ezra was also an idealistic redneck. If his own strength was not enough, he would use Warcraft to make up for it. Give him 10 or 8 years to let the ground lizard cub grow up, and by then it will be no less capable than himself in becoming a titled knight. Such matters must be kept secret, otherwise if other nearby forces find out, they will definitely kill it in the cradle before he can raise the ground lizard. Old redneck, your dream is great. I, Alan, want it. Ahem, since you're not a titled knight, I'll naturally wipe out this gang. It's not that I'm greedy for the Warcraft cubs, but I, Alan, am born with a hatred for evil. Maury, can you move now? I need someone to take me to the Venom Fong camp. Alan asked. Boss Alan, I'm fine. I just need a quick bandage. But are we really going now? I heard that Ezra is very powerful, much more powerful than Dudley. Although he wanted to take revenge, Mori hoped that the person in front of him could be alive and safe, and he would take revenge when he was sure enough. If he wasn't a titled knight, he would be dead. Let's go and take care of them tonight. Alan waved his hand. Yes, Boss Alan. Seeing Alan so confident, Mori didn't dare to say anything. After hiding the women and children in the desert 2 or 3 miles away from the oasis, the 5 hunters took Alan and killed them 50 miles away. When they arrived at the Poison Fong camp, it was already completely dark. From the outside, this camp looks no different from other gathering places. There are no fences or arrow towers. However, there are no women or children either. It is a typical bandit's den. There were indeed sentries on guard. Alan saw 3 secret sentries hiding in secret places on the small map. It's also worth mentioning that there are a total of 22 people in this camp, all of whom are bright red dots. Chapter 55. What's wrong with scolding you? I'll beat you up. Boss Alan, we are willing to participate. These damn Venom Fong gangs stole the monsters and want to kill us. We also want to help you wipe them out. Mori's eyes were firm, and the other hunters also looked at Alan with burning eyes. No problem. Your joining will make it easy for me to deal with them. Alan naturally would not refuse the requests of several hunters, and immediately made arrangements. Originally, he planned to take care of a few of them with arrows first, and then charge and head on. But Mori and his rednecks were not afraid, so there was no need to be so tough. Soon, the battle began. Mori and his men charged towards the gang's camp from the front, while Alan went around to the back of the gathering place. Stop, who are you? This is the venomous Fong Brotherhood. If you don't want to die, get away from here immediately. The light was so bright that it attracted the attention of the secret sentry after a while. However, the sentry's scolding immediately attracted Mori and the others to draw their bows and arrows. You damned Venom Fong bandits, you stole our monster cubs and sent people to hunt us down. We will fight you to the death. With a few whoosh sounds, arrows shot towards the bandit who was hiding on the roof and keeping watch. Unfortunately, at a distance of 70 or 80 meters, the accuracy was still not very good, and several arrows all hit the parapet in front of the bandit. You, the lowly hunters, actually dared to attack our camp. You're just waiting to die. The Poison Fong bandit dodged the arrow, cursed a few times, and then rang the bronze bell beside him. The clanging warning bell sounded throughout the camp. In fact, there was no need for the bell to ring. With such a loud noise, many bandits would have heard it long ago. Ezra Venom Fong hurried out of the room in his clothes, angrily. Boss, it's those hunters from the day before yesterday. They actually came to our camp and launched an attack. Is that Dudley a loser? He wasn't supposed to deal with these hunters, but he let them get to the camp alive. How many of them are there? Boss, there are only 5 of them, but they have longbows, so it's not easy for us to rush out. Got a longbow? I'll lead some men to attract them from the front, and you take 5 guys to go around behind them. These ignorant bastards, when we catch them later, I'm going to tear off their heads and kick them around like balls, letting them know the consequences of offending our venomous Fong Brotherhood. Ezra Venom Fong was able to become a gang leader not just by being brave and ruthless, but also by immediately coming up with effective solutions. Yes, boss. The bandit's younger brother immediately took 5 people and took a detour from the side of the gathering place, while Ezra led the remaining dozen or so people to the village entrance from the front. Your name is Mori, right? I remember you. It was you who handed the Warcraft cub to me that day. Ezra Venom Fong stood behind a half-man-high wall, shouting at Mori who was dozens of meters away, his tone no longer as fierce as before. Ezra Venom Fong, if you have the guts, come out. Aren't you the gang boss? If you come out, we will kill you, Mori said viciously while shooting arrows. Emoli, do you know what happens if you mess with our venomous Fong Brotherhood? Is it because we took away 2 magical beasts that you regretted it? Ezra, you hypocritical fellow, stop pretending. We've already given you 2 demons, yet you sent that damn bastard Dudley to plunder our gathering place. We're here for revenge. Ezra was surprised. Dudley looted your gathering place? How is that possible? Dudley said he was going to Red Wolf City to find a buyer. Mori, this might be a misunderstanding. Put down your longbows first. We can talk about anything. Misunderstanding? Ezra, without your instructions, would Dudley bring so many bandits to attack us? We no longer trust you. Mori, I really didn't let Dudley attack your gathering place. After all, you've already readily handed over the monster cubs, which is already a great honor for our Fong Brotherhood. Ezra said sincerely. By the way, Mori, you said Dudley and his men attacked you. So where are they now? Just as Ezra finished speaking, 6 figures were sneaking towards them in the dark from 70 or 80 meters behind Mori and the others. Ezra saw this, and a playful smile played on his face. Of course, what he didn't know was that at this moment, behind him and his younger brother, There was also a figure that blended in with them without a trace. The last bandit felt someone behind him, but he found that the other person was holding a hatchet and was dressed similarly to him and the others. He even nodded at him in the shadows. The redneck bandit didn't take it seriously and thought he was one of them. That Dudley guy was as stupid as a pig. We used a trick to get rid of him. Ezra, if you really have the courage, come out and duel with us. You are fools indeed. You actually let me get away. Ezra breathed a sigh of relief and suddenly changed the subject. He walked out of the fence with confidence and said, "Of course, you are fools too. You have already escaped, and now you are running back to die. But I, Ezra, will not be at peace until you die. Thank you guys for your kindness to me." Mori and the others were stunned. Although they knew that what Ezra said before was false, his attitude changed so quickly. The experienced Mori felt a sense of crisis for no reason, but he couldn't tell where the crisis came from. "The danger is behind you." At this moment, a bandit next to Ezra pointed out lazily. Mori and the others were stunned. Ezra was also stunned, and the bandits behind were also stunned. Mori and the others left and turned to look behind them, and sure enough, they found that 6 bandits had sneaked up to 20 or 30 meters away. Despicable bandits. Mori and others were shocked and immediately drew their bows and arrows. The arrows whizzed out and immediately 2 or 3 wailings were heard from the bandits. The remaining bandits were so scared that they all lay down under the low sand pile and dared not show their heads again. Ezra turned his head and glared at Alan. "What the hell is wrong with you? Do you want to die?" He could never have imagined that such a fool would appear among his subordinates. "You're the one with a screwed brain, you old redneck." Alan replied angrily. "You bitch, how dare you scold me?" Ezra's lungs were about to explode with anger, and his whole body began to tremble. The little brother in front of him actually dared to talk back and scold him. "What's wrong with scolding you? I'll beat you up, old redneck." Bang! Alan slapped Ezra in the face with a big slap. You. Bang bang bang. "What's wrong with me?" Alan looked at the other person with a smile. The rednecks around him only felt their heads buzzing, and were even more dizzy than their boss. "No, who is this? He even dares to hit the boss. But what does this feel like? Isn't it comfortable?" Ezra was knocked dizzy, but his mind came back to normal. He finally realized something was wrong. "No, you are not mine. Who are you? Did you find out? Your brain is still working. I'm here to kill you, old redneck." As he spoke, Alan raised his battle axe high, and the blade looked cold and eerie under the moonlight. "Damn it, you." Puff. The gang leader, whose strength reached 6.3, felt that he could still make more harsh words, but he never dreamed that he was facing a big boss with a strength of 9.0. Without even a spare reaction, the axe had already fallen. The boss of the Venom Fong gang, sudden attack. The bandits around were stunned. The changes happened too quickly. Boss. He killed the boss. Let's avenge him." Reacting instantly, the bandits were filled with righteous indignation and raised their weapons to attack Alan. Alan moved faster. Before they could raise their weapons, the long axe began to flash with a cold light. As his hand raised and the sword chopped down, there was a continuous sound of swords entering flesh. Several rednecks fell in a pool of blood in an instant. Hurry, run. The other redneck bandits were really scared. Their anger, which was originally full of anger, suddenly collapsed. What boss? What loyalty? Could their own lives be more important? Want to run? Since they had agreed to root out the evil, Alan would naturally not let any of them go. Chapter 56. The ground lizard cub is in hand. The battle was over after 10 minutes. The redneck bandits were sent on their way with the help of a small map, making them know where to hide. "Boss Alan, these are the 2 ground spiny lizard cubs we found." It has to be said that Ezra really values the 2 spiny lizard cubs. In order to take better care of the 2 cubs, he actually made a large wooden frame in his bedroom, and the 2 cubs were now lying quietly on the hay in the wooden frame. It was also the first time for Alan to see the legendary Warcraft cubs, and he couldn't help but look at the 2 little guys with great interest. The young of the ground spiny lizard are quite similar to pangolins, with khaki semicircular scales on their backs, short and thick limbs, and sharp curved claws. Of course, there are differences, such as the head, which appears square and huge, and has 2 rows of protruding bone spurs on the back like a stegosaurus. At this moment, perhaps because they made too much noise, the 2 baby ground spiny lizards slowly woke up, shaking their heads and tilting them back as if to look for food. It's so cute. Alan liked it more and more as he looked at it. Not to mention raising it as a monster. It would be very interesting even if he raised it as a pet. "Boss Alan, this is great. These 2 cubs haven't opened their eyes yet." At this time, Mori shouted in surprise again. Whether in the previous life or this other world, the vast majority of wild beasts and monsters follow one rule, that is, the cubs will regard the first creature they see after opening their eyes as their parents. This baby ground lizard is one of them. If the young ground lizard had opened its eyes now and the first person it saw was not Alan, then it might not be so obedient to Alan in the future. This is a monster. Even the slightest negligence can be extremely dangerous. But their eyes haven't opened yet, which means that there is a great probability that Alan will become the first parent the two cubs see after they open their eyes. In this way, their loyalty and obedience after being tamed will increase sharply. Maury was quite knowledgeable. After confirming that the two little guys had not opened their eyes, he immediately took out 2 pieces of black cloth and covered the little lizard's eyes. Boss Alan, if you want to tame these 2 cubs, don't leave them to other people's care for the time being, unless they fully open their eyes and make sure that the first thing they see is you. And this strip of cloth can ensure that there will be no accidents even if they suddenly open their eyes. Maury explained. Of course, in addition to popular science, Maury's implied meaning is also very clear. That means it is tacitly acknowledged that these 2 ground spiny lizard cubs belong to Alan. Alan still admires the rednecks who are good at it. Moreover, he had the courage to volunteer to join the battle, which shows that he is indeed a talent. Alan's territory is currently in need of talent, and the hunter's gathering place is where they need to obtain meat and fire date trees. Alan asked, Emoli, what are your plans for the future? Master Alan, although the Venom Fong gang has been eradicated with your help, I'm afraid our original gathering place is no longer habitable, so we don't know where to go for the time being. Maury answered truthfully. Are you interested in following me and joining my gathering place? Boss Alan, do you also have a gathering place? Maury was surprised. What? Not like? Alan asked. Maury quickly shook his head. No, that's not the case. Don't misunderstand me, Boss Alan. It's just that a strong man like you, we thought you were a wandering knight or a big shot in Red Wolf City, so we never thought you were also the leader of the gathering place. So that's how it is. I'm not a big shot. I'm just the leader of a small settlement. I'm in need of hunters right now. If you're willing to follow me, I can take you in and protect you. Boss Alan, we are more than willing to do so. Maury Redneck said without hesitation. In this sea of death, everyone desires the protection of a strong man. They also discovered that although Alan was ruthless in killing bandits, he was very kind to them. Being able to follow such a leader is obviously better than following those violent leaders of medium and large gathering places. Very good. Then don't call me boss from now on. Call me Master Alan. That's what the people in my gathering place call me. Looking at the small map showing the 5 hunters' dots full of green, Alan was very satisfied. Yes, Master Alan. The Warcraft Cub is one of the obvious spoils of war. This Poison Fong gang has at least 40 or 50 people, so other spoils are naturally inevitable. So Alan mobilized Maury and others to search at the same time. With the help of the small map, he dug out a pottery jar at the base of the wall behind Ezra Venomfang's house. There were 5 gold coins and 2 or 300 silver coins in the pottery jar. Wow, the drop rate of the bandit rednecks is really high. The bandit camp is indeed a mid-level jungle area. As the saying goes, a horse cannot grow fat without night grass, and a man cannot become rich without unexpected wealth. This is the situation that Alan is experiencing at the moment. I worked so hard before, but I didn't feel as comfortable as doing this job. Holding the pottery jar, Alan was overjoyed. Not long after, Maury and others' search ended. Master Alan, we found a carriage, a bronze bell, some bacon, and rum. We also collected the copper coins, silver coins, and weapons from the bandits. They're all here. Needless to say, the value of the carriage is 1 gold coin. The bronze bell was the alarm bell that the bandit sentry had just rung. It was worth at least 5 silver coins, but that was secondary. The most important thing was that this thing was very practical. Then there was bacon, rum, and other small things, which added up to about 10 silver coins. Overall, Alan made a lot of money on this trip to the bandits' lair. Taking Maury and others with him, and setting another fire, Alan started his return journey. Early the next morning, they finally returned to the edge of the huge oasis. Let Maury and others have a good rest, while Alan plunged into the oasis to explore. This huge oasis is indeed very dangerous. Not only is there a large group of wolves inside, but there is also a sand leopard. And according to Maury, magical beasts often come to this oasis to look for food. He has spotted them from a distance at least twice. This is also the reason why they fled here, hoping to escape from being hunted by taking advantage of the possible monsters and wild beasts. Unfortunately, they were caught up just by a little bit. In order to prevent their wives and children from being caught, they gave up their own chances of survival. Danger often also means gain. Alan is also very lucky. There is no trace of Warcraft in the oasis today. Instead, Alan discovered as many as 21 fire date trees. There are 11 plants under 5 years old, 6 plants under 10 years old, and 4 fully mature plants. This harvest is equivalent to most of the amount from the previous 2 days. Chapter 57. The people's hearts can be used. Master Alan, you came to the oasis just to look for the fire date tree? Seeing Alan bringing back some small fire date trees, Mori and others widened their eyes in surprise. Yes, when these fire date trees are ripe, each fruit is worth a copper coin. It's a very good business. Do you think there's a problem? Any questions? There is a big problem. Even hunters like us have heard that in the Death Sand Sea, serious people never plant fire date trees. Master Alan, you not only planted the fire jujube tree, but also traveled thousands of miles to look for it yourself. This is the most unruly of the unruly. Of course, this was just a feeling in his heart, and Mori wouldn't dare say it out loud, even if he had 100 courage. Master Alan, no problem. The fire date tree is actually quite good, but it consumes too much water. In Mori's opinion, since the Babylon settlement was a small one, the water source would definitely not be abundant, and it could be considered as a way to save face. Water source? You don't have to worry about that in the Babylon gathering place. You'll know once you get there. Alan didn't care. He said something casually and continued on his journey with everyone. It wasn't until Mori and the others arrived at the gathering place that they understood what Alan meant when he said water wasn't a problem. 2 days later, they saw a large forest of fire jujube trees in the distance, with at least 30 or 40 trees. Mori, this is the Babylon gathering place, where you will live from now on. When Alan saw the large area of jujube trees, his mood unconsciously improved. Master Alan. As they approached the Babylon gathering place, Caroline's surprised voice came over. Then the maid rushed forward in 2 steps and jumped directly into Alan's arms. Wow! Alan exclaimed wow. His maid's capital is too strong, several times stronger than he imagined. The maid was completely unaware that her true identity had finally been exposed. She was simply overwhelmed with excitement. Master Alan, didn't you say this expedition would be quick? How come it's taken 5 days? Thomas and I are extremely worried about you, and the leaders of other settlements come every day to inquire about you. If it were within the kingdom, perhaps Alan wouldn't have to worry so much about traveling for a few days. But this is the Death Sand Sea, and it will take 5 days to get there. Moreover, Alan is alone, which really makes the servants and Val Ironhide and others worried. Caroline, we explored quite a lot of areas this time, so we were delayed for a while. Now I'm back, aren't I? Alan was still very touched by the care from the heart of the Tsundere maid. Seeing Caroline turn her gaze towards Mori and the others, Alan introduced them. Caroline, let me introduce you to the new villagers of the gathering place. Mori Bowstring and the others are hunters. I met them in the desert. Mori, this is Caroline, my maid. If you encounter any problems in the Babylon gathering place in the future, besides me, you can also look for her or another Thomas. Greetings, Miss Caroline. Mori and his group were secretly shocked. They had just thought that the beautiful woman in front of them was Master Alan's wife, but they didn't expect that she was just a maid. Hello, welcome to the Babylon gathering place. Caroline immediately became reserved and proud, and her noble aura was immediately highlighted. Next, Alan asked Caroline to settle Mori and others first, and at the same time deal with the fire date trees and spoils brought back. Alan went to the Death Knight ruins. Since he hadn't shown up for so many days, he naturally had to go and say hello. Alan, you're finally back. Hearing that Alan was back, all the members of the Ironclad Alliance rushed over, including Evelyn Huaduo. Several people looked a little excited, and Evelyn Huaduo occasionally glanced at Alan inconspicuously, then lowered her head. Guys, I'm sorry to have worried you. Is everything okay here lately? Hey, Alan, everything is normal here. Now everyone in the nearby settlements knows that even Nuka Main was defeated by you. They don't dare to set foot in this territory. The reputation of the thug boy is no worse than that of a medium-sized settlement, said Val Taipian. Willenhart's face also flushed. That's right. Even for people like us, the leaders of the gathering places are polite to us. This is all thanks to you, Alan. That's good, guys. Alan was very satisfied. After chatting with everyone for a while, he went to inspect his own territory. During the few days that Alan was away, his temporarily idle territory had been excavated by several small settlements that he had recruited. After all, it's a 20% commission, which is simply a philanthropist compared to those medium and large gathering places. So, when the leaders of the small settlements saw Alan coming to inspect, they all thanked him again and again with gratitude, and the red dots on the small map were all full green, only slightly different from the people in the settlement. The people's hearts can be used. Alan has a more thorough idea of the future development model. That is to continue to gather these small gathering places in this low-commission method in a short period of time. Because the current attitude of these small settlements towards him shows that if Alan really wants to annex them, he probably can directly incorporate the majority of them without resorting to violence. Master Alan, our own settlement currently produces 250 kilograms of iron sheets per day. There are 5 of these settlements we've recruited. They're digging in the area you've planned, and they can produce hundreds of kilograms per day. With a 20% commission, we can get a total of 100 kilograms. So that's 300 kilograms a day? Yes, sir, Thomas replied. Not bad. Alan nodded. Don't think that the commission is too little, because the small gathering places take the lion's share. In fact, they work very hard. Even if 80% of the money is left to them, after they exchange it for copper coins, most of the money will be spent on daily necessities. Therefore, by only taking a 20% commission without having to pay any extra costs, it is actually not much different from asking your own people to do the digging. Of course, this is compared to Alan's own villagers. If compared with other gathering places, the income of these small gathering places that followed him would have skyrocketed several times. Therefore, this is why the leaders and villagers of the gathering places almost knelt down on the spot to express their gratitude when they saw him. Because of this incident, many small settlements even wanted to come to Alan's territory to dig iron pieces, but Alan now has so many territories that they have no chance for the time being. After inspecting the territory, replanning a number of areas, and then refreshing a wave of energy points, Alan returned to the gathering place. At night, Alan came to the well again. Ding! Consuming 100 energy points to strengthen the well successfully. Well, water depth, 4.8 meters. Water production, 20.9 cubic meters per day. This well will dry up in 5 years. Chapter 58, or Crisis. The next morning, Alan was forced to turn on the phone again from his sleep. Thomas, didn't I say I didn't need to be woken up by the miracle of the well? But master, this time the well is overflowing. It's really overflowing. Thomas's face was full of grievance, but behind the grievance, he couldn't suppress his excitement. It turned out that after Alan strengthened his energy points by 100 points last night, when the villagers got up this morning, they soon discovered an unprecedented surprise. The well in their Babylonian gathering place actually began to gurgle with water, just like the legendary fountain. For the residents living in the desert, this is a scene they have never seen in their lives. Okay, Alan had no choice but to follow Thomas to the location of the well. Meet Master Alan. Meet Master Alan. When Alan arrived, all the villagers greeted him with unprecedented respect. Having enough food can make the vast majority of serf villagers in this world support their lord. In this desert, in addition to having enough food, you also need enough water, because both are very scarce here and are essential for survival. When both are satisfied, all the people in the gathering place will absolutely support their leader. This is the current situation in the Babylonian gathering place. In particular, the change in the water source only occurred after Alan arrived. Alan was already able to see light in the eyes of these originally numb residents. The effect is so good, isn't the water enough? Alan was surprised by the light that appeared in the villagers' eyes. But he had no idea that the water before was more like saving the day and night, but it could not completely soothe the sense of crisis ingrained in the bones of the people gathered there. Just like the older generation in the previous life, even though they lived in an era of abundant material resources, they still could not forget the frugality engraved in their bones, and engaged in food storage behavior that seemed completely unreasonable to young people. But today, the well has turned into a fountain. The clear and transparent water overflows from the well, turning into a trickle of stream, and finally forming a small lake. This finally relieves the sense of crisis in the bones of the people gathered there. The successive miracles made them blame everything on their new leader. Therefore, even though they don't know about Alan's added points and strengthening, they have already assumed that the changes in the well are caused by Alan. In their hearts, Alan has been pushed to a lofty position and is no longer the simple leader. That's right. Later, you can dig a ditch to collect all the well water into the depression over there. I believe that before long, our Babylon settlement will have its own oasis. Yes, Master Alan. Thomas responded immediately. It turns out that what Master Alan said the other day about not having to worry about the water source was true. I, Maury, have lived for more than 30 years and have never seen a well that can gush out water. Maury the hunter and his party were also in the crowd. In fact, through a brief understanding yesterday, they discovered the uniqueness of this gathering place. All the villagers in this gathering place can actually have enough to eat and don't have to go hungry. This is unprecedented for any gathering place. Maury and others are glad that their choice was correct. And this morning, he witnessed the scene of the well fountain, and he felt as if he had come to a paradise that did not belong to the sea of death. Alan, man. Val, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly think of asking me to go to the Death Knight ruins together today? Alan had just finished breakfast when he heard his subordinates inform him that Val Ironbard was waiting outside the camp. This made Alan curious. After all, he got up late and had told Val that there was no need for him to wait for him again. Alan, I'm here to tell you some bad news. Just last night, Sith Shit was attacked, and 5 of his men died. Who attacked them? Bandits or dark creatures? Sith Shit, the first old redneck beaten up by him. Alan actually remembered him. Neither. It seems that they were orcs. Sith Dogs Hit and several of his subordinates died miserably. Not only were the iron pieces on their bodies stolen, but a lot of their bodies were eaten too. Val Ironhide's face was full of worry. Orcs, are they really coming near us? Are you sure? Alan was also surprised. Although Leona Goldfish had mentioned it before, she just felt that she needed to be on guard and was not 100% sure. After all, there is really nothing to rob in this small settlement near the Death Knight ruins. It's full of poor people. Unless they eat people directly as meat, they are not of much use. Alan, yesterday's Sith Shit. Then, Val Ironhide narrated the story of how Sith Dogs Hit and others were attacked. It turned out that after Sith Dogs Hit had his territory taken away by Alan, he grabbed another piece of territory from other small settlements. Originally, everyone thought that things would remain stable, but unexpectedly, the dark creatures would riot every now and then, and Sith Dogshit's new territory was snatched away by other medium-sized gathering places before it could even warm up. In desperation, Sith Dogshit had to take his men to help the large gathering place dig out the iron sheets. Although the commission is quite high, we still have to get through this difficult period. Unexpectedly, yesterday evening, when Sith Dogshit was returning to the gathering place with his villagers and his harvest, he encountered a team of 3 gnolls. Faced with the gnolls, the residents of the gathering place had no courage to resist and fled in all directions in just a moment. But Sith Dogshit was reluctant to leave the iron piece, so he and several of his subordinates ran slower, and unexpectedly they were killed by the gnolls. In the end, not only was the iron piece stolen, but even his body was bitten to pieces by several jackals. When the villagers returned later, they could only see some fragments buried. Friend Alan, all the gathering places are worried right now, fearing that the gnolls will appear again. I think it would be best for us, the Ironhide Alliance, to travel together in the near future, so I came to seek your advice. Well, your suggestion is correct. However, I need to go to the oasis outside in the next 2 days to dig up all the fire date trees I found a few days ago. This is too dangerous, Alan. The orcs are few in number and dare not attack the gathering place directly, but in the wild. Val Ironhide was a little worried. I'll bring a few more people with me, just to the camp. I'll need you to take care of them more, Val. Alan was not worried about his own danger, but the people in the camp had to be careful after he left. However, the number of orcs is small, and they will most likely only carry out sneak attacks and ambushes in the wild, and will not specifically attack gathering places. Furthermore, there were hundreds or even thousands of gathering places of all sizes around the Death Knight ruins. Alan felt that it was impossible for him to be so unlucky that his own gathering place would be targeted. Chapter 59, Ben Borba, Babelben. Alan went to the Death Knight ruins with Val Ironhide and directly earned a wave of energy points. Ding! Consuming 120 energy points to strengthen your physique successfully. Host, Alan Gale. Constitution, strong. Strength, 9.3. Agility, 3.0. Intelligence, 2.3. Charm, 2.5. Special, Bronze Junior Knight 7 out of 10. Alan, who was very satisfied with his gains, did not delay and immediately embarked on the journey to the oasis. This time the team consists of 40 people, 2 carriages, a simple horse, and a camel. Alan wants to bring back all the fire date trees at once. It only took Alan 1 day to reach the first oasis that needed to be harvested. There is a pack of 4 wolves in this oasis. It is not a large number, but it is very dangerous for ordinary residents. Master Alan, leave these wolves to us. We promise not to let you down. Mori probably wanted to show the usefulness of himself and others in front of Alan, so he volunteered to fight. Okay, be safe. Alan did not object, and also wanted to see how strong Mori and others were. Then, Alan watched Mori and others heading towards the oasis. I have to say that anyone who can be a hunter in this sea of death has some skills. Alan did not tell them the exact location of the sand wolf, but Mori and his companions just observed the footprints on the ground around the oasis from time to time, and observed the distribution of trees in the oasis, and soon came to the vicinity of the wolf's den. The wolves naturally discovered the few people and immediately attacked them. Next came the battle between the hunters and the wolves. Mori and his men were experienced. One of them acted as bait, while the others climbed up the trees and ambushed the wolves with longbows. Soon, 3 of the wild wolves were dealt with by several people. Ding! Energy points plus 0.1, plus 0.1, plus 0.1. Huh? There's such a thing. Just after the 3 wild wolves were dealt with, Alan suddenly exclaimed in surprise because his system actually triggered an energy point reminder. Although it was only a tiny fraction, it was exactly equal to the number of wild wolves killed by Mori and his companions. Moreover, Alan was sure that this was not the energy point fed back by picking fire dates. Although the system does not have artificial intelligence, it is quite humane. Some time ago, Alan was annoyed by the ding-ding sound of the fire dates being collected, so he thought about whether he could block the prompt sound, and then he succeeded. Although energy points are still increasing, the energy point income from picking fire date trees is no longer automatically prompted. And now, these 3 energy points can only be provided by Mori and others killing wild wolves. When Alan carefully observed Mori and others, he discovered another problem. Babylon villager, Mori. Constitution, weak. Strength, 1.5. Agility, 1.3. Intelligence, 1.1. Note: combatants under the host's power who kill enemies of equal or greater strength will increase their strength and provide energy points for the host. Mori's strength increased by 0.1. Alan got excited. Naturally, he had thought about using energy points to strengthen his subordinates and train a team of elite soldiers. But if he spends too many energy points, he naturally cannot afford it. After all, improving his own strength also requires a huge amount of energy points. But now, it would be great if the fighters under his command could clear the jungle by themselves, which would save him a huge investment of energy points. As for the 0.1 energy points they provide, don't think it's too little. Imagine that you have 100 subordinates, and each of them kills a skeleton every day, which will give you 10 points. Alan did not spend these 10 energy points on himself, but on the loyal soldier who made the greatest contribution. Wouldn't it be possible to create a vanguard? You can even cultivate elite soldiers by letting them roam free. Haha, system, you're really awesome. Ding, energy points plus 0.1. At this time, the last sand wolf was also dealt with. Master Alan, there should be only 4 sand wolves in this oasis, and they have all been dealt with. Mori and others returned, completely unaware that miraculous changes had taken place on themselves. After all, a 0.1 increase in strength is even weaker than the strength gained after a full meal. Very good, then let's start digging the fire date tree. Mori felt that the way his leader looked at him and others seemed a little different. But he was not too confused. Perhaps it was because he and his companions had successfully dealt with the wild wolf that Master Alan recognized their performance. Over the next 2 days, Alan and his team collected all the fire date trees he had previously marked. In addition to the fire date tree, Mori and others also contributed 2 energy points to Alan. Although the energy points are insignificant, they are a great joy. And at this moment, the strength of Mori and others increased by 0.2. If we continue at this rate, I estimate that within a year, several of them will be able to increase their strength to 3 or 4 points. Don't underestimate this strength. Even within the kingdom, it is definitely at the level of an elite guard. Their elite guards were the result of years of long-term training and the investment of countless manpower and material resources. As the saying goes, good things come in pairs. On the night when Alan was on his way back, when he was feeding the 2 ground spiny lizard cubs brought with the team with a piece of wild wolf meat, he untied the blindfolds of the 2 little guys and found that the 2 little guys were staring at him with their big, watery, and round eyes. After seeing Alan's appearance clearly, the 2 little guys cried even louder, as if they were calling for their parents, their eyes full of intimacy. Finally, opened your eyes. The surprise came so suddenly that even Alan was not expecting it. When he tried to put his hand into the wooden frame, the 2 little guys did not make any attacking movements. Instead, they rubbed the back of his hand affectionately with their noses and began to lick it with their tongues. Seeing this, Alan simply tried to pick up one of the little guys. Instead of struggling, the little guy became more docile after being held in Alan's arms, and his head kept rubbing against Alan's chest. Oh, the other cub felt neglected and also started howling in the wooden frame, its eyes full of longing. Haha, how could I forget you, little guy? Alan said nothing, stretched out his other hand, and held the little guy in his arms. When the 2 little guys felt happy, Alan also started feeding them. Come on, now that you've opened your eyes, let's give you 2 a name. Your name is Ben Balba. Your name is Babbleben. Alan also placed a lot of hope on the 2 Warcraft cubs, so he gave them a mighty and domineering name. My lord, what's wrong? I seem to hear the monster cubs screaming fiercely. Roar, roar, roar. Just then, Mori heard the noise and ran over curiously. However, as soon as he appeared, the two originally docile little guys immediately stared at him fiercely and even let out threatening roars. Even though Mori was a hunter, he was still frightened by the sudden roar of the beast. I have a naming problem. If you readers don't like it, feel free to mention it. Chapter 60, Encountering the Jackal at Night. Ben Borba, Babblebin. These are our own people, don't show your teeth. Regardless of whether the two cubs could understand or not, Alan still tried to comfort them. The two cubs felt Alan's touch, and although they no longer bared their teeth, their dark green eyes were still fixed on Mori. This caused Mori to be afraid to go forward. When the two little guys bared their teeth, their 2 rows of fangs grew to 2 or 3 centimeters long. It would definitely be uncomfortable to be bitten by them. Master Alan, the ground lizard has opened its eyes? Mori finally reacted, full of surprise, but he didn't dare to get any closer and stayed 2 meters away. That's right. The one that just opened its eyes, the one that's slightly bigger and darker in color, is called Ben Borba, and the one that's slightly smaller is called Babblebin. Ben Boba? Bobobin? Mori was confused. What a strange name. But since it's my young master's monster, I can give it any name I want. Congratulations, Master Alan. Looking at the situation now, both cubs are very close to you and have already regarded you as one of their own. Yes, Mori, you also have a share of the credit here. While the two were talking, Ben Borba, Babblebin suddenly raised his head, and his 2 round nostrils seemed to be sniffing something. Just after sniffing for a while, the 2 little guys suddenly let out a low roar again, and even the scales on their bodies stood up slightly. Alan and Mori were both stunned, because this time the 2 spiny lizard cubs were not looking at Mori, but at the dark night sand. Master Alan, could there be danger? The beast's perception is much stronger than ours. As a hunter, Mori was very experienced and reacted immediately. Mori, notify the others to prepare for battle. Remember, keep quiet. Alan opened the small map and actually found 3 red dots on a sand dune more than 200 meters away. Alan didn't expect that there would be danger when they were less than a day's journey away from the Death Knight ruins. And the 3 red dots were still approaching their team. Alan put the 2 ground lizards back into the wooden frame, put the battle axe on his waist, picked up his longbow, and walked away from the campfire. Not long after, Mori brought more than 10 people to meet up with Alan. The enemy is right in front of us and is still approaching. We don't know what it is yet. Wait a minute and follow my orders. Yes, Master Alan. Except for a few hunters, the others who heard the words were just gathered people, and their hands holding the wooden sticks were obviously shaking. Alan didn't say much, and also led a few people to quietly move forward. When the 2 sides approached to within 100 meters, Alan's entry information finally took effect. It's actually these things. Elite Null. Strength, 9.5. Agility, 2.9. Intelligence, 1.1. Ordinary Null. Strength, 5.6. Agility, 2.1. Intelligence, 0.8. When looking at what the entry showed, Alan was also surprised that he actually encountered orcs. Moreover, the strength of this orc was beyond his imagination. An ordinary gnoll had reached a strength of 5.6. The elite werewolf strength even reached 9.5. Fortunately, we discovered it early. If they had successfully approached the convoy and launched an attack, casualties would have been inevitable. Mori, the enemy is over there. Can you see it clearly? As the enemy got closer and closer, Alan asked Mori. Mori shook his head when he heard this. Alan had no choice but to continue waiting. When the other party approached to more than 50 meters, Mori finally whispered, Master Alan, I saw 3 dark shadows over there. Yes, that's the enemy. Aim at them all and shoot at the same time. Under Alan's command, Mori's 5 hunters drew their bows and arrows and took pre-aiming aim. When the enemy approached within 30 meters, Alan finally said, Shoot. Whoosh whoosh. With the sound of breaking through the air, 6 arrows, including Alan's, shot towards the 3 werewolves. Puff, puff, puff. Soon, the sound of arrows piercing flesh came from the front. Roar, roar, roar. However, the 6 arrows failed to take away the gnolls, but instead aroused their ferocity. Realizing that they had been discovered, the 3 jackals no longer hid and roared as they rushed towards Alan and his companions. This is an orc. The inhuman roar and the way it ran and crawled forward immediately exposed the identity of the jackal. Several hunters were knowledgeable and immediately shouted in surprise. Shut up and keep shooting. Anyone who dares to escape will be expelled from the gathering place immediately. Alan shouted. Quick, listen to Master Alan and keep shooting. Mori was the most serious and immediately echoed, while pulling the longbow to its full length again. And the same is true for Alan. Whoosh whoosh. Just as several gnolls were about to approach, another round of arrows was shot. The sound of puffing was heard again from the front. It was obvious that one of the gnolls paused, and then his running speed slowed down greatly. Don't stop. Shoot when you get a chance. Alan threw away his longbow, took out his long axe, and started rushing forward. At this time, the hyena in the front was already 10 meters away, and its ferocious appearance was visible to the naked eye. It is 2 meters tall and upright, with bulging muscles on the upper body, just like a werewolf in a movie in the previous life, and a wolf head with a mouth full of fangs on its head. The gnoll also held a weapon in his hand, a thick wooden stick with a lot of iron pieces inlaid on it. Roar! Seeing Alan rushing towards him, the werewolf roared like a beast and smashed Alan on the head with the mace in his hand. Alan did not dodge or evade, but charged forward directly and raised his battle axe to block when the mace was about to fall. With a thud, the thigh-thick mace was steadily blocked, and the werewolf was stunned. But while he was stunned, Alan continued to exert his strength. The battle axe was pushed upward suddenly, pushing the mace high up, and then the battle axe quickly turned around and slashed horizontally forward. With a puff, blood splattered from the wolfman's chest, and his huge body swayed 2 steps and fell straight backwards. Alan continued to rush forward and came directly in front of the second werewolf. The hyena reacted with great ferocity, sweeping forward with the mace in his hand. His agility of 2.1 was naturally not enough in front of Alan. Alan suddenly paused and tightened his abdomen, easily avoiding the sweep of the mace. Before the gnoll could retract its weapon, Alan took the opportunity to step forward and his battle axe flashed across its neck. The gnoll immediately covered his neck and took 2 steps back in pain, then fell to the ground with a thud. Ding! Energy point +1, +1. Hey, that's good. Do gnolls also have energy points? Alan was very satisfied. After dealing with the 2 ordinary gnolls, Alan set his sights on the last elite gnoll. Chapter 61. This reputation cannot be kept for the time being. Human race. You die. Seeing his 2 companions die, the eyes of this last elite werewolf turned red, and he uttered a strange and difficult to understand human language. You can still talk. Having a wolf's head but being able to speak human language is definitely a novel experience for Alan. Without giving Alan much chance to desert, the elite werewolves started running. The strength of 9.5 is 2 points stronger than Alan, and the agility of 2.9 is only 1 millimeter slower than Alan. Alan had to deal with such a powerful opponent seriously. In a breath, the elite werewolf rushed in front of him, holding a larger and more terrifying mace high in his hand and smashing it down at Alan with a whoosh. The elite jackal's height reached a terrifying 2.5 meters, and Alan, who was 1.85 meters, only reached his chest in front of him. Facing the incoming mace, one already needs to look up. Big dog, let me see how strong the power of 9.5 is. Alan did not dodge, but raised the long axe with both hands to prepare for the fight. With a thud, the mace fell, and Alan's feet sank 3 inches in an instant, with his soles deeply embedded in the sand. He and the werewolf also paused at the same time, obviously suffering from a strong recoil force. A hint of astonishment appeared in the gnoll's eyes. You, the extraordinary knight? Alan's heart was heavy, but a smile was on his face. You guessed right, but there's no reward. Big dog, it's time to send you on your way. As Alan chuckled, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding. Consuming 50 energy points to enhance physical agility successfully. Host, Alan Gale. Constitution, strong. Strength, 9.3. Agility, 3.5. Intelligence, 2.3. Charm, 2.5. Special, Bronze Junior Knight 7 out of 10. Alan's daily energy points are not consumed directly. He basically only uses the energy points for clearing dungeons to strengthen his body. The energy points of the Fire Date tree are constantly accumulating. In addition to being planned to strengthen infrastructure projects such as wells and soil, it is also used in situations like this just in case. The targeted enhancement and improvement indeed had a significant effect. The agility of 3.0 immediately increased by 0.5, and Alan felt his body immediately became much lighter, as if he had gotten rid of the weight of a sandbag weighing dozens of kilograms. Before the werewolf could react, Alan rushed forward and hit the werewolf in the abdomen with his shoulder. In an instant, Alan felt as if he was on the back of an adult elephant, and his shoulder was in pain. Fortunately, the elite gnoll was not unharmed either. Its huge body involuntarily tilted backwards, and it took 7 or 8 steps back before it managed to stabilize itself. Axe. Before the elite werewolf could get a chance to catch its breath, Alan's battle axe followed. Seeing this, the werewolf had no better way but to passively swing his battle axe to resist. With a clang, the axe's chop was blocked. Alan didn't care. Come again. There was another clang. Come again. Alan became more and more courageous as the battle went on, and the speed of swinging his battle axe became faster and faster, and there seemed to be a whistling sound when he swung it. The gnolls, who originally seemed to have an advantage, could only passively defend themselves, and this was the benefit of high agility. After more than 10 breaths of fierce attack, Alan finally seized an opportunity. Now, Alan's eyes lit up, and he thrust his axe forward. That's right, stab out. With a puff sound, the axe, thanks to the slightly sharp edge of the axe blade, slightly penetrated into the chest of the elite werewolf. Of course, if it were just this, it wouldn't even be considered a minor injury. So Alan quickly pressed his right hand on the back of the axe blade, and then the fighting spirit in his hand flashed and pressed down suddenly. Click, click, click. With several bone-breaking sounds, half of the axe blade penetrated the elite werewolf's strong chest without hesitation, and a large amount of bright red blood began to flow out. Roar! Feeling severely injured, the elite werewolf roared and began to swing the mace in his hand wildly. Alan didn't dare stay any longer and began to evacuate quickly. The elite gnolls had gone crazy, chasing after them relentlessly, brandishing blue maces. Quick, shoot the arrow. When Mori saw Alan being chased, he immediately drew his bow and arrow. With a whooshing sound, arrows shot at the elite werewolf. But the werewolf seemed unaware and only had eyes for Alan. After maneuvering for more than half a minute, the werewolf finally slowed down, breathing heavily, and his steps began to become light. The blood on his chest soaked most of his hair and dripped onto the ground. With a thud, the elite werewolf finally dared not fall down. With such strength, no wonder they are called elite gnolls. If they weren't titled knights, they would be very difficult to deal with. Alan breathed a sigh of relief and then approached the elite werewolf cautiously. At this moment, the elite werewolf was not dead yet. His eyes were wide open and his back was still heaving violently. Go with peace of mind. Don't be an orc who plunders humans in your next life. Alan gave humanitarian comfort. But it was obvious that the gnoll didn't appreciate it. Human race, if you are not satisfied, my companions will take revenge. Good man, big dog, you want to attract hatred even after your death, right? Then I will satisfy you. Alan hated people who were stubborn the most, and a cold light flashed from the long axe in his hand. Then a large amount of blood gushed out from the werewolf's neck, and he finally died beyond dead. Ding, energy points +5. This elite kobold has gained 5 points straight away. It's almost ready to take off. If the reward from the ordinary gnolls satisfied Alan, then the reward from the elite ogre was a surprise to Alan. If we can find the jackal's lair in the future, wouldn't we make a fortune? Master Alan, are you okay? When Mori and his companions saw that the jackal had completely stopped moving, they approached cautiously. It's okay. Alan waved his hand. Mori finally felt relieved, and then the others approached to carefully examine the elite werewolf in front of them. Seeing the terrifying fangs on its face, they were still frightened. Master Alan, this is an elite werewolf. You were able to kill it. If this gets out, I'm afraid your reputation will spread immediately. I heard that only titled knights can kill elite werewolves. You're not a titled knight, yet you've already accomplished this. It's truly impressive. I didn't expect you to know this thing. If that's the case, then let's bury this guy. When Alan heard this, he was shocked. He was not even a titled knight. If this got out, it would definitely attract attention. He could not keep this reputation for the time being. Mori was stunned. How many leaders of the settlements longed for such an opportunity to become famous but could not get it, yet young Master Alan actually said to bury it. Emoli, don't just stand there. Let's finish this quickly. We need to find another place to rest. What about the other two, Master Alan? Alan pondered for a moment and said, keep the other two. Those two were just ordinary gnolls with a strength of only 5.6. They could be defeated by any leader of a medium-sized settlement, so they were not too eye-catching. Bringing this back and showing it to the villagers can also help to unite some people. Yes, young master. Mori and his companions began to clean up the scene quickly. It's a pity that this werewolf is not only inedible, but also doesn't have a single copper coin on him, except for some iron pieces on 3 maces, which are better than nothing. Chapter 62. Prepare for a rainy day. After the battle, they found a new camping site, and Alan rewarded Ben Balba and Babbleben. If it weren't for these two little guys, there would indeed be some crisis tonight. After feeding the two little guys 2 pounds of wolf meat and seeing them fall asleep contentedly, Alan also began to rest. Look, what is that? Oh my God, it looks like a wild wolf. It's not a wild wolf. Have you ever seen a wild wolf that big? It's a gnoll, the same gnoll that's been killing people these days. Could it be that Master Alan killed this jackal? Who else could it be except Master Allen? Master Allen is so amazing. Yes, we are so lucky to live in the Babylon gathering place. When Allen returned to the gathering place, the villagers immediately saw the werewolf on the carriage. Looking at the two ferocious beasts, the villagers were both afraid and curious, wanting to see but not daring to get close. After all, the impact force of the gnolls is not comparable to that of wild beasts. Caroline had the same reaction. Her face was slightly pale as she looked at the hideous corpse of the werewolf. She wanted to get closer to take a closer look, but she hesitated and didn't dare to move forward. Allen couldn't help laughing, and finally couldn't help but remind him, "He's dead. Caroline, just watch with peace of mind." Caroline was stubborn. "Master, I'm not afraid. I just think it looks disgusting." That being said, Caroline finally felt at ease to get closer and observe. "Master, did you kill him?" Caroline's eyes were full of wonder. Master, how did you do it? You're not hurt, are you?" "No one's injured, just two gnolls, nothing serious." Caroline's eyes brightened. "Master, could it be that your fighting spirit has broken through?" "No, but it will be soon." "What's the matter, Caroline? Are you also looking forward to me becoming a titled knight, young master?" "Of course I'm looking forward to it. Every girl has a titled knight in her heart. That strong and powerful body, that unparalleled sense of security." Thinking of this, Caroline suddenly clamped her legs together because she remembered the daily punishment again. If the young master becomes a titled knight, how severe will the punishment be? "Master, I'll go and arrange these fire date trees first." Caroline left without any reason and with a red face, leaving Allen confused. Not long after, Val Ironhide and Peter Cowdung arrived after hearing the news. "This, Jackal Knoll? Are you okay, man?" After the two arrived, they saw that the werewolf's mouth was open into an O shape, and he spoke without any more words. "It's okay, it's just a gnoll, not much stronger than a dark hound." "Not that strong? Man, Sith shit certainly won't want to admit this fact." Val Ironhide said sullenly. "Hey, man, why are there only two? What about the other one? If the other one is solved, that would be great. We wouldn't have to worry so much." Allen was ready to tell the two of them the truth. There was no need to hide such a thing from everyone in the Wei-Tiepi alliance. At this moment, Will and Hart rushed over and shouted from afar. "Guys, big news. Hey, jackals. Willin, what's the big news?" Everyone looked at Will and Hart, who was stunned. Will and Hart swallowed his saliva and said, "Guys, I just received news that just this morning, another small gathering place was attacked by gnolls. A total of more than a dozen people died. They were also attacked by 3 gnolls." "What? Then this?" Everyone looked at each other. "Allen, man, when did you kill this gnoll?" Allen frowned and said, "Last night at midnight. In an area about a day's journey away from the gathering place. So, there are more than one group of gnolls near our deathly ruins." Everyone's expression changed. The original group of gnolls was already frightening enough for them, but now they were near the surface and would definitely not be around for a while. Peter Njofin suddenly murmured, "Could it be that the news Leona brought back is true?" "What news?" Allen asked curiously. "Hey, Allen, Leona came back yesterday. She said she heard from some hunters that gnolls appeared not only in the Death Knight ruins, but also in several other ruins. They all encountered it when they were hunting. Fortunately, they ran away quickly, otherwise they would have died. We originally thought the hunter was just bragging. After all, to survive an encounter with a gnoll is incredibly lucky, but now it seems to be true." Allen nodded. "Guys, be careful these days. These gnolls are probably small groups. They probably won't dare to attack the gathering place. Just don't run around." Val Ironhide and the others naturally had no better solution. They could only do as Allen said. Be careful and avoid unnecessary outings. Of course, although Allen advised like this, he was still alert in his heart. Okay, Allen was not as open-minded as Val Ironhide. He felt that the fact that the gnolls suddenly began to roam around the gathering places around the human race and treated the human race as their hunting targets was obviously not an isolated incident. After all, it had affected trade before, so the situation could only be more serious than imagined. So, it's time to prepare for a rainy day. Allen urgently needs to form his own guard team. In addition, the defense of the gathering place must also be put on the agenda. That night, outside the Evelyn gathering place, 5 or 6 figures were lying stealthily on the sand dunes. "Dandy, is your wife really as beautiful as you say?" "Boss Bint, how dare I lie to you? I can guarantee that my wife is worth 50 silver coins. Aside from her rough skin, her figure and looks are no less impressive than those ladies in Red Wolf City. With such a beautiful wife, you are willing to use her to pay off your debts?" Bint Tooking became more and more interested. Dandy's expression changed for a moment, but he finally gritted his teeth and told the truth. That damn woman. Although she is beautiful, she is very despicable. Some time ago, she hooked up with the leader of a small settlement. Not only did she embezzle the copper coins from my gathering place, I suspect she even gave them to her adulterer. So, I don't want a bitch like this anymore. Boss Bent, we agreed that besides taking my wife away, you also have to help me deal with that damned guy. Bent licked his tongue and said, Of course, but you have to remember the 20 silver coins and the day your wife spends with me. A hint of resentment flashed in Dandy's eyes, but when he thought about how Evelyn had been played by that kid, he decided to give it a try. Okay, Boss Bent, we're all going to be sold to slave traders anyway, so I'll give you a day when the time comes. Haha, let's go, it's almost time. Seeing that the gathering place had become quiet, a group of 6 people slowly moved towards the gathering place. Under Dandy's leadership, the group sneaked to the door of Evelyn Flower with ease. I pushed the door gently, and as expected, it was locked from the inside. Boss Bent, you guys wait here. I'll go in from upstairs. Dandy pointed to the roof. Evelyn locked herself in the room several times because she was beaten by him. But Dandy was still able to enter the house, because there was a small skylight above this low bungalow, which was prepared by Evelyn's father to deal with possible crises. Normally, other people wouldn't know about this skylight, but Dandy knew it clearly. Chapter 63, Is That Enough? Who? Evelyn Huaduo had just fallen asleep when she was awakened by the sound of something heavy falling to the ground. However, before he could react, the black shadow had already opened the door, and then 5 or 6 black shadows rushed in. At the same time, it was accompanied by that familiar and disgusting voice. Hidden woman, where is your wild man? Dandy, what do you want to do? Evelyn stood up immediately. As a resident of the gathering place, Evelyn has always had the habit of sleeping with clothes on, so she doesn't have to worry about exposing herself. What do you want to do? Of course I want to seek revenge on you and that wild man. As he spoke, Dandy lit the torch, and Evelyn's appearance immediately caught the eyes of Bent Tooking and others. Evelyn had a bad feeling and immediately ran towards the window. Wanna run? You bitch. Can you run away? Unfortunately, it takes time to open the window, and Evelyn Huaduo was directly held by her 2 younger brothers. Dandy, you bastard, are you still human? What do you want to do with these people? Dandy had already made up his mind, not afraid of embarrassment. He sneered, I'm a bastard? You cheap bitch, you're out there playing with random men. Instead of letting someone else get away with it, I might as well just sell you off. At least you'll be worth a few dozen silver coins. You bastard, you want to sell me? Evelyn Flower was stunned. He originally thought that Dandy was a bastard enough just for beating him up and stealing the money from the gathering place. Now they even wanted to sell her off, and Evelyn was naturally aware of the consequences of becoming a slave. This Dandy is worse than a wild dog, and I am still his nominal wife. Dandy, you're a scumbag and a loser. My father went blind to let me marry you. Dandy's face was grim. He didn't intend to dwell on this matter anymore, but wanted to complete the main purpose of his return this time. Bitch, where's your wild man? Bah, you bastard. Evelyn spat, then gritted her teeth and said nothing. It's okay if you don't tell me. If that guy isn't here with you, he must be in his own camp. Bitch, I'll let you watch how we torture him to death later. At this moment, because of the noise in the house, some villagers from the gathering place came outside the house and shouted Evelyn's name. Dandy immediately walked to the door, and the people gathered outside were shocked to see him. You, go to the old Joe gathering place right now and find that damned guy named Alan. Tell him that if he doesn't come, he will never see that bitch Evelyn again. Besides, I don't want to see anyone else besides him. The villagers looked at the strong men, including Bent Tooking behind Dandy, and did not dare to step forward. In the end, they could only follow Dandy's instructions and quickly head towards the gathering place of Lao Chiao. Inside Alan's house, the cute maid stuck her butt out and laid her upper body on the table. Don't get me wrong, nothing bad is happening at this moment. The master is just punishing the servant. After being out for so many days, Alan has already been punished for several days. It is natural to make up for it all at once before going to bed. Otherwise, if the rules are not strict, it is easy to raise arrogant and domineering servants. With the crisp sound of splashing, the waves rise and fall, and the spring scenery is infinitely beautiful. All right, master? Well, that should be enough, right? Are you sure it's enough? Have you counted it, young master? I didn't count it, but why don't I check it again, and then I won't make a mistake. The faint, shy response and the attitude of accepting the punishment and confessing the guilt made it difficult for Alan to bear to take any harsh measures. There was a faint crisp sound, a symbolic punishment. The palm did not lift up immediately, but paused at the moment when it sank into the softness as cotton. It lasted for 3 full seconds, and just as Alan was preparing for the next punishment, shouts were heard outside the house. Master Allen. Mori, what's wrong? Although he was still feeling unsatisfied, Mori, the night watchman, must have something important to tell him since he came knocking on the door. Master, a man claiming to be a villager from the Evelyn gathering area came to the camp and said he has something urgent to discuss with you. Evelyn gathering place? Alan frowned and immediately opened the small map. The next moment, 7 small red dots appeared at the Evelyn gathering place. Without a word, Alan returned to the house and picked up his battle axe. Master, what's wrong? The pretty maid had stood up from her seductive position, the blush on her face still not fading. Something seems to have happened at a gathering place within the Alliance. I need to go out for a while. Caroline, lock the door for yourself later. After giving instructions, Alan opened the door and walked out. Master, Caroline stomped her feet in anger upon seeing this. The atmosphere was almost brewing, but such an unexpected thing happened. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but squeeze her legs together again. At this moment, she suddenly saw the lining of the short-sleeved shirt that Alan had just changed, so she walked over and picked it up. The clothes were full of Alan's scent, mixed with a hint of male sweat. But this is exactly what I need. So Caroline quickly came to the door, looked outside, and after confirming that there was no one there, she locked the door. After finishing everything, Caroline returned to her bed, grabbed Alan's shirt with one hand, and put it to her nose, while the other hand reached into the quilt. After a while, a strange sound of suppression and endurance was heard in the house. Tell me what happened. Boss Alan, this is what happened. In response to Alan's questioning, the resident of the Evelyn settlement did not hide anything and told Alan what he had seen truthfully. So, Dandy has kidnapped Evelyn, and he's brought back several helpers this time. Yes, Boss Alan. Okay, let's go. Alan nodded and immediately prepared to rush to the Evelyn gathering place. Master Alan, do you want to notify Chief Val and the others? Mori asked. Alan thought for a moment and shook his head. No, just follow me. It doesn't really matter whether or not to call Val and the others. As long as the other party is not a titled knight, I can handle it myself. On the other hand, if the other party is a titled knight, it will be useless even if we call Val and others. Chapter 64, I just want to experience it. Riding in a carriage with 5 hunters, Alan and his party soon arrived near the gathering place of Evelyn. Instead of moving closer, he told Mori and the others to wait where they were. You wait here. If you hear the sound of fighting, you can move closer. Otherwise, you are not allowed to move closer. Do you understand? Alan had already seen from the small map that there were 2 red dots lurking on the periphery. If Mori and others continued to get closer, they would obviously be discovered. This is Master Alan. Mori was a little worried about Alan's safety, but seeing Alan's expression that did not allow for rejection, he finally agreed. Boss, there are outsiders in the gathering place. As Alan approached the gathering place more than 100 meters away, he was immediately discovered by the sentry, who immediately reported it to Bent. How many people came in total? Boss, there are only 2 people. Besides the local resident who reported the news, there is also a young man. He might be the one Dandy mentioned. Okay, it must be that damn kid. Dandy immediately became excited. Then get ready. Bent stood up and walked out of the house, and Dandy followed him with excitement. As for Evelyn, she was tied to the bed. Soon, Alan arrived at the open space in the Evelyn gathering place. A bonfire had been lit in front of him, and 4 old rednecks were standing next to Dandy. Some of the rednecks were holding maces, some were holding axes, and some were holding sticks. After checking the information of several people, Alan had an idea. The old redneck leader next to Dandy had a strength of 6.2, while the others were between 2 and 3 points. With such strength, it's no wonder that Dandy dares to come back and seek revenge. You bitch, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Dandy's face was slightly distorted with excitement, and he couldn't wait to torture Alan right away. Alan looked at him coldly. Dandy, you idiot, isn't the lesson from that day enough? You won't forget my warning that day, will you? If I see you again, I will twist your head off and stuff it into your asshole. Facing Alan's cold gaze, Dandy remembered the scene of being ravaged that day and subconsciously shrank his head. But thinking of Boss Bent beside him, he puffed out his chest again. You bitch, do you think the situation today will be the same as that day? I'm telling you, you're dead. I've already invited Boss Bent from Red Wolf City. He's a member of the Scorpion Brotherhood. Bent also spoke at this time, looking Alan up and down. Boy, you are the one who slept with Dandy's wife? I tell you, you are in trouble today. However, I, Bent, am easy to talk to. I heard that you are the leader of the gathering place. If you are willing to pay enough money to buy your life, then I am not afraid to let you go easily. Boss Bent. Dandy wanted to say something when he heard this, but was interrupted by Bent waving his hand. Are you sure you have the ability to let me pay money to buy my life? Alan laughed. You little bitch. What the hell are you laughing at? Didn't you hear what our boss said? If you dare to laugh again, I'll kill you. The younger brother at the side saw Alan smile and immediately got angry and shouted. Bint Tooking's face darkened. Don't be so ignorant, kid. I'm giving you one last chance. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless. If you can't pay me this time, having your hands and feet cut off will be the least of your punishment. If you piss me off, I'll kill you. Really? Then I'm really scared. I have money, but I don't know if this is enough. Alan smiled and took out a bulging purse from his arms, and even opened it to show it. Bint Tooking and others took a glance, and the next moment their eyes widened. There were 4 or 5 golden coins in the purse in Alan's hand, and the rest were all silver coins. But Alan only swung it for a moment, then took it back into his arms, then sighed and said, but then again, I still want to experience the feeling of having my hands and feet broken, so why don't you old rednecks stop talking so much and get to work? Alan hooked his finger. Damn it. Boy, you asked for this. Bint Tooking's eyes were dazzled by the gold coins. After hearing what Alan said, there was no time to delay. He started forward while cursing, and the other 3 brothers followed closely behind with weapons in hand. Of course, a person also appeared behind Alan at this moment, worried that Alan would run away. Kill him. When they were more than 10 meters away from Alan, Bint roared, waved the axe in his hand, and started running forward with his little brother. Then serve the food. Old redneck is about to cry again. Alan smiled and slowly drew out the broken axe from his waist. When Bint Tooking was within 3 meters of him, he rushed forward. Bint Tooking and others only saw a flash before their eyes, and saw Alan's figure rushing towards them. Old redneck, cry. Alan raised the battle axe in his hand and smashed it hard at Bint Tooking. Bint Tooking widened his eyes and quickly raised the axe in his hand to resist. With a bang, Alan's battle axe hit the hatchet he had just raised. However, even so, Bint's axe could not block Alan's attack. He felt as if his axe was hit by a 1,000-pound rock. His arm went numb, and then it involuntarily pressed back towards him. With a bang, the opponent's battle axe and his own hatchet hit his chest together. With a scream, Binter felt his heart stop, and even breathing became difficult, and then he flew backwards. Boom. Bint Tooking flew backwards more than 1 meter before hitting the ground hard. But he was lucky, because Alan used the axe head instead of the axe blade. Otherwise his chest would have been open. Of course, his younger brothers were not so lucky. As the cold light of Alan's battle axe flashed, there was the sound of the battle axe entering the flesh. In less than 5 seconds, the 3 younger brothers who were charging with him fell in a pool of blood with their eyes wide open. Go to hell. At this time, the younger brother behind Alan felt that he had found an opportunity and smashed Alan's head with the mace in his hand. With a clang, Alan didn't look back, but the battle axe blocked the attack steadily. The redneck boy's eyes widened in disbelief, but Alan had already slowly turned around. With a puff, the young man fell into a pool of blood, holding his neck. Dandy was stunned. He originally thought that he had victory in his hands, but he didn't expect that Bint Tooking, who was already very powerful in his eyes, could not even last 3 seconds and was knocked to the ground with one move. Fortunately, Alan didn't have time to pay attention to him at the moment, but looked at Bint, the only one who was not dead on the ground. Binta was hit by an axe, which was actually not much different from being hit by a hammer. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, and he was unable to get up. Seeing Alan approaching, he could only support himself with his hands and keep backing away, his eyes full of fear. Man, no, boss, I was wrong. Please forgive me. I won't dare to do it again. Chapter 65. You are right. Wrong? If you can be forgiven by admitting your mistakes, then does this world still need laws? Alan sneered and approached Bint, old redneck. But there are no laws in the Death Sand Sea. Bint Tooking muttered subconsciously. Fuck you. Are you such a naughty old redneck? Alan was so angry that he laughed. Bang, bang, bang. Without saying a word, Alan grabbed Bint Tooking's collar and slapped him more than 10 times. He slapped the old man's neck so hard that he felt dizzy and his eyes were full of stars, and then he stopped. Boss, that's not what I meant. After being dizzy for a while, he finally came to his senses. Regardless of the blood flowing from his nose, Bint Redneck immediately begged for mercy. Alan shook his head upon hearing this. No, you're absolutely right. This Death Sand Sea really has no laws. Then why are you hitting me? Bint's red neck almost vomited blood. Fortunately, he had learned his lesson and just kept repeating it in his mind. Boss, I admit my mistake. Can you let me go? I was tricked by that bastard Dandy. He said you were very skinny and small, so we could handle you easily. If we take care of you, you'll give us 20 silver coins as a reward. We're just doing the job for the money, and we're not targeting you. Besides, I'm not some gangster. I'm just running errands for the Scorpion Brotherhood in Red Wolf City. He let you go. If it was me who fell now, do you think you would let me go? Alan sneered. Having said that, Alan decided not to continue talking. He just wanted to confirm the other party's identity 100%. Now that the other party has explained, there is no need to be merciful. No, boss, don't kill me. I have money. I have a lot of money. Feeling death approaching, the will to survive burst out, and Bint suddenly shouted. Alan didn't stop moving, holding the long axe high, and said disdainfully, "You have money? You're so far away, and you're doing business for 20 silver coins. How much money can you have? It's worth at least 10 gold coins. No, 20, at least 20 gold coins." Alan said disdainfully, If you had 20 gold coins, the Death Sand Sea would be the god's back garden. How dare you disobey? Looks like I'll have to slowly chop off your hands and feet before I teach you a lesson. Boss, seriously, the gold coins aren't mine, but I know there's a batch of leather armor that the Scorpion Brotherhood looted. There are at least 20 pieces. If they can be delivered to the kingdom, they'll be worth at least 20 gold coins. Oh, Alan finally became interested. 20 pieces of leather armor? Tell me about it. But if you dare to lie to me, I guarantee you'll regret it. The most satisfying thing would be to pray for death by an axe. This world is similar to the previous one, where armor is banned but swords and bows are not. Moreover, the production cycle of armor is very long. Taking the most basic leather armor as an example, after the initial materials are prepared, the subsequent forging and assembly alone will only produce 1 or 2 pieces per month. This also makes armor expensive. A piece of leather armor basically costs 1 gold coin, and often there is still a shortage of supply. This is also why among the many gathering places in the Death Sand Sea, only forces like Sandwolf Town can be equipped with a few pieces of leather armor, and they are tattered ones at that. At this moment, Dandy, who was not far away, could not bear the pressure and was about to escape. Alan took a glance and threw the axe in his hand directly. With a puff sound, Dandy immediately let out a scream. "My legs! Damn it, my legs!" The long axe hit his leg, and half of the axe blade went through it. Bint Tooking shuddered, and in order to save his life, he immediately explained the situation honestly. "Boss, I absolutely wouldn't dare lie to you. This is what happened. He really wasn't a gang member in Red Wolf City. At most, he was just a local thug. In addition to bullying the lower classes, he also occasionally helps the Scorpion Brotherhood with odd jobs. A few days ago, they had just moved a batch of dirty goods for the Scorpion Brotherhood. Originally, they didn't know what the goods were, but later one of the brothers was dishonest and knew that they were all stolen goods. He wanted to see what the goods were and whether there was any chance of getting the oil. But after opening it, they found that it was actually a batch of leather armor. Afterwards, they had no choice but to give up the idea of blocking the oil and honestly deliver the goods to the location designated by the Scorpion Brotherhood. "Boss, if you let me go, I'm willing to take you to that warehouse. It's a secret location, so there are only a few guards. With your strength, you can easily get it." "Yeah, since it's a secret location, would the Scorpion Brotherhood be so comfortable letting you know?" "Boss, we've done many things for the Scorpion Brotherhood before, so they still trust us. They also know that we don't have the guts to take over their warehouse." Alan pondered for a moment and felt that what Bint said was probably true. Such a batch of leather armor is indeed hard to come by. He was also preparing to form a guard team, and this was like a pillow given to him when he was dozing off. "Master Alan, are you okay?" At this time, Maury's 5 hunters also hurried over, and they also brought an old redneck who was hit by several arrows. He was obviously the last of Bint's Sentry brothers. "It's okay, just keep an eye on this guy." Alan directly handed Bint Tooking over to Maury and others. "Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss." Bint understood that his life was temporarily saved and immediately thanked Alan repeatedly. Alan ignored him and went to Dandy, who was crying, grabbed his hair, and dragged him directly into the house. When she entered the house and saw Alan, Evelyn immediately started crying. "Are you okay?" Alan threw Dandy, who was like a dead dog, to the ground and went forward to untie the rope for Evelyn Flowers. With a scream, Evelyn threw herself directly on Alan after untying the rope. It was the first time for Alan to be hit so hard. "It's okay, Evelyn. I've already dealt with Dandy and the other guys. But now you have to think carefully about how to deal with this guy." Evelyn then let go of Alan, then looked at Dandy with hatred in her eyes and walked towards him step by step. "Evelyn, I was wrong. Please let me go. I won't dare to do it again." Dandy immediately begged for mercy and retreated, but unfortunately the battle axe embedded in his calf seriously affected his ability to move. Evelyn didn't say anything. With a cold expression, she walked step by step to Dandy, stopped, and slowly squatted down. With a puff, damn it, it hurts, Evelyn, it hurts." Evelyn actually pulled out the battle axe that was embedded in Dandy's calf, causing Dandy to scream in pain. But before Dandy finished shouting, Yvlon raised his battle axe high. Evelyn, what do you want to do? No, I am your husband. Puff. No, you are not. You are a useless guy. You are not worthy of being my husband. Evelyn held the bloody battle axe and watched Dandy close his eyes due to excessive blood loss from his neck. Chapter 66. A long and arduous journey. The room was quiet for more than a minute, and it was only after more than a minute that Alan heard the sobbing again. He sighed, walked up and patted Yvlon on the shoulder, then took the battle axe from her. Mori, 2 people come in and deal with the bodies here. Yes, master. The hunters swiftly carried out Dandy, who was dying with his eyes open. Evelyn, don't be too sad. It's actually better for Dandy to be dead. At least you won't have to be bullied by him anymore and can focus on developing the gathering place. Although he couldn't understand Evelyn's mood at the moment, Alan still comforted her. Now that the matter has been resolved, he doesn't plan to stay any longer. I'm not sad, I just feel happy. Evelyn's face was full of tears, and her expression returned to its previous gentleness. That's great, Evelyn Flowers. I'll leave first. Alan was finally relieved when he saw this. He didn't want to stay any longer, so he prepared to say goodbye. But before he could finish his words, Evelyn rushed over and hugged him tightly. Alan, please don't leave, stay with me. Alan would not be surprised at all if it was Leona who threw herself into his arms. Even Caroline, that Sundara maid, Alan noticed her recent changes. But it was really unexpected that Evelyn Huadua was so proactive, especially under the circumstances. Just one night, okay, Alan? I know I'm not as attractive as Leona, but I'm not without my strengths. That is, I'm still very clean. Very clean. Alan was a little confused. That's right. A few months before their wedding, Dandy was hit in the vitals by a dark hound during the outbreak of a wave of dark creatures. This caused him to lose his ability there. Then why did you marry him? Alan exclaimed, what a guy. Now he finally understood why Dandy was so suspicious. My father had already announced the marriage at that time, so Evelyn Flowers didn't say anything else, because as she dribbled the ball and hit the opponent, little Alan had already raised his head and behaved himself. Although it was clean, Yvlon was not ignorant and naturally knew what it meant. Her breathing became rapid, and her hands and feet began to move, preparing to take the initiative. Wait. Alan signaled for an emergency pause. What's wrong, Alan? The little butterfly has already spit out honey. Hiss. Alan took a breath and exclaimed, wow, this is too much. How could he tolerate this? He gritted his teeth and walked to the door. Mori, you guys can find a room to rest in this gathering place. We're not going back tonight. Remember to keep an eye on Bint. Without waiting for Mori to answer, the door slammed shut. Mori and others looked at each other. Emoli, what's wrong with the young master? What he said just now seemed a little strange. Is there any danger? The youngest hunter who was not yet married asked in confusion when he saw this. Mori suppressed his laughter when he heard this. It's indeed dangerous, but Master Alan can definitely handle it. Let's go and find a room to rest for the night. As Mori and others left, Evelyn Huadua's exclamation suddenly came from the house. Don't be afraid. Little Alan may look fierce, but he's actually very gentle. 3 poles in the sun. The battlefield was in ruins, but Evelyn Flower was gone. Just when Alan thought Evelyn had gone to the Death Knight ruins, she walked into the bedroom carrying a steaming wooden bowl. Alan, you're awake. The moment Evelyn saw Alan, her face flushed and spread all the way to her neck. There was no trace of the madness from last night. I thought you'd already gone to the Death Knight ruins. As a veteran, Alan looked as usual. Evelyn bit her red lips and spoke shyly. It hurts a little. The villagers have already left. I plan to rest for a day. Alan slapped his head and looked at his brain. Last night was the first day that the butterfly broke out of its cocoon. Although Yvlon didn't seem to be too abnormal at the time, she was even crazier than herself afterwards. But that was because it was his max-level main character that helped her novice sub-character take off. So, when I exited the state this morning, there were some negative buffs, which was obviously as it should be. It was my negligence. Alan stood up. No, I also want to thank Alan for staying with me. Otherwise I wouldn't dare to fall asleep. Evelyn smiled. Come on, Alan, finish your breakfast and go do your work. Your men have been waiting for you for a long time. Next, Evelyn returned to her usual composure. This made Alan look again and again, and he found that Evelyn really didn't seem to have anything for him to be responsible for. After breakfast, Alan wanted to say something, but Evelyn had already pushed him to the door. If you have time in the future, you can come to see me. I'm going to rest first. After saying that, the door was closed. Alan touched his nose, thinking that he was being too sentimental. Master Alan. Mori and others surrounded them, and Bint followed behind them, tied up with ropes. Let's go back to the camp first. Back at the camp, the villagers had already followed Val Ironhide and the others to the deathly ruins. And because it was almost noon, it was no longer suitable to go to Red Wolf City, so Alan planned to go there tomorrow. After instructing Maury and others to keep an eye on Bint, Alan returned to his cabin. Master. Caroline got the news that Alan had returned and hurried back from the fire date garden. Caroline, find me some clean clothes. Yes, master. The maid quickly found a clean linen gown. However, when she was helping Alan take off his clothes, the maid sniffed and immediately became suspicious. Master, did you sleep in the room of that Evelyn female leader last night? Yes. Ahem. Caroline, why are you asking this? Alan felt something was wrong halfway through his sentence. Sure enough, Caroline's eyes widened immediately, her eyes full of anger. That vixen, that shameless bitch, actually seduced you, young master. Ahem. Caroline, you're a maid. You know this is my private matter, young master. But she's a resident of the Sand Sea. Don't you think that's too cheap, master? Caroline was angry and upset, feeling that she was being compared to others. Alan naturally knew what the maid was thinking, but it was obvious in the current situation that his training was not enough. If the maid is really allowed to get away with something, she will probably go crazy in the future. A few days ago, I didn't have any meat to eat, and it was really possible that I couldn't resist the temptation. But now that I have tasted the meat, I can make up my mind to continue training it for a few days. Caroline, it was too late after yesterday's incident. There have been gnolls appearing recently, so I stayed there. Okay, Caroline, you are just a servant. Do I need to report my affairs to you, master? By the way, today's punishment hasn't happened yet. Facing Alan, whose face had turned dark, the maid gritted her teeth and finally posed reluctantly. Bang! The waves are rolling. This slap dispelled the maid's anger. The road ahead is long and arduous, and I, as the master, still need to work hard. Chapter 67 Love Without Boundaries. Red Wolf City is more than 80 kilometers away from the Death Knight ruins. In the previous life, it was just a matter of one step on the accelerator, but in this different world, Alan and his group set out before dawn and did not arrive at the Red Wolf City until dusk. Red Wolf City is not very big, with the city walls only 2 miles wide on both sides. In ancient times, it was only the size of a small county town. But in this sea of death, it is the only big city within 100 miles. The permanent population of Red Wolf City is about 80,000, but there are densely packed settlements and small towns outside the city, with a total population of about 200,000 to 300,000. As we approached the territory of Red Wolf City, green land and woods appeared around us, and we even saw clear rivers that were rare in the Death Sand Sea. It's a great place. At this moment, Alan is like Chin Shimmy. He used to think that Sand Rat Town was good, but now he thinks that Red Wave City is even better. He has no conscience and gets tired of the old and loves the new. No, he will fall in love with every scumbag he meets, and his behavior will be fully demonstrated. If you ask what is the difference between the two, being fickle-minded and easily dislike the old can only be described as a narrow-minded person, simply being fickle-minded. Loving everyone you meet is true love without boundaries. As long as they are good, I want them all. Alan felt that he was so broad-minded and had such boundless love. Of course, now that he has a goal, what he needs is to work hard. Alan came to Red Wolf City this time for only 2 things. First, purchase of slaves. The second is leather armor. To this end, within a 10-mile radius of Red Wolf City, Alan ordered Maury and others to dig a 1 cubic meter sand pit within a 100-meter area on the roadside every 5 miles. Although they were puzzled about its use, Maury and others did not ask any further questions. When they arrived at Honglang City, it was already late, so the slave issue had to be postponed, but the leather armor issue was just the right time to start tonight. Alan took Bint Tooking to the secret warehouse to scout the area. This secret warehouse is located in a small mud house in the slums in the west of the city. If someone didn't know, it would be hard to tell that this was a warehouse where gangs stored their belongings. Boss Alan, that building up ahead is the secret warehouse. We can't get any closer. If we get any closer, we'll be discovered. I've delivered goods here before, so they must be familiar with me. Besides, there's actually nothing to inquire about. There's no one outside the warehouse yard. There are only 5 or 6 guards inside. I've been here many times, so I can't be wrong. Bint's old redneck stood timidly at the entrance of an alley not far away, not daring to come any closer no matter what. In order to survive, he grasped at this life-saving straw. But now that I feel the situation has become a little safer, I also feel a little scared. What is the Scorpion Brotherhood? They are a real gang. Boss Scorpion is a titled knight, and he also has a gang camp outside the city. If I bring people to rob his goods and get discovered, It will be difficult for me to die, given the ruthlessness of the Scorpion Brotherhood. Are you scared now? How dare you come to trouble me before? Alan slapped Old Redneck on the head. Seeing that the Old Redneck didn't dare to resist, Alan continued. Just finish this job with me honestly, and then I will let you go. If you dare to play any tricks, I promise to turn your bent tooking into a dead dog tooking. Boss, I will behave myself and I promise not to play any tricks. Old Redneck felt Alan's murderous intent and immediately admitted his mistake. Okay, let's go eat first. A full stomach will make it easier to get things done in the evening. What surprised Bent was that Alan did not actually continue to move closer to inquire. How could he know that Alan only needed to determine the target coordinates? And he could clearly see how many people and dogs were in the house from the small map. After meeting up with Maury and others with Bent tooking, Alan and others found a roadside stall to eat something, and then began to wait for dark. This time they entered the city as hunters, and stayed in the cheapest open-air hotel that didn't even have beds. Each person only needs to pay 2 copper coins to spend the night in the open space of the courtyard. This is the choice of many small caravans and residents entering the city. However, there is no security or service here, so you need to take care of everything yourself. This also has an advantage, which is that people can come and go freely at night, and there are all kinds of people, so no one can find out anything about it afterwards. When it was the second half of the night, Alan woke up Maury and the others, and they left the hotel in the dark. After traveling in the dark for more than 10 minutes, the carriage stopped in a dark alley. 3 people were left to guard the carriage, while the rest followed Alan to the secret warehouse. Wait here, come over when I give the signal. After saying that, Alan swaggered onto the street. When passing by the warehouse door, Alan clearly felt that someone was watching him from the house on the left. Of course, the secret warehouse set up by the Scorpion Gang is not as simple as Bent said, because right across from this warehouse is actually the Scorpion Gang's house, and there are 2 members inside who are specifically keeping watch. Anyone who lingers stealthily at the warehouse door will be discovered no matter how careful they are. Of course, this is for others. And Alan had already noticed the 2 guys in the cabin through the small map. As long as Alan wants to take action and becomes a hostile force in the future, the system will automatically turn red. Of course, as to whether the system would turn into a yellow stranger if Alan gave up this plan. Although he had not tried it, Alan felt it was possible. Alan passed by the warehouse door as if nothing had happened, and immediately felt that the sense of being watched disappeared. Lenny, don't just stand there. Come back here. We're going to win this one. You bastard, didn't you see someone just passing by? If something happens, the boss won't let us off. What kind of accident could happen? Our warehouse is so secretive. Besides, even if someone really knew about it, who would dare to mess with our Scorpion Brotherhood? A sandwolf. Hey, a sand leopard. Did you cheat, you idiot? Why do you still have the sand leopard card? The 2 Scorpion brothers began to concentrate on playing cards, completely unaware that the god of death had arrived. Alan walked around and came back along the wall, easily climbed over the wall outside the house, and came directly to the door. After a gentle push, the door opened a crack. The door is unlocked. There's something going on. Alan smiled. The gate to the courtyard was locked, but the door to the house inside was not locked. The 2 guys probably didn't expect anyone to dare to climb over the wall and come in. Seeing the 2 guys concentrating on playing cards, Alan pushed open the door and took 2 steps to stand beside them. 2 rednecks were playing cards face to face. One of them had his back to Alan, but the other one immediately noticed the movement of a figure. When he looked up, he saw Alan staring at them. Bodhi, what are you daydreaming about? Play your cards. You. Bodhi opened his mouth and was about to warn him, but Alan had already taken action. He quickly grabbed Lanny's neck with one hand and punched Bodhi in the face with his other fist. With a thud, Bodhi Laohong was hit hard on the neck. He groaned and fell to the ground. Lanny, whose neck was being strangled by Alan, was about to struggle, but Alan suddenly exerted force with his wrist, and with a click, he also fell silent. Chapter 68, Making a Fortune. After confirming that the 2 old rednecks were dead, Alan slowly left the yard. Next is the warehouse. It is called a warehouse, but it is actually also a yard, just that it is larger in area and is made up of 2 connected yards. With the small map, Alan knew clearly the location of the guards. These rednecks of the Scorpion Brotherhood were probably not very vigilant, because there were secret sentries on the opposite side. There were 5 people in total. 2 of them were dozing off at the door of an empty hut, and the other 3 were sleeping in another room. Alan climbed into the yard quietly, walked along the wall without disturbing the 2 guards who were dozing in front of the empty hut, and came directly to the house where the 3 people were sleeping. When the door was opened, 3 old rednecks were sleeping soundly. Their snoring was deafening. He's actually reached a strength of 8.6, worthy of being a serious gangster. After observing quietly for a while, Alan found that one of the rednecks had a strength of 8.6. He would be a big shot in the gathering place outside, but in the Scorpion Brotherhood, he could only guard the warehouse. However, no matter how strong your physique is, it is the same even in your dreams. Alan did not delay. After making preparations, he pounced on the strongest old redneck like a hungry tiger. The old redneck must have rich combat experience. Just when Alan rushed in front of him, he suddenly opened his eyes. But it's useless. Sorry, time to get going. Alan raised his fist. As he spoke with his mouth, his fists began to fall. Boom. Snap. Along with the muffled sound, there was also the sound of bones breaking. The old redneck, whose strength reached 8.6, didn't even groan. He just straightened his body and then went limp. This time, Alan added a bit of fighting spirit and aimed at his temple with all his strength. If he could still survive with this, Alan would not survive. Now that the biggest threat has been dealt with, it will be easier to deal with the other two old rednecks who are still as dead as pigs. The strength was generally around 5.0. Alan covered their mouths with a quilt and punched them on the head twice, letting them go on their journey peacefully in their sleep. As for kindness, don't joke, these are gangsters, and they may have killed more people than Alan. Getting rid of them is definitely doing justice for the people. After dealing with the three little Karamis, Alan walked out of the house and swaggered towards the two redneck guards in the other hut. It was dark at night, and the two old rednecks only noticed when Alan approached within 3 meters. He turned his head nervously to look in Alan's direction, thinking it was his companion in the room. Is it time for rotation so soon? I'm so sleepy. I can finally lie down and sleep. Ah, who are you? Please call me Zorro the Thief, old redneck. Alan rushed forward at high speed, and with a few bangs left and right, he took care of the two old rednecks who were completely unable to react. This mini-map is absolutely amazing. It turns looting into a gaming experience. Alan pushed the door of the cabin in amazement and found it was locked. He then found the key from the old redneck with 8.6 strength. The hut was opened, and although the space was not large, it could hold a lot of goods. Soon, Alan found the leather armor in the wooden box at the door. Under the moonlight outside, the scales on the brand new leather armor shone with a cold gleam, and the iron wire connecting the teeth was evenly smeared with rust-proof lard. Oh, I made a killing. Alan cheered in his heart, feeling that this trip was very fruitful. Not to mention that this brand new leather armor is worth at least 20 gold coins. Just reaching the number of 20 pieces is a rare achievement. Even if Alan has the status of a pioneer lord, he can return to the Falcon Kingdom and customize it openly. But that also depends on whether the blacksmith shop has a schedule. If not, you have to wait in line. Even if you have a schedule and start work right away, it will probably take 3 to 5 months to get it. After all, leather armor has always been in short supply. After opening the gate of the courtyard, Mori and others who were not far away quickly drove their carriages into the courtyard. When he saw the lifeless members of the Scorpion Brotherhood on the ground, bent old redneck's face turned pale. It's not that he hasn't seen dead people before, but having come this far, he knew there was no turning back. If the Scorpion brothers found out, they would definitely skin him alive. What are you standing there for? Do you still want to collect their bodies? Hurry and move your things. In addition to leather armor, there are many other goods in this house. Alan had found silk fabrics and spices, which were obviously stolen goods from the Scorpion Brotherhood. Since he was already there, Alan naturally wouldn't think it was too much, so he just picked up a few items at random. If he hadn't been worried about loading too much and making it difficult to leave, he would probably have emptied the warehouse directly. After loading half of the carriage, Alan waved his hand and said, "Let's go." The group closed the door of the secret warehouse as it was and left with the carriage in the night. However, the city gates are closed at night, so it is impossible to leave at night. We can only wait until tomorrow morning to deliver the goods. They returned to the open-air hotel and stayed there for one night. When it was dawn, Alan and his party drove the carriage towards the city gate. At this moment, many caravans also started their journey, so Alan and his companions were not conspicuous and passed through the newly opened city wall gate smoothly. Alan and his companions headed straight for 10 kilometers. Meanwhile, 2 members of the Scorpion Brotherhood were walking down the street, yawning. When passing by some food stalls, I would just grab a few items and continue walking without looking back. As for money, when have the Scorpion brothers ever paid for food? You bitches, you bastards, will choke to death. After the people left, the stall owner symbolically spat twice. Lenny, come out. I brought breakfast for you bastards. 2 members of the Scorpion Brotherhood came to the courtyard opposite the secret warehouse, but after shouting for a long time, they found no response. The 2 men frowned and simply climbed over the wall into the yard and soon walked into the house. After entering the room, I found Lanny lying on the small table motionless. Lanny, are you a fucking pig? You won't wake up even after being called. I gently pushed Lanny's shoulder, and Lanny fell to the ground with a thud, and his head bounced twice. The two rednecks were stunned, and then they saw Bodhi lying on the ground opposite them with blood all over his face, and their faces suddenly changed. Then the two of them hurried to the warehouse yard opposite. Bang! Search the whole city, even if I have to dig underground to find these bitches. Boss, if we make too much noise, the Red Wolf guards. I will go and say hello. I donate so many gold coins every year. Can't you even give me this little bit of face? Yes, boss. Also, notify the camp. All members must go out and search the road for any suspicious individuals. If anyone dares to resist, they will be killed. Yes, boss. As Fisher Scorpion roared, the entire Scorpion Brotherhood began to move. Although there are only a little over 100 official members of the Scorpion Brotherhood in the city, there are probably thousands of thugs and ruffians under their command. Thousands of people focused on travelers or small caravans carrying goods, and also began to explore the surrounding hotels. As for outside the city, more than 200 members of the Scorpion Brotherhood ran towards the two main roads with weapons and began searching along the way. Although there were large caravans on the road, upon learning that it was the Scorpion Brotherhood that was doing the work, they still gave them face and allowed the Scorpion Brotherhood to conduct the search. Chapter 69, He Can't Die. Master, there is a cavalry team ahead. It's Ness, the second in command of the Scorpion Brotherhood, and a titled knight. Calm down, don't panic, Bint Tooking. You just came back from Gerbil Town. Your brother is dead, your employer is dead, you haven't received your salary, and you were beaten up. Looks sad. Yes, a little sadder. Very good, that's it. Bint. About an hour later, Alan and his party returned to Red Wolf City. After taking a few steps, they encountered a cavalry team galloping on horseback. Although they were called cavalry, they were actually just a team equipped with horses and wearing old armor. They were naturally incomparable to the regular cavalry regiments of the kingdom. However, in this sea of death, they can be considered an elite force. More than 10 cavalrymen came from afar and stopped in front of Alan and others. Who are you? Where are you from? After stopping, this group of cavalrymen surrounded everyone with fierce eyes. The leading knight had an extraordinary majesty. Being stared at by him was like being stared at by a tiger, which made people's hair stand on end. Obviously, this should be the knight that Bint mentioned, the second in command of the Scorpion Brotherhood and a titled knight. Bint had seen Nice before, so he couldn't pretend not to know him. He gritted his teeth and stood up. Boss Nice, it's me. Bint Tooking, the Bint who often helps you transport goods. Bint Tooking, why are you here? Nice had some impression of Bint, and he looked at him for a moment and asked with narrowed eyes. Bint Redneck felt his heart skip a beat. Faced with a life or death situation, he could only force himself to hide his sadness. Boss Nice, I was invited to go to Gerbil Town a few days ago for some work. I ended up running into some tough guys. My little brother was killed, and I got beaten up too. Luckily, I ran fast, or I would have died there too. Ness remained expressionless and looked at Alan and the others. Who are these people? What's on the carriage? Boss Nice, these are hunters we met on the road. The carriage is covered with wolf skins. I can't walk any longer, so I asked them to give me a ride. Bint lifted the linen covering on the carriage and saw several bundles of wolf skins. Boss Nice, what happened? After confirming that there were only 3 bundles of wolf skins on the carriage, Nice no longer had the desire to speak. Don't ask about things you shouldn't ask about. Let's go and keep chasing. After saying that, the Scorpion Brotherhood continued to chase forward along the road amid the sound of horse hooves. Boss, I was scared to death just now. Why don't we just run away and not go back to Red Wolf City? Bint had a sad face and collapsed on the carriage like a dead dog. Alan glanced at Bint's red neck and sneered. Run? If you run, you'll be giving yourself away. You're responsible for moving this shipment. Do you think the Scorpion Brotherhood won't come looking for you later? I'm telling you, once they realize their pursuit and search have yielded no results, they'll come looking for you right away. Then I'm dead. Bint Redneck was so scared that his face turned pale and cold sweat broke out in the hot weather. As long as you listen to me, there won't be any problems. When you go back, eat and drink as you please. If Brother Scorpion asks you, just say you don't know anything and that you've been in Gerbil Town these past few days. That way, you can completely clear yourself of suspicion. Relax, buddy. I'm counting on you. Let's go. Once we get into the city, I'll let you go as agreed. But Bint still couldn't be happy and looked dejected as if his wife had run away. Alan was too lazy to pay attention to him and believed that this old hand in the market could handle it. After all, his alibi was sufficient and his fighting ability was low, so he was definitely not a suspect. Next, Alan and his companions were stopped and checked by the Scorpion Brotherhood twice on the road. The previous cavalry was to prevent the enemy from escaping, but these were the ones who were actually searching for the target. Although 20 pieces of leather armor are not a big item, they are definitely not easy to take away. After entering the city, Alan let Bint go as agreed and even gave Bint 5 silver coins. Master, are you really going to let him go just like that? Mori was very puzzled when he saw this. Not to mention the previous conflicts, Alan could just kill him directly. Now that he has robbed the Scorpion Brotherhood's goods, he should be killed to silence them. If I keep him, wouldn't that leave hidden dangers for myself? As for the promise to let him go before. Stop joking. This is the sea of death, and conscience is not a thing. If you lose your bread, you can earn it again, but if you lose your conscience, you can earn more. He felt that his young master should not be such a rigid person. After all, he killed those younger brothers without even blinking an eye. Mori, Bint helped transport this shipment. Do you think Bint will become a suspect in the future? Of course, Master Alan. Didn't you just say that he would be the first suspect? That's right. That's why he can't die. If he dies, the Scorpion Brotherhood will definitely follow him to the end. We kidnapped Bint and brought him back to the gathering place. But after this incident, Bint died. Do you think the Scorpion Brotherhood will come after us? Given the Scorpion Brotherhood style, do you think they will tell us the evidence when the time comes? Or will they just destroy our gathering place and then interrogate us? Mori hesitated. Since the Scorpion Brotherhood is a gang, they are naturally the most evil of evil. Even if there is no evidence, they will definitely not show mercy if they are involved. So, that guy Bint must survive and clear himself of suspicion. Then there won't be any trouble after that. Of course, in addition to the above, Bint's red dot has now turned yellow with a little green. In other words, he no longer had any hostility towards Alan, but instead felt a little bit of fear, which indicated that Bint would not retaliate against him. And the fact was just as Alan expected. When the Scorpion Brotherhood sent a large number of people to search for a needle in a haystack, they also selected a few suspects. Bint, who knew the location of the secret warehouse and helped transport the goods, became the main suspect. Bint had just walked near his residence in the south of the city when he was immediately approached by 2 members of the Scorpion Brotherhood and brought to Fisher Scorpion. Are you Bint? Do you know why I asked you to come here? Fisher stared at Bint's face with sharp eyes. Boss Scorpion, I don't know. I just came back from outside the city. I met Boss Nice on the way, but Boss Nice didn't tell me what happened. There was fear in Bint's eyes and his body was shaking a little. Fisher remained unmoved and continued in a cold voice. A batch of goods from our Scorpion Brotherhood was robbed, and Lanny and the others guarding the warehouse were also killed. It was the secret warehouse where I asked you to deliver the goods a few days ago. Boss Scorpion, this is none of my business. Even if I had 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to steal your goods. Besides, after delivering the goods that day, I left the city and headed for Gerbil Town. Many people know about this. Fisher stared for a moment and found nothing unusual. There was indeed fear in Bint's eyes, but how many people would not be afraid when they see themselves? What's wrong with your face? Tell me what you've been doing these past few days. Boss Scorpion, after delivering the goods that day, Bint told the whole story of how he was hired by Dandy to go to the small settlement in Gerbil Town to do some work, including how his younger brother was killed, Dandy was killed, and he was beaten and had not received his payment. Of course, the only difference was that he was not caught by Alan, but escaped into the desert under the cover of night, hid there for a whole night before rushing back, and only entered the city just now. Chapter 70 Slave Soldiers. Boss Scorpion, this is really none of my business. Lanny and I are good brothers. He introduced me to help transport the goods. How could I harm him? After saying this, Bint burst into tears. Thanks to what happened a few days ago, he actually squeezed out a few tears. Fisher Scorpion frowned for a moment. Okay, I believe you. Go back. If you have any clues, come to me. I have a big reward. Yes, Boss Scorpion. After Bint left, Fisher Scorpion waved to his younger brother with a gloomy face, send a few people to verify it, especially to the gathering place in Gerbil Town. Ask them in the name of our Scorpion Brotherhood. Anyone who dares not cooperate will be killed. Yes, boss. There are quite a lot of slave shops in Red Wolf City, a total of 5, all of which are caravan distribution centers located in the west of the city. Because these caravans are actually the main force in purchasing slaves. If they find suitable ones and bring them back to their respective kingdoms, the price can be doubled. After going to 3 houses in a row, Alan still couldn't find the guard slaves he needed, and even the second best ones who knew fighting skills couldn't be found either. Of course, slave traders can also accept reservations, but thinking about the urgency of forming his own guard team, Alan decided to visit the remaining slave traders first. See if there's anything you need. Old York Slave Trading Company has the most complete range of slaves in Red Wolf City, including craftsmen, servants, and coolies. Men, women, and children, tall and fat, are all available. They also accept pre-orders. As long as you have gold coins, even aliens can buy them. When they entered the third slave shop, the slave trader Old York immediately came forward to greet them. However, seeing the linen gown on Alan, his enthusiasm naturally faded. Alan didn't care. Instead, the slave trader's boast gave him a glimmer of hope. Do you have any slaves here who know combat skills? Preferably ones who have been on the battlefield. Have you been to the battlefield? Man, in this sea of death, I've seen many people coming to buy craftsmen, coolies, and women, but it's really rare to buy someone who has been to the battlefield. Old York exclaimed in amazement. So do you have it or not? Alan was too lazy to talk more and made a gesture to leave. Of course we have. I've said that my Old York Slave Trading Company is the most comprehensive slave trading company in Red Wolf City. If we don't have it here, then you can't buy it from other places either. Come with me. Old York was full of pride and called Alan to the backyard. The yard behind the shop was very large, filled with cages of various sizes, and in the cages were slaves with ragged clothes, unkempt hair, and dull eyes. As soon as I got closer, a foul smell hit me in the face, making me feel a little nauseous. The slaver was used to it and didn't mind leading the way between the cages. Soon, Alan was brought to a large cage where 8 or 9 skinny male slaves were locked up. Hey, buddy, these are soldier slaves, prisoners of war from a small inland principality. If you want them, they're 80 silver coins each. Alan was stunned, his nose almost crooked with anger. Dude, are you sure you're not kidding me? Are they just soldier slaves who know combat skills? They look like they could be blown away by a gust of wind. Besides, a truly strong, ordinary slave only costs 40 silver coins. They are not even as good as those strong slaves. Yet you dare to ask for 60 silver coins? Are you a scam? Seeing Alan's anger, Old York remained calm. My friend, this is your first time buying slaves, right? Coolie slaves, despite their large size, are quite timid. They can be easily disciplined for a few days and won't cause any trouble again. Besides, I, Old York, run my business with integrity. If I say they are soldiers and prisoners of war, then they are soldiers and prisoners of war. They have all seen dead bodies and fought on the battlefield. So if I don't starve them a little, they will definitely not be so honest. Also, I want to remind you that you should think carefully. I can guarantee that the other slaves I buy back will not cause trouble, but I cannot guarantee that for these slaves. If you're worried, you can just buy those ordinary coolie slaves. They're 45 silver coins each. I guarantee you'll be able to use them with peace of mind after you buy them. After hearing what Old York said, Alan realized that he was wrong. This is indeed the case. If a soldier has truly seen blood, it will naturally be more difficult to train him than an ordinary slave soldier. At this time, Alan also took the initiative to use the system to detect these soldier slaves. Their detailed physiques were immediately visible. Human soldier. Constitution, medium. Strength, 2.8. Agility, 1.6. Intelligence, 1.1. Note: this human is in extreme hunger and is negatively affected, with all stats reduced by 80%. The identity can be confirmed, but the strength is not strong, and it is so thin that it is just skin and bones. I am afraid it will take a while to raise it after buying it. Hey, do you have anyone stronger here? Preferably one who has never been hungry. Old York spread his hands and said, it can only be pre-ordered. The slaves you requested are only available in the kingdom. Those slave traders are more powerful and are not afraid of slaves being disobedient, so there is no need to starve them. Alan was greatly disappointed. Just as he was thinking about whether to just buy one or go shopping at the last slave trading shop, he suddenly heard angry curses from the front of the courtyard. Old York, where are you, bastard? Following the sound, a middle-aged man in a silk suit walked in aggressively, followed by 4 or 5 followers. Boss Eugene, what's wrong? Old York hurried forward. What's wrong? I want to return the slave girl you sold me the day before yesterday, that stinky bitch. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man stepped aside, revealing a woman who was tied up and was being held by 4 or 5 younger brothers. The woman had disheveled hair and her appearance and age were unrecognizable, but she had a nice figure with well-proportioned curves. A sly flicker of cunning flashed in Old York's eyes, and he said with embarrassment, Boss Eugene, I told you before that once the deal is done, there are no returns or exchanges. It was you who insisted on buying this woman. Old York, you bastard. I've already found out everything. This woman has been held captive here for at least half a year, and 7 or 8 other people have bought her. What do you think I, Eugene, am easier to bully? Do you look down on our greyhound gathering place? You won't even let me leave. Faced with such a threat, Old York felt somewhat helpless, but he had never done a business at a loss. Eugene, since you know, I won't say anything else. The most I can give you is 5 gold coins, and the other 50 silver coins will be treated as loss. The same goes for others. You can go and ask around. Eugene's face turned pale when he heard this. Knowing that old York was not someone to be trifled with, he gritted his teeth and said, "All right, return the 5 gold coins to me." Old York didn't say anything more and counted out 5 gold coins and handed them to Eugene. Alan watched silently throughout the whole process. When he saw the 5 real gold coins, he was a little stunned. This woman was actually worth 5 gold coins? You should know that even a royal maid like Caroline should have a market price of about 3 gold coins, and the packaging should be 4 gold coins at most. What qualifications does she have? Appearance? Alan couldn't see it for the time being. Maybe there are other abilities? Alan immediately opened the system again to check. Chapter 71, Not Even Enough to Carry My Shoes. Human Title Knight. Physique, Extraordinary. Strength, 60. Agility, 17. Intelligence, 3.5. Silver Beginner Knight, February 10th. Note: due to mental and physical pollution and damage to the chi channels, this knight's extraordinary power has been reduced by 90%, and it is extremely difficult to activate. In addition, their physical strength has also been reduced by 80%. Available enhancement options: remove 10% of mental pollution, 100 energy points. Remove 10% of physical pollution, 100 energy points. Repair 10% of damaged meridians, 100 energy points. Good guy, Alan exclaimed. It's not that she is not worthy of the price of 5 gold coins. It's clearly that the price is not worthy of her, not even enough to carry her shoes. This is the backbone of the kingdom, the Silver Knight boss. Even if you do nothing, as long as your identity is revealed, the king will rush to give you an honorary viscount, just to get you to half kneel and swear allegiance. In this case, a Silver Knight is definitely worth 1,800 gold coins. The middle-aged red-necked Eugene took the gold coin and immediately asked his younger brother to return the person to old York. Before leaving, he was still not satisfied and cursed the female knight harshly. Bitch. Faced with Eugene's insults, the disheveled female knight did not react at all. The red neck of old York took 2 steps forward and began to loosen the ropes on the female knight. Only then did Alan notice that the female knight was not only tied with ropes, but also had chains and shackles on her feet and hands. It's so unlucky. I've already returned the goods 7 or 8 times. If this continues, I'll lose money. Luckily, I can always get a small amount back as liquidated damages. Old York muttered softly as he untied the rope. Alan's mind moved, and he asked, Old York, what's the matter with this female slave? She can actually be sold for 5 gold coins. Even if she is pretty, she is not worth this price, right? It's not worth the price? If it weren't for the employer's restrictions, it could be sold for at least 20 gold coins. Old York snorted subconsciously. After he finished speaking, he frowned and turned around. Hey, are you going to buy it or not? If not, I'm busy and don't have time to greet you again. Alan didn't care. Old York, I'm very interested in this female slave. Can you tell me about her? After all, your slaves are all for sale. Old York looked Alan up and down, with a strange smile on his face. My friend, I don't know if you can afford 5 gold coins, but even if you can't enjoy this female slave. Why? Isn't she just a female slave? Is she more dangerous than those captured soldiers? Alan's face was full of disdain. Old York laughed. My friend, those slave soldiers wouldn't even be qualified to carry her shoes. Do you know the identity of this slave girl? She's a titled knight. Although she's injured and a little weak, did Eugene see that just now? The leader of the large greyhound gathering place couldn't subdue her even after buying her. A knight of the title? Who are you kidding, Old York? How could a knight of the title be reduced to a slave, imprisoned by you, and remain indifferent to the scoldings of Eugene? Alan's questioning angered Old York Redneck, who was ready to teach this kid a lesson. My friend, the reason you see this female knight is so quiet right now is because she's been injured, causing things to get a little weird. She's a little dumb. Otherwise, I'd guess she's at least a mid-level bronze knight. Old York pointed to his head. So, if you dare to touch her, you'll know how terrible the situation is. With your physique, I'm afraid you can't even withstand a punch from her. Alan was taken aback. Is she really a title knight? Logically, she should be easy to sell. Even if she's a little goofy, as long as she's not too ugly, I'm sure many important figures would be willing to sleep with a title knight every day. After all, female title knights are rare. Of course, after this female slave arrived at the trading company, several leaders of large settlements and gang bosses bought her. Then, Old York's face fell. It's a pity that these guys were so desperate. They came back to return the slave within 2 days. Then why don't you sell it to a caravan and then resell it to the kingdom? I think there are many nobles who can subdue her. Alan asked curiously. Alan's words touched Old York's sore spot, making him even more embarrassed. Do you think I don't want to? But the ownership of this female slave doesn't actually belong to me. A mysterious person entrusted the Lord of Red Wolf City to put her with me. As long as I can sell this female slave, I will receive a reward of 20 gold coins. However, the target of the sale must be the inhabitants of the Death Sand Sea. I originally thought that 20 gold coins were no different from picking them up for free, but I didn't expect the leaders of the gathering place to be so incompetent. Now more than half a year has passed. If I can't sell it within a year, those 20 gold coins will no longer be mine. A commission from a mysterious person? It is indeed mysterious that a silver female knight can be sold. But Alan was not interested in exploring these questions. Old York, if you sell it secretly, does that client send someone to monitor you every day? Old York said sullenly. Have you heard of the Sacred Covenant? The church's sacred contract, the kind that claims that breaking it will result in divine punishment and drive one insane. I didn't expect you to have some knowledge. True, I don't know if it's divine punishment, but breaking the contract will turn you into a madman. That's true. I signed the sacred contract. Old York nodded, then waved his hand impatiently. All right, buddy, you've heard what you should hear. If you want to buy a soldier slave, pay the money. This female slave is not something you can control. But I just want this female slave? Old York frowned. Dude, this joke isn't funny. I'd think you were teasing me. No, Old York, I am talking to you seriously about the transaction. I really want to buy this female slave. Alan said seriously. Are you a titled knight? No, but I think I can handle this woman. Then can you prove that you are a resident of the gathering place? Obviously, if Old York wants to get the 20 gold coins, he needs to be very rigorous. The sacred contract is so magical. It is said that the value of the contract itself starts at 50 silver coins and is used in large-scale transactions. This is even simpler. I have a cooperation contract with the iron sheet dealer in Gerbil Town. This should be able to prove my identity. Alan had made all the necessary preparations for the attack, including evidence proving his identity as a member of the group. I didn't expect it to be used here in the end. Old York took the cooperation agreement and looked at it for a moment. He was surprised to find that he knew Rosk. Is Rosk's acquisition okay? Sure, buddy. This can prove your identity. Then pay the money. 5 gold coins and 50 silver coins, and she's yours. As long as the conditions are met, Old York doesn't care. Even if Alan was really beaten to death afterwards, it would not be his business. As for returning the goods, just consider it as a penalty for breach of contract. 5 gold coins are too expensive. But Old York gave in, and Alan shook his head. Chapter 72, just think of it as a blind box. Old York's breath stagnated, but for the sake of the liquidated damages, he endured it. Then how much do you want to buy? 50 silver coins. Old York's face flushed instantly, and he was about to utter a sweet word. Alan continued. Besides that, I'm willing to buy all 9 slave soldiers for 5 gold coins. Dude, are you dreaming? The same 5 gold coins and 50 silver coins can't even buy those slave soldiers, and you want to add this female slave. 6 gold coins. Pack them all up and take them away. No, kid, this isn't the way to take advantage. Each of my prisoners of war costs 80 silver coins, which adds up to more than 6 gold coins. 7 gold coins, the final price. Old York, if you don't sell it, I'll turn around and leave. I'm telling you, I think I can subdue this female slave. You should have a longer-term vision, even if you give this female slave to me for free. But as long as I don't return the goods, you can get the commission worth 20 gold coins, right? I think you just mentioned that there's a deadline for the commission, right, Old York? Alan has always been about doing the most with the least amount of money. In his opinion, Old York would most likely agree to his price for the sake of those 20 gold coins. This was indeed the case. Old York knew very well that the market price of those soldier slaves was only 60 silver coins. Alan packed everything up at once and made extra money. As for the female slave, he was already prepared for Alan to return her. Old York pondered for a moment and then said, Boy, soldier slaves cannot be returned after they are gone. As for the female slave, if you can't control her, I can only return you 50 silver coins at most, because I sold her to you for 50 silver coins. No problem. Alan was straightforward and signed a contract with Old York, then handed over the money and the goods. The 7 gold coins almost used up all of Alan's unexpected windfall from the Venom Fong gang, leaving only 70 or 80 silver coins. But Alan didn't feel sorry for her. Although the female knight was injured, he could treat her. The only thing that is unpredictable is whether this female knight will stay by his side after her head is healed. Just think of it as buying a blind box. If the blind box opens well, you will make a lot of money. If the blind box opens poorly, you will only lose a few gold coins. Alan felt that the risk was worth taking. After the payment was made, Old York went to arrange for the soldier slaves, while Alan began to look at the female knight. After receiving the money, Old York had already explained that the female knight would generally not attack anyone unless they wanted to do something unspeakable to her. It should be what the system said, that the mind was polluted, causing the female knight to lose some of her instinctive consciousness, and all other functions were damaged. Alan was very curious about her appearance, so he approached cautiously and raised his hand towards the female knight's face. During this period, Alan was on full alert and would retreat immediately if there was any sign of trouble. Fortunately, the female knight did not go berserk. When Alan gently lifted the female knight's hair, she remained motionless. Gradually, the female knight's face appeared before Alan. The girl's skin was as white as cream, a symbol of being more delicate than Lady Mary and Caroline. This female knight's past background was definitely extraordinary, but that was nonsense. The female knight looks a little younger than Caroline, but she has reached the level of Silver Knight. Even if she is a genius, it requires a strong foundation to be cultivated. Of course, none of this matters to Alan, as this is the Sea of Death. Even if he was able to call the shots in the kingdom in the past, that would not have any influence here. Even if it really affects them, as long as they are not from the Falcon Kingdom, Alan will remain invincible. In addition to her fair skin, the female knight has sapphire blue eyes, a straight and delicate nose, and cherry red lips. Although her face was still a little half-covered, it was certain that the female knight's appearance was absolutely rare and stunning. Even Alan, a time traveler who had seen many internet celebrity faces in his previous life, still had some heart-pounding thoughts. No wonder the female knight is so dangerous, and the leaders of the gathering places are rushing to pay the penalty. Alan did not continue to explore, but let the female knight's brown hair cover her face again. If he doesn't cover it up, he might get into big trouble on the road later. Soon, Old York strung together several slave soldiers. In order to prevent them from falling down from hunger on the road, each person was given a sip of water and a bite of bread. By the way, Old York, do you have a carpenter here? How much is the price? Before leaving, Alan remembered an important thing that he almost forgot because of the blind box. That is, the gathering place is preparing to build a defensive wall and is short of carpenters. Although the people in the gathering place know a little bit about it, they are obviously not professional. Carpenter? Man, this is the Death Sand Sea. Carpenters are not very useful. Do you want a stonemason? He's good at building houses or walls. 1 gold coin each. I want a carpenter. Old York, tell me if you have one. No, but you can make a reservation, man. I dare say you won't be able to find a carpenter among the several slave trading companies in Red Wolf City. Old York vowed. Forget it, let's talk about it later. Alan did not delay. If he waited for the order, the opportunity would be gone. He immediately left with the slave he had obtained. Old York looked at Alan's back and said, Boy, I hope you can hold on. As long as you don't come back to see me within half a month, I can go and collect the gold coins. The original team of 5 people has grown to more than 10 people, and slaves still make up the majority of the team, which is naturally very conspicuous. The Scorpion Gang's search in the city is still going on, but this does not pose a problem for Alan, because Alan has a small map and can accurately know in which area the nearby Scorpion Gang members are. After walking through some alleys, Alan walked out of Red Wolf City without even encountering the Scorpion Gang. Even when passing by a trading company, Alan found time to go in and ask about the price of the wood, but was told that one piece, as thick as a bowl and 3 meters long, would cost 50 copper coins. Alan left cursing. Damn, wood is more expensive than iron. Anyone who buys it is being cheated. As for why there are no members of the Scorpion Brotherhood at the city gate, it is also very simple. Although the Scorpion Gang usually provides a lot of benefits to the Lord of Red Wolf City, they dare not make trouble here. This is the authority of Red Wolf City and must not be violated. So the search outside the city started 3 miles away. But Alan still relied on the small map to take a detour. Although the desert is difficult to travel, there is no cargo on the carriage, so it just takes a little longer. After bypassing 3 groups of Scorpion Gang, Alan arrived at the place where the leather armor was buried 10 miles away. He simply dug out the leather armor and then continued forward in a swagger. After walking for about an hour, the small map showed a red dot coming at a high speed again, and Alan led the team to hide in the desert again. Lying on the sand dune from a distance, I watched the Scorpion Gang cavalrymen I met in the morning galloping past. After this incident, Alan never met any members of the Scorpion Gang again. The journey ended perfectly, and the Scorpion Gang was easily defeated. Glancing at the big blind box on the carriage from time to time, Alan was in a very good mood, Looking forward to a good result in 2 days. Chapter 73. The Wild and Untamable Ground Lizard. When Alan arrived at the Babylonian gathering place, it was already the afternoon of the second day. In order to avoid his whereabouts being known by other residents of the settlement, he took a detour and returned with the slaves unnoticed. Now that we are in the gathering place, there is no need to hide anything anymore. Master, you're back. Caroline was directing several women to work. When she saw Alan return, she was extremely surprised, like a young wife who hadn't seen her husband come home for several days. How's camp going lately, Caroline? Master, with me here, there will be no problem with the gathering place. We can produce more than 500 fire dates every day. Thomas is also doing well, bringing back more than 300 kilograms of iron flakes every day. Alan nodded in satisfaction. Caroline fixed her eyes on the slaves, scanning them one by one before finally stopping on the female knight. The moment she saw the female knight, Caroline's cheeks puffed up unconsciously. Frightened by the lecture she received from Alan 2 days ago, Caroline didn't dare to speak out. Master, didn't you go to buy soldier slaves? Why is there a female slave? Is she also a soldier? Everyone knows the heart of a maid. In order to avoid danger, we must take precautions first and not let this little maid die. Caroline, this is a female knight, titled Knight. I only bought her because she was injured. She's very dangerous, so don't do anything harmful to her. I'm worried she might hurt you. Caroline widened her beautiful eyes, a little suspicious. A female knight and a slave. Master, is this really going to happen? Alan's face turned serious. Caroline, master, have I ever lied to you? I'm telling you this specifically for your safety. I'm going to keep it a secret from the other residents of the settlement. After all, titled knights are so rare, and if the news gets out, other large settlements will be wary of them. Caroline was so scared that she dared not question it anymore. Master, Caroline knows she was wrong. Alan nodded in satisfaction. By the way, how are Ben Borba and Babelben doing these past 2 days? Master, Ben Boba and Babobin are still very fierce. A few villagers' wives, and I only dare to approach them when feeding them. If we feed them outside the fence, they will roar as soon as they see us. Okay, Caroline, take this female knight and help him wash up. Remember, your movements must be gentle. It's best to inform her beforehand if you need to do anything. She's injured here, so it could be dangerous. Master, I'm not kidding. It's always not good for the female knight to have disheveled hair, but it's a bit risky for her to help wash herself, so Caroline has to do it. Logically speaking, the female knight still has instincts, so as long as she can distinguish between men and women, she should not attack Caroline. Of course, Alan still warned Caroline seriously to avoid any real danger. Master, I understand. Caroline responded, and then led the female knight towards the cabin, and the female knight really did not resist at all. He handed the other ordinary soldier slaves to Maury and asked him to guard them first. Alan went directly to a ruined courtyard next to the fire date garden. It is called a small courtyard, but in fact it is a collapsed house with no roof, leaving only a wall more than 1 person high. When the door is blocked, it forms a closed space. This is where Alan raises 2 young ground spiny lizards. There are still many such ruins in the Babylon settlement, and the villagers who joined later lived in such houses. Just cover it with some branches and hay, and it will be fine. After all, there is no need to worry about rain in the Death Sand Sea. When they were about 10 meters away from the yard where the spiny lizards were raised, they heard some footsteps and immediately heard a low roar from the front, which was extremely threatening. This is why Alan locked them up, because the 2 ground spiny lizards only recognized Alan and not other villagers. It would be better if Alan was dealing with it in person. He only needed to scold it, and the ground lizard would behave itself, just like when it met Maury that day. But now that he is gone, there is no one who can suppress the ground lizard. Although it is only about 1 meter long, a bite from its sharp fangs would definitely not be any less painful than a bite from a hungry wolf. Cough, cough. Alan coughed. Woo, woo, woo. Recognizing Alan's voice, the threatening roar immediately disappeared, replaced by pitiful whimpers. Opening the gate that was sealed with logs, Alan walked into the yard. Seeing this, the 2 little guys immediately swung their tails and pounced on Alan's legs, rubbing their big heads against Alan's thighs. Okay, I'm here to see you. Seeing the 2 little guys being so well-behaved, Alan's previous depression was swept away. Warcraft is not a pet. It is a creature more ferocious than a wild beast. Before it is truly tamed, it is hostile to everyone except itself. This is its nature. Moreover, the intelligence of young monsters is not as high as that of adult monsters, so it is impossible for them to immediately distinguish between friend and foe. Alan took the 2 little guys for a walk around the gathering place, personally fed them 2 kilograms of wolf meat, and then brought them back to the yard. But after entering the yard, they knew that Alan was going to lock them up again. The two little guys stared at Alan pitifully with their watery eyes and made pitiful whimpering sounds. Who told you two little guys to only recognize the master? I can only let you down. Alan patted the two little guys' heads, feeling a little reluctant. Of course, Alan can actually use energy points to enhance the intelligence of the two little guys, making them smarter, and maybe they can distinguish the villagers' camps. But this brings up another problem. If the little ones become too smart, will they immediately recognize that they are not their parents? For this reason, Alan specifically tried to test Mori. Mori's original words were that when Warcraft grows up, they should be able to tell the difference between humans and themselves. However, as long as you train them for a long time and establish a long-term close relationship with the two little guys, they will still rely on you in the future. In addition, if you want to be more secure, the master must be stronger than the Warcraft. Between Warcraft and wild beasts, strength is king, so with enough strength to suppress, coupled with long-term emotional ties, this can ensure that nothing goes wrong. Although Mori had only tamed wolf cubs, and it was just theory talk, Alan felt that there was some truth to it. Therefore, in the short term, he does not plan to use enhancement to improve the IQ of Ben Borba and Babbleben. He will consider this matter after he has a closer relationship with the two little guys. As the two little guys were reluctant to leave, Alan closed the gate of the yard. While it was still early, Alan went to the Death Knight ruins, not for anything else, but to get energy points. With such a big blind box, Alan couldn't wait to get it. Today, Alan made a fierce attack, directly using up 200 energy points, which once again triggered a riot of dark creatures like the first time. But Alan is no longer the same as before, and he quickly shakes off the dark creature. Besides, it was already dusk and the villagers had already left the dead ruins, so there was no need to worry about innocent people being affected. Chapter 70 For the Creator's Gift. Riding a camel back to the gathering place, he just arrived in front of the hut, and the door just opened. Then he was greeted by Caroline's maid's complicated look of grievance and questioning. Alan was startled. Caroline, is she okay? Is she cooperating? The maid seemed to be in a bad mood. She's very cooperative. This made Alan even more confused. However, there's nothing a headstrong maid can't fix with a slap in the face. If it really can't be solved, then just slap the ways with 2 slaps. So Alan simply walked straight into the cabin. Opening the blind box was the most important thing now, and the maid's matter naturally came later. But when Alan walked into the bedroom, he was stunned. Her brown, smooth hair was loose, her fair, smooth, flawless oval face was beautiful, her deep blue eyes were beautiful, her nose was straight, her cherry red lips were rosy and radiant with a crystal-like luster, and with such exquisite facial features blended together, Alan could only marvel at the magic of the Creator. And the female knight before us is a gift from the Creator. Alan had thought he had a high opinion of her appearance before, but now he realized that it was just superficial. She just sat there quietly, and the noble aura she exuded was overwhelming, making Alan feel a sense of nobility and holiness that he could not bear to desecrate. There's no reason. Master, I'm a lord now. How can I have such an inferiority complex? I should have never cleaned her up. Master, your saliva is about to fall to the ground. Alan raised his hand to wipe the corner of his mouth. Only then did he realize that he had been fooled. He immediately glared at the willful maid. But the maid stared at him with suspicion and grievance on her face. Master, you won't abandon Caroline after you have her, right? Oh, the maid is not in the right state. According to her usual style, shouldn't she say, do you want her or me? Choose one. In an instant, Alan understood that Caroline was not stupid. With the appearance and temperament of this female knight, she did not have the confidence to make him choose between the two. Caroline, you are the young master's maid. From now on, your lowest starting position will be as a personal maid. Your worries are completely unnecessary. Really, a gleam of light appeared in the maid's eyes. Really, I can swear to God. Master, Caroline believes it. Caroline hurriedly stopped Alan's revelation and swore to God that she would not do anything rash. Okay, Caroline, go and help me prepare some food. I'll take a look at the female knight's injuries. The Tsundere maid was very obedient this time. With Alan's previous promise, she happily went to prepare dinner. And Alan finally came to the moment of opening the blind box. He took 2 steps to the side of the female knight, raised his hand, and waved it in front of her eyes, but she didn't react at all. Ms. Knight, I don't know where you're from or who you were before, but I still want to be clear. I bought you from the slave trader this time so that I could get someone who knows swordsmanship or combat skills to help me train my guards. As for you, I have no desire for you. I will now try to use a special method I have learned to treat you. If the treatment is truly effective for you, then please don't treat me as an enemy when you wake up. Even if you don't want to stay here, you can just leave. Do you understand? The female knight remained indifferent. Miss Knight, if you don't say anything, I'll take it as your consent. Alan didn't say any more and started strengthening directly. The energy points just gained plus the 3 days harvest from the fire date tree are just enough for initial treatment. Ding. Consuming 100 energy points to successfully eliminate 10% of mental pollution. Ding. Consuming 100 energy points successfully eliminated 10% of the body pollution. Ding. Consuming 100 energy points to successfully repair 10% of the damaged chi channels. Human Title Knight. Physique, extraordinary. Strength, 60. Agility, 17. Intelligence, 3.5. Silver Beginner Knight, February 10th. Note, due to mental and physical pollution and damage to the chi channels, this knight's extraordinary power has been reduced by 80%, and it is extremely difficult to activate. Physical strength has also been reduced by 70%. After the strengthening was completed, Alan took a few steps back and then stared closely at the female knight's eyes. The next moment, the female knight's pupils suddenly contracted, and a hint of spirit emerged from her unfocused state. It's done. Alan was suddenly happy, and his mood became extremely nervous. Whether this blind box makes a profit or a loss depends on now. Moreover, he was already prepared to run away. Who knew if this female knight would go on a killing spree after she recovered her spirit and mistakenly thought he was the wrong enemy? At this moment, the spirit in the female knight's eyes had completely recovered. She subconsciously raised her hand to look at her body, as if she was very confused about her current situation. Just after confirming her condition, the female knight suddenly raised her head and swept a sharp gaze towards Alan. Alan suddenly felt the hairs on his body stand up, which was even more uncomfortable than being stared at by Nice from the Scorpion Brotherhood yesterday. Ms. Knight, don't get me wrong. I saved you, bought you from the slave traders, and even treated you. What made Alan happy was that after hearing his words, the coldness in the female knight's eyes immediately disappeared. The female knight was about to say something when her body shook, and she fell on the bed with a thud. Hey, Miss Knight. Alan immediately stepped forward and found that the female knight had fainted. Is my blind box a success? Alan felt mixed emotions for a moment. He was happy that the female knight, after recovering her spirit, seemed to be able to communicate and had no hostility towards him. The sad thing is that I fainted because of this blind box. After checking the female knight's details again and confirming that she had no other negative status, Alan could only make a bed for her on the ground. The next morning, the female knight still hadn't woken up, and the soldier slaves also needed to adjust their conditions, so Alan went directly to the death ruins. I haven't improved my strength for so many days, so I can't fall behind in my big tasks. And since he had made a big profit yesterday, it really had no impact today. Alan quickly earned 100 energy points, and then leisurely returned to his gathering place to start practicing fighting spirit. Host, Alan Gale. Constitution, strong. Strength, 9.5. Agility, 3.5. Intelligence, 2.3. Charm, 2.5. Special, Bronze Junior Knight, 8 out of 10. Not bad, not bad. Only 2 points left. Looking at the progress of his fighting spirit, which had increased to 8/10, Alan was very satisfied. Alan man. Just when Alan was laughing happily, a voice calling came from not far away. Hey, Val Ironhide. Alan stood up and walked towards him. When he got closer, he found that Val had an anxious look on his face, and there were several old rednecks with bruised faces and noses following him. After taking a closer look, he found that the rednecks were clearly the leaders of the small settlements he had recruited. Alan frowned immediately. Val, what happened to them? Alan, they were just beaten up. I brought them to you as soon as I knew you were back. Chapter 75. I also like to follow the rules. Being beaten? What happened? Fried, now that Alan is back, don't be afraid of who beat you up. Just tell Alan everything. Val Ironhide spoke to the leader of the small settlement, who was the first person Alan recruited. Boss Alan, this is what happened. Fried Redneck immediately began to tell the story. The incident started a day ago when a medium-sized settlement on the next street was occupied. It was seen that the small settlements like Fried produced 60 to 70 kilograms of iron sheets every day. The output is at least 6 or 7 times higher than that of ordinary small settlements, and finally people became jealous. After all, the 5 small settlements together weigh about 3 to 400 kilograms of iron sheets, which is comparable to a medium-sized settlement. However, these small settlements are weak, so they naturally become the fat meat in the mouths of medium-sized settlements. They had been threatened to hand over the iron pieces since yesterday, but Fried was lucky. At dusk, dark creatures suddenly rioted in the Death Knight ruins, scaring away the medium-sized gathering place. However, the other party failed to succeed yesterday, but found them this morning in a rage. Not only did they beat them up, but they also stole the iron pieces they had dug up in the past few days. Then do they know that it was me, Alan, who hired you? Alan felt that his reputation as a thug boy was probably not small. With the precedent of Nuka, Maine, these medium-sized settlements should also be wary. Boss Alan, we told him, but he said he didn't enter your territory. He just robbed us, and you can't do anything about him. After saying that, several rednecks looked at Alan pitifully. With his bruised face and nose, it was definitely heartbreaking, and anyone who saw or heard it would cry. What's the name of that gathering place? Although it was not on his own territory, robbing these rednecks would affect his own excavation business, so Alan would naturally not stand idly by. Besides, Alan has been feeling short of money lately and is looking to expand his territory to increase production. Now that the old rednecks have come to his door, he doesn't have to go on a sting operation to enforce the law. Boss Alan, these are the 7 Iron Guard brothers. They are a medium-sized gathering place with 500 to 600 people. I heard that several leaders of their gathering place used to be guards of a small lord, but later ran away to the Death Sand Sea for some unknown reason. They're very powerful, perhaps even stronger than Nuka, Maine. Boss Alan, we don't have any bad intentions. We just hope you can talk them into stopping us from robbing them in the future. The 7 Iron Guards? So strong? I still have the Calabash brothers. Lead the way. You are hired by me, Alan. If he steals your iron pieces, it's no different from stealing my Alan. With several old rednecks excited, Alan led his men directly to the border of the territory. And Val Ironhide had already informed Way Ironhide and the others. With the confidence from beating Nuka, Maine last time, they are now not afraid of seeing a medium-sized gathering place. Boss Barber, if we rob them of their iron sheets like this, what if they go and complain to that thug? Complain? Let them sue. What a thug. If our territory wasn't big enough, we would have taken over his territory too. Barber Potato said with disdain. Boss Barber is right. The 7 of us used to be guards. Who are we afraid of after coming to this sea of death? We have achieved what we have today by fighting our way through. Besides, we didn't go to his territory this time. If he really dares to cause trouble, we'll let that thug see how powerful the 7 Iron Guards are. On a wide street in the Death Knight ruins, the 7 Iron Guard brothers sat together leisurely, with not only roasted rabbit meat, but also rum in front of them. We stole a total of 700 to 800 kilograms of iron sheets today, so of course we have to celebrate. Boss Barber, that thug has brought his men into our territory. Just as the few people finished speaking, a younger brother hurried over. Fuck, you actually dare to come here. Let's go and take a look. Barber Potato immediately stood up and turned the corner with his 6 brothers. Sure enough, they saw a group of more than 20 people from the White Pea Alliance coming towards them in a menacing manner. However, they have a lot of manpower on their side. In addition to their 7 brothers, they also have 15 thugs. Alan saw from afar the conspicuous rednecks, such as Barber and Potato. They were tall and strong. Besides the fact that they ate well, the other factor was their physique. From this perspective, it does seem to be true that they were guards. After all, the Lord has physical requirements when selecting guards. Looking at the data displayed by the system information again, the leading redneck reached a strength of 5.5, and the remaining ones also reached a strength of more than 4.5. The combined strength of these 7 people is indeed very strong. However, that is for other gathering places. Are you the thug kid? Barber Potato also looked Alan up and down. Alan's physique is no longer thin, but he is definitely not burly either. He can only be described as well-proportioned. This made Barber Potato and others wonder if the thug's reputation was a little exaggerated. Yes, it is me. It seems you know what I am here for. How would we know what you're doing here, you thug? This is the territory of our Iron Guard 7 brothers. You're not welcome here. Leave immediately. A good brother next to Barber Potato spoke in a bad tone, and the axe in his right hand kept hitting the palm of his left hand, as arrogant as he could be. Alan glanced at the redneck. He liked such rebellious old rednecks. The more arrogant the opponent is now, the more enjoyable the fight will be later. Since you say you don't know, then I'll tell you. Do Freed and the others know each other? Barber Potato smiled and said, Of course I know them. We just stole their iron sheet. But, thug boy, this doesn't seem to be any of your business. We stole these pieces of metal on the road. They're not on your territory. Buddy, you can't control us. That's the rule. Rules. Alan laughed. Alan, also like to talk about rules. However, my rule is whoever has the bigger fist rules. Fuck you, you bastard. Others may be afraid of you, but we, the 7 Iron Guards, are not. Do you really think you're powerful just because you have some abilities? Be careful. We, The 7 iron guards will kill you. A good brother of the 7 iron guards jumped out. Very good. You have so many people. It seems I can't win over you. So let's serve the food. As soon as he finished speaking, Alan rushed forward with incredible speed. Before Barber Potato and the other rednecks could react, Alan had already taken 3 steps and arrived in front of his last good brother. The good brother subconsciously prepared to raise the axe in his hand to fight, but Alan stretched out his left hand and held it directly, and his right hook punch hit the guy's right cheekbone like lightning. Snap! With a sound of broken bones, the good brother suddenly saw stars and fell backwards. But Alan had no intention of getting around him easily. He pulled him back while he was dizzy, and then punched him again and again as if he was free. Chapter 76 Good Brothers, Loyalty. Alan was experienced this time. He knew how to strike first and could not let the opponent's younger brothers take the first step. After all, 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands, and being hit by 1 or 2 sticks would not be worth it. Besides, this old redneck was so mean-spirited that Alan couldn't help it. Otherwise, according to convention, he would like to capture the leader first, and the first person to be beaten would definitely be Barber Potato. Fuck me. Fuck you bastard, right? You're not afraid of me, right? You want to kill me, right? Are you still going to do it now? Are you going to do it or not? Bang, bang, bang. The classic old punch and greeting came out together. He didn't even give his good brother a chance to answer. 7 or 8 punches hit the face, bang, 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 and the good brother's face was completely messed up. Dark circles under his eyes, red cheeks, his front teeth were blown out, and the corners of his mouth were covered in blood foam and saliva. Finally, when his good brother was breathing out more than breathing in, Alan stopped with satisfaction. With a thud, the good brother fell straight down, and the back of his head made close contact with the ground. Fortunately, there is a lot of sand on the ground here, otherwise my good brother would be really doomed. Barber Potato and the others were stunned. It took them a moment to react. They looked at their fallen brother and glared at Alan. "Cuss, you bitch. How dare you hit one of our iron guards? You're dead today. Guys, kill him." The next moment, Barber Potato took the lead and rushed towards Alan, waving the axe in his hand. The other good brothers were also furious and surrounded Alan to kill him. The Ironclad Alliance, go ahead and kill them. Seeing this, Val Ironhide and others did not delay. They shouted and rushed forward immediately, waving axes and sticks. "Val, just take care of those thugs." Alan was worried that Val and the others were too weak and it would not be worth it if they were injured by the Iron Guard brothers, so he immediately gave instructions. Then, Alan drew out the battle axe in his hand and began to swing it among the 7 brothers of the Iron Guard. The first to be hit was Barber Redneck. Just as he swung his axe, Alan swung up his battle axe. With a clang, Barber Redneck felt a sharp pain in his knuckles and was torn apart. The axe spun in an arc in the air and flew 7 or 8 meters away. Barber Redneck was stunned. Alan sneered and punched him with his fist as big as a casserole. With a bang, Barber's red neck groaned. His head tilted back and he fell to the ground. Without much delay, Alan swung his axe again and used the same method to kill his 2 good brothers. When only 3 of the 7 good brothers were left, they stood there in shock as if they were under a spell, their eyes full of fear and disbelief. "Don't look at me, old rednecks. Aren't you the 7 Iron Guard brothers? Let me see how loyal you old rednecks are." Cold sweat broke out on the foreheads of the 3 old rednecks. They looked at each other, and the next moment they dropped their weapons and ran away without hesitation. "Hey, good brother ran away? Aren't you the 7 brothers of the Iron Guard? Where's your loyalty?" Alan was also caught off guard by the decisiveness of the 3 rednecks. But he didn't pursue him because the main culprit was there anyway. Alan grabbed the unconscious Barber Potato and yelled, "Stop it." The roar spread throughout the venue, and all the rednecks on both sides looked at Alan. When more than 10 thugs of the 7 Iron Guards saw Barber Potato lying like a dead dog in Alan's hands, they trembled and their faces turned pale. The Ironclad Alliance was overjoyed. "Boss Alan is so awesome." Then, everyone quickly took away the weapons of the thugs of the 7 Iron Guards brothers and arrogantly forced them to squat down with their heads in their hands. Alan then looked down at the Barber red neck in his hand and slapped the big slap on it without paying. Bang, bang, bang. "Wake up." Just like that, Barber Potato was awakened by Alan in a daze. Although he was still seeing stars, when he saw Alan's face, fear immediately appeared in his eyes. Boss Alan, please don't kill me. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me." Old redneck. Such a strong desire to survive. Alan sneered. "I'm not going to kill you, but why did you want to kill me just now? You know you're wrong now, but you were really stubborn before you got beaten. Boss, we were blind and provoked you. Please be magnanimous and let us go. We really know we were wrong. We are also willing to compensate you for your losses, boss." Barber Potato wailed for mercy incoherently, and the blood splattered onto Alan's sleeves. Alan gave him a slap in the face and said disdainfully, "Just be quiet. How are you going to compensate me?" "Boss Alan, we will compensate you with silver coins. We have more than 90 silver coins." Bang. "That's all. Each of you is worth more than 10 silver coins." Another slap in the face. Alan glared at him. "Boss, we don't have any extra silver coins. You can decide what you need from me." Barber Potato pleaded in a crying voice. Alan thought about it and realized that these old rednecks really had nothing to steal. They are not gangs or mafia, so they may have a small treasury. There is a carriage not far away, which can be considered as income. "Where are the iron sheets you stole this morning?" "Boss, the iron sheet is in our camp. I'll take you there to get it now." The 7 brothers of Barber's Iron Guard finally became good kids. "Come on, take me to your camp." Alan waved to Val and the others. "Val, send some of your men to take the 3 Calabash brothers pretending to be dead. The rest of you go back first." Soon, they arrived at the Iron Guard gathering place in Barber Potato's carriage. The area of this settlement is 2 or 3 times larger than that of the small settlement, but the other areas are similar. Soon, under the guidance of Barber Potato, the iron piece that was stolen from Fred and others was found. In addition, there is the harvest from the Iron Guard gathering place over the past 4 or 5 days, which has reached more than 1,200 kilograms of iron sheets. After Alan calculated, more than 90 silver coins plus a carriage, plus the iron sheet worth more than 60 silver coins, it was a good revenue. His temper improved immediately. "Don't show up near my territory anymore." "Got it. Your territory belongs to me from now on." "Got it, Boss Alan." "Alan, we promise we won't show up there again." Being able to stay alive is now Barber Redneck's biggest dream. No matter what territory or face he has, it will only be useful if he is alive. Alan's strength has exceeded his imagination, and he even suspects that the other party is already a titled knight. He regretted it so much. He invested so much for such a small piece of iron. It was really bad luck. "Alan, it looks like there's still a lot of firewood in this camp." Just when Alan confirmed that the little spot on Barber Redneck had returned to normal and was about to let him go, Val Ironhide came to Alan to report. Val naturally knew about Alan's plan to build a wall, and Alan also asked him how to obtain the wood. So he just found a pile of wood while searching for iron pieces, and immediately came to report it. Chapter 77 New Program. Alan's eyes suddenly lit up. In the desert, building wood is definitely the scarcest. A piece of wood that is as thick as a bowl and 3 meters long costs 50 copper coins. If you want to build a camp, wood is the quickest and easiest way. As for the stone wall, it would require a large number of manpower and craftsmen, and Alan does not have the ability yet. Originally, he planned to search in an oasis, but due to the long-term drought, most of the trees in the oasis were low shrubs or multi-branch trees, which were not suitable as building materials. But if you think of a way to pick it up, you can always make do. But if there was an easier way to get wood, Alan wouldn't mind. Soon Alan came to where the wood was piled. Sure enough, I saw more than 100 round logs as thick as bowls and 3 to 5 meters long. The surface of the wood is dry and looks a bit old, but it is better than searching for it in an oasis. Where did this wood come from? Boss, we took these timbers from those abandoned settlements. We originally wanted to build a small fortress like the one in Gerbil Town, but we found out that these timbers were not strong at all, so we gave up. Barber Redneck was afraid that Alan would be angry with him for his false joy, so he immediately lowered his head and answered honestly. "You are an idealistic redneck." Alan glanced at the redneck and used the system to perform an identification scan without any help. Decayed red pine tree trunk. Length, 4 meters. Diameter, 13 centimeters. Toughness, 1.0. Due to age and natural corrosion, toughness has decreased by 70%. Enhancement option, eliminate 1 decay energy point. It really works. When Alan saw the detailed information provided by the system, he was immediately delighted. A little energy point is 100 times better than spending money to buy logs. He only needs to go to the Death Knight's inner city once, which is enough to strengthen hundreds of logs. The way Barber Redneck looked for wood gave Alan a lot of inspiration. Which abandoned settlement did you find this wood? Are there many woods like this there now? Barber was stunned. Boss, he's useless. He's useless. He'll break if you hit him a few times. Bang. Alan slapped him on the head and said, "Just answer whatever I ask you." Woo-woo. Barber, the old redneck, covered his head pitifully. Boss, there's a lot of firewood like this. You can find it in any abandoned settlement. The roofs of those houses are supported by logs like this. Alan understood. Okay, now all this wood belongs to me. Is that okay with you? Of course I have no objection, Boss Alan. Old Red's neck was like a chicken pecking at rice. Next, Alan left with the wood without saying anything more. Of course, due to lack of manpower, some villagers from the Iron Guard gathering place were enslaved to help move the items to the Death Knight ruins. Alan man. Back at the Dead Air ruins, Will and Hart and Peter Cow Dung had been waiting for a long time. To Alan's surprise, Evelyn was also there. Seeing Alan return safely, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you guys for what happened today. These few silver coins are just a treat for you guys. Alan took out 10 silver coins and distributed them to everyone in the Wei Tiepi Alliance. Hey, man, we won't be polite then. Val and others also knew that Alan was a big dog dealer and had just made a fortune, so they did not refuse. Seeing that the matter had been resolved, the members of the Wei Tiepi Alliance dispersed. Alan looked at Fried again. You guys, claim those pieces of iron and continue digging later. Boss Alan, you are such a kind boss. Thank you for your help. Several old rednecks were grateful and felt the benefits of a strong thigh from Alan. Just work hard from now on. Oh, and I got another piece of land today. Please help me promote it. I want to recruit some people from small settlements to dig. Boss Alan, there's no need to advertise. As soon as the news gets out from you, those small gathering places will rush here. And you, Boss Alan, will have to do the screening. Fred said with a redneck. Oh, is that so? Please help me spread the word. I'll have Thomas come to you later and have him do the screening. We can recruit 10 gathering places this time. If we assume that there are 50 people in one gathering place, 10 small gathering places can occupy the entire territory. Yes, Boss Alan. After Fried Old Redneck left, Alan looked at Evelyn. Val and others had just left, but Evelyn had not left. Evelyn, do you have anything else to say? Evelyn's pretty face flushed. Alan, are you free tonight? Good guy. Alan exclaimed. Good guy. As an experienced person, Alan understood it immediately. Of course, he also understood Evelyn very well. When she was at her most beautiful, she definitely needed to be watered tirelessly. However, Alan seemed to be busy at night. The matter of the female knight had not been completely resolved, so Alan needed to keep a close eye on her. Evelyn, I don't have much free time at night recently. Evelyn misunderstood Alan's meaning. Her face suddenly turned slightly pale, and she said shamefully, Okay, Alan, I'll leave first. Alan stopped her. Evelyn, I'm not free at night, but I'm free during the day. During the day? Evelyn was stunned, and then her blush rose again, and it was redder to the extreme, like a peach. Alan teased, Yes, during the day, is that okay? Yes. Evelyn responded weakly. Brothers, what are you waiting for? Without saying a word, Alan found his mount and headed straight for the Evelyn gathering place. As soon as he entered the house, Alan began to unbutton his clothes. Wait, Alan. What's wrong? Alan was surprised. Let me help you. Evelyn Peach came to him shyly. Oh, no problem. Alan nodded. By the way, I have a new show. What's the new show? Evelyn Huaduo did not answer, but just lifted her hair that was blown away by the camel ride, and then slowly squatted down. Little Alan, hiss. Because there were fewer people gathering at the daytime, the battle became more intense, mainly because Evelyn Flowers had made great progress, and it was no longer the old driver Alan who controlled the whole game. For example, in the first half, Evelyn Flowers controlled the whole game. In response, Alan just wants to say, please come up with more new shows. More than an hour later, Alan walked out of the house and suddenly looked up, only to see a team heading towards the Evelyn gathering place. After taking a look at the small map, Alan's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly said a few words to Evelyn. Not long after, the team of more than 10 people arrived at the open space where the gathering was. Seeing this, the women who stayed in the open space trembled with fear. Alan and Evelyn walked up. Who's Evelyn Flowers, Dandy's wife? Hey, Alan, what are you doing here? Manager Courtney, why are you here? Alan couldn't help but feel happy when he saw this. Alan, I'm here on the orders of Boss Harris, accompanying several distinguished guests from Red Wolf City. These 3 are members of the Scorpion Brotherhood of Red Wolf City, and they're here to inquire about some information. After that, Kenneth introduced the 3 people. My lords, this is Alan, my friend, the leader of a gathering place. Chapter 78, Ekaterina. The 3 Scorpion Brotherhood members were not impressed by Alan, the leader of the small gathering place, and asked directly, Who is Evelyn Flowers, Dandy's wife? My 3 lords, I am Evelyn Flower. What do you want to talk to me about? Evelyn hid behind Alan and answered with a pale face. You are Evelyn Flowers. We asked you if Dandy came back a few days ago. How many people did you bring with you? Yes, sir. Dandy came back to the gathering place 5 nights ago and brought 6 people with him. The 3 Scorpion Brotherhood members looked at each other and then continued to question, Where are they? Evelyn was so frightened that her face turned pale and she dared not make a sound. Alan also looked nervous. Upon seeing this, the 3 Scorpion Brotherhood members immediately stepped forward and prepared to capture Evelyn to question her. Cornet immediately stepped forward to smooth things over, saying, "My lords, let me help you. They are just from a small gathering place, and I'm afraid they are terrified." The Scorpion brothers finally stopped moving, and Cornet immediately turned to Alan and Evelyn and asked, "These 3 are big shots in Red Wolf City. You can't afford to offend them. Don't hide anything, Alan, or I can't help you." Alan was surprised that this Cornet redneck was quite enthusiastic. As if persuaded, he gritted his teeth and said, "Dead. Dandy and several people from Red Wolf City are dead." "How many people died? Who killed them? Where are they?" The Scorpion Brotherhood member continued to ask. "I led the villagers to kill them, including Dandy, a total of 6 people. All the bodies were buried in the sand pit outside the gathering place." The 3 of them looked at each other and said, "Take us to see it." Afterwards, Alan and Evelyn took a group of people to the place where the bodies were buried. After just a few easy digs, they found the bodies of Dandy and others. The 3 Scorpion Brotherhood members immediately called over the 2 ragged guys behind them and asked, "See if it's them?" "Yes, 3 bosses. This one is Dandy, and the remaining 5 are all Bint's men." After getting confirmation, the 3 Scorpion Brotherhood members looked at Alan and asked, "When you killed people that day, did anyone escape?" There is one. He seems to be their boss." From then on, the 3 Scorpion Brotherhood members no longer had any questions. They said a few words to Cornet and the 3 Gerbil town guards and prepared to leave. "Don't worry, Alan. They are just here to ask about something, not to seek revenge on you." "Wow, that's great. I thought I had provoked a big shot." Alan's acting skills were very good. Cornet patted Alan on the shoulder and looked between Alan and Evelyn obscenely. "Man, I didn't expect you to like playing like this. Well, I'll be leaving first. Remember to come find me next time you come to Gerbil Town." "Okay, Mr. Cornet." As he watched them leave, Alan's panic and anxiety immediately disappeared. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Now, the leather armor was invincible in the world. That night, Alan looked at the female knight who had not yet woken up, sighed, and fell asleep. I didn't know this female knight could sleep so well. It's been a whole day and night. In his sleep, Alan had a dream. I dreamed that the female knight woke up in the middle of the night, and in order to thank me for saving her life, the female knight cried and begged me to marry her. Although Alan did good deeds without expecting anything in return, he finally succumbed to the female knight's constant persuasion and agreed. Just as Alan was about to make a move, the female knight took out a 2-handed sword and slashed at Alan with a grin. Alan was so frightened that he suddenly opened his eyes the next moment. And just after opening his eyes, Alan suddenly found that there was a fair and beautiful face above his head. The face was so close that he could almost feel the other person's breath. And this delicate face is exactly the female knight he bought. "Ah!" Alan screamed. The female knight was also startled and quickly took a few steps back. You. Alan was so scared that he pointed at the female knight and was speechless for a moment. Anyone who could have done something wonderful in a dream, but the next moment it turned into a horror plot, would have a psychological trauma. Are you okay? "I'm sorry I scared you." "Oh, you actually apologized? When did you wake up?" Alan swallowed and asked, suppressing his excitement. "I just woke up not long ago. Caroline told me not to run around and to wait for you here. By the way, Caroline said that you saved me, but I am still your slave. Is that true?" The female knight's eyes were inquiring, pure and innocent. Alan couldn't judge the female knight's true condition. He pondered for a moment and said, "Yes, I bought you from a slave trader and saved you with a secret method. You seemed a little dazed before. Then do you know who I am? I can't even remember my own name." "You lost your memory?" Alan was surprised. "Yes, I feel like I've forgotten a lot of things. I don't know where I came from or what my name is." Alan's heart skipped a beat. "Do you still remember how to fight?" "The Silver Knight who can't fight is also a mascot." "Fighting, is this how it is?" The female knight picked up the battle axe that Alan had placed beside the bed, and then performed a few axe-chopping movements with ease. The movements are well organized and the fluency is effortless. Compared to this, Alan's style was really that of a country farmer chopping wood. That's right. Alan breathed a sigh of relief. The situation was very good. It was confirmed that the blind box had started to increase in price. "Then will you release your fighting spirit?" "Fighting chi." The female knight frowned, tried, but finally gave up. "I know what fighting chi is, but it seems difficult to release." "Well, at least the fighting techniques are usable." Alan was not too disappointed. The female knight recovered 70% of her strength at least more than 10 points. Combined with her combat skills, she was also a very strong helper. As for the fighting spirit, at worst I can just continue to treat her depending on the situation. Don't worry, your injuries will gradually heal. I'll use mystical techniques to heal you after a while. Maybe you'll remember more things. Can't you treat me right away? This treatment method is quite special. Not only do I need to wait for replenishment, but it also requires special herbs. I will send people to collect these herbs, so it will take some time. Alan wished that the other person would lose his memory for life. Therefore, we cannot be too hasty in the treatment. Who knows whether the other party will leave after fully recovering his memory, or whether he will change his attitude towards us. Therefore, at least we must make full use of the opponent's current resources, that is, help ourselves train a team of soldiers who understand combat skills. The female knight was also very naive, completely unaware that the guy in front of her had already treated her like a beast of burden. Her eyes were full of gratitude. Well, thank you. By the way, what's your name? Or should I call you Master from now on? Alan didn't dare to really let a silver knight call him Master. At least until I become stronger than her. I bought you back mainly because I wanted you to be my subordinate, to help me teach my subordinates combat skills and help me fight against the enemy, so I didn't treat you as a real slave. My name is Alan Gale. You can call me Alan, or you can call me Master Alan like Caroline did. Then I will call you Master Alan. The female knight answered without hesitation. No problem. Since you can't remember your name, how about I help you choose one temporarily? Okay. The female knight looked at Alan with some anticipation, her beautiful eyes looking at him without blinking. Alan was distracted for a moment, and after he came to his senses, he decided to give the female knight a name that suited her. Ekaterina, is this name okay? Chapter 79. This beautiful woman is the captain? Catherine I. Alexeyevna. In Alan's opinion, among foreign women, only the Tsarist Empress of Russia could match the temperament of the female knight in front of him. Noble, elegant, extraordinary, and heroic, you can tell at first glance that he is a superior. Of course, apart from this, their looks are also very outstanding. Ekaterina? It's a long name, but it seems quite nice. Thank you, Master Alan. Alan was very satisfied. He had originally prepared the female knight to be very arrogant, and he would need to use small favors to maintain her for a while. In that case, let's let this female knight's amnesia last longer from now on. Master Alan, Caroline and the others are busy, so what do I need to do now? Very good. This is the attitude of a working person. Boss Alan would definitely not discourage her ambition, and today they were just about to finalize the wood matter. However, before that, the 9 slave soldiers who had been recuperating for 2 days also needed to be dealt with. At this moment on the small map, the 9 slave soldiers are yellow dots with a hint of red. It means that the enemy is hostile to you and may run away at any time. They brought Ekaterina to the open space, and the slave soldiers strung together in a chain were brought in front of them. After 2 days of rest and eating, although the slave soldiers were still thin, their spirits had recovered. The slave soldiers lowered their heads, not meeting Alan's eyes, nor kneeling. Alan didn't care. Untie them. Maury and his companions immediately stepped forward and untied the ropes that bound his hands and feet one by one. Feeling the restraints on their hands and feet disappear, several slave soldiers moved their hands and feet, then lowered their heads and looked at each other, as if they were silently considering and planning something. Alan smiled. Okay, you just want to run, don't drag it out like a woman. Are you going to come together, or one by one? The slave soldiers were stunned when they heard this. Then they all looked up at Alan, and then looked at Maury and others. Okay, if you can beat me today, I'll let you go and they won't interfere. The slave soldiers looked at each other again, and then suddenly moved, rushing towards Alan together. One of the slave soldiers, whose strength reached 2.8, took the lead, rushed to Alan and punched him with his fist. Alan crossed his arms over his chest. Without even moving, he just tilted his head to avoid the punch. The slave soldier was stunned, and when he came to his senses, he hugged Alan's waist, trying to buy time for his companions. Alan smiled and let him hold him, then looked at the other slave soldiers who were rushing towards him. He raised his fist and hammered at the slave soldiers at an extremely fast speed. Muffled bangs kept coming. When these slave soldiers approached, no one could withstand Alan's punch. Alan's speed was not something they could resist. Finally, the slave soldier beneath him realized something was wrong and wanted to stand up and attack. But Alan grabbed him by the back of the collar and threw him away like a windmill. In less than half a minute, all the slave soldiers fell to the ground. Some had dark circles under their eyes. Some had swollen cheeks and bruises at the corners of their mouths. The slave soldier with a strength of 2.8 was the luckiest. He was just covered in dust. Too weak. I feel like I'm losing out on 60 silver coins each. Alan looked at the few people in disappointment. Several slave soldiers' faces turned pale. Sir, you are already a titled knight. We naturally cannot defeat you. Title knight. Alan smiled. Isn't it? The slave soldier was a little skeptical when he saw this. Of course not. Besides, do I need the title of knight to deal with you guys? Alan said with disdain. Okay, I've given you a chance, but you're useless. So tell me where you came from and why you became slaves. After seeing how powerful Alan was, the guys became much more honest. We are from a viscounty in the Principality of Kono. The young viscount deliberately left us behind when he went hunting in the mountains and was severely injured by a demon wolf. The Lord then reduced all of us to slavery and sold us to the slave traders. The principality is not actually a real country in name, because there is only one duke in the country, and it can only exist by relying on the surrounding big countries and paying tribute. Just like the small countries in ancient times such as Goryeo, Vietnam, and Myanmar, China is too lazy to spend energy to truly control that wild land, but it cannot let you jump around. So, you just need to submit to me obediently, and I will let you play by yourself. At most, you will need my consent when changing the air. So what is your biggest wish now? To escape from slavery? To return to the Principality of Kono? Or something else? Alan continued to ask. We want to find our families. They were also reduced to slaves, but were not sold to slave traders. Instead, they were sold to a noble in the principality. The slave soldier did not hesitate. Although I don't know where the Principality of Kono is, it's at least a long way to go, crossing a kingdom. As fugitives, you'll probably be caught on the way before you even get back. Besides, you have no money. How do you survive on the road? Are you going to rely on robbery? The soldiers of the kingdom are not vegetarians. The slave soldiers looked at each other and fell silent. It was obvious that Alan's words hit a sore spot. However, I will give you a chance. Become my subordinates and fight for me. I promise to help you bring your families back within 3 years. The slave soldiers' eyes lit up when they heard this, but looking at the dilapidated gathering place around them, they said, I'm afraid you can't do it within 3 years, right? Alan smiled, not angry. If I can't fulfill my promise to you in 3 years, it won't be too late for you to leave then. During these 3 years, I will pay you a normal guard salary every month, so you will have enough money for the journey. Really, the latter condition seemed the most real to the slave soldiers, unlike the previous promise which was too unrealistic. They are just backward and less knowledgeable, but they are not stupid. Master, my promise is always worth 1,000 gold. Mori, tell them. Our master Alan never lies and always does what he promised. Although Mori had only been here for a few days, he already had a deep admiration for his master's character and qualities. Sir, we are willing to serve you and become your guards. There was no need to hesitate. Several guards immediately half-knelt and bowed their heads to Alan, a standard posture of submission for soldiers. My name is Alan Gale, and I'm the leader of this Babylon gathering place. From now on, you can just call me Master Alan. Alan was very satisfied when he saw the light spot on the small map turned yellow mixed with green. As for the all-green ones, unless they are stupid, how could they be so devoted immediately? Yes, Master Alan. Stand up. Let me introduce you to Ekaterina, who will be your captain from now on. Upon hearing this, the slave soldier immediately looked at Ekaterina, who was 2 meters behind Alan. They had seen this beautiful woman a long time ago, but they wanted to escape wholeheartedly, so naturally they didn't think about any woman. But now, this beautiful woman is actually his captain? Chapter 80. Don't get hurt too badly. Master Alan, we are willing to be your subordinates and obey your orders, but letting a woman become our captain. Although she is very beautiful, we feel that she is not suitable. Why don't you try another? The slave soldier's words were subtle, but they said it all. It would be an insult to them to have a woman be their captain. Alan smiled playfully, knowing that something interesting was about to happen. Do you think this is a humiliation to you? Alan asked. Confirming that Alan had no other intentions, the slave soldiers nodded. Yes, Master Alan. Very good. Then let's follow the rules of the military camp and speak with our fists. This, Master Alan, we're afraid we won't be able to stop. The slave soldier hesitated. Such a beautiful woman must have a close relationship with Master Alan. If she was injured, it would be very serious. Don't worry, Ekaterina is just like you. She's just my subordinate. If you really have that ability, then you're awesome. But I still want to advise you not to try it. Otherwise you will be even more embarrassed than you are now. Master Alan, we want to try. If we can't beat you, can we beat a woman? The slave soldiers were eager to try after hearing this. Alan looked at Ekaterina. Master Alan, do you want me to be their captain? That's right. If you want to teach them, you have to make them afraid of you first. Just don't get hurt too badly. We still have to go out and do things later. Alan nodded. Okay. Ekaterina responded, her face expressionless and her eyes clear. It seemed as if what Alan asked him to do was no different from asking her to serve tea and water. Come on. Ekaterina came to the front and spoke lightly to the slave soldiers, her chin slightly raised, her arrogant demeanor firmly held at this moment. This is a habit that has become natural, and the arrogance is engraved in the bones, not a pretense. Seeing this, the slave soldier with 2.8 strength immediately stepped forward. Ekaterina shook her head. You're no match for me. Let's go together. It won't be too much trouble. The slave soldiers immediately showed anger. Although it is not a patriarchal society here, the status of women is not high either. If we can't beat Master Alan, how can we beat a delicate and tender woman like you? Superior. After several people surrounded Ekaterina, they spoke to her at the same time. The slave soldier with 2.8 strength was still in the lead, but this time he was not as lucky as before. Ekaterina's eyes instantly became sharp and focused, her long legs suddenly stepped forward, and her figure appeared in an instant like a cheetah. While the slave soldier was stunned, Ekaterina raised one leg high and kicked him in the face with a lightning-fast left kick. With a snap, the slave soldier's head shook violently, as if he suddenly hit an iron wall during intense exercise. His expression was visibly distorted due to inertia. His hair remained in its original position, but his head had already fallen to the right. With a thud, the slave soldier with 2.8 strength immediately lost his combat effectiveness. Ekaterina did not stop and continued to use her whip kicks to attack like lightning. These slave soldiers were no match for her, and all fell to the ground. After all, it was an extraordinary body with a strength of 60 and an agility of 17. Even if it was weakened by 70%, it was still not comparable to these slave soldiers with a mere 2.0 strength. Master Alan, is this okay? Ekaterina turned around and looked at Alan with clear eyes. Alan smiled brightly. He really got a treasure from the blind box. The axe move just now did not reflect Ekaterina's true ability at all, and this game gave Alan a glimpse of the whole picture. She didn't even use her hands to deal with several slave soldiers, and she took care of them with just whip kicks. Alan thought he was in pretty good physical shape, but he definitely couldn't do it as smoothly and easily as her. These are legs. How can they be used more smoothly than my arms? That's enough. I think you've left a very deep impression on them. They'll definitely behave themselves when they see you next time. Ekaterina? Yeah. Ekaterina nodded. The slave soldiers finally came to their senses. Well, I advised you, and now not only am I getting beaten up again, I'm also going to be humiliated. The slave soldier's face turned pale and blue, and he looked dejected and depressed. Okay, now tell me your names. Alan was too lazy to delay any longer and believed that the slave soldiers would be obedient in the future. Master Alan, my name is Reg. Master Alan, my name is Donnie. After the slave soldiers were reorganized, they selected more than 10 stronger villagers, and a total of more than 30 people set out on the journey to the abandoned gathering place. Because the water resources in the Dead Sand Sea are still slowly drying up, there are quite a few abandoned settlements nearby. Just walk 2 or 3 miles towards the desert, and you will reach the nearest ruins. The ruins of the settlement had long been ransacked by the villagers, who had looted any valuable items. Only the broken walls and partially leaky houses tell of the vicissitudes of time. Not surprisingly, Alan and others found more than 10 pieces of suitable rotten wood in this gathering place. After marking the route, Alan and the others continued on their way without stopping. For the next half day, they searched more than a dozen abandoned settlements. As the gathering place became more remote, the remaining wood became more and more, but before dusk, enough wood was found to build the camp wall. However, it is impossible to move all the wood in one day, and it will probably take several days to move all of it back. Alan planned to hand this matter over to Ekaterina's guards and Mori and others. The Death Sand Sea is really a treasure land. You can pick up anything you want. It's nothing like the kingdom where everything belongs to the Lord. Alan exclaimed, Master Alan, is it possible that these woods are not strong enough, so no one wants them? Ekaterina suddenly spoke. Mori and others on the side immediately praised the new female captain. Only she dared to say such words to her face. Hee, I think she looks pretty solid. Don't worry, my judgment won't be wrong, just like I was able to choose you, Ekaterina, among the slaves. Alan said the most hurtful words in the most sincere tone. He had no way to deal with the female knight. Her eyes were clear. She was not questioning or finding fault, but communicating with you normally. Can you be angry? Well, I believe in Master Alan's vision. Ekaterina nodded seriously. Master Alan. At this moment, Reg, who was responsible for clearing the way ahead, suddenly ran back with a trembling voice. What's wrong? It's orcs and gnolls. Reg's face looked a little ugly. Alan hadn't expected that he would have such a connection with the gnolls. He opened the small map and asked, "How many are there?" 6. Hearing this, all the villagers turned pale. Alan also got confirmation from the mini-map. He glanced at the crowd and said, "Just 6 gnolls. Let's go and finish them off." Although everyone was nervous, Alan's authority was unquestionable, so they could only follow Alan and go towards the werewolf. Alan looked at Ekaterina beside him, and there was no change in his expression. There may be many people with superb fighting skills. After all, many children of nobles have been taught by special people since childhood. But it is really rare to have superb combat skills and be able to remain calm and composed when dealing with emergencies. This requires rich practical experience to be able to remain calm in the face of difficulties. Alan is really becoming more and more curious about the identity of his blind box treasure. Chapter 81. The truth hurts the most. 2 elite gnolls and 4 ordinary gnolls. When only a few dozen meters were left between the two sides, the gnoll formation was immediately confirmed. It's double the strength of last time. Fortunately, the strength on his side has also increased, especially with Ekaterina. He will be able to deal with an elite werewolf by himself. Roar, roar, roar. When it approached to within 50 meters, the werewolf roared and launched an attack. Mori free fire. Whoosh whoosh. Arrows were shot at the charging gnolls. However, just like the last time, a few arrows were not enough to kill the gnolls in a short period of time, but instead immediately aroused their ferocity. Reg and his companions did not have sophisticated weapons yet, and were equipped with sticks, maces and axes that had been seized from other gathering places. They stood in front of Alan and Ekaterina, their faces full of tension. If they were asked to fight other soldiers, perhaps they would not be afraid. But this werewolf is indeed very oppressive to ordinary soldiers. Alan was not planning to send them into action right away. They would at least need to undergo some training and be equipped with sufficient equipment. Ekaterina, are you used to using a sword or a battle axe? Alan looked at the calm female knight beside him. Ekaterina looked at Alan's waist and said, "I'd better use the long sword, because I'm best at using the sword." Good. Alan took off the long sword from his waist and handed it to Ekaterina. "Ekaterina, are you okay with the 2 of us going to take care of these gnolls?" "It should be fine." After hearing this answer, Alan had nothing more to say. He asked his subordinates to stay where they were, and he and Ekaterina walked forward with weapons in hand. "Ekaterina, don't risk your life. Just focus on your own safety." Alan was still a little worried, as he didn't want the combat skills encyclopedia beside him to suffer any loss. "Yes, Master Alan." Roar, 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 go die, human race. The gnolls finally rushed in front of them, cursing and waving their large maces at the 2 of them. Alan was just about to talk to Ekaterina, but Ekaterina took action first. He took a sudden step forward, his figure rushing forward as fast as lightning, holding the long sword in his hand as if it were his arm, and the sword flowers were flipping. With a puff, blood exploded from the body of an ordinary werewolf. So fierce. Alan licked his lips and joined the battle. Ordinary werewolves were not difficult for Alan and Ekaterina. However, 2 elite gnolls pose a great threat. Not only does it have great power, it is also much faster. With a thud, the elite gnoll's mace brushed past Ekaterina's body and fell to the ground. Ekaterina frowned slightly, and with a puff sound, she pulled the sword out of the throat of an ordinary werewolf, then turned to look at the elite werewolf who attacked her. Roar, damn, the human race. The elite gnoll roared, raised his mace high, and smashed it down at her again. Ekaterina did not retreat but advanced. Just as the mace was about to fall on her head, she dodged it with a quick sidestep, kicked her legs hard, and jumped into the air, stepping on the elite werewolf's wrist before it could retract it. Ekaterina was agile and swift. When her height reached the same level as the elite werewolf, who was over 2.5 meters tall, she thrust her sword forward. The elite gnoll showed fear on his face, his pupils contracted, reflecting the sword tip that was getting closer and closer. He wanted to return to defense, but it was too late. With a pu sound, the long sword pierced into the eye socket. The elite gnoll's body shook, and he froze for a moment. With another puff sound, the long sword was drawn out, and Ekaterina landed gracefully on the ground. Boom. The huge body of the elite werewolf fell to the ground, dead. Is it solved? Looking at the elite werewolf that fell to the ground, and then looking at the big guy in front of him who was still full of energy, Alan felt a little embarrassed as a young master. So he gritted his teeth and began to attack the big guy fiercely. With a puff, half a minute later, he finally chopped the elite werewolf's chest with an axe. The elite gnolls slowly fell to the ground, and all 6 gnolls were eliminated. As for energy points, Alan found that the ordinary gnolls he defeated had a reward of 1 point, and the elite gnolls had a reward of 5 points. But after Ekaterina solved the problem, the energy points she obtained were 0.1 and 0.5, which is 1/10 of her own. Although it is a small amount, when I think about the fact that I will have more subordinates in the future and can hunt down wild monsters, it will also be a large income. Coming back to his senses, Alan held the long axe and looked at Ekaterina. How are my fighting skills, Ekaterina? Alan originally thought that although he was not a master of combat skills, he was still at an average level. Ekaterina pondered for a moment, her brows furrowed. Although I know I shouldn't tell the truth at this time, Master Alan, you are a good person. Your fighting skills are very poor, you have no skills at all. If you don't improve, your life may be in danger if you encounter a strong opponent in the future. Alan. I'm sorry, Master Alan. Ekaterina was not really without emotional intelligence. After seeing Alan's reaction, she suddenly apologized to Alan. What else could Alan say? Ekaterina, there's no need to apologize. This isn't your fault. I know my fighting skills are limited, but I didn't expect them to be this bad. But you're right. If I don't learn combat skills now, it will be fatal when I encounter a strong opponent in the future. So, I'm also prepared to learn combat skills from you, okay? Ekaterina nodded seriously. Of course, I will definitely teach Master Alan combat skills seriously, because I don't want you to die. Alan didn't know whether he should be moved or speechless. However, at least Ekaterina's attitude shows that there is hope for Alan's future strength improvement. The camp became busy over the next 2 days. Alan, Reg, and 9 other soldiers, plus 11 newly recruited villagers, began to learn combat skills under the guidance of Ekaterina. However, due to the limited level of everyone's abilities, the combat skills learned in this way are divided into 2 most practical types. Short weapons are two-handed swords, and long weapons are spears. These 2 weapons are also the most popular weapons in the kingdom. Not to mention the two-handed sword, which is an essential combat skill for individual soldiers. As for spears, in addition to having a great advantage in large-scale military battles, they also have a strong advantage when dealing with large alien races such as gnolls. After all, when the size difference is unavoidable, numbers and weapons become the only way to make up for the gap. But Alan didn't learn spear stabbing, and Ekaterina gave him some special training. The guards were simply taught a single combat move. But Alan has many detailed combat skills, which are trained according to the standards of training title knights. It includes details such as how to draw the sword, the steps to take, and where to focus the eyes. A large number of combat skills naturally means a higher level of learning difficulty. Alan has a strong ability to understand, but no matter how strong it is, it still takes time. After Ekaterina pointed out his mistakes again and again, Alan felt a little ashamed. For example, when learning 7 or 8 combat steps and postures, Alan practiced for half an hour, but still failed to reach the standard. Chapter 82: The Early Bird. Master Alan, you don't have to worry. It's like this when you first start learning. Many people need 2 or 3 days to get the hang of it, and half a month to become proficient. Alan's confidence grew, and he suddenly asked curiously, how long did it take you to learn Ekaterina? Ekaterina frowned slightly and thought for a moment. It should take 10 minutes, and you can become proficient in it in a day. But I'm not sure if it's accurate, because my memory is a little fuzzy. Alan. Well, Alan found that he began to like the phrase, the early bird catches the worm. I couldn't help but envy the protagonists in the novels of my previous life who could improve their skills by simply increasing their proficiency. Why can't our system develop in this direction? Master Alan, you are actually very powerful. You have such strength and agility without being a titled knight. As far as I can remember, few people can do that. Just when Alan was greedy, Ekaterina's voice reached his ears. Alan suspected that the beautiful female knight in front of him was a PUA master. If he had not confirmed that her various cognitions and habits were very consistent with those of the natives, he would have suspected that she was also a time traveler. Next, Alan continued to study hard. Fortunately, he was not really that bad. With the blessing of powerful intelligence, agility, and strength, he can master it in 3 hours, which is definitely much faster than 2 or 3 days. Several days passed in a flash. During these days, every morning is study time for Alan and the soldiers. In the afternoon, he took the soldiers to the gathering place to bring back the wood they had found. Of course, Alan's goal of gaining points did not stop. His strength has now reached 9.9, and he is only 1 day away from reaching the 10-point mark. In addition to training, the construction of the camp wall also began. Alan specially selected 30 villagers to do this. Although there were no carpenters, it was not too difficult to build a simple wall, and at the same time build a platform at regular intervals inside the wall so that people could stand on it to defend against the enemy. The only thing that is considered difficult is the 3 arrow towers that are 10 meters high. In addition to defending against enemies, this arrow tower can also be used as a watchtower. The bronze bell from the Poison Fong camp will also be installed on it, so there will be no need to worry about sudden attacks from the enemy. The construction of the camp wall takes time, so the 30 villagers who were mobilized will not be able to go and dig the iron pieces for at least half a month. Fortunately, by assigning more precise iron sheet locations to his villagers and recruiting 15 small gathering places, the income from the iron sheets did not decrease but increased. Alan even took a few hours to mark out all the mithril iron pieces in the territory. There are more than 10 marked mithril iron plates, which is also a considerable income. Alan didn't have time before, so he didn't spend much effort to mark it. Now that he is short of money, he plans to dig it out. Of course, this can only be discovered by one's own people, and only 1 or 2 people know about it. The territory had improved a lot, so Alan prepared to return to Shabak. Besides selling the silk and spices obtained from the Scorpion Brotherhood, he would also purchase some weapons and see if he could buy a carpenter. Although Red Wolf City also has a blacksmith shop, not only are the prices high, but purchasing large quantities of swords and spears will definitely attract attention, so Shabak City is Alan's best choice. In order to avoid attracting too much attention, Alan only brought Mori and a few others with him, not even Ekaterina. Ekaterina's appearance and temperament are too conspicuous. It would be better to let her stay at home and train soldiers. The second encounter with 6 gnolls made Alan feel that the area around the Death Knight ruins might become increasingly unstable. The gnolls don't dare to attack the gathering place when their numbers are small, but once their numbers increase, it's hard to say. Uncle Rock, Alan, is it really you? Where have you been all this time? I've asked around with several caravans from the Death Sand Sea, and none of them have heard of you. In the Civil Affairs Bureau of Shabak City, Rock was very surprised by Alan's appearance. Uncle Rock, when I heard about the bounty from you last time, I didn't dare to directly announce the establishment of a territory. Instead, I seized a gathering place and developed it secretly. Alan briefly recounted his experience of entering the Death Sand Sea. So that's how it is. No wonder I can't get any news about you, Alan. Although this will slow down development, it's a good idea. Rock suddenly realized. Alan, what are you doing in Shabak City this time? Uncle Rock, I came here mainly to sell goods and purchase supplies. Of course, I also came to see you, Uncle Rock. As he spoke, Alan took out a piece of silk cloth from his arms and said, Uncle Rock, this is something I accidentally found in the Death Sand Sea. Uncle Rock, you have taken such good care of me. Please accept this small token of your appreciation. Silk, no matter what its texture is definitely a valuable item. Rock's eyes lit up immediately, but he pretended to refuse. Alan, this gift is too expensive. Uncle Rock, I consider you my elder. This gift represents my feelings. I hope Uncle Rock won't refuse it. Then I'll accept it. Rock smiled, and his eyes looking at Alan became appreciative and friendly. Alan, what goods are you planning to sell this time, and what do you want to buy? Tell me, and I'll help you make the arrangements and guarantee you get the fairest deal. Alan gave the gift for this very reason and immediately told his purpose. Rock pondered for a moment and said, Alan, selling silk and spices is easy. I'll have someone take you there later. You can ask the slave traders for carpenter slaves, but swords and spears are a bit more difficult to forge. Craftsmen who can forge swords and spears are basically controlled by the nobles and the military. Even if you want custom ones, you have to see if they have time. Uncle Rock, doesn't that mean we have to wait for several months? The Death Sand Sea is not safe recently, and orcs often appear there, so I rushed back to buy weapons. Alan's face was full of worry. Having just received the benefits, Rock really didn't let Alan spend his money in vain. Don't worry, Alan. If it were anyone else, they would definitely have to wait. But since you call me uncle, it must be different from others. As for how it was different, it was that Rock directly sent someone to contact the defenders of Shabak City. In order to avoid instability on the border, the kingdom also emphasizes the separation of military and political power. However, Rock is the civil affairs officer of Shabak City after all, so he is naturally familiar with the garrison. Not long after, the people sent by Rock brought back the news that the task was accomplished. The 25 swords, 25 spears, and matching one-handed round shields that Alan needs can be delivered to Alan as long as he pays. This is definitely an internal relationship. If it weren't for Rock's help, Alan might not be able to get it in this border area in 3 or 2 months. As for whether this counts as reselling military supplies, forget it. Which army in the kingdom doesn't have such revenue? This is normal operation, okay? Chapter 83 Holy Light. The issue of weapons was resolved, and the issue of the carpenter and the sale of goods was also resolved later. This time, Alan brought a total of 17 pieces of silk cloth and 2 kilograms of spices. Excluding the one given to Rock, The silk cloth was sold for 8 gold coins and the spices for 5 gold coins, for a total of 13 gold coins. This value is almost half of the leather armor. Of course, these gold coins could not be heated up. A long sword cost 20 silver coins, and a set of spears and round shields also cost 20 silver coins. The total cost of the two is 10 gold coins, plus a carpenter worth 1 gold coin. Alan only had 2 gold coins left. Alan now felt a little regretful. If he had known earlier, he would have been bolder and brought more silk. After all, at 50 silver coins per piece, it was worth taking the risk. After everything was done, Alan didn't plan to stay. But at this moment, Rock suddenly slapped his head and quickly sent someone to his study. Not long after, a letter was delivered. Alan, this was sent from the kingdom half a month ago. It's a letter from your father. After learning that you entered the Death Sand Sea, he had no choice but to leave it with me first. Alan didn't expect that his cheap father would actually write to him. Could it be that he was scolding him for taking away the beautiful maid? With this thought in mind, Alan opened the letter. My cheap dad is not as bad as I thought. The letter first expressed his cheap father Andrew's congratulations to him, congratulating him on winning the title of Pioneer Lord, and telling him to work hard to make the Guy family a family with 2 barons. In addition to this, his cheap father blamed himself for not waiting for him to come back, otherwise he would have allocated some manpower and supplies to him. He said that Alan was the blood of the old Guy family after all, and as his father, there was no reason for him not to help. After saying these emotional cards, Cheap Dad looked forward to Alan's reply and told him the exact location of the territory. He could support Alan with some cattle, sheep, seeds, and other supplies. He said that although the number may not be too large, it represents the love of his cheap father for him. You didn't even mention Caroline. You really impressed me, Cheap Dad. Alan muttered to himself, then immediately borrowed a pen and paper from Rock and began to write his reply, also writing down his contact address. After all, even a few mosquitoes are still meat. Even 1 or 2 cows or sheep are worth dozens of silver coins. I've been doing hard labor like an ox or a horse for so many years. This is what I deserve. After the reply letter was written and sealed with wax, it was handed to Rock. He would have the kingdom's special messenger deliver it, and only 1 silver coin would be required. Uncle Rock, if my father sends a convoy, I'll have him contact you first. Then I'll need you to send someone to notify me. Alan, this is a small matter. Be careful when you return to the Death Sand Sea. Rock waved his hand and didn't take it seriously at all. Alan didn't delay any longer and started his return journey directly. Father, please stop blaming Brother Alan. It's all Lilia's fault. Lilia doesn't have to go to school. Lilia, how could I blame Alan? He's now a Pioneer Lord, and as a father, I should be proud of him. Okay, Lilia, go in. Seize this opportunity to study hard and don't waste Alan's kindness. Andrew's smile was a little forced. Thinking of Alan, Andrew felt angry and worried. What made her angry was naturally that this boy even coveted Caroline and snatched her away directly. What worried him was that he later found out that the area Alan was exploring was actually the Death Sand Sea. There is no need to say more about the dangers of the Death Sand Sea. Moreover, the messenger he sent reported that Alan had entered the Death Sand Sea and his whereabouts were completely unknown. Now I just hope that Alan can be blessed by God, not only to ensure his own safety, but also to be successful in development, so that the Gale family can have 1 more baron, and in the future they can help each other and improve their foundation. Father, I will definitely work hard and will not let Brother Alan down. Lilia was young and could not see the forced smile on her stepfather's face. After confirming that her stepfather was not really angry with Alan, she stepped into the St. Bit's City Noble Academy in front of her. Leaving the castle for the first time and stepping into an unfamiliar environment alone, Lilia seemed a little timid. Fortunately, today is the second half of the Aristocratic Academy enrollment season, so the surroundings are also full of curious and somewhat timid aristocratic children. Lilia, my lord, I'm here. Lilia, you don't have to call me master, just call me instructor. Now it's your turn to take the test. Yes, Minter. The Minter's kind attitude made Lilia relax a lot, and then she raised her hand and touched a crystal ball in front of her. Lilia didn't know what the purpose of this test was, but it was said that it was a necessary admission step for all female students. Just now, more than a dozen girls of similar age had placed their hands on the crystal ball. However, nothing unusual happened when they touched the crystal ball. They just maintained the posture for 10 seconds, and the test was considered complete. The moment Lilia touched the crystal ball, she immediately felt a strong suction coming from inside the crystal ball. What surprised Lilia even more was that the crystal ball, which had been motionless before, suddenly burst into white light the next moment. The light was so strong that it was even a little dazzling, causing many students around to subconsciously raise their hands to block it. The amiable college instructor was stunned at first, but when he realized what was happening, his face showed immense joy. Holy light is a gift from God. Hurry and inform the bishop that there is a girl with holy light in our noble academy. Lilia didn't know what the holy light was, but looking at the instructor's happy expression, it shouldn't be too bad and would affect her admission to the academy, right? What happened next was completely beyond Lilia's understanding. First, many instructors in the academy surrounded him and kept looking at him, and then a group of church priests came, one of whom even claimed to be the bishop of the church in St. Bit City. The bishop asked Lilia to touch the crystal again. After confirming the strong white light, he told Lilia that she needed to go to the Falcon King capital. But sir, I'm here to study at the academy. Can I not go to the royal capital? Lilia did not forget Alan's expectations of her. No, Lilia, you are a God-favored one. The aristocratic academy in St. Bit City can no longer accommodate you. You need to go to the royal capital, where you can get better learning opportunities. Although the bishop's words were gentle, they revealed that they were unquestionable. Just like that, Lilia was taken away by the church and rushed to the royal capital that day in a luxurious carriage under the escort of dozens of knights. Lilia originally wanted to inform her father, but the bishop said they would help and she didn't need to worry about anything. Chapter 84 Skeleton Training. Alan had no idea that something unexpected had happened to his good sister's education. After returning to the gathering place, he first asked Caroline to take the carpenter to work and then distributed weapons to the soldiers. A few days ago, the soldiers were conducting simulated training with wooden sticks, which was just talk. Now that we have new weapons, we can truly improve the effectiveness of our training. Of course, after nearly 5 or 6 days of training, if the requirements are not high, you can actually go to the battlefield. When the lords in the kingdom were summoned by the feudal lord to participate in the battle, they were directly recruited from the serfs. These serfs were trained for 3 or 2 days, and were considered qualified as long as they could understand the words charge, stop, and retreat. Of course, these serfs were just consumables, and the real elite of the nobles were the dozens of full-time guards under their command. As a time traveler, Alan will naturally not follow this model. From now on, everyone in his army must be full-time and professional. After letting the soldiers get familiar with real weapons for a whole morning, Alan led everyone to the Death Knight ruins in the afternoon. However, Alan did not want them to help with mining or patrolling the territory, but went straight to the edge of the inner city. As they got closer to the inner city, the soldiers' expressions became increasingly worse, especially the 11 soldiers recruited from the villagers. They have lived nearby since childhood, and their fear of the Death Knight ruins is ingrained in their bones. This is just like asking ordinary people to go to the cemetery alone late at night in the previous life. This is too close to the inner city. Yeah, this is too dangerous. Why did Master Alan bring us here? There are dark creatures ahead. Let's leave. The villagers and soldiers were trembling slightly, and their speech was a little incoherent. Alan turned a deaf ear to this and led them directly to the edge of the inner city, where skeleton soldiers appeared more than 100 meters ahead. Fortunately, the skeleton soldiers' sensing range is not wide, and they have not noticed everyone at this moment. But even so, there was still a deep fear in the eyes of the villagers. You're scared, aren't you? You don't understand why I brought you here, are you? The soldiers looked at Alan eagerly. The answer was self-evident. Alan smiled playfully. Then think about why I recruited you to become the Guardians. Is he trying to show off by bringing you guys? Or is he just giving you free wolf meat because he has too much and nowhere to put it? Alan's expression suddenly turned cold. No, I recruited you to join the guard so that you can fight for me, defeat all enemies, and protect me and the gathering place. You're now even afraid of a few slow-moving skulls. This really disappoints me. Are all the meat I've fed you these days, and all the training Ekaterina has given you all in vain? Seeing Alan so angry for the first time, the soldiers froze instantly. Alan had always been very kind before, which made them feel a little less afraid. All right, I won't waste any more time on you. We, the Babylonian gathering places guards, don't need cowards or weaklings. And today, the reason I brought you here is to help you overcome your fear. Do you see the skeleton soldiers ahead? I need you to take out at least 20 of them today. Of course, I also know that this kind of thing is indeed very simple, but this is only temporary. Today you will face 20 of them together, but from now on, I will let you deal with 1, 2, or even 5 of them individually. 5. Hearing Alan's words, even veteran guards like Reg were surprised. Besides, how could it be easy to deal with 20 skeleton soldiers today? We were so weak at the knees when we saw it. All right, I won't waste any more time talking nonsense. Now, Reg, you lead the team. Go and clear out 20 skeleton soldiers in the surrounding area. Of course, if anyone is still afraid, I'll give you a chance. Stand up immediately, and I'll let you return to the village. However, if you become afraid and shrink from the battle, or even desert, you will be dealt with according to the military regulations of those kingdoms. Reg, you should know how the kingdom's military regulations deal with deserters. Tell them, according to the military regulations of the kingdom, if you are afraid of the enemy and do not fight, or if you flee in battle, you will be killed without mercy, your family members will be demoted to slaves, and all your property will be confiscated. Although he was just a guard of a small country, Reg was still clear about the military regulations. Alan glanced at the pale-faced crowd and asked, "So, does anyone want to quit the guard now?" The result is also obvious. No one wants to quit. After all, if you join the guard team, you will not only have enough food and drink, but also have broth for every meal, and you can also receive 2 silver coins every month. These 2 silver coins are just the basic salary. If you participate in a battle, your salary may double, or you may receive combat rewards, etc. This was definitely an income that was unimaginable in the past for the soldiers, especially for the village soldiers. Anyway, the crisis of the Death Sand Sea is everywhere, and no one knows when they will die. It is more cost-effective to have such an opportunity to earn more money and let the family live a good life. Okay, let's go. Alan had anticipated this, and the recruitment condition he gave Thomas, in addition to the age and physical requirements, was that he must have family members. Soldiers with family members have a stronger sense of belonging and are easier to control. As for why the guard team is called the escort team, this is to avoid attracting the attention of major forces. After all, the term guard team is only used within the kingdom and by major forces, and these gathering places are basically called guard teams. It's just a name anyway. As long as the soldiers are real talents, Alan doesn't mind even if they are called the scavengers. Master Alan, have you ever trained soldiers before? Ekaterina blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at Alan. No, what's the matter, Ekaterina? I can see that Master Alan's rage just now was fake, so you were just trying to get the soldiers to obey orders. And your words can make the soldiers suppress their fear and accept orders obediently. This is much better than many novice nobles directly threatening and forcing them with whips and swords. Ekaterina said seriously. Really? I just don't like using violence to force people. After all, there's no need to waste energy on something that can be done with just a few words. Alan thought it was quite normal. In the previous life, who hasn't read a few Lord novels? A little trick of playing hard to get, and a little PUA skills are no big deal. Next, under the protection of Alan and Ekaterina, the 20 soldiers successfully completed the task of killing 20 skeleton soldiers. In fact, this is not a difficult thing. The difficult part is to overcome the fear in your heart. But today was a good start, and Alan believed that things would get better and better. In addition, when the soldiers killed the skeleton soldiers, they not only contributed 0.1 energy points to Alan, but they themselves were also strengthened. This made Alan feel completely at ease, as it meant that his subordinates could also rely on killing monsters to level up in the future. Chapter 85 Bounty. The training of soldiers is in full swing. Mori also began to go into the desert to hunt. Recently, more than 20 mouths have started eating meat. Although it is just broth, the wolf meat from before can no longer withstand consumption. Only now did Alan fully understand why the small lords had very limited full-time soldiers. It's not that I don't want to raise more, it's just that the supplies consumed are too much. Equipment, food, salary, and supporting a full-time soldier require at least hundreds of workers. Don't think it's an exaggeration. Think about it. Before Alan came, the entire gathering place produced 10 kilograms of iron sheets and 100 fire dates every day, with a daily income of 150 copper coins. A piece of black bread worth 5 copper coins can feed 4 people half full. There are more than 50 people in the territory, so about 12 pieces of black bread are needed, which is 60 copper coins. Even if you save the remaining 60 or 70 copper coins and don't buy salt, tools, or clothes, it will take a year just to buy an iron sword. Of course, in addition to hunting, Mori and others were also tasked with searching for the fire date trees. In order to avoid excessive risk for the hunter team, Alan required that the saplings could be dug up on the spot after confirming safety. For a large fire jujube tree, you just need to remember its location, and the guard team will protect you when you go to dig it up later. After arranging matters concerning the territory, Alan embarked on a journey to Gerbil Town. Because of the trip to Shabak City, the iron pieces have been accumulated for more than 10 days, and the amount has reached more than 3,000 kilograms. He led the team to the gate of Gerbil Town and bribed the town guards to enter smoothly. Just after we went more than 100 meters into the town, a large crowd suddenly appeared in front of us. Peter Cow Dung was very interested and went to investigate immediately. Not long after, Peter Dung came running back excitedly. Guys, guess what's going on over there? It's a very strange thing. Peter Cow Dung, tell me quickly. If you don't, I'll go and see it myself. Willenhart hated using his brain the most, so he urged impatiently. Big guy, you have no sense of humor at all. No wonder you can't find a wife. Peter Bull Dung retorted, but he didn't want to keep the secret any longer. Guys, there's a bounty being issued over there. It's from Harris Gerbil, and it's worth 1 gold coin. What? A gold coin? Is it real or fake? Could it be that Harris Gerbil's wife was stolen? Everyone was stunned. 1 gold coin could earn you a fortune of 10,000 yuan, which was definitely wealth that was beyond the reach of the people in the gathering place. The guy who read out the reward said it was a small animal, a rat the size of a piglet. Maybe Harris Gerbil really has this quirk. After all, no matter how big a rat is, it's still a rat. How could it really be worth that much money? The reward is for anyone who can find it. They don't need to do anything. Just report it to Gerbil Town immediately, and they'll get the reward. What the hell is that? A rat as big as a piglet? Is it real? Could it be a monster? I've never heard of a rat that big. Although I don't know how such a big rat could exist in the world, the bounty is real. The appearance of this bounty order aroused the enthusiasm of many residents in the gathering area, and they began to search frantically in the surrounding area. Of course, this is none of Alan and the others' business. Their gathering place is too far away, and the big rats that escaped from Gerbil Town have no chance of escaping there. Soon we arrived at Roscoe Trading Company. Although Alan was delayed for several days, because the amount of iron sheets reached more than 3,500 kilograms, the people in the trading company were not angry, but were very polite to Alan. After all, the more Alan sells, the more they can make by reselling it. Alan also brought 3 pieces of mithril iron this time, and sold them for a total of 6 silver coins. As for the remaining ones, Alan didn't dare to take them out all at once. Although it's not worth much, it's not good to be remembered by someone with ulterior motives. Finally, 3,500 kilograms of iron pieces were rewarded with 1 gold coin and more than 30 silver coins. 5,000 fire dates were rewarded with 50 silver coins, and 3 pieces of mithril iron pieces were rewarded with 6 silver coins, totaling 1 gold coin and 86 silver coins. This income is already equivalent to that of a medium-sized settlement, and you should know that the number of villagers that Alan needs to support is only 1/5 of that of a medium-sized settlement. Mr. Coster. Alan, you're here, come in. In the Black Earth Trading Company, Coaster Redneck's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw Alan. Mr. Coster, I have to thank you very much for that day. You're welcome, buddy Alan. We are already friends. It's our duty to help friends, Alan. Don't you think so? Coster patted his chest with a redneck. Alan naturally ignored it. Anyone who really believed that the old rednecks were loyal would just be sold out and not count the money. Sure enough, the next moment, Coaster continued. Alan, are you here to buy soil again? I have prepared a large amount of yellow mud and black soil that you like. Alan looked towards the side of the courtyard and found that at least 1,000 kilograms of yellow soil had been prepared there. Mr. Coster, are we still following the old rules? Of course. Then I want them all. And 2,000 kilograms of black soil. Alan was not polite either. So many. Coster Redneck was a little surprised. Yes, Mr. Coster, you also know Evelyn Flower. I want to help her plant some fire date trees and vegetables. Coaster understood and said, I understand you, Alan, but I still want to remind you that when it comes to women, it's okay to spend a little money on them, but don't invest too much. That would be a big loss. Are you a redneck with a story? Alan didn't expect that old redneck Coaster had such a philosophy of life. However, he was too lazy to explore and quickly finalized the purchase. All the soil added up to more than 3,200 kilograms, worth 2 gold coins and more than 40 silver coins. Alan also subsidized the proceeds from the sale of the stolen goods. The rest is prepared for purchasing territory supplies. But old redneck Coster was not so happy this time. Apparently, he felt that he had mixed in too little low-quality black soil. As to whether he made any profit from it, that is also very clear. If there was no profit to be made, would this old redneck be so kind as to prepare inferior black soil in advance? But this is a good thing for Alan. Sooner or later, he will have to get into trouble with Gerbil Town. No matter whether it is useful or not, he will drag Coster into the water first. Oh, by the way, Coster, I just heard about the bounty issued by Gerbil Town on my way here. Are those rats that are as big as pigs real? Alan, the bounty is real. Boss Harris has already sent all his men out to look for it. If you find it, you'll get a gold coin for free. I'd like to look for it, but apart from a simple description of its appearance, there's no other detailed information. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. I wonder if Mr. Coster could reveal some information. Coster Redneck immediately showed an embarrassed expression and the next moment, he pretended to refuse. At this moment, Alan suddenly took out a small piece of mithril iron, which was worth a silver coin. Mr. Coster, this is to thank you for your help that day. Please don't hesitate. Coster's eyes lit up. He looked around, quickly took the mithril iron piece, and hid it in his sleeve. Chapter 86, Ask the Right Person. Alan, you've asked the right person this time. There are definitely no more than 5 people in the entire gerbil town who know the truth about this matter. Of course, even if we knew the situation, no one would tell you. But we are good friends after all. Coster Redneck then began to tell what he knew. What Harris Gerbil lost was a beast called a gold-eating rat. It was said that this beast was very rare. Once, when Harris was drunk, he told Coster's lover's sister that if this gold-eating rat was sold, it would be worth at least 500 gold coins. There are 2 gold-eating rats Harris has in total, 1 male and 1 female. The one that escaped should be the female, and she is pregnant. So Harris was very anxious to find it back. Sir Coster, what on earth is this gold-eating rat used for? It's actually worth 500 gold coins. That's a fortune that would make even nobles excited. How could a single beast be worth so much? Alan, I don't know about this, but I once heard that Boss Harris relied on this gold-eating rat to make his fortune. 7 or 8 years ago, Boss Harris was just the leader of a medium-sized settlement, but in just a few years he built a small town. Really, after hearing such a secret, it seems that this silver coin was well spent. When he heard that Harris was willing to offer a gold coin as a reward, he knew that this matter must be no simple matter. It's a pity. If only this gold-eating rat could be a little bigger, Alan would definitely try to find it. It's not for a gold coin, but to see what's so special about the gold-eating rat. Unfortunately, the piglet is too small. Pigs are wild boars, and the size of small wild boars is obvious, so they cannot be displayed on Alan's mini-map. If it is an adult wild boar, there are no restrictions. Alan left the black soil shop after Coster Redneck repeatedly warned him to keep it secret. Alan, are you finally willing to come to me? In the dancer's courtyard, Leona Goldfish cast a charming and resentful look at Alan, like a young lady who has been waiting for her lover in the boudoir for a long time. Of course, Alan couldn't really believe how resentful Leona was. He knew this charming woman's personality very well. Leona, I came to see you today. Really? You're not here to ask for any information. Of course. Who do you think I, Alan, am? How could I only come here when something happens? Alan said confidently. The main reason is that now that we have Mori and his group of hunters, there is really no need to ask for information about the oasis. This time he came here to get a meal, and Leona's cooking skills are really good. In addition, it is also to maintain the relationship between himself and the intelligence station. After all, the information about the fire date tree is no longer useful, but Leona has more than just information about the fire date tree. Maybe it will be useful in other aspects in the future. Leona stared at Alan for a moment, then burst out laughing. Actually, it's okay for you to keep asking for information. I like the feeling of being used by you. Wow. Guys, is this how a big horse can play? You can even use puns? Before Alan could say anything, Leona turned around and scooped a bowl of broth for Alan. Smelling the fragrant broth, Alan was in a good mood. He took out a small wooden box from his arms and handed it to Leona. A gift for me? What is this thing? Leona was a little surprised, her eyes sparkling. You'll know when you see it. Leona took the small wooden box and opened it directly. Her beautiful eyes flashed, and she raised her hand to her mouth and said in surprise, "Oh my God, it's spices? This must be at least 10 silver coins, right? Handsome Alan, why are you so generous this time? What do you want? Just tell me. I will agree to anything you ask for." Really? Alan pretended to look him up and down. She looked at it for a moment, smelled it, and then solemnly covered it and put it back on the table. Then Leona leaned over and supported herself on Alan's chair, facing him face to face. The fragrance of the wind fills the air, the breath smells like orchid, and the looming ravines seem close at hand. Alan was a sweet-mouthed person, so he could naturally give Leona the most satisfactory answer. He said sincerely, "Leona, I'm simply giving you a gift. I don't want anything from you. Real. More real than pearls." Leona stared at Alan with her beautiful eyes, but in the end she naturally got nothing. Alan's eyes were so sincere. Leona suddenly giggled, raised a slender arm and pressed it on Alan's shoulder, then slowly continued to move down along the clothes. "Alan, you don't want anything, but I can't accept your gift for nothing." As Alan was confused, Leona went to the kitchen door and closed it directly. After the door closed, Leona returned to Alan with her graceful figure swaying. "Alan, before we play games, I want to ask you a question. Do you think it's better to be a girl or to be mature like me?" "All good." Alan was very honest. But Leona pouted. "It seems you are just an immature little boy." "Why?" Family members, is there such a saying? Why? Alan was confused. Alan, don't you think girls are too boring? People like me are the best. Gentle and versatile. Being gentle is fine, but how do you play with so many tricks? Alan was full of curiosity. It seems I was right. You are just a little boy. My dear boy, do you want to try it? Leona took off her apron, revealing her figure completely. Alan swallowed and said, if you want me to see it, I have no objection. You little fox. Leona threw a coquettish glance, stopped talking nonsense, lifted her hair slightly, and slowly squatted down. That's it. Even Evelyn's brand new little butterfly can do that. Seeing this action, Alan was disappointed. Leona, this is not a fancy move. It should be considered normal, right? Leona sneered, don't worry. He slowly began to unbutton his collar. As the buttons go lower and lower, the whiteness becomes more and more apparent. What about this? Is it considered normal? Hiss. My little white rabbit is eating a hot dog. Boss Leona. 10 minutes later, there was a knock on the door. What's wrong? Lackney is causing trouble again. Leona frowned and could only give Alan an apologetic look, then began to tidy up her clothes. Then what should I do? Alan was speechless. This was just the beginning. I'm so sorry. I'll come back later to make it up to you. Okay, dear Alan. As he said that, he gave her a sweet kiss on the cheek. What else could Alan say? He could only feel sorry for little Alan. Okay, Leona, do you want my help? No need, just wait for me. Leona said as she opened the door. The woman who knocked on the door curiously peeked into the room. When she saw it was Alan, she immediately showed a look of understanding and gave Alan an ambiguous look. Chapter 87. You run, I chase. Okay guys, enough talking. Let me use my incredible luck to mark out some digging areas for you. Of course, if it works, you can thank me. If it doesn't, don't scold me. Alan was able to demarcate areas to increase production, and this matter could not be concealed. However, Alan himself attributed it to good luck, mixed with some talent. The people of Wei Tiepi have little experience, so naturally they don't know that there is a system grandfather in the world. And the benefits of Alan's good fortune were even tasted by the small gathering places that hired people. The Wei Tiepi alliance must also be taken care of. So on the way back yesterday, Alan agreed to try to plan the area for everyone. How could that be, Alan? We will be grateful to you no matter what. Amidst everyone's gratitude, Alan began to designate excavation areas for each member of the YP Alliance. Of course, the accuracy rate in his own territory is 80 to 50%. The members of the Wei Tiepi Alliance account for 40 to 50%, which is similar to those small recruitment gathering places. Soon, the excavation areas of the Wei Tiepi Alliance were drawn up, and Alan went directly to the inner city area to brush up. Owner, Alan. Physique, extraordinary. Strength, 10.1. Agility, 3.7. Intelligence, 2.4. Charm, 2.6. Special, Bronze Junior Knight 9 out of 10. Haha, seeing the word supernormal is so refreshing. Although it's supernormal in strength, the fighting spirit is only missing the last 10th. After brushing up on the energy points, Alan strengthened himself and checked his detailed information as usual. These past 2 days, whenever he saw the words extraordinary physique, he would feel a sense of accomplishment. Of course, through his unremitting efforts in practicing the Do-Chi technique every day, his Do-Chi seed is about to be born. Just as Alan returned to his territory with a smile, Thomas came hurriedly with Fred and another redneck. Master Alan, Fred said that the leader of this small settlement has something important to report to you. Oh, what's your name? What's the matter? Alan looked at the strange redneck next to Fred. This should not be the person he recruited. Boss Alan, my name is Woodwheel. I heard an important piece of news last evening. Several medium-sized settlements want to unite and attack your territory. Alan's expression became serious. Actually, some old rednecks joined forces to deal with him? This cannot be tolerated. If it is true, Alan must destroy it. Woodwheel, you did a great job. Tell me the details. Yes, Boss Alan, this is what happened. It was a coincidence that Woodwheel got this news, because their territory had been taken away by a medium-sized settlement before, so they went to a medium-sized settlement under a man named Martin Sheetsy to be hired to dig iron sheets. Just yesterday evening, he had a stomachache, so he went to the ruins to solve a personal problem, but he happened to hear Martin Sheetsy whispering with someone behind the wall. It is said that they have united several medium-sized settlements to prepare to wipe out the Babylon settlement. Because the recent increase in harvest in the Babylon settlement is obvious to all, and many people have heard the rumors, it is definitely a big piece of fat meat for these medium-sized settlements. Not to mention other things. There were 4 chariots, 1 camel, and a lot of black soil in the Babylonian gathering place. Moreover, The leaders of these gathering places also speculated that Alan must have saved a lot of gold and silver coins. After all, with so many iron sheets produced every day, they are definitely rich. The more Alan listened, the darker his face became. It seemed that he had too good a temper. He hadn't killed many people, but someone actually started to pay attention to him. This is just right, as his guard team has just been established and really needs a baptism of blood. Alan immediately opened the small map and found that there were no red dots within 10 miles, which meant that these gathering places were quite far away. I was saying I'd have to find a way to get some more people, and now they've delivered it to me. Woodwheel, do you know when these people will take action, and how many gathering places they have? Boss Alan, I only know Martin Stone. I don't know the other leaders of the gathering place. But I heard that they seem to be looking for Barber Potato because Barber Potato was beaten by you, Boss Alan. Alan understood what was going on. Woodwheel, your message was delivered very promptly. How do you want me to thank you? Even without this advanced information, Alan was confident that he could bring down these rednecks. But Alan affirmed Woodwheel's behavior, so rewards are necessary. This way, there will be more people like Woodwheel in the future. Woodwheel hesitated and didn't dare to speak directly. Fried, standing nearby, spoke up. Boss Alan, Woodwheel knows that you not only take a lower commission but also produce a lot of iron flakes. He's been wanting to help you mine for them. That's easy. Come to Thomas tomorrow and ask him to find you a place to dig. He'll give you the same commission as Fried and the others. Thank you, Boss Alan. Woodwheel's face suddenly turned red with excitement. After sending Woodwheel away, Alan waited until evening before riding his camel towards the gathering place of the 7 brothers of the Iron Guard. After being chased away by Alan last time, the 7 Iron Guard brothers moved their position. So Alan didn't know where they were digging iron pieces during the day, so he could only raid their lair at night. At this moment, Barber Potato and others had just returned from a large gathering place. Although he was plundered once by Alan, as the boss of a medium-sized settlement, his living standard did not decline. Half a roasted rabbit was sizzling and a pot of rum was ready. Boss, there's someone over there. After hearing the report from his subordinates, Barber Potato immediately looked outside the gathering place and found a figure riding a camel coming straight towards him. Barber Potato frowned and looked carefully. After a moment, his expression suddenly changed. Quick, it's that thug. Let's go. Barber Potato only had time to scream, and without even wanting the barbecue, he immediately called his 7 Iron Guard brothers and started running away. Well, Alan also saw the running figure of Barber Potato. After a moment's pause, he slapped his camel and started running wildly. 2 legs cannot outrun 4 legs, and Barber Potato only regretted that his only carriage was taken away by Alan. After running for more than 10 minutes, Barber Potato was sweating and panting, and Alan was in no hurry to catch up, but just followed him jokingly from more than 20 meters away. With a thud, Barber Potato stopped running. He would be exhausted to death if he continued running, so it would be better to be chopped to death with a knife. Why don't you run anymore? Why don't you keep running? Alan finally approached on his camel and looked down at Barber Potato, who was lying on the sand with despair in his heart. Boss Alan, I can't run anymore. Just kill me. But I don't understand. You clearly said you would let us go, so why did you still come to us? Barber's red neck was full of grievance and indignation. Alan was interested. Who said I was going to kill you? Then, Boss Alan, are you still chasing us? If you run, I will chase you. By the way, why did you run when you saw me? Is it because you are guilty and have done something shameful? Alan asked. Chapter 88. Are you still talking like a human being? Barber, the old redneck, felt like crying, thinking that he had come here for nothing. Boss Alan, why didn't you tell me earlier? I wouldn't have run away if you had. Besides, we have absolutely never done anything to harm Boss Alan. So it's my fault. Alan narrowed his eyes. Barber's red neck instantly felt his hair stand on end, and memories of the last time flooded his mind. No, Boss Alan, I didn't mean that. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. Haha, you reacted quite quickly. Get up right now. I just saw that you had a barbecue at your gathering place. Let's go to your gathering place first. I have something to ask you. Alan was too lazy to say any more. Yes, Boss Alan. In this way, Barber Redneck, who was chased to death, returned to his gathering place panting. His other 6 good brothers fled separately, and no one knew where they had gone. These bastards have no sense of loyalty at all. Barber Redneck was depressed and spat twice. He turned around and looked at Alan, who had already rolled off the camel, and immediately put on a flattering smile. Boss Alan, please take a seat. The barbecue is cooked to perfection. We can start eating right away. Naturally, Alan would not be polite to the old redneck. He sat down in the main seat and cut off a hind leg from the greasy roasted rabbit. One bite and your mouth is full of juice. It's so delicious. After taking another sip of rum, Alan finally looked at Barber, the old redneck, comfortably. Do you know why I came to see you this time? Watching Alan enjoying the roasted rabbit he had spent 15 copper coins on, Barber felt distressed. When he heard the question, he immediately shook his head. Boss Alan, I don't know. Really? Then I'll give you some hints. Martin Stone. Barber's body stiffened. Then he recovered immediately. Martin Sheetsy? He seems to be the leader of a medium-sized settlement. But Boss Alan, I'm not familiar with him. We don't have any friendship. I don't know what you're talking about. Really? Are you sure? Alan looked at Barber Potato coldly. Boss Alan, I really don't know. Please let me go. Barber immediately showed a pleading look on his face. It's not that I won't let you go, but you are asking for trouble. Alan's finished eating the rabbit leg slowly, picked up the towel beside him to wipe his hands, and suddenly grabbed Barber Potato's collar. Boss Alan, please, I really don't know. I don't dare to provoke you, but I also don't dare to provoke Martin Sheetsy and the others. Then there's nothing more to say. It seems I was too merciful the past 2 days. Alan stood up directly, and with such great strength, he lifted up Barber like a little chicken. Then he raised his fist, as big as a casserole, and pointed it at Barber's red neck. Bob, you only have one last chance. I'll count to 3, and then you'll face the consequences. 1, 3. With a bang, the circles around Barber's eyes, which had just subsided after the swelling on his red neck, immediately became red and swollen again. Barber. Boss, didn't you say to count to 3? That's right. I've already counted to 3. From now on, you've got to suffer the consequences yourself. Alan raised his fist again. Stop, stop. Boss, I said, isn't that enough? Woo-woo. Barber Potato was about to collapse. Why was it so difficult to dig a piece of iron peacefully? That's right. Why did you do that just now? It doesn't hurt, does it? Alan loosened the collar of Barber's red neck and patted the wrinkles of the collar considerately. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt at all. Woo-woo. Barber wanted to cry. If it doesn't hurt, then let's get started. Sitting down again, Alan picked up the roasted rabbit leg and started to eat it again. Boss Alan, this matter actually has nothing to do with me. Martin Sheetsy and his men did come to me last night. They covet your wealth and want to attack your camp. Because you beat me up, they wanted to recruit me, but I didn't dare agree because I don't dare to go against you again. Then, they just left. This is really none of my business. Boss Alan, you must believe me. If I didn't believe you, you wouldn't be sitting here talking to me. Tell me something else useful, like which camps they have, how strong they are, and when they're going to attack me. Alan answered casually while eating rabbit meat. There were 4 settlement leaders who came to me last night. They were Martin Stone, Parkney Mad Dog, Billy Nyo Mao, and Donna Blackstone. Of these, Parkney Mad Dog was the most famous. He had defeated 2 medium-sized settlements before. As for when they started and how they started, Boss Alan, I really don't know. When they saw that I didn't join in, they even scolded me. Alan had just finished eating the rabbit leg, put the bone down, and wiped his hands clean. Okay, that's it. Alan already knew the information he needed to know, and he just needed to confirm a few of the other party's target persons. The reason he came here was because he was worried that some fish would slip through the net. Boss Alan, please don't tell them that I leaked it. I can't afford to offend them. Alan sneered, don't worry about that. After they take action, they won't see the sun the next day. Barber Potato shut up instantly, his body becoming a little stiff. Okay, I'm leaving now. This rabbit meat is a bit salty. I'll use less salt next time. Salt is pretty expensive after all. Barber. Also, in light of your wise choice this time, I'll allow you to come to my territory in a few days to dig for iron flakes. After all, I'll own a large tract of land by then. I'll take a 40% commission. Are you still talking like a human being? Those small gathering places only take 20%. Why should I get 40%? Barber complained in his heart. How could he know that those small gathering places were because Alan had included them in his plan for the future subjects? As for the rednecks in his medium-sized gathering place, Alan currently has no plans for this, so there is also a distinction between insiders and outsiders. After Alan left, Barber touched his swollen eye sockets and felt like crying but had no tears. This was completely an unprovoked disaster. Boss, we're back, are you okay? Barber Potato heard the voices of his good brothers. You bastards still remember to come back? No one came to help me just now. Barber was furious. Boss, you know how powerful that thug is. Even if we all attack him together, we definitely can't beat him. Several good brothers felt a little aggrieved. By the way, boss, why did that thug come to our place again? Why did he just leave like that? You bastards, what else do you want? Do you want me, the boss, to be killed by those thugs? Bastards, those thugs are just trying to get information about Martin Sheetsy and the others. I've sent people to keep a close eye on Martin and the others these past 2 days. I want to know the final outcome. Chapter 89 Talent. After leaving Barber Gathering Place, Alan did not spread the news. For the next 2 days, he followed his usual habits, practicing sword skills, brushing up points, and cultivating fighting spirit, filling his day with activities. 3 days passed in a flash. At night, there was movement on Alan's small map. In the desert 5 miles away from the Babylon gathering place, a group of more than 80 people walked towards the Babylon gathering place in the dark. Parker, I heard that guy is quite powerful. Do you have the confidence to control him later? No matter how strong he is, as long as he's not a titled knight, the 80 of us are enough to kill him. That's true. I'm really looking forward to it. I heard that guy went to Sand Rat Town the day before yesterday and sold at least 3,000 kilograms of iron sheets. If it were us, we would have to dig for more than half a month. Indeed, if possible, try to keep that guy alive. I heard he's very lucky. The designated location has a high probability of producing dense iron flakes. If we can control him, it will be great in the future. Haha. Amidst the laughter, the group kept walking and finally arrived at the Babylon gathering place, which had fallen into silence late at night. This thug is truly wealthy. He's actually building a wall around a small settlement. Look at those fire date trees. There must be at least 70 or 80 of them, right? Haha. The richer he is, the greater our gains tonight will be. All right, everyone shut up. It seems like there's no one guarding us. Charge in immediately. Once you're in, don't hesitate. Kill anyone you see. Instill fear in them immediately. Parkney Mad Dog took command. I see. Parkney, we've discussed the action plan several times before. Then, the group crouched down and approached the edge of the gathering place. At this moment, the wall has only been built halfway and has no blocking effect at all. Guys, kill. Kill. The moment they stepped into the gathering place, the group did not hesitate and rushed into the camp with Parkney cheering. Some small minions headed towards the houses of ordinary villagers nearby. Several leaders, including Parkney Mad Dog, each with 2 or 3 subordinates, headed towards Alan's house. They knew that as long as they dealt with Alan, this small gathering place would not cause any trouble. The door was violently kicked open with a bang, and Parkney Mad Dog rushed into the house first. Rushing to the bedroom door, Parkney raised the axe and chopped at the bed without hesitation. The other leaders also rushed forward, and they chopped the simple wooden bed with axes, making a loud clanging sound. Stop! Something's wrong. After chopping for a while, Parkney Redneck suddenly raised his hand, his face a little confused, because he didn't feel any blockage from the axe hitting his flesh. After everyone stopped, Parkney quickly lifted the quilt and his expression changed. The other leaders also looked at each other in confusion. There is no human figure on this bed. Where are the people? Several leaders felt puzzled. Maybe we walked into the wrong house. That can't be right. This house is obviously wider and more complete than the others. It must be where that thug lives. Just as everyone was talking, a scream outside the house pierced the night sky. Oh no, go outside. Panic's face changed drastically, and he immediately went out of the house. The other leaders finally reacted and followed him out with their weapons raised. When they arrived outside the house, they saw that their scattered subordinates had all retreated to the open space. Boss, those guys are hiding in the alley across the street. Several guys rushed in and were knocked down by them. In fact, there was no need for this little brother to report, as 2 people had already walked out of the alley in the residential area opposite. Leading the group was a man and a woman, both of whom had sneers on their faces, and the woman was surprisingly so beautiful. Panic knew he had been tricked, and he looked at Alan with gritted teeth. Are you the thug boy? Did you know we were going to attack here? Oh, you just realized it? It's too late. You rednecks are so brave. Who gave you the courage to set your sights on me? Fish Liang. Although he didn't know who Fish Liang was, Panic was not too panicked. Since he was planning to attack the thug, he must have done some research on him. The thug boy is quite powerful, but the overall strength of the gathering place is not strong. In the past, he was able to defeat guys like Barber Potato only by relying on his own strength. As for the Wei Tiepi Alliance, they only have a few dozen more people. I have brought 80 guards with me, so I can kill them even if we confront them head-on. Panic Mad Dog stepped forward with a cold look in his eyes. Thug, I didn't expect you to get the news. But what can we do about it? Can you, with just a small gathering place like yours, really stand up to us? I advise you to kneel down and surrender immediately, then we might spare your life. Otherwise, seeing how delicate you are, I will hand you over to my brothers and let them fuck you hard, for real. Yes, we have to contribute that woman as well. I didn't expect that there would be such a beautiful woman in this small gathering place. This damn thug really knows how to enjoy himself. Another leader had a lustful face and looked at Ekaterina with lustful eyes. I'm going to get close to him and fire it at full power. Does this redneck want to die? Standing next to Ekaterina, Alan even felt the chill. Rednecks, I hope you can still be so unruly later. Alan showed a sympathetic smile. Also, to shut up your stinky mouths, I've decided to cut off all your balls and stuff them into your mouths, old rednecks. Parker, stop wasting time talking to this guy and kill him right away. I can't wait to taste that woman. Seeing that Alan was still so arrogant, the other leaders began to make a fuss. The main reason is that Ekaterina's temperament is even better than Caroline's. In the eyes of these rednecks, she is a goddess whom they could not even dream of in the past. Panic did not act immediately. He was a cautious person and knew that Alan must have more than just a few people. Those Wei Tiepi men, or his own villagers, must be lying in ambush around. Did you hear that, thug? I know you must have more people lying in ambush. Call them out, otherwise it will be too late. You're quite smart. Okay, let me show you. Alan sneered and waved to the back. Reg. Guards forward. After receiving the order, shouts were immediately heard from the alley behind. Then there was the sound of metal friction, and then 20 soldiers wearing leather armor, holding round shields in one hand and spears in the other, rushed into the open space. 20 soldiers stood in a row opposite the group of rednecks. The sharp spear tips, shining with cold light, were pointed directly at everyone, making them feel cold in their hearts. The white light reflected by the leather armor on his body even blinded the eyes of the rednecks. Several rednecks were stunned. Where am I? Who am I? What do I see? This looks like the kingdom's army, right? Man, this is just a battle in an ordinary gathering place. Isn't it too much for you to mobilize the kingdom's army? The whole place fell silent in an instant. The rednecks who were ready to make a move were stunned and began to move back involuntarily. The 4 leaders looked ashen. Did the jungler kill the dragon? Why are there such outrageous things in the world? Chapter 90, Don't Mess with Women. Alan looked at everyone jokingly and spread his hands. That's all I have. Rednecks, let's get started. Parkney's eyes showed a trace of regret. He gritted his teeth and said to his subordinates and the redneck leader, Go, kill them. They are outnumbered. But the leaders around him looked at each other and didn't dare to go up at all. Parkney said with hatred on his face, Do you think he will let us go? Come on. The other rednecks were finally persuaded and ordered their subordinates, Go. Kill. This was really beyond Alan's expectations. These rednecks actually took the initiative to attack. Of course, that didn't matter. Reg. Babylonian guards, spears raised, kill. With the order, 20 guards raised their spears and rushed forward in a row. The rednecks were just a guard team composed of ordinary villagers. They could bully the weak, but they were completely vulnerable when facing the Babylonian guards who were fully armored and no different from the kingdom's army. As the two sides met, the sound of spears piercing through bodies was immediately heard in the field, accompanied by shrill wails and screams. What happened next was even more beyond Alan's expectations. Amid the shouting and wailing of the redneck minions, Parkney suddenly took a few steps back and left the crowd. Then, without saying a word, he turned around and ran out of the gathering place. Huh? You're such a f***ing talent. Even the way you trick your teammates is so smooth. Alan was stunned. Parker, you bitch. Parker, you bastard. Parkney Redneck's shameful behavior was immediately discovered by his companions. The redneck leaders immediately felt that they had been badly cheated, and their faces were filled with grief and anger as they cursed loudly. Afterwards, these redneck leaders no longer cared and started to run away. After all, they didn't think they had a chance of winning in the first place, and now Parkney, the strongest among them, has escaped first. How can they still fight? We can't let these guys get away. Ekaterina, we have to chase them. The stragglers and red-necked minions in front of them were so frightened by the sight of their leaders fleeing that their legs were trembling with fear. They were killed in such a chaotic manner that they posed no threat. So what Alan is most concerned about is naturally the several redneck leaders. He called out to Ekaterina and immediately prepared to give chase. Ekaterina was probably really annoyed by the dirty words of the redneck leaders. As soon as Alan finished speaking, she rushed forward quickly. Yes, Master Alan. Alan didn't hear the answer until the man ran 7 or 8 meters. Alan, Yeka, has horses. Seeing Ekaterina's impatient look, Alan stopped shouting. He went to the alley to the side, let out the prepared horse, and immediately rode on it. When Alan started chasing on horseback, he heard wailing and begging for mercy from the front. Ekaterina has caught up with the first redneck leader with her long and beautiful legs. The redneck leader was the guy who just spoke foul-mouthed and said he couldn't wait. At this moment, there was no trace of her lewd look on her face. She wished that Ekaterina would become a saint of the church and show mercy and spare his life. But Ekaterina didn't hesitate at all. With a frosty face, she slashed his neck with the sword. The red-necked man let out a cry and immediately fell down, holding his neck in pain. After dealing with this redneck, Ekaterina continued to pursue, and another redneck who spoke rudely was also targeted. In a moment, the redneck leader was also killed by Ekaterina's sword. TSK, these rednecks just lack experience. Why would they pick on beautiful women instead of just anything else? Haven't you heard that the more beautiful a woman is, the more dangerous she is? Oh, that was what Zhang Wuji's mother said. These rednecks really couldn't hear it. Ekaterina, I'll leave these guys to you. I'll go after that Parkney guy. While observing a moment of silence for these rednecks, Alan called out to Ekaterina and then chased directly after the farthest redneck in Parkney. The two-legged redneck's escape from the four-legged horse was just a dying struggle. Before running a few hundred meters, Alan was blocking the way of Parkney redneck. Parkney looked around and found that only Alan was chasing him. He was surprised at first, and then showed a hint of delight. Alan dismounted calmly. You look very happy, man. You don't think you can survive, do you? Of course, Parkney redneck's confidence is not without reason. His strength has reached 9.0. He is truly a tough guy in the medium-sized settlement. Even Barber Potato dared not say a word when he was scolded in person. Unfortunately, he met the nemesis of the rednecks, Comrade Alan, a cheating time traveler. Thug boy, if you don't chase me, I can only escape in disgrace. But now, I am going to kill you first, and then steal your horse and leave. Parkney showed a bloodthirsty smile, with hatred in his eyes. Huh, let's serve the food. Alan hooked his finger. The Parkney family's anger soared again. They transformed into red when Old Neck, waving the long axe in their hands and rushing towards Alan. Alan sneered and planned to take this opportunity to test the effect of his recent training. Alan was seen holding a long sword and taking a step forward. Go to hell, you bitch. With a roar, Parkney's axe fell towards Alan's head with a whirring sound. Just as Parkney's axe was about to come down, Alan feinted, stepped lightly, and moved quickly to the side with nimble steps. The movements are quite difficult and require extremely strong coordination and reaction. But with Alan's strength of 10 points and agility of 3.7, he was able to handle it with ease. With a swish, the battle axe fell beside Alan, and in a flash, Alan was already behind Parkney. Parkney Redneck was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the thug boy would disappear from his sight in a blink of an eye. He turned around quickly and looked at Alan with a look of surprise on his face, full of disbelief. Good. Ekaterina deserves the title of master. Alan felt that the blind box was rising in value. These fighting skills can only be comprehended after a long period of wandering between life and death. If it is not a large family with a strong foundation, it is absolutely impossible to summarize and pass them on to the next generation. But now I have obtained it by spending only 1 gold coin. Go to hell. Parkney Redneck was unwilling to accept defeat. Seeing that Alan looked down on him so much and dared to be in a daze, he chopped down the battle axe in his hand again. But this time, Alan was not prepared to let Panic Redneck jump around again. Seeing the battle axe coming down, he swung the sword in his hand fiercely. With the blessing of high agility, Alan arrived first after starting later. As the sword danced, there was a puff and a cold light flashed from Parkney's wrist. With a cry of "ah," Parkney felt a piercing pain in his right wrist. He looked down and found that his right palm and the battle axe had disappeared. Damn it, my hand. His eyes were full of disbelief and fear. Parkney no longer had the bloodthirsty smile from the previous moment. He kept backing away as he watched Alan approaching step by step. You, don't come over here. Boss Alan, I know I was wrong. Can you forgive me this time? I can be your dog and listen to you in the future. You also let Barber Potato go once. Please forgive me as well. Parkney Redneck had a strong desire to survive and began to beg for mercy. Alas, before every fight, you rednecks are all so unruly, but afterward you immediately kneel down and beg for mercy. Are you all cut from the same cloth? How am I supposed to explain this to the audience? Alan sighed and paused before continuing. However, Parkney Redneck, you are different from Barber Potato. Although that guy provoked me, he didn't dare to provoke me directly. At least he kept some bottom line. But you are too greedy. Your crime is unforgivable. Chapter 91, 3 Points Destined. Okay, do you have any last words? If not, then let's get going. Parkney's neck was red and his face was pale. Knowing he was doomed, his expression became ferocious. Thug, do you think you can live long if you kill me? Oh, could it be that this redneck has some powerful backer? Alan was stunned. However, he soon realized he was mistaken, as Parkney continued to speak bitterly. Survival in the Death Sand Sea isn't as easy as you think. You haven't killed anyone before, nor have you invaded other gathering places. I'm afraid you're trying to hide your strength. Not only do you have fully armed soldiers, you're also incredibly powerful. There's no reason for you to be guarding such a small settlement. Haha, What a shame. All of this was destroyed by our 4 medium-sized settlements. As long as this incident gets out, you'll immediately attract the attention of the larger settlements. Large gathering places won't allow someone like you to pose a threat to them. They'll definitely find a way to destroy you. And you think you are very powerful, but in front of the title knight, you are not worth mentioning at all. Alan nodded, agreeing with the redneck statement. You are quite smart, and what you said makes sense. However, those large gathering places have titled knights, so why don't I have one? Sorry, I am almost a titled knight. Alan flipped his palm, and suddenly a flash of fighting spirit flashed out. Although it was still a flash, the original sinister smile of Parkney Redneck suddenly froze. His eyes were filled with astonishment, resentment, and endless pain. Seeing how powerful Alan was, he felt 100 times more miserable than when his wife ran away. How do you have the Do-Chi cultivation method? Why have I been searching for it for 4 or 5 years, but still can't get it? Oh, I met a sourpuss. This is really unexpected. You're really unwilling, aren't you? Do you think your physique is so good, just because you lack a certain cultivation technique? Redneck, this is fate. 3 points are determined by fate, 7 points are determined by hard work, and these 3 points are the most important. Alan completely understood why the redneck reacted so strongly. Through Ekaterina, Alan gained a better understanding of the physical constitution and fighting spirit cultivation in this world a few days ago. There is really no threshold to practicing Do-Chi in this world. As long as you possess the Do-Chi technique, you can practice it, and becoming a titled knight is only a matter of time. However, the level of achievement and speed of cultivation are closely related to one's aptitude. Generally speaking, the better a person's physical condition, the faster and more successful their cultivation will be. The weaker one's physique, the lower the speed and achievement of cultivation. This is easy to understand. Fighting Qi not only requires strengthening the body, but also requires strong Qi channels. The desire to possess both will never happen in a weakling like the original owner. Therefore, the most talented person should be someone like Panic right now. The most obvious proof is that they can achieve physical fitness far superior to others through exercise alone. This world is full of various extraordinary elements. Although Panic Redneck cannot actively absorb them, after being infected by them for a long time, his body has extraordinary talents and can passively improve his strength. Of course, as Alan said, talent is nothing. Being the child of destiny is the most important. Without good luck and being born into a noble family, the practice of fighting spirit will always be a huge obstacle. Panic was so angry that he was shaking all over and couldn't speak. I originally wanted to scare Alan before I died, but I didn't expect that I would be so angry that my soul was fuming. Okay, I've given you too much time to talk nonsense. It's time to get going. Alan raised his sword, pointing the tip at Parkney's heart. No. With a puff, the long sword penetrated Parkney's red neck and came out from his back. Parkney's eyes were filled with resentment. Even if you are a titled knight, there is still Harris Gerbil. He will never allow you to become stronger. You're still talking nonsense after he's dead. Let me tell you, Harris Gerbil, I've already ordered his head. Alan spun the sword in a circle. The stubborn red neck finally softened and his head drooped down, and he died. However, Redneck obviously died with his eyes wide open as if they were bells. After searching the redneck for a while, he found a small purse. When he opened it, he saw at least 100 silver coins in it. Not bad, it's a gold coin explosion. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat, and Alan was very satisfied. After bringing Parkney's body back to the gathering place, Ekaterina and the others had also ended the battle. None of the 4 redneck leaders could escape from Ekaterina's control. This is what happens when you mess with a beautiful woman. The same is true for ordinary redneck boys. This time, Alan's order was to kill all the rednecks, because the matter of the leather armor could not be exposed for the time being. However, 5 of Alan's subordinates were also injured. Fortunately, they were only injured in their arms and would be fine after 2 days of rest. In this way, the first battle of the Alan Guards was dedicated to a fight between noobs. Why do I say this? 2 of the 5 injured were accidentally injured by their companions. 1 fell down and was taken advantage of by the enemy, and only the other 2 were injured by the enemy during a serious battle. With this level of skill, if it weren't for Reg's 9 veterans leading the fight and their excellent armor, the result would have been disastrous. This also made Alan complain about the protagonist in his previous life's novel, who could train elite soldiers in just a few days. Brothers, if you fool people like this, it will kill people. At this time, seeing a team of torches coming quickly from the south in the distance, Alan immediately ordered his subordinates to take off their leather armor. Alan, what's going on? When he got closer and saw the corpses all over the ground, Val Ironhide, who was sweating profusely from running, looked stunned. Don't be nervous, man. Some people tried to attack my gathering place just now, but I killed them all. Someone actually dared to attack you. Who is so bold and has so many people with him? Val Ironhide asked in surprise. The reputation of the thug boy has recently spread to nearby small gathering places, and even many medium-sized gathering places have heard of it. I really didn't expect that there would be a gathering place that would dare to target Alan. Do they think they have lived too long? Before arriving, he thought it was an orc attack, so he hurriedly brought more than 20 villagers to support. There are 4 gathering places for the attackers. One of them is quite powerful. His name is Parkney Mad Dog. I wonder if you have heard of him, Val. Parkney Mad Dog? Is it a medium-sized settlement? The bully who once killed an entire hostile settlement in one night. Val Ironhide's face changed drastically. Obviously, he had heard of Parkney's reputation. If there aren't any other Parkney Mad Dogs around, this is it. Alan, that's so lucky. This damn villain was very famous before. Val Ironhide's face was full of relief. At this moment, several teams came quickly from behind holding torches. It should be Peter Njofin and the others. I just sent someone to inform them. Within half an hour, Peter Dung, Willenhart, and even Evelyn arrived with their men. Everyone was still frightened when they learned that it was Parkney Mad Dog who attacked them. Evelyn even stepped forward to look at Alan with concern, and only after confirming that Alan was not injured did she breathe a sigh of relief. Alan, you must pay attention to safety in the future. The Death Sand Sea is too dangerous. Evelyn reminded in a low voice. Don't worry, don't you know my strength? Alan raised his strong arms and winked at Evelyn. Alan now has a very well-proportioned body. Although he does not have explosive muscles, he is definitely not weak. He is well-proportioned, strong, and powerful. Evelyn misunderstood and for no reason recalled the scene when Alan held her in the air and shook her head. She blushed and lowered her head. Yeah, I know. No, Evelyn Flowers, I suspect you were driving, and I have irrefutable evidence. Fortunately, Val Ironhide and his guys were examining the bodies of the rednecks and were marveling at them, so they didn't pay any attention to this side. Chapter 92 returned with a full load. The next day, Alan took 3 carriages, 10 soldiers, and more than a dozen villagers, and headed directly to the camp of Martin Sheetsy and others. Now that these old rednecks have been dealt with, the property in their territories naturally belongs to them. Moreover, Alan has also realized that from now on, it is no use to be too low-key. In fact, what Parkney Redneck said was right. If the news that he was able to kill 4 settlement leaders leaked out, he would definitely be targeted by large settlements, and even Gerbil Town. This sea of death is like the law of darkness in the 3-body problem. Here, the law of the jungle prevails, and no one knows whether a certain force will swallow them up after suddenly becoming powerful. Therefore, in order to maintain their own safety, they can only do everything possible to suppress the newcomers around them, and if possible, the permanent solution is to eliminate them directly. Since that was the case, Alan no longer tried to hide it, and would naturally take back what he deserved. In addition to Alan himself, Val and others from the White Pea Alliance also followed, not for anything else, but to experience the joy of harvesting a medium-sized settlement. Without Alan, they would never have such an opportunity. Alan and his group of more than 30 people arrived at Martin Sheetsy's gathering place more than 20 miles away. The gathering place was in chaos at this moment. After the villagers got up, they found that their boss was missing. Besides the boss, even the guards were missing. This was a big deal for them. Without the protection of the leader and the guards, they would have no ability to protect themselves if they encountered any danger. Hey man, who are you? This is the Martin gathering place. Strangers are not welcome here. Please leave quickly, or our boss Martin will be furious when he comes back. When they arrived at the gate of Martin's gathering place, Alan and his party were immediately driven away by the villagers in the gathering place due to their lack of confidence. Alan didn't say anything more and waved to Reg. Reg's guards understood immediately and immediately went to the carriage to lift up Martin Sheetsy's body and then headed towards the open wooden pole in the gathering place. Yes, it's Boss Martin. Boss Martin is dead. The villagers felt like the sky had fallen. Although Martin exploited them, he also ensured that they could survive at a minimum. Without Martin, they would have to worry about being driven out of the gathering place by other forces. The redneck villager who had just stepped forward to drive them away collapsed on the ground, somewhat stunned. Listen up everyone, Martin Stone planned to attack the Babylon gathering place. His despicable act did not succeed, and instead he received the punishment he deserved. Now, we, the mighty Master Alan of the Babylon gathering ground, have brought Martin Sheetsy's body here to serve as a warning to all evildoers. Anyone who dares to offend the Babylon gathering ground will be punished, no matter how far away they are. Now, all the villagers in the Martin gathering area squat down in the open space. Anyone who dares to disobey will be killed on the spot. Reg's words were loud and domineering. Of course, such a high-level shout must have come from his master Alan. As soon as the words were announced, 10 guards rushed into the gathering place like wolves and tigers, holding axes and sticks, and drove out all the villagers. None of the villagers in Martin's gathering place dared to resist. They were submissive and only wanted to survive. A moment later, more than 400 people gathered in the open space of the gathering place, and the soldiers began to explore the wealth of the gathering place according to Alan's instructions. We first went to the water source of the Martin gathering place and found that there were 3 wells in total. Next to these wells, there are a small number of jujube trees planted, 11 mature jujube trees, and 2 jujube trees that are about 5 years old. Alan was quite satisfied with this, and immediately ordered the guards to drive several rednecks from the Martin gathering area to start digging. As the excavation began, Alan instructed Thomas to start selecting strong villagers. Alan's plan is to accept about 100 people in each gathering place, and it is packed and taken away by family units. Because only when the villagers are organized as a family unit can they have sufficient ties, allowing these newly recruited villagers to have a greater sense of belonging and be easier to control. After careful selection, they selected about 20 families and asked them to go back, pack up their belongings, and wait for evacuation. Alan, why don't you take them all away? It's such a shame to leave so many villagers here. Val Ironhide was not surprised that Alan did not occupy this gathering place. After all, it is too far away from Babylon, and it is not easy to take care of it. But in terms of population, Alan only took away 100 people, which he felt was a big loss. After all, a medium-sized settlement has a population of at least 400 people, so the remaining 300 people would be a bargain for others. Well, the last thing the Death Sea lacks is people. As long as there are enough, it's fine. If we take in too many now, not only will it be of little use, but it will also be too eye-catching and attract hostility from many people. The Wei Tiepi alliance was immediately speechless. They really had no reason to refute. With Alan's strength, it would be easy for him to capture the population. Val Ironhide, if you're short on manpower, you can go up and pick a few. Really, man? You all call me buddy, so why not? As long as you have enough water, I don't mind taking all of them. Oh, and remember to pick a few for Yvonne and Leona as well. Faced with such a joyous event, Alan didn't mind letting the White Pea Alliance take advantage of it. After all, happiness is shared with others rather than enjoyed alone. Moreover, due to the limitation of water resources, even if the water was opened up for Val and others to pick up, their number would never exceed 100 at most, and they would never be a threat to him. Sure enough, after Val and others happily selected for half a day, they finally selected only more than 20 people from each gathering place, and they were also packed into family units. Evelyn Flower and Leona's were also selected. In this way, several people almost dislocated their jaws from laughing. The matter at Martin's gathering place was quickly resolved. A total of 13 fire date trees were packed up, and the black soil nearby was also dug up. After all, if this gathering place is left behind, it will definitely benefit others, so Alan will not be lenient. Next, he went to 2 more gathering places and used the same method to collect the spoils. Alan obtained a total of 32 fire date trees, about 2,800 kilograms of black soil, and more than 300 people. It's a pity that these gathering places are not like gangs and do not have secret treasury, which makes Alan feel a little regretful. When they arrived at the last stop, the Parkney gathering place more than 40 miles away, Alan was a little happy. 20 jujube trees, 1,800 kilograms of black soil, 12 farmed rabbits, and dozens of tomato and peanut plants. It is worthy of being a medium-sized gathering place with top strength. Such assets are equivalent to those of the other 2 medium-sized gathering places. Chapter 93, Spreading Like Wildfire. When Alan returned with a full load, the news of the destruction of the 4 gathering places spread like wildfire, which was inevitable. When Alan left the Parkney gathering place, he saw a red glow on the map through the small map. This Parkney gathering place is very close to those large gathering places. After these large gathering places noticed the commotion, they immediately sent a number of spies to observe from afar. Without exception, these spies were all yellow with a slight reddish tint. This means that they have become alert and have developed a bit of hostility towards Alan. Alan sighed, knowing that it was unavoidable. Whether in his previous life or this life, if he wanted to succeed, he had to step on others as stepping stones to grow. After all, resources are fixed. If you eat more, others will have less. If you want to grow, you must snatch food from the tiger's mouth. The only thing Alan can do now is to strengthen his own strength and let others die. When Alan returned with more than 400 people and more than 50 fire date trees, the happiest person was Caroline, the proud maid. As if all these gains belonged to her, she became busy as soon as the convoy arrived at the Babylon gathering place. Seeing this, Alan felt relieved and went to brush some ground happily, practicing his fighting spirit at the same time. Everyone in the Babylonian gathering place was celebrating, and the Sandrat town, one of the largest forces near the Death Knight ruins, also received the news immediately. How's it going? Is there any news about the gold-eating rat? When asked, the captain of the Gerbil Town Guard team had a slightly stiff expression on his face. He said cautiously, Master Harris, I have sent out all the guards to search, but there is no news yet. What a bunch of trash. Harris angrily smashed the silver wine glass in his hand. Seeing this, the captain of the guard team dared not move. After a long pause, Harris asked coldly, If there's no progress, why did you come to see me? Boss Harris, I just received news that a new force has emerged in those small settlements. They killed the leaders of 4 medium-sized settlements in one go, so I feel it is necessary to report this to you. We solved 4 medium-sized gathering places at one time. Tell me the details. Harris finally calmed down a little. Boss Harris, according to information gathered by our spies, those medium-sized settlements are probably coveting the wealth of that small settlement and are planning a joint raid. The captain of the guard immediately reported all the details, and the information he got was completely consistent with what had happened. The only missing part was the scene of the battle between the two sides that night. Could that boy be a titled knight? Boss, it's very likely not. I heard that boy is quite powerful. He has defeated several small settlements and 2 medium-sized settlement leaders with pure strength before. If that's the case, then leave him alone. Those large gathering places will definitely not let such a small-time villain go. What you need to do most now is to find the gold-eating rat for me. There are more and more gnolls on the southern trade route. I'm afraid they will appear in large numbers near the Death Knight ruins soon. If we can't find them before then, you useless guys should never come back. Harris Gerbil said with a gloomy face. Yes, boss. I will try my best to find it. Boss Rosk, I just received news that a small settlement called Babylon has eliminated the leaders of 4 medium-sized settlements. Babylon gathering place. Why does it sound familiar? Rosk frowned slightly. At this time, Jock, who was standing by, cautiously reminded him. Boss, could it be the youngest guy from the White Pea Alliance? He's the one who tricked the young lady into giving him the cooperation contract. I remember his gathering place was called Babylon. Is it him? That kid. The White Pea Alliance. Rosk might not pay attention to such a small character, but when it comes to the kid who deceived his daughter, he naturally remembers him immediately. That kid has such ability? Rosk looked at the subordinate who was reporting. Boss Rosk, I heard that those medium-sized settlements, coveting the wealth of the small Babylon settlement, united to launch a surprise attack. Unexpectedly, they all got wiped out there. Earlier today, Alan Gale from the Babylon settlement brought his men and plundered all the fire date trees and black soil from those settlements. Boss, Alan came here a few days ago and sold over 3,500 kilograms of iron sheets and over 5,000 fire dates. So many. Rosk was also surprised. He was naturally aware of the strength of the small settlement. He also knew the strength of the boys' gathering place before. He occupied the old Joe gathering place, and there were only more than 50 people. But I didn't expect that in just over a month, it would develop to such an extent. Keep paying attention and keep a close eye on that kid. Although Alan's interests did not conflict with his, the more iron pieces Alan dug, the more he earned. But the problem is that the boy has his sights set on his daughter, so Rosk has to be on guard against him. In the next few days, Alan's life returned to self-discipline. Practice swordplay, earn points, and cultivate fighting spirit. In addition, we should pay attention to the development of the territory, starting with the plantations. Today, a small puddle of more than 10 square meters and 1 meter deep has appeared next to the plantation, which was also the original well. The appearance of this small puddle has greatly increased the villagers' enthusiasm for work, which also explains the importance of the words source of life in the sea of death. Next to the puddle, there are 119 fire jujube trees, which can produce more than 1,100 fire jujubes every day. Not only does it increase the income of the settlement soar, but it also harvests more than 100 energy points every day. In addition to the jujube trees, there are dozens of green plants that have just been harvested. 20 tomato plants and 35 peanut plants. The tomatoes are still seedlings, but the peanuts are beginning to ripen. A few days ago, the villagers thought that these transplanted peanuts might wither and die, but with Alan's energy points, these peanuts naturally would not have any problems. For the villagers who know how to farm, This is naturally a small miracle. Peanuts about to mature. Status, healthy. Result rate, medium. Options available for enhancement. Early maturity enhances 1 energy point. Peanut quality enhances 1 energy point. TSK. If only the fire date tree next to it only needed a few energy points. Alan's eyes swept over the fire date tree. I saw that the energy points required for the enhancement options of the fire date tree to speed up the maturity and improve the quality of the fire dates reached a full 1,000 points. This is something Alan cannot bear at the moment. Ding. Energy point +1. Master Alan, this peanut plant has yielded over 30 peanuts. We'll have peanuts to eat today. Along with the system dinging sound, Caroline's surprised voice also came. Alan's eyes also lit up, not only because he could taste peanuts, a food that was very familiar to him in his previous life. What's more, the energy points brought by a peanut actually reached 1 point. Alan had never planted ordinary crops before, not only because soil was scarce, but also because he was worried that these plants, which took a long time to grow, would not increase in energy points. Now it seems that planting these common plants is not a loss at all. After all, the soil consumed by these plants is naturally different from that of the fire date tree, so only about 1% is needed. With this calculation, the income from planting ordinary plants is no worse than that from the jujube tree, so the cultivation of ordinary crops must be put on the agenda. Next to these plants, there are more than 10 lively rabbits of all sizes. Adult sand rabbit. Status, healthy. Weight, 2.8 kilograms. Options available for strengthening. 1 energy point required to strengthen the physique of the sand rabbit. 1 energy point required to improve the taste of the sand rabbit meat. This is good. I'll have to get one to try when Leona comes back in a few days. Chapter 94. Take back what you just said. Host, Alan. Special, Bronze Intermediate Knight 0 out of 100. Strength, 10.4. Agility, 3.7. Intelligence, 2.4. Chi Channel, 1.1. Charm, 2.6. You can choose to enhance all physical fitness, strength, agility, intelligence, charm, and chi. Energy points required for each enhancement. 100 points. Enhancing a single option will increase the energy by 0.1, while enhancing all physical attributes will reduce the energy increase by 5 times. Haha, I finally became a titled knight. But why hasn't my fighting spirit seed condensed yet? Is there some problem? It's said that all titled knights have fighting spirit seeds in their bodies. In the ruins of Death Knight, Alan practiced for the whole morning as usual. The progress bar of Do Chi finally reached perfection in the evening. But Alan waited for a long time, constantly using his senses to explore his body. He discovered that a strong fighting spirit was gathering 3 inches below his navel, but it did not show any signs of condensation. If there was any change, it was that the fighting spirit that had gathered in the body was like a misty fog, motionless. But now, an extremely slow vortex has formed and is rotating. While rotating, it can even absorb a small amount of external fighting spirit elements. But the seed of fighting spirit that he had engraved in his mind, the symbol of the true title of knight, was nowhere to be found. Unable to figure it out, Alan immediately went to find Ekaterina, who was guarding the soldiers while they were fighting monsters and leveling up. Master Alan, congratulations, you have become a bronze beginner knight. After hearing Alan's description, Ekaterina immediately gave Alan her blessings. But Ekaterina, when will my fighting spirit seed condense? Master Alan, what is the name of the Do Chi Ju you are practicing, and what is the quality of the Do Chi Ju? The fighting spirit cultivation techniques not only have different attributes, but also different grades. And these grades are divided according to the realm that can be finally achieved through cultivation. If a Do Chi cultivation technique can only be cultivated to the level of a high-level bronze knight, and it is very difficult to go any higher, then it is considered to be bronze grade. And so on. Next are the silver and gold grades. If we break it down further, the 3 major grades can be further divided into low grade, mid grade, and high grade. Generally speaking, bronze and silver grades have the most cultivation techniques, and these are also the ones that the minor nobles master. As for the gold grade, it is extremely rare and only owned by some old aristocratic families. After all, as mentioned before, the nobles are also divided into different classes. The smaller nobles maintain class oppression over the common people, while the larger nobles also suppress the smaller nobles. I'm practicing the fiery fighting chi technique inherited from my family. As for the grade, it should be the initial silver level. Alan was a little unsure, because he didn't know the grade of his own Do Chi Ju. After all, his cheap father was only a high-level bronze knight. However, he vaguely remembered that his cheap father had boasted that the ancestor of their old Gale family was once a junior silver knight. while many other Baron families had never even produced a silver knight. Although time has passed, and these subsequent bloodlines have not been able to restore their glory, it seems to be true. Ekaterina blinked her beautiful eyes. Master Alan, how fast can you sense the vortex? It's probably about 60 minutes for one circle. Alan estimated. That should be a high-level bronze cultivation technique, because those that complete a cycle within 10 minutes are gold grade, those that last between 10 and 60 minutes are silver grade, and those that last more than 60 minutes are all bronze grade. Good guy, I wanted to put some gold paint on the old guy family to make them look good, but I didn't expect that it would be immediately stripped away by Ekaterina. Master Alan, your current state is very normal. The Do Chi in your body can now rotate on its own and actively absorb the Do Chi elements between heaven and earth. When these Do Chi rotate and finally condense into the size of a bead, that will be the Do Chi seed. If it's a gold-grade cultivation technique, this process can be completed within a day. Silver rank is completed within 60 days, and bronze rank is completed within 180 days. So, it will take me about 2 months for the Do Chi seed to truly form. That's right, Master Alan, but actually the impact is not that big. You can continue to use your fighting spirit now, but the power will be weaker and the duration will be shorter. You can give it a try. Ekaterina nodded. Alan didn't dare to delay and immediately raised his hands, trying to turn his fighting spirit around. Before, I was worried that the Do Chi seed had not condensed, so I didn't dare to try it. After trying it this time, he found that the fighting spirit that had only flashed by in the past could now be continuously output in his hands. Although it is a little weak, it is truly an extraordinary power. Of course, Alan's output only lasted about a minute, and then it was completely over. Alan checked his body again and found that the vortex in his body had become thinner, which meant that his fighting spirit had been exhausted. It's a pity that I can't teach Master Alan my fighting skills. Otherwise, with Master Alan's physique, his progress should be very fast. Ekaterina sighed. Ekaterina, what's the grade of your fighting spirit? Alan was not greedy for Ekaterina's fighting skills. After all, he had a system enhancement. This Do Chi Ju can obviously be strengthened. The only trouble is that you need to copy it by hand. After all, memorizing it in your head doesn't seem to count. It should be high-level gold. Ekaterina frowned and thought for a moment. Good man, I'm kneeling down. Please let me take back what I just said. I am really jealous. Master Alan, I have a feeling that if I teach you my fighting spirit cultivation techniques, it will harm you. I don't want you to get hurt. Ekaterina's words were very sincere. Alan naturally understood the high-level golden spell. Even though he had little knowledge, he knew that it must be possessed by the royal family and the grand ducal family. After all, within a kingdom, the number of golden knights can be counted on one hand. They are the national treasures, just like the nuclear arsenals of the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council in previous lives. They are the foundation of the country. Ekaterina, you don't have to explain. I believe you. Ekaterina was touched and continued. Master Alan, if you want to shorten this process, besides practicing, you can also consume magical beast meat or magical plants. These animals and plants contain rich elemental magic power and can speed up the absorption of fighting spirit. Of course, Alan knew the benefits of magical beasts and magic potion plants, but these were extraordinary species. Not to mention that they were rare. Even if there was a place selling them, he couldn't afford them. But now that he can use Do Chi, Alan is not in a hurry for the next 1 or 2 months. That night, Alan wrote out the complete flame fighting Chi technique in his mind. The next moment, the system responded. Fiery fighting Chi cultivation technique. Quality, high bronze. Enhancement option, upgrading to silver entry quality consumes 1,000 energy points. Haha, only 1,000 energy points are needed. How is this different from picking it up for free? Alan's face immediately lit up with joy. Just by killing monsters, he only needed 7 or 8 days to reach the target. This alone could allow a bronze-grade cultivation technique to leap to the initial silver level. The actual value of these 2 grades of cultivation techniques is absolutely worlds apart. Of course, Alan also knew the nature of the system. If he wanted to improve the subsequent spells, it was estimated that the energy points required would start from tens of thousands. But never mind, just upgrade to the initial silver level first. In a good mood, Alan walked out of the house. It is said that Leona will return to the gathering place today, and Alan has already made an appointment to have a roast rabbit party. Master Alan, Chief Val Ironhide is looking for you. When Alan came to the door, Caroline came towards him. Val Ironhide, why are you here so early? Can't you wait to eat rabbit meat? Alan joked. Hey guys, Leona Goldfish just sent someone to say she's in trouble in Gerbil Town. Chapter 95 Axe Gang. In trouble, what happened? Where is she? Hasn't she returned yet? That's right, Alan. Just now, Leona sent a message back from the people of Gerbil Town, saying that someone wanted to intercept her on the way. It turned out that Leona was preparing to set off at noon with supplies to return to the gathering place. But in the morning, a redneck named Rachni came to the dancers' courtyard to cause trouble again. It was the redneck who had an emotional dispute with a woman in the dancing courtyard last time. Rachni was easily sent away, but this time he caused trouble and made a harsh statement, saying that he would teach Leona and others a profound lesson. Leona didn't take it too seriously at first, but when she arrived at the entrance of the town, a hunter secretly reminded her that Rachni and a few others were waiting on the road outside the town. Seeing this, Leona naturally did not dare to risk leaving Gerbil Town. She originally wanted to ask the Gerbil Town guards for help. Unfortunately, the guards in Sand Rat Town have recently been sent to look for gold-eating rats, and only a small number of guards are stationed there. Seeing this, the captain of the guard took the opportunity to ask Leona to agree to be his lover, otherwise he would refuse to help. Leona refused on the spot and had no choice but to send someone to notify everyone in the Wei Tiepi Alliance. It's not about asking Alan and others to go and support and protect her, but about asking everyone to lend some supplies to her gathering place first, and then return them to Alan and others when she returns after a while. Hey, Alan, I heard from that returning villager that guy named Rachni threatened Leona and the others to either give him a gold coin or keep her company for a week, or else he'd cause trouble for them. Do you think we should go help them now? After all, Leona can't hide in Gerbil Town forever. Of course we have to help. You're so bold as to blackmail Leona. What do you think of our ironclad alliance? How could Alan be polite? Apart from anything else, his little white rabbit hadn't finished eating the hot dog yet, and this guy actually wanted to snatch the food away. This was a sign of disrespect for him. AI. Val, go inform Will and Hart and the others and have them meet me tomorrow morning. They don't need to bring any extra people. I'll take care of them. Okay, Alan, buddy. Val Ironhide was very happy. Obviously, he also wanted to help. However, with their strength, if they did not have Alan's approval, going to places like Gerbil Town would be no different from delivering food. The next morning, Alan took 10 guards, Ekaterina, and the White Pea Alliance and set off together. At noon, Alan and others arrived at Gerbil Town. It is worth mentioning that when Alan arrived at the town gate, he found that several guards of Gerbil Town were shown on the small map with yellow mixed with slight red threads. Harris Gerbil already knows of my existence. Alan immediately had a guess. Fortunately, it was just a red line at the moment, which made him feel a lot more at ease. This means that this Harris Gerbil still looks down on me. Alan, why are you here? Didn't I tell you not to come? It was quite unexpected to see Alan and the others show up. Leona, Alan said that our Iron Skin Alliance can't be bullied, so he came directly here. Val Iron Skin spoke very nicely. Leona looked at Alan with gratitude. Thank you, Alan. Leona, we are in the same alliance. I will definitely help with these small things if I can. Alan said righteously. Alan knew very well what it meant to play hard to get. Leona's eyes were indeed more watery. Alan continued. Leona, tell us more about the Rachni situation. Do you know their background? Who did they call in this time? Alan, I heard from Xia that Rachni mentioned to her before that he knew the leader of a gang. That gang seems to be quite powerful, with a total of 70 or 80 people. I guess the people he called this time must be from that gang, so he didn't want you to come. After all, it's too dangerous. A gang of 60 or 70 people is just a small gang. It's no problem. Come on, Leona, pack up and we're going back. Before his strength reached 10 points, Alan had destroyed a gang. Now not only does his strength exceed 10 points, he can also use his fighting spirit for 1 minute. He is not afraid of the small gang of bandits. What's more, he also has a Katerina and 10 members of the guard team. Seeing that Alan was persistent and full of confidence, Leona had no choice but to prepare the goods according to Alan's instructions and set out on the return journey. After leaving Gerbil Town, Leona led more than a dozen villagers from her gathering place to a location more than 2 miles ahead, while Alan and others pretended not to be familiar with them and lagged far behind. When they were 7 or 8 miles away from Gerbil Town, red dots immediately appeared on Alan's small map, indicating that the number of people had reached more than 20 people. Boss York, that's the team in front. The woman next to the carriage is Leona Goldfish, the most beautiful cook in the dancer's courtyard. You have good taste, you bastard. Let me have a taste first before I give it to you. That's for sure, Boss York. Rachni's face was full of flattery. Come on, guys, get to work. Following the shouts, a group of bandits quickly stood up from the sand dunes where they were lying in ambush and headed towards the convoy in the distance. More than 10 minutes later, more than 20 people stopped Leona's convoy. Raquel, you bastard. Leona glared at Raquel. Leona Goldfish, you bitch, What qualifications do you have to scold me? You could pretend to be noble in the sand rat town before, but you can't pretend in this desert, hee. Raquel had a lewd smile on his face. Xia really misjudged you, you bastard. She was so nice to you before and spent so much money on you, and you actually did something like this. Haha, Xia is just a complete bitch. If it weren't for the money, would I be interested in him? But you, Leona, I've been thinking about you for a long time. Stop talking nonsense with her. Catch her first. York on the side lost his patience, yelled at Raquel, and immediately waved to his subordinates. Suddenly, more than 20 redneck bandits armed with axes and mace clubs approached the convoy of more than 10 people. Tap, tap. But at this moment, a knight came galloping from a distance and stopped steadily in front of the crowd. York frowned and looked at Alan, and found that he was just a teenager and was not wearing any armor, so he immediately felt relieved. Axe gang business, man. You'd better leave right now. You have nothing to do here. Although he was envious of the horse under the young man, York also understood that people who could ride horses were obviously not simple people, so it was best not to provoke them if possible. The Axe gang? Your name is lame. Big guy, I'm giving you a chance now. Kneel down obediently, and I'll give you a quick death later. Alan dismounted his horse without haste. The Axe gang members were stunned when they saw him. York frowned. Hey, where are you from? Are you looking to cause trouble for our Axe gang? Chapter 96, Lost Everything. Rednecks, can't you see that Leona and the others and I are in the same group? Remember, my name is Alan Gale, a member of the Ironclad Alliance. York immediately looked at Raquel beside him. Boss York, I've never met him before, but that bitch Chinya told me that the Ironclad Alliance is just a few small gathering places, and each gathering place has no more than 50 people. York finally felt relieved and glared at Alan fiercely. Boy, I'm giving you one last chance. Do you want to get out now? Or do you want me to chop off your head with my axe and keep you here forever? Very good, rednecks, you have no chance. Alan sneered, his attitude obvious. York Redneck no longer hesitated. Kill this guy first. At that moment, 7 or 8 redneck gangsters were about to surround Alan. But at this moment, there was another cloud of dust on the road behind, and then 2 carriages were seen galloping towards them. 2 carriages stopped steadily behind Alan, just like the Wuling Hongguang in his previous life. 15 or 16 people jumped out of the small carriages. Kid, I was wondering how you could be so bold. You have helpers, but so what? We, the Axe gang, earned our reputation through fighting. With so few men like you, you're doomed. York looked at the number of people on the other side and felt no fear at all. As a gang, he was confident that 17 or 18 villagers were easy to deal with. Really? Alan smiled. Although his guards did not wear leather armor, they did carry spears and round shields. The next moment, 10 soldiers quickly took out their weapons from the carriage frame. With spears and round shields in hand, the original temperament of refugees changed immediately. You, who are you? In this sea of death, we are not afraid of the enemy having a large number of people, but we are afraid of the enemy having enough weapons. Because only large forces have unified weapons and equipment, small and medium-sized settlements basically have a mix of weapons, using whatever they have. The same is true for gangs. And now, the 10 opponents are equipped with the same spears and round shields. I'm afraid that even some large gathering places cannot afford them. Hee. You redneck. Are your ears not working well? Didn't I tell you that I'm from the Iron Skin Alliance? Alan sneered, revealing his white teeth. York thought for a moment. Then his expression immediately softened. Hey, buddy, this is a misunderstanding. We're just trying to scare you. We're not planning on doing anything extreme. How about we just reconcile now? After all, we have about the same number of people, and if we fight there will definitely be casualties, which is not good for you or me. No, old redneck, I just said that you have no chance. And you dare to provoke our Iron Skin Alliance. Do you think I will let you go? Alan shook his head. Boy, do you really think we are afraid of you? York finally got angry. He just wanted to avoid unnecessary losses and settle the score later. But to really say how scared I was, that was obviously impossible. Okay, then serve the food, old redneck. Alan smiled and waved at the guards. The next moment, 10 guards immediately stood in front and lined up in a row. Brothers, kill these damn guys. After they are all killed, everyone in the convoy will have a share. York shouted to his younger brother beside him. After saying that, he rushed forward, brandishing his battle axe. Ekaterina immediately drew her sword and prepared to go on stage. Alan stopped her because he needed the victim alive. Ekaterina, leave it to me. Then, Alan also led 10 guards forward. Go to hell, bitch. When old redneck saw that Alan had dared to step forward, he immediately swung his battle axe at him viciously. This York's strength reaches 8.7, which is very good among ordinary people. But the same thing goes. In front of Alan, everything is nothing. Just like last time, Alan used his nimble steps and agility to dodge to the side and directly avoided York Redneck's axe. Then, without waiting for York to react, he raised his hook and hit York's cheek hard from the side. There was a dull thud, and York Redneck felt dizzy. He staggered and took 2 steps back before he managed to stabilize himself. "You bastard." York Redneck shook his head, somewhat incredulous. He gritted his teeth and cursed, then raised his axe to continue attacking Alan. But Alan would never give him this chance. He rushed forward quickly and kicked York Redneck in the chest before his axe could fall from above his head. Snap! With the sound of bones breaking, the York Redneck flew more than 2 meters into the air and finally stopped after slamming into a carriage beside it with a thud. Seeing this, Alan sneered and continued to move forward. As for the Axe Gang's younger brothers, they were now also entangled by the Babylonian guards. After the last battle, the guards' combat skills improved rapidly. They kept stabbing with spears, while also paying attention to guarding against enemy weapon attacks and advancing steadily. Although the gang members were not weak, their weapons were varied and all of them were short weapons, and they had no formation to speak of. In this way, every time the guards advanced, they could take away 1 or 2 gang members. After taking away 7 or 8 gang members in a row, they saw their boss being blown away. Finally, these gang members couldn't hold on any longer and scattered screaming, fleeing in all directions. Seeing this, Ekaterina finally took action, drew her sword, and began to chase after the fleeing gang members. Val Ironhide and the others were also very willing to fight this favorable battle, and immediately took up their axes and followed the guards to start chasing. Alan grabbed York, who was lying unconscious beside the carriage, and dragged him in front of Rachni like a dead dog. Rachni was so frightened that his legs were weak, and he couldn't even run away. Seeing York's miserable appearance, he fell to his knees with a thud. "Boss, I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. I really know I was wrong." "Now you know you're wrong? Then what were you doing before?" 2 big slaps were given to the red neck of Rachni, making him dizzy. Alan looked at Leona Goldfish. "Leona, do you want to vent your anger?" Of course, Leona would never hesitate. This guy's lustful eyes were fixed on her just now. Then she thought about what would happen if she didn't get help from Alan and others and fell into their hands. Leona took 2 steps forward, raised her palm and slapped Rachni Redneck hard in the face, making Rachni Redneck beg for mercy. After Rachni's neck was red, his face was bruised and his nose was bleeding, Leona raised her foot and kicked Rachni's vitals hard. Hiss! Alan couldn't help but tighten his legs. "Everything is lost, my family." With a cry, Rachni fainted on the spot with his neck stiffened. Chapter 97 read. "Alan, what are you going to do with them?" Seeing that Rachni received the punishment he deserved, Leona breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Alan to ask. "Kill them. These guys are no good. If we don't kill them, there will be endless trouble." Alan answered lightly. "Yeah." Leona is naturally not a saintly person since she can survive in the Death Sand Sea. "No, boss, please don't kill me. I promise I won't do it again, and I promise I won't seek revenge on you." As soon as Alan and the other man finished speaking, they heard cries for mercy from the ground. This time, it wasn't Rachni. That guy fainted from the pain. This time it was York who was dragged over by Alan. "Hey, you're pretending to be faint, huh?" Bang, bang, bang. Seeing this, Alan grabbed York's red neck and gave him 7 or 8 big slaps in the face. "Boss, I was really wrong, woo-woo." Even the tough guy York couldn't bear Alan's slap in the face, and his head was swollen like a pig's, and he begged for mercy. "Let me ask you, where is your Axe Gang camp, and how many people are there?" York was stunned for a moment, then suddenly spoke up. "Boss, our Axe Gang's camp isn't far away, just over 40 miles away. Inside the camp is our Axe Gang leader, Barinin Chaifu, and there are only about 40 other members." Seeing York's expression, Alan knew what he was thinking. "So happy, you want me to take you to find the camp, so that you can use your boss to get rid of me, right?" There were 4 or 5 more slaps in the face. "Woo, no boss, I don't think so." York denied it with a red neck and sobs. Of course, he naturally had this idea, but he didn't know whether the boy in front of him would be fooled. Thinking that this would be his only chance of survival, York said, "Boss, we have some good stuff in our camp. You can get it if you kill our boss." "What good stuff? Is it gold coins?" Alan was disdainful. It was not like the little bandit had helped him solve problems before. "It's not gold coins, but it's worth more than gold coins. It's a few craftsmen." "Craftsmen? What kind of craftsmen? Are there any blacksmiths?" Alan immediately became interested. If we talk about craftsmen, in other settlements, they are at most treated as slaves and exchanged for silver and gold coins. But for oneself, it is the most scarce driving force for developing territory. "Boss, there's no blacksmith. but there seemed to be stonemasons and carpenters. There are 5 or 6 of them. We captured them from a medium-sized caravan a few days ago. Alan's eyes widened when he heard that, and he slapped her in the face a few more times. Redneck, you dare to play tricks on me? You dare to attack a medium-sized caravan? Do you think I'm stupid? Alan would not be surprised if these small gangs, with no more than 100 people, robbed ordinary residents of the settlement, and even small caravans could be considered. But a medium-sized caravan would either have mercenaries hired from within the kingdom, who are fully armored and quite powerful. Even many powerful ones can maintain their own special guards, because many caravans on this continent have aristocratic backgrounds. Woo-woo, boss, it's true. We certainly didn't dare to attack the caravan, but the caravan was attacked by gnolls and dispersed. We happened to encounter more than 10 of them, so we captured them directly. The York rednecks were crying. This thug attacked without even listening to their explanation. He was totally heartless. Really? There is such a good thing. You didn't make it up just to trick me into attacking your camp, did you? Alan touched his chin and thought, Boss, how dare I? I just want to use this information in exchange for your life. York redneck said pitifully. Alan could not deny but did not respond. At this moment, most of the guards who were chasing the gang members had returned. Alan had the rednecked man's eyes and mouth covered and tied up with a rope. Alan, you really won't go back with us. That's right. Since we've had a conflict with the Axe gang this time, let's get rid of them before they even realize what's happening. This is why Alan kept York. The Chinese people all come from an agricultural society, and the most important thing is to eradicate the problem completely, which is a principle that the Western world does not understand. Otherwise, Europe in the past would not have been such a small place with so many small countries, and it would not have remained the same after fighting for hundreds of years. Alan, why don't we go with you? Val and others said. No, you need to escort Leona and the convoy back to the gathering place. I will solve the problem soon. Boss Alan, the Axe gang's camp is just ahead. That night, on a desert mound, York redneck pointed to a gathering place more than 300 meters away and spoke. From the outside, that gathering place looked no different from any other small gathering place. The only exception is that there are many bushes around this small gathering place, and the water used in the gathering place is not a well, but a puddle of more than 30 square meters. Such a configuration is like a thatched house appearing next to the palace of the Falcon Kingdom, which is extremely inconsistent. The greater your strength, the greater your resources. This is the eternal truth of the Death Sand Sea. York redneck looked pitiful on the surface, but deep down he had already started to think about something. As long as these guys dare to rush into the camp, they will be dead soon. The Axe gang was indeed just a small bandit group of 60 or 70 people. But no matter how small it is definitely not something that the dozen or so people at the moment can deal with. Especially his boss, Barin and Chaifu, who is very powerful. Even with the strength of his hands, he can beat 7 or 8 ordinary people. Although the boy in front of him is powerful, he is definitely no match for his boss. Moreover, it seemed that the camp was relaxed at this late hour, with only 1 or 2 members on duty. In fact, there are at least 5 or 6 secret sentries in the surrounding bushes. There is definitely a reason why the Axe gang was able to dominate the country for 4 or 5 years. Okay, since you're honest, I'll give you a quick death. Alan nodded, and suddenly attacked. His strong fingers already clasped York's neck. Woo! York redneck never expected that the boy in front of him, who seemed to have been deceived by him, would take action at this time. Even if they really wanted to kill me, they would at least wait until the gangs in the camp were dealt with. You think you're disguising yourself well? Actually, you're like a firefly in the dark night, so bright, and, most importantly, red. With a snap, York redneck's neck was twisted off. How could he know that even if Alan really wanted to show mercy and spare his life, the bright red dot on the small map would not be happy about it? At the last moment, York redneck vaguely heard words like, change into leather armor. There's even leather armor. York redneck, dead. Chapter 98 Night Raid on the Axe Gang. Not long after, the 10 guards had all put on their leather armor. After confirming that there were no problems with their weapons and equipment, Alan led his men directly towards the Axe Gang camp. When they were about 100 meters outside the camp, Alan stopped everyone. What York thought were 5 or 6 secret sentinels were, in Alan's view, the easiest side dishes to deal with. In order to hide their bodies, these guys hid alone in the bushes and could not see each other. But for Alan, who has an entry display and a small map, every touch is accurate. He crawled on the ground and sneaked in quietly from a corner on the side. According to the small map, he soon arrived near the first redneck. When he was 10 meters away from the redneck, Alan moved very cautiously to avoid alerting others by stepping on branches. It took Alan 10 minutes to walk the 10-meter distance. 10 minutes later, Alan finally came behind the secret sentry redneck. What left Alan speechless was that as soon as he got a little closer, he heard the red-necked man's regular snoring. Alan. It was a complete waste of his caution. The redneck was actually sleeping. But it's true. After all, they are just a small gang. Unless they take the initiative to cause big trouble, few people will look for them. I'm poor and have no women, so it's a waste of energy to rob them. Even if a few of them run away, they might haunt me from now on. Others don't have a small map to ensure that they will be killed in one fell swoop. He gently reached out his hands to the head of the red-necked man, pressed his forehead with one hand, and pinched his chin with the other. With a click, the snoring stopped abruptly. As Alan dragged Redneck to lie down on the ground, the redneck bandit truly fell asleep this time and could sleep for the rest of his life. After dealing with this first redneck, Alan became familiar with the route and spent nearly an hour to finally eliminate all the secret sentries in the bushes. Among the remaining 5 sentries, 3 were also fast asleep, and only 2 were yawning, which could be considered as doing their job, which was quite speechless. After dealing with the sentry, Alan immediately waved to the team waiting outside, and soon Ekaterina arrived at the edge of the gathering place with 10 guards. Looking at the bodies of the bandits lying dead in the bushes nearby, Ekaterina was extremely surprised. Master Alan, how did you find them in the bushes and kill them so quietly? Ekaterina, you don't understand this, right? I grew up poor, so I'm a good hunter. Alan was not lying. Compared with Ekaterina, his Guy family was definitely not even poor peasants. Without further ado, he told everyone to start moving towards the gathering place. The 2 visible sentries not far away paid no attention to the bushes on the sides and behind. After all, in their opinion, there are so many secret guards in there, which is definitely safer than the front. There were not many houses in the gathering place, only about a dozen. Alan personally instructed the guards, who stood guard outside the 5 houses in groups of 2. Ekaterina stayed in a room all to herself, while I went to the stone house in front that looked the largest. It goes without saying that such a big house must be the residence of the bandit leader, and there is still fire in the house at this moment. And this was indeed the case. As soon as he arrived outside the house, Alan heard lewd laughter and crying and struggling sounds coming from inside. Pa pa pa, you bitch, behave yourself. If you don't behave yourself, I'll kill your husband and children and feed them to the sandwolves. The person in the house was the Axe Gang leader Barin and Chaifu. Upon hearing his threat, the woman immediately stopped resisting and lay on the bed, sobbing sadly. Haha, that's right. As long as you behave well, I can spare your lives. Then I can find a noble to sell you out, and you can live a good life again. With a lewd smile, Barin and Chaifu began to take off his clothes. When Alan Cat saw Barin and Chaifu starting to take off his pants through the gap at the window, he made a gesture of action to Ekaterina and the subordinates around him. Bang bang bang. Following the sound of kicking doors one after another, the guards rushed into their respective target rooms like wolves and tigers. Suddenly, panicked roars were heard in the room, followed by continuous wails a moment later. Alan did not delay. He raised his right foot and kicked forward. With a bang, the door was kicked open. Then he quickly reached the door of the bedroom. Barin and Chaifu was startled by the sudden kick on the door, and his pants just fell down to his calves. He turned around suddenly and looked at Alan in surprise. Tisk, that's it? You're so embarrassed to do such a shameful thing? Using despicable means to seek benefits for it. Looking at the dangling little earthworm, Alan's face was full of contempt. Baronin's face flushed with anger. Damn it, who are you? Here comes the man who's going to take care of you, Redneck. Your time of death has come. Alan stepped into the bedroom. Barin and Redneck, as expected of a gang leader, was stunned for a moment before reacting. He didn't even bother to pull up his pants and picked up the axe beside the bed. TSK Tisk, I'd like to call you Earthworm Superman. Alan exclaimed in amazement. Go to hell, you bitch. Barin and Redneck also wanted to save face. When provoked again, he immediately turned into an angry Superman and couldn't hold back. He chopped the axe quickly and urgently towards Alan in front of him. Alan sneered, took a skillful step sideways to avoid the chop, and while Barin and Redneck was stunned, he threw a straight punch, which hit Barin and Redneck's abdomen with a fast, accurate, and fierce bang. With a cry of wow, Barin took 2 steps back, his face flushed with pain. As expected of a 9.6 rating, he didn't even fall down. This was the first time someone hadn't fallen down after being hit by my punch, even though the attack wasn't to the head. With a strength of 9.6, this Barin and Redneck is already as strong as an elite barbarian, and his physique is definitely the strongest Alan has ever encountered. It can be said that if he had not relied on the system to improve his strength quickly enough, the enemies he encountered would have been abnormal enough to make him suffer. Damn bastard, you messed with the wrong guy. I'm going to cut off your balls, stuff them in your mouth, and then hang them on the side of the road for everyone to see. Barine and Redneck thought that this was all Alan was capable of. His eyes were red, and he wanted to kill Alan immediately. Alan's face turned cold. Really, Redneck, you don't think that this is all my strength, do you? As soon as he finished speaking, Alan suddenly activated his fighting spirit, and then, while Barine and Redneck was stunned, he suddenly took a step forward and hit him in the chest with a straight punch again. There were continuous cracking sounds, and Baronin's red neck seemed to be hit by a carriage. His body suddenly took off and fell backwards. While flying in the air, blood began to spurt out of his mouth. With a thud, after flying more than 2 meters, Barine and Redneck finally fell heavily on the wall and slowly slid down the wall to the ground. Barry Redneck did not faint, but he was obviously exhausted. He leaned against the wall helplessly, looking at Alan, who was slowly approaching with horror in his eyes. Fighting. Who the hell are you? I, Barine, have definitely never offended you. Alan sneered, kicked the axe at his feet away, squatted down, and picked up Baronin's red neck with one hand. You really didn't offend me, but your little brother York offended me. Alan was very happy. Do Chi is really powerful. Just now, his output reached at least 17 or 18 points of strength, and his agility also increased by 1/3. Don't underestimate this point. It seems that his strength has only increased by less than 7 or 8 points, but his fighting spirit seed has not yet been fully condensed. If completed, the increase in strength will be at least 10 points. Moreover, physical strength alone cannot be maintained for a long time. As physical strength declines rapidly, exhaustion will soon occur, and subsequent attacks cannot be guaranteed to maintain peak strength. But fighting spirit can. As long as there is enough fighting spirit in the body, the highest intensity output can be maintained. And this is the terrifying thing about fighting spirit. Chapter 99, Craftsman arrived. York? Didn't he go to deal with the women in that dancing courtyard? Are you Harris Gerbil's man? Bang bang bang. What the hell are you looking at? Is Harris Gerbil the only titled knight in the entire Death Sea? I'm from the Ironclad Alliance. I'm protecting Alan Gale and Leona. As for the other rednecks, Alan gave them a slap on the face, but this Barine was very tough, so he was served with fists. After 4 or 5 bangs, Barine was beaten with a swollen nose and face, and stars were in his eyes. However, he also knew that he had gotten into big trouble. Is York a pig? He didn't even find out beforehand. Barine cursed York 100 times. My lord, I know I was wrong. I can pay to make amends. I really didn't know you had a titled knight. Besides, York found this business himself and did it himself. It really has nothing to do with me. My lord, can you let me go this time? I promise I will never dare to do it again. Alan has the identity of a titled knight. Barine has no intention of resisting at all, and his desire to survive is full. Seeing him begging for mercy, Alan lost interest. No, don't you understand? The moment I arrived at this camp, you had no chance to admit your mistake. As for the money, you hid it under the wall outside the house, right? How did you know? Baronin's red neck's face changed, but after reacting, he realized that money was secondary now. He showed a ferocious expression. I will fight you. Snap. Alan suddenly clasped his left hand on his throat. With the help of his fighting spirit, he just pinched it and a crisp sound of bone cracking was heard. The roar of Barine and Redneck came to an abrupt halt. Barine dead. He abandoned the peacefully sleeping Barine and looked at the shivering woman hiding in the corner of the bed. The woman looked ordinary, no different from an ordinary village woman, except that her skin did not look dark and rough, so she was obviously not a native of the Death Sand Sea. This redneck is really not picky about food. Don't worry, we will kill all these bandits tonight, and you will be safe. Not caring whether the woman would listen or not, Alan went straight outside. At this moment, the battle outside the house was in full swing. However, these redneck bandits were caught off guard and were in disarray. They had no ability to resist at all. Even if some of the redneck bandits were brave, they were quickly killed by a Katarina. Of course, some of the fast-footed rednecks had already escaped to the outskirts of the desert, but Alan chased them down and killed them one by one. Just like that, in less than 30 minutes, the redneck bandit gang that was causing trouble in the area was wiped out by Alan. Maintaining world peace still depends on me, Alan. Ekaterina on the side immediately covered her mouth and laughed. Why? Am I wrong, Ekaterina? Ekaterina put away her smile and blinked her sparkling sapphire eyes. Master Alan is the most upright knight in the world. You still understand me, Ekaterina. Alan took it all as real and began to order the soldiers to help the wounded. Although this battle was a surprise attack, 3 soldiers were still injured. After all, the number of soldiers in this battle was several times greater. Fortunately, The leather armor was very sharp, and the injury was still to the arm. I believe that such an injury can help the soldiers grow faster. Moreover, through fighting monsters and leveling up during this period, the soldiers' physical fitness has increased significantly, at least increasing their strength by about 0.8. This happened in less than half a month, and even the kingdom's royal guards were not that fast. After confirming that the wounded were fine, it was time to collect the spoils. While his subordinates went to search other bandits' houses, Alan came to the wall behind Baronin's house and started digging directly. Soon, a small pottery jar was dug out. The lid was opened, and 3 bright orange gold coins and more than 100 silver coins appeared before the eyes. Not bad, not bad. The gang is really up to something. Although it has at least 2 or 3 gold coins less than the Venom Fong gang. But redneck bandits live on the edge of a knife. So many of them have no habit of saving money, especially small bandit gangs. In this case, it would be great to have these few gold coins. Li Hihi collected the money, and the guards also gathered back. In addition to some broken ironware, they also brought more than 20 silver coins and thousands of copper coins. Of course, the craftsmen that Alan cared about the most were also brought along, totaling more than 20 people, including men, women, young and old. Don't be afraid, my name is Alan Gale. This time, besides destroying the Axe Gang's bandits, I'm here to rescue you. Now, who can tell me about your origins and your respective occupations? Soon, Alan got detailed information from these craftsmen. They were all craftsmen from a small principality in the west who were attacked and robbed by bandits while working in their territory. It was originally going to be sold to Red Wolf City, but unfortunately the caravan encountered gnolls on the way. The caravan was defeated and they fled separately, but unexpectedly they were met by this group of bandits again. In the end, 2 guards were killed, and these useful craftsmen were left behind. Because the goods are from Red Wolf City, the Axe Gang dare not make a move for the time being. They plan to stay out of the spotlight, and then find a caravan to sell them privately at a low price. Unexpectedly, Alan benefited in the end. There were a total of 5 craftsmen in this group, including 3 stonemasons, a carpenter, and a tailor. This is normal. Stonemasons are the most popular in the desert because stone is the cheapest and most common raw material here. It's a pity there's no blacksmith, but with a stonemason, we can get started on the construction of the gathering place. The blacksmith stuff can be said to be the most popular among all craftsmen, but also the scarcest. After all, blacksmiths are the weapon masters of this world. Therefore, if a territory wants to grow stronger, it must have a group of skilled blacksmiths of its own. Sadly, it wasn't there this time. Fortunately, 3 stonemasons and a carpenter are also worth a lot of money. Alan has long wanted to build a more spacious house, and with these stonemasons, he can make it happen. He said a few words of comfort to the frightened craftsmen, saying that he would let them work with him from now on, and that he would pardon their slave status. Naturally, the craftsmen had no objections to this, nor did they dare to have any objections. The woman who was bullied by Babylon in the house just now was also the wife of one of the stonemasons. Let's go back to the gathering place. After setting fire to all the houses in the gathering place, Alan started his return journey with his subordinates. This place is far away from the road and surrounded by desert, so ordinary residents would not choose to live here. In this way, keeping these houses will only benefit those evildoers. Alan, you're finally back. That's great. At daybreak, Alan and his group returned to the gathering place. To his surprise, Leona had been guarding here the entire time. When she saw Alan coming back, Leona stepped forward in surprise and directly bumped into him with the ball, and Alan caught her in his arms. Leona, why don't you go back and rest? I was worried about you, Alan. I'm so happy to see you return safely. Are you all okay? Leona Goldfish's eyes were full of affection, and she was also looking at Alan and others. Before Alan could answer, a figure suddenly appeared from behind Leona. Master Alan, you are finally back. Caroline was so worried about you. This graceful figure also pounced forward and hung on Alan. Wow, this is the second time I hit someone with the ball, but is he trying to strangle me to death? Ahem, I can't breathe. Alan said quickly. Oh, I'm sorry, Master Alan. Caroline immediately let go of her arm. Leona also let go of her hand, and then the 2 women looked at each other with sparks in their eyes. Leona, you are just a small servant. Your capital is not as big as mine. How dare you compete with me? Caroline, you bitch, I just haven't developed it yet. As long as the young master develops it more, it will definitely be bigger than yours. Chapter 100 Wish Fulfilled. Sensing the smell of gunpowder from the 2 women, Alan very wisely did not get involved. He went straight into the gathering place and began to give various orders. First, let Thomas arrange accommodation for the craftsmen, and then let Caroline register the names of the expedition team. In addition to a fixed base salary of 2 silver coins per month, the guard's salary is doubled during combat, and there are bonuses for victory in combat. As for the bonus, Alan planned to give out 20 copper coins to each person and an additional 5 copper coins to the injured. In addition, although the guards guarding the house do not receive bonuses, their salaries can be doubled because of the importance of guarding the house. Salaries were settled at the end of the month, and bonuses were paid on the spot, so the soldiers immediately smiled and went home with the copper coins in their stirrups. Ekaterina, this is yours. Alan handed a silver coin to Ekaterina. Master Alan, I don't actually need it. Ekaterina, this is the rule. Besides, your memory has not recovered yet, and we don't know how long you will stay in the Death Sand Sea. You'd better keep it. Alan insisted. Master Alan, I finally understand why Caroline and that Leona both like you. Why? Because Master Alan, you are so nice to everyone around you. Ekaterina said seriously. Alan suddenly had an idea. Looking at Ekaterina, who was smiling like white moonlight, he asked, will you fall in love with me? Ekaterina was stunned for a moment and blinked her beautiful sapphire eyes. I don't know. Master Alan, I'm going to rest first. You don't know? Is there any hope for this? Alan actually regretted asking as soon as he asked. After all, it would be too embarrassing to be directly rejected with a shake of the head. This female knight was terribly honest and never lied. But now no one knew, which was beyond Alan's expectation. Shaking his head, Alan headed towards the cabin. Leona was waiting there, while Caroline went to count the spoils and was not there for the time being. Leona, I'm fine now. You should go back early. You probably didn't sleep all night last night, right? Leona was still wearing the same clothes she wore yesterday, and Alan had a guess. Okay, I'll go back right away. Leona nodded, then looked at Caroline not far away. She saw that although Caroline was counting the spoils, she turned her head to look at her from time to time. Leona raised her lips provocatively. Alan, to thank you for your help, I'm planning to treat you to dinner this afternoon. I wonder if you're free. Also, you can continue the routine that you didn't finish that day. As she spoke, Leona straightened her proud assets, bit her red lips lightly, and her beautiful eyes were full of hints. Hiss. Of course, I'm looking forward to your cooking, Leona. Alan is not a saint, so he naturally cannot pretend to be one. What a bitch. Leona had just left when Caroline hurriedly counted and registered the spoils and ran over, cursing in the direction Leona left. Alan pretended not to hear. Caroline, help me prepare the bath water. Master, the bath water has been prepared long ago and is being heated now. Oh, very good. Alan was very satisfied. The maid really did not bring the wrong person. Although he was very arrogant before, he was taken care of in every aspect after being trained. This is why Lady Mary always kept him by her side and even brought him to the old guy family. Master Alan, your punishment from yesterday hasn't even begun yet, and there's also today. Well, come on. Alan nodded. Punishment was indeed necessary. After taking a comfortable hot bath and sleeping until the afternoon, Alan went to the Death Knight ruins to refresh some energy points, and then went straight to Leona's gathering place. Alan, you're here. Sit down for a while. It'll be ready soon. She wore a long linen dress with a white apron on the outside, and her brown hair was piled high on the back of her head and also tied with a linen strip. She was busy with her work with her back to Alan, her curvy pear-shaped figure perfectly displayed in front of him. I have to say, Alan really loves this appetizer. Although Caroline has a great appearance and figure, she is still a virgin after all and can be considered a girl. Leona is different. Her body has fully grown and matured. She is a ripe peach with delicate facial features and the graceful figure of the aunt next door in her previous life. Sorry to have kept you waiting, Alan. Leona cleared the flames in the stove, opened the lid of the pot, and then carried the steaming clay pot to Alan. Noticing that Alan's eyes were always on her capital, she was not shy. Instead, she confidently and generously turned her body to show it to Alan. Leona's dinner dishes were not big. After all, this was the Death Sand Sea. The entire dish consisted of a plate of sand mushrooms and broccoli, a roasted rabbit leg, and a bowl of stewed rabbit meat. Of course, with Leona's cooking skills, these dishes are tasty enough. There was no need to lift a finger. Leona personally brought out all the knives, forks, bowls, and plates, and also served the hot rabbit soup. Then Leona sat down, her beautiful eyes fixed on Alan. It's delicious. Alan tasted the rabbit soup and found it extremely fresh and fragrant. Leona immediately smiled brightly. If you like it, eat more. These are all prepared for you. What about you? I already ate a plate of broccoli before you came, so I won't eat any more to keep in shape. The distant word, keeping in shape, was one that Alan hadn't heard of for a long time since he traveled here. Of course, he knew that some noble ladies would do so, such as Lady Mary, but he didn't expect Leona to do the same. Then I won't be polite. With Alan's current appetite, a whole rabbit is easy for him. After all, as his physique becomes stronger, his consumption also increases. Well, eat more. You will have to exert a lot of energy later. Leona nodded with a charming smile and bit her red lips lightly. Hiss. Alan hadn't eaten meat for several days, and he was thinking about the little white rabbit all the time, so he immediately thought of eating another meal first, and then this one. How about we try something new first, and then eat? How can this be? The broth won't taste good if it gets cold. Leona Flower gave Alan a cold look. But seeing Alan's disappointed look, she couldn't bear it. How about we eat both together? Is that okay? Of course. Leona was very confident. This time she didn't even need to put her hair up because it was tied up with a cloth strip. She simply took off her apron, then slowly squatted down from her seat and disappeared from the table. Soon Alan felt a hand on his knee under the table, followed by another hand. Then he slowly pushed his knees apart with both palms. Alan lowered his head, looking down from above, with the beauty right before his eyes. This is too fun. A moment later, 2 meals were served at the same time. Chapter 101 Capitalist System. Hiss. My little white rabbit eats a hot dog. From then on, Alan's wish was fulfilled. The river crab divine beast swallowed up some words in the previous chapter. I don't know if it's okay to put it here. 7 or 8 days have passed since the Axe Gang was wiped out. The wall of the Babylon settlement was finally completed after more than half a month of construction. With this simple wall, Babylon was no longer an isolated boat in the ocean, unable to protect itself. At least in large gathering places, anyone who wants to take a bite has to consider whether their teeth can chew through the wall. As for large gathering places, Alan is also confident that he can hold on as long as there are not 200 or 300 well-equipped enemies. Of course, to achieve this effect, there is still one process missing, which is to strengthen the wood. The wall of the gathering place is 100 meters long and 150 meters wide, and consumes more than 1,600 pieces of wood. Of course, even with this range, it is still very compact, and can only barely include half of the residential area and the jujube trees. After all, it is only about 1,500 square meters and cannot accommodate too many people. Alan's current positioning is that people can enter the wall for refuge in an emergency, while also preventing economic crops from being destroyed. Later, the wall will definitely be expanded. Alan even plans several new areas to separate the residential area from the farmland. For example, 1 mile behind the gathering place, 2 areas have been designated, the farming area and the livestock breeding area. At this time, 2 stonemasons were leading people to dig the well, which was the most important source of life. Anyway, Alan doesn't need to explore when digging a well. Even if there is sand underneath, as long as the outline of the well appears, water will be guaranteed to come out. This is his absolute advantage compared to other gathering places or city leaders. Master Alan. Master Alan. Walking out of the house. Today, both the guards and the villagers couldn't help but curl up their lips, as if there was some happy event. At first Alan was a little confused, but then he learned the reason from Caroline. Master Alan. The wall of the gathering place has finally been completed today. The villagers are very happy, and say that our Babylon gathering place will be completely safe from now on, and we no longer have to worry about attacks from bandits. Caroline was also very happy. Obviously, the appearance of the wall also has the effect of uniting people. In this chaotic world, nobles need castles to feel safe, and common people also need thick city walls to feel safe. Although the Babylon settlement only has a small wooden wall 4 meters high, it is much better than other settlements. As a time traveler, Alan's feeling was not as deep as that of the villagers and natives. Then let's start strengthening. Alan didn't say anything more and immediately came to the wooden wall. Decayed simple wooden fence. Length, 100 meters. Width, 150 meters. Toughness, 0.4. Options available for strengthening. Overall toughness is strengthened by 1,000 energy points, and the toughness of each wall timber is strengthened by 1 energy point. Hey, can you play like this? Alan was stunned. The wall of the gathering place consumed a total of more than 1,600 logs. Alan had originally planned to consume more than 1,600 energy points to strengthen it. After all, the system originally gave feedback that strengthening each log requires 1 energy point. But unexpectedly, when the wall was completely completed, the cost was directly discounted and all the remaining costs were eliminated. Of course, Alan had no objection to saving energy points. Furthermore, doesn't this mean that in the future it will be cheaper to strengthen entire buildings than to strengthen individual raw materials? Without hesitation, Alan chose to strengthen. Then the more than 2,100 energy points were reduced by 1,000. Haha, that's great. I even have the energy points to strengthen the blazing flame fighting technique. Of these more than 2,000 energy points, 1,000 were contributed by the fire date tree, and the other 1,000 were obtained by Alan from killing monsters. I originally thought that the fiery fighting chi technique could be endured for a few more days, so strengthening the wall was naturally more important. But now, it is obviously both possible. Ding! Successfully consumed 1,000 energy points to strengthen the wall's toughness. Simple wooden fence. Length, 100 meters. Width, 150 meters. Toughness, 1.0. Available enhancement options. Increase overall wall toughness by +1, consuming 1,000 energy points, and increase the toughness of the wall wood by +1, consuming 1 energy point. Not bad, not bad. Now, Alan can feel relieved. Although you can't tell from the outside, this wooden fence is no different from one built with brand new logs. Nodding with satisfaction, Alan returned directly to his stone house. Ding! Consuming 1,000 energy points to successfully upgrade the quality. Fiery fighting chi cultivation technique. Quality, silver entry. Silver intermediate, 0 out of 10. Enhancement option. Upgrading to silver entry quality consumes 10,000 energy points. Note, when the points required for strengthening reach 10,000, the system will automatically divide it into 10 parts, each requiring 1,000 energy points. Hiss. Good guy. Alan exclaimed. Good guy. The system is indeed cruel. Alan had predicted before that the next stage might be very ruthless, but he didn't expect that his guess would come true. This scheme is no different from online gambling. First you give the sweetness, then you reap the benefits. 10,000 energy points. With his current energy point income of about 200 points per day, it would take 1.5 months. What's even more unscrupulous is that the system even has installment payment. Alan felt that this system was unique. Forcing himself to suppress his complaints, Alan opened the book on fiery fighting chi. After a careful review, I found that the content of the practice was generally not much different, except for the addition of 2 minor meridians. The do chi channels in the human body are no different from the meridians in the previous life. In this way, all fighting skills are summarized based on the practice of the predecessors. Some predecessors had more experience or better luck and developed faster methods of cultivating chi and meridians. However, most of our predecessors did not have such outstanding talents or such good luck, so they could only come up with mediocre cultivation methods. Of course, no matter what, this cannot cover up the contributions of our predecessors. Because the chi channels are no joke. If you practice them incorrectly, you may be seriously injured at best, or even explode and die at worst. In this way, even a bronze-level cultivation technique may have been obtained at the cost of countless blood and experiences sacrificed by our ancestors. Alan began to practice according to the enhanced fighting spirit technique. After this test, I found that the products produced by the system must be high quality. Although the system was a bit greedy, this enhanced silver-level primary cultivation technique directly accelerated the rotation speed of the do-chi vortex in Alan's body by 10 minutes. Originally, it took 60 minutes to complete one circle, but now it takes 50 minutes to complete one circle. Even the speed of automatically absorbing fighting spirit elements has increased by 1/6. Refreshing. Alan's mood immediately improved a lot, and he began to practice happily. This practice lasted until the afternoon. Alan stopped and opened his eyes when he felt a little dizzy. Master Alan. Coincidentally, at this moment, Mori's voice came from outside the house. Mori has been searching for fire date trees and hunting during this period, and he has reported this to Alan. He is preparing to go deep into the desert, which is expected to take about a week. But it should only be the 5th day now, right? Mori, didn't you say it would take more than a week? Why did you come back early? Alan asked after opening the door. Mori didn't waste any time and reported immediately. Master Alan, I originally planned to spend more than a week on this journey, but I discovered a magical beast along the way and got injured. So I immediately changed my itinerary and returned to report to Master Alan. Chapter 102, Injured Monster. Injured monster? What kind? What's the specific situation? Alan immediately became alert. I have been in this strange world for so long and have heard of Warcraft, but I have never seen one. Master Alan, we have been searching for 3 oases so far. When we get to the last one, Mori immediately began to describe in detail. Mori and his companion's original plan was to spend 5 days exploring the oasis about 150 miles to the east. But at noon on the 3rd day, they encountered an oasis about 4 or 5 kilometers in size. As there were only a few hunters left, they naturally did not go deeper immediately, but instead lay on the sand dunes to observe the situation by the lake and the oasis. Because water resources are scarce in the desert, all nearby animals and beasts will go to the lake to replenish water. At that time, they only need to judge the risks in the oasis based on the situation of the beasts appearing by the lake. For example, whether there are wolves or wild beasts, whether there are monsters or even alien races. Although this method is inefficient, it is the most important means of survival for hunters. But strangely, they lay on the sand dunes for an entire afternoon, and apart from finding a few sand rabbits and birds that came to replenish water, they didn't even see any larger wild boars. This is extremely unusual. Normally, there would be at least 1 or 2 large carnivorous beasts in an oasis of this size. Confused, they could only continue to wait, and they waited until dusk when they finally got their reward. When an elk rushed out of the forest and drank water cautiously, a huge figure suddenly rushed out and attacked the only elk larger than the sand rabbit seen that afternoon. And this huge figure turned out to be a porcupine with a spur on its back. The backstab porcupine is a first-level magical beast and is considered a relatively common magical beast. However, this is only relative to other magical beasts, because the porcupine has a body length of 2.5 meters and a height of 1.5 meters. This size is far beyond that of ordinary wild beasts such as tigers and leopards. Of course, the most frightening thing about this porcupine is the barbs on its back. There are at least 100 of these barbs, which can be shot freely and are as powerful as human longbows. Although this doesn't sound as powerful as those fire-breathing, ice-releasing monsters. But if anyone dares to look down on it, they can go closer and take a look. More than 100 arrows with huge piercing power are shot at you at a time, and if you are not careful you will become a hornet's nest. However, according to the observations of Mori and others, this porcupine should be injured, with a huge bright red wound on its back, spreading from the spine to the abdomen. Apart from that, the arrow thorns on the body seem to have disappeared. Under normal circumstances, Mori and others would choose to bypass this oasis and go to the next oasis to continue exploring and hunting. But thinking that it was really rare to see such injured monsters, he quickly rushed back to report. "Mori, you did a great job." Alan became excited. He naturally didn't dare to attack normal monsters at the moment. After all, his fighting spirit had not yet condensed. But the injured monster was only at level 1, so he felt he should go and take a look. After all, Warcraft meat is really delicious. He once tasted a piece of Warcraft meat, the flaming rabbit meat, which was the shame of Warcraft. The flame rabbit is the most widely distributed, most numerous, and most useless magical beast. Apart from being able to release a fireball the size of an egg, it has no other attack capabilities. But even so, the meat of the flame rabbit costs 10 silver coins per kilogram. 3 years ago, because of the coming-of-age ceremony of his good elder brother, the heir of the Gale family, his cheap father specially bought a pound of monster meat as a celebration. Most of the monster meat was given to the good brother to enjoy, and the rest was given to the cheap dad and others. As for myself, I only got a bite in the end. I didn't even feel the taste before the monster meat disappeared in my mouth. But Alan still remembers the rich and special aroma and the inexplicable warmth in his body after eating it. And this porcupine with a spur back must weigh at least 200 or 300 kilograms of meat, right? Moreover, the quality is better. 20 gold coins per kilogram is the minimum. 200 or 300 kilograms would be worth 5 or 6 gold coins, and it is still the kind that is in short supply. Of course, Warcraft meat is a great tonic for titled knights and is definitely a good thing. Alan admitted that he was really moved and immediately summoned Ekaterina. If the backstab porcupine is uninjured, it's not something you can deal with right now, Master Alan. However, if the situation is really as Mori described, Master Alan, this is indeed a rare opportunity. Ekaterina, do you think so too? Alan suddenly gained confidence. Yes, Master Alan. The biggest threat to the backstabber pig is the spikes on its back. Not only are they numerous and powerful, but they can also be triggered at any time. If you get into a fight, it's very difficult to defend against them. But once its thorns are used up, it will take at least half a month for them to condense and grow again. During this period, it is at its weakest and can only rely on its own strength to fight. If that's the case, Master Alan might be able to subdue him by using his fighting spirit. Ekaterina nodded. What are we waiting for? Let's set off immediately. Alan stood up suddenly. Immediately, he summoned 10 guards and, according to Catherine's suggestion, asked the carpenter to nail several wooden boards that were 1 person high. After everything was ready, the team followed Mori and other hunters into the desert. The group traveled light, and it only took them 3 days to reach the oasis more than 100 miles away. Master Alan, this is the oasis. We saw the backstabber boar appear beside the lake. On the sand dunes, Maury pointed to a lake several dozen square meters in front of him, more than 300 meters away, and described it aloud. Alan didn't delay any longer and immediately opened the system to investigate. Soon, 4 spots of light appeared on the small map. One of them was a terrifying crimson, the kind that would fight to the death as soon as Alan appeared. The other 4 light spots are yellow, which means that they are not threatening or hostile to Alan at the moment. You all wait here. I'll go investigate. Although it is a red, the target cannot be confirmed 100% for the time being. Alan needs to get closer to use the entry panel to confirm the situation of the red dot. Master Alan, can I go with you? Ekaterina said. Alan shook his head. Ekaterina, have you forgotten that I said I'm a professional hunter? Even Maury and the others can't beat me. Although it was in front of Maury and other hunters, Alan was indeed not inferior. With a small map, all beasts are invisible in front of him, and all he has to do is kill them. After hearing this, Ekaterina stopped talking, and Alan sneaked into the oasis alone. Chapter 103 Hunting Plan. Carefully going deep into the oasis, when he was more than 200 meters away from the red, Alan slowed down as much as possible. Finally, they arrived safely outside a dense bush, and were now only about 100 meters away from the red dot. And the entry finally responded. First level Warcraft Backstab Porcupine. Physique, extraordinary. Strength, 19.9. Agility, 3.9. Intelligence, 0.7. Skill, arrow stimulation shooting, 10 out of 105. Note, this backstab porcupine has recently suffered a severe injury, and its physical condition has been reduced by 30%. It's indeed a monster. It has nearly 20 points of strength, and its agility is on par with mine. If it also has its arrow-piercing skill at full status, I wouldn't dare to bother it even if I had 100 guts. After reading the feedback on the entry information, the identity of the red that was finally confirmed, but it also made Alan secretly shocked. There is really a reason why Warcraft can still occupy a place in this extraordinary world where humans possess fighting spirit. Fortunately, this porcupine was indeed injured recently as Maury had observed. The most important thing is that only a small part of the arrow sting on the back is left. It can be used as a dish. Alan suppressed his excitement and carefully left the oasis. Although the backstab porcupine's condition was not good, it was still very dangerous just because its strength was weakened by 30%. If you want to take it as safely as possible, further planning is needed. Master Alan, according to your description, this is indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, if we want to capture this porcupine safely, we'd better lure it to the open area. Because monsters are very cunning. If they feel their lives are threatened, they will flee without hesitation. Ekaterina blinked her beautiful eyes, amazed at Alan's unique talent for investigation, and also gave some advice. Indeed, I have already thought of a rough plan. Then, Alan told everyone his plan. That is to use wild beasts to lure the monster to the edge of the pool, and at the same time let Maury and others use thick hemp ropes as traps to restrain the monster. Then he and others immediately appeared on the scene, lured the last few sharp arrows of the porcupine, and finally went forward to kill the monster. Master Alan, I think your idea is feasible. Ekaterina nodded and immediately agreed to the plan. Then let's get started. The feasibility was confirmed, and Alan did not delay. He immediately took his subordinates to sneak into the oasis and arrived at the pool. Because of the real-time location of the backstab porcupine, there is no need to worry about safety threats. First, Maury and others set traps on the ground with hemp ropes, and then placed 3 wooden boards at 3 ambush locations. After everything was done and the hunters and guards were in their positions, Alan took his longbow and went directly into the oasis, where he quickly hunted down an elk. Alan placed a dead elk next to the trap as bait. In order to attract the porcupine more quickly, he cut many holes in the elk. After finishing everything, Alan also went to the ambush point. Then, he stared at the movements of the backstab porcupine on the small map. Here I come. Alan was not disappointed. The red dot on the small map responded immediately and began to move towards the lake. Alan raised his hand and gestured to Ekaterina beside him. The porcupine was very cautious. When it approached more than 100 meters away, its progress became slow. Alan speculated that it was relying on its sense of smell to determine whether there was any danger. Fortunately, professional hunters like Maury had already made preparations and had already brought out the black soil they always had on hand for Alan and the others to smear on their bodies and clothes. As for the formula of the black soil, although he didn't ask, Alan was sure that it must be mixed with the urine of small animals such as sand rabbits. This can perfectly conceal the human scent on the body and is a must-have for hunting. I don't know whether Ekaterina is clear or not, but she didn't resist at all when it was applied. Crash! The sound of a slight rustling of branches brought Alan back to his senses. The porcupine didn't notice any danger and finally came to the trap. Sure enough, the next moment a huge black shadow appeared in everyone's sight. Although he had prepared himself mentally, Alan still couldn't help but take a breath. With a length of about 2.5 meters and a height of 1.5 meters, it looks like Zhu Ganglai in a previous film or TV series. The two fangs flashed coldly, and the nose in the middle was still moving, continuing to vigilantly sniff the surrounding smells. As it moved, several arrow spikes on its neck, more than 10 centimeters long and with a jet black metallic texture, finally appeared in the eyes of Alan and others. Finally, after wandering for more than 10 seconds, the porcupine probably felt that there was no threat anymore and finally approached the elk's corpse. Next to the old Taoist elk's corpse, Dorsal Spike opened his bloody mouth, bit off a large piece of flesh from the corpse, and began to chew it. Seeing this, Alan looked at Mori, whose eyes were only visible in the bushes not far away, and waved at him. Mori understood immediately, then tightened his grip on the hemp rope and pulled hard. With a loud noise, the hemp rope buried in the dead leaves was directly transmitted to the elk's body, and then a snare successfully caught the hind hooves of the porcupine. Roar, roar, roar. The porcupine, sensing something strange, suddenly jumped up and quickly dived into the bushes nearby. Unfortunately, just after escaping 2 or 3 meters, the porcupine stumbled and stopped abruptly. I saw that the thick hemp rope on its hind legs was stretched straight, making a creaking sound under the heavy load, and the other end of the hemp rope was tied to a thick tree trunk. However, this hemp rope may not last too long. After all, this is a monster. Shooting. So, Alan stood up, picked up his longbow, and aimed at the porcupine with a spur. Mori and others not far away also stood up and shot arrows at the backspine porcupine. With the sound of whizzing through the air, 7 arrows accurately hit the backspine porcupine. However, to Alan's disappointment, the imagined sound of flesh piercing did not come from the arrow when it hit the porcupine's back. Instead, the arrow shattered into pieces after hitting the porcupine with a spike. So hard. Alan was shocked. Master Alan, the fur of magical beasts is very hard. Even without scales, a porcupine can withstand strong attacks at close range, unless it is shot directly at the eyes or other vital parts. So if you want to kill a magical beast, you need to cooperate with the fighting spirit most of the time. Ekaterina immediately gave an explanation. Alan actually expected some of it, but he didn't think it would be so hard. Roar, roar, roar. At this time, the porcupine also discovered these 2-legged beasts. Finding that he could not escape and that the ones ambushing him were bipeds, the porcupine did not hesitate and rushed towards Alan and the others frantically. At the same time, the 10 arrows on his back were immediately activated. Be careful, Ekaterina immediately reminded when she saw this. Alan quickly lowered his head and hid behind the wooden board. Chapter 104. Backstab the porcupine dead. Click, click, click. Suddenly, the sound of wooden boards piercing each other was heard one after another near the trap. A voice sounded right next to Alan's ears. Turning his head, he saw that a wooden board that was 5 centimeters thick had been pierced, and an arrow that was more than 10 centimeters long had penetrated 7 or 8 centimeters. Fortunately, the arrow spike was in the shape of a thin cone, so the kinetic energy was weakened and the tail was eventually stuck. Hiss. If this shot hits your body, wearing leather armor will be useless. The arrow head, which was as sharp as a wheat awn, was not damaged at all. One could imagine how hard this metallic-looking spike was. Roar, roar, roar. However, before Alan had time to complain, the backstab porcupine had already started to attack madly. With a snap, the hemp rope that bound its hind legs finally broke under the weight. The next moment, the porcupine with the back spur directly crashed into the wooden board of Mori and others. With a loud crash, the 5-centimeter thick wooden board was shattered in an instant, and wood chips flew everywhere. Fortunately, they had made a plan in advance. Seeing that the situation was not good, Mori and others jumped into the water one after another. Although the backspin porcupine can swim, it cannot fight, so it cleverly chooses to change its target. The next moment, he set his sights on Alan and Ekaterina. Ekaterina, I'll deal with it first. Keep an eye out for any chance of it escaping. Alan picked up the round shield on the ground with his left hand and drew the long sword from his waist with his right hand. Upon hearing this, Ekaterina immediately ran to the edge of the bushes to prevent the porcupine from escaping. Although she has a strength of about 16 points, she is at a disadvantage against the backstab porcupine without fighting spirit, and it is very difficult to break the defense. Come on, little piggy, serve the food. Alan taunted the backstab porcupine. Roar. Feeling Alan's provocation, the backstab porcupine spread out its 4 hooves and began to attack frantically. As the huge body of the porcupine got closer and closer, Alan couldn't help but hold his breath. Now, when the backstab porcupine was within reach, Alan did not hesitate to dodge to the side, holding the long sword in his hand in front of him and slashing it across the side of the backstab porcupine. Swish! Unfortunately, the imagined scene of tearing flesh and blood did not appear. The long sword only left a 5 or 6 centimeter long reddish scar on the forehead of the porcupine, and only white marks remained on the rest. Because Alan did not use any fighting spirit in this sword attack. Roar! It rushed out 5 or 6 meters before stopping. The porcupine felt a slight pain on its forehead, which made it even more violent. And Alan's attack made the backstab porcupine feel at ease. Its intelligence is at least equivalent to that of an 8 or 9-year-old child, and it can determine whether its opponent poses a major threat to itself. And Alan's previous attack showed that the 2-legged beast in front of him obviously could not pose a threat, so he chose to continue attacking. With a roar, the backstab porcupine turned its head and attacked again. Alan's eyes flashed, and his gaze was fixed on the back-spiked porcupine. When the backstab porcupine came in front of him again, Alan used the same trick and dodged to the side again. However, unexpectedly, the moment he dodged to the side, the cunning porcupine also anticipated it, and suddenly swung its head to the side, with its sharp fangs aimed at Alan's body. Under such impact force, even if it was just a scratch, it would be a bloody mess. Alan was shocked and quickly extended his left-hand round shield to block. With a bang, the round shield collided heavily with the back-spiked porcupine's head. Alan's body was instantly unstable due to the impact, and he fell to the side. "Master Alan!" The guards, Mori and others exclaimed, and Ekaterina couldn't help but clench her palms slightly. Fortunately, Alan reacted quickly. When he fell to the ground, he used the force to roll over and successfully got up again. However, the round shield in his left hand was not so lucky. The collision with the fangs caused 2 large cuts on the surface of the iron sheet, which curled up, and the wooden board at the back lost its restraint and scattered to the ground with a crash. "You beast, you have no moral principles." Alan finally realized the uniqueness of Warcraft. If he really treated it as a brainless beast, he would be the only one to be killed. Humph! Sensing Alan's anger, the porcupine seemed very proud, with hot air constantly spitting out of its nostrils and its front hooves constantly digging the ground, ready to attack. "Come on, beast, serve the food." Alan dropped the shield handle and gripped the hilt of his sword with both hands, staring intently at the backstab porcupine. Roar! Feeling provoked, the porcupine was almost ready. It let out a high-pitched roar and suddenly exerted force with all 4 hooves, rushing towards Alan with 1,000 pounds of force. Boom! Boom! Every time the mountain-like figure steps on the ground, a regular roar can be heard. As the distance got closer, Alan saw the sharp fangs starting to aim at him. "Die!" But suddenly, Alan sneered. A light shout was heard, and the long sword suddenly flashed with a faint red light. This is the magic of fighting spirit and long sword, and it is also why knights love long swords so much. Below the silver level, fighting spirit cannot leave the body, and cannot even be transmitted to a distant place. The medium of conduction also has requirements, that is, metal. As a result, the longsword naturally became the knight's weapon of choice. As for the long sword, that's also possible. It's just that swords and knights are quite popular among the nobles. The long sword has an advantage in length, and the quality is more reliable. Therefore, the usage rate of long sword is not as high as that of long sword. The moment the long sword in Alan's hand emitted a faint red light, the pupils of the porcupine shrank slightly, and it sensed the crisis. Unfortunately, the 2 sides were so close that no reaction was possible. When it rushed in front of Alan, Alan moved sideways, exerted force with the sword in his hand, and chopped it down hard on its pig head. The backstab porcupine had no way to avoid it, so he raised his tusks to block. With a snap, half of the tusk of the backstab porcupine broke off neatly. Puff! After cutting off the tusks, the long sword continued to slash through the side of the porcupine using its own inertia. With a howl, the backstab porcupine let out a wail, and the long sword left a deep and long sword mark on his body. A man and a beast passed each other. The porcupine rushed out 4 or 5 meters before it came back to life and stopped, its body staggering. But to Alan's surprise, it did not choose to escape. Perhaps it realized that it couldn't escape from Ekaterina's men in front of it, but it simply turned around and stared at Alan with its scarlet eyes. From its cheeks to its abdomen, a large amount of blood began to seep out and drip onto the ground. "Want revenge? Big wild boar? Then come." Alan saw what it was thinking and hooked his finger in disdain. Roar! The backstab porcupine roared angrily and rushed forward with its huge body again. Blood continued to splatter from its wounds as it ran. This time, Alan did not choose to dodge. Instead, he suddenly turned sideways the moment the porcupine arrived in front of him. When he was facing down, he aimed the tip of the sword at the porcupine's neck and stabbed it hard. Puff! With the help of fighting spirit, most of the sword blade penetrated the backstab porcupine's neck. After running 2 or 3 meters, the porcupine stopped, swayed left and right a few times, and then fell to the ground with a thud. Backstab the porcupine dead. Chapter 105 The Ultimate Experience of Monster Meat. Dead, the backstab porcupine is dead. Killed by Master Alan. Master Alan killed the monster. Master Alan is mighty. Master Alan is mighty. The moment the porcupine fell to the ground with a thud, the entire lakeside was in an uproar. The hunters and guards rushed out of the water, their faces filled with surprise and excitement. This is Warcraft, the embodiment of power and terror. If they were given the choice of facing the gnolls or the Warcraft, they would choose the gnolls without hesitation. Because they encountered the gnolls, they might still have a slight chance of escape. But if they encounter monsters, they have no chance of survival. At that moment, hunters and guards approached the dying porcupine cautiously, marveling at its terrifying fangs and huge body. Master Alan, are you okay? Ekaterina came closer, took a look at the porcupine with a spur on its back, and then stared at Alan. It's okay, but the monster is really hard to deal with. Even this injured monster without attack spells. Although Alan looked calm on the surface, he still had some lingering fear in his heart. Fighting against this monster is like walking on the edge of a knife. You will die if you are not careful. Master Alan, even so, it's already very good that you can kill it. Even a bronze-level knight who has condensed the seeds of fighting spirit rarely dares to say that he can kill a backstab porcupine. Ekaterina said, Really? What do you think of my combat performance today? Alan looked at the female knight expectantly. The female knight smiled slightly, her sparkling eyes meeting Alan's. Master Alan, I have a very good opinion of your battle today. You deliberately showed weakness to trick the backstab porcupine, and then dealt it a heavy blow. But that last attack was a bit risky. You could have just used running to wear down its stamina, since your previous attack had already caused it to bleed profusely. Of course, that strike was risky, but it was also successful. I flipped over its head and stabbed the sword into its neck cleanly. Haha, I finally heard your affirmation and praise, Ekaterina. It's really rare. Alan was immediately very proud. Master Alan, you've made great progress. I think if you were born in a big family, you would definitely be a strong man now. Ekaterina, even if I am not in a big family, I, Alan, will become a strong man. Alan said confidently. Yes. Ekaterina smiled and nodded seriously. Although she felt that Master Alan's confidence was somewhat blind, she really liked his confident look. The backstab porcupine was dealt with, and Alan asked Mori and others to deal with it simply on the spot. Because Warcraft contains magical power, it will not deteriorate in a short period of time, but its blood is also a very good tonic, so it naturally cannot be wasted. It needs to be bled and put into a pottery jar. While Mori and several hunters were bleeding, Alan led the guards to search for the fire date tree. Soon 8 mature jujube trees were found in this oasis, 3 jujube trees about 5 years old, and 2 small jujube trees, less than 5 years old. When the fire date tree was dug out and the bloodletting was completed, Alan immediately led the team on the return journey. 3 days later at dusk, Alan and his subordinates returned safely to the gathering place. Along the way, Alan and his companions also collected all the fire date trees that Mori and his companions had explored a few days ago. In total, they obtained 9 mature fire date trees and 11 immature ones. Coincidentally, when Alan returned to the gathering place, the excavation team had just returned. When they saw the porcupines loaded on the carriage, there were cries of surprise one after another in the gathering place. Some timid village women were so scared that they stepped back one after another, and the children burst into tears and threw themselves into their mother's arms. Warcraft, it's a Warcraft. Oh my god, it's so huge. This is too scary. Did Master Alan lead his men to kill this monster? Of course, besides Master Alan, who else can kill the monster? The monster is so powerful that even Captain Ekaterina might not be able to deal with it. The only one who can do that is our Master Alan. Great. Master Alan can even kill monsters. Then we will be completely safe from now on and be able to live a stable life. Of course, you're the new member, right? With Master Alan here, I already knew we'd be able to live a stable life in the future. Barney rat shit, you're bragging. A few days ago, when the wall wasn't finished yet, you were still worrying about what to do if gnolls attacked the camp. How come now you've known about it all along? I just know that anyway. Anyway, Master Allen is mighty. Master Allen is mighty. The monster corpse brought back by Allen caused a huge uproar among the more than 500 people in the entire gathering place. The villagers spread the news, and all came to watch. In addition to checking out this well-known but never-before-seen monster, the other purpose was to shout out, Master Allen is mighty. Because only in this way can they express their unprecedented recognition of the safety of gathering places. It took a lot of effort for Megan Sandworm and others to disperse the villagers and let them go back to their homes to avoid making too much noise and attracting the attention of other gathering places. Then he asked Mori and others to start dealing with the body of the back-spined porcupine. It took a full 2 hours to finally deal with the monster's corpse. Whether it is meat, fur, or internal organs, everything is collected and nothing is discarded. Because every part of the Warcraft is a treasure, it is absolutely impossible to throw it away. Not only does the flesh and blood of Warcraft contain magic power, but so do its internal organs. The fur can be collected and used to make leather armor, leather boots, and other protective gear in the future. This kind of protective gear can make it difficult for ordinary swords to damage it unless it is enhanced with fighting spirit. Of course, the processed meat pieces were also weighed, and the total weight after removing the internal organs and fur was more than 380 kilograms. Calculated at 20 silver coins per kilogram, it is worth 7.6 gold coins. Of course, if you add the fur, blood, and internal organs, the value can reach 10 gold coins. And it's the kind that nobles will rush to buy as soon as the news gets out. However, Allen certainly does not intend to sell it. He will definitely eat such good monster meat himself. After an hour of slow cooking in the clay pot, the aroma of meat is already wafting into the air. Caroline, the maid, poked the meat with an iron skewer to confirm that it was cooked through, and immediately filled a wooden bowl with meat and handed it to Allen. Allen had been waiting for a long time. He picked up the knife and fork, cut the meat into pieces, and put it into his mouth. Suddenly, an unprecedented rich meaty smell filled my mouth. The aroma of Warcraft meat does not have any mutton smell, but is instead mixed with a strange plant fragrance. Of course, this is not because the porcupine has eaten some plants, but because of the magical elements in its body. The meat was soft and tender. After chewing it for a while and swallowing it into the stomach, a warm current immediately began to sweep through the whole body, just like a full-body SBA. At this moment, the vortex of fighting spirit in Allen's body even accelerated slightly. This is why the nobles are so eager to eat monster meat. It provides an ultimate dining experience and the benefits of cultivation that monster meat brings. Ekaterina, you should try it too. It will be good for your injury. Allen naturally would not eat it alone, so he also gave a piece to Ekaterina beside him. Ekaterina blinked her beautiful eyes and said, "Thank you, Master Allen." Seeing this, the maid Caroline beside her pursed her lips slightly. But for some reason, ever since Ekaterina appeared, Caroline had no confidence in front of her. It was as if Ekaterina had an invisible aura of a superior, which made her jealousy and competitiveness disappear. She had already accepted from the bottom of her heart that Ekaterina was nobler than herself. Allen took in the maid's expression and said, "Come on, Caroline, you've worked so hard just now. You should try a piece too." "Oh, I have one too. Thank you, Master Allen." Maid Caroline immediately smiled happily. Although it was only the size of an egg, it also represented Master Allen's favor. In addition to Caroline, Allen also left a small piece for Thomas. These two are the most trusted ones among the trusted ones, so there is nothing wrong with rewarding them with a piece to try. Chapter 106 Bloodstained outside Red Wolf City. At dawn, there were shouts and roars outside Red Wolf City. It was called a battlefield, but in fact it was a one-sided massacre, with more than 1,000 gnolls chasing the people in the gathering place and running around in all directions. Many residents of the gathering place were left with nowhere to go and ran to the city walls to beg for admission, but received no response and eventually all died under the claws and weapons of the gnolls. When the sun rose in the east, the wailing had disappeared, and the scene outside the city came into view clearly. The originally yellowish mud had been stained into crimson, and hundreds of people in the gathering place fell in a pool of blood. After confirming that there was no prey left to hunt, the jackal stopped and headed towards the walls of Red Wolf City. Roar, roar, roar. The jackals raised their maces, or simply picked up the corpses on the ground and tore them apart, provoking the city in a protest. Faced with the provocation of the gnolls, the city lord Herbert Red Wolf did not show any change in expression and turned a blind eye to the corpses of his fellow tribesmen. There were early signs of the gnolls' rampage, and the large gathering place in Red Wolf City were on alert more than a month ago. So when these jackals attacked, Red Wolf City issued an early warning and took all the gathering land around the city that belonged to Red Wolf City into the city. As for the corpses outside the city, they were basically villagers from small and medium-sized settlements. They had managed to escape from the settlements and came to Red Wolf City for refuge and panic. Unfortunately, they were not residents of the settlements of Red Wolf City, so they could only be strangled outside the city. Of course, even if they were villagers from Red Wolf City, Herbert Red Wolf would not show any mercy in such a situation. He was able to seize control of a city, but the blood of his own people on his hands was no less than that of the jackals outside the city. The gnolls outside the city provoked for a long time, but found that there was no response from inside the city, so they finally started to leave out of boredom. Of course, before leaving, many corpses of the residents in the gathering place were also carried away. These were all food for the jackals. My lord, the Gnoll tribe has split into 3 teams, each heading towards the 3 Black Nest Acropolis ruins. Open the gate, clear the battlefield outside the city, and send out scouts to ensure the safety of the city. Herbert issued an order in a deep voice, and then walked down the city wall under the escort of the guards without looking back. Alien attacks and outbreaks of dark creatures are the norm in the Death Sand Sea. This attack by the Gnoll tribe can only be regarded as an ordinary one under normal circumstances. Even in winter, the alien races in the Death Sand Sea become more active. This attack posed no threat to Red Wolf City. Now that the Gnolls have retreated, it means the crisis is over. As for the 3 Black Nest cities, the Gnolls will also leave after looting them. They are very smart and dare not live too close to humans. The people who gather in the Death Sand Sea are like weeds on the grassland, which can never be killed, so it's no big deal if some of them die. Peace returned to Red Wolf City. The people gathered in the city and walked out of the city gates to clean up the mess and welcome the arrival of a new day. He slept until he woke up naturally, washed and dressed with the help of Caroline, and drank a bowl of meat soup. Then Alan assembled the team and rushed to the assembly point agreed with the White Pea Alliance. Today is a good day. It is the day when the White Pea Alliance goes to Sandwolf Town to sell iron sheets and fire dates. Val Ironhide, why are there more people this time? After the reunion, Alan discovered that the number of villagers in the YTP Alliance this time had reached more than 60 people, at least 20 more than before. Hey, buddy, it's because jackals have been appearing frequently recently, so it's safer to increase the number of people. If it weren't for you, buddy Alan, we would probably have to bring hundreds of people. Waldau said. Alan nodded. The attacks by the Gnolls had not stopped since the last time. Fortunately, there was only one attack by Sith Shit in their area. There were no major attacks afterwards, which made the small settlements nearby feel a little relieved, but they also subconsciously increased their precautions. At noon, Alan and his companions arrived at Red Wolf Town and entered smoothly after paying dozens of fire dates. The bounty on Harris Gerbil still exists, and the gold-eating rat has not been found. Obviously, although the gold coin is tempting, it is not so easy to get. I went directly to Rosk Purchasing House to sell iron sheets and fire dates. Alan brought about 5,500 kilograms of iron sheets this time. Of this, 3,500 kilograms were the harvest from a week's excavation by nearly 300 people in the settlement, and the remaining 1,500 kilograms were the share paid by nearly 20 small settlements. Although the gathering place of Martin Wheel and others was not annexed, their territory in the Death Knight ruins was taken into Alan's possession. In this way, he subsequently recruited about 10 small settlements, plus a medium-sized settlement of the Iron Guard. After being forced by Alan to reveal the news of the attack that day, Barber Potato of the Iron Guard gathering place still felt that the 4% commission given by Alan was too high. But later on, Alan really defeated Martin Wheel's 4 medium-sized gathering places, and Barber Potato came over happily. After all, although the harvest was high, the yield in the area planned by Alan was also high, so Barber Potato could still tell the difference. After digging for several days, Barber Potato only had one thing to say: "It smells so good." According to Thomas, every time he went to collect his share, Barb Potato's face would smile, as big as a chrysanthemum. In addition to the unprecedented number of iron pieces, Alan also brought more than 8,000 fire dates. The final payment was 3 gold coins and 55 silver coins. As Alan entered the cabin with the wooden sign to collect his money, he heard a pleasant voice calling him. "Miss Tizia, what a coincidence." Looking up, I saw the white moonlight Tizia sitting at the counter, but the ferocious Rosk was not there. This was the first time Alan had seen Tizia since he received the cooperation contract from her last time. It was actually my father who didn't allow me to come here the last few times. Tizia stared at Alan with her beautiful eyes and found that the boy seemed to have changed a little from before, becoming more confident and elegant. "So that's how it is. But Boss Rosk should also be trying to protect Miss Tizia. After all, not everyone in a place like the Death Sand Sea is friendly. Alan, do you think so too? However, last time my father said that I was deceived by you, but in the end it turned out not to be the case. Miss Tizia, I did not lie to you, but there are actually quite a few bad people. Alan was a little embarrassed. He was indeed fooling the girl in front of him. The only difference is that the process is a lie, but the result is real. Haha, Alan, don't worry. I'm not stupid. I'm not that easily fooled. After all, you've been here for so long, and you're the only one who can get a cooperation contract from me. Alan didn't want to continue this topic. There was no sense of accomplishment in deceiving a little girl like this by lying. He immediately looked down at the book in Tizia's hand. It was one of the books he recommended last time, Conquering the Other Side of the Continent. Noticing Alan's gaze, a blush appeared on Tizia's fair and pretty face. This book is very interesting. I hope you like it, Tizia. I like it very much, Alan. But the goblins recorded in the books, are they really that smart on that continent? They can build all kinds of magical machines, and even airships that fly into the sky. After all, the goblins on our continent are rumored to be lowly and stupid. They hide in caves and rob passing caravans in groups. Alan rolled his eyes. How should I know this? Tizia, although this is most likely just a fictional book, every race probably has its own unique strengths. After all, only in this way can a race survive over the long years. Chapter 107 The Jackals Are Coming. The conversation with Tizia did not last long. After receiving the gold coins, Alan said goodbye to the girl. Although she learned from him that Rosk went to Red Wolf City for business matters and was not in Gerbil Town. But with so many subordinates watching around, someone will definitely report it afterwards. Alan was not willing to affect the sale of his iron sheets for the sake of a chance to talk. As Tizia said goodbye reluctantly, the rumbling sound in his stomach made Alan change his mind about buying black soil and go directly to the dancer's courtyard. This time he specially brought 2 kilograms of monster meat so that Leona, the chef, could help him cook it. Yesterday, Caroline simply added some salt to cook such delicious food. Alan was really looking forward to what new tricks Caroline could come up with. Well, it's not that kind of trick, it's really just a simple food trick. Ah, Handsome Alan, you're here. Handsome Alan, I heard that you helped us solve the problem a few days ago. Thank you so much. Would you like to come to my room? I want to repay you well. I'm going to repay you, Handsome Alan. Alan had just stepped into the dancers' courtyard, but the dancers were extremely enthusiastic today, obviously knowing that they all knew about Alan's help to them. After all, if Naranik attacked the team at Leona's gathering place, it would be equivalent to attacking them. In an instant, 5 or 6 free and graceful girls surrounded Alan and started to attack him. Alas, ladies, you can't touch little Alan. What are you doing? Fortunately, Leona Goldfish in the kitchen noticed the movement first. When he saw his big baby trapped in the wolf pack and his little baby was about to be killed, he immediately let out a low cry. Hee hee, Handsome Alan, remember to come to me secretly next time. I will definitely repay you well. The girls dispersed in a hurry, but before leaving they kept throwing flirtatious glances and making reluctant, seductive invitations. Alan was considering whether he should let Ekaterina come in next time so that he wouldn't feel like he had fallen into a wolf's den. Ekaterina and 10 guards were also in the dancers' camp at this moment, but they did not enter the dancers' courtyard. Especially Ekaterina, after learning what the dancers' courtyard was, she rarely left Alan and stopped guarding him. Walking up the steps, he was greeted by Leona's gentle gaze. Alan, why are you here so early today? You usually come in the afternoon, right? I'm a little hungry, so I came to your place to find some food first, and then I'll go shopping after I'm done. Also, I brought some special ingredients this time. I hope you can let me taste even more delicious food. Alan raised the monster meat wrapped in linen in his hand. Leona took the package and said gently, Come on, sit down for a while. I'll cook for you right away. Turning around, swaying her graceful figure, Leona took Alan into the kitchen. It was still the same small table and armchair as last time, but the messy objects that had been randomly placed on the table had disappeared, and it was even wiped clean and looked as bright as new. Obviously, after their relationship got closer last time, Alan was treated better by Leona. Brought a bowl of tea to Alan. Leona opened the package and immediately exclaimed in surprise, Alan, what kind of beast meat is this? As a veteran chef, Leona's skills are unquestionable. She can tell the quality of most wild animal meat just by looking at the texture. But today, she found that she had never seen this piece of meat before. But this piece of meat is firm and emits an attractive glow, and you can tell at a glance that it is not an ordinary beast. Monster meat. I happened to hunt a porcupine 2 days ago. Alan was very low-key. Leona's eyes widened. Monster meat? Hunted? Really? Alan rolled his eyes. Would I lie to you again, Leona? Next time you return to the gathering place, I'll show you its fur. Feeling that the little man in front of her was a little angry, Leona immediately showed a charming smile, came to Alan's ear and gave him a sweet kiss, and said seductively, "Don't be so stingy, dear. Of course I know you are powerful. I will apologize to you later, okay?" Apologize? How do you apologize? Alan suspected Leona was driving, and he had solid evidence. However, the growling of hunger must mean that Leona should cook first. It's not impossible for us to have 2 meals together at that time. Half an hour later, a serving of roasted monster meat and a serving of monster meat soup were placed on the table. As he tasted the delicious monster meat, the expression on Alan's face was extremely wonderful, because he is really eating 2 meals a day at this moment. After learning that Alan likes to eat large amounts of food, Leona is very understanding. Before I knew it, half an hour had passed for the 2 meals. Just when Alan had finished all the monster meat and was about to give something back to Leona, he heard shouts from outside. "Alan, man. Val Ironhide, what's wrong? Alan, you'd better come out and take a look. Your Captain Ekaterina, she has something wrong." Hearing this, Alan could only cast an apologetic look towards the pitiful Leona. "Wait for me, I'll be right back." "Then hurry up, the little butterfly is spitting out honey." Leona's face was full of resentment. "No problem." Alan could empathize with Leona as he had been in the same situation before. After opening the door, Alan followed Val Ironhide directly to the outside of the courtyard, and then he knew what was going on with Val's unclear speech. At this moment, Ekaterina was standing in front of the shop where she practiced archery last time, holding a bow and arrow in her hand. With a whoosh, a click sound came from 40 meters away, and the arrow was firmly stuck in the target. At this moment, there were more than 10 arrows densely packed on the target. The stall owner's face turned green at this moment, and his old red neck turned black and red. Hit the bullseye once, and you get an apple. Hit it twice, and you get a gerbil. Hit it 3 times, and you get a rabbit. According to the arrow on the target, 5 rabbits are enough. Hey Alan, the son of the owner of this archery stall is a guard of Gerbil Town. Although he will give you a reward now, when you leave Gerbil Town, his son will come to cause trouble. I have seen it several times. Val didn't know that Alan had played this archery before, and he knew all the tricks of the stall owner, Old Redneck, so he reminded Alan in a low voice. "Dude, I get it." Alan patted Val Ironhide's shoulder and immediately walked towards Ekaterina. "Captain is mighty. Here comes the 6th sand rabbit. Yeah, this deal is worth it. From now on, if you want to eat sand rabbits, just ask the captain to come here." Beside Ekaterina, several guards were very excited. "Next, it's the captain's turn to win the sand rabbit for me. Boss, here are my 5 copper coins. Give me 5 arrows." Wow, it turns out Ekaterina is doing this for the benefit of the team members. No wonder he was interested and shot dozens of arrows in a row. Just when Alan came to Ekaterina and wanted to say something, a cry of surprise suddenly came from outside the dancers' camp. "Hurry! Run! The gnolls are attacking." Chapter 108, The Explosion of Gerbil Town. "Hurry! Run! The gnolls are attacking." The dancer camp is located on the edge of Gerbil Town, so outside the fence is the endless sea of sand to the west. Hearing this sudden shout, everyone in the dancer camp was stunned. They all looked in the direction of the sound, only to see a local resident covered in blood, driving a shaky carriage and stopping outside the camp fence. As soon as he finished speaking, his body softened and he fell directly into the carriage. "What's going on? Did he just say there were gnolls attacking?" "It seems so. Let's go and take a look." After realizing what was happening, many curious people headed towards the edge of the fence. But no one seemed too panicked, because this was Gerbil Town. If there really were 3 or 5 gnolls attacking, the guards from Gerbil Town would naturally be there to handle them. The fence of the dancer camp is only to prevent ordinary people from entering and leaving at will. It is not very defensive, and there is even a palm-wide gap in the middle of the fence. The rednecks came to the edge of the fence and immediately shouted towards the carriage a few meters away. "Hey man, are you okay? Tell me what's going on and how many gnolls there are." In addition to those who were shouting, some people had already run out of the dancer camp, probably to notify the guards in Gerbil Town. Alan also changed direction at this moment and walked towards the edge of the fence. Ekaterina had stopped shooting arrows at this moment, and the guards also asked the stall owner Redneck for their prizes. The old redneck stall owner brought 6 sand rabbits with a sullen look on his face, and everyone quickly followed Alan. "Hey man, tell me what's going on." The person in the carriage did not respond to the first call. He must have been a little confused due to excessive blood loss. And with the second call, the body in the carriage finally moved slightly. "Help! Help me! The gnolls are coming." "Hey man, Someone has already notified the guards. They'll be here to rescue you soon. Can you tell me where the gnolls are and how many there are? Behind me. There are so many that I can't even count them. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then filled with suspicion. Hey man, are you confused? Or are you not good at counting? How could you not count the gnolls? Are there more than 10 of them? There are really countless of them. There are at least hundreds of gnolls. Everyone at the fence looked at each other in bewilderment. Some of them had already turned pale, but some still held on to their hopes and continued to confirm. Hundreds? Man, you've got to be kidding. I'm not kidding. I'm from a medium-sized settlement. Our boss has been killed by the gnolls, and they're chasing us now. My goodness, upon hearing this, you could hear a pin drop. Time seemed to freeze, and no one had any doubts anymore. Unless the guy in the carriage was really a natural joker and was still joking with them even though half of his body was buried in the ground. And if there really are hundreds of gnolls, then they may not be safe even if they hide in this gerbil town. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, bursts of beast roars suddenly came from the distant horizon. Everyone looked up and vaguely saw black spots beginning to appear on the sand dunes. Although the appearance of the black spot could not be discerned, the roar could be used as a basis for identification. Jackals are coming, hundreds of them. Run, run. I don't know who was the first to react, but it took more than 10 seconds to finish shouting out those short 10 words. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire dancer camp seemed to explode, and all the rednecks cried and screamed and started running towards the exit of the dancer camp. AI buddy Alan. Val Ironhide's face turned pale and his body trembled as he looked at Alan. Val, quickly gather all the Alliance members to go to Harris Gerbil Camp. I'll go find Leona and the others, and we'll be there soon. Alan's face was more solemn than ever. Go to Harris Gerbil's camp? Alan, don't we just escape from Gerbil Town? Val Ironhide was stunned. You can't run away. There are gnolls everywhere outside. Val, go quickly. Alan said seriously. Okay, man. Val Ironhide heard this, and without any further questioning or neglect, he responded and hurried to the street outside the camp to look for other people. At this moment, on Alan's small map, outside the Gerbil Town camp, there were at least 300 red dots closing in. Therefore, if we withdraw from Gerbil Town immediately, we may directly run into the army of gnolls. The only safe place now is probably Harris Gerbil's wooden camp fort. Although the size of the camp fortress is not much different from Alan's camp, the defensive facilities are safer than Alan's camp. Not only is the wall 5 meters high, but there is also an elevated corridor behind the wall, which can accommodate soldiers stationed in all directions to defend against enemy attacks. Ekaterina, follow me. Yes, Master Alan. Ekaterina nodded calmly. Alan stopped talking and quickly ran towards the dancer's courtyard. Alan, what's going on? Leona also noticed the movement and hurried out of the yard, just in time to meet Alan. Leona, quickly evacuate everyone. Hundreds of gnolls are attacking Gerbil Town. We must find a safe place to hide. Hundreds of gnolls attacking. Leona was no fool, and having been on her own for years, she was quite courageous. Her expression changed slightly, and she nodded immediately. Alan, I'll be right there. After saying that, Leona quickly returned to the courtyard and shouted to the girls and guests who were already looking out of the windows. Quick, everyone, evacuate. Hundreds of gnolls are attacking Gerbil Town. At this moment, the girls and guests who were still watching were all panicked, and the next moment there was a scream in the courtyard. More than 10 seconds later, a group of girls and guests swarmed out of the courtyard. Many of them didn't even have time to put on their clothes and were running naked. Alan, it's okay. Leona didn't dare to delay and quickly returned to Alan, and many girls in the courtyard followed him. Walk. Alan didn't say much and immediately led everyone towards the gate of Silverland. Ding dang dang. At this time, the town of Gerbils finally reacted, and the sound of the bronze bell suddenly rang out, spreading throughout the town. Rushing out of the camp gate, most people headed towards the town entrance. In their opinion, the gnolls were coming from the side, and their target was definitely Gerbil Town. So as long as they escaped from Gerbil Town, they could get rid of the gnolls. But they don't know that the real death place is outside the Sandrat Town. This way, Alan waved his hand and went straight into Gerbil Town. Although they were going against the flow of people, everyone followed without hesitation out of trust in Alan, including the dancers. After running for 4 or 5 minutes, everyone finally arrived at the entrance of the wooden fort in the deepest part of the town. At this moment, a large number of people also gathered here, at least 400 or 500 people. They had the same goal as Alan and all wanted to take refuge in the wooden castle. Chapter 109 Outrageous. Alan man. Val Ironhide, how's it going? The members of the Waitiepi Alliance were also at the back of the crowd at this moment. When they saw Alan, They immediately rushed forward anxiously. Hey, man, the gate of the wooden fort is closed. Harris Sandwolf won't let anyone in. Only his subordinates can go up through the hanging basket on the side, Val said with a bitter face. Alan's heart sank. Although he had some expectations, the camp was spacious after all, so it was no problem to put 300 to 500 people in it. He didn't expect that Harris Gerbil would not allow even one person to go in. At this moment, the hundreds of people blocking the wooden fort finally started to clamor in fear. Boss Harris, please let us in. Your wooden fort is so spacious. Let us hide inside, and we can defend you together. Yes, Boss Harris, please, the jackals are coming soon. Please be merciful and let us go in and defend you together. Amidst the noise, the gathered people began to press towards the wooden fort. At this time, the captain of the guards of Gerbil Town hurried to the top of the wooden wall with a vicious look on his face. Mercy? This is the Death Sandsi. You want to ask for mercy from our boss Harris? Then I will give you mercy. The captain of the guard sneered and waved to several subordinates beside him. The next moment, there was a sudden sound of arrows breaking through the air, and several arrows shot out from the wooden fort and fell directly into the crowd. Suddenly, several screams were heard from the crowd, and several unlucky people fell to the ground. Now have you seen our boss's kindness? You lowly fellows, don't you know that the more people there are, the more gnolls will be attracted? I'll give you 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, immediately disappear from the front of the wooden fort. Otherwise, I guarantee that you won't die at the hands of the gnolls, but by my longbow. The guard boss's cold-blooded voice was heard again, and the faces of the gathered people turned pale. Whoosh whoosh. Several more arrows were shot from the wooden wall and landed among the crowd. This damn cold-blooded bastard. Vicious curses emanated from the crowd, but they did not dare to stay any longer and dispersed in other directions. Alan, what should we do? Now, everyone in the Wei-Tiepi alliance became even more panicked. Alan's face also looked very ugly. Harris was no longer just bad, he was simply outrageous. At this moment, he suddenly saw a familiar figure on the wooden wall. It was Courtney Redneck, who sold black soil. Alan immediately took a few steps forward. Sir Courtney. Stop, you damn guy. I'll kill you if you come any closer. Alan had just taken a few steps forward when he was immediately met with threatening shouts from the wooden wall. Fortunately, Courtney heard Alan's cry. Alan, what are you doing here? Mr. Coster, I happened to come to Gerbil Town to sell goods today. I wonder if you can let us take shelter in the wooden fort. Coaster looked at the nearly 50 or 60 people around Alan and immediately looked embarrassed. My friend Alan, if you were alone, I could ask Captain Luke to make some concessions, but with so many people. Don't worry, Lord Coster. I won't make things difficult for you. You should know Leona and the others, right? They are also making money for Gerbil Town, so I just want them to come in. Mr. Coster, you can ask Boss Harris. He will definitely agree. After all, if we lose them, it will take a lot of time to find so many women again. Alan thought that Leona and her group of dancers were making money for Gerbil Town, so Harris Gerbil at least would not be so heartless. If these women were allowed to take refuge, it would be easier for him and others to escape. However, what Alan did not expect was that Harris Gerbil did not appreciate the kindness of the people in the dancer courtyard at all. Hey, Alan, wait a minute. Coaster didn't refuse this request. After all, Alan was a good person. Soon, Coaster Redneck returned and said, Sorry, Alan. The boss said that the more people there are in the wooden fort, the greater the danger. Damn Harris. Before Alan could express his opinion, Leona gritted her teeth. She had originally planned not to enter the wooden castle, but the sisters behind her allowed them to enter. But they didn't expect that most of the money they worked so hard to earn was contributed to Harris Gerbil, but Harris actually watched them die. Alan, why don't you think about it again? If you come alone, I can still help you. Knet's voice came from above. Thank you, Mr. Coster. These are my friends and I can't abandon them. Alan refused decisively. Then I wish you good luck, Alan. Coster didn't force it. Fool, an idiot looking for death. The captain of the guard sneered. In his eyes, Alan was undoubtedly stupid. Let's go. There was no possibility of survival here, so Alan naturally didn't stay any longer. He immediately led everyone to run wildly on the street. Hey, Alan, where are we going now? Are we going out of town? The people from the Wei-Tiepi alliance followed Alan with anxious and uneasy expressions on their faces. Most of the women in the dancing courtyard at the back had red eyes and were sobbing with fear. At this moment, the roars of the gnolls and the wails of the gathered people could be clearly heard around the town. Alan glanced at Ekaterina and found that she did not show much expression from beginning to end. She just held the hilt of the sword and followed him closely. This also gave Alan a lot of confidence. After all, Ekaterina was also a great fighting force. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to handle the whole thing alone. If we rush out of the town now, we will only run into a large group of gnolls. So if we want to escape safely, we have to find a good opportunity. What we need to do now is to find a safe place to defend ourselves. After these gnolls invade the town, they will definitely gather towards the wooden fort immediately. Once most of the gnolls have penetrated deep into the fort, that will be our best chance. Hey, man, where do we go to defend? Is it the dancer camp, which is surrounded by fences? Asked Val Ironhide. Alan shook his head and denied it directly. Those fences are not strong enough to stop the destruction of the gnolls. After pondering for a moment, he thought of an ideal area and said, let's go to the shop that sells black soil. Although there are many courtyards with walls in Gerbil Town, many of the walls are old and dilapidated and are just for show. But the place where black soil and fire dates were sold had a very solid wall because of the value of the goods. Alan had seen it before, and it was obviously renovated. Naturally, no one else objected, as Alan had now become the backbone of the group. So everyone followed Alan and started rushing down the street. At this moment, the entire Gerbil Town was in chaos, with the streets full of residents running around in panic. We can't get out. There are jackals everywhere outside. What should we do? God, please save us. Because the courtyard where the black soil was sold was located in front of the town exit, when Alan and the others got a little closer, many of the residents in the gathering place ran back in panic, and many of them were covered in blood. Apparently, these were the first to flee and die. Ignoring these people, Alan soon arrived near the black soil shop with a group of more than 60 people. Roar, roar, roar. But just as Alan and the others turned the corner, 5 or 6 gnolls appeared in front of them. These gnolls were entering the town from the side. Chapter 110, Defending the Courtyard. When they saw these gnolls, everyone in the Iron Skin Alliance turned pale with fright. The dancers were so frightened that they screamed. Among this group of gnolls, there are at least 2 tall elite gnolls. Don't retreat, charge forward. Look towards the town entrance. If you can't hide in the black soil courtyard, you will surely die today. Alan shouted harshly at everyone in the Wei Tiepi Alliance. Val and the others knew what Alan said was true, and they gritted their teeth. Everyone, listen to Chief Alan. There's no turning back today. Anyone who wants to act like a coward and retreat will die. Let's do it. Seeing that everyone had made up their minds, Alan didn't say any more words, drew his sword and shouted, "Kill all these humans." Upon seeing this, the elite gnolls in front immediately issued orders in that obscure language. Roar, roar, roar. 7 or 8 jackals rushed over like wolves and tigers. Alan and Ekaterina were at the front of the team. When they were less than 3 meters away from the werewolves, Ekaterina took the lead in attacking. He took a sudden step forward and rushed towards the werewolf like a sharp arrow. The hyena was still swinging his mace in the air, and Ekaterina's sword had already slashed down diagonally. With a puff, the ordinary werewolf's arm and mace fell down. Ekaterina turned her sword, and a cold light flashed across the neck of this ordinary werewolf. Suddenly, the hyena froze and fell to the ground in disbelief, holding his neck. Seeing this, the elite hyenas in the back stepped forward quickly and smashed Ekaterina hard with their maces. Seeing this, Alan also quickened his pace and rushed to one of the gnolls. Seeing this, the gnoll swung his mace fiercely. Alan quickly dodged it, and the mace landed close to his body. Before the gnoll could retract his weapon, the long sword chopped his neck fiercely. With a puff, the werewolf's head shot up into the sky. Roar! Seeing this, the werewolf behind him roared and rushed towards Alan. At this moment, the other guards of the Iron Skin Alliance and Alan finally arrived and began to fight with several other ordinary gnolls. They didn't have much time to waste at this moment. Once other gnolls rushed into the town and discovered their group, they would definitely kill them first before going deeper into Gerbil Town. Amidst the screams and roars, a minute later, there was a thud and the last werewolf fell to the ground. Quick, enter the courtyard immediately. Without taking the time to count the casualties, Alan directly called on everyone to run towards the gate of the black soil courtyard more than 30 meters away. Because they left in a hurry, the gate of the courtyard was not closed, which allowed everyone from the Wei Tiepi Alliance to enter quickly. After all the people and carriages hid inside the gate, they slammed it shut. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, at the entrance of the alley where Alan and others had just fought, dozens of gnolls rushed over, roaring and chasing a large group of gathered people. Val Ironhide and the others who were lying on the crack of the door and looking out were so frightened that their faces turned green. Quick, block the door with the carriage. After realizing what was happening, the members of the Wei Tiepi Alliance quickly blocked the 3 carriages behind the wooden door. He even felt that it was not enough, so he started loading black soil into the carriage in the courtyard. At this moment, Alan continued to check the small map and saw that all the gnolls around on the small map had gathered in the town, with a number of at least 300. The densely packed yellow dots representing the residents of the gathering area were also compressed back into the town, and their number was decreasing rapidly. It is self-evident what the disappearance of this yellow dot means. Come. Just as the members of the Ironhide Alliance were shoveling dirt onto the carriage, Val Ironhide suddenly stopped everyone with a trembling voice. As the leading gnolls advanced deeper, the subsequent gnolls arrived and began to search the hiding people alley by alley. This made everyone hold their breath and hold their weapons tightly, not daring to make any sound. Alan's small map naturally also showed that a dozen gnolls had entered the alley at this moment. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, everyone heard the sound of banging on the door. With a bang, there was a sound of a wooden door being pushed open, and then there were several screams from the gathered residents. Roar, roar, roar. Accompanied by the roar of the hyenas, the screams of the gathered people stopped abruptly in less than half a minute. Although the door was not knocked open to their courtyard, the sense of oppression it brought was undoubtedly huge. Alan, how about we escape over the wall? Val tiptoed to Alan's side and pointed to the corner of the wall at the back of the courtyard. There is a ladder there, which allows people to climb over the wall directly. Of course, even without a ladder, the courtyard is only about 2.5 meters high, so it can be easily climbed over. Wait a minute, now is not the time. Alan stopped him directly. The gnolls haven't penetrated all the way yet, and there are more than just the group outside in the surrounding alleys. Upon hearing this, Val Ironhide didn't dare to say anything more and could only listen to the noise timidly. Next, there were sounds of banging doors all around, and along with them there were inevitably the wails and screams of the gathered residents. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, the thing that everyone in the Wei-Tiepi Alliance least wanted to see happened. There was a loud knock on their door. All of a sudden, everyone shrank their heads and moved away from the gate, holding various weapons. The women also covered their mouths, fearing that their sobs would be heard. However, several of Alan's guards were relatively calm. Although their faces were pale, they did not retreat. The knocking sound continued, but thanks to the solidity of the wooden door and the resistance of the carriage and the black soil, even though it creaked, it did not break through. At this moment, in Alan's entry panel, a tall elite gnoll man pushed away 2 ordinary gnolls. With a loud bang, the wooden door was covered in dust, and even the wooden bolt in the middle was cracked. Everyone in the Wei-Tiepi Alliance was shocked. Alan also frowned and investigated. Slightly broken wooden door. Quality, ordinary. Toughness, 0.6. Due to damage from external forces, toughness has decreased. Enhancement option. Repairing damage consumes 1 energy point. Strengthening toughness, +1 consumes 1 energy point. Alan didn't hesitate and directly consumed energy points to repair it. Of course, this is obviously not enough. Ding. Strengthen toughness +1, +1, +1. After strengthening it 10 times, Alan stopped adding points. Reinforced wooden door. Quality, medium. Toughness, 11. Enhancement option. Enhanced toughness +1, consumes 10 energy points. The next step of strengthening will require 10 energy points, but the current toughness should be about the same. It's not that Alan is reluctant to strengthen his energy points. It has a toughness of 11 points. Unless one uses extraordinary strength, it is highly likely that the gnolls outside the door will be unable to destroy it. 1 point of toughness is normal, but 11 points is at least 10 times stronger. Bang, bang, bang. Sure enough, the elite werewolf outside the door continued to exert force, but he was no longer able to shake the wooden door. The members of the Wei-Tiepi Alliance did not consider that things would be so abnormal. They just thought it was the blessing of God and hoped that the wooden door would be as solid as a rock. Soon, the sound of banging on the door stopped, but just when everyone felt relieved, a head suddenly popped up from the wall nearby. It was an elite werewolf. Chapter 111, Gnoll Priest. The elite hyenas were already about 2.5 meters tall, so they could just use it as a stepping stone to cling to the wall. Roar, roar, roar. When he discovered the people in the yard, roars and shouts followed. Immediately, the jackals left the gate, came to the wall, and began to climb. Quick, stop them. Seeing this, Alan immediately gave the order and stepped forward as well. The werewolf landed first and fought directly with Alan. Other gnolls also climbed over the wall one after another, and immediately a fierce battle broke out in the courtyard. Fortunately, this group of gnolls could not enter at the same time because of the wall. As a result, many jackals were besieged as soon as they landed. In particular, Alan's subordinates had taken out the spears hidden under the carriage. With the help of the spear's firepower, they could pierce an ordinary werewolf into a sieve in just over 10 seconds. However, the fighting here soon attracted many gnolls in the surrounding area. After dealing with the elite gnolls, Alan took the time to look at the small map and immediately found that more than 20 gnolls were attracted by the sound of fighting. As more and more hyenas climbed over the wall at the same time, Alan and his men began to suffer casualties. The YTP Alliance has lost 5 or 6 villagers. Many villagers are frightened and are planning to retreat. Hold on, everyone. If we let the jackals gain a foothold, there's no chance of survival. Alan realized something was wrong and quickly came behind a few villagers, warning them while also providing support. With his appearance, several villagers were finally able to gain a foothold. Alan, how long do we have to wait? Val Ironhide and his men were sweating profusely. The two battles were definitely unprecedentedly fierce battles for the villagers in such a small settlement as theirs, and their energy was consumed extremely greatly at this moment. If I hadn't gritted my teeth and held on, I probably wouldn't have been able to swing the axe. Hold on for 2 more minutes. We need to wait for all the jackals on the periphery to move deeper. Only then will we have a chance to evacuate Gerbil Town. Good. Although 2 minutes is extremely long, having a goal is better than suffering in hopelessness. Next, the courtyard engaged in an offensive and defensive battle with more than 30 jackals. But all in all, Alan and his friends were lucky. The black soil courtyard he chose was one of the most solid buildings besides the wooden fort. In this way, you can also use the wall of the courtyard to block. However, most of the other courtyards were not so lucky. Either the gates were broken open by the gnolls, or the low and old earthen walls could not withstand the gnolls climbing over. The population of Sandrat Town, which originally gathered 4,000 to 5,000 residents, was reduced by at least half in just over 10 minutes, and the number was still decreasing rapidly. At this moment, outside the wooden fort in Sandrat Town, in addition to the local residents who had fled here with nowhere else to go, there were also more than 150 jackals gathered here. The jackals did not attack the wooden fort, but just as they did outside Red Wolf City, they surrounded and killed the people in the gathering area who had no way out. Roars, wails, and cries for help echoed inside and outside the wooden fort. However, what the guards on top of the wooden fort did was no different from what they did in Red Wolf City. They watched the people in the gathering area being killed without any reaction. Don't shoot arrows. Don't provoke these jackals. They will naturally leave when they have killed enough. The captain of the guards in Gerbil Town patrolled the wooden wall, ignoring the wailing and calls for help from below, and just kept giving orders to the guards. Almost there, almost there. Alan was not aware of the killing outside the wooden castle. At this moment, his eyes were fixed on the small map. Only the last wave of gnolls on the periphery have not yet entered. At Alan's urging, perhaps by divine blessing, the group of more than 20 jackals finally entered the town. Okay, Alan was suddenly happy. Rumble. But at this moment, a loud roar suddenly came from the wooden door. The roar was like thunder out of the blue, and Alan thought it was the roar of a cannon from his previous life. When I looked up, I found that it was actually the same. The wooden door, which had a toughness level of 11, now had a hole as big as a bowl. Following the hole, Alan found a hunchbacked, obviously old werewolf outside. This werewolf was wearing an eye patch and was not holding a mace in his hand, but a strangely twisted short stick made of tree roots. Oh no, Master Alan, those are werewolf priests. They can cast spells just like Warcraft. Ekaterina immediately reminded Alan. Without Ekaterina's reminder, Alan knew the seriousness of the situation. A wooden door with a toughness of 11 points can be broken easily. If that spell hits me, I will die immediately. Quick, everyone retreat to the corner. Remember, don't make a mess, and give the wooden ladder to the women. Alan gave the order quickly, and at the same time stood in front of the crowd. This is because they are worried that the villagers of YTP will fight over something, causing chaos during the retreat. Okay guys, the YTP Alliance knew Alan's abilities, and they felt relieved when they saw him standing in front of them. They fought and retreated towards the corner. Ekaterina, take the guards and go out first. Remember to go straight out without stopping. Yes, Master Alan. Then you'd better be careful. Ekaterina did not hesitate and responded by leading the guards to climb over the wall. Then came the women and the members of the YTP Alliance. The men climbed over the wall, and the women climbed the stairs. Rumble. At this time, the attack of the werewolf priest appeared again. Alan only saw a ball shining with electric arcs flash through the hole, and then the roar came again. This time, the sturdy wooden door finally couldn't bear the weight, and the upper part was directly shattered. Several gnolls stepped forward quickly, and with just a few violent tugs, the 2 door panels were pulled open. Roar, roar, roar. A group of gnolls immediately jumped over the carriage and rushed into the courtyard. Seeing that there were still a few villagers and dancers behind him who had not evacuated, Alan gritted his teeth and continued to block with his sword. Just as he killed 2 jackals in a row, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. Startled, Alan immediately rolled over to avoid it. With a loud bang, a blue arc ball of electricity fell where he had just stood. The blue arc light ball exploded, and a blue light shock wave appeared within a range of 1.5 meters around it. When the shock wave dissipated, a shallow, charred pit with a diameter of 0.5 meter appeared on the ground. Huh. The werewolf priest saw Alan dodge his attack and exclaimed in surprise, staring at him with his one eye. The next moment, the tree root in his hand began to wave again, and Alan's scalp suddenly felt numb. Seeing that the last 2 villagers had climbed onto the wall, he stood up without any hesitation and jumped to the top of the wall. Go away, old monster. Taking advantage of the moment when he grabbed the ladder, Alan turned around and said goodbye to the werewolf priest, then jumped off the wall directly by pulling the ladder. Roar, roar, roar. As Alan fled, the gnolls behind him roared unwillingly, and many of them had already begun to prepare to climb over the wall. Don't chase them anymore. Go deal with those humans in the town. Chapter 112 Safe Escape. They didn't chase us? After running more than 100 meters along the alley, Alan was a little surprised to find that the jackals did not climb over the wall. But considering that the purpose of these gnolls is to plunder, it seems normal. After all, apart from the wooden fort, there are at least 3,000 or 4,000 people in the town. There are only a few dozen of us, and we are not of the same size. It would be more trouble than gain to catch up with them. After running for 2 or 3 miles away from the town of Sandrat, the members of the Ironclad Alliance and the dancers slowed down their pace. After the fierce battle just now, he ran all the way. If it weren't for the threat to his life and the rush of adrenaline, he would definitely not be able to run so fast and for so long. Now that he realized there were no pursuers behind him, the adrenaline had subsided, leaving only fatigue. He felt as if even lifting his thighs was filled with lead. Alan, man. Did we get out? After walking for a while, many villagers and dancers could no longer hold on and fell to the ground, including Val Tiepi. Run out, guys. Alan nodded with a smile. Haha, we ran out. Ran out of the encirclement of hundreds of jackals. After getting Alan's affirmation, Val Ironhide immediately laughed, and his laughter was extremely happy. The other village dancers also had smiles on their faces, feeling relieved after surviving a disaster. I was scared to death by these bastards. I almost thought I would die here today. Willenhart gasped, his sturdy body covered with blood. In the previous battle, this big guy was brave and never retreated. Although we escaped, we suffered heavy losses. Peter Nyofen looked at the number of people in the team. Originally, there were more than 80 people including the dancers, but after 2 rounds of fighting, there were at least 20 fewer people, and even the number of dancers hiding in the back was reduced by 2. Most of them were killed while defending the courtyard. Alan's subordinates were better. The guards had strong coordination and some combat experience. They also had spears to maintain their position. Most importantly, they had a Katarina's protection. Even though they were not wearing leather armor, not a single one was killed. My carriage is gone too. Val Ironhide stopped smiling when he heard it. It's good that people are alive. The loss of things like carriages is a loss. Think about the miserable situation of the villagers in other courtyards. If we didn't have Alan, I'm afraid no one would come out alive. Willenhart was open-minded. Okay guys, it's not really safe yet. Time to head back. And we have no way of knowing whether these gnolls will go to other gathering places after attacking Gerbil Town, so we must go back and take precautions. Seeing that the break was almost over, Alan began to urge everyone. Wei Tiepi and the others also knew that the situation was urgent, so they stood up one by one. However, Alan did not follow them, but asked Ekaterina to lead everyone back under the pretext of being the last one to leave. Alan, the gnolls haven't come with us yet. Why don't you go together? It's too dangerous for you to stay alone. Leona immediately expressed her concern. Val and the others also widened their eyes. Yeah, man, it's too dangerous. Don't worry, I will be careful. Besides, if I don't stay, and the jackals really chase us, we won't be able to escape. But if I stay, at least I can lead them away if we really meet the enemy. Alan said righteously. Suddenly, the dancer and Wei Tiepi were deeply moved. Although Leona was still worried, she saw that Alan's expression was firm, so she didn't say anything. She doesn't think she can influence Alan just because there has been a breakthrough in their relationship. Man, you must take care of yourself. Finally, Val and the others left with red eyes. As he watched them walk away, Alan waved his hand and said, "Let's go to Gerbil Town." That's right, we're heading to Gerbil Town. What about covering the rear is of course a lie. Alan has a small map, so why does he need such a method to guard against pursuit? Therefore, he stayed for another purpose, which was for the black soil in the black soil courtyard. Now that Harris's men have all retreated to the wooden fort, the black earth courtyard is completely unguarded. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Although they knew that there were gnolls in Gerbil Town, Alan's current prestige was enough to make the guards obey his orders. After receiving the order, the 10 guards all grasped their spears and followed Alan. No one resisted out of fear. Of course, Alan chose to return with confidence. From the small map, he has confirmed that most of the gnolls have gathered deep in Gerbil Town. There are only a dozen or so jackals in the outer areas, and they are scattered on the streets of various areas. In this way, as long as we sneak back quietly and move quickly, there will be no problem. With the help of the small map, I followed the original route and returned safely to the outside of the black soil courtyard wall. There are currently 2 red dots in the courtyard, and the rest have all gone deep into the Sandrat town. Alan called a halt to his subordinates and quietly stepped forward. With an easy jump, he lay on the top of the wall and saw 2 ordinary jackals. 2 gnolls were grunting as they unloaded the black soil from the carriage. Apparently, as Alan had guessed, these gnolls would not kill the horses, but would use them as tools to carry the spoils. This is very easy to do. Alan asked his subordinates to continue waiting, and he quietly went around to the main gate. After confirming that there were no other gnolls around, he gathered his fighting spirit and rushed in directly from the open gate. With a puff, Alan's sword directly attacked the big guy with his back to him. The 2 gnolls never dreamed that there would be humans who would dare to attack them. When Alan drew out his sword, the jackals on the opposite side finally reacted. He roared, dropped the shovel in his hand, and prepared to pick up his weapon from the frame beside him. Alan sneered, took a step forward, and hurried forward. Just as the werewolf bent down to grab the mace, he chopped it down with a sword and instantly broke both of the werewolf's arms. Then, the sword turned around, and the cold light flashed across the werewolf's neck, directly creating a big bloody hole. With a thud, the werewolf fell to the ground with his hands covering his neck. He breakdanced on the ground for a while before his body went limp and he died. After the 2 jackals were dealt with, there was no more danger. Alan immediately called a group of guards and started loading black soil onto the carriage again. There are at least tens of thousands of kilograms of black soil in this small courtyard. Even Cornet's redneck has prepared more than 2,000 kilograms of inferior black soil for the next time. However, Alan naturally looked down on the inferior black soil. Since he didn't have to pay for it, the black soil would definitely be more fragrant. Not minding the dirty work, Alan put away his sword and began to shovel black soil onto the carriage. Of course, he will also pay attention to the dynamics on the mini-map at all times. Chapter 113 Neighborhood Model. In just over 10 minutes, all 3 carriages were filled, each weighing at least 2,000 kilograms. What a pity, there are so few carriages. Looking at the half of black soil still left on the ground, Alan still felt a little unsatisfied. But he also knew that enough was enough. 6,000 kilograms, even if it was priced at 10 copper coins per kilogram, would be 20 gold coins. This is definitely a windfall, and Alan likes windfalls the most. Walk. Without further delay, Alan waved his hand and led his subordinates to pull 3 carriages to start evacuating. However, since we were carrying cargo on the carriage this time, we could only leave from the main road of the town. Fortunately, with a small map in hand, Alan was not worried as he confirmed that the main force of the gnolls was still deep in Gerbil Town. In this way, he led his subordinates out of the courtyard in a dignified manner and turned out of the main road from the alley where the Haida courtyard was located. Let's go. Don't stop. Get out of Gerbil Town. When they reached the main road, Alan left the team and rushed towards an alley ahead. About 10 meters into the alley, there were 2 gnolls. The loud noise of the carriage passing by would surely alarm them. The subordinates drove the carriage without stopping for a moment, and Alan came to the wall at the entrance of the alley. Hearing the carriage, the 2 gnolls immediately became alert and headed towards the alley entrance. Soon, the carriage fell into the sight of 2 gnolls. Roar! Immediately, the 2 gnolls raised their maces and prepared to charge at the convoy. Die! But just as they stepped out of the alley, Alan, who had been waiting for them, suddenly attacked, raised his sword, and thrust it out fiercely. Caught off guard, the werewolf close to Alan had no time to react and was pierced directly in the side of his chest. He fell to the ground with a thud. The other werewolf was instantly startled and changed his target, raising his mace and smashing towards Alan fiercely. Alan took a step forward and rushed forward quickly. His legs, which were filled with fighting spirit, seemed to be equipped with power motors. He rushed into the arms of the werewolf at a rapid speed. With a thud, a shoulder hit the wolf man's chest directly. The werewolf groaned and involuntarily leaned back. Alan seized the opportunity and stabbed the werewolf in the chest with his sword. The long sword pierced through, and the werewolf's body stiffened. His left hand reached out to grab Alan, and Alan immediately reached out and clamped his wrist tightly. Just go with peace of mind. Don't be nervous. Soon you won't feel the pain anymore. This lasted for more than 10 seconds, and the werewolf's strength quickly drained away along with the blood in his chest. When he no longer felt the gnoll's strength, Alan let go and drew out his sword. The tall body of the gnoll fell to the ground, and at the same time, a reminder of energy point +1 came to Alan's mind. This energy point is better than nothing. Alan still prefers to kill dark creatures. After dealing with the 2 jackals, Alan didn't stop. He still had more than 300 meters to go to reach the town entrance. There were 2 more jackals in an alley ahead. Alan ran quickly and arrived at the entrance of an alley more than 100 meters away after a while. At this moment, the 2 jackals were more than 100 meters away from Alan and were banging hard on the door of a small courtyard. There were actually 2 small yellow dots in the small yard. What surprised Alan even more was that one of the yellow dots was mixed with green. Because he was far away before, and in order to monitor the overall situation more easily, Alan's map was zoomed out, so the yellow dot was covered by the red dot of the werewolf and could not be seen clearly. Now he was a little confused. Who is it? It seems that everyone I know has evacuated. The green color was quite rich, which clearly indicated that it was familiar to him and had a friendly attitude towards him. But Leona, the White Pea Alliance and others also evacuated safely. Logically, there should be no one in the town that Alan is familiar with. However, no matter what, we will know after we deal with the 2 werewolves. Soon 3 carriages passed by the alley with the sound of rumbling wheels. Roar, roar, roar. Sensing the movement, 2 gnolls roared and rushed towards the alley entrance. They were still 2 ordinary jackals. Alan followed the same method and easily solved them. After dealing with the 2 jackals, Alan watched the convoy go away before heading towards the courtyard. When he arrived outside the courtyard, he didn't hear any movement inside, and the gate of the courtyard was closed. Alan simply went to the side wall and climbed up. The yard was empty, and finally Alan found one of the targets behind the gate. It was a burly red-necked man squatting on the ground, leaning against the gate. Redneck was wearing old leather armor and holding a long sword in his hand, but the old leather armor was torn on the chest, and blood was constantly flowing out from the back of the armor. There was also blood at the corner of his mouth. Alan thought for a moment and immediately remembered who it was. One of the guards of Ross Trading Company. The other yellow dot with a hint of green was about to emerge. Alan didn't hesitate and jumped down. The noise finally attracted the guard's attention. He was stunned at first, but then a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. AI. Alan, do you remember me? I've seen you in the cabin, and the boss also asked us to keep an eye on you, the guard said with difficulty. Okay, is Tizia in there? Seeing that he had difficulty speaking, Alan didn't intend to say more. Yes. I hope Mr. Allen can help the young lady. Our boss will definitely thank you. This redneck is very loyal. For Tizia's safety, he even used the word, Your Excellency. I'll go check on Tizia first. Alan didn't say anything more and immediately followed the map to go to one of the small houses. Tizia was hiding in a closet at the moment. Alan walked forward and opened it directly, and was immediately greeted by a pair of slender little hands with clenched fists. Just a gentle pinch and grabbed the fair and tender wrists. But at this moment, Tizia had her eyes closed, but her hands were still exerting force. It's me, Miss Tizia. Tizia's body shook, and then she opened her eyes. When he confirmed it was Alan, his eyes suddenly turned red. Alan, there's a gnoll. After saying that, she threw herself directly into Alan's arms. Although Tizia is young, her scale has already taken shape, and Alan immediately sensed it. At the same time, Tizia's body was surprisingly soft, and a unique fragrance of a young girl permeated the nose. It's okay, it's safe now. I'll take you away now. Alan comforted softly. Well, thank you, Alan. Tizia raised her head with red eyes, and her delicate face with tears in her eyes made people feel pity. Wow, this perfect girl next door by Yue Guang is really rare. Ekaterina has the noble temperament of Ekaterina, but Tizia is also a model girl next door. Alan smiled warmly. No need to thank me. Tizia, we are friends. You have helped me before, haven't you? Chapter 114, The Turmoil Dies Down. When I brought Tizia out of the house, the guard was still alive. However, Alan obviously could not take him with him. Otherwise, there would be another person who knew about his smuggling of black soil. That's right. Alan could trust the simple-minded Tizia, but he did not trust these redneck guards, especially those he could not control. At that moment, Alan placed him in a room inside the house due to his mobility problems and also bandaged him simply with rags. Whether he lives or dies depends on his luck. Then, Alan took Tijia and climbed over the wall, chasing the convoy. Not long after, they caught up with the convoy in front and let Tijia sit in the carriage. Then Alan asked Tijia why she appeared in the cabin. It turned out that after the gnolls attacked, Rost's guards were ready to escort Tijia away from Gerbil town. Unfortunately, when they arrived outside the town of Gerbil, they found that the town had been surrounded, so they had no choice but to return. They originally wanted to seek refuge in the wooden fort, but unfortunately, they encountered gnolls who rushed into the town from the side. So they could only hide in the surrounding alleys. During the escape, 7 or 8 guards and shop assistants all died under the claws of the gnolls. The captain of the guard just now, despite being injured, escaped into the courtyard with Tijia. After hiding Tijia in the closet, the captain of the guard was too injured to fight anymore and could only squat behind the gate of the courtyard to guard. If Alan hadn't arrived, the 2 jackals would have broken in soon. Thinking of the subordinates who died protecting her, Tijia's eyes couldn't help but turn red again. Tijia, they're paid by your father, and it's their duty to protect you. When your father returns, have him give more pensions to the families of these guards. That will be enough to justify their loyalty. Having grown up in a privileged environment, this is how I react when encountering such emergencies. Yes. After hearing what Alan said, Tijia nodded heavily. I will definitely ask my father to give their family more pensions. My father listens to me the most. Alan smiled. It was obvious that there was always someone better. The ferocious-looking guy Rosk was most afraid of his own daughter. Next, in order to take care of the girl's emotions, Alan chatted with her casually. In addition, in order to avoid the discovery of the black soil incident, Alan has been using a small map to explore the surrounding situation to ensure that he will not encounter other residents of the gathering place. What surprised him was that he really didn't encounter any people from the gathering place on the road. But when he passed by some gathering places, he discovered the reason. There were thick smoke rising from many gathering places. Obviously, they had been attacked by the gnolls. When we returned to the gathering place, it was already evening. Ekaterina and some villagers all entered the wall, and Reg and the other 10 guards who stayed behind were fully armed and on guard. When they saw Alan return, everyone looked happy. Master Alan. The wooden door opened and Ekaterina immediately stepped forward. Ekaterina, what's going on? Where are the others? Master Alan, everything is fine here. I heard there are no gnolls around here. Alan felt a little relieved. Where are Leona, Val, and the others? Didn't Thomas and the villagers return? Master Alan, Thomas and the villagers haven't returned. Val and the others have already led their men to the Death Knight ruins. I heard from Val that the Death Knight ruins are actually the best place to hide from alien attacks, because the aliens don't dare to get too close to the dark creature's territory. In previous years, when they encountered alien invasions, they relied on hiding in the Black Nest ruins to survive. Alan nodded. This was the wisdom of the people in the gathering place. Although this approach is dangerous, it is much better than being slaughtered by alien races. Since Val and the others are confident, there shouldn't be any big problems. Moreover, it would be bad if Thomas and others were to return in case they encountered danger on the way. Master Alan. At this moment, a figure rushed out from the gathering place. It was the arrogant maid Caroline. Master Alan, are you okay? Captain Ekaterina said you're responsible for covering the rear. That's really too risky. The arrogant maid's eyes were slightly red, and her words were sincere. It was obvious that her concern and nervousness were not fake. Caroline, don't you know my abilities? Besides, I've returned safely, haven't I? Well, I feel relieved that you can come back, Master Alan. Caroline nodded, but her eyes were attracted by Tijia in the carriage. When she saw Tijia's delicate and soft facial features, a hint of resentment immediately appeared in her eyes as she looked at Alan. Alan didn't want to cause any trouble, so he whispered in Caroline's ear, Caroline, this is Miss Tijia from the Rosk Iron Sheet Purchasing Company in Gerbil Town. Her father is the owner of the Rosk Iron Sheet Purchasing Company. The sale of our iron sheets and jujubes is entirely up to his father. Saving him this time is a great opportunity. Take good care of her. His father might even raise the purchase price to thank us. Ah, really, Master Alan? Caroline's resentment disappeared in an instant. Of course it's true. Have I ever lied to you, Caroline? Master, don't worry. I will take good care of Miss Tijia. After getting the affirmation, Caroline's eyes became bright when she looked at Tijia, and she showed a kind smile. Miss Tijia, I am Master Alan's maid. Welcome to the Babylon Gathering Place. Next, the Tsundere maid enthusiastically invited Tijia into the camp. If there is a chance to better develop the territory, the Tsundere maid will definitely do her best. After sending Tijia away, Alan did not stop. He immediately mobilized the villagers in the gathering place to go to the area reserved for farming and start digging holes. These black soils cannot be seen in the light for the time being. The black soil courtyard has been looted, and Harris Gerbil will definitely track it down afterwards, so they need to be buried first and used after the storm has died down. The night was not peaceful. In the first half of the night, there was no movement near the small gathering place. But in the second half of the night, you can hear the faint roar of gnolls in the distance. In addition, in the dark night, you can see faint flickering lights on the far horizon, which should be some gathering places that have been set on fire. Apparently, the gnolls moved into the vicinity as time went on. Alan, along with his 20 subordinates, was on high alert, guarding against possible attacks by gnolls. Fortunately, I don't know if the gnolls have looted enough, or if they look down on these small gathering places. When the daybreak came and the howling of the gnolls completely disappeared, no gnolls appeared near the gathering place of the Babylon and White Pea Alliance. This is a blessing in disguise. Chapter 1:15 Food Guardian Maid. As the crisis was likely to be resolved, Alan felt a little sleepy after not sleeping for a day and a night. The guards were able to take turns on duty in armor, and even Ekaterina was forced by Alan to rest. He was the only one who didn't sleep a wink all night. Ekaterina got up early and came over. Seeing Alan's tired expression, there was a different look in her eyes. If you had to say what it contained, it should be recognition. A woman's recognition of a man. Although this doesn't seem to be anything special, but think about Ekaterina's most likely noble status. Even if she lost her memory, it would not change her subconscious worldview. Therefore, the number of men she truly recognizes should be very small. Of course, Alan didn't notice this. Master Alan, you should go and rest. I will be in charge here, and I guarantee that no problems will arise. Ekaterina said softly. Then I'll leave it to you, Ekaterina. Also, have the guards take off their leather armor for a while. Under Ekaterina's gaze, Alan yawned and returned to the cabin, then fell asleep. I slept until the afternoon. When he woke up again, Alan heard noise outside the house. Rubbing my still dizzy head, I walked out of the house and saw 17 or 18 beautiful dancers busy at work. The dancers were busy making a fire and cooking. Leona was the chef, roasting the meat and stewing the broth. Their return from the Death Knight ruins truly marks the end of this crisis. Leona just happened to see Alan coming to the door. Her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. She put down the soup spoon and hurried over with a bright smile. Seeing this, the other dancers also noticed Alan, and their eyes suddenly lit up, like hungry wolves seeing sheep, and they all rushed over. Alan was frightened by this scene. Just as he was thinking about whether to go back to the house and lock the door, he was surrounded by a group of dancers and Leona. Alan, are you okay? What can happen to me? By the way, Leona, what are you doing? Alan was a little nervous. As the saying goes, a good tiger cannot stand up to a pack of wolves. Haha, handsome Alan, it was you who saved us yesterday. If it weren't for you, we would have died at the hands of those vicious gnolls. So Boss Leona said we must thank you and prepare a delicious meal for you and your guards. That's right. Besides delicious food, we've also prepared some beautiful dances. Handsome Alan, you're sure to like it. Are you looking forward to it? As they were talking, several dancers who were quick to react had already wrapped their arms around Alan. If Leona hadn't been there, they would probably have started to attack him from top to bottom again. Good heavens, Alan only felt like he had entered the spider spirit's cave. Although he thought he had a body and will of steel, wasn't this too much? Even an iron rod can be sharpened into a needle. My dear friends. Seeing Alan's helpless expression, Leona laughed so hard that her body shook, but did not stop him. Just when Alan was wondering why Leona was so generous today, a cold snort came from behind the crowd. What are you doing? Caroline angrily squeezed into the crowd and aggressively pulled away several women who were holding Alan's arms. Well, Leona must be targeting her Tsundere maid. Master Alan just woke up. How could you do this? What if he gets hurt? I should have told Captain Ekaterina that you can't come in. The Tsundere little maid put her hands on her hips, her face full of anger. Seeing this, Leona and the others were all laughing and did not respond to Caroline's rebuke. Alan, let's go cook the food first. The dancers cast a coquettish glance at Alan, then gracefully returned to the open space and continued their busy work. They are all big bitches. They don't even look at their own status and actually want to seduce Master Alan. Caroline gnashed her teeth in anger. Master, please don't be fooled. You are a noble. They are not worthy of you. Alan found it quite amusing to see that Tsundere maid transform into a protective cat. However, when it is time to give the maid sweet dates, she must be given them. Caroline, I get it. After comforting Caroline, Alan went to the gate of the wall. Ekaterina was still on duty with her men. I learned from Ekaterina that the crisis in the nearby settlements had indeed been resolved, and people had returned to their normal lives. Because they needed to dig out iron sheets, Thomas did not bring his men back. Instead, he sent someone back with a message, asking the territory to send food so that the villagers could fill their stomachs and work and come back in the evening. Of course, it is not only the villagers in Allen who have such fighting spirit, but also all other settlements. Val and others from the White Pea Alliance also joined in the excavation. As for the specific information about the losses caused by the werewolf invasion, no information has been received yet. After all, there is no communication in this world, and it takes time for news to spread. In this way, time passed, and it was the next day. News about the Knoll attack also came in, which was heard by Val, Ironhide, and others. First up is Gerbil Town. It is said that during the attack that day, at least 2,000 to 3,000 people in the town were killed by the Knolls, including residents of Gerbil Town and outside villagers. As for the exact number of people, it is impossible to determine because the Knolls took away quite a lot of corpses as food. As for Harris Gerbil and his subordinates, they were safe and sound because they were hiding in the wooden castle. Of course, his subordinates suffered no losses, but the town's population and the food, property, and ironware in the town were all looted. This is retribution for Harris's Gerbil. The total amount of these losses is at least equivalent to 1 or 2 years of accumulated wealth. Outside of Gerbil Town, the losses were even more severe. At least 5 or 6 large settlements, more than a dozen medium-sized settlements, and dozens of small settlements were looted by the Knolls. The original population of these settlements was about 10,000 to 20,000, but due to the massacre by the Knolls, at least 4,000 to 5,000 people were reduced. This was also due to good luck. The attack of the Knolls happened during the day, so many residents of the settlement discovered the crisis in advance and were able to escape. Some residents even simply worked by digging iron sheets in the ruins and safely avoided the disaster. Otherwise, if the jackals arrived in the middle of the night, the casualties would at least double. In general, this rampage of the Knolls brought heavy damage to the residents of the settlement, and the ones who suffered the most were the lowest-level residents. What's even more tragic is that this is not the first nor the last time such an injury has occurred. Although Allen felt a bit of compassion as a modern man, his territory had just started, so he could only keep it in his heart. Chapter 116, Excited Rosk. Did you find it? Boss, we've searched almost the entire town, but there's still no news. No one even saw the young lady during the attack. If no one has seen her, then it must be safe. It must be safe. Go find her. Go find her. If she is not in the town, go outside the town. Tizia will be fine. Outside the courtyard of the acquisition company, Rosk's eyes were red and he roared at his subordinates. He regretted very much why he chose to go to Red Wolf City yesterday. Whether it was one day earlier or one day later, Tizia would not have to face the damn werewolf alone. Yes, boss, we'll go find him right away. Faced with the scolding and roaring, the subordinates did not complain at all. They understood their boss's feelings very well. But we have been searching for a whole day. Is Miss Tizia really safe? The subordinates didn't dare to expose it for fear that the boss would be unable to bear it. Rosk also thought of this, but he just didn't want to believe it. He would not give up until he saw Tizia's body. Boss, we found but he's still alive. At this time, several people suddenly ran out of the alley, shouting and running wildly. Butter. Rosk's body shook, and he sprinted towards his men. As for Butte, he was naturally the captain of the guard from before. Thanks to Allen's simple bandage to stop the bleeding, he has not died yet. If Allen were here, he would definitely be amazed. But's discovery was also lucky. The owner of the courtyard survived by chance, returned home and found him, and then notified the people from Rosk Acquisition Bank. Otherwise, with But breathing more than he breathes, he would probably die before dark. Boss, But was shaken awake by his companions and spoke weakly to Rosk. Where is Tizia? But, tell me, Tizia is still alive, right? Where is she? Rosk didn't care about anything else. He just held But's arm tightly and asked nervously. Now Rosk is like a prisoner waiting for trial. Whether he will be hanged or acquitted depends on what Butte will say next. Butte's condition was very bad. He was only able to hold on until now by sheer willpower. He couldn't even feel the pain from Rosk's grip on his arm. He used up his last bit of strength and said, "AI, Allen." After saying this, but could no longer hold on and passed out. Allen, is she with Allen? Tizia is still alive, right? But tell me. Rosk stomped his feet and tried hard to shake the unconscious, but unfortunately, was really unconscious this time. Boss, Butte is unconscious. Rosk then stopped and gritted his teeth. Quick, prepare the carriage. I'm going to Babylon. Yes, to the Babylon gathering place. Also, the rest of you, take Butte to treatment immediately. Allen didn't know that Rosk was burning with anger and was already rushing towards his camp. After practicing swordsmanship with Ekaterina for a while, he began to practice fighting spirit. This crisis made him realize even more clearly that the name of the Death Sand Sea was well-deserved. The knoll had taught him a good lesson. If the lightning ball of the werewolf priest really hit him, it would not be enough even if he was at the initial bronze level. Therefore, the Bronze Knight is really just the starting point. The Silver Knight and the Gold Knight are the foundation of life. If you want to survive in this dangerous sea of sand, you must do everything possible to become stronger quickly. After 3 or 4 hours, he felt mentally exhausted and stopped practicing. Now he has a silver-grade Do-Chi technique and monster meat. It will take about 40 days to completely condense the Do-Chi seed. But Alan still felt that it was too slow. So after completing his training, he stood up directly and wanted to kill some wild monsters to strengthen his chi channels and fighting skills. Just as Alan arrived at the door, a guard hurried towards him. Master Alan, a group of more than 10 people have arrived outside the camp. The leader claims to be Rosk, and he wants to see you. Rosk, you came here on your own. Alan was a little surprised. He originally wanted to wait until he was 100% sure that the werewolves had left before sending someone to notify them tomorrow. He didn't expect that Rosk would come first. Of course, he guessed that the redneck guard was still alive, so Rosk knew where Tizia was. TSK, you're quite tough. Go and ask Miss Tizia to come over. I'm going to see Rosk first. After giving the order, Alan rushed directly to the camp gate. Tizia has been staying very comfortably in the Babylon gathering place these 2 days. He often followed Caroline to the jujube orchard to pick jujubes and feed the rabbits. For someone like Tizia who has never had close contact with the life of the lower class, everything is full of freshness. Of course, more importantly, this place belongs to Alan, and I can chat with Alan every night before going to bed. She especially liked listening to the fairy tale stories told by Alan. The wonderful adventures of the princesses and princes in the stories were really enviable. Because Rosk's team was of unknown identity, the guards closed the gate as per custom. After Alan climbed up the wooden wall and confirmed that it was Rosk himself, he ordered the door to be opened. After the door opened, Rosk rushed in hurriedly. Alan, is Tizia here with you? She must be here with you, right? Tell me, she must be here with you. Rosk's eyes were bloodshot, and his hands were tightly grasping Alan's arms. His tone seemed to be questioning, but it sounded more like he was begging Alan. Alan was shocked. Why was Rosk in such a state? Maybe something unexpected happened? Boss Rosk, calm down. Tizia is in my camp and is safe. His words seemed to be a powerful heart-saving pill for Ross. His originally dim eyes instantly became lively. Really? Alan, you didn't lie to me? My Tizia is really here. Boss Rosk, I've sent someone to call Tizia over. She's fine and safe. After receiving the affirmation again, Rosk's eyes became even redder, and he squeezed Alan's hand even tighter. That's great. That's really great. Thank you so much, man. You are my benefactor, man. Alan had never expected that Rosk, who looked as fierce as a gangster boss, would be forced to such a point. However, at this moment, Alan also noticed a problem. The tingling in his arm indicated that Rosk's strength was terrifyingly great, and even his current strength of more than 10 points could not resist it. Is this Rosk also a titled knight? Because if you don't practice the fighting chi technique, even if you are gifted, your strength will not exceed 10 points. Thinking of this, Alan immediately began to investigate. Rosk. Strength, 45. Agility, 11. Intelligence, 2.9. Bronze High Knight, 99/100. Hiss. Good guy. Alan called him good guy. This is not only a titled knight, but also a terrifying high-level bronze knight. For such a person, it would be no problem for him to establish his own super-large gathering place. After all, Alan speculated that Harris was only at the initial to mid-bronze level. But Rosk only opened one acquisition bank, which was totally unreasonable. It's not that he looks down on the iron sheet purchasing business, but Rosk can completely start his own business and build a large gathering place, which does not conflict with the iron sheet purchasing. He is hiding his identity. Alan immediately made further speculations. Otherwise, if Rosk's fighting spirit was ever exposed, it would obviously be known to outsiders. There was no way Harris Gerbil would allow him to stay in his territory. After all, I won't allow others to snore beside my bed. As for why Rosk wanted to hide his identity, Alan didn't know, and he didn't want to explore it at the moment. After all, there is no conflict between the two sides at present, and he even saved his daughter. Chapter 117. Women who don't worship money are easier to deceive. Father. At this moment, Tizia also received the news and came to the camp gate. My dear Tizia, it's so good to see you again. Tell your father, are you okay? Hearing the call, Rosk immediately let go of Alan and rushed directly to his daughter. As for the change in Alan's expression just now, Rosk ignored it because of his excitement. Standing in front of Tizia, Rosk greeted her and looked her up and down carefully, confirming that Tizia was really unharmed. Only then did he feel relieved. On the contrary, Tizia was in a good mood because of the relaxed life in Babylon over the past 2 days. Father, I'm fine. I'm not hurt at all. I'm glad you're okay, Tizia. It's all Father's fault for not being able to protect you. No, Father, this isn't your fault. However, it was Alan who saved me this time. You must thank Alan very much. Also, Boot and the others sacrificed their lives to protect me. Father, you must compensate their families as well. Yes, Tizia, Father will compensate their families and thank Alan. Rosk nodded solemnly. Seeing that the father and daughter had almost finished their conversation, Alan prepared to invite them to sit and chat in the open space in the camp. However, Rosk refused. This time his acquisition company also suffered losses, as all the iron pieces were looted by the gnolls. Fortunately, his last batch of goods had been delivered 3 or 4 days ago, so he didn't lose everything. Of course, although the loss was not great, many matters still needed to be dealt with, especially the 7 or 8 subordinate guards who died. Alan, thank you for saving Tizia. In return, you can make a request of me. As long as it is within my ability, I will try my best to satisfy you. Rosk was very straightforward. Perhaps worried that Alan didn't know what he could offer in return, he continued, for example, 50 gold coins or other corresponding supplies. You don't have to be embarrassed. Tizia is a priceless treasure to me. You deserve this. 50 gold coins. The surrounding guards were all shocked after hearing this, and Caroline's beautiful eyes flashed, almost emitting golden light. Alan couldn't help but be moved by Rosk's generosity. 50 gold coins can buy 50 ordinary horses and 50 pieces of leather armor. However, thinking of Rosk's hidden Dookie identity and his ability to run the iron sheet purchasing business, Alan gave up the idea of asking for 50 gold coins. Sir Rosk, saving Tizia is what I should do. After all, Miss Tizia helped me once before. So, this time, just consider it as my thanks to Miss Tizia for her help. I don't need any reward. What is the most expensive thing in the world? Of course, free ones are the most expensive. Alan was gambling. Letting Rosk owe him a favor was more worthwhile than 50 gold coins. As for if the bet is wrong, it will only be 50 gold coins. Alan was confident that with his own abilities and the speed at which the territory was developing, he would be able to earn 50 gold coins within a few months. Master Alan. Caroline suddenly became anxious. Just as she was about to say something, she was stopped by Alan's look. Tizia's beautiful eyes flashed, and she looked at Alan without blinking, her beautiful eyes full of light. Rosk looked at his daughter, then at Alan, and immediately felt that something bad was going to happen. Although he was grateful to Alan for saving his daughter, he didn't want this guy to kidnap his daughter. Alan, the cooperation contract is just a small matter. Even without Tizia, I will make an exception and sign a contract with you if you bring enough iron pieces later. And these 50 gold coins can quickly improve your gathering place. Don't you want your gathering place to expand rapidly? Rosk patiently persuaded him, as he had noticed the rapid development of Alan's territory. Not to mention anything else, just looking at this wall, you can tell that Alan is a man with ideals and abilities. He is definitely not the leader of a small settlement who just wants to eat and wait for death. Sir Rosk, how about this? If you really want to thank me, then please remember this favor first. If I really need anything in the future, I will come to you again. Okay, Alan's words seemed to be words of excuse. The people around him, including Rosk, felt the same way. After all, he didn't know that his identity as a titled knight, which he had hidden for nearly 10 years, had been exposed. Rosk looked at Alan suspiciously, wondering if this guy's delay was because he wanted to take advantage of his daughter. After all, Rosk has seen things like playing the long game to catch big fish. But having said that, Rosk couldn't force it any further. After thinking for a moment, he said, Okay, Alan, I owe you a favor this time. If you want anything in return in the future, you can always come to me. As I said before, as long as it's within my ability. Also, from now on, the iron pieces from your Babylon settlement will be sold for 6 copper coins per kilogram. The next time you come, I'll have someone give you the new contract. Thank you, Mr. Rosk. This is really a pleasant surprise. Not to mention the promise of a high-ranking bronze knight. The price of 6 copper coins per kilogram of iron sheet alone seemed to him to be almost the same as 50 gold coins. After all, the number of iron sheets produced by himself is increasing. Alan smiled brightly, and after Rosk finished speaking, he didn't dare to stay any longer. He left quickly with the reluctant Tizia, as if he was afraid that Tizia would be abducted if he delayed too long. Master Alan, that's 50 gold coins, Caroline said with a sad face after Rosk left. Caroline, currently, we produce 3,000 to 4,000 kilograms of iron sheets every week. If we increase the copper coin per kilogram, that means an increase of 5,000 copper coins, which is equivalent to 30 or 40 silver coins. It only takes 1 year for us to earn 50 gold coins, and the additional gold coins we earn later are all extra. Do you think it's better to take the 50 gold coins first, or add 1 copper coin each time later? Then we must increase the purchase price by 1 copper coin. Caroline exclaimed immediately. The lost expression on her face completely disappeared, replaced by immense surprise. That's right. All right, go supervise the villagers' work and don't let them slack off. Yes, Master Alan. Caroline was very satisfied and left with full energy. At this time, Ekaterina looked at Alan with strange eyes. What's wrong, Ekaterina? Master Alan, although your later account does make sense, I remember that you rejected Rosk first, and he finally promised this benefit. Really? It's all the same now. Sure enough, a woman who is not impressed by money is more difficult to fool than a gold digger. As Ekaterina continued to stare at him, Alan could only say seriously, Then Ekaterina, do you believe that I really don't ask for anything in return? As for the real reason, it's really hard to explain. Alan has decided that this system is a secret that he will never share with anyone in his lifetime. What Alan didn't expect was that Ekaterina nodded solemnly after hearing what he said. Yes, I believe it. Master Alan. Good guy, Alan exclaimed. Good guy? Ekaterina never lies. If she says she believes something, then she really believes it. Where does this confidence come from? Please let me take back what I just said. This woman who doesn't worship money seems to be easier to fool. Chapter 118 Ghost Thief. For the next 3 days, Alan's life was uneventful. He spent every day trying to gain points and absorb fighting spirit. Host, Alan. Special, Bronze Intermediate Knight 0 out of 100. Strength, 10.4. Agility, 3.7. Intelligence, 2.4. Chi Channel, 1.4. Charm, 2.6. Good. Once it reaches 2.0, I can save up energy points to strengthen the Blazing Flame fighting chi technique. Alan was very satisfied seeing that his chi meridian value had increased by 0.3 after consuming 300 points. He had just tried it, and every time the strength of his chi channels increased, his speed of absorbing do chi would increase. If it can reach 2.0, it should be increased to about 1/10 of the original absorption speed. This may seem insignificant, but just like adding a copper coin to the purchase price of a piece of iron, over time, it can save a huge amount of time. The only pity is that the effect of strengthening the chi meridian will become worse as it increases. Just like the previous strength, the higher the strength value, the lower the effect of the same energy point will be. If you want to continue to improve, you need to invest more reinforcement points. Of course, Alan is content that others don't even have the chance to strengthen themselves. If you have a cheat, you are already the chosen one. It just takes a little more time to follow up. That's not a big deal. Just as Alan's mind was wandering, there was a knock on the door. It was his tsundere maid Caroline. What's wrong, Caroline? Looking at the maid whose face was full of confusion and worry, Alan was a little puzzled. Master Alan, there might be ghosts in our gathering place. What? Ghost? Alan was startled. He is naturally not afraid of dark creatures. If he can't defeat them, he can just run away. But ghosts are elusive and have no physical form, and it seems that I have no way to defend myself against them. Of course, after traveling through so many years, although Alan has heard ghost rumors, just like in his previous life, they are just horror stories, and there is no evidence in reality to prove that they are true. Caroline, is this true? I've heard of and seen dark creatures, but ghosts, aren't they just in novels? Have you seen one? Master Alan, although I didn't see it, the ghost stole the iron sheets from our warehouse. But our warehouse is locked, and there are guards on duty. I think it was the ghost who did it. Caroline spoke seriously, without any intention of joking at all. This is normal. One of the maid's favorite pastimes when they are in the castle is to talk about ghosts in certain castles, especially the male servants. As for whether they have any bad intentions, it is obvious. The iron piece is lost. Caroline, tell me what happened. Alan frowned, and his expression became serious. The gathering warehouse is the most important place in Babylon, more important than Alan's stone house. If a thief really appears, it means that things are not simple. Caroline then began to explain why she speculated about the existence of ghosts. It turned out that when Caroline was doing the reckoning the evening before yesterday, she noticed that the number of iron pieces seemed to have decreased. But at that time she just thought that she had recorded it wrong or counted it wrong, so she didn't care about it and didn't tell Alan. But yesterday evening, he counted the number of iron pieces again and found that there were even fewer than what he had recorded before. From then on, Caroline felt that there must be a thief in the Babylon gathering place. So she secretly found Ekaterina and asked him to send someone to stake out the area at night to catch the thief. But after a night of observation, there was nothing unusual in the warehouse. I originally thought that the thief had not committed the crime, but after counting the iron pieces, I found that one piece of iron was missing again. So Caroline no longer dared to hide it, and immediately came to inform Alan. Master Alan, if it wasn't a ghost, how could the iron sheets in the warehouse decrease for no reason? At least dozens or hundreds of kilograms were reduced in one night. Caroline was very sure that the thing stealing things was a scary and invisible ghost. Then why didn't you tell me before? Alan rolled his eyes. He had been in the camp for the past 2 days and hadn't noticed anything was wrong. Occasionally checking the mini-map, I found that the area around Babylon was peaceful. Now such a thing has happened, and the iron piece was stolen quietly while the guards were on duty. I'm afraid that even a titled knight would not be able to do it. Master, Caroline knows I was wrong. I originally wanted to catch the thief and then tell you. Caroline immediately lowered her head to apologize, and then took the initiative to lean over the table. This kind of thing must never happen again. If there is any problem, you must tell me immediately, okay? Caroline. Otherwise, if it is something more important, it will threaten the safety of the entire gathering place. Alan felt amused when he saw that Sundara, maid who was willing to be beaten and complain. But he still maintained a stern expression. After all, he did make the mistake of concealing the maid's matter. There were 2 snaps, and amidst the rolling waves, Alan's expression finally relaxed. Come on, take me to the warehouse. After looking at the small map, there was still no abnormality shown, and Alan was a little confused. If there really is a thief in the camp, the red displayed will definitely become hostile, which is easy to spot. But now, Babylon on the small map is all green, without even a trace of red. This is the case unless the thieves have left the camp. But no matter what, we have to go to the warehouse and check it out first. Arriving in front of the warehouse, Caroline hesitated. The only things that can scare this arrogant maid are these gods and ghosts, just like the pampered little princesses in her previous life. Alan didn't force it and walked into the warehouse alone. The warehouse is actually no different from the small house where people live, except that the walls and roof are more intact, and the warehouse is also sealed with iron bars to prevent loopholes from allowing people to break in and steal. At this moment, the warehouse is filled with iron pieces and fire dates excavated this week. Alan enlarged the mini-map to its maximum size, but still found nothing special, so he simply began to explore with his naked eyes. After searching around, I found no holes in the surrounding walls or roofs. Could it be underground? With this thought in mind, Alan began searching on the ground. However, the ground search is a much larger project. After all, it is full of cargo. If you want to explore it clearly, the cargo needs to be moved. Alan didn't mind the trouble and began to move the goods relying on his 10 points of strength. Such a detailed search was not without results, as a hole was indeed found on the ground behind a piece of cargo. But looking at the hole that was only the size of his head, Alan began to wonder if he had found the wrong place. Such a small hole is just right for rabbits to enter and exit, but it is impossible for people to enter and exit unless they have practiced the art of shrinking their bones. But this was the only gain. Alan scanned the entire warehouse and found no other abnormalities. In order to further determine what was going on with the cave, Alan immediately called Mori, who had just returned from resting yesterday. Chapter 119. The Gold-Eating Rat That Isn't a Gold-Eating Rat. Mori, look at this hole. Upon hearing this, Mori leaned over and squatted beside the cave, looking at it for a long time. Sir, this must be a burrow dug by some small animal. There are obvious scratches on the wall of the burrow. However, a hole this big cannot be made by a gerbil. So, I speculate that it might be a small or medium-sized animal like a sand rabbit or a weasel. Only their burrows would be this large. Mori, do you think there are any animals among these that steal iron pieces? Mori shook his head, obviously not. Not to mention these small and medium-sized animals. Even large animals have never stolen iron pieces. Could it be that someone really stole the iron piece quietly? Alan couldn't help but doubt. Master Alan, I was right, wasn't I? It really is a ghost thief. Caroline spoke with lingering fear after hearing what Alan and Mori were talking about. Alan rolled his eyes, but whether it was a human or a ghost, he decided to keep watch himself tonight. That night, Alan squatted on the windowsill. The room was pitch black and the window was slightly open. While opening the small map, he also used the gap to look at the warehouse dozens of meters away. Ekaterina stayed by his side and waited together. There are 4 guards around the warehouse to provide all-round surveillance. Alan vowed to catch the thief tonight. Unfortunately, as time passed, Alan's eyes became blurry as he looked at the enlarged mini-map, but he still didn't gain anything. The first half of the night passed, and Alan yawned continuously during this boring and long wait. "Master Alan, why don't you go and have a rest? Leave this to me." A gentle voice came into his ears, and Alan finally regained his spirits a little. "Ekaterina, don't worry about me. Instead, you can take a rest. If anything really happens, I will wake you up." The minimap is Alan's strongest support, so he absolutely cannot sleep. "Master Alan, you are concentrating on waiting. I am your subordinate, so I should hold on even more firmly." Ekaterina shook her head in response. Alan said nothing more, and he could not stop praising the amnesiac female knight. In this way, time slowly came to late at night 2 or 3 hours later. Just when Alan was wondering if there really was a ghost thief, there was finally movement on the small map. It wasn't that the mini-map showed the thief, but that the originally neat iron pieces on the mini-map actually began to move. Alan suddenly lost all his sleepiness, and a chill rushed from his tailbone to the top of his head. Damn it, is there really a ghost? Logically speaking, if someone or other larger animal really stole the iron piece, it would definitely be shown on the mini-map. But now it's not showing on the mini-map, so it's either a real ghost or a creature smaller than a dog. Fortunately, the movement of the iron sheet allowed Alan to capture its trajectory, so he stood up directly. Ekaterina was actually a little sleepy. She noticed Alan standing up in a daze and stood up immediately. "I'm going to the bathroom. Ekaterina, you stay here." Alan found an excuse to leave the room and followed the small map. The iron piece was still moving, but there was no trace of it on the ground, which meant that the iron piece was moved underground. This reminded Alan of the hole he found during the day. He wanted to see what the thing that stole the iron sheet was. Following like this all the way, Alan finally stopped at a place more than 2 miles away from the gathering place. There was a ruin here, which was left after the gathering place was reduced in size. Because no one has taken care of it for a long time, the weathering has become more serious, but some of the wall foundations are still there. After confirming the final location of the iron piece, which was inside a dilapidated wall half a meter high, Alan carefully dived over. As he got closer to the wall, Alan suddenly heard the squeaking sounds of baby animals. Judging from the sound, the chirping is quite loud, a bit like a mouse, but more powerful than a mouse, etc. Hearing this rat-like sound, Alan suddenly thought of something. It was the bounty that had been hanging in Gerbil Town for more than 10 days. In the bounty order, the animal being rewarded is called the gold-eating rat. Although Alan had never seen it before, the stealing of iron pieces and the rat sounds made Alan's heart beat fast. "No way, I'm so lucky. Could it be that I ran into him?" Alan naturally looked down upon a gold coin. What he really wanted was to see what this gold-eating rat was, why Harris Gerbil was so interested in it, and why it had the ability to become the key to the rise of Gerbil Town, as Cornette mentioned. Alan approached the wall with the slowest movements, and then looked inside through the gap in the wall. Although it was dark, there was no light pollution in this backward world. The moon was bright, and the stars were sparse tonight. Alan immediately saw the thing that stole his iron piece and made the squeaking sound in a corner inside the wall. The animal that stole the iron piece was an animal the size of a local dog. Its body shape was very similar to that of a mouse, with a small head, a pointed mouth, and a very long tail. But is it really appropriate to call it a mouse for its body shape? In addition, the hair was actually golden yellow. At this moment, the big rat was holding a piece of iron with its claws and feeding it to several small mice the size of a fist. The color of the little mice is similar to their mother, also golden yellow, but because of their sparse hair, they appear much darker. I'm afraid this is the gold-eating rat. Alan already had 90% confidence in his inference. Of course, final confirmation still requires system entries. Unknown beast. Constitution, normal. Strength, 0.7. Agility, 1.5. Intelligence, 0.4. Food intake, 100 kg. Level 1 magical beast, 70 out of 100. Option to enhance. Increase the number of swallowed by 10 energy points. Hiss. What the hell is that? After reading the entry, Alan took a breath. It wasn't because the name was guessed wrong, but because this was actually a beast that could be promoted to the level of a demon beast. He had never seen anything like this before. Warcraft and beast, although both contain the word beast. But in most cases, the two don't seem to be the same species. Of course, there is no absolute. For example, Windblade Wolf and Gale Horse will associate with ordinary wild wolves or wild horses and become their Wolf King or Horse King. However, people still haven't figured out whether these Warcraft wolves or Warcraft horses were really born from ordinary wild beasts or were acquired through integration. And now, Alan felt as if he had glimpsed some secrets. Of course, none of this matters. What matters is what the gold-eating rat, which is not called a gold-eating rat, actually does. Does the word swallow mean the amount of iron pieces eaten? So what are the benefits after eating it? If there is no special effect, the system will not mark it out. Never mind. Let's catch it first and study it slowly. Seeing that this was the best time to catch the gold-eating rat, Alan temporarily put aside the chaotic thoughts in his mind. Alan slowly took off his shirt and confirmed that there was only one hole in the wall, which was at least 2 meters away from the gold-eating rat. He began to gather his fighting spirit at his feet. A moment later, Alan rushed forward, climbed over the wall, and pounced on the gold-eating rat. Chapter 1: 20 Golden Beast. Squeak. The appearance of the two-legged beast was immediately noticed by the gold-eating rat, which was also frightened and let out a violent squeaking scream. What surprised Alan was that the gold-eating rat had no intention of running towards the cave entrance, but quickly blocked the 3 baby rats behind it. Alan was overjoyed when he saw this. He didn't even need to block the hole, as he had planned beforehand. He just took his clothes and went straight towards the gold-eating rat cover. Because it did not move to escape, the giant gold-eating rat was easily covered by Alan's clothes. It has sharp claws and teeth, but its attack power is only that of an ordinary small or medium-sized beast, leaving only a few holes in the clothes. He grabbed the gold-eating rat firmly and wrapped the clothes around it several times, finally ensuring that the big gold-eating rat could not escape. Alan looked at the 3 little gold-eating rats again. The 3 little guys haven't been out for long, and they haven't even opened their eyes, so they can't escape at all. We're sure to catch them all. Hey, is this a piece of iron? At this moment, Alan caught a glimpse of a few shiny stones next to the small nest built with hay and leaves. I took a closer look at it out of curiosity and scanned it with the system. I immediately found that it was not a stone, but a piece of iron. Pig iron block. Quality: superior. Weight: 2.3 kg. Option to be enhanced. Improve the quality of iron blocks. It is quite substantial and has a metallic sheen, and the quality is surprisingly top-notch. So, where does this place come from such high-quality iron ore? And the shape is quite strange, it's long and narrow. In this world of low productivity, there is only one way for iron blocks to appear, that is, blacksmiths obtain them by refining ore or iron sheets. Therefore, pig iron blocks are undoubtedly precious and can even be traded as currency. But within hundreds of miles around here, I'm afraid the only blacksmith is in Red Wolf City, etc. Alan thought of something again and immediately carefully pulled the 3 little mice apart. Then he found several small iron lumps the size of beans under them. So it's the excrement of this gold-eating rat. Alan didn't understand. This is not a gold-eating rat. It will definitely devour iron pieces or iron ore. Then, the impurities in the swallowed iron pieces and iron ore are removed from its body and directly excreted as pig iron blocks. This is why the system marks the number of swallows and can also strengthen it. And this is indeed the basis for the rise of Gerbil Town. Because these little guys are simply a biological melting pot. As long as the amount of food intake and excretion is large enough, the speed of iron smelting is faster than that of a blacksmith. As for the name, Alan speculates that even Harris Gerbil himself doesn't know its true species. Or maybe it was a fake name that Harris Gerbil used to confuse others. But no matter what, this means that Alan has found a treasure. He collected all the iron blocks around him, which amounted to more than 30 kilograms of pig iron. According to Caroline, the gold-eating rats started to appear 3 days ago and stole more than 300 kilograms of iron pieces. In other words, in 3 days, the gold-eating rat ate 300 kilograms of iron sheets and produced 30 kilograms of pig iron blocks, which is about 10 kilograms per day. With such output and the high quality of pig iron, the efficiency will definitely not be low. You have to know that when a blacksmith makes iron, he needs to hammer it out one by one, and he also needs to consume a lot of wood to keep the furnace temperature. I'm rich. Alan became excited. Not to mention that directly selling iron blocks is definitely more valuable than iron sheets. Wouldn't it be great if you could hire a blacksmith yourself? Putting the iron block in its place, Alan carefully carried all 4 gold-eating rats back to the camp. When Ekaterina heard the squeaking sound, she immediately noticed Alan returning. Master Alan, what is this? Gold-eating rat. The gold-eating rat in Harris Gerbil's bounty order. Alan could only use this name temporarily. Gold-eating rat. Ekaterina was a little curious about what a gold-eating rat was. But to be on the safe side, Alan asked someone to find Mori, who was sleeping first, because Mori had a wooden frame for holding living things. Soon, the wooden frame was brought and Alan put all 4 gold-eating rats in it. Under the illumination of the torches, the appearance of the 4 gold-eating rats appeared more vividly before everyone. Oh my God, there really is such a big rat, Master Alan. Mori, Have been hunting for more than 10 years and have never seen such a rat. How did you catch it? Mori exclaimed in amazement. It's a gold-eating rat, not a mouse, Mori. After eating the iron pieces, it can excrete the raw iron pieces. Besides, this thing stole our iron pieces. Alan then recounted how he captured the gold-eating rat. Of course, the matter of the small map was omitted. He only said that he saw this guy appearing from afar when he was passing by, and then he found him by following his steps. Everyone's attention was attracted by the magical effect of the gold-eating rat, and they didn't pay attention to the process of capturing it. Mori's eyes widened. Eating iron tablets and excreting raw iron? Master Alan, is this guy a god? Alan rolled his eyes. Is your god so low class? Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning if you say this? This is pure blasphemy, man. However, this is not Mori's fault. After all, turning iron sheets into pig iron seemed to them to be as magical as turning paper into banknotes in the previous life. Master Alan, this shouldn't be a gold-eating rat, but a golden beast. At this moment, Ekaterina's voice suddenly rang out. Alan was stunned. Ekaterina, do you know her? Master Alan, the golden beast is a magical beast that can devour metal ore and then excrete finished metal. Normally, a first-level golden beast can devour 1,000 kilograms of iron ore every day, and then produce finished iron blocks with a corresponding iron ore content. For this reason, although the golden beast's combat power is not strong, its value can still reach over 200 gold coins per piece. Of course, Master Alan, the ones you caught are not magical beasts, but I heard that golden beasts are rare and can advance from ordinary wild beasts to become magical beasts. Once they have swallowed enough metal, they can transform directly into true golden beasts. After becoming a warcraft, you have to swallow 1,000 kilograms of iron ore every day? Alan's eyes lit up. Otherwise, how can you say that studying is useful? If it weren't for Ekaterina, he wouldn't know the true value of the gold-eating rat. That's right, Master Alan. Even some golden beasts can be promoted to second-level magical beasts, and they can devour up to 2,000 kilograms of iron ore. Hiss. Alan took a breath and directly opened the system entry. Golden beast. Constitution, normal. Strength, 0.7. Agility, 1.5. Intelligence, 0.4. Food intake, 100 kg. Level 1 magical beast, 70 out of 100. Option to enhance. Increase the number of swallowed by 10 energy points. Sure enough, this time the system called the gold-eating rat no longer an unknown beast, but a golden beast. This means that in the future he will have a smelter with a huge throughput. Chapter 1:21 Reasonable. Knowing the importance of the golden beasts, Alan made a small nest specifically for the little ones. Because they can dig holes and chew iron, the place where they are kept needs to be covered with wood to prevent them from escaping. This knowledge was also obtained from Ekaterina. As for the news about the golden beast, Alan strictly controlled it and even did not allow villagers to approach the ruins where it was raised. Of course, with 2 spiny lizards kept nearby, the villagers did not dare to go there easily even without orders. At the same time, Alan was also thinking about another thing, that is, Harris still has a male, and he has to find a way to get it in the future. This way, you can produce little golden beasts continuously. Master Alan, there is a group of more than 10 people outside, carrying weapons. They are from Gerbil Town. Just as Alan was playing chess, a report came from outside the house. People from Gerbil Town? The news leaked. Alan was shocked and immediately checked the minimap. It was discovered that more than 10 light spots outside the camp were not red, which obviously meant that the news about the golden beast was not leaked. It's about Haitu. Alan reacted. Alan heard the rumor yesterday that a large amount of black soil was lost. Harris Gerbil was furious and threatened to kill anyone who stole his black soil. After all, gnolls will steal food and iron sheets, but they will never steal black soil because they don't farm. The theft of the black soil could only have been caused by human error. Alan went straight to the outside of the wooden wall. It was a coincidence that it was an acquaintance, which made Alan feel a little relieved. Mr. Coster, why are you here? Are you here to see me specially? You must give me a heads up in advance so that I can prepare delicious food to entertain you. Alan walked forward with a look of surprise. His enthusiasm made Coster Redneck a little embarrassed. He didn't even know whether Alan had escaped the attack of the gnolls. Alan, buddy, I didn't come here specifically to see you. What's this, Mr. Coster? Alan, I'm here to track down the thief who stole the black soil from Gerbil Town. Stealing black soil? How could someone be so bold? No, Mr. Coster, you came to me not to suspect me, right? Alan was shocked at first, then terrified. His expression was just right. Coster was worried about scaring this troublemaker, so he quickly waved his hand and said, Don't worry, Alan. I'm only here to search according to Boss Harris's orders. I haven't identified the murderer. Besides, you are my friend, so you are definitely not a suspect. That scared me to death. Alan was still in shock and immediately invited Coaster Redneck into the camp. While he ordered people to start cooking the smoked wolf meat, he also took the initiative to take Coaster to inspect the plantation. Seeing that Alan was so sensible and frank, Coaster Redneck immediately expressed his trust in Alan and said there was no need to search. But Alan was very persistent. According to Alan, he did not want to embarrass his friend Coaster. Coaster Redneck was very moved. He followed him to the plantation and took a casual look around. As expected, he found nothing, so he didn't even search the house and the gathering place. Alan, go back, I really believe in you. Also, when you were escaping that day, did you notice anything unusual, such as seeing any team fighting with the gnolls? They might be a team from a large gathering place. Coaster asked in a low voice. Alan frowned and thought for a moment, then shook his head. Sir Coaster, the town was packed with people that day, and everyone was running around in fear. There wasn't a single team fighting the gnolls. What's wrong, Lord Coaster? Could it be that the one who stole the black soil is a large gathering place? That's right, man. After the gnolls left that day, we found at least 30 gnoll corpses in Sandrat Town. So Boss Harris deduced that a large gathering must have infiltrated the town and then took advantage of the attack on Sandrat Town to steal the black soil. Wow, this speculation is so reasonable and impeccable. Alan was delighted in his heart, but his face was filled with horror. More than 30 werewolf corpses? That can only be achieved in a large gathering place. Those werewolves are too powerful. If I hadn't been lucky, I would have died in Sandrat Town. That's right, buddy. These large gathering places often try to take over Gerbil Town. It's really despicable. After that, the two did not continue the topic of the stolen black soil. After eating the soup, Coaster Redneck said goodbye and left with satisfaction. Alan was very considerate and gave him another 5 kilograms of bacon, which touched Coaster again. This Alan guy is such a good guy. Alan, remember to look for me next time you come to Gerbil Town. Although most of the black soil has been stolen, there is still some in stock. And now that the gnoll crisis is over, the price of black soil should drop. After Coaster Redneck left, it meant that the 6,000 kilograms of black soil that Alan swallowed were completely safe. He immediately ordered the mixing of black mud and yellow mud, preparing to establish the farming area in the rear. The well in the farming area is about to be completed with the help of 2 stonemasons. Of course, once the cultivated areas are opened up, the population will need to continue to increase. Fortunately, because of the attack by the gnolls, many leaders of the gathering places died, leaving the group leaderless. Alan directly entrusted Val Ironbard to take Thomas to select some villagers who had lost their homes. As soon as the news came out, it received an immediate enthusiastic response. Many villagers who had lost their leader came to Babylon on their own initiative, seeking to join. Today, the reputation of the Babylon settlement is well known among the surrounding small and medium-sized settlements, and is comparable to that of a large settlement. However, Alan could not feed such a large population for the time being, so he only recruited 300 people in family units. With the addition of these 300 people, Alan selected 20 young and strong men with good performance from the old villagers to expand the guard team. As Babylon grows, the enemies will become more numerous and stronger, and 20 guards will obviously not be enough to command them. In addition, when the population of the settlement reached more than 800 people, the water source also needed to be improved. Alan directly added 200 energy points, and the original daily output of 20.9 cubic meters of water was increased to 30.9 cubic meters. On the second day after the reinforcement, the small puddle of about 10 square meters directly expanded into a large puddle of more than 30 square meters. Because of this miracle, the villagers became more and more convinced that the Babylon gathering place is a place of God's grace, which strengthened the cohesion of all new and old villagers. In addition to the development of the gathering place, the territory of the ruins has also expanded by several streets, which is still the credit of the gnolls. Because many small and medium-sized gathering places were destroyed, the land became vacant. Other forces did not dare to get too close to Alan's territory. After Alan got the news, he simply absorbed them and used them to recruit other small gathering places. With the addition of nearly 8 or 9 small settlements, the daily output of iron sheets at the Allen settlement reached 700 kilograms. Of course, as the territory grew more prosperous, Babylon's fate finally began to change, and it attracted the covetous gaze of the first large gathering place. Chapter 122. Tayson Large Gathering Place. Please collect and read. At the Tayson Gathering Place, Tayson Scott sat on the throne. It is called a throne, but in fact it is just a thick wooden sofa custom-made by a carpenter. However, a wooden sofa like this was already a status symbol in the Death Sand Sea. The sculpture of a knight fighting a dragon carved on top was Tassin's most satisfying relief, although the dragon looked a bit bloated due to the craftsman's limited skills. He always fantasized that one day he would be able to become a strong knight like the poets described, slay the dragon, and become famous throughout the world. Of course, that's all in the future. Today, Tassin was not in a very good mood. Recently, due to the attacks of the gnolls, there is a shortage of manpower near the Death Knight ruins. In the past, there were at least 20 small settlements that followed the Tassin settlement to dig for iron pieces. But now the number has been halved, and under such circumstances, the small gathering places of these two people are still decreasing. So, that kid stole the small gathering place of the four of us hired guns. Yes, boss. The Babylon settlement only takes 20% of the commission. And for some reason, when the smaller settlements come to help him dig, the amount of iron pieces they dig up increases exponentially. It said that the thug was blessed by the gods and could smell the location of the iron piece. If that thug didn't have enough territory, he would probably have taken away more of our small gathering places. Although the small settlements left voluntarily, they did not sign any cooperation contracts with the Tassin settlement. But in the eyes of the people in the Tassin gathering place, this was already an embarrassment to them, and they were snatching food from their hands. Others take 30% or 40% commission. Why is it that you, Babylon, only take 20%? Isn't this breaking the rules? Of course, even if these things didn't happen, with Babylon's current size, their Tassin gathering place would swallow it up sooner or later because they are the closest to them. By the gods' blessing, can you smell the direction of the iron? Tassin sneered and fumbled with the thick armrest for a moment. Bodhi, take 10 people over there and tell that thug to give Tassin 20% of his settlement's future output. Since he only takes 20% from these small settlements, the other 20% can be considered a tribute to us. Boss, I'm afraid that kid won't be willing if I just bring people over to warn him. Don't want to? Just tell him my strength, Tassin, and he should know what to do. If it weren't for the fact that it takes some time for me to condense the fighting spirit and I don't want to attract too much attention, I wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. Tassin sneered. In front of the title knight, the thug boy was nothing but shit in his eyes. Yes, boss. With the title of knight as his leader and his subordinates being very confident, Bodhi hurriedly left the gathering place with his men. Alan didn't know that he had been targeted. After completing the daily brush, he finally successfully strengthened his chi and meridian attributes. Host, Alan. Strength, 10.4. Agility, 3.7. Intelligence, 2.4. Chi channel, 2.0. Charm, 2.6. Bronze intermediate knight, 0 out of 100. Not bad, not bad. Next, I can strengthen the fiery fighting chi art. As long as I upgrade it to one more level, the time it takes to condense the fighting chi seed can be shortened to about 20 days. It's really wonderful. Alan happily returned to his territory and saw the villagers digging enthusiastically, so he simply returned to the gathering place. Behind the walls of Babylon, 40 new and old guards stood in line with their heads held high and their chests puffed out. Even though flames were scorching their heads and sweat was pouring down their bodies, no one dared to move. That's right. Those of you who often read novels should have noticed that Alan has begun to train the guards using modern methods. Although elementary school students in previous lives were very good at training, such as marching in formation, it didn't seem to be anything special. But if you really hold such an idea, you are totally wrong. Being so popular in modern times, formation training naturally has great benefits. Simply put, it is to correct the indecent postures of various individuals and improve the overall aesthetics of the team. But if you look deeper, this formation training also greatly improves the soldiers' obedience, as well as the team's cohesion and tacit understanding. In this way, in addition to learning combat skills and leveling up by beating monsters, this formation training will also become a normal activity for soldiers. Master Alan, you're back. Ekaterina was holding a cane in her hand and immediately went forward to greet Alan when she saw him. Ekaterina, how is the guards' training going? Are you used to it? Master Alan, the guards have no problem with their stance, but they are still a mess when it comes to the turning training you mentioned. Is there anyone who can't tell left from right? Alan asked. Yes, Master Alan. Not only can the guards not tell left from right, they can even turn forward and backward. My goodness. Although Alan had expected this, he didn't expect it to be so bad. Looking at Ekaterina's hesitant look, Alan understood what she wanted to say, which was to persuade him to give up the formation training subject. Because in Catherine's memory, there has never been a kingdom that has had training in this area. After all, in addition to factors such as the number of enemies and friends, weapons and equipment, etc., the soldiers' combat skills are also very important in affecting the outcome of a battle. But the only thing is that I have never heard of anyone who can increase the chances of winning a war by standing in an orderly manner and walking in unison. Ekaterina, I'll teach you a method that will surely help them distinguish left from right. Master Alan, what's the solution? Ekaterina's attention was immediately drawn. Even if she beat the guards hard with a cane, she couldn't correct their mistakes, so she was really curious about what solution Alan could come up with. Alan smiled slightly, leaned over to Ekaterina's ear, and then told her his solution. Ekaterina's face flushed slightly instantly, especially the heat coming from her earlobe, which made her feel strange. However, Ekaterina did not avoid it, but listened carefully. Is it really that simple? All we need to do is tie a linen rope around our arms. Yes, it's that simple. If there is no improvement within 3 days, Ekaterina, come to me, Alan said with a smile. Okay. Ekaterina immediately began to arrange people to do it. Seeing this, Alan happily walked towards the gate of the gathering place. When he arrived at the gate of the gathering place, Alan's attention was suddenly attracted by a team of more than 10 people not far away. Logically speaking, at this time, everyone in the Ironskin Alliance should be in the Death Knight ruins, and no one should come to their gathering place. Alan opened the small map, and then more than a dozen small dots with red and yellow appeared on the small map. Alan's eyes changed immediately when he looked at the team in the distance. Obviously, trouble is coming. Alan simply stood in front of the gate and waited. Soon, a group of more than 10 rednecks came up. The burly redneck in the lead saw Alan blocking their way, looked him up and down with an arrogant look on his face. You? Yes, that's you, kid. Are you from this gathering place? Call out your leader, the guy called Thug Boy. Chapter 123, Reversal of Tian Gang. Good guy. Alan called him good guy. Although he knew that the other party was here to cause trouble, didn't he know that such an arrogant redneck could easily be beaten into a pig's head? You bitch, are you deaf? I told you to go call your leader and tell him someone has come to the large gathering place in Tayson and you need help. Bodhi Redneck, who was completely unaware of the black spot on his forehead, immediately became angry when he saw Alan still hesitating. He walked forward cursing, grabbed Alan by the collar, and tried to lift him up, but after a while, he found that he couldn't lift Alan. Good boy, this is really the opposite of Tian Gang. Family members. Alan sneered. You can't pull it, right? You bitch. Are you still pretending in front of me? I'm going to kill you. Since he couldn't pull her, he just used his fists. Redneck clenched his fists and hit Alan in the face. With a snap, a hand suddenly grasped the swinging fist. Bodhi's neck and face turned red, but his arm was as still as a mountain. At this moment, Bodhi Redneck finally realized that he seemed to have hit a wall. Looking at the other party's sneer, Bodhi's redneck shuddered. You, what do you want to do? I'm from the Tayson Gathering Grounds, and our boss is a titled knight. You'd better let me go, otherwise our boss will definitely not forgive you. Bang. You can't forgive me, right? Bang. A gathering place for Tarson, right? Bang. Your boss is a titled knight, right? Bang. Let your boss deal with me, right? With his usual cheerful output, Alan slapped Bodhi's red-necked face in the face as if it were free. In an instant, Bodhi's neck and cheeks were red and swollen like steamed buns, and his head was buzzing. He was a little bit unbelievable and glared at Alan resentfully. Yeah? You bitch, you actually dared to hit me. When Alan heard this, he was shocked. The redneck in front of him was still a tough guy. Is this the confidence of large gathering places? Fortunately, Alan's favorite is the redneck with backbone. As expected of a large gathering place, you're quite stubborn. In that case, let me see how stubborn you are. So, the big-eared guy as big as a palm leaf fan started to greet again. Bang. Bang bang bang. Bang. Bang bang bang. Outside the gate of the Babylon camp, there was a continuous clapping sound, and it even had a sense of rhythm. Standing more than 10 meters away, several subordinates belonging to Bodhi Redneck were stunned. Is this still the boss of me and others? He was able to face 3 sand wolves at the same time without losing the upper hand. Even the mighty and domineering boss Bodhi no longer had a hard mouth and sharp eyes. Not only was his nose bleeding and broken teeth flying, but even his eyes were turning white. Seeing that the redneck was breathing out more than breathing in, Alantai stopped. After being dizzy and limp for a long time, Bodhi Redneck finally came back to his senses. Looking at the boy in front of him, he felt that he was more terrifying than the devil. Woo, man, stop hitting me. I know I was wrong. I was sent by Boss Tayson. Our Tayson gathering place is a large gathering place. Please stop hitting me. Alan sneered and lifted the guy up by the collar. Tell me, what did your boss Tayson send you for? Our boss asked me to come find Thug Boy and discuss cooperation with him. What kind of cooperation? Bodhi Redneck was so frightened after being beaten that he didn't dare to hide anything. Our boss is going to protect the thug from now on. All he needs is for the thug to give us 20% of his daily iron sheet income. Give you 20% of the iron sheets? Alan was instantly furious. Who gave these rednecks the courage? Fish Liang. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. After giving the redneck a good beating, Alan finally stopped. Woo, boss, stop. Stop hitting me. If you hit me again, I'll die. I'm just relaying our boss's words. This is really none of my business. Also, who are you? Just let me go and let me go meet the thug boy. Bodhi could no longer feel the sensation on his face and even felt that his voice was starting to leak. Afraid that he would be beaten to death by the other party, he now only wanted to see the thug immediately. Thug boy. I am the thug boy you are looking for, Alan said coldly. This, you are. Bodhi's neck turned red and his face turned pale and blue, and he felt like he was about to cry. If you're a thug, then why are you standing here like an idiot, blocking the way? How can a gathering place boss be so lowbrow? Also, if you had told me your name earlier, I wouldn't have been so arrogant. After all, the thug boy has taken care of several medium-sized gathering places. Of course, the main reason why Bodhi was so arrogant was that he saw that Alan was too young and did not have a strong physique, so he wanted to use him to show his power. But who would have known that the notorious thug boy would be so inconspicuous? Although he cursed, after knowing the other party's identity, Bodhi Redneck dared not act rashly. Boss, I've already said what I want to say. Whether you like it or not, just give me an answer and I'll be back. Please don't hit me anymore. Alan sneered, put the redneck back on the ground, and then straightened his collar. Go back and tell your boss that we in Babylon don't need anyone to protect us. Besides, although we in Babylon don't cause trouble, we are not afraid of it. I hope he can think it over carefully and not think we are soft persimmons. As the territory expanded, Alan knew that he could no longer keep a low profile, so he would definitely reject such a request outright. Okay, boss, I'll go back and pass on the message. Can I leave now? Bodhi Redneck was like a good baby. He watched the thug boy straighten his collar. He didn't feel relaxed at all, but felt creepy instead. He was really afraid that the other party would get angry and twist his neck. Go. Alan waved his hand and regained his amiable expression. Without any hesitation, Bodhi Redneck took a few steps back and hid among his subordinates. Only then did Bodhi Redneck regain some sense of security. Boss, are you okay? The younger brothers looked at Bodhi Redneck. Can't you bastards see whether there is something wrong or not? Let's go. Bodhi was furious. His subordinates had watched him get beaten, and now they were asking such a question. With an angry shout, Bodhi Redneck held his face and returned the same way, groaning. Master Alan, are you okay? I heard someone came to our gathering place to cause trouble. After watching the group of rednecks leave, Ekaterina and the guards hurried over after receiving the news. I'm fine. It's a large settlement called Tayson. They might be jealous of our iron sheet profits and want us to pay 20% of our daily production. Ekaterina frowned delicately. Master Alan, have you agreed to them? Of course not. I'm not a pushover. How could I possibly agree to such an outrageous request? Master Alan, what are you going to do next? Large gathering places should have titled knights, right? That's right, they are titled knights. There is no other way. If they dare to come, we can only try to see who has the harder fist. Such a thing is bound to happen sooner or later. Even if we compromise and avoid it this time, there will definitely be a next time in the future. Alan was very open-minded, mainly because he had some confidence. With myself and Ekaterina, as long as we are not mid-bronze level, we should have some chances. Next, after asking Ekaterina to strengthen her defenses for the next 2 days, Alan went straight back to the house and began to practice hard. Chapter 124. Teach him a lesson. Boss, you have to avenge me. On the throne, Tayson was eating barbecue with relish. Suddenly, he saw a pig head with a bruised nose and face walking in. Tayson Scott was startled. Who are you, bitch? Come here. Who put this pig head in here? Are you all idiots? Boss, he looks like Bodhi. At this time, Neil, who had been guarding Tayson, reminded him. Tarson's eyes widened. Bodhi? You're Bodhi? Yes, sir, it's me, Bodhi. Tayson covered his forehead and asked, What's going on? Didn't I tell you to go to the Babylon gathering place? Where did you go? Boss, I just went to the Babylon gathering place, and then I got beaten up by that thug. Tayson's breath stagnated, and he stood up suddenly. What? That kid beat you? Didn't you tell him your identity? Boss, I told you that, but when he knew I was sent by you, he beat me even harder and said he wasn't afraid of you, the titled knight. Bang. Bastard, does he really dare to say that? Tayson was furious. Boss, not only did he beat me, he was also unwilling to hand over 20% of the iron sheet share. This shows that he has no regard for our gathering place and you, boss. Bodhi Redneck wished that his boss would be even more angry so that he could help him get revenge. You don't want to hand it over, right? Then I will kill him. After dealing with a few medium-sized gathering places, do you really think you are a big shot? There was a fierce look in Tayson's eyes. Few of those who can become leaders of large gathering places are merciful. After saying this, Tayson prepared to call his subordinates to immediately deal with the Babylon gathering place. At this moment, the redneck who had been accompanying him suddenly spoke up. Boss, it's not appropriate for you to take action now. Your Dochi seed only has 1 month left. Now is the most critical moment. Other gathering places, including Sandrat Town, are keeping a close eye on you. If we send people to deal with that kid now, there's no telling if those other large gathering places will find an opportunity to launch a surprise attack on us. Tayson was about to walk out of the house when he paused, his brows furrowed. Neil, you bastard, that thug beat me up. Look at my face. It's so swollen that even my mother couldn't recognize me. Also, that guy refused our boss's request, which was a blatant provocation to our boss. If we don't deal with him, how will other gathering places look at our boss in the future? Where will our boss's face be? Bodhi became angry when he heard the redneck's words. In the entire camp, the person he looked down upon the most was Neil, who was only 1.7 meters tall and extremely thin. He was afraid that he could knock him down with just one punch. But this guy just happened to have a lot of clever ideas, and he bewitched his boss, making him one of the boss's closest people besides himself. According to his own thinking, in this sea of death, strength is the most important thing. A guy like Neil is not worthy of following the boss. He doesn't even have the strength to dig iron sheets. Faced with the ridicule, Neil remained calm and had no intention of competing with Bodhi. Boss, a month will pass quickly. By then, your strength will be completely solid. This is more important than anything else. As long as you have the strength, who would dare to speak ill of you, boss? Of course, that thug is so arrogant. We can teach him a lesson first. If he's willing to give in after that lesson, that would be great. If not, boss, you can deal with him in a month. Tayson was somewhat tempted. Since Neil joined his gathering place half a year ago, he had helped him avoid many crises, so what he said did make sense. Neil, how do you think we should teach him a lesson? Boss, didn't we use beast blood to lure dark creatures to attack other camps before? We can do the same this time. Regardless of whether they can resist or not, they will definitely suffer heavy losses. So let's give them one last chance. In fact, there was one thing Neil didn't say, which was that this attack could also be used to test the opponent. After all, the other party knew that there were titled knights in the Tassin gathering place, but still dared to refuse. He must have some confidence. But these words cannot be said openly, because people like Tayson and Bodhi are good at fighting and killing, but when it comes to using their brains, none of them are very good. If you dare to say it out loud, you should test it first. Maybe they will feel that you are insulting them. Okay, let's do it this way, Bodhi. You must immediately have someone prepare the blood of 50 wild beasts. Bodhi was very unwilling and glared at Neil fiercely, but he did not dare to disobey Tayson's order. Yes, boss. Soon, Bodhi ordered the collection of the blood of 50 sand rabbits. Such a large amount of blood is a fatal temptation to many dark creatures with a sensitive sense of smell. They had used this method to attack a large gathering place before. Although the dark creatures lured out were not of high level and their numbers were not large, they could not destroy that large gathering place. But it consumed his energy and vitality. When the enemy had dealt with the dark creatures and was exhausted, they launched an attack and successfully captured the enemy camp. Last time they used the blood of hundreds of wild beasts, attracting hundreds of dark hounds and several dark wolves. The blood of 50 beasts this time should be able to attract hundreds of dark hounds, which should be enough to deal with the Babylon gathering place. That night, 3 carriages set out from the Tayson gathering place in the dark. The carriage was loaded with several buckets of blood collected during the day. Soon, the carriage arrived at the north of the Death Knight ruins, and the Babylon gathering place was in this direction. When the carriage stopped, Bodhi immediately ordered one of the buckets of beast blood to be opened and then poured onto the street. Let's go and hide over there. After splashing the blood of the beast, Bodhi immediately commanded several of his subordinates to wait in the ruins hundreds of meters away. Roar, roar, roar. Not long after, bursts of roars were heard from the deathly ruins. The dark creatures in the night are naturally active and will not be restricted by the deathly black fog. So amidst the roars, in just 10 minutes, the streets that were previously stained with the blood of wild beasts had gathered with 70 or 80 dark hounds. Fueled by blood, these dark hounds continued to dig in the mud, baring their teeth in search of prey. It's not enough, wait a little longer. Bodhi stroked his still swollen face, his eyes full of hatred. So he waited for another 10 minutes, until the number of dark creatures on the street gathered to more than 130. And this number is already the limit. Bodhi didn't delay any longer. Open the lid of the barrel and get ready to go. With a few clicks, the lids of several other wooden barrels filled with the blood of wild beasts on the carriage were opened, and the rich smell of blood immediately wafted in the night wind. The dark hounds also tracked the scent immediately and looked towards the carriage of Bodhi and others. Come on, dark creatures, I'll take you to find something delicious. Bodhi shouted loudly towards the dark hound in the distance. Roar, roar, roar. The dark hounds had been patient on the street for so long, and when they saw Bodhi and the others, and smelled the strong smell of blood, they started running towards them without any hesitation. Walk! Bodhi and others were already quite experienced in this. Seeing the dark hounds being attracted, they immediately urged the carriage to head north outside the ruins. Chapter 125 Dark Creature Attack. A little blood was splashed every few meters, and the dark creatures had no ability to resist at all, so they followed for a full half hour. When he saw the familiar walled gathering place from afar, Bodhi smiled grimly. Damn thug boy bitch, enjoy it. Who is it? As the carriage approached, shouts were immediately heard from the wall. Bodhi and others did not respond. When the carriage was only 100 meters away from the Babylon gathering place, they directly spilled all the remaining blood on the ground. At this distance, these dark hounds could easily smell the Babylonian gathering place with hundreds of people, so they would not need to take action next. Let's go. After the splashing was completed, Bodhi did not dare to stay. After all, there was some blood on the carriage. If he stayed and was targeted by a few dark hounds, he would be in big trouble. Ding dang dang. What's going on? Alan was suddenly awakened from his sleep. Hearing the urgent alarm bell, he immediately went to the wooden rack in the corner and took off his leather armor. Maid Caroline had also woken up at this moment, with a panicked look on her face. Master Alan, what's wrong? There must have been an emergency. Caroline, come and help me put on my leather armor. Hearing this, Caroline did not dare to delay. She immediately lit the oil lamp and began to help Alan put on his armor. Alan took advantage of the free time to open the small map and immediately saw hundreds of palaces densely packed outside the camp. At this moment, urgent footsteps were heard outside the house. Master Alan, what's going on? Are they from the Tayson gathering place? Master Alan, these are not humans, but dark creatures. There are at least hundreds of dark hounds gathered outside the camp, and some have already rushed towards our camp. Dark hound. This was really beyond Alan's expectations. He originally thought that the hundreds of people were the team from the Tayson gathering place, but he didn't expect that they were dark creatures. But no matter what, these dark creatures have come near the camp, so there must be a battle tonight. Soon, after putting on his leather armor and telling that Sundara made to lock the door, Alan rushed to the wall. At this moment, Ekaterina and 40 guards had all gathered together, and 20 of the old guards were also wearing leather armor with the help of the new guards. Seeing Alan coming, Ekaterina stepped forward quickly. Master Alan, how's it going? Master Alan, the dark hounds have begun attacking the walls and the houses outside the camp. Because the incident happened suddenly, the villagers outside the camp did not have time to retreat into the camp. However, they are safe for now. As you instructed, I had the carpenters reinforce their doors a few days ago. However, I'm afraid the doors won't last until dawn. Alan frowned. The dark hound's claws were very sharp. Although the villagers outside the camp were hiding in their houses, there would definitely be problems if they stayed there for a long time. He immediately climbed up the wall and found that many dark hounds had begun to wreak havoc in the gathering area outside the wall, constantly roaring and ramming into the villagers' houses. Of course, some dark hounds also began to gnaw at the camp walls, and every scratch brought down a lot of wood chips. Alan was not worried about the situation inside the camp, but he had to find a way to rescue the villagers outside the camp. Unfortunately, Mori and other hunters had been out hunting for several days, so there was no long-range attack in the camp. Ekaterina, get the guards ready. Veterans with swords, recruits with spears. We're ready to go out and fight these dark hounds. Master Alan, isn't this too risky? These are dark hounds, and there are too many of them. Ekaterina reminded. Although the soldiers would fight monsters and level up every day, they were all looking for dark skeletons to fight. This dark hound is too fast and has too strong an attack power, so they haven't dared to try it yet. Ekaterina, I can't just stand by and watch my villagers get attacked. Let's open the door a little to attract the nearby dark hounds. Once we've dealt with a group of them, we can fight our way out. Looking at Alan's resolute face and determined eyes, Ekaterina said nothing more and immediately conveyed her orders to the guards. Soon, 20 armored guards were in the front row, holding round shields and long swords and standing behind the gate. Open the door. With a creaking sound, the The 4-meter-wide double gate of the camp was slowly opened. Roar, roar, roar. Hearing the noise, the dark hound that was already hanging around the gate immediately roared and rushed towards the guards, its red eyes emitting a strange red light in the dark night. Hold steady, don't be afraid. Dark hounds aren't much stronger than skeleton soldiers. Although he was a veteran who had experienced many battles, he still felt a little nervous when facing the dark hound. Alan immediately gave a speech from the back, which calmed the guards down. Roar, roar, roar. 4 or 5 dark hounds rushed into the gate and launched an attack on the guards. Without any orders, the guards calmed down and got into the state, raising their round shields in front of their chests. As the sound of thud 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 was heard, the guards roared, "Kill!" The long sword slashed out, its cold light flashing in the moonlight. Puff, puff, puff. Several sounds of swords piercing flesh were heard, and several dark hounds immediately retreated with sword wounds. However, the dark hound would naturally not retreat, but became even more ferocious, lying on its front legs with its fangs bared. With a few roars, the dark hound charged forward again. This time, the other dark hounds also arrived. Keep steady, use straight thrusts. Alan spoke again. There were a few more thuds, and the round shield still blocked the dark hound's pounce. At the moment of blocking the dark hounds, the guards thrust out with their swords. Puff, puff, puff. Oh, this time, the damage of the straight stab was obviously more effective than the slashing. Several dark hounds were severely injured and howled in pain. However, this time the beast's fatal injury was only on its head, so it was still able to jump around after landing. Alan was not in a hurry, knowing that he needed to give the guards time to adapt. As the injured dark hound launched another attack, before they could hit the round shield, Alan immediately shouted an order. Target the dark hound's head. Immediately, stab. Puff, puff, puff. The guards subconsciously thrust out their swords. With a sound of flesh entering the flesh, the swords, with the help of the dark hound's inertia, easily stabbed the swords into the dark hound's head. Suddenly, 6 or 7 dark hounds fell silent and fell straight into the smelly black blood. As for the remaining few, they were also seriously injured. With the help of the surrounding guards, they were quickly dealt with on the spot. Ding. Energy points plus 0.1, plus 0.1. At the same time, the sound of energy point prompts came from Alan's mind. Of course, the energy points added up to just over 1 were not worth mentioning. But what surprised Alan was the enhancements the guards themselves gained. Before, Reg's strength was clearly only 3.3, but a dark hound increased his strength by 0.1, bringing it to 3.4. This also means that the stronger the dark creatures the guards kill, the faster they will level up. It seems that it is necessary to make the dark hound the protagonist in leveling up and fighting monsters. Chapter 126 The Night Raid ends. See? I told you, this dark hound isn't that strong. As long as you cooperate and don't be afraid, you can easily defeat it. Now, do you feel that your body is full of strength? Yes, Master Alan. Confidence shone in the eyes of the guards. They did feel a little stronger and more powerful after killing the dark hound. Of course, they only thought it was the result of their victory over fear, but they didn't know that the increase in strength was real. Very good, then let's leave the camp now. The 40 people will split into 2 teams, one with me, and the other with Ekaterina. Soon, the guards were divided into 2 teams, each with 10 armored and 10 unarmored men. The armored men were in the front, holding round shields and long swords, while the unarmored men were in the back, holding spears. In this way, the 2 can take care of each other and are not easily broken by the dark hound. The 2 teams of Narrant were not completely separated. They advanced in parallel with a distance of more than 10 meters between them, in order to avoid the dark hound from getting around as much as possible. Of course, the dark hound's IQ is not high, and they will attack in a straight line out of instinct, which greatly reduces the risk of leaving the camp. Moreover, because this battle required mutual coordination, the benefits of the formation training a few days ago were immediately reflected, making the guards team more cohesive and more coordinated. Guards forward. Following the order, the guards began to move forward in short steps. This step cannot be too fast. If it is too fast, it will inevitably be out of coordination and unity, revealing flaws. Roar, roar, roar. After advancing more than 20 meters along the wall, a large number of dark hounds began to appear in front. The dark hounds, sensing the movement, roared and charged without hesitation. Kill. However, the guards had enough confidence and were well trained, so they handled the situation with ease this time. As the dark hounds pounced, the front row guards raised their shields and the rear guards thrust their spears. When the dark hound landed, the front row guards continued to swing their swords to finish off the enemy. With the sounds of wailing and sobbing, the two teams quickly advanced into the residential area. Alan and others did not dare to be careless, as there were at least 80 or 90 darkhounds gathered here. Roar, roar, roar. The darkhounds that were banging on the door in the gathering place sensed the scent of Alan and the other two-legged beasts and changed their targets of attack without hesitation. The next moment, they rushed towards the crowd. Back against the wall, hold on. Seeing this, Alan and Ekaterina immediately made the guards lean their backs against the wall and merged into one. He and Ekaterina stood on both sides, just enough to protect the flanks. Next, muffled bangs continued to be heard from the foot of the wall. These were the sounds of dark hounds flying forward one after another and hitting the iron plates of the round shields. However, because the rear and wings were impregnable, the attacks of the dark hounds were useless. Under the piercing blows of the guards' swords and spears, the dark hounds soon fell to the ground in front of them. There was a continuous dinging sound in Alan's mind. However, the dark hounds were not afraid. Even though their companions fell one after another, it could not stop their madness. Alan took the time to glance at the guard's condition. I found that the guard's strength had increased again. Reg's strength, which was originally 3.4, had now become 3.5. This also made the guards seem to have endless energy, and they became more and more courageous as the battle went on. Hey! At this moment, Alan suddenly caught a glimpse of Ekaterina and found that she had also changed. Ekaterina. Physique, extraordinary. Strength, 60. Agility, 17. Intelligence, 3.5. Silver Beginner Night, February 10th. Note, due to mental and physical pollution and damage to the chi channels, this knight's extraordinary power has been reduced by 79%, and it is extremely difficult to activate. Physical strength has also been reduced by 69%. Ekaterina's weakening was reduced by 1%. Ekaterina had killed some dark creatures and gnolls before, but Alan had never seen any changes in Ekaterina's information and thought that Ekaterina's strength could not be improved because of her injury. But now it seems that it is because Ekaterina is too strong and too much experience is needed to kill monsters and level up. Just now, Ekaterina killed at least 7 or 8 dark hounds and finally accumulated enough experience for advancement. When Alan saw this, he didn't know whether to be happy or worried. After all, Ekaterina can recover from physical damage by killing monsters, so doesn't that mean that one day her memory will be restored as well? Will my female knight subordinate just leave at that time? Forget it, everything depends on fate. By the time Ekaterina recovers, my own strength will probably be very strong too. Roar. Just as Alan's thoughts were in turmoil, suddenly an extremely loud roar came from the gathering place in front. Second level, Bloodthirsty Wolf. Strength, 11.3. Agility, 2.8. Intelligence, 0.6. A species has appeared. I've never seen it before. Alan muttered and shouted, "Let me do it." Ekaterina, who was about to rush out, nodded and watched Alan rush forward. Roar, roar, roar. When the Warcraft wolf saw Alan approaching, it pounced on him without any hesitation. Come on, let me see your reward. Alan did not delay and directly added his fighting spirit. When the Warcraft wolf flew into the air, he quickly moved his feet and dodged to the side. He aimed the long sword in his hand at the bloodthirsty wolf that had already pounced to the side and chopped it down. With a puff, the long sword, empowered by the fighting spirit, exerted unprecedented power and directly penetrated most of the body of the bloodthirsty wolf. With a thud, the bloodthirsty wolf fell to the mud, but it did not die so easily. It struggled to get up, even though its back spine had been completely severed. This is unscientific, Alan muttered, but without stopping, he moved forward at high speed, aiming his long sword with fighting spirit at the bloodthirsty wolf's head. With another puff sound, the long sword accurately chopped the bloodthirsty wolf's head. The bloodthirsty wolf's body stiffened, and it fell straight to the ground, finally without a sound. Ding. Energy points +5. Yes, the rewards are the same as those of the elite gnolls, but they are much easier to deal with than gnolls. From now on, I can specifically look for bloodthirsty wolves to farm. Now that Alan has the fighting spirit, he is not much better than the Darkhound in dealing with this bloodthirsty wolf. It's a pity that he has never encountered it before. Just as Naylant finished his thought, a few more roars were heard in the gathering place, and there were actually 3 bloodthirsty wolves. Seeing this, Naylant didn't hesitate at all, raised his sword, and rushed forward. Before long, the 3 bloodthirsty wolves turned into 15 energy points. The battle on Naylant's side ended, and the guard side also came to an end. With the last Darkhound's head being pierced, it also signaled the end of tonight's dark creature attack. Chapter 127 Surrender? So, These dark creatures were lured here specifically by someone? Yes, Master Allen. Our subordinates vaguely noticed 3 carriages approaching. We immediately raised a warning, but the 3 carriages didn't stop and left within 100 meters of the camp. And after they left, these dark hounds arrived not long after. Listening to the guard's report, Allen's face turned ugly. I used to think it was some kind of dark tide riot, but now it seems that someone is deliberately bringing disaster to me. As for who it is, there is obviously no need to guess. At this moment, 2 teams of guards coming from different directions rushed to Allen. You speak first. Allen pointed at the guard who was going to inspect the situation in the Silver Land. Master Allen, the villagers in the gathering place are basically safe. Only one family may have been attacked by a bloodthirsty wolf, and their door was smashed down. A total of 4 people died, 2 children and their parents. A cold light flashed in Allen's eyes. Bury them properly. Bury them together. Don't separate them. Yes, Master Allen. Reg, tell me what you found. Allen looked at the other guards. Master Allen, there's blood on the ground about 100 meters outside the camp. These dark creatures must have been lured here by the blood. Great. You're trying to lure dark creatures to attack my camp, huh? Allen was really angry this time. It would be nothing if the other party would openly send people to cause trouble for me. After all, it is the law of the jungle, but the other party actually used such a sinister and despicable trick. Master Allen, it should be the group from the daytime, right? Ekaterina also had a frosty expression on her face. That's right. It's most likely these guys, otherwise it wouldn't be such a coincidence. Master Allen, should we retaliate immediately? Ekaterina was furious about the deaths of the villagers, especially the children. If Allen had not taken responsibility and taken the initiative to lead the guards out of the wall to clear out the enemies, the more than 200 people left outside the camp would probably have suffered heavy casualties. Moreover, the most intolerable thing is that the enemy uses such despicable means as dark creatures to attack their own kind. Ekaterina, don't worry. The soldiers are tired today. We can wait until tomorrow night for revenge. Ekaterina was a little puzzled. Logically speaking, launching a counterattack immediately tonight should be a surprise attack and would have a higher chance of success. Master Allen should also be aware of this, but by tomorrow, the enemy should be prepared, right? Ekaterina, I will not show mercy to this vengeance like I did to other small and medium-sized settlements before. So once I take action, I will make sure they are all destroyed. Besides, by tomorrow, we can most likely confirm with absolute certainty whether they did it, and I have a better way to lower their guard. Seeing Ekaterina's confusion, Allen gave a brief explanation. Yes, Master Allen. Ekaterina naturally no longer insisted. Soon, Allen began to make arrangements, first ordering the burning of several of the most dilapidated huts. At the same time, hundreds of pits were dug outside the camp, then refilled and wooden signs were erected. After finishing everything, Allen asked the guards to return to the camp to rest. At this time, everyone from the Wei-Tiepi Alliance hurried over. Val Ironhide, didn't I tell you that if an accident really happens in the future, you don't have to rush over? Ever since the wall was built, Allen told the members of the Wei-Tiepi Alliance that they no longer needed to come to support him at night. First of all, the strength of the Wei-Tiepi Alliance is not strong. Its presence is better than nothing, and it will only increase casualties. Secondly, he might see the leather armor of his subordinates, which might easily leak the information about the leather armor. Although Wall and his men are trustworthy, it would be bad if his villagers let something slip. Hey, buddy, we heard the shouting and killing sounds dwindling over here, and we couldn't help but rush over. Allen, what's going on? Why are there so many dark hounds? Someone used blood to lure a large number of dark creatures to attack my gathering place. Who is this damn bastard who can do such a despicable thing? Everyone in the Wei-Tiepi Alliance was immediately filled with indignation. They should be from the Tayson gathering place, but I already have a plan for this matter. Val, you guys don't have to worry. Just go back early. Bodhi, how's it going? Boss, this time things went perfectly. At least more than 130 dark hounds and several bloodthirsty wolves were attracted to the thug. I think even if the kids' camp is not destroyed this time, there will be heavy losses. Bodhi's face was full of excitement. Although I didn't dare stay to watch the rest of the show, the result was actually predictable. After hearing this, Tayson and Neil nodded in agreement. Bodhi, then go to that kid's camp tomorrow and tell him this is his final warning. Let him make his own decision, whether to live or die. No problem, boss. Bodhi agreed readily. He really wanted to see the miserable appearance of the Babylon gathering place. Bodhi, when you arrive at the Babylon gathering place tomorrow, pay more attention to their losses. Neil added. Bodhi was quite unhappy, feeling that Neil was ordering him around. I'd watch it even without you telling me. I want to see what kind of expression that thug makes. The next morning, Bodhi rushed to the Babylon gathering place with more than 10 of his subordinates. When Bodhi saw the outline of the Babylon gathering place from afar, he immediately saw several wisps of white smoke coming from the gathering place. His eyes suddenly lit up. Haha, damn kid, let me see how much you have lost. Soon, Bodhi and his group arrived at a location more than 100 meters away from the Babylon gathering place. From a distance, you can see hundreds of newly dug graves on the sand dunes not far away. The wisps of white smoke before were from several burned houses in the gathering place. What a pity. It would be better if more people died, Bodhi murmured, and suddenly he saw more than 10 people rushing out of the gathering place. Seeing this, Bodhi immediately hid behind his subordinates and even turned the carriage around, ready to escape at any time. What are you still doing here? You are not welcome here. Alan glared at Bodhi with anger in his eyes. Thug boy, it seems you suffered a lot of losses last night. Although hiding behind his subordinates, Bodhi's tone was full of teasing. So what? This is none of your business. I advise you to leave immediately, otherwise I will be rude. Why is it none of my business, thug? You don't think it's such a coincidence that these dark creatures crossed so many gathering places and attacked you alone? It's you. Alan was immediately furious. Chapter 128, Take You to a Feast. Bodhi was startled and immediately pulled 2 of his men in front of him. Fortunately, he had a carriage ready for evacuation, which gave him enough confidence. That's right, it's us, thug. This is the consequence of daring to reject our Tayson gathering place. And I tell you, this is just a small lesson. If you dare to refuse our request again, then next time you can expect the entire gathering place to be destroyed. Alan's body trembled, and he pointed at Bodhi with gritted teeth. It seemed that he was about to go crazy, but he held himself back after a moment of change in his expression. Scared. He is scared. Haha. Seeing this, Bodhi became extremely excited. He had seen the temper of the thug boy yesterday. Now, this was obviously not the temper a thug should have, so he was really scared and didn't dare to take action. Bodhi Redneck became more and more arrogant. Thug, I won't argue with you anymore. I came here this time because Boss Tayson is going to give you one last chance. I'm asking you now, are you willing to submit to our Tayson settlement and pay 20% of the iron pieces, or do you want to oppose our Tayson settlement? Alan's chest was heaving violently. After more than 10 seconds of rest, he gritted his teeth and said, Here, I'm willing to give you 20% of the iron sheets, but you, the Tayson settlement, must promise not to attack our Babylon settlement again in the future. Haha, of course. If you had known better earlier, something like last night wouldn't have happened. TSK, you thug, you asked for this. Bodhi Redneck felt as if the stuffiness accumulated in his chest dissipated immediately. Faced with the ridicule, Alan no longer had the courage to take action, as if the lesson last night was really profound. He then honestly handed over the 20% iron piece from yesterday. Seeing that Alan was so understanding, Bodhi teased and laughed at him again before leaving triumphantly. Although he really wanted to beat Alan up to avenge the beating he received yesterday, he didn't dare to push him too hard when he thought about the fighting strength of both sides. After all, his boss was not around. Of course, beating Alan up was not possible, but Bodhi had other vicious ways to vent his anger. That is to lead the team to the Death Knight ruins, and then inform all the gathering places of all sizes they encountered about the thug boy's surrender, and also exhibit the nearly 200 kilograms of iron sheets they received. So, that kid has given in? Yes, boss, you have no idea how wonderful the thug's expression was at that time. Although he wanted to tear me to pieces, he finally agreed reluctantly. That kid is smart, so let him go for now. Tayson was also very satisfied. 200 kilograms of iron sheets produced every day was equivalent to 10 silver coins, which is 3 gold coins a month. Bodhi, have you seen the damage to their camp? Is it serious? Neil asked thoughtfully. The losses? Of course I saw them. Several houses were burned down, and there were at least 100 newly dug graves. It's a tragic situation. By the way, Neil, what else do you have to worry about? With our boss Tayson here, isn't it natural for that thug to surrender? Bodhi felt that Neil was pretending to be profound again, and immediately said sarcastically in dissatisfaction. Neil remained indifferent to the ridicule and continued to ask, Bodhi, did he give you this piece of iron on his own initiative, or did you ask for it? Of course he offered it to me. That thug was so frightened that he offered the piece of iron to beg for his life. It's normal. Neil frowned slightly. Neil, what's wrong? Tayson asked puzzledly. Boss, that thug was so violent yesterday. Not only did he beat Bodhi up, he also categorically rejected your request. But today, not only did he agree, he even offered you the iron. Isn't that a bit too easy? Is there a problem? Bodhi sneered disdainfully. What could be the problem? He must have been scared to death last night. There were hundreds of dark hounds there. If it were you, Neil, you would probably have been scared to death, huh? Tayson also laughed and said, Neil, that kid must be really scared. Besides, if he dares to have any extra thoughts, I can kill him at any time in a month. Neil shut up wisely. Although his caution made him feel that something was a little wrong, he also knew that in Tayson's current situation, it would be useless to say anything more. I just hope that Thug is really scared. That night, 3 carriages and a camel quietly drove out of the Babylon gathering place. After rushing all the way, we stopped behind a sand dune. And here, it is less than 3 miles away from the Tayson gathering place. Ekaterina, all of you wait here for my return. Yes, Master Alan. Then, Alan took a bucket of sand wolf and sand rabbit blood and headed towards the Death Knight ruins. When he arrived at the Death Knight ruins, Alan directly threw away the bucket of beast blood in his hand. This blood is just for his subordinates to see. Alan doesn't need these things at all to lure the dark creatures. As for those rednecks in Tassin, they didn't realize that their actions last night had opened Pandora's box. This allowed Alan to find another way to deal with the enemy. After all, their method of luring dark creatures was nothing compared to Alan. After tying up the camel, Alan plunged into the thick air of death. Start my system. Ding, energy points plus 0.1, plus 0.1, plus 0.1. As the dinging sound continued, Alan's energy value began to rise wildly. 50 points, 100 points, 200 points, 300 points. Roar, roar, roar. When the energy point reached 300, the inner city of the Death Knight ruins was like a pot of boiling water, and the roar of beasts directly shook the night sky. The Death Knight in the center of the inner city stood up and roared at the Headless Knight beside him. The Headless Knights jumped on their horses one by one and rushed towards Alan at high speed. 500 points, that's about it. Seeing that the red dots in the center of the inner city were approaching, Alan didn't dare to be greedy anymore. Those guys were very fast, they must have horses. If they really caught up with him, Alan was not sure if he could get rid of them. Of course, even so, there are already thousands of dark creatures gathered behind Alan at this moment. Although half of them are skeleton soldiers, there are also many other dark creatures. There are at least 400 dark hounds, dozens of second-level ghouls and bloodthirsty wolves, and even a third-level carrion python. This amount is enough for the Tassin camp to drink a pot. Come on, my little cuties, I'm taking you out for a nice dinner tonight. Alan rode his camel, stopping and starting along the way, like flying a kite, always letting this group of dark creatures follow behind him. Of course, during this process, the dark skeleton eventually fell behind due to its slow movement, but it didn't matter because other dark creatures with stronger attack power, such as the dark hounds and bloodthirsty wolves, followed closely. After more than half an hour, the Tayson gathering place was in sight. Chapter 129: The Redneck Screams. The Tayson settlement has a population of over 1,000. Although there is no wooden wall around the edge, it is like the Gerbil town, with a fortress in the center that can accommodate hundreds of people. Alan did not hesitate and led the dark creatures straight to the heart of the Tayson gathering place. Tonight is the night for the Bodhi rednecks to hold their vigil. Because of what happened during the day, he was in a good mood today. He drank rum, ate dried meat, and chatted with the guards, telling them about his feat of luring dark creatures to attack the Babylon gathering place. Haha, let me tell you, luring the dark creatures is a really good idea. Although it consumes a lot of beasts and the cost is not small, it is indeed the best strategy for attacking other gathering places. Roar, roar, roar. Just as Bodhi Redneck was laughing triumphantly, he suddenly heard the roar of a dark creature in his ears. Huh? What's going on? I only drank 2 glasses of rum. How can I still have hallucinations? Bodhi Redneck shook his head, feeling that his alcohol tolerance had actually become worse. But at this moment, the only member of the guard team who was assigned to be on duty a few meters away suddenly trembled in his voice. Boss Bodhi, you look over there. What are you looking at? Bodhi Redneck turned his head in confusion and found that the guard was frozen. He frowned and stood up with the other guard members to look outside the wall. At first, they couldn't see clearly because of the sand dunes. But a moment later, a black shadow crossed the sand dune and appeared in everyone's eyes. A knight? What's going on? Is he an enemy? Bodhi Redneck and the other guards were puzzled, but suddenly more dark shadows appeared on the sand dune, and then it became densely packed. At the same time, clear roars came into the ears that had originally only heard the whistling wind. Roar, roar, roar. Bodhi Redneck was very familiar with this roar. Last night when he lured the dark creatures to attack the Babylon gathering place, the group of dark hounds chased him with barking sounds all the way. How is this possible? Bodhi rubbed his eyes with a red neck, suspecting that he was dreaming. But even after rubbing his eyes, the dense black shadows in the distance still existed, and their number became larger and larger, and the roar became louder and louder. Oh my God, it's a tide of dark creatures. The guards on the side immediately screamed in trembling voices. Hurry, ring the bell. Bodhi Redneck was so scared that his face turned pale, but fortunately, he still reacted. Immediately, the clanging sound of bronze bells began to ring inside and outside the camp. As expected of a large gathering place, they are quite cautious and discovered it immediately. But what if you found out? This appetizer is enough to make you drink a pot. At this moment, Alan had already rushed to the edge of the Tayson gathering place. He did not move towards the central wooden fort, but circled inside, increased his speed, and escaped from the side. The dark creatures have arrived at the gathering place. There are so many creature smells here that it is like entering a buffet restaurant for the dark creatures. They will not leave before dawn, but will start to attack everything here frantically. Sure enough, when Alan successfully broke away and rushed out of the gathering place, the dark creatures behind him no longer chased him, but began to roar and attack everything around them. The most terrifying one among them was the third-order scavenger python. Because of its terrifying strength, after rushing into the camp, it just pushed its head hard, and the mud hut in front was immediately broken open, and then wailing and screams were heard from the hut. Most of the dark creatures rushed along the main road towards the bottom of the wooden fort. Listening to the wailing and screams accompanied by the roars of beasts coming from the silver land, Alan's eyes were as calm as water. Although the villagers in the camp are innocent, the Death Sand Sea is so cruel. The moment Tayson Scott provoked him, what Alan needed was to do everything he could to destroy this gathering place and Tayson Scott. Because his current strength does not allow him to show mercy to them as he does to those small and medium-sized gathering places. After watching for a while, Alan did not stop and quickly rushed to where Ekaterina and others were. Tayson Scott was awakened from his sleep when he heard roars and wailing. Without thinking too much, he immediately threw off the quilt and rushed to the clothes hanger in the corner. After getting the leather armor, I turned around and found that the woman I was sleeping with tonight was shivering with her neck hunched. Tayson quickly took 2 steps forward and grabbed the woman by the hair. What are you standing there for, you bitch? Help me put on my leather armor. The naked woman was dragged to the bedside. Looking at Tayson's ferocious eyes, she did not dare to be negligent. She suppressed her fear and went forward to help Tayson put on leather armor. After a moment, after putting on the leather armor and holding a long sword, Tayson rushed out of the house. When we got outside, the roars and wails became more intense. At this moment, we saw Bodhi and Neil rushing over. What's going on? Boss, it's dark creatures. Dark creatures attacked our camp. Bodhi answered immediately. It's not a red moon tonight. How could dark creatures attack? Boss, it was a knight who attracted 400 to 500 dark creatures. Now those dark creatures are not only wreaking havoc in the gathering area, but have also begun attacking the wooden fort. Someone let us hear? Damn it, who is it? Tayson Redneck was suddenly furious. He didn't expect that he had used this method to attack others before, but now it was used on himself. Boss, I don't know either. The knight left immediately after attracting the dark creatures. Bodhi shook his head in panic. Waste. Tayson knew he couldn't get anything out of him, so he cursed and hurried to the wall. When he reached the top of the wall, the scene outside made him horrified. At this moment, many houses in the gathering place had been breached, and the people in the gathering place were wailing and fleeing, but eventually they died under the claws of the dark creatures. Of course, what shocked him even more was that among the dark creatures this time, there were dozens of bloodthirsty wolves alone, and even a terrifying giant snake. Damn it, who on earth is it? With such a lineup, he couldn't attract it even though he gathered the blood of hundreds of wild beasts last time, but this time, someone else did it. Of course, the most important thing at this moment is how to defend the wooden fort. At this moment, most of the dark creatures have begun to attack the wooden fort. It would be fine if all the villagers outside the gathering place died. At most we could go to other small and medium-sized gathering places to grab some, but this wooden fort must not have any problems. Kill them all. If anyone dares to retreat, I'll kill him immediately. Tayson roared at his subordinates around him. However, these dark creatures did not climb the wooden wall, but kept gnawing at the wooden stakes below. Although the guards on the wooden wall kept throwing stones down, the killing power was really limited. In this way, no matter how hard the people on the wooden fort tried, they could not stop the dark creatures from destroying the wooden wall. Chapter 130 Beggar's Clothes. Damn it. Tayson never imagined that his camp would be attacked by dark creatures except on the night of the blood moon. Moreover, the number of dark creatures attacking was so large. It was actually very simple to prevent dark creatures from gnawing at the wooden stake wall. All he had to do was bury the base of the wall with mud. But now, he had no means of defense. Boss, there's a hole in the corner. Just a few minutes later, a panicked cry was heard from the camp. Roar, roar, roar. Dozens of dark hounds sneaked into the camp through the small hole. Quick, stop him. Tayson's face turned pale, and he shouted while rushing to rescue. More than 10 dark hounds could not cause any trouble in front of Tayson. After a minute or two of fierce fighting, more than 10 dark hounds were all eliminated, and the damaged cave entrance was sealed with mud and stones after the subordinates worked hard to repair it. But before Tayson could breathe a sigh of relief, he heard another shout in his ear. Boss, the dark hound is coming in here too. Tayson gritted his teeth and had no choice but to continue the rescue with his subordinates. Unfortunately, the gifts that Alan gave tonight were too many, and even if Tayson and his guards worked hard, it would be of no avail. Next, shouts came one after another. There were more and more holes in the camp walls, to the point where they could no longer be repaired. More than 300 dark hounds have rushed into the camp. What was even more deadly was that the third-level carrion snake also began to constantly hit the wall because of the presence of many humans in the camp. With a strength of up to 13 points, every impact of the scavenger python would cause the wall to shake and mud to fall. Bodhi's eyes were filled with fear. Boss, the wall over there is about to collapse. There are dozens of bloodthirsty wolves beside the carrion-eating snake, eager to give it a try. These bloodthirsty wolves were too large to fit through the holes of the dark hounds, but when they gathered together and rushed in, they were even more deadly. Boss, we can't stay here any longer. We need to escape immediately. Neil's face was pale. He had no fighting ability. In order to avoid danger, he followed Tayson and others not far away. Upon hearing this, Tayson looked at the crumbling wall and his heart bled. But no matter how unwilling he was, the dozens of bloodthirsty wolves with bared fangs would not allow him to persist, not even with the title of knight. Walk! Tayson roared angrily and headed straight for the back of the wooden fort. Naturally, he couldn't leave through the main gate at this moment, so he could only climb over the wall to leave. There weren't many dark creatures behind him, so as long as he could break through, he could escape. However, there are actually more than 300 villagers in this camp, all of whom are the most loyal villagers of the Tayson gathering place, and many of them are family members of the guards. Their escape means that these villagers will be left behind and become food for the dark creatures. Of course, when it was time to run, Tayson naturally didn't care about anything else. He came to the wooden wall and jumped down without hesitation. Bodhi and Neil followed closely behind, followed by the 40 or 50 guards who had been fighting beside them. As for the other members of the escort team, they were too far away to follow. Boss, don't abandon us. When the guards saw Tayson fleeing, they immediately wailed and begged for help. But Tayson didn't even look back and fled from the gathering place with the few remaining people. Population is worthless in this sea of death. As long as he can save his own life, he can restore the gathering place again. And wait until dawn. The dark creatures will retreat on their own. Damn it, which bastard dares to plot against me? Tayson's eyes were red and his fists were clenched so hard that they made a creaking sound. Neil frowned and thought for a moment. Boss, could it be that thug? Neil, are you kidding? How could that thug have the strength to attract so many dark creatures? Last time we used the blood of hundreds of wild beasts, but we only attracted more than 200 dark creatures. Boss, I think this must have been done by some large gathering place, or maybe Gerbil Town. Bodhi retorted. Tayson's eyes flashed with brilliance, but he had no idea what to do. He could only say bitterly, no matter who it is, if I find out who it is, Tayson, will twist his head off alive. Really, Tashin Scott? I want to see how you twist my head off. Who the hell is that? The sudden teasing voice in their ears startled everyone. They looked around and finally found a figure on the sand dune in front of them. Then dozens of people came up from behind the sand dune. Because of his vision problems and the fact that he didn't know Alan, Tayson couldn't recognize the person in front of him even if they were face to face. It was Bodhi who suddenly screamed. Although he couldn't see Alan's face clearly, Alan's voice was already engraved in his bones. It's him, the thug boy, boss. Thug boy. Tayson and Neil were stunned. Tayson was so angry that he was shaking all over. He couldn't believe that it was the thug boy who did this before, but now he was 100% sure. Tayson almost gritted his teeth and said, Thug boy, did you attract these dark creatures? That's right, you like my gift, don't you, boss Tayson? I'm going to kill you. Tayson roared to the sky. He really didn't expect that he would be tricked by such a small, medium-sized gathering place. Go kill them. Tayson immediately ordered his subordinates. Boss, don't be impulsive, let's escape first. Neil felt something was wrong. After all, This thug had set a trap, and now he dared to show up, which meant he must be confident enough. Tayson pushed Neil away and said, "If I, Tayson, can't even defeat him with just a small, medium-sized settlement, then all these years in the Death Sand Sea have been in vain. Go kill that guy for me." Kill. Upon hearing the order, more than 40 guards rushed towards the sand dunes waving their weapons. It's no wonder that Tayson is so confident. Among his more than 40 guards, 5 of them are wearing old leather armor, and they have been trained by him for a long time and are considered elite. These few people alone are enough to destroy a medium-sized gathering place. He doesn't believe that he can't deal with the thug in front of him. Very good. Then let's start serving the food. Alan sneered. This was what he wanted to see most, so that he wouldn't have to chase around later, which would be too troublesome. Guards, get ready. Without Alan's orders, Ekaterina began to command. With a loud noise, the 20 guards in the front row took off their linen cloaks. This cloak is certainly not for looking cool, but for hiding the leather armor. Of course, it can also be used to block sunlight in the future, because if the iron sheets on the leather armor are burned by the scorching sun for a long time, it will be no different from a roasting iron plate. The cloak was taken off, and 20 new pieces of leather armor flashed with cold light under the bright moonlight. Under normal circumstances, the worn leather armor of Tasena's 5 subordinates would be the envy of the leaders of small and medium-sized settlements, but for Alan, it was no different from beggar's clothes. Chapter 131. Who is not a titled knight? Damn it, how is this possible? When Tayson and his group of rednecks saw the 20 pieces of leather armor flashing with cold light, their eyes widened. Is this a medium-sized gathering place? Who the hell is blind to say this is a medium-sized settlement? It's even richer than Gerbil Town. Also, are you sure you are not the kingdom's army? Tarsun Redneck felt cheated. This damn thug kid is definitely a sinister guy. Guards, charge. Kill. Unfortunately, there was no way for Tashin Redneck to regret his decision. Under Ekaterina's order, 40 Babylonian guards had already launched a charge. Taking advantage of their high ground position, the guards wearing leather armor and holding round shields and long swords were the first to rush into the enemy group. With muffled groans, many redneck guards from the Tayson gathering place were knocked to the ground by the Babylonian guards' round shields before they could even make a move, and rolled down the sand dunes. Then, 20 Price Babylonian sword guards began to swing their swords. With the power of more than 3.0, each of their swords became strong and powerful. As the cold light flashed, the redneck guards of the Tayson gathering place continued to howl and scream. At this moment, 20 unarmored guards armed with spears in the rear of Babylon also joined the battle. They did not advance too far, but hid behind their comrades, and took advantage of the gaps to suddenly fire a spear. In an instant, the guards of the Tayson gathering place were beaten so badly that they could not raise their heads. As for the 5 armored subordinates that Tassin valued very much, they were indeed of some use. At least they temporarily held back the Babylonian guards and prevented a situation of imminent collapse. However, they only had the advantage of leather armor, and each person's strength did not exceed 3.0. But before long, people began to fall down one after another. Seeing this scene, Tayson Redneck felt his heart bleeding, especially when he saw Alan's playful smile. He finally couldn't help but take action. You thug, you think you can win like this? I'm telling you, you've messed with someone you shouldn't. A titled knight is not someone you can mess with, a reptile from a medium-sized settlement like you. Cursing angrily, Tayson rushed towards the sand dune, holding his sword. Ekaterina, let me go first. Alan did not delay when he saw this. After all, his subordinates are not good enough in front of the titled knight. Looking for death, seeing that Alan dared to come towards him, Tayson was overjoyed. He waved his sword and rushed towards Alan at high speed. When he rushed to 3 or 4 meters in front of Alan, Tayson's arms began to emit a faint ochre light, and this light finally spread to the sword. Go to hell, kid. Redneck, who was not a titled knight. Alan sneered, and his fighting spirit quickly gathered in his arms. With a hum, the long sword also flashed with a fiery red light. The brightness of this light is no less than that of Tashin's redneck. With a clang, the long swords of both sides collided in the air, creating a burst of sparks. Alan only felt a slight pain in his arm, while Tayson Redneck took 3 or 4 steps back. This is impossible. Tayson took a few steps back and looked at Alan in disbelief, his face full of astonishment. The fact that Alan was a titled knight was beyond his expectations, but Alan's fighting spirit was even stronger than his. You should know that he has been a titled knight for almost a year, and he is only 1 month away from completely condensing the seed of fighting spirit. And this thug in front of him actually has such power. Doesn't that mean he has also been a titled knight for nearly a year? But if that's true, Then why haven't I heard of this kid before? If Alan has such strength, he should be the leader of a large gathering place. Unless Alan has a better way to cultivate his fighting spirit, he can become so strong in a short time. But as someone who had been through it, he knew very well that even the lowest level of fighting spirit cultivation method could only be obtained through untold hardships and luck, and to obtain a higher level, one had to be from an aristocratic family. It seems that he is not as strong as I thought. Or maybe I am stronger than I thought, haha. The former is naturally used to describe Tashin Redneck. Alan originally thought that Tashin Redneck would be very strong, but he didn't expect that after one touch, he was much weaker than he expected. There is no need for a Katarina to join. I can deal with him by myself. This also proves that Alan is actually much stronger than he imagined. In fact, Alan should have known this a long time ago. Because for titled knights like Tassin, no matter how hard they train, their strength cannot exceed 10 points. For example, the strength of Tassin in front of us is only 9.4. In addition, there is a huge gap between him and Alan in terms of agility. In this way, the fighting spirit of both sides is almost the same, and Alan's advantage is naturally revealed. In that case, I will use this redneck to start my glorious career as a knight. Alan's eyes flashed with excitement. He held the hilt of the sword with both hands and raised it to his chest, then shouted, "Come again." With a roar, Alan rushed towards Tassin Redneck at high speed. "Damn bastard, I'm going to fight you." Tassin Redneck also knew that there was no way out, so he gritted his teeth and used all his strength to activate his fighting spirit and started fighting with Alan. In the following battle, Alan relied on his strength and agility to force Tassin to respond passively. However, Tashin Redneck had enough combat experience, and because it was a fight of desperation, he managed to hold on for more than a minute. After more than a minute, beads of sweat began to appear on Tassin's redneck forehead, and his fighting spirit had reached its lowest point. Haha, the fighting spirit has reached its limit. Alan knew it clearly when he saw this. With a sneer, he swung the sword in his hand vertically. Tassin Redneck was completely unable to resist and quickly raised his sword horizontally in front of him. With a clang, Tassin Redneck's long sword shook violently and flew out of his hand. The figure involuntarily fell backwards, and Alan quickly followed. Before Tassin Redneck could stand up, the tip of the sword was already against his chest. "Don't kill me, man, don't kill me. I surrender, please. Spare my life." Looking at the long sword against his chest, Tassin Redneck did not have the determination to die rather than surrender, but had a strong desire to survive. "Sparing your life? What's the benefit?" Alan sneered. "Boss, I can call you boss, thug boy. You are already so powerful. If you add a subordinate like me who has fighting spirit, then no one in the Death Knight ruins will dare to provoke you in the future, right? Besides, we have no previous conflicts. I just did something stupid at the time, but it won't have much impact on you, right? I can help you seize more territory in the future." Tashin Redneck gave what he thought was a very tempting reason. He firmly believed that few people could tolerate such an excuse. After all, the conflict between him and the other party had not yet escalated into a blood feud. As long as the other party agrees to me, I can lurk beside him. If one day I could steal the more advanced Do-Chi cultivation technique, I would plot against him. Puff. Tassin Redneck's fantasy had not yet ended, but he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He looked up in disbelief. Sorry, you're not worthy enough to be my subordinate." Alan didn't check the mini-map and didn't know what Tassin was thinking. But when he took action today, he had no intention of letting Tashin Redneck go. Not only to avenge the villagers who had gathered there, but also to prevent the news of the attack from leaking out. Ahihi. Looking at Alan's disdainful eyes, Tassin Redneck felt that this was more painful than killing himself. Unfortunately, blood had already begun to flow from his throat, and he wanted to say something but couldn't make a sound. In the end, this redneck Tarsun could only stare with his eyes wide open and his head tilted, falling asleep peacefully. Tashin Redneck, dead. Chapter 132, Dog-Headed Military Advisor. Master Alan, all the other members of the Tashin Guard have been dealt with. Only these two are left. Tassin's death meant that the next battle would be a foregone conclusion. Ekaterina and a group of guards brought Bodhi and Neil over. Bodhi had one of his arms chopped off, apparently having been defeated by Ekaterina while resisting. Alan didn't rush to deal with the two of them, but looked at Ekaterina. "Ekaterina, how was my fight with Tassin just now?" Ekaterina's delicate eyes blinked, knowing what Alan wanted. Master Alan's strength and speed surpassed many others. Although his use of techniques during the battle was somewhat hasty, it was only a month. Even in the kingdom, only a few talented people can achieve this. So, my evaluation of Master Alan's battle this time is very good. Alan nodded in satisfaction. It was really great to hear the word very good from the mouth of the noble female knight, Ekaterina. Boss Alan, please forgive me. I know I was wrong. Reg. Alan didn't waste any words. Yes, Master Alan. Then, under Reg's pull, Bodhi Redneck was dragged away, and soon a scream was heard. Alan set his sights on the last remaining redneck. Boss Alan, I know you will definitely kill me, but I want to say that you will be of greater use if you keep me. This was unusual, as Alan had already checked out the redneck. Ordinary human race. Constitution, weak. Strength, 1.1. Agility, 1.1. Intelligence, 1.9. The strength is only 1.1, which is only slightly stronger than that of ordinary serfs. It is probably because they have enough food to eat. But what is really surprising about this redneck is that its intelligence is as high as 1.9. You have to know that even after so long of strengthening, Alan's intelligence is only 2.4. According to Alan's current understanding, this intelligence can encompass wisdom and mental power. Needless to say, the former requires a flexible mind and active thinking, while the latter requires concentration and persistence in doing things. If you want to practice fighting spirit, you actually need to have enough energy. When Alan practiced for several hours, he felt tired. This was due to the consumption of energy. Obviously, the reason why this redneck was able to follow Tassin all the time was because of his high intelligence. Alan is interested. It's not just because this guy has extraordinary intelligence, but also because of his calmness at this moment. When death was imminent, both Tassin, the leader of the large gathering place, and Bodhi Redneck kept begging for mercy. Only this guy, although his face was a little pale, neither begged for mercy nor trembled. What's your name? Aren't you afraid of death? Boss Alan, my name is Neil. I'm also very afraid of death, but I know begging for mercy is useless. Then tell me, what use is there for me to keep you? Alan said coldly and opened the small map of the system panel. The next moment, something even more surprising happened to Alan. The little dot with a red neck in front of him was actually yellow mixed with a lot of green. I say redneck, are you a masochist? Under normal circumstances, there are two states after becoming Alan's enemy. Or she will be red forever. No matter how much she begs for mercy, she will be thinking about taking revenge on Alan in the future. Or maybe there was a hint of green in the yellow, because he was scared by Alan and felt fear, and no longer had the desire for revenge. But the red neck in front of him, the concentration of green clearly showed that he had a strong liking for him, not fear. Could this guy be picking up soap? Alan shuddered and almost couldn't help but kill him. The hobbies and tastes of rednecks are really serious, and there is nothing they won't play. Fortunately, Neil had already started telling the story at this time. Boss Alan, half a year ago, Tayson's settlement was nearly destroyed because he offended Harris Gerbil. But I devised a plan for Tayson, having him secretly help a large settlement called Lanka destroy 2 large settlements in succession. After the Lanka gathering place expanded, Harris Sandrat felt threatened. I asked Tayson to contact Harris Sandrat, and together with the outside forces, we destroyed the Lanka gathering place. After this incident, Harris Gerbil temporarily gave up the idea of killing Tarsan. So, if you keep me, Boss Alan, I can give you advice in the future to make the development of the Babylon gathering place smoother. Alan had actually heard of this matter. Lanka was originally just an ordinary large gathering place, but in just 2 days, it destroyed 2 nearby large gathering places, and its strength grew rapidly. Unfortunately, such rapid growth immediately attracted the attention of Harris Gerbil, and soon after, the Lanka gathering place was destroyed by Harris Gerbil. This was told to Alan by Val Ironhide to show the danger of the Death Sand Sea and the brutality of Harris Gerbil. But Val had not mentioned the Tayson gathering place and Neil before, but with the yellow-green dots on the small map, Alan could be sure that the other party was not lying, otherwise the other party's status would definitely turn red. In this case, the guy in front of him should be a good think tank, in layman's terms, a military strategist, and a high-level talent. Alan remained calm and continued calmly. Tell me about your origins. Neil couldn't tell Alan's attitude from his expression, and feeling unsure, he could only continue to tell his story seriously. It turns out that Neil comes from a Baron family in the Falcon Kingdom, but this redneck is much more miserable than Alan. Not only is he the second son, but he is also an illegitimate child. This status is only slightly better than the Dusty Serfs. When Neil came of age, he was ruthlessly kicked out of the house. Apart from some dry food, he was only given a few dozen copper coins. Under such circumstances, the best place for Neil Redneck to go is to join some aristocratic families. After all, he also knows how to read and write. But Neil Redneck was very idealistic. He didn't want to be a servant or steward working for a small noble, doing nothing all his life, neither starving to death nor getting rich. So he came to the Death Sand Sea, because although it was chaotic, it was also full of opportunities. His idea was to assist a gathering place leader, let the leader build a career, and he could also rise with the tide. Unfortunately, ideals are full, but reality is very skinny. His IQ is not low, but his physical fitness is not good. He had just arrived at the Death Sand Sea, and he ran into obstacles everywhere. Here, even the people who were digging iron sheets thought he was too weak. As for the skill of literacy, he initially told the leaders of the gathering places he had searched for, but since he was almost kidnapped and sold as a slave, he no longer dared to say more. Because in this sea of death, except for small towns and cities, almost no leaders care whether their subordinates can read or not. After all, they do not need to develop territory, but they need their fists to be strong enough to grab whatever they need. As for the forces in those small towns and cities, with his status, there is actually no difference between joining a big force and joining the nobles in the kingdom, so Neil can only continue to wait for opportunities. Finally, half a year ago, Neil learned about the crisis in the Tayson gathering place. The unwilling Neil took the risk and took the initiative to visit. Tayson was also willing to give it a try, which is why he was reused. Unfortunately, Tashin, this redneck, can eat, drink, and have fun, but when it comes to big ideals, they are completely non-existent. They still adhere to the principle that fists are the rule. If you need something, just rob it. There is no such thing as reclaiming land or developing a large army. He is also tyrannical and has no mercy on the villagers in his own gathering place. This was completely different from the nobles Neil had seen in the kingdom. After 6 months of being in a daze, Neil's only achievement was helping the Tayson settlement avoid the crisis of Harris Gerbil. Chapter 133, The Destruction of Tayson's Gathering Place. Boss Alan, if you are willing to take me in, I promise to wholeheartedly assist you in your development. Your territory will definitely become more powerful than it is now. To be honest, Alan was a little moved. Although he already has Thomas, his use is different from Neil's. Thomas is the butler, and in the future he will be responsible for managing the castle and manor, as well as interactions with other nobles, etc. He is considered to be the chief steward of internal affairs. As for Neil, judging from the way he resolved the crisis in the Tayson gathering place, this dog-headed advisor should have a good vision and overall view. Although Alan is a time traveler, he has a lot of experience. But 3 cobblers are better than 1 zhuge. With such a good military advisor, you can discuss opinions with him when you really encounter problems. Moreover, letting Neil join would at most just be one more mouth to feed. With this redneck's physique, how many loaves of bread could he eat? Of course, Alan still didn't show it immediately, but asked the last question. This concerns Neil Redneck's future position in his heart. One last question. Do you know me well? I've taken care of the Tayson gathering place today. What will happen next? Neil immediately became excited. Although he still couldn't tell anything from Alan, this question showed that he was testing him. If he passed the test, he would most likely be able to save his life and be recruited by the other party. And from what he had learned about the Babylonian gathering place over the past 2 days, as well as the armor worn by Alan's soldiers, Neil felt that Alan in front of him was probably the most suitable monarch for his ideal. Because he saw from Alan's conversation and this incident that Alan was different from other leaders. Boss Alan, my understanding of you may not be comprehensive because I only learned it through Bodhi, but I know that you must be a person with a strong sense of justice and chivalry. Of course, the most important thing is that you must be a very idealistic leader. Neil secretly looked at Alan. Seeing that Alan didn't react, he continued, I heard that you didn't kill the leaders or plunder the camps of those settlements, big or small, that dared to offend you. And for those small and medium-sized gathering places that you recruited, you offered a low 20% commission. In a situation like this, let alone in the Death Sand Sea, even within the kingdom, I don't think many nobles can do it. And you did it, Boss Alan. I guess, Boss Alan, you're probably trying to cultivate prestige and reputation, because for you, whether to kill or not those small and medium-sized gathering places is actually just a matter of your decision. You might feel relieved at the time when you killed them, but afterward the surrounding small and medium-sized settlements will be as terrified of you as sand wolves and hungry tigers, and you might even attract the fear of other major forces. But you spared these small and medium-sized gathering places and even treated them preferentially, allowing them to recognize you and even tying them to you through benefits. And from now on, once you have enough strength, all you need to do is say a word, and these small and medium-sized gathering places will firmly follow you. Although small and medium-sized gathering places are insignificant when they are scattered, once they unite, no large gathering place can stop them. Hearing this, Alan's expression finally showed approval. The fact that the rednecks can analyze these things is enough to show that their logic and vision are not small. Neil Redneck was instantly excited when he saw this. He knew that he had gained Alan's approval, and he spoke more fluently. Boss Alan, the next question is about your back. After attacking the Tayson settlement this time, if things had gone according to normal circumstances, you would have immediately drawn the hostility of other large settlements and Harris Gerbil. However, those large gathering places may not pose much of a threat to you, Master Alan, right now. But Harris Gerbil is definitely not someone you can deal with right now, Master Alan. I'm afraid he will come and destroy the Babylonian gathering place before you rise to power. After all, your camp is too close to Gerbil Town. Of course, that's the general situation and for the general gathering place leader, but it's different for you, Boss Alan. Boss Alan, you clearly had the power to exact revenge last night, but you chose not to. Instead, you chose today. During the day, you even declared your submission. And thanks to Bodhi's propaganda, nearly every nearby gathering place knew about it. And in this case, the dark creatures are the ones who actually destroyed the gathering place tonight, and none of the Tashin leader and his guards are left alive. You just need to dispose of their bodies properly, and then no one will think it was you who did it. Even better, Boss Alan, you can even send some iron sheets tomorrow and pretend to have just learned about the destruction of the Tayson settlement. After saying that, Neil Redneck eagerly waited for Alan's answer. Bang bang bang. Alan applauded. I have to say, Neil Redneck's performance really exceeded Alan's expectations. Although the second half of the other party's sentence seemed to be flattery, what he speculated was exactly the same as what Alan planned. Alan will throw Tayson's body and some of the guards' bodies back to Tayson's gathering place later. Let the dark creatures gnaw these corpses beyond recognition, and then it will be the dark creatures that kill Tayson. The only flaw in this incident is the knight who attracted the dark creature, because as long as one person is alive, the secret will definitely be leaked. But this is not a big deal, because no one would believe that Alan's small Babylon gathering place could attract so many dark creatures. They would only think that it was done by a large gathering place. Even if Harris Gerbil knew the situation, he would still inquire in that direction. Under such circumstances, Alan could even come and reap the spoils openly the next day. You said it well, Neil. You relied on your wisdom to fight for a chance to survive. Thank you, Boss Alan, Boss Alan. I will do my best to serve you in the future. Neil Redneck was also very excited, not only because he was finally able to survive, but also because he felt that he had finally found a good monarch. Thinking of his mother and sister who were still working as maids, he felt that sooner or later he would be able to return home in glory and bring a good life to his mother and sister. At this time, in Alan's small map, the light spot on Neil's red neck had turned dark green. This made Alan even more satisfied. After arranging the finishing work, tonight's battle came to an end. In this battle, Alan and his men wiped out 47 enemies and only injured 8 of their own men, all of whom were slightly injured. It was considered a complete victory. Chapter 134 Thank You Death. The next day, in the distance from the Tayson gathering place, many residents from small and medium-sized gathering places moved closer cautiously. They actually vaguely felt what happened last night. After all, in addition to the roars and wailing, there were also flames shooting into the sky. But at that time, they could only tremble in the house and did not dare to explore what had happened. It was not until the first ray of sunlight fell that they mustered up the courage to approach. Look, the Tayson gathering place. It's over. It's over. What I saw was a mess, with blood and body parts everywhere. No one was spared, whether inside or outside the gathering place. The wooden wall fort made of logs, which was once the symbol of the Tayson gathering place, has been damaged, and the gate is wide open. Looking inside from the gate, you can vaguely see bloodstains inside. What on earth is going on? It's a dark creature. I heard the roar of a dark creature last night. It's truly terrifying. How many dark creatures would it take to destroy the powerful Tayson gathering place? There must be at least 1,000 of them, right? That's for sure. If there weren't so many, how could the camp be destroyed, considering Boss Tayson is a titled knight? By the way, do you think Boss Tayson is dead? You don't know this? Why are you asking? What if Boss Tayson dies too? Then there will be no one to take care of the things in this gathering place. Hush, man. Are you looking for death? Boss Tayson is a titled knight. If he's not dead, and hears you say such words, you can just wait for the gathering place to be destroyed. Besides, even if you do get some benefits, if other large gathering places find out, they'll take them away from you. After hearing this warning, many residents who were eager to try immediately gave up their greedy thoughts. That's right, the Tayson gathering place ahead looks like a piece of fat meat. But no matter what, this piece of fat is not something they can get their hands on. These small and medium-sized gathering places cannot afford any accidents. In this way, although many residents of the settlement were envious, they did not dare to approach, and the news about the Tayson settlement was spreading rapidly. At this moment, a team of about 20 people slowly arrived at the Tayson gathering place. When they saw the situation of the Tayson gathering place from the crowd, they were stunned. Man, is this the Tayson gathering place? Several people from the gathering places turned their heads and saw that it was a young man. Yes, man, this is the Tayson gathering place. What can I do for you? It really is the Tayson gathering place. How could this happen? What happened? The boy was stunned, somewhat incredulous. A few people looked at the team curiously and found that there was a carriage in the team, which was loaded with 4 baskets of iron sheets. He immediately took a few steps back and said, "Hey, buddy, are you from the Tayson settlement? This is none of our business. It's the dark creatures that attacked the Tayson settlement last night. We only came here to check it out this morning." Dark creatures attacked the Tayson gathering place? Is Tayson Scott dead? The boy, who was originally a little dazed, reacted. There was no sadness in his eyes, but a hint of excitement. The people gathered around and noticed something was wrong. "I don't know, but man, who are you?" "Me? Thug boy, have you heard of this?" Thug. At this moment, some of the people in the gathering place could not help but take several steps back, while a few were a little confused. After all, this place was a little far away from the Babylon gathering place. However, those people in the gathering place were soon reminded by their companions and retreated one after another. There were also faint whispers in the crowd saying, "It seems that the thug boy was dealt with by the Tayson gathering place the day before yesterday, and Bodhi also promoted it at that time." But Alan didn't care about that. He immediately said to his subordinates, "The Tayson gathering place has been attacked by dark creatures. Let's go in and see what's going on." After saying that, Alan led more than 20 people into the gathering place. It wasn't long before the crowd of onlookers in the gathering place heard cries from inside the gathering place that Tayson was dead. Then, he watched from afar as the thug subordinates began to collect items from various houses and load them into trucks. Soon, a truck full of miscellaneous items drove out of the Tayson gathering place. Of course, this is not the end, because although the carriage left, the thug boy did not leave. More than 2 hours later, as many as 700 or 800 people and 7 or 8 carriages came hurriedly. These people also entered the Tayson gathering place and began to plunder the Tayson gathering place. The actions of these 700 or 800 people were very efficient. At noon, the items in the Tayson gathering place were reduced at a speed visible to the naked eye. The fire date trees, black soil, pottery jars, tools, etc., and even the wooden wall began to be transported away. This left the gathered crowd stunned and filled with envy. But they know that these things are not something they can be greedy for. Finally, when half of the wall was demolished, the group finally began to evacuate. The thug arrived outside the Tayson gathering place and saw that everyone was still watching. He immediately said to them, "Tayson is dead. There are too many things in the camp. I can't take them all. If you want to take them, go by yourselves." Haha, that bastard Tayson deserved it. He threatened me to hand over 20% of the iron pieces every day the day before yesterday, and now he's dead today. It's so comforting. Thank you, great god of death. After saying that, the thug left with his men with a satisfied look on his face. The people in the gathering place were stunned for a moment. Then their eyes suddenly lit up as they looked at the Tayson gathering place, and then they rushed towards the Tayson gathering place with cheers. They were hesitant before, but now not only are they sure that Tayson is dead, but they also have a thug boy leading the charge, so they can't help themselves. Anyway, the bulk of the spoils were taken away by the thugs, so they were just picking up some scraps. I believe that other large gathering places will not cause trouble for them after they find out. So, these people in the settlement started to plunder the Tayson settlement again. Their harvest was not small, including leftover black bread, broken pottery jars in the corner, or some old wooden utensils. After they had been looting for about 20 minutes, the first large gathering group finally arrived. Because of the need for space, large gathering places are generally far apart. Therefore, these large gathering places wasted a lot of time both in receiving the news and in the journey to get there. When they saw that the Tayson gathering place was only left with ruins, they were all stunned. This is the gathering place of Tayson. How come it suddenly became like this? After questioning, the large gathering place finally understood what had happened and immediately dispersed the people from the small and medium-sized gathering places. Unfortunately, when they entered the gathering place, they found that everything they could take had been taken. After interrogation, they found out who had gotten the spoils from the Tayson gathering place first, which made them angry and annoyed. But he didn't go and caused trouble for the thug immediately. After all, they had heard a little about the thugs, so they had to concentrate all their strength to deal with them. But now their main task is to find out who dealt with Tayson Scott, why, and whether other large gathering places will be targeted in the future. After all, It is absolutely impossible for dark creatures to run so far in the dark night outside the blood moon and accurately attack a gathering place. Chapter 135. How can it be such a coincidence? Boss, this is an emergency. The Tayson gathering place has been wiped out. Tayson was killed? Who did it? Harris Gerbil was stunned, and his expression immediately became serious. He naturally knew about the gathering place of Tayson. Half a year ago, when he learned that Tayson had become a titled knight, he was ready to destroy Tayson. After all, the Tayson gathering place is only more than 20 miles away from the Sand Rat town, which is too close. He will not allow such a force to exist. But later, because of the rise of the Lanka gathering place, his attention was temporarily diverted, and Tayson was also very sensible and promised to surrender secretly and help him destroy the Lanka gathering place. This made him temporarily give up the idea of destroying him. Moreover, he was only practicing a bronze-level Do-Chi cultivation method, which could not cause much trouble. I don't know, boss. I heard that the Tayson gathering place was attacked by dark creatures, but there was no blood moon last night. The dark creatures might have been lured there, but the identity of the lure is unknown. The seducer cannot be determined? Tayson's expression became more solemn. The Death Sand Sea is like a dark forest. Everyone can be a hunter or a prey. It all depends on the strength. The most dangerous situation is that a hunter is hiding in the dark, and Harris Gerbil will never allow such a thing to happen. Recently, there was a conflict between the Tayson settlement and some other settlement. Boss, Tayson hasn't had any conflict with other large settlements in the past 6 months because his Do-Chi seeds haven't condensed yet. Oh, and if medium-sized settlements are included, then he had a conflict with that thug the day before yesterday. Thug boy, what's going on? Harris Gerbil frowned when he heard the name again. You know, in the past few years, there has never been a medium-sized gathering place where he could hear it several times in a short period of time, but this thug did it. This guy just destroyed several medium-sized settlements a few days ago, and now he is facing the Tayson settlement again. If the Tayson settlement is taken down by him, then this thug must not be allowed to live. The subordinate knew his boss had misunderstood, so he immediately explained, Boss, that thug did indeed clash with the Tayson settlement a few days ago. It was just that the Tayson settlement coveted the thug's iron harvest and wanted to take away 20% of the daily harvest. That thug later agreed. He was obviously afraid of Tayson. After all, he was a titled knight, and a guy named Polly in the Tayson gathering place was spreading the news. This should be true. After all, it is said that to destroy the Tayson gathering place, at least 600 or 700 dark creatures, or even thousands, are needed. Really? Harris Gerbil's eyes flickered, still a little worried. By the way, boss, I heard that guy send a piece of iron to the Tayson gathering place this morning. But when he learned that Tayson was dead, he immediately and happily looted the Tayson gathering place. I think, if he really did it, he probably wouldn't dare to do it so blatantly. After all, looting the Tayson settlement would be enough to attract the covetousness of other large settlements. Harris Sand Rat finally nodded. For now, keep an eye on that thug and find the mastermind behind the attack on the Tayson settlement. I don't want any more unstable forces hiding around the Death Knight ruins. Once we've dealt with the attacker this time, we absolutely cannot let that thug go. Yes, boss. Father, why didn't you send someone to help Alan? He saved my life. Don't you even value my life-saving grace? Tizia, hasn't father already sent people to inquire? Alan's life is not in danger. In this situation, how can I help him if he doesn't ask me for help? Rosk looked grim. Ever since leaving the Babylon gathering place, he has been paying special attention to Alan's movements, mainly because he realized from the scale of Alan's gathering place that the boy was not simple. Yesterday, when his subordinates reported to him the latest situation of Alan, he didn't expect that Tizia heard it. As a result, his daughter has been pestering him since last night, which makes Rosk very heartbroken. I have promised Alan that he can come to me if he needs help, but Alan hasn't come now. If I go there in person, it would be too cheap of me. Father, I don't care. Alan saved me, so you must repay him. Otherwise, I will ignore you and not go to the Black Iron Kingdom. Tizia, you. Rosk's anger suddenly rose, but the next moment he saw his daughter's eyes begin to turn red, and he immediately stopped himself. Alas, what on earth is it about that damned boy that fascinates you so much? Dear Tizia, I have sent someone to inquire. If that boy really needs help, I will help him. Hee. Father, you are the best. Tizia will always love you. Tizia's tearful expression immediately changed, and her face was filled with joy. Rosk Redneck was even more depressed. I have to find a way to send my daughter away as soon as possible. Rosk made up his mind. At this moment, a subordinate came hurriedly. Boss, how about it? Does that kid need help? This was the subordinate that Rosk sent to the Babylon gathering place to ask Alan's opinion. Boss, I didn't see any thug boy. Then what the hell were you doing? Rosk frowned. Boss, let me explain. I went to the Babylon gathering place, and I heard that the thugs were escorting Taipian to the Tayson gathering place. Originally, I wanted to wait for the thug to return, but who knew that his villagers suddenly returned and said that the Tayson gathering place had been destroyed. The Tayson gathering place was destroyed? Rosk was stunned. Yes, boss. I heard that someone lured dark creatures into attacking the gathering place at night. Even the wooden fort was breached, and Tayson died on the spot. Really? Then Alan will be safe? Before Rosk could say anything, Tizya cheered. Yes, miss, and I also saw the villagers bringing back a truckload of supplies. They also called in several hundred people to go there. They must be going to the Tayson gathering place to collect the supplies before the harvest. That's great. Alan is so lucky. Tizya's eyes curved, and she was so happy. Rosk couldn't bear to watch it anymore and immediately sent his daughter away. Knowing that Alan was fine, Tizya also obediently left the purchasing office cabin. How can it be such a coincidence? After Tizya left, Rosk became thoughtful. Boss, what did you say? The younger brother was a little confused. Nothing. You can go and ask for more details later. I want to know the details of the destruction of the Tayson gathering place. Yes, boss. The younger brother also left, and Rosk fell into deep thought. Chapter 136 Gale Family Fleet. Master Alan, the list of spoils is above. Alan took the list Caroline handed him and looked through it. 15 gold coins, 875 silver coins, and 3,120 copper coins. 5 pieces of old leather armor and 6 old longswords. There are 33 fire date trees, 27 of which are mature and 6 are over 5 years old. 3,800 kilograms of black soil. 20 tomato plants, 220 sand mushroom plants, and 2 apple trees. 367 logs. 823 tools of various kinds, and 1,357 intact pottery jars and wooden bowls. That's right. Alan nodded. Large gathering places are fat. The cash alone was worth 23 gold coins. If you add the old leather armor, long sword, fire date tree, black soil, and round wood, the total value will definitely reach 35 gold coins. This was because time was tight, and we saw the arrival of those large gathering places from the small map, so we didn't have time to collect the remaining logs. Boss Alan, in fact, large settlements can be even richer. It's just because Tayson Scott spent money to buy the fighting spirit cultivation method, so he still needs to pay 2 gold coins to the business in Red Wolf City every month. Neil added. Alan nodded. He had always kept the matter of Do Chi Ju in mind. Originally, he thought that Tayson Redneck must also have a book on fighting spirit cultivation, so he conducted a careful search in Tayson Redneck's room this morning. After all, even a bronze-level Do Chi technique is worth hundreds of gold coins. But after searching for a while, he found nothing. When he returned to the gathering place and asked Neil, the military advisor, he realized that he was overthinking. Tayson Redneck's fighting spirit cultivation technique was purchased in Red Wolf City, and the purchase method was similar to the mortgage in his previous life. After all, hundreds of gold coins are rarely available at one time, even in large gathering places. Therefore, you need to make a down payment of 20 gold coins, and then repay 2 gold coins every month to learn the art of fighting spirit cultivation. Of course, not everyone is qualified to learn this, and businesses are also afraid that you will learn it and then run away without taking responsibility. Therefore, those who can learn the Do Chi Ju in advance can only be the leaders of medium-sized gathering places or larger forces, and the trading company will also evaluate the situation of the gathering place. The transaction will only be carried out after confirming that the company has the ability to repay the debt in the future, and the probability of running away is very low. The transaction method is that the buyer goes directly to the trading company to study, and there is no mention of giving the training manual to people like Tayson. The first thing is naturally to prevent the Do Chi cultivation techniques from being leaked. Secondly, most of the guys like Tayson are illiterate, so it is useless to give them the Do Chi cultivation techniques. They would be happy if the company provided them with full-time staff to teach them. With Tayson's death, Alan's idea of seizing the Do Chi cultivation technique naturally fell through. Fortunately, Alan was only greedy for the Do Chi cultivation technique and sold it for gold coins. He really didn't have any, so he didn't take it to heart. Ekaterina, what are the reactions from those large settlements and Gerbil Town? Master Alan, according to reports from those of us who stayed in the Tayson settlement, the leaders of the larger settlements haven't paid any attention to us yet. Instead, they're asking the smaller settlements about whether the Tayson settlement has had any conflicts with other larger settlements recently. Very good. Alan was very satisfied. It seemed that his plan was effective. At least in the short term, these large gathering places would not think it was him. When Alan was feeling proud of destroying the first large gathering place in his life, a team of 10 carriages arrived at the city of Shabak. The team was led by the eldest heir of the Gale family, Alan's biological brother, Highland Gale, and was accompanied by the castle's steward, Old John. The convoy arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau of Shabak City and was warmly welcomed by Rock. Sir Rock, we are truly sorry to trouble you this time. We don't know where Master Alan's territory is located, so we can only ask you to send a guide to show us the way. Of course, we will pay the guide's fee. Old John, an experienced butler, was the one who came forward to negotiate. After he finished speaking, he handed over 5 silver coins. With this price, he could hire 10 guides. Obviously, the extra money was a kickback to Civil Officer Rock. To Old John's surprise, Rock pushed his hand back. Butler John, if it were anyone else, I would definitely accept the silver coin, but since you are from the Allen family, I won't accept it. He calls me Uncle Rock, so this small favor is only what I should do. Old John was very surprised and looked at Highland. Logically speaking, Shabak City is also an important border town. Although the status of the civil affairs officer is not as high as that of the commander of the Border Legion, he is definitely not a small figure. I didn't expect him to be so easy to talk to. Of course, the other party didn't want it, and his attitude was very friendly, so they naturally didn't force it. Then I would like to thank Lord Rock on behalf of our Master Andrew. Sir, we would like to set off as soon as possible. Is that possible? No problem, just wait for me. I'll tell my subordinates to take you to the Death Sand Sea. Mr. Rock is going too? Old John and Highland were stunned. Don't get me wrong, Butler John. If it were normal times, I definitely wouldn't have time to take you there in person. But this morning a good friend of mine wants to meet Alan, so I'll just accompany you. Rock explained. Old John and Highland nodded in understanding, but doubts still remained. So that's why Rock and his friend went looking for Alan? After all, since he could be accompanied by Rock, a civil affairs officer, his status must be quite high. Logically speaking, a pioneer lord is not enough to attract too much attention from a civil official like Rock. After all, the Gale family is just a small baronial family. 5 days passed in a flash. The death at the Tassin settlement caused undercurrents among the larger settlements, with each family becoming suspicious of each other. This gave Alan some time to digest the spoils in peace. First of all the logs seized that day were used to build walls around the planned farming areas in the rear. Because the walls in the cultivated area are only used to prevent the entry of ordinary wild animals and humans, the height only needs to be 2 meters, and a 10-centimeter gap is reserved between each other, which saves a lot of materials and construction time in the wall project. More than 300 logs, plus the thousands of logs found by Maury's hunter team in recent days, have completed the wall. The current area of the cultivated area is more than 2,000 square meters, which is roughly equivalent to 3 acres of land. Of course, most of the 3 acres of land are currently yellow sand, and only about 300 square meters can be used, which is equivalent to half an acre of land. But don't underestimate this half acre of land. It has consumed more than 27,000 kilograms of soil, which is the total amount obtained from Gerbil Town and Tayson settlement. As for using reinforcement points to strengthen the land directly, Alan is still reluctant for the time being. After all, his main focus is on improving his strength, and there must be many large gathering places in the black soil, so there will definitely be follow-up. After the wall was built, the construction of the well was also nearing completion. 2 days ago, on the night the well was completed, Alan secretly carried out reinforcements. The next day, when the craftsmen went to complete the completion ceremony, the water in the well was already 3 meters deep. The craftsmen were amazed at this magical scene. The villagers did not find it too surprising. After all, the location of the well was chosen by their leader Alan, who had spent more than an hour choosing it. Isn't it normal for Master Alan, who is blessed by God, to choose the location of the well where water can come out? The walls were built, the wells were completed, and the plants collected from the Tayson settlement that day became the first crops in the cultivated area. Chapter 137 Knock. Host, Alan. Strength, 11.5. Agility, 4.1. Intelligence, 2.6. Chi Channel, 2.1. Charm, 2.7. Bronze Intermediate Knight, 0 out of 100. Good. It only takes 10 more days to fully condense the Do Chi seed. Alan was very satisfied with the improvement in his newly enhanced strength. Although this enhancement consumed thousands of his energy points, in Alan's opinion, it was all worth it. It was proved when we dealt with Tashin Redneck that day that even after becoming a super knight, it is very necessary to strengthen oneself. Even if it is strengthened to a certain level, it is not impossible to fight against opponents of higher levels. Alan walked out of the house in a good mood and went directly to the training ground behind the gathering place. Stand at attention, at ease, turn left, turn right. March in step, march in step. On the training ground, 40 guards were sweating profusely and training hard under the scorching sun. Today, the guards are well on track in training in modern subjects such as marching. Although the level of neatness still cannot be compared with that of the previous life, it is already a great improvement compared to the inability to distinguish left from right. Boss Alan. Neil, why are you here? Alan looked at Neil Redneck. Since joining the gathering place, Alan had left Neil idle for the time being. After all, there are no emergencies in the gathering place that require the use of this dog-headed military advisor. Boss Alan, since you didn't assign me any tasks, I have some free time, so I came to watch the guards train. Neil's neck was red and his eyes were eager. He urgently needed to show his ability and get Alan's recognition, especially after arriving at the gathering place and witnessing the booming development of Babylon. This desire became even stronger. He felt that his wish could only be realized with Alan. So what do you think of our Babylonian guard? Boss Alan, our Babylon settlement's guards are very strong, far surpassing most of the large settlements in the Death Sand Sea. I even think they are no worse than the kingdom's noble guards. You are quite good at talking, but maybe these guards of mine are real guards of the kingdom, Alan said playfully. Boss Alan, these guards should not be the kingdom guards. Neil shook his head. Oh, why? Didn't you see the trap weapons and equipment that day? Master Alan, the Babylonian guards have obvious sunburn on their faces, which has only appeared over many years. Master Alan, you may have just arrived at the Death Sand Sea recently. Really? Alan's eyes flashed. This dog-headed military advisor is quite something. Also, Master Alan, I don't know where the guards' swords and spears came from, but I have a guess about their leather armor. Explain. Some time ago, the Scorpion Gang in Red Wolf City lost 20 pieces of leather armor. Later, accompanied by the guards from Sandrat Town, they searched everywhere for them. Neil didn't say anything else, because Alan's eyes had become sharp, which made Neil's heart beat wildly. Neil, aren't you afraid that you know too much? Alan sneered. Neil shuddered and immediately regretted it. His original intention was to show his abilities in front of Alan, but he forgot that he had only joined Babylon for a few days and had not even been reused. This was obviously because he had not yet gained the other party's trust. And now, he must have guessed the origin of the 20 pieces of leather armor. That was a gang force similar to the one in Gerbil Town. Alan certainly didn't want such news to be leaked. So, if a person like me who has not yet gained trust knows the exact news, what will I have to face? Boss Alan, I was just talking nonsense. I don't know anything. Boss Alan, you must believe me. Neil Redneck half knelt on the ground. If I really die like this, I will be very unwilling to do so, because I clearly have the hope of rising again. Looking at Neil's reaction, Alan was very satisfied. Neil Redneck's IQ did bring surprises to Alan one after another, but this also meant that Alan had to suppress him to a certain extent. Otherwise, over time, the Redneck's tail might be raised to the sky. Even if it weren't for the minimap, Alan would probably have gotten rid of it quickly. People's hearts are hidden, and it is impossible to confirm whether the other person is loyal or not. Staying by their side is definitely a time bomb. Get up, Neil. After waiting for a moment, Alan bent down and helped Neil up himself. Neil, you guessed right. Those 20 pieces of leather armor were indeed stolen from the Scorpion Gang in Red Wolf City. But don't worry. I, Alan, trust people I employ. Since I've accepted you, I trust you, Neil. Thanks, Boss Alan. There was an indescribable look in Neil Redneck's eyes. It was surprise, it was moving, it was Neil Redneck deeply moved. If he was not so bad at writing, he would have immediately knelt down and bowed his head, shouting, My lord, please accept my greetings, Neil. After all, if Neil encountered such a thing, he would definitely find a way to eliminate this hidden danger. This is not cruelty or suspicion, but caution. Neil, from now on, just call me Master Alan like everyone else. I don't like the title of boss. Also, I have something else to tell you. Master Alan, please speak. Neil Redneck, try to calm down. I come from the Gaelic Baron family of the Falcon Kingdom, and I am one of the winners of this year's second son in the 3-yearly Pioneer Lord selection competition. Therefore, I am also a Pioneer Lord. In the end, Neil didn't know how he got back to the gathering place, but he just felt dizzy. He even seemed to have forgotten what he said to Master Alan afterwards. Because at that time there were only 2 words in his heart. Excitement. Pioneer Lord. Master Alan is actually a Pioneer Lord. Then as long as I help young Master Alan to develop a large enough territory, I will even have the opportunity to be canonized and become a noble recognized by the kingdom in the future. This is far worse than what he originally expected, which was just to be a subordinate of a powerful force in the Death Sand Sea and then make a lot of money and return home. Have I been blessed by God? You're quite capable. Alan was very satisfied with his performance as he watched Neil leave in a daze. Then Alan called Ekaterina, who was training the guards, and asked her to add a horse riding program for the guards in the future. This project was proposed by Neil just after he learned that he was a pioneer lord. In addition to training guards on horseback, they also train archers. If it were before, Neil Redneck would definitely not have suggested this. After all, this is too advanced. Even large gathering places don't have such capabilities. But Alan is different. This is completely a precautionary measure. Because being a pioneer lord means that you will need to conquer everything with a powerful army in the future. Cavalry and longbowmen are among the most powerful arms in this world. Moreover, the training time required for both types is the longest. Unlike ordinary infantry, they can become soldiers by sending a few thousand serfs to fight in a few battles and surviving. After listening to Neil Redneck's advice, Alan felt that it was indeed possible to make arrangements in advance. Although he does not have enough horses now and can earn money on his own, Alan knows that he will definitely not be short of horses in the near future. What about the longbowmen? Alan passed this project. The reason is simple. He has a more advanced idea of crossbowmen in his mind. It takes at least 1 or 2 years to train to become a skilled archer. But for a crossbowman, a week is enough. Therefore, if he really wanted to form a long-range army, he only needed to develop bows and crossbows. The manufacturing process of a crossbow is even simpler than that of a longbow. The only thing he lacks now is a blacksmith. As long as you have a blacksmith and can forge a crossbow mechanism, you can start making it right away. Chapter 138, Will They Be Destroyed? After instructing Ekaterina, Alan went directly to the Death Knight ruins. Naturally, he couldn't miss the task of brushing some points. As soon as he arrived at the Death Knight ruins, Thomas reported that Evelyn Flower was waiting for him. I heard about Evelyn Huaduo. I have been very busy recently and have not met with her much. Evelyn Flower, why are you here? Evelyn Flower turned around and saw Alan, a hint of surprise in her eyes. Alan, I brought you some clothes. I made them recently. Take a look and see if they fit you. Looking at the brand new linen gown, Alan pulled Evelyn to sit down and said, Evelyn, I have a tailor in my gathering place now, so you don't have to work hard to sew clothes for me. Even in the future, if you want to wear any clothes, you can come to my territory and let the tailor tailor it for you. It will be more beautiful and comfortable. Also, did you come to me this time just to give me some clothes? Hearing the question, Evelyn nodded subconsciously, then shook her head. Her pretty face flushed, and she seemed to be hesitant to speak. Evelyn, if you have anything to say, just tell me directly. There's no need to hide anything from me. Hearing this, Evelyn's neck turned even redder, but she finally revealed the purpose of her visit. Alan, you haven't been to my camp for over 10 days. Are you free tonight? Oh my God, it turns out that the little butterfly is lonely. Alan knew that this was his negligence. For a little butterfly like Evelyn who had just tasted the delicious food not long ago, it was indeed very addictive. Seeing that Alan did not answer immediately, Evelyn became a little restless. She heard a few days ago that Alan and Leona Goldfish have been very close recently, because Alan saved Leona Goldfish last time. Of course, she would not stop Alan from dating Leona Goldfish, but she was worried that Alan would forget her once he had Leona Goldfish, who understood men better. Alan thought that they were now in sight of the large gathering place, and it was not suitable to leave the camp at night. He shook his head and said, Evelyn, I'm afraid I can't come at night. Evelyn Huaduo's face turned pale. Was she really abandoned? Well, Alan, I understand. I'll be leaving now. Having said that, Evelyn Flower suppressed the sadness in her heart and prepared to leave. But Alan grabbed her and said, Why are you leaving? I haven't finished talking. I'm not free at night, but I'm free during the day. Are you free, Evelyn? Hearing this, Evelyn's previous bitterness immediately disappeared. She turned her head and looked at Alan with a blushing face. Well, then, let's go to my camp now. Why go to your camp? That's too much trouble. Wouldn't the Death Knight ruins be just fine? Here? The Death Knight ruins. Evelyn Flower's eyes widened, and her neck turned bright red. That's right, the Death Knight ruins are so big, there must be a good place. Besides, don't you think it's a good feeling to be relaxed and happy? Alan asked. Haha, let's go. Alan would not delay. Soon, Alan confirmed on the small map an area within 3 miles that was guaranteed to be free of any human figures. Here. That's right. Then I'll start. 2,000 words omitted here. Sir Rock, why haven't you arrived yet? I heard that the Death Sand Sea is very dangerous. Isn't this too deep? Sir Highland, we'll be there in about half an hour. Also, I heard that Alan's territory is located at the very edge of the Death Sand Sea, so the danger shouldn't be too great. Rock looked at Highland strangely. The heir of the Gale family had complained several times along the way that the journey was too long, and he was worried about the danger of going deep into the Death Sand Sea. Logically speaking, as Alan's biological brother, he should be the one who should complain the least. Moreover, his younger brothers were pioneering in this sea of death, but he was worried about his own safety if he went a little deeper. After hearing Rock's answer, Highland fell silent again, but he didn't like this journey very much. If his father hadn't forced him to come, he would not have been willing to come. It's not because he hates Alan, but mainly because the journey is long and he has to go deep into the dangerous Death Sand Sea, which he feels is not worth it. If Alan's pioneering order was located in the Oasis Plains, it would be easier to deal with. The land there is fertile, the danger level is not high, and there is a certain probability of it rising in the future. But this is the Death Sand Sea. The environment is harsh and full of dangers. Is it really necessary for me to come all the way here to build a relationship with Alan and cultivate brotherly feelings? His father was really overthinking it. It would be better if Alan did not hold the Gale family back in the future. How could he possibly help and develop together with Lord Gale? He had inquired about it before and heard that in the gathering place of the Death Sand Sea, the poorest people were only 40 or 50 people, relying on a small well for survival. This isn't even as good as a village in Gaelic territory. Alan is such a weak guy, physically and mentally. He's lucky to have a small gathering place, right? Forget it. He's my biological brother after all. He's better than that bad half-brother Nick. When I see Alan later, I'll give him 20 silver coins as a token of my care for him as a biological brother. Thinking of this, the team continued to move forward against the scorching sun. About half an hour later, traces of buildings finally appeared on the horizon ahead. Hey, why is there a wall in front of us? Isn't this the edge of the Death Sand Sea? Did we take the wrong path? Rock exclaimed in surprise. Master Rock, you are right. I stayed near the Death Knight ruins for a while several years ago. The old Joe gathering place is on this road. However, there was no walled camp at that time, said the guide leading the way in front. Then continue forward and inquire about the situation. Also, notify everyone to be on alert. Every gathering place in the Death Sand Sea could be dangerous. Following Rock's orders, more than 20 guards in the team, disguised in linen robes, became more vigilant. If there was any sign of trouble, they would draw out the long swords hidden under the carriage. Hayland couldn't help but perk up a little and secretly reached for the long sword at his waist. Hey, what's going on? Where's the old Joe gathering place? It should be nearby. Why is it gone? As they got closer, the guide became more and more confused, because he remembered that the place where old Joe gathered should be nearby. Could this be where old Joe is gathering? Rock suggested. Lord Rock, this shouldn't be the case. The old Joe gathering place is very small, even smaller than an ordinary kingdom village. Because of the lack of water resources in the gathering place, it is absolutely impossible for such a large gathering place to appear. The guide was a little bit unbelievable. Will Alan's camp be destroyed? Highland frowned at this time. After all, the large gathering place in front looked really dazzling. Master Rock, why don't we keep moving forward? There's a small gathering place ahead. We can go and ask and find out. This large walled gathering place looked like it was not something to be trifled with, and the guide did not dare to lead anyone forward to ask questions. Rock nodded. It can only be like this. But just as everyone was about to move on, they suddenly saw 3 people rushing out from the gathering place in the distance and heading towards them quickly. Chapter 139, Is the Death Sand Sea so profitable? Everyone, stay calm and wait for my orders. We are a caravan now. Don't clash with the people gathered here. Who are you? Soon, 3 strong young men wearing linen robes, with long swords hanging around their waists and vigilant looks on their faces came forward. Hey guys, we are a caravan from the Falcon Kingdom. We encountered a sandstorm 2 days ago and got lost. I wonder if we are near the Death Knight ruins. The guide hurriedly explained and handed over 10 copper coins he had prepared. Falcon Kingdom caravan? The 3 confiscated the copper coins and instead carefully examined everyone. Their tone unexpectedly softened. Where are you heading? This is very close to the Death Knight ruins. Sir, we're planning to take a detour from Sandrat Town to Red Wolf City, but I remember there should be an old Joe gathering place nearby. I happened to be there a year ago, but I didn't expect it to disappear this time. So we must be lost, right? Old Joe's gathering place? You are not lost. This is the old Joe's gathering place, but the name of the gathering place has been changed to Babylon's gathering place. Is this the gathering place of old Joe? Everyone was stunned and looked at the gathering place with a wide wall in the distance with some disbelief. That's right, what's wrong? Reg became alert. The reactions of the few people were obviously not like those of an ordinary caravan. If he hadn't heard that the other party was from the Falcon Kingdom and that there was a lot of cargo on the carriage, he would probably have retreated immediately and been on guard. Soldiers, is your leader called Alan Gale? Hyland finally couldn't help but ask before everyone else. According to what these three people said, if it is not a duplicate name, doesn't it mean that this walled gathering place is the territory of his cowardly brother? Is this still a small gathering place? That's right. Our leader is Master Alan. Who are you? Reg began to retreat with his hand on the hilt of the sword. If anything went wrong, he would run back to warn. Don't get excited, soldier. My name is Hyland Gale, Alan's brother. Go to the camp now and tell Alan that he knows me. Master Alan's brother? Reg looked Hyland up and down and found that his face was indeed somewhat similar to his own master, but his facial features were not as handsome as Master Alan's. Moreover, he had also been informed by Alan of the true identity of the Pioneer Lord. Master Alan is not in the camp, but I can have someone else come and confirm it. You wait here. After saying that, Reg quickly returned to the camp. Soon, the news was known to Ekaterina and Caroline. Caroline was a little bit unbelievable at first, but when she heard the name Hyland Gale, she was likely to confirm that the other party's identity was real. After all, Master Alan's pioneering identity is kept secret, not to mention that someone can directly impersonate a member of the Gale family. Caroline hurriedly put down the work at hand and went out of the camp accompanied by Ekaterina. Master Hyland? Butler John. You're Caroline? Is this really Alan's territory? Caroline's appearance completely confirmed that the walled gathering place in front of them belonged to Alan. Where's the promised small gathering place? A place that's even more outshined than Kingdom Village? Not to mention that Hyland has a huge psychological gap. Rock and others were even more stunned. He knows more about the Death Sand Sea than Hyland and others. It is definitely not easy to develop to this level. What's more, he knew exactly the situation when Alan came here. There were only 2 servants and not even a serf. Caroline immediately led a convoy towards the camp and sent Reg to inform Alan. Master Hyland, Lord Rock, these trees are the most important economic crops in the Death Sand Sea. Each fire date fruit can be sold for 1 copper coin. Each one is worth a copper coin, then there must be at least hundreds of them here, right? While waiting for Alan's return, out of curiosity about the camp, Hyland asked Caroline to take him and others around. Caroline did not refuse this. After all, she was a member of the Gale family. Looking at the densely packed fire dates, Hyland didn't expect that the Death Sand Sea was not as poor as he imagined. The exact number is 116, and they can produce approximately 800 fire dates every day. More than 800 coins a day, equivalent to 8 silver coins, which means 28 gold coins a year. Hyland's expression was uncertain. Although this output has not yet deducted the overhead costs, it is already equivalent to half of the income of the Gale barony. This is just a camp with less than 1,000 people. Is Death Sand Sea so profitable? By the way, Master Hyland, Master Alan opened up a farming area in the back a few days ago. There are more than 30 fire date trees there. You should have seen them when you came here. Caroline didn't notice Hyland's expression and continued to add. Hyland fell silent, but Rock beside him suddenly asked curiously, the Death Sand Sea should still have iron slabs to mine. Aren't you guys at the Babylon gathering place going there to mine? Rock thought that Alan had given up digging iron sheets and was only concerned with growing jujube trees. If that was the case, although the income would be considerable, the expenses would also be huge. Sir Rock, of course we have dug it up. Now our Master Alan has more than 30 streets of various sizes in the Death Knight ruins. More than 30 streets, big and small. Rock widened his eyes. A lot. It was Hyland's first time arriving at the Death Sand Sea, and he didn't have much idea. Sir Hyland, if I remember correctly, normally a small gathering of 40 or 50 people can only occupy 1 street, and it seems to produce iron pieces worth about 50 copper coins every day. More than 30 streets are equivalent to the territory of more than 30 small settlements. If there are wider streets among these streets, the output will be even greater. After just a quick calculation, Hyland's expression became interesting again. Even if each street had 50 copper coins a day, that would be 15 silver coins a day. Wouldn't that be almost 3 gold coins a month? To be precise, we can currently produce about 800 kilograms of iron sheets every day, which is equivalent to 40 silver coins. Of course, Caroline only said this in her heart. After all, the income from the iron sheet was different from that from the fire date tree, and it would be too easy to arouse jealousy. With the civil officer Rock around, Caroline didn't dare to say it directly. After walking around the camp, Helen squeezed the 20 silver coins in his arms and hid them silently. It seems that I can't afford these 20 silver coins. At this moment, Hyland suddenly heard a strange roar coming from not far away. Those were the roars of the 2 monsters as they sensed a strange and threatening smell. Hayland had begun to condense the seeds of fighting spirit a year ago, and now he is a true bronze-titled knight. What kind of beast is this? Why does it make such a strange noise? This is a ground lizard. Caroline originally did not want to expose the existence of the ground lizard. After all, such a secret matter requires Master Alan's permission. But now that it has been heard, it is obviously difficult to hide it. Ground lizard, a magical beast? Hyland took a breath of cold air, and Rock and others were also stunned. Yes, Master Hyland, but it's still a baby ground lizard. Master Alan found it in the desert oasis. Can you pick up monster cubs? Can you take me to pick some up? At Hyland's strong request, Caroline took everyone to see the ground lizard. 2. Hayland's eyes widened. This was a warcraft. He was so envious of it when he had only one, and now he had 2. Yes, Master Alan picked up 2 in total. Hyland was silent, and then, under Caroline's guidance, he returned to the clearing in a daze. As for the golden beast, since it did not make any movement, naturally no one could know about it. Moreover, even if she heard any noise, the golden beast was very powerful, and Caroline would never take it away. It was the most important secret of the camp. Chapter 140. The Generosity of Cheap Dad. The paid program lasted a full 2 hours. In addition to the fact that little Alan was gifted, it was also because Evelyn Flowers was particularly enthusiastic today. Perhaps it was the refreshing feeling of facing the breath of nature that made Evelyn so excited, and she studied software hardening with Alan again and again. After the final 3 times, Evelyn Flowers reluctantly ended. The main reason was that she was a little weak and the little butterfly wouldn't allow it. After watching Evelyn Flowers leave, Alan refreshed his energy points again. Just as he was about to return to the gathering place, he ran into Reg, who was rushing over. Reg, what's wrong? Master Alan, a convoy has arrived from the territory, coming from the direction of Shabak City. Towards Shabak City? Alan was a little surprised. Master Alan, there is a young man in the team who claims to be your brother. His name is Hyland Gale. Caroline should have confirmed it, so I asked me to inform you. Hyland, this guy is here too. Alan understood instantly that the aid supplies from his adoptive father had arrived, but the fact that his adoptive elder brother had also come was beyond his expectation. Alan naturally did not delay and immediately started his return journey on his camel. Hyland, Old John, Uncle Rock, you're here too? When they returned to the gathering place, Caroline had arranged for them to sit in a clean little house. Alan was surprised to find that in addition to his family members, even the civil officer Rock had come. Alan, I want to talk to you about something this time, but there's no rush. We can talk later. Rock stated his purpose directly. Alan nodded and looked at his cheap brother. He found that why was his cheap brother looking at him so strangely? As if with a hint of envy? Is it an illusion? Is it enviable to be a pioneer lord in the Death Sand Sea? Alan didn't know yet that the income of the Babylon settlement had shocked his cheap brother. Little Alan, long time no see. I never thought that your territory has developed so well. After calming down a little, Hyland finally spoke. Alan took his seat and waved his hand modestly. It's just passable. It can't be compared with the kingdom. This place is full of dangers. If it weren't for being forced, no one would be willing to come to the Death Sand Sea to open up. Hyland rolled his eyes, thinking his brother was just pretending. The income is at least 20 silver coins a day. Is that barely enough? And those 2 young ground lizards would definitely make the little nobles envious. Isn't that enough? Alan has only been in the Death Sand Sea for 2 or 3 months, right? In addition, he also found that Alan seemed a little different from before. He was full of confidence in his conversation and was not as timid as before. Alan, this is the list of supplies my father asked me to bring. Take a look first. Next, Alan checked the list of supplies Hyland handed over. There are 6 oxen, 3 males and 3 females. There are 3 dairy cows, 1 male and 2 females. There are 6 sheep, 3 males and 3 females. 20 chickens and 20 ducks. 500 kilograms of wheat. Some wheat seeds, lettuce seeds, tomato seeds, broccoli seeds, onion seeds, and carrot seeds. The rest are some agricultural tools needed for farming. Although most of them are made of wood, there are also a small number of iron tools. After seeing this, Alan was also a little surprised. I originally thought that the supplies given by my cheap father were just a formality, but they were surprisingly generous. Without mentioning anything else, the market price of a dairy cow is upwards of 50 silver coins. Sheep, about 20 silver coins. Adding up all the other miscellaneous items, this time supplies are worth at least 7 or 8 gold coins. After praising and expressing gratitude to his father in front of his younger brother, Alan also asked about the family's recent situation. These family conversations were obviously just reminiscing about the past between brothers. There was no disturbance in the Gale family, and everything was as stable as ever. The only surprising thing was Lilia's going to the Royal Capital Academy to study. The church personally recommended Lilia to the Royal Capital Academy? When can she return? Does the church intend to recruit Lilia into the church? Alan, the church pastor, said that Lilia's study will take at least 4 years. As for the exact time of her return, that's unclear, but my father said that after Lilia completes her studies, she will most likely be recruited by the church. Alan sighed in his heart. He didn't expect that Lilia would have such a change. Although Alan's current knowledge of the church is only that it is powerful, and he doesn't know much else, but because of his memories of his past life, Alan doesn't have a good impression of churches with a Western background. Perhaps in the eyes of her adoptive father and others, it might be a good thing that Lilia was favored by the church. But in my opinion, I would rather Lilia return to study and live a good life. Unfortunately, my abilities are limited now, so I can't take care of him for the time being. While they were chatting, Caroline came to report that dinner was ready. Alan directly called everyone to go to the open space. Because the house was small, Alan used to eat in the open space. Fortunately, I searched the tasting gathering place a few days ago and found a nice set of wooden tables and chairs. Not only are the materials solid, but even the corners of the table and the backs of the wooden chairs have embossed patterns. Of course, this is still far worse than what is happening in the kingdom. I'm sorry, the conditions are limited, please don't mind. At this moment, besides Highland, there were Rock and a middle-aged man whom Alan had never seen before. This man was brought by Rock, but he had not been introduced to Alan yet, so Alan did not ask. Judging from his conversation and temperament, he must be of aristocratic status. The few of them also knew the conditions in the Death Sand Sea and were not picky. Instead, they were eager to have a hot dinner because they had been traveling for days. A moment later, hot broth, barbecued meat, and sand mushroom soup were served on the table. Seeing that there were only 3 dishes, Highland felt a little more balanced. Although Alan's territory has developed well, the conditions are still a bit difficult, unlike the comfortable life in the kingdom. Everyone, don't be polite. This broth is a rare delicacy. I guarantee you will like it. After Caroline served the broth to everyone, Alan greeted them warmly. What else could be more delicious than broth? It seems that his younger brother is used to suffering. Highland sighed in his heart and thought of the suffering that little Alan had suffered before. It's Alan's luck that he has a stable territory now. As his brother, I should be happy for him. While thinking, Highland picked up the broth. Although the broth looked ordinary, I hadn't eaten any fresh ingredients in more than half a month. After gulping down a mouthful of the broth, Highland's body trembled, and then he stood there in a daze as if he were under a spell. Even the wooden bowl next to his mouth remained at his lips.